in order to prove that you are a coward. As a freshman, you interviewed for a job that legally allows killing. Sure enough, the interviewer mocked you to your face for being weak. Unexpectedly, what you said next shocked the fierce-looking interviewer, making him break out in a cold sweat. He even realized that he was nothing but a minor character in front of you. At this moment, you are standing inside the Blackwater mercenary base, and a fierce-looking middle-aged man puts down your interview materials and says, "Mr. Shindong, we at Blackwater are a large company, primarily recruiting veterans, police officers, or individuals with other special experiences. However, from your materials, we do not see any content that satisfies us. Next, we will ask you a few questions and then decide whether to accept you as a proud member of Blackwater. May I ask, if after executing a silencing mission, you find a young boy hiding in a corner who might expose your identity, what would you do?" You answered without hesitation, "I would tell him to hide well because he might not have such luck next time." After saying this, I would turn and leave. Upon hearing your answer, several interviewers in the room all showed expressions of disappointment. As normal people, this action is defensible, but for them as mercenaries, what they want is a ruthless heart. Just as the middle-aged man was about to end the interview, you continued, "After I take 5 or 6 steps out, I will turn around, smile at the little boy, and say, 'Hi, we meet again. I'm sorry you didn't have the same luck this time.' I can also hold his hand and carefully search the task site. As long as he gets nervous, it means there are still others hiding in this area. This child is likely trying to protect his younger siblings, which is why he deliberately let me discover him. At the same time, when killing, I must pay attention. As some people's hearts are on the opposite side, it's best to stab each of them once and then give one more stab in the buttocks. To account for other emergencies, I should break all his joints to ensure that even if he turns into a zombie, he poses no threat to me." Hearing such an answer, the middle-aged man and the other interviewers were all taken aback. Goodness, they thought you were a saint, but unexpectedly, you turned out to be a living devil. After being stunned for 2 or 3 minutes, the one-eyed man asked again, "What would you do if you found innocent civilians in the enemy camp during the mission?" You replied, "I would pause the operation and prioritize protecting the civilians to evacuate the war zone. After all, war should not involve ordinary people." This answer caused the interviewers, who had just shown some interest, to become cold again. It was too conventional and not what they were looking for. The one-eyed man picked up his cup and said, "And then, what if civilians disrupt the subsequent actions?" You nodded and said, "You have considered everything very thoroughly, so I will buy explosives in the slums in advance and detonate them when the enemy lets their guard down. This is called humanitarian fire coverage." With a puff, the middle-aged man couldn't help but spray the water in his mouth, and the other interviewers widened their eyes in shock. That's too ruthless, but to be honest, carrying out missions with such ruthless people is often the safest. The middle-aged man couldn't help but cough twice and said, "Doesn't killing civilians make you feel guilty?" You shook your head and said, "If they know how to fight and still don't run, they must be mentally prepared to be killed. For such an opponent, I will certainly give it my all." Setting aside the facts, don't those civilians who were killed have any fault? The crowd was stunned. Why did it seem like what he said made a lot of sense? One of the interviewers asked with a curious expression, "If teammates have internal conflicts due to personal grudges during a mission, how would you handle it?" This question was not on the interview list. The reason it was asked was that he had encountered such trouble during his last mission, which had become a mental burden he couldn't shake off for a long time. You replied, "I would mediate the conflict and ensure team cohesion. After all, cooperation leads to victory." The interviewer showed a hint of disappointment. He had done just that, but the final result was not satisfactory. Before he could ask again, you continued, "If they don't listen to advice, I would tie the troublemaker in the line of sight of the enemy sniper, solving the internal issue while also delivering a surprise package to the enemy. As long as the sniper fires, it can help our side determine the enemy's position and then carry out a fire bombardment." Everyone was stunned again, and the interviewer who asked the question was the first to react. He suddenly kicked over his chair, his neck veins bulging. Yes, 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 how did I not think of that at the time? Regardless of whether he is really an insider, when he affects the mission due to emotions, he is more detestable than an insider and should be dealt with directly to ensure the safety of the entire team. I really like your answer. He had thought that failure would become a lifelong mental demon, and he even developed severe depression because of those people. Unexpectedly, a routine interview helped him resolve all his mental knots. The middle-aged man frowned and reminded, "Jinbi, pay attention to your emotions. Mr. Shen, we have already grasped your basic situation. Whether you agree to join Blackwater, we still need to consider it. You should go back and wait for news." You asked with a puzzled face, "Why do you still need to consider it? Is it because my answer is too kind? If you are not satisfied, I actually have 9 other ways to solve the above problem, such as having the surviving little boy act as a human radar to find other enemies and take them all down." Or if you think a big knife is too cruel, I can prepare a small knife in advance. In less than 10 minutes of the interview, even the mercenaries known for their ferocity and ruthlessness felt it was absurd and even wanted to advise you to be a little kinder and not so extreme. The one-eyed man organized your resume and politely said, Mr. Shen, our company has its own processes, and I hope you can understand. However, I personally have no objections to you and am very satisfied. Some of your ideas have opened the door to a new world for our industry. Please rest assured, we will consider it seriously. You took the file bag and said, okay, before I leave, can I ask you for a favor? The interviewer, previously referred to as Jinbi, said, you took out an application form from your backpack and said, I want to buy a gun, but the staff at the gun shop told me that I need either a gun license or a guarantor with a gun license. I want to hire one of you as my guarantor. The thought of a radical Chinese man wanting to buy a gun is chilling. The middle-aged man instinctively asked, why does an international student need a gun? You helplessly replied, well, the Yang Emperor has just stepped down, and after Volodin took office, the policies have become very extreme. The vast majority of people in your country have a very unfriendly attitude towards China, and this situation is everywhere. As an international student, I just want to protect myself, which is reasonable. The hot-tempered Jinbi nodded, pulled out the handgun he was carrying from his waist, and handed it over. This Glock G17 is a gift for you. It has 18 rounds in the chamber, enough for your self-defense. Just consider it a thank you for helping me open up. You needed a gun, so of course, you wouldn't pretend to be polite. You took all the money out of your backpack and said, Blackwater Federation has not imported Glock handguns from Austria, so this one must have come through unofficial channels. According to the current black market price, a Glock G17 sells for $2,000, which converts to 56,000 rubles now. I only have 28,000 rubles, which is all my savings. I will pay you back the rest later. After watching you leave, the atmosphere in the room became particularly oppressive and dull. The one-eyed man lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and asked, what do you think of this guy named Shandong? One of the interviewers next to him said, I really can't believe that someone who has never killed anyone could be as sinister and ruthless as he is. His eyes and demeanor tell me that he is not joking when he answers questions. If he encounters a similar situation, he will definitely do as he said, or even more extreme. After leaving the Blackwater mercenary base, you took the bus back to the school dormitory. You sat in the last row, carefully playing with the Glock G17 pistol in your backpack. After such a long time, it was the first time you touched the real thing, cold and heavy, inexplicably giving a strong sense of security. Given the situation in today's interview, they are unlikely to want you, so where should you go to find a job next? As a time traveler, you also have your own system, and killing enemies can unlock skills. To find an opportunity to activate the system, you chose to study abroad at Blackwater Federation. Previously, you had interviewed for positions such as bank security guard, bounty hunter, prison cafeteria worker, casino server, and so on, but none were successful. Mercenaries are the last legal profession for killing that you can think of. In your previous life, you were just an ordinary person, living a life that was neither good nor bad, and you never encountered any major surprises until the end of your life. You don't know why heaven chose to let you travel through time, and gave you a killing god system. Which man does not secretly yearn for an exciting and thrilling life? Would you rather be an unknown person, living a stable life and dying in bed with a catheter? Or would you choose to leave a mark in history even if you don't live to see 30, an unknown nobody, or a renowned figure in the world? In his previous life, when Shinfei heard this sentence in the game, his heart chose the latter almost without hesitation. I didn't have a chance in my last life, so, just use this life to make up for all the regrets. Bang! Just as Shinfei was rambling, a loud gunshot rang out, followed by the bus braking sharply and coming to a violent stop on the road. Ah, what happened? My God! Look, someone's robbing a bank. A chaotic sound rang out, and Shinfei looked in the direction where the gunshot sounded and found that it was a bank about 50 meters away. 7 or 8 masked thugs shot the bank's security guards and rushed in right behind them. The bus driver shouted, "Don't panic everyone, we're a long way from them, just back up and we'll be safe. Everyone sit tight and stay calm." The voice dropped, and the panic of the passengers was greatly relieved. However, before the bus driver could get into reverse gear, they heard another loud bang from inside the bus. The crowd looked up to see the passenger sitting in the last row break the glass of the car and leap off in a single bound toward the bank. Vaguely, he could still be heard, shouting something in the Chinese language. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Robbing in front of me? Can I stand the aggravation? I just bought a pistol. 3. Master, what kind of work do you do? A few dozen meters isn't that far, but after the robbers opened fire, the pedestrians on the road were in chaos. and Shin Fei was traveling against the traffic in the opposite direction, and it still took some time to rush to the bank entrance. The bandits had all rushed into the bank lobby, leaving only a masked man on guard at the door. Shin Fei gripped the pistol in his backpack tightly and asked, panting, "Master, what do you do for a living?" The robber looked down at the AK-47 in his hand, then looked up at the fine-skinned Shin Fei, and his entire body was confused. What kind of crazy person is that? Shin Fei wanted the moment he froze. Without half a second's hesitation, he pulled the trigger across the backpack. Bang! Gunshots rang out and the bandit was shot in the body and slowly fell down. The system beat that had been expected for a whole decade or so did not sound. What's the situation? No one's dead? Shin Fei hurriedly fired several shots at the bandit's heart and torso as well as his head, pulled out his legs and rushed into the nearby alley. He utilized the time difference, as well as the determination that the bandits in the bank, who were surely not going to give up on the money that was about to come to them, would instead come running after him. Ding! Finally, the system beat that had been silent for many years sounded in Shin Fei's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill mission, and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. What's the point? Shin Fei shouted excitedly. Smoke it for me. Ding! The lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Skill Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization. The moment the system voice fell, countless unfamiliar memories flooded into Shin Fei's mind. At the same time it was as if a warm current was pouring into his body, spreading non-stop along his limbs and bones, as if the best technician in the world was massaging his body. Stance, grip, aiming position, recoil management, trigger control, breath control, dynamic response, physical support. Those muscle memories that required countless hours to be practiced could be accomplished in the blink of an eye for Shin Fei. It's the power of the system. Yes, it's not in vain that I've waited hard for you for more than 10 years. Shin Fei felt the changes from his body, and the emotions that had been suppressed for more than 10 years were finally released at this moment. He couldn't help but start thinking that, just one kill and you get such a great reward. So, what if you took care of all those bandits in the bank? With a sharp blade in his hand, he will kill. The system rewards were right in front of us, so if we didn't hurry to utilize the skills we had gained to continue working hard, could it be that it was just for the sake of looking good? In this age of pan-peace, not many people want to find a chance to kill someone legally. Shooting a bandit just now, or using a sneak attack, had already made Shin Fei so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. But now, with the support of the Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization skill, a few small robbers, what was there to fear? Shin Fei skillfully unloaded the magazines and checked the spare bullets inside, and then without any more half-hearted hesitation, he turned back and walked towards the bank. My name is Dmitri. I was born in a happy family. My parents are both workers in state-owned enterprises. Income is stable and respected. During the wave of privatization in the 1990s, the factory where my parents worked was taken over by oligarchs, leaving both of them unemployed and the family in abject poverty. Real incomes fell by 56%. National income regressed to 1976 levels. Food consumption soared from 30% to 53% of household expenditure, and poverty reached 50 million people. The old privileged life has since disappeared. The most I've heard my father say since then is, *********** ing thieves. Damn it. You all deserve to be shot. Sons of ES. We bleed and sweat and break bread, and you guys get away with it on your ing yachts. Incomes are lower and the cost of living is getting higher. My girlfriend broke up with me and turned around and married an older man in his 40s. I couldn't take the shock and gradually became disillusioned and started to anesthetize myself with vodka and drugs. Later, I joined a gang called the Brotherhood of Neva to make money on drugs, and it took me 5 whole years to finally make it from the most junior thief to the captain of the soldiers. 5 years. Do you know what I've been through these last 5 years? Not long ago, the organization asked me to lead a ransacking of a bank in Petersburg. If I grab enough money, I'll be promoted from soldier captain to management. It was enough to make a decent living, even though it was the most basic church messenger. Everything is going very well. Just as I arrived at the door of the bank with my party, and arranged to have my thieves enter the hall and ransack the treasures, while I myself stood guard at the door, I saw a fine young man. He doesn't look like a Uralic Federation man, rather like Chinese people visiting Petersburg, or studying abroad. I didn't pay too much attention to him, and as he passed me, he asked the question that will stay with me for the rest of my life. He asked me, "What's the job?" I swear to God, I've never heard such an idiotic question. Is it possible that I'm not even dressed up enough? Or is the AK-47 I'm holding just a burning stick in his eyes? Just when I thought he was nothing more than a scared foreigner, a gunshot suddenly came from his backpack. A huge force penetrated my body and I knew I was shot. Before I could figure out what the hell was going on, he fired several more shots into my body and then in a flash, ran away? With the last of my strength, I looked down at the bloody hole in my shirt. One is mine. the other one is mine too. I was dying by and large, but before I died, I still couldn't figure out one thing. What the? No offense. You're not a cop. Why on earth would you want to kill me? The robbers in the bank lobby were also confused. They had just rushed in, finished taking care of the security personnel and controlling the staff, and were about to blow up the vault door with explosives when they heard gunshots ringing out the door. The police are here? No way. Those guys were, by no means, that fast. The boss's gun went off? Nope. The voice of AK-47 was one they could not have been more familiar with. The sound of the gunshot just now, one could tell it came from a pistol. Before they could react, intense gunfire once again came from the entrance of the bank. Not good. There must have been plainclothes policemen, or members of the public who saw what was going on. They hurriedly rushed out, and then they saw the boss fall into a pool of blood, and not far away there was a thin back figure that rushed into the alley. What's the situation? What happened? Boss, how did the boss die? Is it the police? It can't be. Even if it's the police, why did they just kill someone without negotiating with us? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. What to do? Go after them, avenge the boss, avenge your mother's death. We're here to rob a bank and work for the gang. Hurry back and keep loading up the money. The robbers made up their minds, not even caring about the bodies on the floor, and turned into the hall to continue their robbery. Already delayed by almost a minute. It has to be faster. Otherwise the police will come and the situation will only become more problematic. 5 minutes later, as planned in advance, a black-painted What's travel van slammed to a halt in front of the bank. The robbers who had ransacked the bank rushed out and threw the bags of money in their hands into the car before they were ready to get in and run. And at this point, not far away, in the alley, the barrel of a dark pistol had been aimed at them. Death. Eyes open. Next. Bang. The beautiful sound of a gunshot, exclusively Glock, rang out in the silence of the empty street, shooting at a distance of 50 meters. However, as if the bullet was given life, it struck the target's brow with extreme precision, blossoming into a spark that symbolized death. 4. The Joker. Damn. It's the gunman who killed the captain. Concealment. Take cover. Succubur. What the hell is he up to? What have we done to offend him? Never mind all that. Return fire. The robbers were genuinely confused and really couldn't figure out what the mystery gunman was all about. If you're a cop, then come out and negotiate. Even if you're special forces, you don't just come up and do it without saying anything, right? They raised their AK-47s in droves, but there was no sign of anyone to be seen in the empty streets. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Some of the terrified gang thieves had begun to suppress fire in the direction of the gunshots regardless, and were desperately trying to get into the car. Just then, a sharp-eyed thief noticed a small mirror used for makeup poking out of an alleyway a few dozen meters away, followed by the dark barrel of the gun stuck out, and then there was a series of point-blank shots. Snap, snap, snapped. Every gunshot signaled that a bandit had been shot in the eyebrow and fallen to the ground. The sharp-eyed thief was completely confused. He had experienced so many gunfights, and had seen many masters of all sizes, but not once had he seen one as accurate as this one today. 50 meters. How strong of a confidence should one have to choose to shoot the center of the brow instead of the more targeted torso? It's a masterpiece. A crazy batch of masters of unknown origin. Run, stupid kids. Run. He wanted to shout out a warning, but it was too late as he felt a huge force hit his head before he lost all consciousness. Hey, it didn't hurt at all. Felt nothing. Fun love fun. Play in your next life. In less than a minute's time, the gunfire on the street stopped, and Shinfei's mind followed with the system's beep. The number of Qs is exactly the same as the number of robbers we saw earlier. That also means clean death. Nope, and a driver. But Shinfei's current position did not have a shooting boundary that could be used as a shooting boundary. He quickly sprinted out of the alley and dodged through the empty streets, eventually arriving in front of the bank. If one was an expert, one could see that every time Shinfei switched positions, he stepped precisely on the blind spot of the gunman's shooting boundary. So what seems dangerous is actually safe. When he came to the side of the van, Shinfei saw the driver holding his head squatting and curled up on the ground, and was shouting into the phone, "Boss, we have encountered an ambush, and the brothers are all dead." He's really only one person, but he's a gue. Snap. Shinfei smashed the window glass with the butt of his gun and smiled. Still on the phone? Collect, you guys are here. Ah. The driver was as if he had seen an alien, so scared that he dropped his cell phone and hurriedly begged, big brother, don't kill me. Nee. I'll give you all the money. Shinfei looked at the rubles and gold scattered in the carriage and laughed coldly. Idiot, killing you. These are also mine. Ah. The driver froze. At this point, the middle-aged man's sorrowful voice came from the phone. My friend, we are the Neva Brotherhood. If you're willing to let my little brother live, you'll be our brotherhood's friend forever in the future. Shinfei grabbed his cell phone and looked at the driver and asked, "What does the Neva Brotherhood do?" The driver replied warily, I. We are gangsters. Gangsters. Petersburg's third-ranked black mob. Scared. Gangster? Shinfei pondered briefly, then grabbed his cell phone and smashed it against the driver's head, saying as he did so, "Isn't that a bunch of ING punks? You got a little Yakuza to bluff me?" Soon, the driver's face was already bleeding profusely. After the man on the other end of the phone heard what Shinfei was saying, he instantly became furious and growled, ********. Dare me to call it a little Yakuza? Asshole, don't you dare tell me who you are? Shinfei picked up the bloodstained cell phone and said, "Scare me? And don't you go ask around the Monosov scholars community who doesn't know me, Uncle Ivanov? Do, toot." Shinfei hung up the phone without mercy. Although the driver's face was covered in blood and his entire body was in a state of vertigo, his eyes could still vaguely see light. He couldn't help but growl in his mind as he looked at the young man in front of him who was like a god of killing. This ing uncle? Shinfei saw the driver's doubt and spoke out. "No one believes it. I don't even believe it. But it can't be helped. I'm slow to develop, okay?" The driver couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, not daring to say a word. Shinfei sighed and said, "Well, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Actually, I'm not Ivanov. He's the landlord after I came to the Ural Federation. Not only did he deduct my rent and security deposit, when I finally checked out of my room, he came over with a ING lamp to fix the damage. The police came and told me it was a civil dispute and that I should go to court to fight it. Sukuber, your judge lords of the Urals Federation have hibernated on their dossiers long enough to repair the Siberian Railroad 3 times. I lost 30,000 rubles, and that was almost all my savings. I also heard later that old thing had cheated many college students with this kind of scheme, and some of the female students could only accompany him to bed because they didn't have the money to pay him back. Damn, I haven't even slept with a college student. Before I didn't have the power. I had to admit it. Now that I do, I'm not going to get back at him? So I don't have powers for nothing? Driver, God, why are you telling me this? I just want to live. Where are the crazy people from? Shinfei finished talking to himself, patted his shoulder and asked, "You're a smart man. Tell me, what's your name?" The driver glanced warily at the body of the boss in front of the bank and replied, Day, Mit, Mile. Shinfei didn't pursue the truth, and said very seriously, "Dmitri, you're a smart man, smarter than anyone I've ever met, and you were very good at listening and not interrupting what I was saying. I like you a lot, and right now, I'm going to let you go, but the next time we meet, we're going to be enemies. Do you hear me? Let me go?" The driver had seen countless ruthless people, but when he compared those ruthless people to the man in front of him, he realized that those so-called ruthless people were as kind as elementary school students. You can't find it in reality. But to the driver, the man's figure looked like a character from his fantasy world. The Joker, right. He's got the same neuroticism and insanity in him as the Joker. It's a purposeless purposefulness, order out of chaos, taking pleasure in creating fear. His killings are not mere violence, but a performance, a mockery of the rules of society. Sure, this is just for the fictional country Ural Federation in the overhead alien world. 5. It's you stinky old men who make the hardest money. The driver swallowed hard. You're really going to let me go? Shinfei nodded tenderly. Thank you. Bye. The driver opened the car door in a panic and rushed out with a roll. Behind him, Shinfei raised his Glock pistol expressionlessly, then pulled the trigger. Click. The sound of an empty warehouse hanging up rang out. The trigger linkage disengages from the stopper. The firing pin safety lockout casts a prismatic shadow in the rail groove, and the non-slip pattern on the back of the polymer grip creates a subtle 0.3 mm overhang from the tiger's mouth. That's right. In this Glock pistol in Shinfei's hand, there were no bullets, and because of that, he didn't pull the trigger first, or pick up the enemy's gun and shoot the driver. Though even with the enemy's gun, Shinfei was sure of killing the enemy, but then there could be an accident. One accident in a million. It was also something that Shinfei could not tolerate. Not to mention, wouldn't it be even more of a problem if you ran into a douchebag who was worried that the enemy could just pick up the gun and use it right after he died and set the trajectory to the left? But now, Shinfei had plenty of time to calibrate his guns. Casually picking up an AK-47 whose rifling had been smoothed out, he calmly completed a series of operations such as ejecting the bullet, switching the safety on and off, and aiming, and at that point, the driver had only run about 20 meters. Shinfei shouted, "Hey, Dmitri!" Hearing the commotion coming from behind him, the driver didn't dare to move a step forward and turned his head with difficulty, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. "That, Uncle Ivanov, what's wrong?" Shinfei put a charming smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "It's nice to see you again, Dimitri, but why do you look so serious?" Ha! The driver's entire body was confused, completely unable to keep up with Shinfei's brain circuit. Next, gunshots rang out again in the silence of the deserted street. This time, it's a fully automatic burst. Tada! The bullet tilted out at a speed of 600 rounds per minute, and the powerful recoil shocked Shinfei's tiger's mouth with a sharp pain. There certainly aren't 600 rounds in the magazine. It won't last a minute. In just a few seconds, the driver already had a dozen more bloody holes all over his body. It looks okay from the front. It was nothing more than a bean-sized hole in his shirt broken open and blood running down the seam. Those bullets that underwent a cavity effect spiraled and tumbled through his body. Muscle tissue was compressed to 1/5 of its original volume, and cell membranes ruptured within 0.3 milliseconds. The final presentation is a popcorn-like fracture. His backside was completely battered, the torn tissue tearing and hanging from his skin especially oozing. As for his head, it wasn't much better. The intracranial pressure momentarily exceeded 400 millimeters of mercury and the eyeball was dislodged from the orbit. But even though he was so miserable, he still didn't feel any pain before he died. Brain neurons that are collapsing send the last electrical signals. He's filled with nothing but confusion. Just now, if I had not turned back and ran forward without looking back, isn't it just survive? Shinfei didn't have time to appreciate his death, but was thinking about another more serious matter. Money in the car is as good as gold. What to do? Of course you can't take it all, or else wouldn't you go from hero to blackmailed robber? But, I'm here. If you don't bring any favors, you're not working half the day for nothing, are you? As for expecting government incentives? Stop it. It's the year 2000, and the 7 oligarchs have long since been raking in the dough 200 or 300 years from now, aka ING, 2200 AD. It's not really an exaggeration. Let's just say that the rights to exploit resources for 200 or 300 years are all in the hands of 7 oligarchs, along with debt collateralized by the taxes of future generations. This even includes legal loopholes such as the permanent tax exemption provision. These are all the last few tubes of spinal cord that the 7 oligarchs have drawn from the Soviets' corpse using a shock therapy syringe. What reward for bravery is expected from the current poor government? Up to 1 iron bronze-plated medal. Shinfei thought about what to do while loading gold into his backpack. As his view skimmed over a couple of F1 defense grenades lying quiet and still in the corner of the compartment, a smile of excitement momentarily curved the corners of his mouth. Lemon grenades? Now that's what I call heavenly. Sure enough, I'm God's dad. Favorite cub. There's a way out. After loading half a book bag of gold, Shinfei pulled the pull ring of all the grenades and threw them all to the position of the car's gas tank. Then, quickly jump out of the car and rush into the bank lobby. He had just entered when the deafening sound of an explosion came from behind him. Real men. They never look back at explosions. Hearing the sound of the violent explosion, the survivors in the bank, once again, let out a miserable scream. They didn't know exactly what was going on outside, and no one dared go out to see. Shinfei put his duffel bag on his back and shouted, "Quiet! I'm here to save you." The hall instantly became silent, and a pair of eyes looked at Shinfei, who stood in front of the bank, in panic. The feeling, it's even more frightening than seeing a real robber just now. What's the situation? Do I look that scary? Shinfei looked through the mirror next to him and couldn't help but shiver himself. Carrying a duffel bag and a bloodied AK assault rifle, all covered in blood from being in the car. Can it not be scary? Shinfei dropped the AK-47 in his hand, cleared his throat and said, "Although I don't look like a good person, I really am. I've already killed all the robbers outside. Where's your steward here?" Everyone saw that he didn't have a gun in his hand, which finally calmed him down a little. A svelte man with glasses stood up and said timidly, "Sir, are you really here to save us?" Shinfei snorted coldly. "Doesn't it look like it?" Like, the man replied subconsciously, then quickly waved his hand and shook his head. Like. Thanks. Thank you, hero. On behalf of the entire bank. Shinfei waved his hand and said, "All right, don't be polite. The police will be here later. Is there any water? Pour me a cup of water." He wasn't going to run, and he couldn't. While there wasn't a lot of surveillance in this day and age, the bank was monitored, and his identity could be traced as soon as he was checked. Besides, what's the point of running away when you're justified in what you've done? It was just that Shinfei was thinking about a question. These gold of his own, where should I hide it? There's. The bank manager rushed to bring a glass of water. Shinfei just took the cup of water. His back suddenly loosened, followed by the gold and rubles in his backpack, which all fell out with a crash. Too greedy, overloaded, and forget that just now the backpack received a shot. There was already a hole. So much gold of pressure, but it fell out. Moment. The group of staff in the hall, looking at the gold bearing the bank's mark, as well as the brand new rubles, all wore expressions of immense embarrassment. Cough. Ahem. The svelte bank manager coughed twice and reprimanded. What are you waiting for? Why don't you pick up what the gentleman dropped? Also, another duffel bag of the best quality for the gentleman. Ha! Shinfei all but froze. You can still play like that? Two quick-eyed staff members quickly grabbed a duffel bag with deposit over 1 billion rubles to keep written in Russian and began to help clean up the gold on the floor. Shinfei nodded slightly and looked appreciatively at the Sven lobby manager. Nice young man, can do the job. But, just then, a sharp siren sounded and the police arrived. That's it. It sure looks like all that gold can't be taken away. What he didn't expect was that the Sven bank manager was not the least bit flustered, and said with a smile, Sir, our bank has just launched the bearer deposit business. Do you need to put your gold to deposit it? Shinfei was stunned for a moment, his eyes looking at the Sven bank manager in surprise, unable to figure out why he would be so nice to himself. The manager, seemingly seeing the doubt in his mind, took 2 steps forward and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, Sir, please do me a favor as well. If the police ask you how much money you saw, just answer that you don't know. Yo, it's kind of fun. Is this treating you like a flatbook saint? Shinfei, of course, didn't care, but just asked curiously. Even if all the money was burned, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to restore the total amount burned through technical identification, right? The Sven bank manager smiled. It's true that it's not technically difficult, but it's still not the people who use the technology. Shinfei couldn't help but explode in his heart. It's all this kind of stuff. How good can the Ural Federation be? But, as a vested interest, the anger in Shinfei's heart was quickly replaced by surprise, and he smiled and said, It's still you stinky old ninjas who earn money ruthlessly. The bank manager didn't catch what it meant and just said politely, You flatter me, that's just where it's at. The two of them looked at each other and almost simultaneously let out a jia of laughter. 6. I know you guys are poor, but I didn't realize you were so poor. The shrill sound of alarm bells coming closer and, soon, a couple of beat-up jeeps pulled up in front of the bank. 7 or 8 police officers rushed down, and when they saw the burning van, and the bodies on the ground, they all froze. Shinfei looked at the equipment on the policeman, and he also froze. Good man, what age are the cops still using Makarov PM pistols that were introduced in 1951? Of all the cops, only 2 had OC-11s, the assault rifles known as U-trees, in their hands, and the police officer who rushed to the front as the breacher. The Kevlar lining of his bulletproof vest looked like it had been in service for at least 10 years, and had stretched and broken in many places. The steel inserts are also rusty and have what can only be described as approximately zero protection. As for the bulletproof shields, they seem to have been modified by welding tank track pieces together, inside and out. It reveals an aura of rusticity and simplicity. I know you're poor. I didn't realize you guys were so poor. This equipment, it doesn't even compare to the gangsters who robbed the bank, let alone the mercenary base he went to today. The interviewer at the other place. But even a steel like the Glock G17 can just be given away. The police also noticed Shinfei standing in the lobby of the bank, covered in blood, and recognized him as the most threatening target at the scene. They're very skillful in their tactical maneuvers, though. 4 men were in charge of controlling the hall, alerting everyone while guarding against possible danger. The 2 men stood left and right, one holding the gun normally, the other holding it low and aiming at Shinfei. One of the characters, who looked like he should be a captain-like figure, snapped, Get down on the ground slowly so I can see your hands. Just as Shinfei was planning to cooperate, the bank manager next to him pushed up his glasses and said, What's all this shouting and yelling about? Just know how to yell at our populace. You know how to point a gun at good people. Good people owe you. Ha! We taxpayers pay money to feed a bunch of booze hounds like you? Shinfei didn't expect that the bank manager would be so rigid. What he didn't expect was that the policemen were already accustomed to the public's accusations, and their faces didn't have the slightest bit of extra reaction. The bank manager grunted coldly and continued, If it wasn't for this gentleman today, the bank wouldn't know how much money it would have lost. And then, not to mention your salaries for this year, you won't get half a ruble even next year, the year after that, until you retire. The police captain finally couldn't help himself and snapped, We were on the scene the first time we received the call. Now please cooperate with the law enforcement and tell me what's going on here. The bank manager replied casually, Sophia, you take this police captain to check the surveillance. Having said that, he turned his head to look at Shinfei. His face took on his trademark smile. This gentleman, please come with me over here and do some deposit business. Shinfei looked at the police. Don't I have to cooperate with them to make a statement first? The bank manager smiled and shook his head. It's just as well to do it later. Counting on them won't solve any cases at all anyway. It's amazing that the cops really didn't argue back. Good man. When Shinfei first came to the Urals Federation, he had heard that after the dissolution of the Union, the status of the police and the military had become very low, but didn't realize it was so low. Upon arriving at the banking area, the manager began to get busy. He first weighed the gold bars in Shinfei's backpack, and then began to operate the computer for the account opening business. Because it was a bearer account, there was no need for Shinfei to provide any information. Not far away, the police are all getting busy too. The captain went to check the surveillance, and the rest of the cops split into two groups, a batch of confessions. The other batch went to the door very consciously and started to take photos for evidence, as well as disposing of the blood at the scene and evacuating the onlookers. Throughout, it seems like no one at all wants to cooperate with the police. Shinfei really couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked, "Manager, you all treat the police like this. Is there really no problem?" The bank manager didn't even raise his head. What could possibly go wrong? This bank has been ransacked 3 times this year, and this is the 4th time. Have any of them been solved? Even if the case is solved, that money will be taken from their paychecks and not returned to the bank at all. If it weren't for your bravery this time, the damage would have only been greater. Haven't you heard that one before? The cop is always late. Shinfei wondered, what does this have to do with mercenaries? The bank manager raised his head, sized up Shinfei, and asked politely, "Sir, you haven't been in Petersburg for a long time, have you?" Shinfei nodded. "No wonder you feel strange." The bank manager continued with the account opening business while explaining, "This country didn't used to be like this, but even if you haven't been here long, you should have heard of shock therapy, right? Simply put, just don't care about anything and let it happen." Shinfei nodded. It was a history he had learned about in his previous life, and it was indeed a bit odd. The bank manager was chatty and willing to answer Shinfei's question. Shock therapy ruined this country, and now the oligarchs are the ones who own it. Those ING guys control over 70% of the resources and wealth of this country. The government doesn't have the money. The military doesn't have the money. But things need to be taken care of. Soldiers educated with patriotism need to be paid a large pension if they die in battle. Even if they don't have a job, they still have to provide for them. Shinfei came to a realization. No wonder. There's a reason for all of it. Actually, if you know a little more about it, you'll know that this country, itself, has a lot more magic going on. Shinfei had another question in his mind. Would King Volikin, who had just taken office, let a private armed force develop and grow without any intervention? The KGB wouldn't agree, would they? The bank manager handed over a bearer passbook and said, "Sir, your deposit operation is done. A total of 553 kilograms of gold, and 420,000 rubles. Shinfei nodded and added, "Get me 50,000 rubles in cash." At this time there was no internet payment, and you had to rely on cash to go out. No problem. The bank manager withdrew the cash as requested, handed over a business card, and said with a smile, "I'd like to ask you a rhetorical question about your earlier question. Do you think that the Sinaloa drug cartel, the largest in Mexico, would be a true, private company? That's all I can say. You may call me Pavel from now on, that is my name." 8 consecutive draws. Shinfei is cool to the sky. After conducting business, Shinfei cooperated with the police to start making statements. The process was simple and the police officers were routine, briefly inquiring about the process and registering personal information along the way. There was only one hiccup in the process. The police insisted that the Glock G17 pistol in Shinfei's hand should be sealed as material evidence and that he had to pay a fine of 2,000 rubles because he did not have a license to carry a gun. As for his act of bravery, he will be rewarded with a medal and a bonus. Get your own medals at the station. Bonus? Wait until the earmarks are approved from above. At the mention of fines, the police really came to the rescue, and no persuasion from the bank manager was of any use. In the end there was no way out. Shinfei directly paid a deposit of 10,000 rubles. Now not only did he get his gun back, but the police went along and gave him a certificate of possession at the scene. The attitude was so polite. Shinfei only said at that time, "Brothers, I still like your untamed appearance. You recover. Good man." Shinfei did not doubt for a moment that if the police's matching gun was also a 9mm caliber bullet, it was estimated that it could all be sold to him on the spot for another 100 rounds. Aha! This magical society. After changing into the clothes provided by the bank manager and cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, after walking out of the bank, Shinfei had 2 thoughts firmly in his mind. First, making money. Earn it hard. Don't think he's cursing the oligarchs now, but if he were an oligarch, it would be a completely different situation. What oligarchs? Dude, that's an economic ecological oxygenator. After all, when there's so much money that you can buy an entire river, who needs to go down and touch the fish themselves? Except for the fishing guys. The second objective beyond that is that this mercenary is good. This mercenary has to be listening to the bank manager, coupled with Shinfei's own knowledge of the Urals Federation, the Wagner mercenary group. Odds are, is the political legacy given to King Vorokin after the Russian young emperor stepped down. Otherwise, Xiao Luo will have no one and no money. What's the point of fighting the oligarchs and the entrenched generals in the military? Now that you've crossed over, you'll have to ride on this wind. Shen Fei thought so in his heart, casually stopped a cab, reported the name of a gun store, and began to check the system. The bullets are out. They have to be replenished. Also, now that there is money, one must not buy some other weaponry. He's heard that, whether you go to the police station as a cop or to Wagner as a mercenary, then you have to carry your own weapon. Hey, you don't say black. That's it. How many people can't find their way out of the door with a lantern? Look at the old American side. You still have to buy your own clothes when you're a soldier. There's also rent money for the dorms. That's called a geode. Sitting in the car, Shen Fei looked out at the snowy scene on the street and excitedly shouted in his heart. System, lottery, ding, lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning a gold watch. Shen Fei's shoulder bag sank, and instantly there was an additional golden pocket watch with an ancient shape. Not as powerful as the first draw, but not bad. Again, lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing length plus 1 cm. Little Shen Fei is starting to change, and the rich woman can't walk away from watching. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility plus 1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing a pair of sneakers. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing intelligence x1. The lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lifetime VIP on tomato novels. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the singing proficiency level C drawing. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill-killing intent resonance. A series of rewarding beeps rang out. Shen Fei looked down carefully, and what interested him the most was the killing intent resonance. Tapping on the skill to view the details, he found that this skill was similar to spider sense. The function was simple. If someone was within 30 meters and had a killing intent towards him, then Shen Fei would be able to sense it. It's simple, but it's super practical. Unfortunately, the distance is a bit shorter and I don't know if it can be upgraded in the future. The second thing that interested him was that the system could even give information. That's very useful. Precognition is definitely the most anticlimactic bug. He couldn't wait to click on the intel and read it. Then his face sank. It says, at 8:14 p.m. tonight, members of the Neva Brotherhood will go to the Monosov Scholars neighborhood to look for Ivanov. But because Ivanov is not at home, he has escaped for the time being. The old thing is pretty lucky. Shen Fei had also planned to go to him and ask for his 30,000 rubles back, but he didn't realize that he wasn't at home today. How's that work? I can suffer that? I just activated the system. Shen Fei pondered briefly, took out his cell phone and found Ivanov's phone number in the blacklist, then called it. Toot, toot. After a while, the phone connected and Ivanov's kind voice rang out. Hello, who is this? Please. That's right. Not only did he have a kind voice, he looked like a college professor. It is with this appearance that I don't know how many foreign students in foreign countries have been deceived. Shen Fei forced back the nausea in his heart and smiled. Uncle Ivanov, I am Shen Fei. Ivanov froze and asked back in wonder. Shen Fei? That Shen Fei? Do we know each other? God damn it. I just had a lawsuit against you a month ago, and I even stayed in your house, and you forgot about me? It is evident that this old thing has cheated many people on a regular basis. Forget about the good. Forgetting saves you from having to find another reason. Shen Fei smiled and said, Uncle Ivanov, I heard that you have a house for rent at school, and I have 3 people on my side, a boy, a Chinese girl, and a Japanese girl want to rent your house. He remembers it very well. This old man loves Chinese and Japanese women. Actually, it's not just him. A lot of old white men are the same. Always feel that Asian women are gentle and considerate. Bird-like, any beating and scolding not to return the favor. Oh, but then again, it's true that there are a lot of easily girls who, when they meet a foreigner, look as if they are still living in the Qing dynasty. 3. Ivanov pretended to think, but in fact, he was already happy inside, and waited for 10 seconds or so before saying, Are you guys in a hurry? What a coincidence. I came out to do some errands today and wasn't at home. Shen Fei said with difficulty, It's quite urgent. I'm fine, but those 2 girls don't have a place to stay, and they all look so pretty. You know, it's dangerous to spend the night out. 8. Hang a fairy wand in front of you and you'll run faster than anyone. There was silence on the other end of the line and, after a full nearly a minute, Ivanov finally made a decision. Well then, I was going to go to a very important place tonight, but who made the old man? I'm just happy to help. I'll meet you guys at the house. You come over and sign the contract and you can move in tonight. It's a done deal. Shen Fei forced a smile in his heart and exhorted. Okay, Ivanov, we'll go over about 8 o'clock, so you can be sure to wait for us at home. Ivanov laughed. Don't worry. Uncle Ivanov, Am most honest. The phone hung up, and the joy in Shinfei's heart was already about to reach its peak. Just then, too, the gun store arrived. Shinfei gave the cab driver 100 rubles and told him to wait outside the door for a while he went to the gun store to pick up supplies. There are more regulations on the market. You can buy assault rifles, but if you want to buy a pistol, it will be very restrictive. This is why mainstream handguns are expensive on the black market. Shinfei wandered around the store and found that there wasn't much good stuff. Most of them are locally made double-barreled shotguns, and the few assault rifles are the common ones like the AK-47 assault rifle, AKMS assault rifle, and AKS-74U short assault rifle. As for the world's current mainstream M16S, FN SCARs, VHS-2 assault rifles, etc., not a single one. A weapon is a soldier's life, especially after obtaining the shooting specialization skill. No one understood the importance of a handy weapon better than Shinfei. Even if you get a mainstream weapon, you'll have to modify it later to reach the top. As for guns like the AK-47, the biggest advantage is that they're cheap, sturdy and durable, and there really isn't much else beyond that. Especially point-blank shots over 100 meters are very inaccurate. Better turn around and ask Gold what channels he has when he returns the money. Shinfei dispelled his plan to buy a gun, and in the end, he only purchased 2 base 9mm pistol rounds, 2 more very ordinary military knives, and a civilian telescope. A total of 140 rubles were spent. With these things, Shinfei took a cab back to the Monosov scholar community and found an inn to stay in. He knew the area well enough to know that he could see Ivanov's home through the windows of this hotel. Just looking through the binoculars for a moment, there was no one in the living room, and the bedroom had the window drawn, so I don't know exactly if they were at home or not. That's okay. Anyway, the good show will have to wait until the evening. After doing all the preparations, Shinfei took a bath and comfortably lay on the bed, intending to have a good sleep first. Coincidentally, there was a Chinese couple living next door. The key hotel soundproofing is still bad. Shinfei seemed to be sleeping when he heard a strange movement coming from next door. Hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss. No hit, no hit. Let's make you miss, let's make you miss, let's make you miss. Ante, 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 ante. Hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss. Ante, hit it, hit it. My mother. Dislikes are solid. I'm so tired. I can't believe it's ruining me. The young couple tossed and turned for nearly 2 hours before finally quieting down. Shinfei doesn't have any friends in U province, either. Really cannot understand. These two people in the end do what? Wagner mercenary base. Training grounds. The cold wind of -9 degrees swept through the training ground with ice. Hundreds of recruits wearing thin undershirts and boxers were running around. Frost was frozen on their gnarled back muscles, their faces were beaded with sweat, and each of them looked as if they had been taken out of the water. More exaggeration. Among these, surprisingly, were a dozen female soldiers. Goldcoin held a megaphone in his hand and yelled sternly, "Faster, faster, faster, you ing assholes, can't you even run? I'm telling you, even the old lady pimping at the door can run faster than you, and those women, they can't run, can they? If you hung a fairy wand in front of you, you'd run faster than anyone." The gruff voice coupled with a hysterical roar echoed throughout the training ground. No one retorted to the instructor, they were used to hearing such insults. After the daily insults, Gold continued, "Rookies, think about what you came here for. What is the purpose of your abandonment of your country, your nation, your religion, your faith, your ideological compromise? Do you want to fight for a piece of the sky that belongs to you with your own blood and courage? Do you want endless amounts of money, endless women too, or men? You've put in 3 months of hard work, and you're about to have your final test. Wagner will give you everything you want if you can get through, but if you are eliminated, then all your efforts will be worthless. Think about your school-going sisters, think about your domestic abused moms, think about your wimpy fathers, and think about a country that is as bad as it can get. Run, keep running." Verbal abuse coupled with motivation mobilized the desire within all the recruits present, driving them to run faster and steadier. Gold dropped the megaphone and walked with a dashing stride to the edge of the training ground, picking up a charcoal-grilled red sausage and biting into it, and taking a sip of the highly charged vodka. The instructor next to him smiled and said, "Gold, you're the strictest instructor in Wagner, but I think you're the best teacher. No one wants to talk to those rookies, except you, with all that crap." Goldcoin wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and looked at the new recruits on the training ground and said, "I just want to wait to make their deaths a little more worthwhile, on the battlefield." That instructor took a bite of the roasted meat and said, "How many people do you think will pass tomorrow's test?" Goldcoin, more than half of them make it into the ordinary mercenary sequence, but the elite squad, not a single one. The instructor was taken aback and asked rhetorically, "Not a single one? Aren't there a few?" Goldcoin interrupted, "They're not good enough. They have to work out for at least a year in a normal unit before they might be eligible for selection into the elite squad. Never have compassion on them. Letting unqualified people into the elite squad will only get them killed. And it will get us killed. The instructor nodded and didn't say another word. Just then, the man with the prosthetic eye in his left orbital socket ran over with a bunch of photos, looked at the gold coins and said excitedly, "I really let your kid guess right. That gun. It went off. 9. You. What the? God damn it." Goldcoin gave a smile of a sure thing and took the photo and looked at it. All of them are pictures of bodies. It's very gory, but in the eyes of the people around, the standard bloody hole in the corpse's brow was more beautiful and alluring than a beautiful woman's carcass. It's simply art. Righteous Eye laments. Pistol. 50 meters, 18 rounds, 8 kills, 4 of them double tap. 4 double taps? Hearing this word, even the several instructors couldn't help but widen their eyes. Double tap refers to firing 2 consecutive shots at the same target in a short period of time, i.e., 2 rounds hitting a single bullet hole. To be able to play like that on the practice field is considered a marksman. In the middle of a real battle, even they would have a hard time making a shot like that with a pistol. One of them spoke up and inquired, "Is this the work of that troop's soldier king?" Another instructor looked at the shape of the bullet hole and was filled with surprise. 9mm pistol rounds? This is the Chinese student who came to interview today? Good lord, with that kind of precision, he still says he doesn't have any special experience? Hearing this, the instructors present were again surprised. What did they hear? A rookie international student who came for an interview with a pistol in a real battle, and shot like this? Are you kidding me? Are all students so good these days? It's almost like playing an FPS game on the fly. After looking at all the photos, Goldcoin slowly raised his head and asked the most crucial question. So, why did he come to the interview today and hide his strength? Just here to trick us into becoming his guarantors for the guns? These corpses, what are they again? Righteous Eye recounted what Shinfei had done in the bank today. Originally, that bank wasn't far from the Wagner mercenary base to begin with, and it would be strange not to know about something as big as this happening. And after hearing that Shinfei had actually seen justice, the expression of the gold coins became even more wonderful. He smiled and said, "Captain, perhaps our squad, once again, is finally waiting for a true marksman once again." Righteous Eye, that's still up in the air. Regarding his identity, the headquarters side is still investigating, but since there's this hint, how can we not go and take a look? Come on, we left his address at the interview. Let's go find him. The ones who robbed the bank today were from the Neva Brotherhood, and they're likewise looking for him all over the city. Shinfei's situation right now, it's not too optimistic. I just tried calling him and I never got through either. Goldcoin said nothing, nodding slowly and following Righteous Eye out of the training ground. If Shinfei is really the marksman they're looking for, then the little brotherhood of Neva, a bunch of petty thieves and robbers. What's the point? At 7:30 p.m., Ivanov returned home. As usual, just as soon as he entered the living room, he took off all his clothes and went straight to the third room on the left. Click! He pressed a switch on the wall by the door. The blinding lights came on. Ivanov walked over to an entire wall of glass display cases and elegantly lit a cigarette, admiring his masterpiece with intoxication. What was placed on that was not any valuable antique, but a picture of a beautiful girl, as well as their intimate apparel, or headbands, hair accessories, things like that. Let's see, who should I watch today? His eyes roamed the walls greedily, like an ancient king overlooking his kingdom. In the end, his furry arm, parked in front of the 6th loft in the 3rd row, open up, taking a sexy pink chubby inside. He held it in his hand and rubbed it carefully, finally laying it slowly over his face. The flavor on it is long gone, but it was as if he could still recall bits and pieces of what had been through the suffocating sensation of the fabric. A moment of intoxication. He lovingly put the fat boy back in place and grabbed the flash drive inside again and walked out of the room to the bathroom. On the walls of the bathroom, waterproof glass was mounted, and behind the glass was a full 40-inch monitor. In this day and age, there are very few people who can afford a similar monitor. He plugged the flash drive into the doorway spot and turned on the monitor with the remote control again before turning on the warm air with the shower and letting out the comforting hot water. The black screen monitor flickered for a moment, followed closely by the start of the screen. It was a girl exactly like the one in the photo, except in the video she was on her knees, crying and pleading. Comforting hot water drenched Ivanov's entire body. The expression of enjoyment on his face and the girl's agonizing struggle in the picture presented two very different worlds. He enjoys the feeling that, care-sth, such a life. It's about time. 2 more pretty girls are coming. Phew, what should I use to make you behave this time? A visual treat for the eyes. Warmth in the body. Brainstorming fantasies. The 3 sensations intertwined with each other, almost making him feel at the peak of his life, using all sorts of tactics to play with the psyche and drive the female tenants who rented his house to open their legs obediently. This is his life. For each success, a brand new collectible will be added to the shelves of the house next door. Soon, Ivanov washed up, changed into a clean suit, trimmed his face, and sat quietly in a chair and waited. Every time he meets with a new tenant, it's the most exciting and difficult time for him. He desperately wanted to know what the girl looked like, her personality, her family, her experiences, everything. He would even conceptualize the girl in his mind ahead of time and then use her to compare her to reality. If there are similarities, he will become more excited. 7:55 p.m., 8 p.m., bang, bang bang. The knock on the door was right on time. Ivanov cleared his throat and stood up slowly like a gentleman. First impressions are very important. He came to the door and opened the room, his trademark kind smile on his face as he spoke slowly. You can count on. Ivanov's voice crunched to a halt, because he was shocked to realize that what stood outside the door was not the one man and two women tenants from the phone call. Instead, it was a group of existences dressed in black with various tattoos that were not to be messed with at a glance. Ivanov asked in surprise, who are you looking for? The leader, a tall, lean man, inquired in a condescending, cold voice. Are you Ivanov? Ivanov shook his head hastily. No, I'm not. Ivanov lives in the building across the street. What he doesn't realize is that Shinfei was in the opposite building, quietly enjoying the scene through the binoculars in his hand. Still trying to lie to me? I'd been asking around for half a day. The tall, lean man waved his hand. Asterisk him for me. Who? A dozen men rushed in and grabbed Ivanov without explanation and beat him up. Asterisk you. Weren't you great on the phone? Where's your arrogance? Dare to offend our brotherhood? You're tired of living, aren't you? Beat me to death. After a fat beating, Ivanov completely lost the gentleman and kindness he had just had. Not only was his face covered in blood, but even a large portion of his teeth had been knocked out. However, when he heard that the other side turned out to be a fraternity, in addition to the physical pain, he was suffering psychologically. He thought about all the people he had sinned against, and really didn't know what exactly he had done to offend the brotherhood. God forbid. He's just an unscrupulous landlord who bullies foreigners. How dare he mess with the local gangs? No one listened to his explanations. The beating lasted nearly 20 minutes. The neighbor next door had wanted to come out to see what the commotion was about, but the door had just opened a crack when he hurried to close it 10 times as fast. In this day and age, the one thing you can't mess with is gangs. After the gang of gangsters tired of fighting, the tall man grabbed Ivanov, who was already sitting on the ground like a dead dog, and said in a cold voice, asterisk it. Give him a piece of paper and a pen, and tell him to write down all the people he's sinned against. Mobsters aren't cuties either. Of course they knew that the other person could be anyone, but it would never be Ivanov. Most likely, it was someone Ivanov had offended. But we're here. It always feels like something is missing without a beating. Ivanov's speech became leaky and he was in a trance, but he did not in the least disobey the other's orders and hurriedly wrote. In a few moments, the whole sheet is filled with names of people who have been guilty of his sins. When Ivanov finished writing, the tall man froze at the dozens of names on it, and at the thought of having to investigate them one by one. He couldn't help but roar. You've offended so many people? Old me, a gangster, hasn't offended as many people as you have? God damn it. Fight. Beat all the remaining half of his teeth until they're all gone too. 10. The world's it only picks on honest people. After admiring the former landlord's tragic situation, Shinfei packed everything into his duffel bag, went downstairs to take a taxi, and rushed to the Wagner mercenary base. Just now, Righteous Eyes had contacted him, informing Shinfei that he had passed the interview and would be able to report to work this evening. Obviously, Wagner already knows what happened at the bank today and knows it was Shinfei who did it. This intelligence capability beats the so-called third mob in Petersburg. So what are you waiting for? If you live outside, you might actually be found by the gangsters. Mercenary is indeed a very dangerous job. However, with the addition of the kill and explode skill system, it was undoubtedly Shinfei's best choice at the moment. No background. Then fight it out on your own. No one to help me with my ambition. I will tread on my own blood to the top of the mountain. Looking at the street scene that quickly swept by outside the window, Shinfei excitedly clenched his fists. He's looking forward to it with immense anticipation. What heights can one reach in the near future? Will compose? Again. What kind of unbelievable life? Half an hour later, the cab arrived at the Wagner base. Two men, as strong as hills, waited at the main entrance. Seeing Shinfei, they greeted him. Righteous Eye extended his hand with a bright smile on his face. Hello Mr. Shin. To reacquaint myself, my codename is Righteous Eye, and I'm the captain of Wagner's Estate, Peter's division, Team 7. Gold Coin followed and introduced himself. You can call me Gold Coin. a member of Team 7. Shinfei wore a smile on his face. You all know my information. I don't have a code name, but you have strength. Gold is a straightforward character. Sighing, 18 shots in real life, 8 kills, and 4 double combos. I apologize for my misjudgment of your strength during the interview today. Righteous Eye followed suit. Not to mention him, even I, the captain, looked away. To put it mildly, you don't even have calluses on your hands from practicing with a gun. And you're so white that I just can't relate to a precision shooter. Both were quick to say what they had to say. And they were smart enough not to ask Shinfei in the slightest why they hid their strength during the interview during the day. Mercenaries. All have secrets of their own. Shinfei liked dealing with people like this. You guys are too flattering. I'm also just a little more accurate at shooting guns. I'm still weak in other places. May I ask if you have called me here to inform me that I have passed the test? Righteous Eyes nodded heavily. Of course, your shooting skills alone are enough for you to enter the Wagner mercenary unit for recruit training as a specialty. Regular troops? Recruit training? So it seems like there should be other combat units? Shinfei had never been a soldier in his previous life either, and he had even less understanding of mercenaries, and he didn't rush to ask. Sooner or later, we'll get to the bottom of it anyway. Goldcoin looked Shinfei up and down and smiled. Divine Archer, do you mind showing us your strength? If it was just ordinary mercenaries, it wouldn't have been worth digging up for the two of them personally. They were looking at Shinfei's precision rapid fire and wanted to develop him into a part of the 7 teams. Until then, they need to evaluate Shinfei on all fronts. Shinfei nodded crisply. Why not? The trio smiled at each other as they stepped into the Wagner base and walked through the huge training grounds, eventually arriving at the outdoor shooting range. The field is as big as 3 or 4 soccer fields. Even though it's nighttime, there are still a lot of people practicing with their guns. They all straightened up and saluted after seeing the Righteous Eye and the gold coins. It was able to be seen that the two had a high status and were strong enough to convince people. As for Shinfei beside them, or be ignored, either that or just a casual glance. The three came to an unoccupied shooting position, and Righteous Eye inquired, Shinfei, what kind of gun are you good with? Or do you mean, start with that Glock of yours? Although Shinfei had obtained the skills rewarded by the system, he had actually only used Glock and AK-47. Now that you have the opportunity to shoot targets for free, how can you not experience other firearms? Bullets are expensive. Shinfei smiled and said, I want to experience the full series. Is that okay? Oh, hearing his words, many of the mercenaries beside him cast playful glances. This must be a newbie, because no shooting veteran would dare, at Wagner's range, to say such a thing. Many people had already begun to look forward to the exciting scene of Shinfei's nose being smashed by the recoil when he used a large caliber pistol later. Righteous Eye nodded slowly. Of course, except that the full range we have here may be a bit more involved than you think. He turned his head to a shooting instructor next to him and said, Captain Kuznetsov, please prepare the full range of firearms. For Mr. Shinfei, the ranks here are the same as the police and the army. Yes, Captain Kuznetsov saluted and left with a few mercenaries. In a few moments, they pushed right in 3 gun cabinets, each 2 meters high, that were specifically designed to store weapons. Open the cabinet door to reveal the assortment of firearms hanging inside. Pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns. With the exception of sniper rifles, it covers almost all of the most mainstream types of firearms in the world today. As for why there are no sniper rifles, it's because the training grounds are different. Usually, the sniper's test is separate from all other firearms tests as well. Such a scene attracted the attention of more mercenaries present. After all, it's been a long time since we've seen anyone challenge the full range of firearms. Goldcoin took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Shinfei, you may begin your performance. A gun. It's full of guns. Seriously. Shinfei looked at the 3 walls full of firearms around him. How could his mood not be excited? In his country, after all, the average person may never get a chance to shoot a gun in their life. Even if you chose to go into the military, after 2 years of mandatory service, you'd probably have more opportunities to play with guns in the recruiting company. When I got off the company, I had to take advantage of training days and practice for a few hours. As for that logistics unit, the most opportunity they get to be seconded is to get their guns serviced and their bullets pressed. Pressure bullets. It's an absolute nightmare for new recruits. Shinfei walked to the pistol cabinet first, and with a glance, he was immediately attracted to the M1911 semi-automatic pistol with all his attention. Is it a good gun? Reliable movement of the mechanism, good safety and low failure rate, but he is also heavyweight. Large size, shooting recoil, shooting accuracy can only be described as average. Totally unsuitable for tactical missions that require high ammunition capacity, lightweight concealed carry, or extreme reliability. In today's timeline, better guns than him, and a lot more. But, can't help but have the emotion added to it. The Battle of Iwo Jima, 1945. The Marine's calloused index finger pulled the trigger, and the brass casing arced darkly through the volcanic ash. The sound of the Colt M1911's hammer impact pierced the salty sea air of the Pacific Ocean and became the first salute as the stars and stripes were planted on the high ground. In the meat grinder trenches of Verdun, the roar of the M1911 overpowered the hiss of the Maxim machine gun. On Omaha Beach, a Ranger Sergeant's M1911 sleeve is rusted by seawater but still spews angry tongues of fire until, in the shadows of the Normandy hedge wall, the gun's non-slip stripe has mingled with the blood in his palm. In his previous life, Shen Fei, like countless players who love COD, witnessed Task Force 141 being blocked on a bridge by a Mi-24 Do helicopter gunship, with only 2 surviving team members left. Price threw the last M1911 to his hand-picked crew Soap. The Soap doesn't let him down and manages to survive by killing Zakayev, who was distracted by the explosion of the helicopter. At the end of the story, when Soap also dies at the hands of Makarov's gun, Price, for the last time, puts the M1911, which is covered with scratches and has witnessed his life's legend, on Soap's body. Recalling those unforgettable moments in his mind, Shen Fei slowly reached out his hand and gently gripped the M1911 semi-automatic pistol. The gun is heavy. The age-old engravings engraved on the sleeve are always reminding Shen Fei of what a glorious history he once had. Shen Fei took a deep breath, slowly raised his head and asked, "Excuse me, can we begin?" In this moment, when possessing a weapon, the aura on Shen Fei's body was completely different from the one he had before. 11 and at this moment they honor him as a god. Goldcoin looked at Shen Fei at this moment, slightly lost in thought. Daytime, when he saw the bullet holes in the photos of the bodies, it was hard for him to associate outstanding work like that with a thin, well-mannered, 18-year-old, but he knew that Righteous Eye's intel couldn't be wrong. Out of trust in the captain, they began to contact Shen Fei and managed to invite him to the Wagner mercenary base. When meeting Shen Fei for the second time, although he tried to convince himself, there was still no way he could believe that Shen Fei possessed breathtakingly accurate shooting skills. But now, when he saw Shen Fei, who was holding a M1911 semi-automatic pistol and standing in front of the target course, waiting for the command to fire, he finally began to try to believe that inside this skinny body, perhaps there really is a hidden, unbelievable power. More and more mercenaries were attracted to the side. Among them were also several instructors who were by the training ground during the day, as well as several interviewers who had interviewed Shen Fei early in the morning. Whispers rang out. "He's Shen Fei? Yes, I met him during the interview, and his views on some of the issues really struck me. But he doesn't even have calluses on his hands. Does he really have the ability to hit 4 double taps in a real battle? It shouldn't be a coincidence. Yes or no? The person is here. We'll find out later. So many gun cabinets. He's not really going to try to fight the whole series, is he? Have you guys ever met anyone who played the full series? Maybe the first and second squads have that kind of strength, and so can those ace squads at headquarters, but how are we qualified to see them practicing their guns?" The voices around them grew louder and noisier. Righteous Eyes didn't interrupt their discussion, looked down at the military watch timer on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, 50-meter target. Ready. With a command, the staff of the range quickly placed a human-shaped target in the target lane where Shen Fei was. 50 meters position. All the mercenaries fell silent. 50 meters is already the longest effective range for almost any handgun ever. After all, on the actual battlefield, handguns are usually used for little more than mop-ups or to supplement firepower when conducting CQB operations. It's always faster to change pistols than bullets, and it's faster to use a dagger than to change a pistol. But for the vast majority of people, beyond 50 meters, you have to rely on faith-based shooting, and it's all about luck if you hit. The barrel is that long. There's no way around it. From 50 meters, the center of the target's 10th ring is a red dot the size of a sesame seed. Even those with bad eyes can't see the red dots of the 10 rings clearly. When the staff retired, Righteous Eye's voice sounded again. "Shen Fei, you have 2 magazines of 11, 43mm pistol rounds in front of you. You can use the first magazine to calibrate the firearm you are using." Shen Fei didn't hold his head high. He skillfully replaced the first magazine, turned on the safety, aimed, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. A loud gunshot rang out. The M1911 sprayed a dazzling fire, and 7 tracer rounds, their tails glowing red, flashed before people's eyes. Tracer bullets differ from other bullet warheads in that the warhead glows in flight and shows trajectory in low light or dark environments, assisting the shooter with trajectory corrections. It is also used on the range to be able to show the shooter the trajectory and bullet distribution. 7 rounds, 7 seconds of rapid fire. Such a firing speed alone was enough to put many of the mercenaries present, who were known for being fast shooters, to shame. After all, if you're just emptying the mag, 2 seconds is enough, but to hit the target, You have to control the kinetic energy that follows the first shot hit, i.e., recoil management. Shinfei pressed down on the muzzle and turned off the safety. This set of processes can't really be said to add much safety, and the politeness implication is actually a bit stronger. After all, M1911 has a variety of insurance agencies. The manual safety, grip safety, and half-standby strike safety provide good protection against accidental misfires. Plus the magazines are empty. Shinfei was even less likely to make the kind of mistakes that only a novice white, like Goldfinger, would make. After making sure the gun was not pointed at the target, Righteous Eye murmured, "Fetch the target paper." The staff quickly fetched the target, and the eyes of the mercenaries around them all looked to the location of the bullseye. Shinfei was also looking at the target paper, but was not concerned about the score, but was looking at the ballistic distribution. The first thing to do with an unfamiliar firearm is to test fire it. People need to get used to guns, and the gun. Pick your own masters, too. This relationship was very subtle, and if it wasn't for Shinfei's possession of the system reward skill, it would not have been possible to sense this layer of reasoning at all. Righteous Eye, report the target. The staff snapped. 1 round of 10 rings, 4 rounds of 9 rings, 1 round of 8 rings, 1 round of 7 rings. At first glance, that doesn't seem like too much of an accomplishment, but as a first test firing with an unfamiliar firearm, it was breathtaking enough. The corner of Righteous Eye's mouth sketched a smile as he continued. Shinfei, can we officially begin? Shinfei changed to a new magazine, turned on the safety, aimed at the target on the target lane, and slowly nodded his head. Righteous Eye stared at the timer on his watch and said in a deep voice, 10 seconds to rapid fire and empty the magazine. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. The moment the words fell, the shots rang out again, and this time even faster than the last. When the gunfire stopped, Righteous Eye pressed the timer, stared at the numbers on it in shock and amazement, and lost his voice. 432 seconds. Shinfei, you've created a new all-time record. On this range, less than 6 seconds to empty an M1911 magazine? The eyes of the surrounding mercenaries were equally filled with shock and disbelief. But being fast is one thing. Ultimately it comes down to shooting performance. Although in the middle of actual combat, it is about absolute speed, relative accuracy, and firing before the enemy is king. But it's at the range, and with the previous test firing results to pave the way, they are even more curious about what kind of miracle Shinfei can actually create. The staff ran all the way to get the target paper. The whispers resumed. How many rings do you guys think you can hit? It was so fast I didn't even see the tracer trajectory, but it shouldn't score too badly. You say that as if you didn't. That's right. People have been able to shoot passable scores on test firing, and now that they're officially shooting, the scores are only going to get better. It's just that I'm really curious as to how much better they're going to get. 3 rounds of 10 rings? That's probably as good as it gets. He upped his speed, and I'm guessing up to 2 10-ring rounds, and the total should be in the low to mid-60s. Maybe it'll be even better? Stop it. You guys have seen how good instructor Righteous Eye shooting is. I don't think Shinfei can even surpass him in accuracy while surpassing him in speed. Yeah, relatively accurate. Absolutely fast is already the limit. No one can be absolutely fast and absolutely accurate. That's something only a demon can do. Amidst a chorus of whispers, the staff ran to the target paper. When he saw the grades on it, he revealed an expression as if he had seen an alien. Frozen and speechless. What's the situation? Is it hard to get a bad grade? Many of those present began to speculate. Goldcoin's brow furrowed slightly, and only prosthetic eye managed to remain absolutely calm. He said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Report the target." The staff swallowed hard and stammered, shouting, 7 rounds, 10 rings, total score, 70 rings. What? Hearing such an achievement, the mercenaries present all showed shocked expressions, and the sound of sucking in cold air resounded continuously at the range. It's true what they say. If you don't know how to shoot, facing such an achievement is like a frog in a well seeing the bright moon. But, for the average mercenary in the room, and even some of the average instructors, they knew how to play with guns better than the average person. At this point, they see such an achievement. It is nothing less than a mayfly seeing the sky. Pistols, 50 meters, 5 seconds less than 6 seconds of rapid fire, 7 rounds of ammunition, ring 70. When this single piece of data surfaced in their minds, what was exchanged was a gaze that looked at Shinfei with shock and disbelief. When I first arrived, no one takes Shinfei too seriously. Just think of them as foreigners visiting for pleasure, or friends of one of the instructors, or maybe they were sent by their employers to talk business and come to the range for fun. At this moment, they honored him as if he were a god. The signing was a success. Boys. 12. The hardest thing for a wasp to compress when they get a gun is not the recoil, it's the corners of the mouth. 70 rings? A perfect score? How the hell did he do that? Could this be the legendary demon record? That's a brand new record. Aren't guns banned in China? Why is it that every Chinese I meet is a sharpshooter? Oh, I once worked in a shooting range. Chinese people always tell me that they are the first time to touch the gun. Very nervous, very afraid, will not play, but when they really start to shoot, the upper hand is the mutiny. Either the backhand pull the bolt, or the 3.1 line standard according to the gun posture. More terrible time. They shoot the sweeping, the corners of their mouths are hung with a nearly crazy smile. It's too scary. Simply a bunch of crazy people. I've heard of that too. And there was this 92-year-old woman who, I swear to God, couldn't even walk, but after picking up a gun and shooting it, she was like a different person. 97 rings in 10 shots. They call it a bloodline awakening. That's something I can relate to. All the Chinese mercenaries I've come into contact with, there's never been a single one that has gotten PTSD post-battlefield syndrome. It's as if for them, killing is not something unacceptable. I've been to China, and the people there talk about the war without any fear, but instead get more and more excited. Oh, all Chinese have the MAOA warrior gene. They are a fighting people. Whoever dares to keep them out of the ground, they will plant whoever they want in the ground. After the shock, the mercenaries at the shooting range chatted from Shin Fei's performance all the way to the issue of genes and bloodlines. Gold coin and righteous, I didn't stop them and let the discussion go on. Shin Fei is the future seed of their 7th team. The stronger he is, the stronger Team 7 is. With having honor, how is this Shin Fei's achievement alone? Distinctly their 7th team score. By the time a couple of other teams get back from their missions, let them feel the fear of being dominated by a demon. Good gun. Shin Fei pressed the magazine release knob with his left thumb to make sure there was no excess residue, and then used his left hand to pull open the sleeve to complete the last step of the chamber clearing operation. By the time he returned the gun to its original position, the entire training ground was instantly silent. Everyone's eyes were all focused on him alone. Everyone was looking forward to what weapon Shin Fei would choose for his next hand, and what kind of heaven-defying shooting standard he would display. That's the effect Shin Fei wanted. Obviously having strength but hiding it and waiting for the opportunity to play pig in a poke. That was not his style. He had to make Wagner understand that he had a use for him. Only then. It was only then that he could have more chances to kill the enemy, gain system rewards, and become more powerful. Next. Who's next? Shin Fei's gaze swept through the cabinet full of pistols. He skimmed over the Glock series, and skimmed over smaller caliber pistols like the Beretta M92F, and the Sig Sauer P226. They work great. It's one of those things that doesn't have anything too notable about it and simply works well. What he's looking for now are guns that aren't common on a regular basis, or that other people wouldn't use. Soon, Shin Fei's eyes were drawn to the corner of the gun cabinet, a model Colt 1873 single-action, 45 caliber revolver. Military fans generally refer to him as SAA. This gun is well known in two places. One is the period of the Great West in the United States of America, when revolvers were almost standard issue for cowboys. Arthur Morgan, the main character of the Wilderness Dart, uses this gun. Also, in the first installment of the Daredevil movie series, Stallone used the same revolver. Shin Fei picked up the revolver, looked up and asked, "Can you prepare some 45 caliber cold bullets for me?" The M1911 he had just used was actually firing a 45 round, but the two rounds were not interchangeable. One is 45 Colt, the other is a 45 ACP. It can simply be understood that the 45 ACP case is short and unflanged, and will not hold securely in the Colt 1873 chamber, which may result in air leakage or case rupture upon firing. Forced mixing can lead to jamming, abnormal chamber pressure or even blowout. However, it is not entirely impossible to interchange ammunition by changing chambers or using conversion clips. To put it bluntly, guns are the same as mass-produced off-road vehicles, subject to upgrades and modifications. Note that it's all the weapons that the Army has installed or mass-produced. The quest is for cheapness and reliability. It's not considered good enough to use until both of these points are met. For example, the ARCA-12 reduced the malfunction rate from 0.8% to 0.3% in the ARCA-74M, but the trigger force was increased from 3.5 kgf to 4.2 kgf, and the firing accuracy decreased instead. This type of design, which sacrifices operability for reliability, is very common in military products. Real nice gun. Gotta get a specialized gunsmith to do the modification design. A short while later, the staff delivered the bullets. Shin Fei pressed the bullets while saying, "Please help me find 5 bottles, and when I tell you to throw them later, you will throw them out at the same time." What kind of operation is this? Meanwhile, throw 5 bottles? With an assault rifle, you might be able to shoot down all 5 bottles, but big brother, you're using a revolver, or a single-shot revolver. Don't you realize that with this gun, you need to manually fiddle with the hammer after each shot? At this time, the importance of not hiding your strength comes to the fore. If Shinfei had made such a request just now, what he would have gotten in return would have been a question or even mockery. But after seeing his unbelievable strength of hitting the bullseye with all 7 shots in 5 seconds, people will only think that they don't understand the world of genius. The staff froze for a moment and quickly prepared the bottles needed as requested. Vodka bottles, as many as you want here. Shinfei took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and said in a deep voice, "Throw." As the words fell, the 5 staff members simultaneously exerted force and threw the bottles in their hands. The bottle drew a graceful arc in midair, attracting almost everyone's attention. Shinfei pulled the trigger, and thunderous gunshots rang out in the silent range. Bang, bang bang, bang bang. Almost the instant the gun went off, the 5 wine bottles in midair burst open, turning into countless glass shards that fell to the ground. Unsurprisingly, there was another gasp of surprise and the sound of cold air being sucked in. What did they see? Single-shot revolver. 5 shots a second? It's ING. What the hell is this if it's not on? How does the key do that? Am I dreaming? No. Shinfei was just tapping the hammer with one hand while the other hand was constantly pulling the trigger? That's okay? Sukuber. This level of shooting is good enough to stand out in our division, isn't it? Oh, you all missed it. It wasn't his other hand that was constantly pulling the trigger. It was the index finger that only was snapping at the first shot. Then it didn't lift, and the rest of the subsequent bullet strikes were practically all by tapping the bullet fired from the firing hammer. Come to think of it, that seems to be a common shooting technique used by cowboys in the West, called revolver triple shooting. People are shooting in 5s. I really don't know how long you have to practice to reach that level. Instructor, I want to learn this too. Oh, I'd love to learn. Why don't you teach me? For the next nearly 3 hours, Shinfei was changing all kinds of firearms, accomplishing one after another near impossible shooting tasks. M16A4 Type 3 round recoil? Doesn't exist. HKG-36 baseline high bat aim? People shoot 100 meters at speed, 280 rings in 30 shots. Stare August shell throw port location may not be lefty friendly? People shoot left and right-handed, in a completely unscientific shooting position that perfectly circumvents this question. The point is, people can press 2 M249s with 2 hands at the same time, and at a range of 100 meters, the streak deviation is less than 6 feet. One by one, the records were refreshed, and the huge screen that stood at the southeast corner of the range all became blank with names and a brand new record behind them. The reason why the name was blank was simply because Shinfei hadn't come up with a code name yet. What the? Is it really something that people can do? And are they really not dreaming? Righteous I walked to Shinfei and said with a heavy sigh, Shinfei, you amaze me too much. You are simply a sharpshooter trained by God himself. I'm afraid if you keep fighting, the guys are going to go crazy. I'm afraid they'll all be on their knees at the door of your room tomorrow morning, begging you to teach them to shoot. Come on, let's change places and talk about treatment. 13. A random person came and wiped you guys out, and you're still holding up your bodies? Shooting for 3 hours in a row. Shinfei was indeed a bit overwhelmed. High-precision shooting is very physically demanding. This area is his shortcoming. If it wasn't for the overly powerful skills rewarded by the system, his subsequent shooting accuracy would have definitely dropped by a large margin. However, looking at the guns in the gun cabinet that hadn't been used yet, Shinfei actually wanted to try again. QBZ-97 hasn't been used yet. It is all said that this firearm, which is a foreign trade version, inherits the lightweight and compact design of the Type 95.5, 8mm assault rifle, while offering high precision and reliability. But without really trying his hand, Shinfei couldn't make a judgment. Forget it. Anyway, it's a long time coming, and there's always a chance to play it later. Not to mention the fact that his real interest in the QBZ family is not the current 95 line. Instead, they should be in the development stage by now. The QBZ-19X family of guns. That's what represents the peak level of Chinese manufacturing. Toolless layout, proven and reliable guided air automatic principle, piston short stroke automatic mode, flared birdcage type flame arrestor, dual guide chamber design, upper and lower magazine structures. What's more, the modular versatility and compatibility is enough to hang on to any firearm currently on the market. Change the caliber with a barrel swap. Issue integrated optical sights. It's exciting to think about. Shinfei put the assault rifle in his hand into the gun cabinet, nodded and said, Okay, let's go then. The trio headed out to the range. The mercenaries had a strong admiration in their eyes, and the crowd automatically made a path wherever they went. When he walked to the door, Goldcoin suddenly spoke out. Shinfei, Captain, you guys wait a little. The two men stopped and looked at him quizzically. Goldcoin grabbed the megaphone on the table next to him, turned it on, and roared, asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you mother asterisk 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 airs waiting for? You're all holding up there? usually bragging about how awesome their service experience is and how tactically proficient they are. And now some random guy. Speaking of this, he looked at Shinfei, his small eyes blinking, obviously signaling him that he's going to blow an awesome one so he doesn't care. Shinfei didn't care about these things in the first place and signaled him to do whatever he wanted. Gold Coin took a deep breath, and with an air of confidence, he continued to roar. A random young man less than 20 years old will exterminate all of you? When I first entered Wagner, I was no match for anyone. Prosthetic eye. He coughed softly twice. If you say you're good at blowing, you're good at blowing. Can't you blow a little less? Gold Coin skimmed his mouth and said in a deep voice, alright, too lazy to talk nonsense with you bunch of rookies. Tomorrow is the day of the test. Those who can't pass will have to get the hell out of here and go home. I'll remind you one last time. Don't forget why you're here. After saying that, Gold Coin handsomely threw the megaphone onto the table and took a step outside. Shinfei and Righteous Eye exchanged glances and followed. The time was late at night. It's a beautiful day with a moon and stars. Dots of stars hang in the dome of the sky, and when you look up, you can even see the seven-colored aurora borealis twinkling. It's just a little cold. Shinfei tightened the clothes on his body and asked curiously, Gold Coin, you guys who are instructors, do you have any assessment indicators? Pass rate or something? Gold shook her head. No, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Righteous Eye said from the sidelines. People probably think that you're kinda hot for those rookies. Gold Coin looked up at the firmament and said, I just want them to be on the battlefield and die a little more worthwhile. Shinfei didn't say anything. He could tell that Gold Coin was definitely a man with a story. It's a load of crap, actually. Who could run away to become a mercenary and take a life for money that doesn't have a story of their own? Don't even think about a prosthetic eye with only one eye next to it. His eyes, surely, are a piece of the past as well. However, through today's understanding, it was able to clearly see that Gold Coin was a sentimental one and a qualified and good instructor. The three of them traveled along and ended up in the dining hall on the first floor of the instructor's accommodation building. Even though it was evening, the cafeteria was still staffed with people waiting. Instead of a big pot of food, you need to order it. Gold swiped his card and asked for some food, which was delivered by the staff not long after. Russian beet soup, Moscow grilled fish, salad Olivier, Russian pancakes, and a plate of black caviar. Gold Coin pushed the caviar in front of Shinfei and said with a smile, Caspian Sea specialty, try it. When I was a kid, this was only available to those who were officials. The sons of ES make us scrimp and save, while they themselves put caviar in cans of herring, sneak it out of the country, and supply themselves with the money they make for their own enjoyment. What a bunch of ing scumbags. This matter Shinfei did hear about it. Initially, there was also a lot of public discontent, and the authorities also said that they would crack down. No follow-up when you call and call. The Red Star Alliance, which was sunsetting by then, was completely rotten from the inside out. Even the day before the dissolution, he still had the most powerful army in the world, but it still couldn't stop his downfall. As for Emperor Yang, who later ascended to the throne, he is also nothing more than a professional manager employed by the 7 oligarchs to provide political assistance in the privatization of state assets. When you look at his life, the best thing he did was to choose to abdicate early and cede the throne to King Balakan, the man. It can also renew another shot in the arm for a nation in turmoil. Only according to Shinfei's memories of his previous life, the population of the Urals Federation did not appreciate Volodin. Shinfei had never eaten such high-grade food and tried a bite. That's all. It wasn't fishy, but it was also a bit salty and not as flavorful as I thought it would be. The three ate and chatted, gradually opening up the conversation. Shinfei asked, I would like to ask what process I need to go through if I choose to join Wagner. Righteous Eye replied, normally if you are accepted, you need to undergo no less than 1 month and no more than 3 months of intensive training in a boot camp, then take the test, and after that you can enter the general army for service. 5,000 rubles a month. That's right. Mercenaries who fight and die every day are actually paid that much. Not to mention now, even if it's a latter day 2024 when the war is being fought, the monthly income of an ordinary mercenary was only equivalent to more than 10,000 Chinese coins. There is a very high pension for death, but gotta get it first. According to Shinfei's understanding, police officers earn 2,000-3,000 rubles, which is about $80 at the exchange rate, plus 300 to 800 gasoline coupons per month. In other words, the average mercenary earns just as much as a police officer with no gray income. Shinfei asked again, so ordinary mercenaries, what do they do on a daily basis? Gold replied, doing everything, helping the police maintain law and order, acting as a backdrop when someone important is traveling, or assisting the military in line clearance raids. You can understand it this way, ordinary mercenaries do what the police and the regular army don't want to do. New programs have also been developed recently to accompany students who are afraid to go to school because of bullying, or to help catch mistresses, and humane rescues and such. They are also sent to the battlefield to guard less important positions if there is a major war, simply to let the enemy know that there are people in that territory. After all, you can't expect a force that fights for money to be as equally effective as soldiers who fight with a spirit of defense of their country. Usually when the casualty rate exceeds 20%, the mercenaries start retreating, and it's useless even if you have more supervisors. Shinfei froze for a moment, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. It's not like the mercenaries he was thinking of. And that doesn't seem. There's not much chance of killing anyone, is there? Righteous Eye saw Shinfei's thoughts and explained. I know what you're thinking. The ones that actually go on humanitarian escorts, security training, intelligence gathering, armed escorts, counter-terrorism and hostage rescue, counter-insurgency armament, assassinations, and so on, are the elite squads. You can understand it as the difference between regular troops and special forces. 14. Shinfei, so, is there a post that specializes in killing people? Shinfei sort of had a general understanding of Wagner, and after thinking about it, he asked, then how long will it take for me to become a member of the elite squad? Righteous Eye, it will take a year at the earliest. Your marksmanship could be called a legendary shooter even among the elite squad. There's a recruit test tomorrow, and I can use my captain's authority to help you apply to try to take the test tomorrow. By the way, other than shooting, what level of skill and tactics are you at? According to the original plan, today was supposed to test Shinfei's military skills. Nay, his shooting was so colorful that both Righteous Eye and Gold Coin were so mesmerized by it that they delayed the rest of the display. Shinfei shook his head. I don't have any service experience, nor do I have any special experiences. Simply just a good shot. If I can't make the elite squad selection soon, I was wondering if Wagner has any of those mercenary positions that specialize in execution by firing squad? What he activated was the God Killer system, where he gained lottery chances by killing people. Ordinary training doesn't suit him, even if you're practicing your gun to death. It's also impossible to top the system's 1. Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization skill bonus. There's hanging open, running off to train hard, build on your shortcomings and avoid your strengths. What's the point of having a system? Righteous Eye replied. Wagner doesn't kill prisoners. It's not a mercy, but usually they can be used for money. There are posts that specialize in conducting interrogations, but their first rule is that no one should die. Mr. Shinfei, you seem to be interested in killing. Very interested? They originally thought that Shinfei killed the robbers because of his bravery. But now look, it doesn't seem that way. Associated with the answers that Shinfei answered during the interview in the morning, they could not help but not let them have some doubts about Shinfei's mental state. Paranoid and crazy legendary shooter. This is the positioning and evaluation of Shinfei by the duo. Shinfei didn't hide it and answered truthfully. For some reasons, I am indeed interested in killing people. But please don't worry, this won't affect my spirit. Huang Chao is my idol, and you can understand that it is a unique Chinese belief. Righteous Eye smiled and said, don't understand, but greatly impressed and respectful at the same time. There aren't really many normal people who make it to the elite squad. It's like this one next to you, with severe PTSD, where some very normal sounds in his life can send him on a rampage. Like the noise of a balloon popping would be taken by him as a gunshot, and the sound of a fan spinning would be taken by him as an enemy helicopter coming. Shinfei nodded. He actually understands this PTSD quite well, as if he had seen a video in his previous life. The people of a war-torn country came to China, and faced with a handheld temperature measuring gun was scared and trembling, subconsciously raised their hands to surrender. Even when the staff repeatedly explained that it was just a temperature gun, not a real gun, it still scared that member of the public to the point that they dug under the table. Not to mention the general public. Even in a high-pressure profession like soccer coaching, the first reaction after seeing a temperature gun is likewise to throw up your hands and surrender. The PTSD is definitely a nightmare for soldiers in the vast majority of countries except for China. Since he couldn't directly participate in the selection of the elite squad, Shinfei had no choice but to try out for the recruit test tomorrow. The three of them ate quickly, and after chatting about some more issues, Shinfei was sent to a single dormitory. I can't believe it's a suite. It's not exactly luxurious, but it's clean and tidy, with all sorts of necessities. Shinfei was surprised and asked, the treatment of your recruits here, is it so good? Gold Coin laughed, how can that be? If you're not a member of an elite squad, but just an instructor, you'll be living in a double room, and ordinary mercenaries will be 6 to a room. As for those recruits who are training and waiting for the test, they can only live in tents. Shinfei pointed at the room in front of him and asked, so, this is preferential treatment for me? Righteous Eye shook his head. That's not true, Mr. Shinfei. You don't know Wagner, so you don't really know what kind of horrible things you've done today. You broke almost every firearms record at the range, and it won't take more than a day for word of this to get out to all the Wagner bases. As the new record holder, you're entitled to over-the-top treatment. The stronger you are, the better you are treated. It's both for the strong to get stronger and to inspire the weak to rise to the occasion. Very reasonable. Shinfei accepted it with peace of mind. As he sent the two away, Shinfei spoke, Captain Righteous Eye, although I know it's unlikely, I still want you to help me apply for the elite squad's examination. Please believe that I will only get stronger the more people I kill. As far as those routines go, it's really not for me. Righteous Eye nodded and replied seriously, please don't worry. I'll report your situation truthfully. When the two left, Shinfei simply washed up and lay down on the large comfortable bed, recalling the experience of the whole day today. It was obviously just a dozen hours, but it seemed like a long time. The reason for this illusion was that he had done a lot today and received a lot of information. He needed a bit of alone space to sort out his future plans. First goal 1. In any case, get into the elite squad as soon as possible and qualify for a kill. As for the rest, take your time to consider it later. Thinking about it, a feeling of exhaustion came. Shinfei slowly closed his eyes and sank into a deep sleep. Wagner on the training ground. Righteous Eyes hung up the phone and sighed. Unfortunately, although the top is satisfied with Shinfei, they don't agree to let him directly enter the elite squad, and neither our branch nor the headquarters has a test program that directly assesses elite squad members. Gold nodded. Expected. The two men walked forward in silence for some distance. Righteous Eyes broke the silence. Shinfei, he usually looks very kind, no different from those foreign students on the street, but when he takes a weapon, he becomes very scary. Do you think he has serious psychological problems? Golden coin, Captain. You can't ask a mentally ill person about the condition of other mentally ill people, because that would yield a very outrageous answer. Righteous Eye laughed. Tell me about it and I'll hear how outrageous it is. Gold coin turned back, looked at the dormitory building where Shinfei was, and said after a moment of silence, I think what Shinfei said is true. He can really get stronger by killing people. Righteous Eye froze. He didn't expect Gold coin to give such an answer. Isn't that a joke? The main thing in the acquisition of strength is undoubtedly talent. But this world is not a world where only the gifted are worthy of survival. Others can just as well enhance their abilities through hard training and strong willpower. If you can get stronger by simply killing people, so isn't a gold finger plug-in for the game? Gold coin knew what Righteous Eye was thinking, and after a pause, suddenly added, the American drama screenwriting line has at least one twist every 15 pages, or the audience will change the channel. Alfred Hitchcock also said that the audience can guess the beginning, but must not guess the middle or the end. So, we all felt that Shinfei would make a big splash in the recruit examination, successfully enter the ordinary mercenary unit, and then make a splash in the subsequent mission, and finally break the rules and be selected to enter the elite squad. But I think that something is bound to happen tomorrow, and that something will help Shinfei get into the elite squad as fast as possible. Righteous Eye took out his accompanying high-proof vodka and took a sip, cursing, oh, unless the earth is destroyed tomorrow, or the oligarchs commit mass suicide. The possibility that you're talking about doesn't even exist. All those third-rate scriptwriters, through and through, should be sent to the battlefield so they can understand what real life is. You're right. I shouldn't ask a mentally ill person about another mentally ill person's condition. 15. No dude, I don't eat beef. The next day, early morning, Shinfei woke up early, made a cup of Ural Federal black tea, sat in front of the TV, and leisurely watched the news. Yesterday, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Sergei Ivanovich Volodin, king of the Urals Federation, formally submitted his application for membership to the headquarters of the Northland Iron Shield Union. A spokesman for the two-headed Eagle Palace said the move was aimed at ending the Cold War mentality and building a Eurasian security community. Looking at the sweet-looking, blonde host said these words, Shinfei just drank half of the black tea, almost all sprayed out. The so-called Northland Iron Shield Alliance. It was very much like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in Shinfei's previous life. The Ural Federation's desire to join the Iron Shield Alliance is akin to a bear trying to squeeze into a hunter's tent. It ends either with the tent being torn to shreds or the bearskin being made into a rug. A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth and murmured, sure enough, even when Xiao Luo went to the other world, he couldn't forget this, his fantasized white moonlight. In the West, apart from emotion, Shinfei didn't have many other feelings. Since he had decided to become a mercenary, no country, no nation had anything to do with him anymore. It's all negotiable. You can love them all, equal treatment, or even if you can pit hundreds of thousands of people to get hundreds of thousands of draws like Bai Chi. What about this country and that country? No dude, I don't eat beef. Bang, bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door to the room was pushed open, and Gold Coin stood in the doorway and said, Shin, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shinfei, good news. Gold Coin smiled. You're allowed to take the recruits test early, and as long as you can pass it, you'll be exempted from the 3 months of recruit training, and will be directly admitted into the general army. Shinfei nodded his head and said, the bad news is that after the application for the Righteous Eyes, the top still doesn't agree that I should proceed directly to the elite squad members examination? Goldcoin spread his hands and said helplessly, you really are as smart as any other Chinese I've seen, but it doesn't matter. After you enter the regular force, you can also use your supernumerary status and go on missions with the 7th team. Only your income will be less, but the chances of killing are definitely more. Let's go. The test will start in a while. Shinfei nodded. As long as you can kill the enemy legally, the money is secondary. Boosting strength is most critical. The two men walked companionably toward the stairs. Goldcoin looked at Shinfei and suddenly spoke out. What do you think of the name Razor? This guy is forever in a state of shock and his mind jumps around very quickly. Shinfei asked rhetorically, a code name for me? Goldcoin revealed an expression of, I knew you understood me, and said excitedly, yeah, I've been thinking about it all night. Shinfei thought about it and said, okay, then let's use this first. It's just a code name anyway. Goldie shouted excitedly, Razor. Shinfei pulled out his ears and said, keep your voice down. Your ears are deafened by you. Gold haha laughed twice and nodded again. If the new mercenary were to see this scene, he would definitely be shocked to the point where his pupils would quake. The gold coin instructor known as the toughest in the Wagner division. When did you become so nice? 10 minutes later, Shinfei came to the Wagner mercenary training ground with gold coin. As far as the eye can see, 40 to 50 mercenaries waiting for the test were dressed in uniform and arranged in a neat square formation. It looks kinda imposing. After getting closer, Shinfei realized that among this group of people, there were actually 7 or 8 women. On the way here just now, there were quite a few female mercenaries. Shinfei asked in a puzzled manner, Gold Coin, why would so many women choose to become mercenaries? Gold Coin casually replied, the Ural Federation has been through so many wars that the men have pretty much fought it out, and even the women have to rely on their own abilities to survive. Don't you know that the country of Avalon, next door, is already known as the womb of Europe? Shinfei nodded and didn't say anything more. Gold Coin walked up to the queue and saluted before saying, reporting to the instructor, the new recruit Razor has been brought over. Righteous Eye waved his hand. Razor, get in line and find a place to stand. Shinfei followed the posture of the gold coins and saluted, and according to his height, he found a suitable position in the line. The sudden appearance of a recruit with an Asian face instantly attracted the attention of many other recruits. Whispers rang out. Hey, what's up with that Asian guy? He's taking the test? Sukuber, didn't Wagner say that you have to train for at least a month before you can take the test? He's cheating. Damn. Why does he get to have a code name and we only get called rookies? I'm going to complain to the top. Because the new recruits hadn't arrived yet, Righteous Eye didn't stop them from discussing it. Gold Coin walked up to one of the loudest recruits in the line and snapped. Say what you just said. Again. Being named in front of everyone, the recruit also came to a temper, pointing at Shinfei and saying, I don't understand why that Asian, who didn't go through recruit training, can participate in the examination with us. It's not fair. It's not fair to all of us. Gold Coin's gaze went cold as he looked at the other recruits and inquired, is there anyone else with this rookie, who has the same idea? No one spoke, and the queue fell into a dead silence. After waiting for half a minute and seeing that no one still spoke, Gold Coin snapped, Rookie, you're eliminated. Pack your things and get out of here. The recruit's head exploded with disbelief as he asked rhetorically, on what grounds? What did I do wrong? Hardly. Is it because I questioned fairness and justice? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Gold Coin couldn't help but let out a laugh, and then the sound got louder and louder, even making it a bit creepy. After laughing for nearly a minute, Gold wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and said teasingly, idiot thing, what kind of job do you think you're going to do? You're going to be a mercenary. Why don't you think about it? Why should you have to protect the offspring of those rich people? Why is it that those women can get money and status just by spreading their legs, and you have to put your life on the line to protect them? The only reason, it's not that they're better than you, it's just that they have more money than you. Think again. Why are you the one who serves as cannon fodder on the battlefield instead of the politician who struts around the negotiating table and shouts that it doesn't matter how many people die, or because they're richer and more powerful than you? Fair? Ha ha. You're telling me about fairness? The room was silent, and everyone dutifully kept their mouths shut. The corners of Gold Coin's mouth rose as he continued to growl. You merely feel that the addition of one more newcomer to the team has diluted your chances of becoming mercenaries, and that's why you're protesting in the name of some bull fairness. Silly kids. Gold Coin fiercely pointed at Shinfei. Haven't you guys ever thought about the fact that if Razor really has a background, and you guys mock him to his face. Do you want to be put in small shoes in the future? Or be thrown into the battlefield to carry out a mission that will surely lead to death? Ha! Answer me? Still no one spoke. What Goldcoin said today shattered many people's three views. Gold looked to the recruit he had named and tapped him on the shoulder. Mercenaries don't need cuties, because that will get you killed and cost Wagner a lot of pension. Go, take your training allowance from the last few months and get a new job. The recruit gritted his teeth, struggled for half a day to say anything, and could only turn around and leave the training ground. Goldcoin says it bluntly and realistically. He was speechless. Many of the other recruits were secretly happy to see this scene, because the one who was just eliminated had a very good record in their batch of recruits. He's gone. It's the same as an extra spot. Righteous Eyes glanced at the military watch on his wrist and spoke slowly. Well, the farce is over. I now declare the Petersburg chapter of Wagner. New recruits. Before he could finish his sentence, it was not far away that he saw coming over 7 or 8 men in black, straightened suits. The leader was a man who was only about 160 tall, obese, and wearing a dark coat with a cigar in his mouth. Seeing his appearance, the gazes of Righteous Eye and Goldcoin all fell on Shinfei's body. Actually, no need for them to remind me at all. When those people approached 30 meters, Shinfei's heart shook and the hairs on his body instantly stood up. This was the killing intent resonance skill, which produced an effect. That means that people are coming for him. And it came with a desire to finish him off. A strong killing intent. 16. Disgrace to the crotch of a whore? Such a strong killing intent. Seems to be from the Brotherhood? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Shinfei frowned slightly, not moving as he scanned his surroundings. Surrounded by open space with no cover, an SUV was parked on the side of the road about 100 meters away. Fire situation. Shinfei carried a Glock G17 pistol with a total of 18 rounds of ammunition, as well as 2 spare magazines. After gathering all the information, Shinfei's tension eased by more than half. Not much of a problem. If you can't, take out the gang members. Kidnap Humpty Dumpty. Grab a car and run. Goldcoin walked to his side and said in a voice of only 2 people. The one in the overcoat is the military commander of the Neva Brotherhood, codenamed Anvil, and is supposed to be here to trouble you. Shinfei nodded slowly. He had a very good impression of Goldcoin, but that didn't mean he trusted him completely. As Goldie himself said, mercenarism, by its very nature, is a profession steeped in moral quagmire. Its filth does not come from the stench of smoke and blood, but is rooted in the chaotic whirlpool of human nature and interests. The muzzle can be turned around if the check is thick enough. Anvil walked over and opened his arms, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and smiled. Hey, Righteous Eyes. I heard that your Team 7 encountered an ambush in Nochien and suffered heavy casualties. I didn't realize you were still alive. That makes me so happy. I heard that there's still coming a kid in Team 7 from Yugoslavia, and that kid was screaming for his mommy when his guts came out? There is another name known to the world by which Nachkian is known, Chechnya. Goldcoin drew the saber on the outside of his thigh and charged straight up. Next, Goldcoin's knife was on Anvil's neck, and he said in a morose tone, "What turn is it for, you street scavenging wretches, to judge our captain? Dog-like things, even Nokian is worse than a whore's shroud." Anvil sneered. Righteous Eye, is this the way to welcome old friends when they meet? Oh yeah, forgot to tell you, the Neva Brotherhood has just made a deal with your base, and Mr. Colonel might have a hard time if he kills me. Righteous Eye took a deep breath. Let him go. Goldcoin put away his saber. Anvil looked at the queue of recruits and finally locked his eyes on Shinfei's body. Anvil's pupils contracted into pinpoints in his pupils, his killing intent even stronger than before, and he said in a deep voice, "You are Shinfei? That, the guy who killed 9 of my brothers? What?" Hearing Anvil's words, many of the recruits present couldn't help but stare in disbelief. They all thought that Shinfei was relying on connections to be able to participate in the examination directly, but they didn't realize that people already had 9 kills before they came. Another thought came to mind. Shinfei seems to be the mysterious master who set many new records in firearms at the shooting range. For a moment, the gazes they looked at Shinfei were filled with awe. However, there were also quite a few people waiting to watch the fun, wondering how Shinfei would solve the predicament at hand. Shinfei replied, "That's right, it's me." Anvil looked Shinfei up and down and said sternly, "You caused the Brotherhood to lose a lot of money and lose face. This matter needs to be explained. I'll give you a choice. Get down on your knees, lick the snow off the tops of my feet, and call me Godfather again. Perhaps I will consider Wagner's face and let you off the hook. Kneel." The corners of Shinfei's mouth spread into a playful smile as he took a step forward and said teasingly, "What if I don't? You rob a bank. I do what's right, and now you want me to apologize? Is there such a thing as truth in heaven? A third-rate gangster. Do you really think you're the mafia?" Anvil grunted. "Don't think that just because you're relying on Wagner that you'll be alright. You're just a recruit in training. Leave Wagner's base and the Brotherhood has a million ways to get you killed. When I nail you to the drill bit of the Korra Ultra Deep Drill, you'll learn that the hot air of hell is a lot warmer than this. The atmosphere became saber-rattling. Shinfei had already begun to think about the question of where to exit the country after killing and robbing the car. He doesn't have to stay in Wagner. The world is a big place. Where can't you kill people and explode their skills? Gold Coin walked over to him and whispered in his ear, in a voice that only two people could hear. Razor, I suddenly have a bold idea. It'll both let you kill people and let you join an elite squad in a week. Do you want to hear about it? Shinfei nodded. Gold Coin spoke slowly. After Shinfei heard this, he looked at the gold coins with a slight surprise. I didn't realize that. He even has this brain? Sure enough, stereotypes in the minds of men are a mountain. People merely have PTSD, mental illness, but not cuties. Shinfei nodded and said, although this mission is crazy and dangerous, I am willing to try. I knew you would say yes. Gold Coin's eyes lit up, as if there were little stars twinkling in his golden pupils. He walked over to Righteous Eye and, again, he went over his plan. Righteous Eye froze for a moment, and after hearing that Shinfei had already agreed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he walked to the side and made a phone call. Anvil, who was ignored by everyone, only felt incredibly embarrassed at this moment. He was originally here to talk business, but just happened to know that Shinfei was hiding here, and in a fit of anger wanted to come and find a scene. How does it feel now? Cold in the back? After 3 long minutes had passed, Righteous Eye hung up and gave an OK sign. Gold Coin couldn't help but whistle and looked at Anvil and said, Hey, Mr. Anvil, you want to save face, don't you? I have a plan here that will take out Shinfei. Do you want to hear it? Anvil looked at the gold coins, then at the Righteous Eyes not far away, and finally his gaze fell on Shinfei. Obviously, he's here to make a scene. How? A feeling of being duped? More to the point, if he says he doesn't want to hear it, that it's not a disgrace to a horse crotch? 17. Who says that God is not hospitable, and sends one person in the wind and snow? Does Anvil want to take out Shinfei? That's for sure. But once he realized that Wagner was behind the other side, he didn't think so. Bullying is how they survive. The point is, he's on the rack now. If you don't dare to listen to even one piece of advice, how can you get along in the future? Who still serves him? You have to take the plunge even when you know there might be a trap. Anvil gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, a man of the Neva Brotherhood never bows his head in front of a campfire. Gold, you better not be kidding me. Gold shrugged and said, Wagner doesn't like jokes. My plan is simple. For the next 3 days, you can use all the resources of the Neva Brotherhood to hunt Shinfei down and kill him. And if he dies, it's his bad luck. But if he survives, it means God wants him to continue to exist. That makes you all look good whether you succeed or fail, doesn't it? What? Hearing Gold Coin's so-called plan, both the members of the Neva Brotherhood present and Wagner's recruits were filled with shock. Are you kidding me? Although the Neva Brotherhood is not the most powerful gang in Petersburg, but it is the one with the most men. Let Shinfei, a foreign student, an Asian who stood out in the crowd, resist their pursuit for 3 days and 3 nights? How is that possible? One day and they'll be shot in the street, right? No, it didn't even last an hour. Anvil puffed on his cigar and flicked the snow off the shoulders of his coat, unable to figure out what the catch could be. It's totally in their favor. Just to be on the safe side, he asked, are you 7 teams planning to fight alongside him? Righteous Eye coldly grunted, to exterminate you. You don't need all of Team 7. I can use the credibility of the captain of Wagner's elite squad to vouch for the fact that there's only Shinfei alone. We won't even provide him with any weapons, just a Glock G17 pistol of his own. Well, you know, the one that took out all 9 of you losers. That gun. Anvil couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his mouth hardened. I don't need you to remind me. Shinfei had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched this scene in silence. He honestly hadn't thought that watching a bunch of mercenaries fight was kind of fun. Anvil thought again and asked, I see. You guys are trying to pass this test so that Shinfei can smoothly join your 7 teams. Oh, is this taking our entire Neva Brotherhood and making you examiners? Gold Coin smiled. You're finally smart for once. Of course you can concede. Just fall to your knees, lick the snow off of Razor's feet, and call him a god. Oh, I'm sorry, they don't seem to like to be called that in their country. Razor, what do you think he should call you? What do you think, Grandpa? Shinfei shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't give birth to such a humanoid creature. Anvil, if the world doesn't want you, you must tell me, because I won't want you either. Hearing Shinfei's words, the presence was silent for a moment, and when they reacted to what was meant by what was said, they instantly burst into laughter. Laughter is contagious. At first it was just the Wagner recruits who were laughing, but in the back of the room even the bodyguards of the Neva Brotherhood couldn't help themselves a bit. The anvil instantly turned as black as coal, and the anger in his heart burned even more crazily as he pointed at Shinfei and said, "Fine, I accept the challenge, but you have to guarantee that you can't hide in the Wagner mercenary base for the next 3 days." After a pause, he added, "Nor can we leave Petersburg." At that moment, a mercenary ran over and handed something to Righteous Eye. Goldcoin took one of the items and mocked, "It's true that they're gangsters, and they can only come up with so much even after racking their brains. Anvil, today I'll show you what it means to be a mercenary's madness. See the watch on my hand? He's got the latest GPS in it, and I'm going to carry it on Razor's arm and mark the location every 12 hours for 30 minutes for the next 3 days. So, is that exciting enough for you?" Upon hearing this series of conditions, Anvil Man was confused. Good man, if he followed that, he really couldn't think of any reason why the Neva brothers would lose. As if he was afraid that Righteous Eyes would regret it, he nodded his head very dryly. "Fine, then it will start from the early hours of tonight. As long as this guy can survive for more than one night, it will be counted as incompetence of our Neva Brotherhood. Righteous Eye, I'll make you realize the price of underestimating others. Razor, huh? I hope you don't cry for your mommy when you see your guts coming out. Let's go." Anvil led a group of minions and left the training ground in a huff. When they walked away a bit, Goldcoin whispered, "Razor, you know, the higher-ups won't agree to let you enter the elite squad without increasing the difficulty to an outrageous level. And this way, for 3 days, the members of the Neva Brotherhood are yours to kill. Of course, I've thought of other ways for you to retreat. While it's still early in the morning, I can arrange for Wagner's convoy to take you out of Petersburg." The appraisal is indeed outrageous, but Shinfei also knew very well that if he wanted to be treated ultra-specifically, he would have to perform ultra-specifically. Still, if he died on the way up, it would only prove that he, Shinfei, was just such a man. Under the gaze of everyone on the training ground, Shinfei took the positioning watch and put it on his wrist without the slightest hesitation. The corners of Goldcoin's mouth sketched out a crazy smile and said, "Good, I really didn't look at the wrong person. You can go back to your dormitory now and rest and think about how to spend the next 3 days. Or you can just leave the Wagner mercenary base." Shinfei nodded and said playfully, "Goldcoin, you weren't just thinking of code names for me all night yesterday, were you?" Goldcoin haha laughed and didn't say anything. "Regardless of how it ends, I love this stage you've helped me set." Leaving these words behind, Shinfei turned around and walked towards the gate of the Wagner mercenary base. At this point, heavy snowfall from the sky. Shinfei's thin figure walked alone in the snow, gradually covered by the wind and frost. Righteous Eyes looked at his back and muttered, "The people from the Neva Brotherhood, who would suddenly appear here today, have something to do with you, don't they? What a crazy plan. Aren't you afraid of Razor's wrath?" Goldcoin shook his head. "Not afraid. He needs a chance. Wagner needs a reason to make him an elite member, and the Neva Brotherhood needs a face. I'm just them setting a stage. Remember what I said about Razor the first time? What I sensed in him was the most primitive human desire to kill. Not only does he not get mad, but he actually recognizes me." Righteous Eye sighed and asked again, "So you're not afraid that Razor won't survive?" Gold shrugged. "Plans are always subject to all sorts of surprises, and if he dies, it will only prove to be God's will. But I have a feeling that he's definitely not going to die, and instead he's going to surprise us even more." Righteous Eyes shook his head. "Actually, you're the one who's more suited to be captain." Gold smiled. "I can't, I'm mentally ill, but Razor can, and he's less ill than me. Hurry up and get on with your training. I want to remember Razor's back well." Righteous Eyes nodded and began to preside over the recruits. Goldcoin stood amidst the wind and snow and waited until everyone had left. Then he muttered, "It's true to the Chinese saying, who says that God is not hospitable, and sends one person in a blizzard." 18. To every day of living. The day passed quickly. Evening. The mercenaries' recruit assessment is over. Those who were eliminated left the base in dismay, and those who passed the selection sat paralyzed on the ground, enjoying the joy of advancement. Just by entering the Wagnerian General Army, you get 5,000 rubles a month. In today's Urals Federation, it is enough to feed a family. Not to mention that if you're in a special operation, there are other grants available. These newly promoted mercenaries chatted with each other, and the topic was quickly brought up to Shinfei's body. "You guys said, that Razor guy, can he pass the test?" How could he pass? I even feel like he must have offended Instructor Gold. He doesn't even have a place to hide. He's a very conspicuous presence wherever he goes. After all, he's an Asian, but he's a pretty good shot. A handful of Glocks dry humping the mob. You think you're in a movie? You mustn't forget that Razor's location is announced every 12 hours, which means he could be facing a new hunt before he's even hidden. Even if he can fight, he'll always get hurt, right? There's always a time when he's exhausted, right? Certain death. As we talked, we basically came to a consensus. Righteous Eye walked over and said in a cold voice, "All rise." Swish. All of the mercenaries who passed the test all dragged their tired bodies to get up and stand up. What they didn't expect was that Righteous Eyes changed his previous coldness and said in a tone that wasn't too harsh, "Congratulations, from now on we'll be co-workers. For whatever purpose you wish to become a mercenary, you must remember the tenets of Wagner. We make a contract with our employer, with our country, with our conscience. Do not fear life or death. Do not dishonor your mission." As the voice fell, all the mercenaries neatly followed suit. We make a contract with our employer, with our country, with our conscience. No fear of life or death. No dishonor. 20 or 30 people shouted with all their might, almost breaking up the roiling wind and snow. Unlike the military, they have no faith, but they are willing to use this rotten life to fight for a future for themselves and their families. Based on this premise, they have to be even purer than soldiers. Righteous Eye straightened his body and gave a standard military salute. Click. 20 or 30 people straightened up and returned the salute neatly. Righteous Eye, the cafeteria has prepared a sumptuous meal, and the doors of the brand new dormitory are open for you. Tonight, Wagner belongs to you. Go for it, wolf cubs. With a command, 20 or 30 people let out a shout at the same time and charged in the direction of the cafeteria. A jeep pulled up beside him, and Gold Coin, the main driver, shouted, "Come on, those guys have been in the hospital long enough. We need to take them out and let them loose." "Go," said Righteous Eye, opening the car door and getting in. The heavily modified jeep drove through the snow at breakneck speed, splashing 2 boiling waves of snow. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. This is a 5-story building on the street level with an address about 3 kilometers from the Decembrist Square. On the 3rd floor, in a dated conference room, Anvil looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and inquired, "How's it all arranged?" The henchman next to him reported, "The men have been spread out. We've got men on all 8 blocks. Patriarch Gray told me to tell you that he'll make sure that the 4 neighborhoods of the Iron Anchor District, Leaded Glass Alley, the Kazan Station Tunnel, and the White Knights Red Light District are well taken care of. As soon as Razors shows up, 5 minutes our men will be there. It's just that the boss isn't here, so if we just mobilize all our men like this, isn't it?" Anvil said with a cold snort. After Vorokin ascended to the throne, he didn't just suppress those oligarchs, he also wanted to clean up the gangs as well. Boss is very busy. What he does is a matter of life and death for us. There's no need to alarm him about this little matter. Just the right opportunity to let those damn guys in Petersburg know. We of the Neva Brotherhood are not too old to pull the trigger. The henchman nodded and stopped talking. Anvil twisted the dark brown cigar in his fingertips, toasting it with candlelight before finally igniting it and inhaling deeply. Snow-white smoke, rising up, outlined the shape of a skeleton. Anvil walked over to the window and puffed white air into the frosted glass, where snow was covering the base of the bronze knight statue in the Decembrist Square. He tapped his knuckles on the window pane, and ice rustled down. It's true that times have changed. A bunch of hyenas who feed on war and hit the streets too. Wagner, right, you may know more about war, but on the streets, the mob will always be your godfather. Since you want to step on our Neva brothers to get to the top, I'll make sure you understand too. Boy, you picked the wrong opponent. Petersburg, National Power Medical School, 3rd floor, carrying 3 bottles of vodka disguised in 4 bags. Gold Coin kicked the door of the room open with a sharp kick. "Dogs, your Slavic old man is here with painkillers." Bang! The sudden sound alerted the 3 people in the room instantly. When they heard the sound of gold coins, they relaxed and at the same time, they couldn't help but curse. In bed number 1 was a white Frenchman, his left leg dangling in mid-air, cursing in Russian interspersed with French. "Murd, damn Gold Coin, if you ever startle me again, I swear I'll kill you." Bed number 2 was a burly black man, with whom even standard Uralian Federation toughs like Righteous Eye and Gold Coin looked pocket-sized by comparison. Even his hospital bed was a full section longer than the others. He looked at the infusion bag carried in Gold Coin's hand and said hastily, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hatred cannot drive out hatred. Only love can do that. Gold, if you'll give me all 3 bags of vodka, I'll beat up Bordeaux in bed 1 for you. Even though I only have 1 arm left, please believe that I can beat him." Bordeaux is code for white French. He fought back the pain in his leg and couldn't help but curse. "Damn bear, how could you throw away our friendship for 3 bags of vodka? Damn, damn, and can you stop reciting your damn Luther King slogan? He's dead, killed by a white racist." "Bear, the code name for the black man in bed too," interrupted Palando and said, "So, I hate white people." Palando was speechless for a moment and said, "But I'm not a racist." Bear disliked back, "Racists never admit to being racist." Palando, "Well, you win." Gold Coin laughed and dropped 2 of the infusion bags with vodka in them off of Bear and turned to Palando again. "Palando, you should be grateful to Bear. At the time, that VOG-25 modified grenade landed only 10 centimeters away from Palando Jr. If Bear hadn't thrown him out, You'd never have heard more than a leg. Palando looked at one of Bear's empty arms and fell silent. Bear took the vodka, took a big gulp, burped comfortably, and laughed joyfully. In the end, it's not the attacks of our enemies that we remember, but the silence of our friends. Although that's not how it should be interpreted. I'd like to say it. Who here has not snatched each other's lives from the hands of death? The crowd looked at each other as Righteous Eyes poured everyone a glass of vodka and smiled. To every day alive. Several people picked up their glasses, tilted their heads, and drank. Smiles, along with the unique spice of vodka, reside on everyone's face. At this point, the female Emirati mercenary lying in hospital bed number 3 leaned over the bed, her bandaged left hand holding up a modified satellite cell phone. She tilted her head slightly sideways to avoid the column of neon light slanting in through the blinds, letting the blue light bouncing off the screen envelop just the right amount of 4 drunken, smiling faces. Click. A photo, which could not talk about any composition and was even a bit blurry, appeared on the screen. She carefully saved the picture and inquired out loud. Gold. What about that legendary archer you were telling us about? Did he pass the recruit test? 19. Shinfei's hideout. Shocked all of Petersburg. Goldcoin told the few people in the ward in detail about what had happened today. Silence. A long silence passed. Palando uttered a curse. Goldcoin, do you think Razor is one of our battle-hardened elites? What you're doing is simply sending him to his death. Goldcoin laughed. Palando, I appreciate your shamelessness the most. Razor's marksmanship, it's much better than yours. Even the enemy knows that on the battlefield, where you aim is absolute safety. Palando cursed. Fark, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Goldcoin took 2 steps back and opened his arms. Fine, if you can just walk to me, you win. Palando looked at his leg, hanging in midair and in a cast, and was silent once more. The room erupted in laughter. Righteous Eyes looked to the female mercenary in sickbay 3 and asked, Nefertus, what are you thinking? Nefertus glanced at the clock on the wall and voiced, it's getting close to midnight, and I'm wondering where Razor might be hiding, and what a way for him to escape the mob for 3 days and nights. Gold asked, what about the results of the thinking? Nefertus shook her head and said, I can only think of places to hide myself, but not for Razors. I noticed 2 extra SUVs downstairs today and they've been parked for almost 5 hours. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the location where the mob focuses on prevention. Righteous Eyes walked over to the window and peered down. This is the 3rd floor, and below is the turnoff by the hospital wall, beyond which is the very famous Moika River in Petersburg. He spotted the 2 SUVs that Nefertus had mentioned. Goldcoin pulled out a tablet-like, but much thicker device from his person, and upon waking the screen, a map of the entire Petersburg appeared on it. He smiled and said, the time is almost up. In an hour, we'll know where the Razor is actually hidden. I ask you to trust that my vision is not wrong. Several people stopped talking, their eyes all falling on the screen as they waited for the early hours of the morning. Time does not change by anyone's will and passes evenly. 11:45. In the streets of Petersburg, all the members of the Neva Brotherhood were waiting for the beginning of the hunt with a high degree of vigor. 11:55 p.m. Thief Patriarchesh picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, Boys, today is the biggest challenge the Brotherhood of Neva has encountered since its inception. We're going to make everyone in the 8 neighborhoods understand that the Brotherhood of Neva is a being that should never be messed with. I don't want to wait another 12 hours. Find that Asian kid in half an hour and finish him off. Whoever can bring his head up to my face will be rewarded 1,000,000 rubles and can be upgraded directly to street mediator. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. The already excited gang members became even more excited. Money, honor, everything. As long as we can take out the Asian kid later, we can have it all in our arms. How can this not be exciting? 11:59 p.m. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. On the 3rd floor, in the obsolete conference room, the smoke was so thick that it was almost to the point where you couldn't open your eyes. The gazes of everyone in the room were all glued to the conference table, a tablet-like device. They know, in a few dozen seconds, it will show the location of the Asian man. The battle for honor is about to be fought. The air in the room, which was obviously full of people, seemed to have frozen, so silent that even the sound of breathing seemed extraordinarily slight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the pitch-black clocks hanging on the walls made a ringing sound that represented the passage of time. Ding! The 3 hands of the clock converged on the 12th position at the same time, followed closely by the annunciator hatch opening and a bird poking its head out. Meanwhile, the map on the tablet changed and a small, piercing red dot appeared. Finally, Anvil all but ignored the cigar that had burned down to his fingertips as he grabbed the tablet and stared dead at the red dot on it. Born and raised in Petersburg, he could not be more familiar with the city. When he saw where the red dot was located, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had received a great shock, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. When the others saw this scene, their brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. they can't figure it out. What was that Asian hiding that would make their boss look like that? Is it hard to believe that it's the bedroom of the mayor's house? That's not so bad, is it? As they, with intense curiosity, also looked at the location on the tablet. On their faces, the exact same expression as Anvil's also surfaced. How is that possible? How dare you? Anvil was the first to come back to his senses, dryly drawing the Tokarev TT-30 he had on him and shouting sternly, "Damn it, don't even stand still. Notify everyone to rush back. The rest of you search for me. It has to be as fast as possible." Click. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out and the entire 5-story building fronting the street was instantly plunged into pitch blackness. Petersburg, National Power Medical School. When the red dot representing Shinfei's hiding place lit up, the 5 mercenaries in the room also fell silent. They had thought of all the possible places before, except Shinfei dared to go directly to someone else's branch? Good man. What kind of operation is this? Gold Coin exclaimed. Well, I like this twist. Even I, a mental patient, wouldn't dare to be so crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Polando frowned, though it does seem like an unexpected place, and there shouldn't be too many people in their branch. But you mustn't forget that all the gangsters can be at the Decembrist Square in less than half an hour. That means, even if Razor could take out everyone in the division, he wouldn't be able to run away. It seemed to corroborate Polando's words. A sharp engine roar came from the window as the 2 gangster SUVs that had been guarding the downstairs retreated. Bear frowned. If it's just good marksmanship, I think there's a good chance Razor is trapped in the Neva Brotherhood chapter. Captain, what should we do? Righteous Eyes didn't say anything, lost in thought. Nephthys voiced, a pact is a pact. There is no way for us to intervene directly. Perhaps Razor is destined to be the fireworks that cut through the night. Splendid but fleeting. Goldcoin drained his flask of vodka and said excitedly, I don't care what he is. I'm going to witness the great scene. It's less than 10 kilometers from the Neva Brotherhood branch, so hurry up and drive 5 minutes. Give a quick word on whether you're going or not. Bear said, the colonel gave the hospital orders not to let us leave the hospital until we're well. Even if you wanted to go, it would take a little while to get out of the hospital. Polando pointed to his leg and said, I'd like to go, but look at me. How can I go? The corners of Goldcoin's mouth turned up and he smiled. I just have to answer whether I'm going or not. Polando frowned, but eventually nodded slightly. Goldcoin shook his neck and shouted excitedly, Captain, help! Knowing what he wanted, Righteous Eye walked over, though helplessly. Polando looked at the 2 men approaching him and lost his voice. Damn it, what do you want? I don't like men. The 2 didn't bull him. One grabbed the shoulders, the other lifted his legs, quickly rushed to the window, and, with simultaneous force, he threw him out. A white figure in a hospital gown with a cast on its leg crossed mid-air, along with Polando's hysterical shouts. A few seconds later, plop, he fell steadily into the cold Moika River across the ford. Gold turned to Bear and asked, do you need any help? Bear shook his head as fast as he could, biting off the needle of the infusion with his mouth, and cried out excitedly, my legs aren't sick, and I don't think you can throw me in the river. Followed by, he also took a dive and jumped out the side of the window. The 2 men looked to Nefertus again. Without waiting for them to inquire, they saw Nefertus pull a nurse's outfit out of the bedside table, change dryly onto it, and put on her mask again. In the blink of an eye, just went from being a patient to being a hospital staff member. Righteous Eyes lamented, sure enough, our female snipers are never short of camouflage props, no matter what time of day it is. Oh no, Gold Coin suddenly shouted. The 2 men looked at him quizzically, only to see a sharp acceleration of Gold Coins, jumping out while shouting, I forgot. Polando can't swim anymore. 20, and whether we live or die, the name of Razor will burn through all the shadows of this tundra like an aurora borealis on a winter's night. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. When the 5-story building was plunged into darkness, Shinfei raised his hands concertedly upward into an aiming position, and walked out of the power distribution cabinet in the standard CAR holding gun method center axis relocking position. That's right, he had been hiding since daylight, waiting for the hunting game to begin. There was never a rule that prey could only run away and not take the initiative. In the darkness, although Shinfei couldn't see the road outside, he was able to clearly sense all the locations where killing intent existed within 30 meters. Plus he also had the system bonus, shooting specialization. This is equivalent to, in the FPS game, open the perspective and no backseat 2 of the most heavenly plugins, not necessarily without a fight. Just after arriving at the hall on the 1st floor, Shinfei saw several lights appearing at the stairway, as well as the noisy sound of footsteps. The pursuers are coming. He leaned his back against the couch and crouched down slowly, not in a hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eventually 5 gang members rushed down, and their direction was exactly where the power distribution room was. The flashlight's light swept down the darkened hall, and the atmosphere seemed as if it were trying to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Just as it was about to be discovered, Shinfei took a deep breath, got up violently, and aimed at the enemy in front of him on the left and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two 9mm slugs instantly chiseled through a gang member's chest, followed by a bullet into his brow, ending his brief bang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. The system's beautiful voice sounded in Shinfei's mind. The rest of the gang members were startled and quickly fled in all directions, trying to find suitable cover. Upon seeing their first reaction, Shinfei even nearly laughed out loud. Sure enough, it's the nature of gangsters to bully, and in a real fight for their lives, they're simply not good enough. Now this situation. Even new recruits just out of training camp know that they should be the first to suppress fire and establish an OODA cycle, not run away. Sweepstakes. Shinfei responded to the system in his mind while aiming at the other gang members as fast as he could and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! A series of shots rang out. 18 bullets, at the rate of 3 each, sent 5 gang members packing. Everyone is the same. 2 chests and 1 brow. It's obviously a gunfight. But the only thing that rang out from beginning to end was the sound of Shinfei's gunshot alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinfei quickly changed into a new magazine, and then by the light of the flashlight scattered on the ground, he took away the weapon in the hands of one of the gangsters, as well as the pouch of bullets on him. It's a Remington M870 shotgun, commonly used by gangsters. Keanu Reeves' same model. What Shinfei didn't expect was that the ones equipped were not the usual deer, bird, or lead bullets, but the pricey dragon's breath bullets. Good stuff. Shinfei had just grabbed his gun when he heard more and more footsteps, dense footsteps ringing out. Obviously, they planned to trap Shinfei on the first floor and finish him off with the absolute advantage of numbers. Meanwhile, the door to the room in the first floor hall opened silently, and the barrels of 2 dark guns reached in. Just as they were about to shoot, Shinfei suddenly turned around without warning and pulled the trigger at the wooden room door. The hammer firing pin ignited the primer, and a 4,000 degrees Celsius high-temperature chemical flame exploded from the chamber, blasting an orange and white fireball half a meter in diameter out of the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, the aluminum thermal reaction of the dragon's breath rounds burned through the 3 cm wooden door. The magnesium powder attached itself to the 2 gang members outside the door, and then began to burn continuously. They let out desperate screams and tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies in various ways, but unfortunately, it doesn't do anything, and it can't do anything. The 2 could only watch as their clothes were scorched, their skin was burned through, and even their hardest bones were melting a little. They collapsed to the ground in agony, their bodies curled up together in extreme pain. It is like a lobster that has been boiled in boiling water and doused on its body. Until death comes, both men ponder a question. How on earth did Shinfei find them? It's hard not to. Is it growing eyes in the back? Ding! Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host who won the lucky draw for Vision +1. The sound of the system reward sounded, and the originally pitch-black environment, under Shinfei's gaze, could even vaguely distinguish an approximation. That's how powerful the system is. Followed by 2 more voices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. Shinfei quickly ducked to the corner position of the stairs and used his Glock pistol to extinguish the flashlight on the floor, then said in a deep voice, "Smoke! Keep smoking for me." Ding! Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host who won the lucky draw for Vision +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host's fighting skill Black Dragon 18 hands. The field of vision became clearer then. At the same time, countless fighting skills like lost and found memories appeared in Shinfei's mind out of nowhere. Starting momentum, the green dragon probes the claws. The dragon lady looks at the mirror. Monster python rolls over. Axillary bottom steals the peach. Breathing, arm strength, wrist strength, stance, finger strength. Countless techniques that needed to be practiced day and night, as well as the hardware requirements for the body. Shinfei met almost instantly. That feeling, how can I describe it? At this point, the gangsters upstairs had actually gotten to the corner where the second floor meets the first. But none of them are cuties. No one wants to be first in line. It was clear that they had the absolute advantage, but both sides were unexpectedly caught in a short stalemate. Is it that gutsy? Shinfei took out 2 dragon's breath shells from the bullet pouch and reloaded them into the Remington M870 shotgun. While raising the gun and following the gap in the stairs, he pulled the trigger without mercy. Bang! Bang! Accompanying the sound of 2 loud gunshots were 2 outbursts of fire that lurched upward. These 2 shots, besides opening the way, actually had a hidden flashbulb effect. The system's voice didn't go off and that means there were no casualties. But that's okay. It's enough to be able to drive the road. Shinfei is alone, but enemy reinforcements will be here any minute. He can't afford it. Not to mention, the presence of the killing intent resonance skill also helped him to roughly determine the location of his enemies. Since you guys don't dare to go, it's my turn. Is Shinfei nervous? Very nervous. After all, even if he was strong, he was still flesh and blood, and a random bullet hitting him could kill him. But, the road is your own choice, so of course you have to finish it on your knees. Shinfei dodged and discovered the enemy in advance with his killing intent resonance, and without half a second of hesitation, he directly pulled the trigger. His kind of behavior is called early gunning if you put it in the game. Usually it's an open fight, and in return you're sure to get curses and abuse from your enemies. But that's the reality. Those who were hit by the dragon breath bomb at close range didn't have any ability to think at all, and could only futilely extinguish the sizzling flames on their bodies. Bang! Bang bang! Some of the gang members upstairs finally got smart and started to fire away regardless. The bullets that covered the sky not only hit where Shinfei was, but also rebounded and splashed twice. There's no way around it. Shinfei could only retreat to the corner again. He's got a pretty big tactical problem, actually. Who made him only a legendary archer, but without the skill bonus of a legendary CQB. But, if you kill enough people, you'll have everything in the future. Snap. A ricochet bullet in the darkness coincidentally hit the position of Shinfei's shoulder. Shinfei only felt that there was a red-hot iron bar violently stabbing into his body, and it hurt so much that the whole person was confused. Good thing, mobsters don't seem to be trained to alternate fire. Expressed in actual combat, it means either shooting together or changing bullets together. The shooting window is exposed all at once. The opportunity is not to be missed. Shinfei gritted his teeth, and regardless of the injury on his shoulder, he raised the Remington M870 type shotgun with one hand and kept pulling the trigger at the location where the enemy was. Bang! Bang! The magazine was emptied of 7 rounds, but Shinfei didn't have time to reload. He slammed the shotgun and threw it at the mob, then drew his Glock G17 for alternate fire. In the blink of an eye, the enemies that were originally on the second floor had also been cleaned up by him. The house became silent once again. Meanwhile, inside his head, the system's voice also sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. X8. 8 consecutive voices indicated that Shinfei had just finished off another 8 enemies, plus the 2 at the door just now, and the 5 that rushed downstairs. It amounted to him taking out 15 enemies with only 35 pistol rounds, and 9 dragon breath rounds. Such an achievement if word gets out. Enough to rock any military field in the world. Phew. Shinfei sensed through the killing intent resonance that the enemy upstairs had no intention of rushing down, and seemed to be planning to defend. He didn't rush to attack either, and shouted to the system, God killing system, give me a draw, smack me hard, side killings, side upgrade. Although there was a danger of death, this feeling of adrenaline surging simply made Shinfei intoxicated by it. Shinfei listened to the system reward voice that kept ringing in his head, and at the same time, he spread the gunpowder from a disassembled bullet on the shoulder wound, and then ignited it with the lighter he was carrying. Jab. A stench of burning flesh and skin raced up his nostrils, sweat flowed like a stream, and intense pain spread from his shoulder to every corner of his body. Shinfei clenched his teeth and muttered, after tonight, there will only be 2 legends in Petersburg, either my tombstone or your broken blades, dead or alive. The name of the razor will finally burn through all the shadows of this tundra like an aurora borealis on a winter night. A great man is born as such. 21. Is it not heard that the sky is the limit? Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing adrenaline potion X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system reward storage space. Note, this space can only be used to store system reward items. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the CQB specialization, elementary, skill. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning singing proficiency level B in the lottery. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning a roll of toilet paper. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing M39 Grenade X4. Cutting the pie to clear. Emergency response process. Omnidirectional alert. Threshold assessment. Failure to fire method. Hook break-in. Hot zone/cold zone. CQB 0. Along with the fall of the system voice, countless knowledge about CBQ was integrated into Shinfei's memory. In the blink of an eye, he has then grown from nothing to a qualified entry-level CQB level player. It's hard to tell exactly how strong, but used in conjunction with other skills, it was more than enough to deal with the situation at hand. And after the system reward, Shinfei found that there was an additional piece of the virtual template similar to the location of the game warehouse, in which some physical rewards were stored. It wasn't like before, where it would be rewarded into the backpack he carried. Without half a hesitation, Shinfei took out the adrenaline injection in the warehouse and quickly glanced at the introduction on it. No different from real-life potions, they are all used for short, strong first-aid medications that can quickly increase heart rate and blood pressure. The only difference is that the adrenaline rewarded by the system has no side effects at all. So what else is there to say? Use. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable, although I hadn't reached the limit of my physical abilities. Shinfei was wondering, too, why is it that when I was seriously injured in my previous life, I didn't feel any pain for a long time? You don't even feel itchy and sore until you leave the operating room and wait for the anesthesia to wear off. But in this life, the sensitivity to pain is obviously greatly increased. Maybe it has something to do with increased fitness? These questions won't be answered for a while and shouldn't be thought about now. The sharp needle pierced the jugular vein, and the dark red medicinal fluid spread like a living spider web across the vessel wall. Phew! As the liquid was injected, Shinfei only felt that the muscles all over his body contracted violently in an instant, and the indescribable feeling of oppression prevented him from even breathing normally. The roar of pumping blood in his eardrums covered all the noise, as if he was the only one left alone in the entire world. Gray haze at the edge of the retina, a sign that the systolic blood pressure has exceeded 160 millimeters of mercury. If he'd been wearing a tactical watch, he would have realized that. His heart rate spiked from 142 to 187. A few seconds later, the world became clearer than it had ever been before, and the blood oozing from the penetrating wound in his left arm was no longer a viscous red, but a layered dark and bright red. This is due to the sudden high pressure in the body, forcing plasma as well as arterial blood to seep out together. Without the previous burns to stop the bleeding, then it would now be oozing blood, possibly even spraying, and it would take less than a minute at most to pass out from blood loss. So, that's what an injection of adrenaline feels like. Shinfei took a deep breath and kept adjusting his state through rapid breathing. The enemy up there is stirring. Light footsteps sounded. What used to be an inaudible sound was now incredibly harsh. Even without using the killing intent resonance, Shinfei could accurately locate the position of the enemy's location in the cut corner. Strengthening complete. Time to get down to business. Shinfei took out two M39 grenades that looked like eggs from the warehouse, removed the pins, and pressed the delay fuse. This grenade has a delay of 7.5 seconds and works like a Type 43 grenade, with a fuse held in place by a threaded knob and a conical cap, which needs to be unscrewed to funnel out the pull cord coil before pulling it violently. Of course, being a commonly used World War II grenade, it was also equipped with a multi-chime delay fuse. Typically blue represents a 4.5 second delay, red represents a 1 second delay, and gray represents instant fire. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shinfei counted 5 seconds silently in his mind, and then quickly threw the two grenades towards the upper floors. Snap, snap, two M39 offensive grenades, knocking into the corner wall while eating two banks of rebound, end up at an almost bizarre angle at the feet of the gang members hiding in the corner. Grenade! Run! There's a grenade! Run! The gang members were all of a sudden confused. They really couldn't figure out how on earth the two grenades had been thrown. Less than a second to detonate had been too late for them to react in any way. Boom! Boom! Loud explosions rang out, and thousands of shrapnel exploded in all directions, creating a strand of 3 meters. A cloud of dust filled the entrance to the building, so close to the explosion. But Shinfei's mind did not ring any system draw beeps. Humans are so mean. For the pursuit of kills, the biggest role of offensive grenades on the battlefield is to maim. Shrapnel pierces into the body, even blowing off arms and legs, but it doesn't kill anyone for a short time. In this way, it can greatly increase the cost of rescuing the enemy, as well as the cost of caring for them. Typically, guaranteeing the retreat of a wounded man from the battlefield consumes 2 living forces. The cost of subsequent treatment is astronomical, and the return of those disabled soldiers enhances the civilian fear of war, even enough to deter recruits from going into battle. There is an extremely complex principle behind this. This idea of wounding rather than killing with one blow is gradually being applied to the design of bullets as well. 2000 onwards. How many troops are using full power ammo other than in the civilian shooting arena? Very, very little. While the smoke hadn't dissipated, Shinfei picked his toes and grabbed a handful of AK-47s scattered on the ground, opening the magazine to check the ammo and reloading in one fell swoop. After doing these necessary operations, Shinfei rushed towards the upper floors without hesitation, taking the opportunity of the dust not dissipating to shoot the gang members who were wailing in pain on the ground. This time, the system's lottery beep sounded again. While Shinfei chose the lottery, he killed his way upwards and rushed to the 5th floor in no time. A solo CQB search is a very scary thing to do. On the one hand, The attacked surface is so large that you can't take in all 360 degrees of dead space at the same time. You can only extend your side's advantage as much as possible and narrow the enemy's firing angle. It takes a lot of specialized skills that, without further ado, there's a lot to be learned from just an attacking door cutter. The goal is to visually remove any threats within the room as quickly as possible and to remove those threats outside the room if possible. When executing a pie cut, move as quickly as possible, keeping your weapon pointed relatively steady. The biggest difficulty in the process is going to sacrifice shooting accuracy. No way. CQB is all about every penny counts and what goes around comes around. But for Shin Fei, there was no need to carefully cut the corners, or to always be careful that he wouldn't appear in the death hourglass. The reason is simple. He's got hang-ups. Just by getting within 30 meters, you can tell if there is an enemy in the room by virtue of whether or not there is a killing intent present. The 5th floor was quickly searched and, next up is the 4th floor. No enemies were sent throughout. Come to think of it, he had attacked and suddenly, and the gang members were so numerous that they would inevitably choose to concentrate their forces on him in the face of such a situation. Who would give up their life and hide in a room waiting for a chance to sneak up on them? Shin Fei came to the 3rd floor, ignoring the pile of corpses on the ground, and carefully walked forward. And this time, he quickly sensed a distinct killing intent in one of the rooms that looked like a conference room. A rough estimate puts the number at about 5. Shin Fei quickly came to the left side of the room door, leaned against the wall, and pulled the trigger against the door lock. Bang! Bang bang! A loud gunshot rang out as the wooden door lock crumbled open and a hole about the size of a fist broke through the door. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! There was intense gunfire from the conference room, and in the blink of an eye the wooden door had been riddled with holes. The light from the flashlight shone down those cavities, creating light spots of varying sizes on the walls. Unfortunately, no matter how much they strafed, it was impossible to hit Shin Fei, who was clinging to the wall next to the door. That's the beauty of a safe zone. Leaving the room those gang members only 2 choices, either throw grenades or shock bombs type of projectiles, or outwardly strong attack. Shin Fei held his breath, listening to all the subtle sounds in the room. With the help of system enhancements and adrenaline, his hearing was now almost at the human limit. He would retreat to a side room at the first sign of movement to throw a thunderbolt. What he didn't expect was that the gang members in the room didn't choose either of those options. Anvil's roar of panic mixed with anger rang out. Razor, this is the end of the feud between us. What do you think? I'm telling you, as strong as you are, reinforcements from the Brotherhood will be here soon. Kill me and you won't get away. It's better for all of us to sit down and talk, don't you think? Oh, you can't run away? If he hadn't already thought of a subsequent escape plan, Shin Fei wouldn't have been able to hide in their division. From the system storage, he took out the last 2 M39 offensive grenades and grunted coldly as he opened the fuses. Ha ha, don't you hear that the sky is the limit? As long as I want to go. The time for the delay fuse is almost up. Shin Fei aimed at the wall directly in front of him and viciously threw the grenade out. Snap! The grenade hit the wall and bounced back a second time before making its way into the conference room along the loophole in the wooden door that had been shattered by countless gunshots. It's safe and dangerous to throw mines this way, because if it wasn't thrown into the room, it was Shin Fei himself who was blown up. However, for Shin Fei, who possessed superb physical reflexes, such an operation was nothing at all. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This time, it's a more lethal airburst. 22. You're not the devil yet? Decembrist Square. About 100 meters from the Neva Brotherhood on the side of the road, in a heavily modified jeep. Bear frowned. Captain, the shooting has stopped. Are we really not going to do anything? A gunshot means Shin Fei is safe, but it's the quiet now, as if nothing has happened. That's the most dangerous. Goldcoin took out an MP5 submachine gun from the backseat and said in a deep voice, I'll go save Razor. You guys can stay here. That's your freedom. Righteous Eyes stopped him and snapped. Goldcoin, don't be impulsive. Don't you think that there have been more car accidents tonight than usual? When they heard this, the people in the car all froze. It seems to be true. While there are car accidents caused by drunk drivers every day, there were certainly more of them tonight than on weekdays. The intersection not far away had already been jammed into a long line. At several other intersections, it was a similar situation. A soaked Palando hiccuped and said tentatively, Captain, are you saying, Colonel made a move? Righteous Eyes didn't answer directly and said, anyone who loves talent also wants to know exactly where the limits of genius lie. I don't think someone who can practice their marksmanship to the level of legendary shooter would be a cutie who doesn't even think about the backroads. He looked to Gold and asked, what do you think, Gold? Goldcoin was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything, but loosened his grip on the car door. A silence fell over the jeep. After a full minute or two, Bear broke the silence. But, I can't think of how else to escape when I'm in such a desperate situation no matter what. This is the difference between mortals and geniuses. Righteous Eye muttered. It's like top players like Crow, Maradona, and Ronaldo will always put the soccer ball into the net in a way you wouldn't expect. Neva Brotherhood Chapter. Third floor. Boom. The conference room became an instant mess after two M39 offensive grenades exploded. Shinfei replaced the magazine of the AK-47 and loaded it backhandedly, not waiting for the dust to fall, kicked open the doorframe, and carried out a frantic strafing. Ta-da. Da-day. Da-da-da. After a round of bullets were fired, all those middle-ranking Neva Brotherhood members who were originally lingering on were turned into cold corpses. They didn't even have time to scream. Blood flowed down the bullet hole onto the ground, gradually gathering into a puddle of blood. It's like a hell on earth. Shinfei dropped the assault rifle and replaced it with a pistol, and in the standard CAR holding method center axis relock position, he searched the room to see if there were any more chances to increase the draw. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, a miserable and weak voice rang out. Anvil, who had been scared out of his wits, crawled out from right in front of the conference table and looked at Shinfei in panic. His position was directly in front of the door to the room, a sort of leader's seat. Because of this angle, it was miraculously surprising that he wasn't hurt too badly. There were bullet holes, but at least the body was still intact. Unlike those bodies, bombed and then swept, many of them have been reduced to a piece of the east and a piece of the west. Shinfei smiled. It's okay, I'm not a devil, and we don't have deep hatred. It's okay if I don't kill you. Anvil froze and subconsciously looked at the bodies all over the ground. Good man, you're not the devil yet, are you? Satan has to have your name tattooed on his back. 23. Besides rubles, I have a beautiful wife. It's all yours. Shinfei crouched down and said playfully, if I don't kill you, do you have to thank me? Tell me, do you have any stash of money in your branch? Gold is fine. Drugs won't do. I don't have a way out. If you really don't have any, something else that's worthwhile and easy to carry will do. The pursuers would come at any time, and Shinfei didn't have time to scavenge the loot. The thought of all that wealth that belonged to him, but he couldn't take with him, made his heart ache. Anvil hurriedly replied, 2, there used to be, but a few days ago, Godfather all put away. But don't worry, as long as you spare me, I can take you to get the money. I'll give you 2 million rubles. No, 5 million. Bang. Shinfei pulled the trigger and hit Anvil's left leg. Don't bull asterisk me? I want what I can take now. Anvil let out a desperate scream and roared low with all his might. There's no there really isn't. And killing me. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Neva Brotherhood? Razor, you just want to join Team 7. We can concede defeat so you can achieve your goal and get 5 million rubles as a thank you. Why not? Shinfei fell into deep thought. Anvil thought that he was thinking about his words and hurriedly crawled on his knees and took 2 steps and said, Razor, you're right, we don't have a grudge. We can be friends. From now on, I'll be all yours. Besides rubles, I have a beautiful wife. It's all yours. Ha, a human wife? Shinfei returned to his senses and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else just now and didn't hear what you said earlier. Any other questions? Anvil subconsciously asked. You, what are you thinking? Shinfei stretched out a finger. First of all, the first question. I'm afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of being poor. I agree with what an old man told me. When he was young he thought money would solve 99% of his problems, and when he got old he realized that it did. I don't hate gangsters, but you're a step up the ladder for me, so you're going to die. Anvil couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his face went pale. Shinfei stretched out his second finger again and said, the second question I was just thinking about. You are the first small boss I came to this world and encountered. What kind of action should I use to solve you? You know what? I have a lot of friends who have beautiful execution moves. Price liked to use custom serrated daggers, with the blade slashing horizontally across the enemy's throat, and the cigar in his mouth always stayed the same length every time he killed. The apparition would first drive the tip of the blade into both shoulder blades of the enemy, wait until the enemy's mouth opened to cry out from the excruciating pain, and then lift his right knee and slam it into his abdomen to force silence. And Thorpe, soap and so on. My favorite character's name is Zimmer, and he's a very educated Chinese. Before each execution of the enemy, a polite tap on the shoulder, then a slam on the lower third, and finally a sharp slash to take the enemy away. Anvil had absolutely no idea what the man in front of him was talking to himself about. The fear from death made him subconsciously move his body backwards. It's as if being a few meters away from the muzzle of a gun makes you safer. There! A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth as he drew the dagger he bought at the weapon store from his thigh and slowly threw it into midair. After the dagger reached its highest point, it traced a crescent moon trajectory in midair and quickly descended. Shinfei turned violently, raised his toes, and drew the hilt of the falling knife in the air. The blade turned into silver lightning and went straight for the throat. Pus, blood spurting out. The vitality in Anvil's eyes suddenly dimmed. His body shook violently, and blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth, quickly turning into a stiff and cold corpse. Meanwhile, the red light of the locator watch goes out, signifying that the GPS time is up, but the danger wasn't lifted. It was because Shinfei saw through the window of the third floor that a large number of unidentified gang members, from all directions, rushed towards him in a running manner. So many people, not to mention the fact that he was injured. Even in his peak state, it was impossible for him to fight. So, how to escape from life has become the most critical issue at the moment. 23. Slight gore. Don't read during dinner. Down the street, in the jeep, Righteous Eyes looked at the gang members pouring in from all sides and frowned. The gunfire has stopped for a full 5 minutes. Why hasn't Razor run out yet? Is he hurt? No one answered his question, and the only sound echoing in the car was that of keyboard tapping. Polando asked curiously, Nefertus, what are you doing? Nefertus said without looking up. The Glaz Zvezdoket, Eye of the Star Whisperer, that Gold uses. The tracking device has voice recognition along with a life detection template. Both functions can be turned on with access to the corresponding Sputnikvok, Satellite Wolf, tracking system. Gold froze for a moment and asked in surprise, it can still be like this? How come I didn't know? Nephthys glared up at him and scolded him mercilessly. Just because you're a damned fool who didn't know and didn't disclose your plan to us ahead of time. It caused me to spend almost half an hour without finding the Eye of the Star Whisperer that corresponds to the Razor. Damn! How many people are those KGB assholes spying on with this thing? People's science for the benefit of all mankind. Those assholes in grey ratskins are tarnishing what was once the Red Alliance. Gold Coin didn't move and averted his gaze, no longer speaking. Once again, there was a dead silence in the jeep. Righteous Eyes looked at the gang members already assembled at the entrance of the branch, ready to attack, and asked, if you encountered this situation, how would you solve it? Polando shrugged. Smart people don't let themselves get surrounded, and I'm not gonna let myself get caught up in a situation like this. Not a chance in a million. The corners of Gold Coin's mouth rose, conjuring up a crazy smile. What's there to run for? Install explosives in the entire building, let them all in, and finally take them all with you to God. I think that Razor must have been thinking the same thing. The three men looked to Bear. Bear scratched his head with the only arm he had left and said, I'll listen to you guys. If you want to run, I'll follow. If you want to die with the enemy, I'll plant the dynamite. Gold Coin patted him on the shoulder and said, Bear, I like your answer. Righteous Eye pursued, what if you're the only one left? Bear smiled and replied, then I will surrender and wait for you to rescue me. If you're all dead, I'll find a chance to escape, bury your corpses, and get my revenge. Polando lamented, Luther King is dead, but in you, it's as if I see traces of him still alive. As the three gagged, Nephthys raised his head, glanced at the branch not far away, and murmured, detected, he's alive, all vitals are high, should have been injected with adrenaline. It means he's injured, but it hasn't affected his mobility. Oh, right, if I were you guys, I would disguise myself as a corpse in a similar situation, but I can't with Razor, because I'm female and my physiology is obvious. He's Asian, and that face is so different from the people around him that it's instantly recognizable. I recognize the captain's idea, and since Razor didn't run, he must have his own ideas. Neva Brotherhood Chapter, 3rd floor, conference room. The first thing Shinfei did after seeing the gang members pouring in from all sides was to quickly rummage through the bodies on the ground. After all of them were mid-level gangsters, and there was still a little bit of gain to be had. 5 gold necklaces the thickness of a thumb, and 7 or 8 gold rings, as well as the bloodstained rubles that he carried with him. It should be enough for medical bills. The only shame is that there wasn't time to scour the gang of thugs out there. I remember a couple others with gold teeth coming out of their mouths. Forget it, live. It will all come later. Shinfei put everything close to his body, and then quickly changed into the bloodstained clothes of a gangster mid-level. The conference room is full of body parts, so if you don't distinguish them carefully, you can't find out if there's one more or one less. That's right, he's just going to blend out by pretending to be a corpse. As for the face, naturally he had already considered it. Shinfei pulled out the dagger on Anvil's neck and searched the conference room, finally squatting next to the corpse of one of the gang members. The tip of the blade traveled like a silverfish breaking the surface of the water, and the touch of coolness seeping into his pores came from his cheekbones. The adhesion of skin to muscle made a soft sound of gelatinous tearing, as if uncovering the sticky paper of a laminated cake. In a moment's effort, Shinfei got a bloody human face. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the nausea and fear in his heart, before slowly pressing the human face to his own. The subcutaneous fat is greasy and uncomfortable to the touch, and this face is too big to do a tight fit, but that's okay. Blood and hideous wounds will cover up all deficiencies. Shinfei topped someone else's face, reloaded the magazine for the Glock G17 pistol, and found a place to lie down with the most corpses. It's a combo, even if the gang members noticed the disguise. Shinfei was also able to hold the other party's leader hostage by virtue of his proximity. All it takes is a chance to get in close. After all, in the absolute realm of 30 meters, he is purely technically rolled over invincible. Outside the first floor door, a large number of gang members had assembled, led by Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood. The people around them were making calls, but all they could hear was the ringing from the silent branch building, but no one answered at all. This situation, it's very bad, and there's only one explanation for that. It's quite possible that Razor killed everyone in the building on his own. Attack, or not to attack? Just as Ash hesitated, the street mediator beside him hung up the phone and said, "Patriarch, a call from the Hermitage Directorate in Petersburg. They say we're making too much noise. If we don't put an end to this farce in 10 minutes, the entire police force of the Neva Industrial District and Petrograd divisions will be mobilized." Ash's brow furrowed. Associated with so many sudden car accidents on the street, he finally realized that the colonel of the Petersburg branch of Wagner should have struck. There's no time for hesitation. If Razor couldn't be dealt with soon, their gang would be doomed. Ash gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Charge with me. Find Razor in 5 minutes and finish him off." He was the first to rush into the first floor hall with his MP5 submachine gun in hand. Behind them, a group of gang members rushed in. When they saw the bloody scene in the hall, even if they had been on the streets for years, they couldn't help but feel a chill. It's horrible. All the corpses had at least 3 bullets in them, and the ones that had been hit by the dragon's breath rounds were already disfigured, with large burn marks on their bodies. Even the flames on top of some of the corpses hadn't been extinguished, and the air was filled with the putrid odor of blood mixed with roasted meat. Many people couldn't stand the environment and couldn't help but throw up. With a frown on his face, Ash didn't waste any time and quickly arranged for his men to begin targeting the division building for a search. But they had searched from the first floor to the 5th floor, and had obviously looked carefully at all the places where they could hide people, but they hadn't found any traces of Shinfei. Run away? Ash listened to his men's returns, his features having long since become twisted with too much anger. What he didn't know was that Shinfei was actually at his feet, only with a blood-stained gang member's face. Buzzing. Just as Ash was pondering what to do next, the phone in the inside pocket of his jacket made a vibrating sound. This is a dedicated phone line. There's only one person who can make that call. Ash hurriedly took out his cell phone and spoke respectfully. "Godfather, I'm sorry, we messed up. 24, too late to mourn for Shinfei. Next on the scene is..." The Godfather's grim voice rang through the phone. "Stupid thing, why didn't you tell me about your plans ahead of time? Where's Anvil? Why can't he get through on the phone?" Ash looked up at the dead Anvil and said in a deep voice, "He's dead. Including him, everyone in the branch is dead." There was silence on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds had passed, the Godfather nearly snarled. "So you're telling me that an Asian stormed into our branch and killed everyone in the branch, including Anvil? Sucka es. You losers, did you all grow up drinking horpiss?" Ash grimaced and said nothing, obediently taking the scolding. After cursing for a while, the Brotherhood's Godfather also got tired of cursing and said in a deep voice, "Now listen to me. Dispose of everyone's corpses, take the remaining mid-levels, and get to Chatterbayan within 2 days." Chatterbayan? Hearing the name, Ash was stunned for a moment. The Urals is a federal state. Chatterbayan is the capital of the Republic of Altenhot, located in the Caucasus Belt, downstream of the Volga River. This country produces black tea and was once the largest grower in the Red Alliance. Other than that, not much of a reputation, but right next to it is the Republic of No, Che, H, Chen, Chien, which is known worldwide for its ferocity. Ash frowned. "Godfather, Chatterbayan is too far away. 2 days is too long to even get a body. I don't want to hear your bull asterisk. The Godfather interrupted him brutally and said in a deep voice, "Dispose of those wastes like the corpses of the enemy. Drag them to the factory. Inject them with TNT solvents to accelerate combustion, and corrode the bones with concentrated sulfuric acid. I'll only give you 2 days. If you don't get there, you'll wait for the same treatment. After coercion comes the common lure. Ash, you are the member who has followed me the longest, and I assure you that in Chatterbayan, our brotherhood will become immensely powerful. When the time comes, not to mention Wagner, even the king won't be able to protect the damn mercenary. I said it." Toot, toot. The phone was hung up. Ash looked at the field of mutilated corpses, and although he couldn't bear it, he eventually waved his hand and said, "Take these corpses and send them to the cola factory." What? Hearing his words, the gang members all stared in disbelief. "That's where they dispose of enemy bodies. Where do you send your own people?" Ash glared viciously at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Did you not hear what I said? 50,000 rubles each for those involved in the operation, with material rewards." The crowd's faces looked a little better, and endured their physical discomfort as they began to carry the bodies. Ash took out his phone again and called another patriarch, saying in a grave tone, Notify all members of the positions above the street mediator and tell them to meet at the Petersburg train station in half an hour. Remember, this is an order from the Godfather. Shen Fei, who was disguised as a corpse, was carried by 2 gang members and left the branch building step by step. A question was on his mind. What's the Neva Brotherhood rushing to the Caucasus for? Listening to their Godfather's words just now, it seemed that he had found some kind of marvelous backer, the only country in that place that could be called a backer, even to the point of threatening the king's position, seemed to be a no, che, her, chen, chien. There is also a crescent extremist organization. Following the timeline, it shouldn't be too far from the discovery of a massive oil field in No, Che, H, Chen, Chien. At that time, the Urals Federation and the Nor, Che, H, Chen, Chien. A second war will break out. The geopolitical situation is too complex to be answered for a while, but Shen Fei could be sure of one thing. Instead of having to continue his escapades for the next 2 days, he just passed. The mid-levels are running away. Who has the heart to deal with him? It's a good thing. The effect of the adrenaline gradually receded. The intense pain and exhaustion hit, and Shen Fei slowly closed his eyes. He's got to take a break. There's going to be a battle to escape when they get thrown on the body truck. The only way to truly win is to escape. Down the street, in the jeep, Goldcoin really couldn't sit still and anxiously asked. People have already rushed in. Why isn't there any movement at all? Is Razor dead? Nefertus shook his head. No, his vitals are intact and he's in the building. Hearing this, the several people all revealed expressions of disbelief. Not dead, live and let live, but there just wasn't a fight? What's going on here? No one felt that it had come to the point where there was any possibility of Razor and the Brotherhood talking peace. Polando frowned. Do you guys think there's a possibility? They didn't find the Razor? But there are so many people in the mob, and it's in their most familiar branch, so even if Razor is good at hiding, there's no way he can go undetected, right? His doubts are the doubts of everyone else. At that moment, Nefertus spoke up. All shut up. Razor's coordinates are starting to move. Having heard what was said, all eyes, all fixed on the computer screen, the red dot was moving a little, and finally, appeared on the street. The crowd subconsciously looked up and then 2 vans were seen pulling up to the main entrance of the branch and a body was thrown on. Goldcoin said with a face full of surprise, so, Razor really escaped by pretending to be a corpse, but his face? Righteous Eyes thought of some possibility and took a deep breath. Maybe I'm trying to understand what's happening. It is quite possible that the Razor shaved off the enemy's face and covered his face, thus reducing the likelihood of detection. Shave your face? Shave a human face? Though they've all killed people, and lots of them, and have seen many absolutely restrictive scenes, but still, it can be very shocking, as well as hard to accept, for such an operation. However, when they remembered Shen Fei in the interview after those words, gradually also all relieved. They were right about that. The average mercenary was really not as ruthless as Shen Fei. Polando lamented. Gold Coin, you've really given Shen Fei a good code name. Gold Coin was full of smugness. Buzzing. Righteous Eye's cell phone rang with a text message. He glanced at the top and his expression turned odd as he voiced, the Colonel has 2 messages for us. Number 1. He was furious with the Polando trio for leaving the hospital at will. Also, Shen Fei's examination passed. He, now, officially belongs to our 7th team. What? Upon hearing this, Goldcoin's entire body felt as if it had been doped up. He dryly ignited the ignition and put it in gear, took off the handbrake, maneuvered the jeep to make a U-turn at an extremely fast speed, chased after the gangster's corpse truck, and shouted excitedly, it's too late to mourn for Shen Fei. Next on the scene, 18 shots, 4 double taps, Wagner's legendary marksman, the end of the Neva Brotherhood, the fastest ever to become a member of Wagner's elite squad, and the legendary mercenary of the future team 7 second only to me Razor. Righteous Eye was startled by the sudden movement, his body stumbled, his fake eye nearly falling out, and he couldn't help but curse. Asterisk. Damn gold coins. Your first order of business is to hurry up and uninstall that app on your phone that looks like a rotten tomato. 25. God old and infirm team. The gold coins were crazy, but not impulsive enough to go straight for the jugular on the city streets. They're mercenaries, half-professional soldiers. Will help the official to deal with the trouble. Naturally also can enjoy a lot of care from the official as well as resources. There are more restrictions in the city than in the mob. He drove the jeep, following the van carrying the bodies, all the way out of town, waiting to travel to the unpaved road. Goldcoin slammed on a sharp brake and the jeep drifted across the middle of the road. The driver of the truck transporting the body was instantly enraged at the sight. Asterisk. Can you drive? If I can't bully Wagner's mercenaries, I can't bully you? The driver cursed and grabbed the Uzi he kept by his side and charged down. To express his anger, he couldn't wait to pull the trigger on the sky just as soon as he got out of the car. Bang bang bang. The Uzi's gun went off, spewing a flurry of flames from its muzzle. The driver rushed to the jeep and pulled hard on the door. Finding it in a locked state, he raised his gun and cursed, "Bunch of INGES. Your mama didn't teach you." The window that was affixed to the privacy glass slowly came down. The driver was shocked to realize that sitting in the front of the car were two mercenaries in Wagner uniforms. An MP5 submachine gun and a P99 pistol were already aimed at his head. Ha! The driver people are scared silly. How could he have never imagined that a random don't car encountered on the road would also be an existence that he absolutely could not afford to mess with? Polando, sitting by the window, glanced disdainfully at the Uzi in his hand and said with an expressionless face, "Nice little toy. Bring it to me." The driver had long been stunned and froze, not daring to move. Polando reached for himself, snatched the gun out of his hand, and suddenly growled low. Bang! Ah! The driver was startled and crouched on the ground shivering. Don't kill me. I'm just passing through." Polando had a mocking smile on his lips. Mon Dieu, your trembling fingers would be better suited for carving cheese than for holding a gun. Now, get down on the ground and let me see your hands. The driver rushed to do as he was told. Goldcoin got out of the car and held his gun on guard, while Righteous Eye and Bear slowly approached the van. Even though there seemed to be no danger around them, they still didn't let their guard down. For mercenaries, carelessness is more deadly than anything else. Wagon. Hearing the sudden gunshot, Shinfei opened his eyes violently. It was dark as far as the eye could see, and the air carried the strongest possible odor of blood. Knowing that you're in a body van and can't see is actually a good thing. Just need to control not to go crazy brainstorming. Shinfei's left hand gripped the Glock G17 pistol tightly, and his right hand clutched the gold necklace, gold ring, and some bloodstained rubles in his backpack. Viewing through the killing intent resonance, Shinfei did not find anyone within 30 meters of his surroundings who had a killing intent towards him. But the van did stop, and there were gunshots? So, what the hell happened? Shinfei maintained the position of lying on his back, carefully moving the corpses that he could catch, slowly moving them to his side. It's gross to the greasy touch, but it's a natural sandbag. Followed by, he aimed for the back door of the van and quietly listened for movement outside. Click! The door of the van was slowly opened. A beam of flashlight light shone in, and Shinfei's emotions were tense to the extreme at this moment. Righteous Eyes frowned at the bodies stacked like pork in the compartment and voiced, "Razor, are you still alive? A prosthetic eye?" Shinfei sighed in relief and slowly sat up. Ka! The sound of a bullet being loaded rang out. Shinfei tore off the human face plastered on his skin, wiped the crushed flesh at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said with a smile, "What? Were you guys turned by the Brotherhood?" Although the 7 teams had thought before that Shinfei was able to escape, the probability was that he had plastered an enemy's face. But, when this scene really appeared in front of their eyes, especially when combined with the corpses on the left and right of the carriage, it still gave the two men the illusion of a chill down their backs. Righteous Eyes exclaimed, "Davarish, you are definitely the most otherworldly rookie mercenary I've ever seen. Ever." Big Bear followed suit and lamented, "I prove that what the captain said is true. Gold coins in front of you. It's all like an elementary school student. That. Razor, can you still move it? I'd love to help you, but the clothes I'm wearing are quite expensive." Shinfei nodded, got up with difficulty, and climbed out of the carriage. His body was stained with layer after layer of blood, making him look like a harsh ghost crawling out of hell. Righteous Eyes rubbed his nose, wanting to say something, and finally said, "Let's go. Let's get you into cleaner clothes first." Shinfei nodded, associated with the urgent travel to the Caucasus of the middle and high levels of the Brotherhood. It's not hard to guess why Team 7 showed up. The probability is that he has passed the test early. Shinfei followed the two men and walked to the jeep. When Goldcoin saw Shinfei's appearance, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. Polando couldn't help but speak up. "Hey Razor, I love this look of yours, but I refuse to go back in the same car as you." Nefertus stepped out of the car, took out a bucket of water from the trunk, and placed it in front of Shinfei. "Thanks." Shinfei began to rinse the blood stains on his body. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, an endless tundra as far as the eye can see, and basically no one passes by. Polando said to the driver on the floor, "Strip." The driver dared not refuse, and in a moment's time he stripped off all his clothes, revealing his white and tender skin, and said tentatively, "It's cold outside. Can I stay in the car?" Polando, "Sure enough, there are just a lot of men in this country." Goldcoin waved his hand, "Get out. Take the body in your car and get out of my sight in 5 seconds. The driver, like an amnesty, rushed to the van and disappeared into the night in a flurry of reverse. Bear teased, "Polando, you should have met the man." I saw the driver leave with a panicked expression that seemed to be mixed with a little disappointment. "You French, anyway, love to be stirrers." Polando got out of the car, one hand on the door, and cursed angrily, Off. I like women. Pure women. By this time, Shinfei had already finished cleaning briefly and had changed into the driver's clothes. Righteous Eye smiled. Well, that's much smoother. Razor, to introduce you, here are all the current members of Team 7. Welcome to Wagner, and welcome to Team 7. Shinfei subconsciously surveyed the crowd of Team 7. Then he was shocked to realize, this squad, it's slightly odd. A one-eyed, a psychopath, a one-armed man, a woman, and a crippled man in a cast. Shinfei's throat knots rolled twice. His fingers nodded over the team members one by one, and finally settled on the captain's face. Captain, let me ask, is the name of our squad, the Old and the Infirm? Prosthetic Eye, Gold, Palando, Bear, got Old and Infirm team. A few people were instantly petrified, and coupled with Shinfei's expression of surprise with a hint of dumbfoundedness, it looked incomparably comical. The corners of Nefertis's lips lifted in a sly arc, and her nails raked quickly over the edge of her cell phone. When everyone was still immersed in Shinfei's violent words, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes, grabbed the back of Shinfei's collar with her left hand and yanked it toward the pile of people, and flipped the cell phone sharply with her right hand. Click! The moment the flash came on, the crowd's conditioned grimaces were sealed forever. In an album called Team 7, 26 that cadre could withstand such a test? An hour later, Team 7 returned to the hospital. As the only casualty, Shinfei was accompanied by the rest of the group, except for Palando, for a medical evaluation. The injuries are not serious. The bullet was carrying pieces of clothing, but there was no nerve damage as confirmed by X-ray and CT. While being pushed into the operating room, Shinfei handed the bloodstained backpack to Righteous Eyes. Captain, what's contained here is my most valuable thing. Make sure you keep it safe. Righteous Eye nodded heavily and replied seriously. I will. Goldcoin said teasingly with a bad smile on the corner of his mouth. Razor, it's just a mosquito bite. No need to be nervous. To keep you entertained for the next few hours, there's a surprise scheduled in the operating room. Oh. Then Heart. Bear smiled back. Well, it was quite a surprise. Or two. In the operating room. What's the surprise? Looking at them with that look, Shinfei always felt that his back was hairy, as if he was being stared at by colorful wolves. Without waiting for him to ask, the nurse had then pushed the hospital bed and brought him into the operating room. Waiting for the door to the room to close, Goldcoin surveyed the duffel bag, stroked his chin, and said, what exactly do you guys think is in there that would make Razor so nervous? Bear guessed, it should be a family photo. Chinese people value family as much as we do. Righteous Eyes shook his head and said, I don't think it's what's inside that's important. Maybe the duffel bag was given to him by his first girlfriend. The trio looked to Nefertis, waiting for her guess. Without speaking, Nefertis dryly reached out and unzipped the duffel bag that didn't have any protective locks. Oops, it's not nice to peek at people's stuff. Yeah, not so good. Can you guys be a little professional? The three said so, but their eyes had long ago glanced at the duffel bag. Even Nefertis froze when they got a good look at what was inside. The corner of Righteous Eye's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he reached out and took out one of the gold necklaces, saying in surprise, if I remember correctly, that day when Anvil came to pick a fight, what he wore around his neck was this necklace, right? Goldcoin nodded and replied, well, you're not wrong, the pattern is exactly the same. Big Bear lamented, this is born to be a mercenary seedling. Captain, I don't think we'll be able to use any of our second surprise? Righteous Eye shook his head. The process is still there. This kid just called us the Old and Infirm team. Can you guys stand it? The crowd shook their heads. It must not be tolerated. Nefertis looked at the gold in her backpack. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and then looked up at the operating room and said, Razor's been tricked. A good chunk of the gold necklace in here. It's all fake. Fake? The crowd froze and took another closer look, realizing that many of them are indeed real gold on the outside layer and silver on the inside, commonly known as gold-covered silver. The thought that the things Shinfei regarded as treasures and desperately snatched back were a bunch of fakes? The three of them couldn't help it, revealing gloating smiles. Nephthys looked up at the trio, his eyes eventually landing on the prosthetic eye, and said, Captain, you're done. Righteous Eye was stunned and wondered, what happened to me? Nefertis pointed to the door of the operating room and said, think of his answers during the interview, and then think of the way he dealt with the mob. What if the gold was real when he said he gave it to you? He, is a man who gives up his life and not his fortune. Even if you take a loss, you'll make it up from somewhere else. You promised to keep them safe for him, so to avoid even more trouble, I suggest you go procure some gold now. Prosthetic Eye, in hell, what kind of senior captain comes up and offers his players a bribe? A bag of gold, how much does it cost? However, when thinking of Shinfei's extreme character, Righteous Eye was worried that this kid would do something irrational, and there was no shortage of money for them, the members of the elite squad, for the sake of squad cohesion, in order not to create a gap. This gold, Gotta buy. Righteous I gritted his teeth and turned around with a forlorn expression as he walked towards the outside of the hospital. Gold Coin laughed. Ha ha, Razor is really good at choosing people. Our captain attaches the most importance to promises. If I am asked to sell, unless I am beaten to death. Nefertus looked at Righteous Eyes back and added, have you ever thought of another possibility? Like how Razor knew, from the beginning, that the gold was fake? Let's not forget that he had numerous opportunities to put the duffel bag in a safe place when he was doing the inspection earlier. Then why did he had to make a point of handing the captain his backpack when he went into surgery? Goldcoin pondered for a moment and cursed in a low voice. Damn, this guy is too scary, isn't he? Hooray, he's our teammate. It would be a nightmare to meet such an enemy on the battlefield. Bear scratched his head with his only remaining arm and said in exasperation, ah, you guys stop it. My head is itching. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. In the operating room, shadowless lamps hang from the ceiling like bright stars, emitting a soft and bright glow. Shinfei was lying naked on the operating table and was inexplicably nervous. He's not afraid when he kills. Lying on the body truck didn't feel so horrible. But now, when you're obviously in a safe place, you can't help but have your body tighten up and your breathing quicken. The main surgeon saw Shinfei's emotional abnormality and smiled. Sir, is this your first time doing surgery? Shinfei nodded. The lead surgeon smiled. You don't have to worry. I'm the best surgeon in this hospital. Local anesthesia has been successfully injected, and you will not feel any pain during the entire procedure. And your team members have thoughtfully prepared some entertainment for you. Entertainment? What's the point of being entertained in an operating room? Without waiting for him to ask, a slight tremor came from the mattress under Shinfei, accompanied by the rhythm of gear rotation. The support board below the waist remained static, but the upper half of the bed lifted up at an even speed, finally settling at a 47-degree angle. It's basically the same as going from lying down to leaning back and sitting. The surgeon pushes a button on the operating table, and the adjacent surgical tunnel slowly opens. 7 or 8 sexy beauties in bikinis with alluring figures and different skin colors walked in. I'll be damned. That leg isn't a leg. Every step was full of power, practically a taut bowstring, and every knee lift defied the laws of gravity. That big thunder, rippling in sharp breaths and heart-stopping crests. That arse, with 20 active volcanoes hidden in its taut folds, especially with the 360-degree lighting in the operating room. More than that, they've created them, like a supermodel walking down a runway on a ladder stage. The lead surgeon attached himself to Shinfei's ear and whispered, Sir, may I ask if the surgery can begin? Doing the most unorthodox things in the most orthodox places. Who can stand such a contrast? Can that cadre withstand such a test? Shinfei's features were hideous. His expression struggled, and only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. This charge, they all have today's examination report. There is no problem with their bodies, and the quality as you can see, so the price is very expensive. The corners of the main surgeon's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. But don't worry, Mr. Gold Coin, it's already been paid for you. Shinfei looked at the supermodel who slowly walked over, and felt the soreness and numbness of half of his body after the anesthetic injection. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a ing criminal capitalist society. That's great. 27. The second surprise team 7 prepared for Shinfei. Shinfei never thought that one day the idiom of in-death will be used to describe a minor surgery. It's true what they say. The rich have pleasures that the poor can't even imagine. As he lay on the hospital bed, enjoying the fully automated services of the doctors and nurses, he couldn't help but murmur in his mind, money's good. This money still has to be earned. Just one elite mercenary has this kind of treatment. So if you become an oligarch, the body is extremely happy, the mind is incredibly relaxed, and the originally tense and boring surgical process ends in laughter. The nurses put on their bikinis and kissed Shinfei goodbye in turn. The lead surgeon held up his glasses and said, Sir, your friend has a second surprise for you. Because it's a bit exciting, we need to do some safety measures for you. And the surprise? Shinfei waved his hand and said, Alright, I'm quite tired today. How about another day? Despite the words, his body honestly didn't move a muscle. The first surprise. The doctor didn't even mention the excitement. Not experiencing the experience. It's hard to sleep. Shinfei was not the kind of boy who, after ordering a technician and being dissatisfied, did not feel good about changing it, and could only have his heart ache for money while enjoying a massage service that was not considered satisfactory. He's a man. Real men. The lead surgeon laughed. Please be assured that it is absolutely nothing like the experience you just had. At all. Oh, the more I talk about it, the funnier it gets. Shinfei nodded his head and said, Well then, after all, I can't let them down. Don't you think so? Besides, come what may, he's never felt like a nice guy. Just kidding. If you're a mercenary, what's the point of holding on to your virginity? I'm sure it's as good as it gets. It may be that tomorrow the most precious life will be lost forever because of a stray bullet on the battlefield. With his trademark smile on his face, the lead surgeon waved his hand and said, "Help the gentleman with the safety measures." Two proper nurses stepped forward and lowered the operating bed first, while 4 handcuffs were brought out. "Yo, it's still pink." Shinfei was stunned and spoke. I don't like this tone. Lead surgeon, please be assured. Sir, it's not the cheap shot you think it is. Shinfei stopped talking. When the nurse finished the set of procedures, the lead surgeon smiled and said, "Good luck with the rest of your experience. Sir, bye." He took the nurse and left, leaving Shinfei alone in the entire operating room. The environment became unusually quiet, the shadowless light shining on him, a very strange sensation, and looking forward to it, and novelty. There was a little bit of fear in the background, simply a perfect replica. Shinfei's mental journey of going to the 3rd floor alone for the first time to get a massage, waiting a few moments. Just as he was getting a little anxious, the door to the operating room was pushed open and 5 men wearing masks and scrubs walked in. One of them, with his foot in a cast, hopped from crutch to crutch. Big Bear, Polando, Gold Coin, Righteous Eye, and Nefertus? Before Shinfei had a chance to speak, he saw 5 people take off their masks with impish smiles on their faces. He hastily shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you come over here." Gold Coin picked up the tweezers on the nearby surgical stand and laughed. "Razor, don't be nervous, it's just a required test. I suppose you've heard of it. Counter-interrogation training?" Shinfei. Counter-interrogation training was certainly something he had heard of and had seen firsthand in a number of movies and TV shows. In a nutshell, it is a simulation of being captured by the enemy and undergoing various types of torture, but still able to ensure psychological stability, as well as their own safety, and at the same time due to protect high-value information from the enemy to obtain. Is this a ing surprise? It's a ing shock. Shinfei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said excitedly, "I just finished surgery. Is this okay? At least wait for me to recover a bit, right?" Gold Coin reminded. Razor, after being captured by an enemy, is usually in a wounded state. You're in just the right state for the best training opportunities. If you're going to suffer anyway, why not do it all at once? Shinfei, why do I think that? He said it like it made sense. Gotta. Long pain is better than short pain. Shinfei gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, whatever moves you have, use them all." Nephthys found a pair of pliers, came over to the operating table, and spoke. "Razor, no matter the circumstances under which you are captured by the enemy, you must always remember that the only thing that will save your life is that information in your head. The quicker you give an account, the quicker you die. If you guard the intelligence, you guard yourself. I will give you pain, but please rest assured that it will not leave any marks with the aftermath." Shinfei nodded heavily. Nefertus began to operate. Shinfei's temples were pressed by the metal jig and made bone-rubbing sounds, and the intense pain caused every muscle in his body to tremble madly. "Ah!" Shinfei let out a roar that was close to that of a wild beast, and his limbs struggled frantically in a vain attempt to break free from the shackles that imprisoned him. Every second feels like a century. All struggles are in vain. It was only after resisting hard for nearly 3.5 minutes, from the torment of his temples about to be crushed and exploded, that Shinfei finally lost consciousness and fainted. This achievement made the several senior mercenaries present unable to resist, nodding slightly. They could tell that Nefertus wasn't letting up. On the contrary, she's even stricter than she was with the others. This is the kind of treatment only the strong deserve. My turn. Gold Coin walked to the operating table, turned on one of the instruments, skillfully adjusted the parameters, and drew out a current probe with a tungsten alloy tip with a 32-micron barbed tip, releasing 20 milliamperes AC at the moment of contact with the nerve root. He found the location of Shinfei's 3rd lumbar spinous process and stabbed the current needle in a little bit. The pain of having his skin pierced through was no longer enough to wake Shinfei up. When the end didn't enter Shinfei's body, the Gold Coin turned on the switch for the electric current. Buzz. If there was a sound that sounded in the silent operating room, followed by Shinfei's motor cortex erupted gamma oscillations, and his body unconsciously began to tremble wildly. Next, awakened by this pain from the depths of his soul, he cried out hoarsely, "Kill me! Asterisk 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 it! Kill me! Gold coins! Kill me! Otherwise when I regain my freedom, I'll be the first to kill you! Asterisk 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 your mom!" The instrument next to it showed that Shinfei's sympathetic overexcitation caused the iris sphincter to spasm, and the pupil dilated from 4 mm to a critical 9 mm. This means that he can be played at any time. Listening to his tirade, several people in the room were expressionless, neither angry. It doesn't hurt, either. They've all been through similar training. Or rather, no one who wants to be a member of an elite squad can escape anti-interrogation training. The current continues to increase. Under the effect of tonic muscle spasm triggered by autonomic nerve disorder, Shinfei's fists were clenched tightly, and because of too much force, blood had already seeped out. The pain has reached critical mass. Shinfei was on the verge of not being able to feel the existence of his body. He's quieted down. No more cursing, not moving a muscle. It's like a cold corpse. Seeing this scene, all 5 of them had shocked and surprised expressions on their faces. Palando couldn't help but say, "No, his body has already started releasing a full dose of endogenous morphine so soon? My god, he's a little abused genius." It wasn't just him, the others felt equally strange. It is important to realize that they had to endure at least 2 hours of pain in the first place before they reached a critical mass, thus initiating the dynamic regulation of the body's pain threshold. This also means that pain training no longer served any purpose for Shinfei. On the contrary, and even generate VTA reward loops. It's also what some extreme SM people are looking for. The sickening exhilaration of a near-death experience. Begin Phase 2. Prosthetic. I took out a T9 nerve relaxant and injected it along Shinfei's already paralyzed vein. After a few seconds, Shinfei only felt an icy thread crawling down his veins toward his heart, and the shadowless light above his head suddenly became blinding, getting brighter and brighter and brighter. The world seemed to fade away and the entire universe spun rapidly. Shinfei is located in the empty, a white sky and earth. Even the body seems to be a layer of mist cage. Trance. A muffled voice that came in. Shinfei struggled to catch the voice from the not-so-easy, desperately trying to stay awake. Finally, he finally heard what the icy voice was saying. Only 2 words. Name. 28. That's not the price to kill a comrade in arms. It's extra. When Shinfei regained consciousness again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The pungent smell of antiseptic water, along with the pain that was ingrained in his soul, came at him in a frenzy. Shinfei sat up violently, breathing in the murky air of the hospital room with a big gulp, and almost subconsciously shouted, "Gold coins, your old mother." Stunned, he was followed by a lilting voice from a short distance away. "I don't have a problem with that. I even think you're a lot more reliable than those boyfriends of my mom's." Unfortunately, her old man has been dead for many years. Shinfei froze. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and then realized that 5 people were sitting not far away, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Gold coin, still holding a small book in his hand, lamented, "Razor, after reading about your experience, I think you're the real tough guy, a strong man from the orphanage." Shinfei, what the? How much did he or she confuse himself or herself and account for? Palando laughed cheaply. "Razor, you only have one flaw, and you know what it is?" Shinfei shook his head. Palando laughed out loud. "You're actually still a chick. Ha ha, an 18-year-old fledgling. Do you realize? How incredible is this in our country?" The rest of the group laughed along. After all, it's amazing that there are people who haven't experienced something in 18 years that, in their minds, they should have done before middle school. It's pathetic. The only one who didn't laugh or speak was Nefertus. On the one hand, because she's a woman. The second aspect is because she is from the UAE. If I had a Glock right now, I would definitely kill you guys. Shinfei cursed and asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Damn it, why didn't you guys let me know in advance if you were going to do interrogation training?" Righteous I looked at his watch and said, 62 hours, less than 3 days. So long? Shinfei froze. Righteous Eyes explained, "I injected you with T9 neurorelaxant, and with the fact that you were so tired yourself, it's not at all surprising that you would sleep for so long. Don't blame us for not giving you advance notice, because the more sudden it is, the better the training will be. We've tested your body many times over the past 3 days. Your pain nervous system has a much higher threshold and secretes endorphins 6 times faster than normal. For example, if we were to cut our wrists with a dagger, we would all feel a cool sensation first, and the pain would only be felt 5 seconds later, and you can reach at least 9 seconds before you feel the pain. A full 4 seconds difference. You should understand what that means." Shinfei nodded expressionlessly. He's actually tempted to say that yourself is able to become more powerful through the skills rewarded by the system. It's just the kind of thing that certainly can't be said. Gold coin followed suit. "The changes in your body don't stop there. According to the tests over the past 3 days, your heart rate still stabilizes below 90 BPM even when you're having nightmares. Do you know what that means? This means that your heart rate can stabilize below 90 BPM. Shinfei, isn't that a ing load of crap? But he got the general idea. It's the ability to secrete more stress hormones than others to avoid panic-induced thinking. And Gold Coin couldn't get enough of it and wanted to continue. Shinfei waved his hand and said, all right, I don't want to hear about any of those damned benefits, as if you guys have done some great good deed. If this training is that good, do you guys mind if I give it to you again?" No one spoke now. Shinfei got up from the hospital bed and nearly fell when his feet just touched the ground, soft as a noodle. But okay. After a few seconds of adaptation, Shinfei rediscovered his mastery of power. After all, he was only in a coma for less than 3 days, not 3 months. It's not to the point where rehab is necessary. Shinfei grabbed the water on the bedside table, took a big gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "When can I be discharged from the hospital? And who pays for the medical bills?" Righteous Eye smiled. "You can be discharged now. There's no need for you to recover from your wounds in the hospital, and it's time for the others to be discharged. So as far as medical bills go, you'll need to pay for them yourself." Shinfei instantly became angry and shook his head. "I don't have any money, not even a dime." All eyes, together, went to the duffel bag sitting beside his bed. Good man. They had seen with their own eyes that Shinfei was tightly clutching his shoulder bag even when he was sleeping. The only question that wasn't asked during the counter-interrogation training was how much money Shinfei actually had in savings. That's really not a word. Cough. Ahem. Shinfei coughed twice and said, "I still have use for those gold necklaces. I can't use them to pay for the medical bills. And I'm a member of Wagner's elite squad, and I need money to stay in the hospital? Aren't you supposed to go down to the restaurants in town without paying?" Righteous Eyes said helplessly. "We are professional mercenaries, not street thugs, much less traitors." Gold Coin suddenly seemed to think of something, went to the window and picked a wild rose. He handed the wild rose to Shinfei and said, "The medical expenses will be paid by me, Master Gold Coin. But well, you have to promise me one thing." Shinfei didn't pick up the rosebud and asked bluntly, "Why do you say it first?" Gold Coin said, "Team 5 will be at Wagner base this afternoon, leading 2 newcomers to train for CQB. How about you help me exterminate those 2 newcomers?" Shinfei froze and shook his head. "That's not the price for killing a comrade in arms. It's extra. Gold, prosthetic eye, Palando, bear, brother. If you have any sense of professionalism, it's not like there's no professionalism at all." Cough. Ahem. Gold Coin coughed twice and said, "You're overthinking it. Just beat them in training. That should be pretty easy for you." Shinfei nodded and said, "Oh, got it. Just going to play hard to get?" Righteous Eye frowned. "It's a competition between newcomers. You're at least a foreign student. Can you be more civil?" Shinfei ignored him and pointed at the rosebud in Gold Coin's hand and asked, "Pretending is pretending. What are you giving me this for?" Jin smiled. Broadway playwright, Eileen Wu, once said it in 23 letters to a young playwright. If the gun has to go off in the second act, have the protagonist learn to stick a wild rose in the barrel in the first act. And you, my friend, are next in line. 29. Razor, welcome to the Red Star League. Later that afternoon, the jeep pulled up at the entrance to a deserted town. From a long distance away, Shinfei heard the sound of various weapons firing. Combined with the silent hill-like abandoned town in front of us, it gives the illusion of being in a real battlefield. The crowd got out of the car. Righteous Eyes introduced. This used to be a model workers' town in the Red Star Alliance, which was deserted in '86 due to a groundwater contamination incident. Lieutenant General Golovko, commander of the Petersburg garrison, converted it into a CQB training ground for the training of various units. This is a complete Red Star Alliance-era complex containing an underground nuclear bunker system. Razor, welcome to the Red Star Alliance. Shinfei raised his head and looked at the mottled slogans everywhere on the wall. "The alliance of workers and peasants is invincible. Glory to labor," he exclaimed. "The Red Star Alliance is truly remarkable, leaving behind an industrial legacy and energy reserves that still support the economic lifelines of multiple nations." Gold Coin teased, "But he left a lot of trouble behind. It's like the king said, not missing his heartlessness, but wanting to return to the brainlessness of his time." A few people looked at each other and smiled. The entrance was heavily guarded, and before entering, one had to strictly identify oneself and pay an administrative fee at the same time. When he heard that Shinfei did not have an identity, the expression of the guarding soldiers became very serious, and the gazes of the surrounding sentries all instantly locked onto the location of the entrance. The slightest hint of wrongdoing and the weapons in the hands of the soldiers around them would be aimed at them. The atmosphere became oppressive and serious. Shinfei thought he was going to run into some kind of trouble. "I didn't expect the guard soldier to say in an authentic Northwestern dialect of the Ural Federation, 'No, no, 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 that's not in order. It's more money. 50,000 rubles. Don't counter-offer. I hate haggling. Okay, more Red Star League now." Gold Coin had no choice but to shell out an extra 50,000 rubles, and the group rode in a special bulletproof vehicle within the town, rushing to the area where the break-in training was taking place. At every place, the prosthetic eye would give Shinfei a detailed explanation. By the time he had almost reached the designated area, Shinfei also had a rough understanding of this abandoned town. Multi-story apartment buildings, factory warehouses, abandoned supermarkets, schools, hospitals, churches. Any scenario that an alley fight might touch, it's all here. The barricades, scrap vehicles, oil drums, sandbags, Concrete blocks and other bunkers were also very well set up, almost the equivalent of a real battlefield. High altitude and underground combat zones, hostage rescue zones, interactive training systems, operationalized obstacles and challenges, demolition and IED simulations. There was no shortage of training subjects that Shinfei could think of here. Could take an abandoned town and make it into what it is today. That LT. Gen. Golovko was supposed to be a CQB in his own right. Of course it also had to do with the fact that the town's infrastructure was solid enough to withstand day and night shooting training. Let's just say, Red Star Alliance is still too comprehensive. The destination was a 7-story, reinforced concrete high-rise. The mottled appearance and the dense bullet holes silently tell of its once glorious history. At the entrance stood 3 heavily armed mercenaries, staring intently at the large screen in front of them. Goldcoin pointed to one of the taller ones and said, "That's the Captain Gambler of Team 5. You don't need to know the rest of the two. The 2 rookies that are training in the building right now would be the 2 rookies from Team 5. Shinfei nodded and did not say anything. Righteous Eyes led the way, opening his arms wide and saying, "Hey, Gambler, I heard you guys used GPS to navigate to Rosny and ended up leading a stampede into a kindergarten?" The Gambler turned back, his gaze sweeping over each face in turn, finally settling on Shinfei, and laughed softly. "So it's not like I've brought back a kindergarten reliable team member for you. Have you 7 teams been reduced to fighting with little kids?" The remaining 2 laughed along with them. A strong mercenary pointed at Shinfei and asked, "Hey kid, are you 18? Shinfei ignored him. There is no point in spraying each other when you are simply here to win. Strength speaks. Goldcoin quick and scolded. Grey Wolf, Razor may be young, but his level of skill and tactics is better than your ancestors. Even if you don't use a gun, just a small razor, you can whip you hard." A few lines of dialogue ended the scene with a lot of fireworks. Contains 10% mum. However, Shinfei could see that there was no deep hatred between them, simply a foul mouth. Incidentally, no one can see anyone. It's normal. Competition is a constant staple among men. The captain of the 5th team, Gambler, pointed at the big screen and said, "Gold coin, you'll immediately shut your big, foul-smelling mouth after you've watched the performance of these 2 members of my team." The crowd's eyes went to the screen. 2 heavily armed mercenaries in the room are conducting non-lethal weapons utilization and child target screening. In a nutshell, it's about sorting out the enemy or the hostage as fast as possible in a complex building. It's not easy. In case of misrecognition, you can kill the hostage or lose the chance to fire before the enemy and be hit by a single shot. Shinfei glanced at the settings in the upper left corner of the screen, and the recognition time was 0.6 seconds. In other words, the 2 mercenaries in the building have to distinguish whether the fast-bouncing spring-loaded target machine is an enemy or a hostage within that time. Spring-loaded target machines may appear at any angle, in any position. According to the specialized knowledge in Shinfei's mind, being able to control the compression time at this level and achieve a 95% recognition rate should be equivalent to the entry test for the KGB's 7th Operations Directorate, Team of Special Operations Squad. Oh, by the way, Team A has another name known to the world, Alpha, a bunch of agents, trained the only top-notch specialty squad in this country. Aha, the world is a giant strawman. At the end of the subject training, the average recognition time for the 2 people in the building was 0.54 seconds, with an accuracy rate of 97%. In fact, if it weren't for one of the female mercenaries, who had missed a shot, they would have been able to achieve a 100% accuracy rate. That's an excellent score, even for the members of the Wagner Division's elite squad present. The Gambler lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled slowly, and said triumphantly, "Righteous Eye, use your fake eye to see. With such an achievement, are you convinced?" If the shooting range screen in the Wagner base hadn't broken down, it would have Red Rose with Trigger's name written all over it by now. Obviously, Red Rose and Trigger are the code names of the 2 mercenaries in the building who are being tested. Goldcoin forced a chuckle in his heart and was tempted to ask aloud, "Gamblers, want to know why big screens break? Ha ha, I'm still afraid you'll see Razor's results and won't dare to gamble." Team 5 had just returned from a mission, followed closely by the training of new recruits, and hadn't heard of Razor and what he'd done. The force is relatively closed and there is a lag in information. Righteous Eyes ignored him and turned to Shinfei and asked, "Razor, with the same conditions, what kind of performance do you think you'll be?" Aha! Shinfei knew this was to get himself loaded up. It's very raw, not mellow at all. But you can't ask a bunch of mercenaries to be as literal as a bunch of students. Straightforward, take it or leave it is the bottom of their character. Shinfei touched his nose and said with a smile under the gaze of the crowd, "The heads of those moving targets just now didn't shake as vigorously as the asses of bar strippers. If this all takes 0.54 seconds to recognize, it only means they should get a safer job." 30. Shinfei's Art of Top Conditioning. Shinfei's words were like sparks splashing into an oil drum. and a fierce light rose under the eyes of the members of Team 5. Grey Wolf's knuckles squeezed and popped, his biceps holding up his combat suit. Wanna try Uncle Grey Wolf's sandbag-sized fists, kid? The heel of Nefertiti's boot tapped the ground, the tactical dagger spinning silver arcs at his fingertips. Try to move him. You can try. Another Team 5 member, Coyote, murmured. Want to fight? Nephthys. Then don't blame us for bullying the wounded. The gambler leaned against the wall and didn't move. His cigarette lighted up in the shadows, staring at Shinfei. Is Aura cold? Since you're so confident, why don't you compare? Kid, I'll count you as a winner if you can do 80% of the red rose and trigger scores. Well, although Shinfei was wearing a Wagner training uniform, the whole person looked too young, and there were no calluses on his hands left by years of gun practice. Anyone who sees him, it was impossible to even imagine how terrifying strength he actually contained. Righteous Eyes and the others already had a look on their faces as they prepared to watch the show. Shinfei shook his head and said, if I'm not mistaken, they're in the middle of layered training, currently in the schoolroom on 4F. There will be a prison cell night silent combat jailhouse sweep to follow, laboratory CBRN protective combat data hard disk seizure, as well as a high-altitude rappelling raid on the 7th floor, and a complex light environment shooting discipline. Add to that the 3 subjects they've already completed before, and 7 subjects will take almost 20 minutes at least, which is too much of a hassle. Tell you what, offense and defense CQB, 1 round each. All I have to do is lose 1 round and it's on me. So crazy? Stunned, the gambler turned his head to look at Righteous Eyes and the others beside him, and his brows furrowed as he asked, 1v1? Shinfei shook his head again. 1v2. The remaining 2 men of Team 5 were gasping out loud with laughter. Coyote taunted, kid, I can tell you the Trigger served in Turkey as Mountain Force Special Forces and fought in the Gulf War. They've been in the CBQ chamber longer than you've been weaned. I'm afraid. As for the Red Rose, she served in the North American Emergency Response Special Forces, participated in a dozen actual battles, and captured dozens of enemies. Kid, are you sure you want to go 1v2 with them? Shinfei nodded and didn't say anything. Silence is, at this time of year, the greatest contempt. The people of Team 5 wanted to say something, but since they didn't answer, they were left with only a breath to hold in their hearts. The gambler dropped the butt and stamped it out hard with the sole of his foot and said, well, I hope you won't be crying for your mommy later. The training continues. Trigger and Red Rose also performed well in their subsequent subjects, and the 2 eventually appeared on the roof of the building, and after taking out all the enemies according to their guns, they beautifully speed dropped from the heights to the ground. Both men rolled and unloaded at the same time, jogging all the way to the gambler, straightening up and saluting. The whole thing's running on fumes, right up there with the Red Beret and the JTF2 title. The gambler returned the salute and without any nonsense, pointed at Shinfei next to him and said, this guy said to engage in a CQB attack and defense battle with you guys, and that he would beat the 2 of you by himself. 1 offense, 1 defense, just win 1 round and count him out. The 2 men looked at Shinfei with surprise in their eyes. It's still the same problem. Shinfei was too young, and coupled with his iconic oriental looks, he didn't look any different from a student in school. In fact, he was originally a student. Trigger inquired, Captain, may I ask if he is Wagner's CQB expert? The gambler said with a cold snort, just like you guys. He's a rookie on Team 7, a cocky, arrogant kid. I have 1 order, beat the out of him later and feed it to him. The 2 men straightened their bodies and snapped, yes. The gambler turned his head to Shinfei and said, little brat, can we start? Any weapon you want, there's plenty here. Shinfei used the killing intent resonance to feel it, and did not detect that the Red Rose, or the Trigger, had half a bit of killing intent towards him. In fact, there was no need to sense it to know that people couldn't even look at him. It's not gonna work. Without the kill resonance skill, there is no way to determine the location. When the fight breaks out later, there might be an accident. Gotta tune in. Make these 2 kill me. Thinking of this, Shinfei shook his head and uttered, no, not yet. The Grey Wolf laughed. Sure is a cocky guy. Trying to find an excuse to shirk? Do you want Uncle to help you think of a reason? The corners of the gambler's mouth rose slightly. The same mocking smile sketched out. Red Rose and Trigger didn't speak. Shinfei walked to the Grey Wolf and said, lend me the gun. Grey Wolf laughed, kid, I've got live rounds in here. You can't be unaware that training requires a specialized laser. Before he could finish his words, he saw Shinfei violently raise his right knee and strike at him. You seek death. The Grey Wolf frowned, and instead of choosing to dodge Shinfei's attack, he dryly slammed his fist towards a very standard Russian pendulum punch that is all about hard hitting. In the Grey Wolf's view, his body had an absolute advantage, and he was completely able to finish the other party with 1 punch before Shinfei's attack hit him. Just moments before their attacks were about to make contact, Shinfei retracted his leg at an almost unbelievable speed and dodged sideways. The Grey Wolf was startled. Before he could react, Shinfei's right hand was in the shape of a claw and violently attacked the Grey Wolf's face. The speed was so fast that the Grey Wolf could only subconsciously parry. What he didn't expect was that the previous two moves were all deceptive. Shinfei took advantage of his efforts to wield, sidestepped to his back, and his fingertips lightly snapped the gun belt, and smoothly took the Colt M4A1 carbine on the Grey Wolf, and got it into his own hands. Moment. The room was silent. Although he had the advantage of a sneak attack, no one had expected that Shinfei had such a body. One move to stop the enemy. What a bizarre move. And they could all see that if Shinfei chose not to grab the gun but to attack the back of the Grey Wolf's neck, then one blow would be enough to kill him, or switch to the teasing leg. And it's not uncommon to break off a child or grandchild. Gold Coin exclaimed in amazement. Suck it, don't list. Razor, is this the legendary Chinese Kung Fu? Shinfei skillfully opened the safety of the Colt M4A1 carbine and smiled. It's just military boxing, Grey Wolf said with a grave expression. I admit that I lost, but how can this be military boxing on your part? The military boxing of that country can be this powerful? Shinfei, the Black Dragon 18 hands of the Chinese armed police sequence. The one I just used is called the Green Dragon Tango Claw. Want to learn? 10,000 rubles to teach a trick. The Grey Wolf took a deep breath, his expression grim, and finally nodded heavily, tentatively asking, learn all 18 moves, discount or not? Shinfei instantly felt that the Grey Wolf was much smoother, and smiled. Talk in detail later. He turned his head to Trigger and Red Rose, noticing that their expressions were much more serious than before. It just hasn't produced a killing intent yet, so, still have to tune in. Shinfei looked straight at the two men and said in a deep voice, I don't like to take advantage of people. According to the current mentality of the two of you, you will only be completely crushed by me, and that would be pointless. What was just shown was fighting ability. Now I'll show you what it means to actually shoot. Having said that, Shinfei violently raised his gun and aimed at the sky. Everyone followed and looked up. As it happens, about 100 meters above the ground, a blue tit flew by. Shinfei pulled up a weed and put it in his mouth, measured the wind speed, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gun went off. The blue tits in midair burst apart without warning, leaving behind only a cloud of blood mist. 100 meters. Moving target? Carbine? One shot? Even Bear and Nefutis froze. They knew that Shinfei's shooting level was very impressive and had broken many records, but I've heard as much as I've seen. Two concepts altogether. Shinfei threw the gun to Grey Wolf, turned his head to gaze at the empty-eyed Trigger and Red Rose, and slowly said, ignorance and weakness are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. If you are not fighting with the intention of killing me, you do not deserve to be my enemy. You guys, got it? Trigger and Red Rose looked at each other, and finally looked at Shinfei, with biting killing intent gradually rising in their gazes. I see. I appreciate the teachings, and I apologize for underestimating you before. Razor, I will treat you like a real enemy. Shinfei checked the killing intent resonance skill again, and the positions of the two men appeared on it. Tune in. You can start pretending. 31. It's my fault that there are so many people here. Razor, I want to learn the Black Dragon's 18 hands. The next step is weapon selection. Neither Red Rose nor Trigger changed weapons. One uses a shotgun. The other's primary weapon is a modified short-barreled carbine. Shinfei searched the weapon racks and finally picked up two Canik TP9 tactical-type pistols with added holographic sights and desert-colored paint. The gun's greatest strengths are its short travel and dry reset with light trigger force. It's one of the few mass-produced firearms that can hold its own against high-end competition-grade pistols. Gold Coin frowned and reminded, Razor, these two are very strong. Are you sure you only want to use two pistols? Shinfei nodded. It's because they are strong that I use two pistols. Do you think I have a chance to fire a second shot? Gold Coin didn't say another word, although the defense is in a dominant position against CQB. But if both sides are masters, then the fight is really about who will miss. Usually, there is no prolonged fighting, because once the defense is discovered, it's hard to escape, especially in the middle of training. As the numerically superior side, Trigger, they had every option to fight for their lives. 1v1 to slow you down. The other one finished you off. Once ready, the gambler began to announce the rules. It's all the most basic common sense, like the defense can't shoot outside of an external room, as well as the offense being invincible within 3 seconds of the break. These are designed to prevent the defense from playing underhanded tricks that are not conducive to training. Training is training. It's all about reaction time and offensive rhythm. When it really comes down to it, it's natural to play a different way. After the pronouncement, Shinfei walked into the building with his Canik TP9 tactical type pistol in both hands. He had 10 minutes to design a trap. It's all in the mind. The regular ones are categorized into structural damage, gas traps, human shields, environmental traps, etc. The strangest trick Shinfei remembered was to disguise himself as a corpse and wait for the enemy to get close enough to check it out or pass by to ignite the explosives hidden on his body. Suicide attacks. It's very much a small country that old Middle Eastern brothers usually use a similar offense when called upon by Allah. Trigger is in the waiting area with Red Rose discussing tactics. The rest of them stood in front of a large screen in the distance, looking at Shinfei in the building. Soon they realized that Shinfei went all the way up to the room at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Without the slightest intention of arranging traps, Grey Wolf couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what exactly is this kid named Razor doing? How come I can't understand his maneuvers?" The gambler shook his head. "I can't see it either. Maybe he hasn't had similar CQB training other than being excellent at shooting with fighting. After all, he's so young. It's rare enough to be able to practice the first two to a legendary level." Although he was not on good terms with the 7 teams, the gambler did not disparage Shinfei at every turn because of it. Besides, newcomer, it's not like you have to join the 7th team, even if you join, and you won't allow people to jump ship? Coyote whispered. "Captain, could you lend me some rubles?" the gambler asked rhetorically. "What do you want?" Coyote looked at the members of the 7 teams not far away and lowered his voice. "Just now there are many people. Actually, I also want to look for Razor and learn that what's his name Black Dragon 18 hands. Gambler." He couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching as he cursed in a low voice. "People might just be joking. 180,000 rubles and you want to learn the secrets of the one and only? It's such a good thing to have. I want to learn." There was a pause. He added, "That, also go ahead and ask. I'll take care of the money." Coyote nodded happily. Close combat is not really used much on the battlefield. But anyone with a handgun wouldn't choose to stick it to the enemy. But who would mind having a lot of life-preserving undercards, especially on the streets? One-touch fighting can be so good. Not far. Nefertus frowned and asked, "What does Razor want? Planning an ambush in that room? But there seems not an optimal position for defense." Righteous Eye shook his head and lamented, "Only God knows what he's up to. This guy, he's always got some new trick up his sleeve for us." Bear didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about something. Gold Coin poked him with his arm and asked, "What's on your mind?" Big Bear looked at Shinfei in the screen and said, "I was thinking, an arm. Can you learn Razor's Black Dragon 18 hands?" Being able to see that almost everyone present was interested in the fighting technique that Shinfei had displayed. After all, one move is practical and saves physical energy. Who could not love it? Soon, 10 minutes passed. Trigger exchanged a glance with Red Rose and quickly began to move. Red Rose, shotgun in hand, pulled the trigger on the door lock, and because it was laser sensitive, there was no scene of the lock being chipped away. The gunshot also signaled that the CQB confrontation had officially begun. Everyone was pumped up and staring at the screen, waiting for the final result, and under their watchful eyes, Shinfei had not moved since entering the building and had been waiting in that room. Trigger's movements as the No.1 sharpshooter are very standard. Upon entering the door, stick to the left wall, bend your knees and cut the corner to observe the first floor lobby. Citing no danger, he quickly began the IED check and route clearing again, occasionally using hand signals to tell the Red Rose behind him what the next course of action would be. Between the two, it's enough to hang on to almost any action movie on the market that uses the CQB as a gimmick. The search of the first floor is complete and there are no traps. The two men were back to back in a spiraling formation, with number 1 raising his gun to block off the corner above him and number 2 alert for a low-profile firing view. The burst formation of just 2 men was so tight that no flaws could be found. Even the foul-mouthed Gold Coin couldn't help but nod his head in praise. The search of the second floor is over. The search of the third floor is over. Trigger's eyebrows, along with Red Rose's, furrowed involuntarily. It went so well. It was almost not like a confrontation, but like hanging out in your own home. Their footsteps were quiet, and they barely made half an extra sound as they entered. Moreover, the tactics that the two had discussed earlier were to conduct a silent search and fight, avoiding any communication that might make a sound during the entire process. But those simple gestures couldn't convey the complexity of their hearts. Trigger was the first to hold back and whispered, "Red Rose, what do you think?" Red Rose's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she replied, "Maybe they want us to let our guard down and take us by surprise on the 7th floor." Trigger nodded. "That's a possibility. Either search from the top down, the offense only has 15 minutes, and a timeout is a victory for the defense. And if they search the entire building the way they are advancing now, it will take them nearly 12 minutes. The next 3 minutes will be in the danger zone called the time trap. That is, worrying about timeouts. There is a technical and tactical negligence of movement." Red Rose suggested, "Search the 4th floor first, and if there's still no movement, skip the 5th floor and search the 6th and 7th floors directly. The CQB doesn't worry about letting the enemy off the hook, as long as the other side makes a move. As for getting hit in the back or whatever, it only exists in the game. Because with a double house search, there will always be someone guarding the blind spot in the field of vision behind you. Skipping floors to search is also a common time-saving play for CQBs. With their minds made up, the two men took heavy steps and searched the upstairs a little at a tangential angle. The expressions of the crowd standing outside the door, watching CQB through the god's perspective of the big screen, instantly became grave. They see that Shen Fei, who was located in the room at the end of the fourth floor corridor, finally moved. The two sides are getting closer and closer together. Next, it's the decisive moment. 32. For crying out loud. He still loves money so much. Trigger in position 1 took the lead and walked down the hallway to the fourth floor. Red Rose followed suit, wary of areas behind her that might be dangerous. Two people back to back strictly follow the principle of adhesive movement. The stairs were in the middle of the hallway, so they now needed to choose a direction to search. There's no trick, either side will do. Trigger pointed a finger to his left, indicating the direction. Red Rose tapped him on the shoulder, signaling that the order had been received. The two moved forward slowly. Day. Just as they were about to search the first room on the left, there was a burst of gunfire from the end of the hallway. The two weren't half as flustered as Red Rose crouched her body, holding her gun and aiming in the direction of the sound. The trigger jerked around and the carbine was similarly aimed at the same spot. Both had the same shooting sight, but there was a 30-centimeter drop in height. This means that the enemy in the shooting boundary is exposed to an area of no more than 20 centimeters above and below the muzzle of the gun, regardless of the type of shot used. One shot and you're hit. The sound of gunfire still echoed at the end of the empty hallway. Red Rose whispered, "It's a sound and light decoy device. Razor's first trap. Always meet a trap." With a feeling of relief, Trigger murmured, "Keep searching, don't let him influence you." Just as the two of them were about to switch from a high and low firing stance to a vertical search formation, Shen Fei suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Bang! Bang! Two crisp gunshots rang out at the same time. "Receive the enemy!" Trigger subconsciously shouted and pulled the trigger at the same time. The same goes for Red Roses. And when they did exert themselves, they realized that the trigger was locked and they couldn't press it at all. Behind them, too, smoke rose representing elimination. The two men stood frozen in place as if they had seen a flooding beast, unable to figure out what had gone wrong. Nope, it's not their tactical moves that are wrong. It's a Razor. It's that he's too fast. He perfectly caught the timing of the two men changing their tactical moves and took care of both of them with millisecond-level reaction speed. Everything seemed so simple. Rushing from the room, aiming, shooting. Only those who were well-versed in CQB combat understood how terrifying the other party's operation just now was. The point is, how did he locate the two? Both Trigger and Red Rose were pretty sure that they had made absolutely no noise. Even if there had been an exchange on the third floor, that kind of noise wouldn't have reached the room at the end of the fourth floor hallway. How did you get here? Have a god's eye view? It's not just the two of them. It was these elite mercenaries outside who really did have God's perspective that were the most shocked. Grey Wolf couldn't help but shout, "Cheating! This must be cheating!" Razor watched the surveillance. Otherwise how would he know the movements of the two? "Shut up!" Coyote glared at him and said in a bad mood. "We were watching him the whole time. Are you still not clear in your heart if people are cheating or not?" Grey Wolf wanted to say something. The shock inside the gambler was no less than the two of them. Because even he couldn't figure out what Shen Fei actually relied on to catch the fleeting timing so accurately. Without going into that, even the two shots that poked their heads out were too fast, right? If it's for suppression of fire and blind hits, so be it. But the key is that the two sides are nearly 30 meters apart, and the others raised their hands and shot the trigger and the Red Rose directly in seconds. That reflexes, guess the only way to describe it is open and shut. The gambler looked up at the members of Team 7, who were not far away, and realized that there was no look of surprise on their faces. This suggests that it's no coincidence that the operation just now, even in Team 7's mind, that's what Razor should have. That's a bit of a stretch. Gambler frowned. Grey Wolf, pull up Razor's firing data. Grey Wolf began to operate the big screen, and soon a lot of very specialized data appeared on it. Coyote stared at the line of data on it and shouted in shock. He went from aiming to firing in 0.34 seconds. The Grey Wolf and the gambler couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It's not the same as shooting a spring-loaded target machine, because when you hit a target machine, it's an aiming position. You just need to adjust the muzzle and pull the trigger. But just now Razor was out of the room first, then raised his gun to aim and pulled the trigger. Nope. The gambler shook his head and said breathlessly, 0.34 seconds is simply not enough time to aim. That means, without any aiming process at all, Razor accurately used two pistols to take out two enemies 30 meters away? No need to aim, just raise your hand? Is there really such a person? Goldcoin walked over smugly and smiled. Convinced yet? Everyone on Team 5 didn't say a word. You want me to serve you? Not convinced. Not at all convincing. But the strength gap was there. So what was the use of being unconvinced? Not to mention the two newcomers. Even everyone present did not have the confidence to hit those two shots from Shinfei. Just then, the three walked out of the building. Red Rose came with Trigger to the gambler's side and said with a grim face, "Sorry, Captain. We lost." The gambler glanced at Shinfei, who was not far away, and shook his head. "I don't blame you guys. Even if it's me, I'm not his opponent." Having said that, the gambler walked toward Shinfei aggressively. Righteous Eye and the others blocked in front of Shinfei, but they knew very well that this captain of the 5th team looked civilized and refined. But when he started to go crazy, he was no better than Gold Coin. The gambler stopped about 5 meters away from Shinfei and asked, "I want to ask you 2 questions. Shinfei nodded. "Yes, 10,000 rubles for 1 question. All present. For crying out loud. He still loves money so much." The gambler waved his hand and said, "Get 30,000 rubles for Razor." They all carried cash with them, and Grey Wolf took out the money and handed it to Shinfei. Shinfei began to count the money in earnest as if no one else was around. "Everything else is a lie. The only thing you can't live up to is the ruble." The gambler asked, "Can we start?" Shinfei stretched out a finger and said, "Yes, this is the first question." Gambler, if I hadn't been able to beat you, I would have wanted to kill you. He took a deep breath and asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. By what means did you know where Trigger was with Red Rose and the changes in their tactical maneuvers? Shinfei stretched out another finger and said, "My hearing is very good, so I can hear sounds that seem small to you," followed closely by adding, "As for the change in their movements, I'm guessing." The gambler followed up with, "Guess? So what's with the shooting? You don't have to aim?" Shinfei smiled. "Mr. Captain, the 3 questions have been asked." The gambler's face reddened and he said in a deep voice, "Get Razor another 20,000 rubles." There was no movement behind him. The gambler turned and said in a cold voice, "Did you not hear what I said?" Grey Wolf spread his hands and said, "Captain, no money." Gambler. The crowd of Team 7 really couldn't hold back and all burst out laughing. From its inception until today, Team 5 had never experienced such a stifling moment. The gambler looked down as if he had made some kind of decision and drew his sidearm and said, "This is my own altered pistol. I call him Tactical Ghost. His prototype is a Glock 17 Gen 3 with a custom titanium lightweight slip-on, top-milled Picatinny rails and a Cerakote matte graphite gray coating added, as well as lower rails. It can be integrated with an MLOK interface to carry a Surefire X300 Ultra tactical flashlight with a small laser pointer." Shinfei nodded. "Well, it is indeed a good gun, and if you plan on using it to ask questions, I can keep you company for the rest of the day. Tactical Ghost may not be that expensive, but it can't help that Shinfei really likes it. Tactical Spectre. That's a dominating name. 2. The gambler shook his head and said, "I'm not going to do that. I'd like to trade this gun for you to join Team 5. Please don't worry. What Team 7 can give you, Team 5 can give you all of it. After all, you should know that the higher the squad's ranking, the more resources you can get from Wagner. Sucka don't list." When the gambler finished his sentence, the faces of Righteous Eye, Gold Coin, Big Bear, and Nefutus all went black. The plot isn't going the way they thought it would. Shinfei is the hope for the rise of the 7th team. How many years have we waited for such a good talent? This would be scooped up. They're filled with one thought. It's over. Pretend. Looks like it's been installed. P.S. Today's 10,000 word update begs for some free swag and 5-star reviews. 33. How do I progress without killing? Shinfei roughly did the math in his mind. The black market price for the Glock 17 Gen 3 is around $1,500 to $1,800. Titanium machining technology is expensive, with a single slip-on costing about $800 to $1,000. Cerakote coating plus rail modifications $2,000. Other accessories add up to $2,000. Add in smuggling, middleman draws, and risk costs, and the gun should end up costing $8,000-$10,000, equivalent to 280,000 rubles. It's the average person in the Urals Federation at the moment. 10 to 15 years of salary income. Team 5 is indeed generous than the Righteous Eye won't even reimburse medical expenses. Goldcoin saw that Shinfei did not speak, hurriedly said, "Razor, the team ranking is not fixed. Each year will be based on the amount of tasks, as well as the end of the year competition." Righteous Eyes interrupted Goldcoin in a rare moment. "There's no need to say anything." Goldcoin frowned. The rest of the group looked at Righteous Eye with confused expressions. Righteous Eye sighed and looked at Shinfei and said, "Razor, you are a true legendary mercenary. Whether it's CQB tactics or shooting, the whole of Team 7 looks like a bunch of fresh recruits in front of these crushing statistics." The gambler guy made a rare human comment that a 5-team setup might suit you better. Even the place where you should go in the future may be in existence that the entire Wagner branch, standing on tiptoe, can't even hope to see. Go with the sharpness of your bones. No one has the right to stop it, nor should they. The Team 7 crowd fell silent. The gambler didn't even expect that Righteous Eye, who had been fighting with him for more than a decade, would say something like that. A dark cloud drifted across the sky and the atmosphere became sad. Shenfei reached out and took the gambler's tactical ghost customized pistol. Grey Wolf exclaimed excitedly, "Razor, congratulations on making the right." Before he finished his words, he heard Shenfei lament, "The gunsmith who built this thing is 80% the same kind as me. The better the shooter, the pickier the weapon." The reasoning is simple and easy to understand. Shenfei rubbed the gun carefully, and after a moment, casually threw the gun to the gambler. The gambler was stunned and subconsciously took the gun. Shenfei laughed. The conditions are indeed tempting, but it's a pity that they still lack some fire. I'm an old-fashioned guy, and I love to get stuck with these old and sick people. As for the rankings, whichever team I'm on, the flag should be at the top of the list. That's a pretty strong statement, but no one in the room refuted it, because Shenfei had the credentials to say that, at least in the Petersburg chapter of Wagner, he was strong enough to crush any veteran mercenary. The last time he uttered the words old and infirm, the crowd of Team 7 was instantly petrified. But now, hearing Shenfei mention the same 4 words again, the crowd had a blocked feeling in their hearts. Bear wiped his dark face with the back of his hand and said, "It's so windy today, it's blowing my eyes out." Gold Coin and Righteous Eye looked at each other, and a flash of relief flashed across their expressions. Nephthys' drooping hair was lifted half an inch by the wind, with more of a gentle afterglow than usual. Shenfei didn't wait for the crowd to speak and asked, "How about it? Is the second round of CQB still comparable?" Trigger shook his head. "No comparison. The difference between us and you is not in skill, but in talent. Your reflexes are so fast that there's no point in comparing them a million times over." Shenfei nodded and said, "Okay, see you then, Captain. Aren't you leaving yet? If I stay for a while, I may not be able to withstand the temptation." Righteous Eye smiles broadly and nods. Go go go. Let's go to the equipment store to finalize our duties. Then we'll go to the best strip club in Petersburg. And I'll pay for it." Bear shouted excitedly. "Finally I can go dashing. I didn't expect to see the captain's temperament for once in my lifetime." Gold Coin patted Shenfei's shoulder and said, "Razor, I knew you'd stay. It's my intuition too." Shenfei looked at the several people and said, "Don't be too happy either. The wolves won't wait for their lame companions. Either tear open their wounds to follow the smell of blood, or become the aftermath of the snow. To go the distance, your strengths will have to keep up." The 4 nodded heavily. It was clear that Shenfei was the newcomer, but in a hidden way, he had become the backbone of the 7 teams. Actually, this was another reason why Shenfei would stay with the 7th team. "I can be a chicken head. Why do you want to be the tail?" "Wait a minute." The gambler chased after him and stopped Shenfei, handing over the tactical ghost pistol once again. "Since you took it out, there's no reason to take it back. The gun is yours." Shenfei didn't pick it up and asked, "What about the conditions?" "I haven't thought about it yet." The gambler shook his head and said, "I'll let you know when I've thought of it, and for the time being, let's just agree that you'll do something for me." Shenfei laughed. "You're not afraid that I'll run away?" "Gambler, I like to gamble and lose as much as I can, and it's okay to lose more than once. And I think that people who are greedy for money to the extent that you are usually don't renege on their word, because you should know better than anyone else that a good reputation can be exchanged for countless riches." Shenfei took the gun and said, "That makes sense. Then I'll take this gun. Anything else?" The gambler waved his hand, signaling meaning I to move away from them. When there were just 2 people left, he said with an embarrassed smile on his face, "When you said earlier that you could learn the 18 hands of the Black Dragon by paying money, was that true or a joke?" Shenfei nodded his head and said in a serious manner, "Of course it's true." The gambler rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Just now there are many people. It is strange to be embarrassed. Brother begged you for something, take me a chant. Don't worry about the money, give as much as you want, and I definitely won't spread the word about what happened today. And when the other few squads come back, I'll still be able to help you on them and make a hard buck. Yo, business coming up?" Shenfei exchanged glances with the gambler, and both of them let out a treacherous and cunning laugh at the same time. At this point in time, just as it was at that moment, the scene where Shenfei is in the bank and locks eyes with the lobby manager. Only a week has passed since then. Shenfei was no longer the timid foreign student who, even the police would be afraid of. He had grown enough to be taken seriously as an elite mercenary. Leaving the CQB town, the jeep drove all the way to the Wagner mercenary base and finally stopped at the entrance of the equipment warehouse. Swiped the card. Verification of identity. After a set of processes, the 5 entered the warehouse and made their way to the door of a small warehouse that said 7. The prosthetic eye is again authenticated. Click. The warehouse door slowly opened. the lights inside instantly lit up, and a space of 50 to 60 square meters came into view. 3 walls are stuffed with double-decker alloy shelves. Assault rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and precision rifles were neatly arranged on stands that, with all kinds of gear, almost everything, it was like walking into a man's paradise. The corners of Righteous Eye's mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said, "This is our Team 7's exclusive equipment vault, which contains equipment that all of us have purchased ourselves. Razor, your choices today do strike me as shocking. So be it. There are 6 positions in the team: pointman, breacher, captain, precision shooter, automatic rifleman, and medic. Whatever you pick for that position, the equipment is all yours, again at my expense." Righteous Eyes looked to the remaining 3 and asked, "Do you have an opinion?" The crowd shook their heads and from the bottom of their hearts had no comment. Shinfei thought for a moment and inquired, "Captain, there are only 5 of you, and the leader of the Brotherhood last time said that a young man had died in battle before. I'd like to ask, what is his position?" At the mention of this matter, the expressions of the people flashed with a touch of sadness. Righteous Eye pointed to a certain area and said, "He was the breaker, and here is the equipment he left behind. I was going to sell the gear and get some money together and send it to his family." Shinfei looked towards the equipment area of the breakthrough hand. Primary weapon, Benelli M1014 tactical shotgun. Sidearm is a SIG Sauer P226 pistol. The rest is nothing. It's mostly door breakers plus some M183 flex explosives, and various functioning shotgun shells. Very average outfit. Together, they probably couldn't even compare to that tactical ghost customized pistol on Shinfei's waist. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll be the breacher then. Forget about all this gear. I'm not used to this shotgun. I'll write up an equipment list and help me find a suitable gunsmith. Also, I'd like to ask if there are any suitable assignments lately. Staying at the hospital every day is just too boring. He hasn't killed anyone in days." "No killing. How do you progress?" "To make more money, buy a better gun, playing with more women, fighting someone more powerful." Shinfei, "But it's too tempting to progress." 34, prosthetic eye. "You are too much of a stranger to me." Righteous Eye pulled a picture out of his tactical vest and said, "The colonel just gave us a mission. This is our mission objective." The picture was of a beautiful woman in a red dress gown, about 20 years old, with blonde hair and dark blue eyes, great body, sinking fruit slightly trembling, slender white tender waist below. "Is a pair of enough to let any man, R for the heart of straight big white legs," Gold Coin said in surprise. "Katerina Marinko?" The rest of the 2 had a bit of a surprised look on their faces. 2. This woman, obviously, was no small player. Shinfei didn't recognize her. Righteous Eye nodded. "Yes, it's Katerina, Igor Valentinovich's granddaughter." Igor Valentinovich? Hearing this name, Shinfei understood. One of the 7 oligarchs. The horrific being that runs the Austro media empire. Northern Voice TV, Neva Daily News. Coverage of the advertising agency along the Siberian Railway. The Truth Herald. People were playing with the media matrix in the 90s. Leads the world by at least 15 years. When King Valikan was not in power, the other side used the power of the media to smear him from every angle, causing a lot of trouble for Volodymyr. And then it turned out badly. 2. He was the first of the 7 oligarchs to be killed. Shinfei recalled his memories of his previous life, and if there wasn't too much deviation, the time of liquidation should be almost here. He didn't think that King Baladin would arrange for such a motley crew of their elite squad to assassinate Katerina. "You don't have the strength, do you? The odds are that something else is going on." Righteous Eye pulled out a stack of dossiers and handed one to each man. "Katerina is going to the Caucasus to plant black tea. We need to keep her safe. This is mission information." Shinfei opened the file bag and drew out the photos inside and looked at them. The first one is an abandoned tea hill. Under the light of the setting sun, the peaks of the mountain tower up, surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people a sense of majesty and grandeur. It is conceivable that the mountains would be even more beautiful if they were filled with Georgian tea trees. On the back of the photo, a short introductory message is written. Krasnodar 7 Collective Farms. Geographical coordinates, 42 degrees 57 minutes north, 46 degrees 58 minutes east, Western Dagestan. Average altitude, 2,100 meters. Land area, 28 hectares. Hectares are a big concept. Converting the units slightly to equal 280,000 square meters. That's the area of 386 standard soccer fields. The second is a description of the local village. Moraskaya village. Population, 142. 43% AWOL. 29% E-Rus, descendants of exiles. 28% mixed and unidentified. Then there is the information about the accompanying team. Katerina Marinko's team totaled 210 people, of which 50 were technicians and 170 were security personnel. In addition to this basic information, there are some descriptions of the distribution of power in the Caucasus. In this regard, Shinfei had some understanding in his previous life. The greatest danger is surely the country of No, Che, He, Chen, Chien. Aha! A nation of terrorists. There are also the Ansar extremist organizations that have emerged in recent years, as well as indigenous violent groups in the Caucasus. It is one of those chaotic places where the three views don't matter, where a little bit of people can take over the mountain and fight guerrilla with the regular army. It's very unsettling. Of course, if you're traveling and bring enough money, it's still worth having fun over there. What organization? What country? If you're willing to spend the money, you're the daddy. Protecting animals? Feel free to eat. Check. For 500 rubles. You can take your second brother to a Western dinner once. You can experience a double yolk egg for 1200 rubles. All of them bring same-day physical test reports and support on-site checking of various types of test strips. A gun? Add money and the tanks can be sent to you. Unlike the north of Maine, where you spend money and get beaten up, there is no courtesy at all. After reading all the information, Shinfei asked in a puzzled manner, why did Ekaterina want to run to the Caucasus to plant black tea when she was not living in a good and rich life? The Georgian tea tree takes at least 3 years from planting to harvesting. I don't know if I can grow it, but Katerina's grandfather, the media oligarch, specified that he couldn't drink it. Masters and grandchildren are filial piety belonging to the Yes, Righteous Eyes explained. The ostensible reason is to restore Caucasian black tea to its glory, and I did some background research, and she sponsored the scholarly publication of the Silk Road and the Tsar's tea cooker some time ago, and for the past 2 years it has been applying to the European Union for the protection of geographical indications, but it didn't work out because of the geography. As for whether they intend to launder money in the transnational tea trade behind their backs, open up smuggling corridors, or plunder the land, it's not something we mercenaries consider. We just need to protect Katerina herself, get her there safely, and bring her back safely. Shinfei was on his first mission. There were a lot of places he didn't understand, and asked again, only protect her alone? I see the information mentioned that there is another team of 210 people? If an ordinary newcomer had asked so many questions, he or she would have faced a vicious reprimand, like what you just need to do your own thing, or, shut your mouth and do what I tell you to do without knowing why or anything like that. But Shinfei is different. He's the all-around big daddy of the 7th team now. You'll have to do better than that. I don't know how many squads there are out there, waiting to rob him. Righteous Eyes explained with a smile on his face. Razor, it's like this. We're an elite squad that usually only protects a single or 3 or 5 important targets. The rest of the people aren't on our radar. Even if they all die, it has nothing to do with us. Looking at Righteous Eye's face, Bear couldn't help but curse in his heart. What happened to saying that newcomers are worse than dogs? How come I didn't get this kind of treatment back in the day? Prosthetic eyes. You're too much of a stranger to me. Shinfei nodded and basically had no other questions. When the others had finished making their comments as well, Righteous Eye concluded. The protection mission begins in a week, and in the meantime you will train to recover without compromising your injuries. Any other questions? The crowd shook their heads. Righteous Eyes gathered up all the information and casually tossed it into a nearby safe, exclaiming excitedly, good, then to hell with the damn job. Go, let's celebrate tonight with the addition of Razor Gold. Get the car. In a few moments, a heavily modified Jeep quickly pulls out of the Wagner base and heads straight for the most exclusive and expensive strip club in the area. Shinfei sat in the co-pilot and looked at the street scene that quickly swept by outside the car window. When he saw a few wandering gang members on the street, he suddenly remembered something. At that time, when I was at the Neva Brotherhood branch, I think I heard that the Brotherhood's godfather told all the top brass to get to the city of Châtelbain within 48 hours. It seems to have found some new backer. Shinfei took out his cell phone and looked up information on it. The city of Châtelbain is less than 300 kilometers away from the Krasnodar 7 kibbutz T mountain. Both. Would it matter? Shinfei shook his head. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered in his heart. It seems like I've been a bit overcautious. A lot of couples break up and live in the same city and can't even touch each other. I'm 300 kilometers away from the destination of those street punks. If I can even run into, let's just say it was meant to be. 35. Good gambling dad, sick mom, schooling brother, broken Shinfei. Shinfei naively thought that. How upscale can a club be? It's just a matter of wearing less when you dance. But that night was a real eye-opener for him. The townspeople really know how to have fun. According to Gold Coin, many of the top rich people no longer care to play these things and have turned to more advanced spiritual pursuits. It's true what they say. There's no such thing as high class. It's all ing nasty. Spending is high, too. The total cost for 6 people was almost 100,000 rubles. It's a new ruble that's just been revamped. The average person might have to save for years to have 100,000 in savings. Shinfei drank a lot, but didn't really have a substantial relationship. When first exposed to such an explosion of information, the body's first reaction is not excitement, but nausea. Physiologic nausea. Many people who watch a restricted movie for the first time should have had similar feelings, and Shinfei has to let the second brother know that. Who actually owns this body? It's hard or soft, that's up to him. For the first time, gotta find the most satisfying person in the most exciting place to make sense. The next day, after sleeping into the evening, the 7 teams assembled again to begin their recovery training. Most of the guys are banged up, and the intensity isn't great. It's mostly some bonding. For this mission, it was more like a publicly funded vacation. As long as Ekaterina doesn't kill herself, those extremist groups, too, wouldn't choose to go after her. His grandfather is the mouthpiece of the media in the entire Urals Federation. Terrorists, too, are concerned with having a good reputation out there. When reputation stinks, faith is lost. Losing both of those things makes recruiting bad. In addition to training, Shinfei customized 2 guns according to his needs and went to the school for a break. Officially, he's still an ordinary foreign student. Not sure it's of any use, but at least you can spend some time at the school later on when you don't have anywhere to go. Born again. Plus there's more than enough savings on the table. It would be a waste not to go and enjoy some time in college. 1 week later, Shinfei and the others put on all their equipment and rushed to the 58th Group Army's military airport. At the airport, they met the target of the mission, Katerina Marenko. She's even prettier than she looks in her pictures. The top half of the white suit looked like it was about to explode at any moment, and the bottom half of the suit pants of the same color outlined the standard peach shape, especially when set off by the high heels that were 7 or 8 centimeters. Those legs looked even more slender and charming. Polando's eyes went straight and he swallowed quietly. The rest of them were fine. Righteous Eye introduced himself. Hello Ms. Katerina. I am the captain of Wagner Petersburg 7. You may call me Righteous Eye. This is my crew. Jin, Bear, Polando, and Nefertus. In order to ensure your absolute safety, Nefertus will be keeping you close, so I hope you understand. Katerina had a knowing smile on her pretty face. Every time she was introduced to someone, she would look over at them and nod slightly. When she saw Shinfei, she was stunned for a moment, but almost instantly, she returned to her original expression. Not surprisingly, nor is it that Shinfei is so domineering that women can't walk when they look at him, simply because he was too young and not as big as Polando and Gold Coin around him, not to mention the big bear who was as strong as a small mountain. It's like a sheep, staying in the middle of a pack of wolves. Katerina ruffled her hair around her ears and said, I'm going to have to trouble you all for the rest of this time. Polando said excitedly, No trouble, no trouble. It's the greatest honor of my military career to protect a sensual beauty like you. The rest of them didn't say anything. After a few moments, men in captain's uniforms approached and led the crowd to check in and check in their weapons. Although it was a military airport, they flew in a Tu-134 civilian airliner. In total, just 7 people were seated, so there was plenty of room. Katerina was sitting side by side with Nefertus at the front of the room. Shinfei, on the other hand, they were seated at a position at the back, about 7 or 8 meters away. They're the vanguard. As for the back team with the equipment, it will be transported to Chashan by land by the security team of the people. The plane lifted off without incident. Polando lowered his voice and said, Did you guys just notice that Katerina looked at you guys for 1 second, but looked at me for 3? What does that say about? It means she likes me. The crowd is speechless. Righteous Eyes took out a magazine and read it, and Gold Coin toyed with his saber, eager to find someone to share his feelings with. Polando nudged Shinfei and said, Razor, I think she definitely likes me. Do you think I should go over and say hello? The oligarch's granddaughter. If you're good with her, what's the point of being a hired gun? Shinfei said helplessly, Don't laugh at the challenge, then I'll lose. Polando was just about to speak when out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Katerina walking over, and he said excitedly, I told you so, you guys. People pressed themselves to come over. Brothers, I'm counting on you for my sexual well-being. Having said that, he absently straightened his training uniform, thought himself handsome as he struck a pose, and turned his head to look out the porthole at the sky. Shinfei and the others froze. No way. Really? Though one has to admit, Polando, from France, does have that little something to look at. Just as they were wondering, Katerina smiled and said, Mr. Razor, may I call you that? Aha, ha. Polando was stunned and turned his head with difficulty, full of despair. It seems to be completely unable to figure out that people are actually here to find Shinfei. Both Righteous Eye and Gold Coin were also puzzled. Shinfei nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Katerina elegantly sat on the chair in front of her left, turned around, looked at Shinfei and asked, You are Asian? Looking at your age, you should be about the same as me, right? Shinfei, 18. Katerina asked with more curiosity. So young? How did you become a hired gun? Or are there mercenaries with exclusive squads? In the words of your profession, they should be called elite squad members, right? Oh, come for the story. Shinfei inadvertently glanced at the sparkling diamond ring on Katarina's white finger, as well as the necklace around her neck that was worth a lot of money at a glance, and sighed with a bright idea, saying, "Hey, it's a long story, Ms. Katarina, interested in listening?" Katarina nodded gently. Of course, there was also no signal on the plane, which was actually kinda boring. Shinfei's expression flashed with a touch of sadness as he said, "Things still have to start with my gambling dad, sick mom, and school-going brother." Ha! Hearing Shinfei's words, the surrounding several people were all confused. "Not buddy, aren't you an orphan?" 36. Those who play tactics have dirty hearts, have to say. Formulaic problem solving is fast. Shinfei took the story he had heard in his previous life by washing his feet and told it with a little artistic processing. "Anyway, it's just how miserable it is." Katarina was silent, her eyes slightly red, tears pooling in them as if they would overflow at any moment. The Team 7 crowd was also silent. Prosthetic eye even began to wonder if the T9 nerve relaxation that had been injected into Shinfei earlier had expired. That tone of voice, that look, this sonorous narration, it doesn't look fake. Just when the crowd was quiet, Shinfei slammed his fist on the backrest in front of him and said with firm eyes, "I'll never forget that day when I shed tears while eating and cried. I must make a name for myself. I came to the Euro Federation, passed through layers of tests, and eventually became a mercenary. The captain looks down on me. Prosthetic eye, where the hell am I? Shinfei, the team also thinks I don't deserve to be a mercenary at all. Bear, Polando, and Nephthys. No, man, are you talking about that subplot?" Shinfei's emotions became more and more high-pitched, and he said excitedly, "No matter what, I finally persevered and was recognized by my teammates as an honorable elite squad member. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to fulfill my mother's greatest wish." Katarina wiped the tear tracks from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "What an inspiring story. Mr. Razor, may I ask what your mother's wish was? Is there anything I can do to help?" Shinfei glanced at the diamond ring on Katarina's hand and shook his head. "No, how can I trouble you with my own affairs, Ms. Katarina? I'm a strong person and don't like to take handouts." Katarina nodded and sighed. "Well then, I was trying to help you. I insulted your pride and I apologize. Shinfei, not big sister. You don't respect me. Take your money and humiliate me with your big diamond ring." Righteous Eye and the others probably understood what Shinfei was going to do, and when they saw this scene, they all forced themselves not to laugh out loud. They're professionally trained, but it's getting hard to hold it in. Phew. Shinfei let out a deep breath, adjusted his strategy and said, "Ms. Katarina, can you show me your diamond ring?" "What? Hard robbery?" The crowd of Team 7 looked at Shinfei suspiciously. Katarina nodded and handed over the diamond ring. Shinfei got it in his hand. The corner of his eyes already had tears welling up, said excitedly, "And which woman does not want a diamond ring? It, Ms. Katarina, how much does this diamond ring cost?" Katarina replied, "Around 700,000 when converted to new rubles." Shinfei didn't even expect it to be so expensive. The capitalist of all evil. He looked to Righteous Eyes. "Captain, how much do I get paid each month?" Righteous Eye, 20,000 rubles, out of the mission. "But equipment and weapon wear and tear and medical expenses need to be borne by yourself." "That's great," Shinfei said. "I can make a lot of money now, and based on saving 100,000 rubles a year, I'll be able to buy this diamond ring in less than 8 years. I hope my mom still lives that long. Ms. Katarina, this diamond ring is returned to you." Katarina looked at the diamond ring, then at Shinfei, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, "Mr. Razor, would you mind if I take your story and write it in my memoirs?" Shinfei shook his head. "Of course I don't mind." Katarina's smile was as delicate as a blooming rose. "Well then, this diamond ring is yours as a token of appreciation." Shinfei quickly refused. "How can that be? It's too expensive." "What's the word?" But his hand, clutching the diamond ring, didn't half relax. "Katarina, it's not expensive. Your story is worth it." Shinfei didn't push the issue and reluctantly nodded. "Thank you, Ms. Katarina. This comes to hand?" A few people from the 7th team were all confused. Katarina rose and smiled. "No, Mr. Razor, it is I who should thank you for the story." "Ha, thank you?" Dumbfounded, the 5 men watched Katarina's fading back. The knot in Polando's throat rolled rapidly, and finally he couldn't help but say, "Ms. Katarina, I actually had a miserable childhood." Katarina turned back, smiled, and said politely, "I'll listen next time, Mr. Mercenary. I'm a little tired." It was only then that Polando realized, as an afterthought, that the people didn't even remember his name. Shinfei put the diamond ring close to him, and when he looked up again, he realized that everyone was looking at him. He laughed. "What's the matter? Think I'm shameless?" Polando shook his head. Don't think so. Those oligarchs came into this world dripping dirty blood from every pore. Gold coin and righteous, I both nodded as well, no one feeling any shame. Those oligarchs could buy the whole country with their combined money. Their money, it's clean? Bear lamented. Razor, it's a blessing to the world that you came to choose to be a mercenary, because I can't imagine how many people you'd have to harvest if you'd gone as a con man. Shenfei didn't think it was that exaggerated. This is a little routine that any random Chinese would know. Only, not everyone has. I came across the opportunity to chat with the granddaughter of a top oligarch, alone. After a 7-hour flight, the Tu-134 civilian airliner landed at the Chaisk military airport. The pickup was very crowded. At a glance, there were dozens of people. The leaders were the mayor, Alexei Petrov, and the head of the local police department, Sergei Sidorov. Beyond that, there's a lot of people in the media, too. Under the protection of Shenfei and the others, Katerina was interviewed by her own media. All the questions were about the tea plantations. Katerina fell to telling the press about her future plans and how to restore the glory of Caucasian black tea. The crown is all a spectacle. After the interview, they traveled in a special car to the largest hotel in the area. After all, they were here to invest, and the local officials were so enthusiastic that they could almost be described as knee-jerk. It was the first time Shenfei had ever felt, firsthand, that, turns out, an officer is going to talk nicely. It's just that I wouldn't have talked to him properly before. The whole process isn't that long. In about 2 hours or so, the party was over. On his way out the door, the police chief said, Miss Katerina, it would truly be an honor for you to come to our Chaisk to invest in the tea mountain. It's just that there are some things that I need to communicate and explain to you in advance. 37. The material slipped half an inch off the shoulders, revealing flat, white collarbones. Katerina nodded slightly. You talk, I'm listening. The police chief looked at Shenfei and the others standing next to him. Katerina, they're all people I've hired and trust, so just tell me what's going on. Only then did the police chief say, Ms. Katerina, the Krasnodar 7 collective farm is definitely a good place to grow black tea, but you may not know that the villagers living nearby are very difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of tricky people. You will certainly need a lot of people to reclaim the barren mountains, and I'm worried that they will use the opportunity to blackmail you. You can hire the police department to help, and we'll take care of those difficult villagers in Moreskaya village. Shenfei nodded secretly. Oh, I'm here to knock the water off the edge. No wonder he was so enthusiastic from the moment we met. It made Shenfei really think that he had seen good people in the Urals Federation. Katerina thought for a moment and asked, if you hire the police, how are you going to get the villagers to work willingly? The police chief smiled and said, don't worry about this. Anyway, we guarantee that we can reclaim all the wasteland within 2 months without delaying your planting of tea seedlings. As you know, there are only 2 or 3 months each year that are most suitable for planting saplings. So if you delay, you'll have to wait for another year. That would be too great a loss for you. Land clearing, soil improvement, infrastructure, tea planting, labor wages, an investment in 28 hectares of tea plantations will cost at least 50 to 60 million rubles. A delay in either of these is surely a huge loss. Katerina bit her lip lightly and fell into deep thought for a full minute or two before speaking. Mr. Director, I'd like to check it out before I decide. The police chief nodded heavily. Of course, that's your freedom. If you can communicate with those villagers on your own, we in the police department would be happy to be free. Katerina turned away. Shenfei and the others followed her. When the group left the front door of the hotel, the police chief sketched a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and taunted. When you're in my territory, you want to not pay me? Ha, those unruly people. Just go ahead and talk about it. And you'll be able to talk about one without squeaking. Leaving the hotel, the 7 men split into 2 groups and got into 2 modified M1114 Humvee bulletproof military vehicles. Gold Coin, Righteous Eye, and Big Bear were in the lead. Shenfei was in charge of driving the second military vehicle, with Katerina in the back seat with Nefutis. When everyone was seated, Shenfei asked, Ms. Katerina, where to next? Katerina suddenly asked, Razor, do you think that police chief is trying to make a buck out of me? What's this nonsense? Thinking this in his heart, but Shenfei didn't say it on his mouth, just smiled and said, Ms. Katerina, I'm just a mercenary, responsible for protecting your safety, and don't really know much about doing business in these things. Katerina frowned slightly, the fingertips of her right hand gently resting against her jaw, and as she tilted her head, the material of her shirt slid half an inch off her shoulders, revealing her flat, white collarbone. A simple gesture, but highly seductive. Shenfei couldn't help but look twice more through the rearview mirror. I don't know why, Shenfei always felt that she was a bit deliberate and, before that, on the airplane, it was the same feeling. Shinfei didn't think much of it. Just think of it as you haven't been around really rich people and aren't used to it. After a few moments of contemplation, Katerina spoke up. Instead of going back to the hotel, we'll go straight to Tea Hill. Good. Shinfei pressed the walkie-talkie and said, Destination number 1. They had numbered and encrypted the places they might frequent before they left. It doesn't always work, but it's kind of nice to be prepared. At least it makes the employer feel like they are more professional and pay more painfully. To put it bluntly, mercenaries are just a service industry. It's no different than an end plate hitting a screw. Received from. Gold's voice came over the intercom. Car 1 is up and running. Shinfei followed behind with a width of about 10 meters. It's not a big city. They soon entered the unpaved road and the speed dropped with them. Thanks to the military vehicle being well converted, especially at 7 or 8 tons, it's enough to filter out excess road bumps. After about 6 hours or so of driving, a checkpoint appeared quite abruptly at the end of the dirt road. The reason why it's described as abrupt, it was because the people sitting next to the checkpoint were not soldiers, but rather local villagers in very shabby clothing and unarmed. This whole, you don't see a car pass by for half a month. Setting up a roadblock here? Check who? Remembering what the police chief had said earlier, Shinfei secretly nodded. Aha, this village. There's really something to be said for that. Or maybe it was the police chief who leaked the information in order to get Katerina to willingly shell out the money to hire the police. Wherever it is, want to make money. One has to learn to make connections first. Gold's voice came over the intercom again. Pull over and stand by in the safety zone. Shinfei stopped the car and replied, Roger. His car was about 100 meters from the checkpoint and it was an open field. No matter what danger arises, you can turn around and leave at the first opportunity. Goldcoin drove up to engage, and the sound of their conversation could be heard over the intercom. Shinfei guessed right. It costs money. 2,000 rubles for one car. The fancy name for it is some kind of road maintenance fee. Unpaved roads, maintenance my ass? Shinfei didn't say anything and looked to Katerina. People have to make up their minds about this kind of thing. Katerina frowned. Give it to them. Shinfei pressed the intercom. Pay up. Goldcoin's voice rang out. They said 8,000 rubles, prepaid with the money coming out. The corners of Shinfei's mouth couldn't even help but twitch. That's pretty greedy. Nefertus glanced at the checkpoint and voiced, Ms. Katerina, we can subdue all of them, in less than 30 seconds. Katerina shook her head. Forget it, we're meeting for the first time. There's no need to make the atmosphere too stiff. Pay up. Shinfei told Goldcoin about the decision. After paying the money, the convoy was released. 2 kilometers into the village behind them, Shinfei and the others encountered 4 waves of villagers in the same set. The point is that it's more expensive than it should be at one time. It's really taking the sunk costs and playing with them, and they're eating up the fact that Nefertus isn't going to roll over on them, because it's very troublesome to try to recruit people anywhere else but this village. The setup wasn't brilliantly designed, but it held Katerina well. After paying almost 30,000 rubles for the road toll and 500 rubles for the guide, they finally met the village chief. The village headman was even more bullish, and said bluntly, 800,000 rubles a hectare, and the land will be cleared in 3 months. For less than that, there's nothing to negotiate. 28 hectares times 800,000 rubles is 22.4 million rubles. The robbery wasn't even that fast. Shinfei and their 7 elite squad members, who had been protecting their employer until he left, probably nearly 3 months, were only 600,000 rubles. Wagner still has to siphon off some of that. Compared to others, mercenaries are a special mother ********. It's so unprofitable. 38. Greed. All greed is good. Katerina had endured the entire journey, and after listening to the village elder, she was finally breaking her defense. Her chest rose and fell in anger. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said in a cold voice, Village chief, you're extorting. The village chief, a middle-aged man of about 50, with a greasy haircut and a lewd gleam in his eye, spread his hands and said, Katerina, that's the price for Caucasian tea mountain work. If you're not happy with it, you can always find someone else. His words were exasperating, but in a sense they were also true. If you don't have that backbone, their entire village can't all be this arrogant. Katerina frowned and didn't say anything. With a disinterested expression, the mayor waved his hand and said, I'm busy, so if Ms. Katerina can't decide, she can go back and think about it again. A flash of anger flashed under Katerina's eyes, radiating an aura as cold as an iceberg. Shinfei noticed the fleeting expression and frowned slightly. Perhaps because of the killing intent resonance skill, he was extra sensitive to something unseen and untouchable, but real, like an aura. It's hard to imagine that the same kind of person will have 2 very different auras. Perhaps there is only one explanation for one of these personalities, which is in disguise. Katerina murmured, allow me to think about it. Get out. Get in. Katerina pulled out her cell phone and rummaged for the police chief's number. The cost of over $20 million is unacceptable and the 3-month construction period is too long. She remembers it well. The police chief assured himself that it would be finished in 2 months. Just as she was about to press the dialing button, Shinfei's voice sounded inside the car. MS. Katerina, perhaps I can solve your current trouble for you. Nefertus looked at Shinfei in surprise, because the intercom was on. Even Belando and the others in the front car couldn't figure out what Shinfei was going to do. Katerina pursed her sexy red lips. I thought you said that you don't know how to do business. Shinfei laughed. It's true that I don't know anything about business, but every Chinese person more or less knows some schemes. If I were to take care of the current situation, in about a month and a half, I could reclaim all the wasteland. A month and a half? Katerina's eyes flashed as she pressed on. How much does it cost? Shinfei replied. Up to 10 million rubles, and maybe it won't work, but you'll have to pay me a deposit of 3 million rubles in advance. After all, we're working together for the first time. The terms are very tempting. Indeed, if the police chief had said those words, Katerina would have just agreed. But a mercenary, Righteous Eye's voice, rang out over the intercom. MS. Katerina, please trust my team member. I'm willing to vouch for him with the captain's credibility. If there is an accident, our squad is willing to compensate you for all your losses. This time it was Shinfei who froze. He didn't realize that. Righteous Eyes they chose to trust him straight away without knowing anything. This friendship, it was a bit heavy for someone like Shinfei. Katerina knew the gold of an elite Wagnerian squad. That's the credibility they've gotten back for themselves countless times with results and victories. Many mercenaries were even willing to give their lives, rather than let this reputation above add half a stain. Even if someone is undignified, Wagner will also help him to be decent. That's the importance of signage. Katerina subconsciously sat up straight, her hip line floating in 2 crescent-shaped shadows on the surface of the fabric as she leaned forward. She asked, can you reveal some of the contents? Shinfei shook his head. There are some things that are worthless when you say them. I can tell you later, but I want you to transfer money first. 4 eyes. A few moments later, Katerina's lips lifted slightly, and she extended her willow-like left hand with a smile. Mr. Razor, good cooperation. Shinfei gently held her hand and replied, believe me, it will be more pleasant than you think. The next step is the process of transferring money. If it was in the past, Shinfei would definitely choose cash, or an equivalent exchange item, because he can't trust anyone. But just now, prosthetic eye gained Shinfei's trust. People who choose to trust you straight away without knowing what you're up to may never meet in their lives. Shinfei knew that Righteous Eye was betting on pleasing him. So what? Who's really pure as a white lotus flower? Everyone has their own agenda. On signs regardless of mind. 3 million rubles transferred to Team 7's overseas public account. It's safe and gets around regulation. After about 10 minutes, Righteous Eye's voice rang out. Razor, the money is in. At this time, Shinfei had taken off his bulky combat uniform and replaced it with a suit that wasn't particularly expensive. Katerina sized him up and said, Razor, you're actually more suited to this outfit than a combat uniform. Shinfei laughed. I still prefer the feeling of ripping off my tie and being a rogue. Having said that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Katerina looked at his back through the car window and asked, now isn't it time to tell me what he's really up to? Nefertus shook her head. I don't know, and I don't think the captain and the others do either. Katerina was stunned for a moment, and soon a bright smile bloomed on her pretty face as she exclaimed, it's really an enviable brotherhood. It seems I made a very good choice in hiring you guys. Indeed. Seeing Shinfei who had gone and returned, the village chief recognized him as the mercenary just now, and his hand holding the teacup froze in midair. You can tell he's still scared, but the thought of that much benefit in front of them didn't scare me so much. The village chief frowned slightly and boldly said, are you the mercenary from earlier? Don't think that I won't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes. What did you come back for? Trying to kill me? I told you. Swish. Before he finished his words, he suddenly felt a coldness in his neck, and looked down slightly to see that there was a military dagger glittering with cold light against his neck. A trickle of blood ran down the tiny wound in his neck and toward his chest. Shinfei looked at him expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, don't talk nonsense. There's no need to go through so much trouble to kill you. Our boss doesn't have the time to gather men elsewhere. So, your price will remain the same, but the work period will be shortened by a month. The mayor didn't expect it to go so well. His base price was 17 million rubles in 2 months to complete all the reclamation work coming up. How can one not be excited to hear such good news? Shinfei's mouth was tinged with an icy smile as he continued, but we're going to try 3 days of labor, and the daily price will be given to you according to double the original. If you're satisfied after 3 days, officially sign the contract. May I? It's supposed to be normal to try out for a job. 3 days is not excessive. The village chief swallowed a mouthful of water and slowly nodded his head. Alright, I'll go gather the men today, so we can start work tomorrow. Shinfei retrieved the dagger, no longer paying attention to the surprised and delighted village chief, and turned around to walk out. As he saw the greedy villagers in the village casting their eyes on him from time to time, he murmured in his heart, "Greed, all the better. Next let you experience. What is called the first poisonous plan of Huaxia obscene dreamplay monkey? 39. Is this a poisonous plan that a human being can come up with? Your old man interview, or put away Shinfei returned to the modified military vehicle and sat in the driver's seat. Katerina frowned. So soon? Shinfei was stunned, and always felt how the words were a bit awkward. He started the military vehicle, made a U-turn, and smiled. Ms. Katerina, there are some things that aren't as slow as they could be. Thinking of Shinfei's performance in the strip club, the corner of Nefuta's mouth sketched out a smile of an old driver. Two military vehicles headed out of the village. Katerina looked out at the villagers and asked, "Now, can you tell me what you're going to do?" She was really curious what is the best way to get things done over time with half the cost savings? It's not just him. Righteous Eyes and the others in the front car were puzzled as to what he was going to do. They had put their lives and families on Shinfei's body. Shinfei, of course. Just now I made an agreement with the village chief to let them try out the work for 3 days, and the price is to be given to them at twice the market rate. Katerina's expression became more puzzled. And then what? Shinfei laughed. Driven by heavy profits. They will work very hard. Ms. Katerina, what do you think they will do if they find gold or while working? Katerina didn't quite catch Shinfei's meaning. The rest of the group was in a daze. Shinfei drove while explaining. If I remember correctly, the year before last, a Turkish company discovered gold mines worth more than $80 billion in the Azar Valley, and to this day, the Georgian government, along with the North Caucasus Freedom Army, are still fighting for ownership. The Azar Valley is less than 100 kilometers from us, so it's not a surprise to find gold ore in this area. I'll tell you what happens next. Those who pick up the gold ore, instead of returning it to you, will even frantically scramble for it among themselves, or they may also secretly hide it. But either way, the news that there is gold ore on T Hill will go viral. When the time comes, all you have to do is fire everyone and intentionally get some cops to guard the T Hill. 28 hectares. How can the police see with that few people? The villagers must sneak in looking for gold ore in ways you wouldn't expect. That way, you don't even have to spend any money to get a piece of cleared land. Silence. Everyone was silent. At most, they wanted to think about using violence to force the villagers to lower their prices, but they never dreamed that they could still play like this. Driven by greed, the target is motivated to act spontaneously through false benefits, without the need for coercion to force it, reducing the cost of layout. Simply a genius plan. Katerina's vermilion lips moved slightly, and just as she wanted to speak, she was interrupted by Shinfei. Miss Katerina, I haven't finished my plan. In fact, the most exciting part of this inning has just begun here. What? Katerina looked at Shinfei with a surprised face, her eyes fluttering as if she was thinking about something. The road became bumpy as the military vehicles drove out of the village, but far away along the car windows are the great rolling peaks of the Caucasus. Shinfei glanced at the beautiful scenery, and through the rearview mirror, glanced at Katerina's surprised little look, and said, "When the reclamation is finished, you can go to the police chief, or the mayor, and ask them to bring someone to retrieve your lost gold ores from the villagers. They must have refused to give it to you, but you can tell all the villagers that if they report the person who picked up the gold ore, they will get a handsome reward. I've read about the village. 43% of ours, 29% descendants of exiles, 28% mixed and unidentified. With such a complex composition, do you think they'll be ironclad?" Katerina shook her head. The rest of the group listened very intently. Shinfei, yeah, the heart of those who didn't pick up the gold ore is bound to be unbalanced, and the probability is that they will report those villagers who profited. It doesn't matter if no one sues in the beginning. Promise heavy benefits and there will always be those who can't carry it off. Then the next thing is simple. You get both the gold ore back in the reclaimed moorland. And there is a third option. Katerina gazed at Shinfei, no longer knowing what expression to use in response to the scene at hand. Such a scheme is indeed ruthless enough. It's poisonous, too. The key thing is that he perfectly exploits the weaknesses of human nature, and the possibility of failure is almost non-existent. It's just that she can't figure it out. What is this third option? Again? The rest of us are equally curious. And, Only Bear leaned back in his seat, drowsy. He couldn't quite understand what Shinfei was saying and found it too much of a brain dump. Not for him. He just likes to give precise and clear orders and get cracking. Shinfei said, "Let's go back to the original plan. The villagers found gold ore in the wasteland. What if what they picked up was just copper plated with a thin layer of gold? What would have happened? Ms. Katerina, what you threw, but it's real gold ore. At that time, you will hold the absolute power of speech. and you can either be kind enough to spare the villagers, or you can use the police to put pressure on them to sign a low-cost labor payment for the value of the gold. As for those in office, you can pay to buy them off. But I'd rather suggest that your media-mobile grandfather step in and let those officials choose whether they want a good name or a bad reputation. The power of a media frenzy is the thing those in office fear most. Katerina's thoughts came to a complete standstill at that moment, as if frozen by a huge block of ice. Exploiting human weaknesses, creating legal loopholes, the cycle of exploitation, poisonous schemes. This was definitely the most poisonous ploy she had ever heard of since she grew up. It's a killer. As for righteous eye, they had already sworn in their hearts, never offend Shinfei in the future. That's pretty tough. Sentiment. Your old man is still putting it away during the interview. Ha! It was more than 2 minutes before Katerina spoke slowly, so the 3 million rubles you asked for was not a cost at all. It was all your profit? Shinfei laughed. Don't care about these details. Katerina suddenly leaned forward. Her fox eyes narrowed as she surveyed Shinfei at close range, and softly said, Razor, you're very special. More outstanding than all the mercenaries I've ever met. Any interest in me? Shinfei felt the sudden fragrance and oppressive feeling, stunned for a moment, almost stepped on the gas as if it were the brake. Thinking about it, he just reacted that Katerina's sentence just now should be translated as, do this to me. Converted to a Chinese context, it's for Shinfei to jump ship and work after her. It wasn't clear whether Shinfei had thought wrongly, or whether Katerina had deliberately found a term that was ambiguous in itself. Shinfei, of course, chose to refuse. Sorry, I like my current job very much. Why would you refuse? Stop it. Her grandfather was about to be liquidated by the king. Without Grandpa Oligarch, she's got nothing but big 3060 thunder, slender waist, beyond the firm peach. What else does she have? She's still a what? Shinfei could see it, too. The apparently gentle, kind and compassionate Katerina's first reaction on hearing his plan was not one of cruelty, but of vague excitement. Oh, all the details are enough to show that. It's not a good cake either. 40. It's enough to break into your city hall, not to mention killing everyone here. With a flash of regret in her eyes, Katerina stretched and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this in front of your teammates. I'm tired. Take me back to the hotel and I'll leave the rest to you. If you change your mind, you can always let me know. Mr. Razor. Shinfei nodded and stopped talking. Jumping ship is the same as recognizing your godfather. It's okay to have a new godfather, but at least get one that gets hard. Their family's halfway to the grave. Going to the funeral? After sending Katerina back to the hotel, Shinfei led the 7 teams and started to get busy. The process is tedious, but not complicated. Originally, I thought that making fake gold ore would be the most delayed. What Shinfei did not expect was that 100 kilometers away was a scenic area where there was a special gold or souvenir store. When they inquired about the factory, they realized that the producer of these souvenirs turned out to be the Free Army of the North Caucasus. Aha! These days, anyone who wants to be a terrorist has to learn to do business first. Market economy. Hate has become a brand. Bullets are clearly marked. Hell, if it really exists, it must have a big sale too. That night, Team 7 began planting gold ore in the barren mountains. You don't need to put too much in, but it's got to be hidden enough, and it's got to be designed to feel like an unexpected surprise. Late night, in a hotel suite, Katerina sat at her desk with one hand on her jaw, looking over the papers on it. The moonlight fell on the petite body wrapped in a black silk robe. The knotted buckle of the robe's waistband hung loosely over his hip bone, and just a half-inch further down he could have glimpsed the pair of startlingly large thunders. Buzzing. The phone sounded. Katerina's jade hand lifted lightly, her fingertips running across the screen as she picked up the phone and put it to her ear. Hello, Grandpa. An old but thick voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, how are things being handled? I heard that the villagers over there are hard to handle. Do you want Grandpa to step in? Katerina told the story of what had happened today, focusing of course on Shinfei's genius-like poisonous plan. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and only after a full many minutes did a sigh come out. AI. What a hero. I didn't expect a Wagner branch to harbor such an expert in playing with people's hearts. It looks like Grandpa me. I'm really going to get slapped on the beach. Did you invite him? Katerina thought of Shinfei's unflinching refusal during the day, and her expression flashed with a flash of frustration. He refused. Oh, Igor was taken aback and asked, doesn't he know that you are Igor's granddaughter? Katerina, he knew it, but he refused anyway, not as if he was making a show of it, but from the bottom of his heart. Igor sighed. Pity. Katerina gazed out the window at the moonlight and murmured, yes, it's a shame. The next day, the village headman rushed to T-Hill with a party of 200 or 300 people, as required. Shinfei paid in advance and the villagers began to work. Although they are greedy, but not to mention, they work harder than each other. Shinfei didn't know what the progress of the other T mountains was, but at least in his opinion, there was really no one who was lazy. Aha! It may be that the villagers feel that there are not many opportunities to rip off the oligarchs, and that is why they are asking for exorbitant prices. Shinfei suddenly felt that himself and the villagers are, by nature, one of a kind. No one's a good person. It's just that he's a little smarter and has the system on his side. The first day went without incident. Maybe someone found gold ore, but didn't make a sound about it. Or maybe no one has found it yet. After all, the T mountain was too big, and Shinfei's location where they placed the gold ore was underground, so it was normal that they didn't find it. Sooner or later anyway. The second day was exactly the same process as the first. Even Shinfei had begun to think about whether he had to increase the placement of some gold ores. Good thing. Day 3. Here comes the hustle. 2 villagers find gold ore at the same time and a fight ensues. Even though they're from the same village, there's a difference between near and far. Each calls for a friend, and a single fight becomes a group fight. In fact, using the pinnacle of poisonous schemes against the Chinese against them all seems wasteful, because after 2 days of contact, Shinfei realized that this group of people were generally so. It's hard to describe. Definitely not a cutie. I'm sure it's not a cutie. And also the unique wisdom of the working people. Aha! There's a word that's accurate. Superhero. To put it nicely, it's called a tough folk. Bang! Shinfei pulled the trigger at the sky, and the loud sound of the gunshot echoed on the T mountain. Righteous Eyes and the others followed, aiming for the sky and pulling the triggers at the same time. A series of gunshots finally brought the villagers back to a bit of sanity. Shinfei cocked his head and looked at the 2 people who were initially fighting and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on? What's hidden in your arms? Bring it to me." The villagers looked left and right, and finally gritted their teeth and ran. "So I can spoil you? I had a hard time coming up with a poisonous plan." Shinfei aimed at his calf and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The villager was shot in the calf and his body stumbled to the ground. The villagers on the T-hill were instantly in disarray. Bang! Shinfei pulled the trigger again and bellowed, "Don't ing talk. Whoever talks again, send him to Allah." An unconvinced villager roared, "Who are you bluffing? There are so many of us here. How many bullets do you have in your gun? How many people can you kill?" The others followed and began to clamor. The scene was at risk of getting out of hand. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly as he aimed at the man's head and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. Brain splatter. The villagers didn't expect Shinfei to really dare to shoot and kill, and they were all confused at once. Shinfei walked up to the corpse, looked down at him and said, "You asked me how many bullets I have? I've got 7 magazines on me, 2 base stocks of 5.56 ammo, and pistol rounds with C4 explosives. I have 5 other teammates, one with more ammo on them than the other. It's enough to fight your way into your city hall, not to mention killing everyone here, before pretending in your next life. Look at what the other person is." The whole place was silent. Even the most savage villagers had no more resistance when they heard such words. Actually, it's Shinfei's fault for being too gentle 2 days ago. Let the guys forget that the gun in his hand is capable of killing. Shinfei looked angrily at the 200 to 300 villagers present and pointed at the high ground to the northeast. "Dog days, all look at me clearly. That man is carrying a FN Minimi Mk3 light machine gun on his shoulder. Wrapped around the body is a 100-round chain pack of soft ammunition retrofitted with an external quick-release design. There are 7 other bullet packs like that in the car. Let me ask you, can you stand up to a round of strafing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really think I'm a waiter? I'm a mercenary not protected by the Geneva Convention." Now, it's true that no one dares to speak up. All the villagers kept their heads down, not even daring to look at Shinfei, who looked like a god of death. As for revenge? More than that, the thought didn't even cross my mind. The difference in strength is too great. Shinfei ignored the crowd present, walked over to the villager who had just been struck in the calf, and said in a deep voice, "I'll only give you 3 seconds to bring me what you've hidden." The villagers' faces were thick with pain and reluctance, but they didn't dare disobey. In the end, he could only be reluctant, and took out an ore that was the size of an egg in diameter and emitted a golden luster. Shinfei's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and his gaze greedily looked at the gold ore. 300 meters away, Katerina saw Shinfei's expression through the binoculars, and her red lips curled up slightly, outlining an evocative smile as she murmured, "Mr. Razor, Oscar, oh you a little gold. 41, don't come to me alone next time. I'm afraid my teammates will misunderstand." Shinfei snatched the gold ore as if he was afraid of being seen by others and stuffed it into his combat suit. He turned his head, found the village chief in the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Take your men and get out. You don't have to come tomorrow. As for the one who just died, I'll give him a pension." The mayor wanted to say something. In fact, someone had already picked up gold ore on the first day. only they didn't vocalize it. I thought it was a chance to make a fortune, but I didn't expect it to be spoiled by two assholes on only the third day. Gold or, pick up one for 10 years and you won't have to worry. Pick up 10 and you'll have enough for this lifetime. But, what would he dare say in the face of a ruthless mercenary? There are laws in the Caucasus, but, the interpretation of the law is in the hands of the rich. Unfortunately, they are poor people, and it is the final interpretation of justice that stands behind this group of mercenaries. Standing beside the village chief, the man who was known as the village's crouching dragon and phoenix all in one whispered, "Village chief, go first, you can't get tough with them, even if he kills all of us, he can push it to a nearby extremist group." The village chief gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "But," the man frowned, "don't be butthurt, if we can't dig in the open, can't we dig in secret? How many people would they have to be to watch a place this big?" That makes sense. The village chief's heart felt a surge of pleasure, and he looked at Shin Fei and said, "Mr. Mercenary, it's us who have caused you trouble. I'm sorry, we're on our way." Shin Fei didn't even pay attention to him. The village headman took 200 or 300 villagers, carrying the injured and a dead man, and left the tea mountain as if fleeing. Later that afternoon, sparse police were dispatched to cordon off Tea Hill. Human greed is always beyond imagination. Shin Fei had thought that under the fear of death, the villagers would be able to endure for at least 2 days. Unexpectedly that night, there were dozens of people quietly through the police blockade, quietly panning for gold in the tea mountain. Hey, worked harder than even during the day. Goldcoin saw the scene through his night vision and lamented, "Razor, it's all right by you. You're such a devil." Shin Fei laughed. "Drive them away after 3 hours to create a feeling of being heavily guarded." Goldcoin nodded and led the rest of the group to start getting ready. The villagers were driven out the first night, but they were surprised to find that if they ran fast enough, they could stay with the gold or they picked up. So what are we waiting for? More and more villagers are beginning to flock to the tea hills. In the beginning, it was men, and then the women. Eventually even children as young as 7 or 8 years old came in groups to try their luck in the tea mountains. The original number of persons employed was 200 or 300. Now look, hey, every night it was at least 1,000 people. In less than a month, the originally deserted tea hill was plowed clean. Not a single weed. When a cow or a horse comes along, they have to sigh. You guys are the real cow horses. During this time, teams with large equipment and technicians are also arriving one after another. Large machines began to operate, requiring less and less labor. Lustful Dreams playing Monkey Bureau follow-up plan. Are by Katerina to complete? Shin Fei also lazy to ask more. It's not like there's an extra charge. They had no special assignment for the 7th team. They were training every day. Only that they would send 2 people to keep watch at night. Only Nefertis, who is also a woman, stays close to Katerina 24 hours a day, providing all-around protection. Late night, Shen Fei, who was heavily armed, sat on a hidden high ground in Tea Mountain, enjoying the night view of the Caucasus Mountains. The stars exploded into shattered silver in the inky blue vault of the sky, the snowy peaks silhouetted like undried splashes of ink. It's beautiful. It reminded Shen Fei of the evening sun on General Mountain. The sound of footsteps in the snow. Shen Fei looked up. It's Katerina. The snow crunched under her feet, and her tall figure was wrapped in a silver and gray down jacket, the belt pinching out the sharp curves of her waist and hips. Even if you're wearing something thick, couldn't even cover her siren-like seductive body. The heartbeat is gradually on the same frequency as the feet. With every step she takes, all of them seem to step precisely on the man's heart, causing his breath to catch. Katerina walked over to Shen Fei's side, ignoring the clean and tidy clothes on her body, casually sat next to her and smiled. Didn't sleep? Shen Fei, I'll keep watch. Katerina laughed. I couldn't sleep either, looking for you to talk to. Shen Fei, I'm quite sleepy. Why don't you keep watch and I'll go to bed? Katerina's face bloomed into a bright smile. Her appearance was exceptionally charming. You're quite a joker. You must have talked to a lot of girlfriends, right? Shen Fei, if you can't talk, you shut up. Looking for a girlfriend now. Is it to see if you can joke? Risky guy, Katerina said with a wink of her eyes. What? Talking about your unforgettable past? Shen Fei shook his head. MS. Katerina, I suggest you stay in your room if you're fine. It's not as safe here as you think. Katerina laughed. That wasn't with you? You've earned me an extra 3 million rubles, plus a diamond ring. Shen Fei did not say anything. She knew that this woman would never come to herself for no reason. As for what top rich white girl is in love with me? Unless it's drugging. Otherwise, Shen Fei felt that that kind of thing wouldn't happen to him for a while. The status gap is too big. Seeing that Shen Fei was soft and hard, Katerina simply threw out the main topic. Actually, our family, we have a specialized security team. I think the paycheck will be higher where it suits you better. Shen Fei once again refused dryly. MS. Katerina, this is something you've said before. Katerina, but I want to try again. Maybe you'll agree. Shinfei spread his hands and said helplessly, then I can't do anything if you must think so. Just then, Bear's figure appeared a short distance away and called out, Razor, it's time for your shift. Shinfei nodded and said, Ms. Katerina, I have to go to bed. Katerina pointed to herself and said, can't you give a little face when a beautiful woman of this magnitude invites you to talk a little longer? Shinfei simply shook his head and got up. I'm sorry to say, but Wagner and I are the real deal. We're only fit to be friends. By the way, next time don't come to me alone. I'm afraid my teammates will misunderstand. Katerina, this guy must have been a green tea tree in a previous life. The flavor is too strong. Good night. Shinfei didn't talk any more nonsense and walked straight to the dormitory. He really didn't want to get involved with the oligarchs in any way. That old boy, King Volodin, is ruthless, inhuman. Katerina gazed at the direction Shinfei disappeared in, her knuckles unconsciously rubbing the handle of her gun as she murmured, it's a good talent. Pity. The next day, early morning, Katerina's aide knocked on the door of Righteous Eye's room. The door to the room opened. Righteous Eye asked, something wrong? The aide said, Captain Righteous Eye, Ms. Katerina recently gathered a load of wild tea and would like you to deliver it to Grojia. Righteous Eye frowned. Delivery? Not with a professional driver? Aide, the destination is through a war zone between the Georgian government and the Free Army of the North Caucasus. The driver is afraid to go. Katerina would like you to take the squad with you for a little escort. For expenses, she will bill you separately. Righteous Eye asked, all of them? The aide shook her head. Except for Nefertis. She's going to stick close to Ms. Katerina. It's a bit of a rush, so I'd like you to leave as soon as possible. And the car is parked in the clearing at the west gate entrance to Tea Hill. Righteous Eye didn't think much of it and nodded. Got it. Sending his assistant away, Righteous Eye pressed the intercom and gave the order. Everyone except Nefertis, gather at the west gate entrance with all your gear. There's a move on. Roger that. Copy that. Roger that. Come on. I just finished my night shift. 10 minutes later, all 5 of them arrived at the western gate of Tea Mountain. Palando yawned and asked, what's the hurry, Captain? Righteous Eye put the situation into perspective. The destination is indeed close to the war zone. They had no problem going to deliver a load of wild black tea. The group got into the van. Lots of space. There was more than enough room for all 5 of them. Shinfei didn't know how to drive this kind of car, so the 2 of them, Gold Coin and Righteous Eye, swapped driving. Boom! The van's engine roared to life. The warm-up in place was over, and Gold Coin was in gear and ready to go. Just then, Nefertis came over and dropped a black duffel bag into the compartment and said, it's filled with food, so you guys be safe. Several people nodded in turn. Moments. The big truck started up and drove out of the Tea Mountains, fading into the dense Caucasus Mountains. From a nearby high-rise, Katerina watched the van disappear from view, picked up the satellite phone, and said in a cold voice, the car is off. Keep your hands clean and don't let me down. 42. Scarlet Rampage. A deadly trap laid by a cold queen. The roads in the mountains are rough and the trucks are not fully loaded, but they still have a hard time traveling. After a violent lurch, Palando bared his teeth and pulled the M40 gas mask out of his back gear pouch and spat. Captain, I really don't understand why you even have to carry this on every operation. It's not like we're going to Chernobyl. Righteous Eye lit a cigarette and said, bear with me, you'll thank me when you use it. Palando bristled. I'm sure there's no such thing as that day. Righteous Eye shrugged and didn't say anything. Shinfei looked out the car window at the snow-covered forest and always felt that something was not solid. He had checked a lot of news in the past 2 days, and there were a total of 2 that concerned him the most. Karelia, the Federation of Montevideo, the Kingdom of Lunaria. A few days ago, these 3 countries announced, almost simultaneously, that they were joining the Northland Iron Shield Alliance. Karelia was even the first to join the Northland Iron Shield Alliance, a former Red Star Alliance nation that seeks military protection and economic integration. The strategic buffer zone is getting closer and closer. This was the absolute worst of bad news for King Volokin. He's got a new move. 2. A conference was held 2 days ago with all 7 oligarchs in attendance, but what exactly was talked about is unknown to outsiders. It's still the same thing as Chang Kung. Hustle foreigners first. Shen Fei, based on the memories in his mind, could probably tell that the negotiation should be very uneventful. The greater the external pressure, the more the king had to rely on the 7 oligarchs. This is the perfect opportunity for them to Leonize it. Unfortunately, they were wrong about King Volokin. That old boy was much more ruthless than they thought. At this critical juncture, the granddaughter of a media oligarch comes to the Caucasus to grow black tea? If Katerina, who's a real sweetie pie, is a real sweetie pie, so be it. But through this period of contact, he understood that the other party had a deep heart. The more Shinfei thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Something's up. But, it's all a big deal. It's got nothing to do with a little person like me. Shinfei stretched his back and slowly closed his eyes, intending to have a good sleep first. The van moved slowly. It took until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening to finally get close to the final destination. Righteous Eye woke everyone up. Shinfei opened his eyes and looked out of the car window, realizing that on both sides of the road, passing soldiers could be seen from time to time. Judging by the clothes and equipment, it's the Caucasian Free Army. He frowned and asked, "Captain, where to this?" Righteous Eyes renewed a cigarette and replied, "Just past the engagement zone. This is the area controlled by the Caucasian FSA. Our destination is almost here. Spirits, everyone. Though it's unlikely that there will be a conflict with the Caucasus Freedom Army, it's also important to prevent them from stealing anything. War circles have their own chain of contempt. The noblest of them all are Air Force pilots. At the lowest level are terrorists who are entrenched and will do anything. As for the mercenaries, just that much higher than the terrorists." After traveling for about 10 more minutes, Righteous Eyes looked at the SAT-NAV and said, "After the intersection ahead, we're at the place. How do you trade a black tea and go deep into the mountains? Gold. You make a satellite call to the shipper and ask them where they are." Goldcoin took out his cell phone and started dialing. They are now located at an altitude of 200 meters above sea level on a mountain road, flanked by frozen cliffs and coniferous forests that form a death trap, with a road width of only 2 cars intersecting. After the turn, the trail became much more spacious and the surrounding hillsides were not as steep. At about 100 meters, there were about 7 or 8 people standing. Shinfei's eyesight was enhanced, and he could see farther than others even at night. He was shocked to find one of the men receiving the shipment was Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood. Ash happened to pick up the phone and his voice carried into the compartment. "Hey Devaris, we've got you in sight. Just look ahead." It all happened so suddenly, Shinfei's heartbeat accelerated, and the cold sweat on his body instantly turned upside down. He immediately gripped the steering wheel, turned his head toward Gold, and said in a voice that could be heard by everyone in the compartment, "Captain, slow down." Goldcoin sensed something was wrong and frowned. "I see you. Damn, this tie road." He hung up. Righteous Eye whispered, "What's wrong?" Shinfei pointed to the crowd in front of him and said, "It's Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the rest of the people all froze as well. What are they doing here? Shinfei was also thinking about this, but couldn't come up with anything at all. The simplest logic is that the Neva Brotherhood is teaming up with Katarina to try to get him killed. But that's impossible. The Brotherhood of Neva doesn't have that kind of power. Shinfei doesn't deserve someone else's oligarch's own granddaughter as a bureau, either. Oh, as long as people's grandfather gave some benefits, without anyone else, Wagner's elite squad members, I'm afraid, would all come after Shinfei. The 7 oligarchs have more power than any of the ancient vassal kings. There was little difference between crushing him and crushing an ant. Neva Brotherhood to really be able to kneel down people. Shinfei's side just rushed into the building. Over their 58 group army is afraid that even 2 160 bombers are ready. Not to mention, if it was a setup, why would Ash show up at this point? When they get out of the car, a pike won't do the trick. Too many questions to figure out. The van couldn't be delayed much longer, even though it had slowed down. Even the crowd in the carriage had seen Ash's face. Polando pointed to the man next to Ash and said, "It's him, the godfather of the Brotherhood." The atmosphere in the carriage coalesced to the extreme, and everyone's breathing became ragged. The surrounding terrain is bad and the number of enemies is unknown. It's almost a dead end, but even so, no one panicked, their eyes looking towards Shinfei, waiting for his decision. Shinfei took a deep breath, gripped the M4A1 assault rifle in his hand tightly, and whispered, "Even if it's not aimed at us, this shipment isn't that simple. Captain, speed up and run them over. The rest of you, prepare to receive the enemy." With a command, it was as if the crowd had found their backbone. Click, click. The sound of a gun being loaded resounded through the silent compartment. Boom! Righteous Eye put on a low gear and slammed the gas, and the van's speed became faster and faster. Shinfei could clearly see the expression on the faces of Ash and the Godfather, which changed from doubt to surprise, and then changed to incomparable shock after seeing him. He wasn't wrong about one thing. Ash and the others didn't realize that it was them who had come to make the delivery. Boom! The speed of the van was getting faster and faster, and when the Godfather and the others reacted, the first thing they tried to do was to look for a place to hide. More than half of them dodged the front end of the car. The other 3 or 4 didn't look in the right direction and could only look in despair at the rapidly approaching front of the car. "Sucka don't list, asshole. How do you drive? Fake." Their desperate cries could be heard through the windows of the car with the roar of the engine. Ka! There was a violent crash. The front windshield shattered, and the cabin shook violently, followed by the vibration of tires crushing a foreign object came through, and in a trance it was as if you could hear screams coming from the rear. Shinfei looked through the rearview mirror. On the ground lay bodies that had been crushed and were motionless. Blood flowed down all the hollows in their bodies, quickly pooling into bloody puddles in the dirt. Suka doesn't list. Shen Fei. It's him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why would he be the one to deliver the weapons? Finish him. The few survivors subconsciously ducked behind cover and raised their guns to pull the triggers. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. A series of bullets hit the wagon with a harsh, creepy sound. The trucks are going faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it had already left those few people far behind. Righteous Eye shouted excitedly. Ha ha. Suka Buell, how's your captain's driving skills? Tell you what, think about it. Right at this moment, a threat of approaching death instantly enveloped Shen Fei. He quickly looked in the direction of the killing intent resonance skill prompt, followed by shouting, 4 o'clock, RPG. Shen Fei had just made a sound when he saw rockets with deadly trailing flames in the dense forest next to him, flying towards the windshield. Everyone knew very well that if it exploded, then they'll all be in one piece, spread over the entire carriage. The moment of truth. Righteous Eye jerked the steering wheel to the right, and the van threw a 90-degree drift across the gravel road, stalling the car sideways on the mountain road. The spiraling trails of flame tore through the sky as the metal projectile traced a charred parabola. Boom! The rocket hit the front of the car where it was linked to the carriages, and the huge sound of the explosion and the shockwave instantly shattered all the glass. The smoke rose together with the smell of tar. Receive the enemy. 4 o'clock. Unknown number. Suppressive fire. Establish sector defense. Almost at the same time, Shen Fei and Goldcoin fiercely kicked the car door open and jumped down from it in one leap. The people in the back jumped out of the car with them. Only Bear, holding his FN Minimi Mk3 light machine gun in one hand, pointed it at the area where the enemy was and pulled the trigger. Fire suppression does not require accuracy. It was also this 10 seconds or so of time he had fought for that smoothly allowed Shen Fei and the others to get out of the carriage and dodge to the position at the rear of the car. After finding cover, they simultaneously launched fire suppression. This in turn gave Bear time to escape. Although they were a mishmash of elites, they still completed the OODA cycle after picking up the enemy in less than 10 seconds. Soon, Goldcoin and Bear used their respective weapons to form a two-man crossfire network within a range value of 80 meters. In a nutshell, it's Bear using machine guns for point-blank suppression and Gold for precision shooting. Shen Fei, on the other hand, acted as the captain, checking for flaws while looking for an escape route. Tada! Da-day! Da-da-da! The enemy was outnumbered, and those who couldn't be bothered to fire their firing sights fired bullets that hit the tops of the bunkers around them like they didn't need money. Run! Got to run! Neither the numbers nor the terrain were advantageous. Staying any longer was undoubtedly looking for death. Shen Fei glanced at the slope behind the road and, it's too steep. I can get down, but they might get halfway down before the enemy caught up with them and named them one by one. What to do? Shen Fei, who was participating in the war for the first time in a real sense, really panicked. Even if the other side may not be an elite force, but compared to the triads, there is a fundamental difference. The feeling of powerlessness spread wildly in Shen Fei's heart. Just then, Polando's voice rang out. Gold, Razor, Bear, Captain's Eye. The Captain's Eye. Shen Fei was stunned, and his entire body froze. Time was too short just now. He only now reacted to the fact that the prosthetic eye hadn't made a sound for nearly 30 seconds. Suppressive fire. Goldcoin yelled out. Bear hissed. Don't worry, leave it to me. He switched to a new chain of bullets from his backpack, couldn't care less about the already reddened barrel, and fired wildly at the enemy's position. No one knows how hot his gun is right now, but they could all smell the burning odor coming from what was left of Bear's arm. Shen Fei emptied his magazines with a round of point-blank fire and looked back at the situation of the prosthetic eye. At this point, Righteous Eye was lying on the ground, and the blood coming out of his head had spread over his entire face. A shard of glass, about 5 centimeters long and irregular, was stuck in his only eye. Blood filaments climbed along the spiral pattern of the shards, congealing into fine beads at the edges of the glass. It was the eye that saved everyone. It was also because he hadn't ducked that his eye had been stabbed by the glass that the shockwave had shattered. Shen Fei's body trembled slightly and anger gradually eroded what little sanity he had. Prosthetic eyes. This first man he trusted since crossing over. Blind. Shen Fei's breathing became rapid, and almost subconsciously, he gave the carbine in his hand, a brand new magazine. Goldcoin grabbed his hand with a low growl. I know what you're thinking, but you can't do this. Impulsiveness won't just get you killed, it'll get us all killed. Razor, this is war. At this point, after Bear shot yet another pack of bullets, the barrel burst into flames and was no longer functional. Polando, who had been acting as a doctor, took over his fire and continued to suppress the enemy. But an assault rifle is not even in the same league as a light machine gun in terms of suppression. Those enemies hidden in the jungle were like ghosts, slowly approaching them a little bit, ready and waiting to eat them up. As Shen Fei returned fire, His gaze unconsciously swept over the bodies of his comrades around him. Bear, gold coins, Palando, prosthetic eyes. Either one is certainly not as good technically or tactically, but, when he truly stepped onto the battlefield, Shinfei thought to himself that his performance within these 2 minutes, I don't even deserve to be in his shoes. That's what experience and mindset make a huge difference. Gold coin sensed Shinfei's change of heart. The fact that the first time on the battlefield can be like Shinfei has been very rare. It's only common for recruits to be scared less. As Gold fired back, he hissed and growled, Razor, don't be so quick to deny yourself. Those stunts of yours, we can hardly reach them even after a lifetime. But that's the kind of lookout we have, and you'll be able to figure it out in 2 missions. The captain says you're like one of those top players on the green field, always attacking the goal with unbelievable angles. Think with the same instincts you use every time you flip a desperate situation, and then lead us. Live. 43. Listen carefully. I need someone to die now. Shinfei gasped violently. The crimson in his eyes gradually dissipated, and roared lowly in his heart. System, give me a smoke. Smack hard. Keep quiet and don't let me hear you. Although it was a mess just now, but Shinfei, with the shooting instinct engraved in his soul, took out a few enemies and gained a few chances to draw. The system cooperated by not making a sound. Just a few words popped up on the interface. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the master climbing skill. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining adrenaline potion X4. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning intelligence X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill draw annihilation grade demolition technique. Moment. Countless techniques about climbing related to explosions madly flooded into Shinfei's mind and were simultaneously transforming his body. The feeling of getting an all-around boost in strength is as awesome as ever. Shinfei skillfully pressed the magazine release button, only to hear the click sound. The empty magazine off. He then pulled out a new magazine loaded with bullets from the tactical undershirt. Eyes focused, the action in one fell swoop. He checked the killing intent resonance skill and found that there were 7 locations within 30 meters that flashed with a red shimmer. This is a pretty good squad. They didn't rush to fire, but with the help of their teammates' gunfire, they adopted an arrow formation and approached a little bit forward, trying to find a suitable firing line of sight to take a roll call on the 7 teams one by one. There are too many enemies, even Gold Coin and the others, who just knew someone was approaching, couldn't do anything about it. There is no shooting boundary, and as soon as they gave up their fire suppression, the enemy would pounce on them like mad dogs and tear them apart viciously, without the sniper's medium and long-range precision strikes. In this case, the breakout hand becomes very important. Sorry guys, I worried you earlier. Help me cover fire. Shinfei dropped his gun and took out 2 F1 attack grenades from his combat backpack, pulling the pull ring on the left and the right, and threw them out directly without even looking at them. Boom, boom. 2 grenades exploded 3 meters above the ground, creating a 360-degree kill zone, and the bodies of 4 enemies hiding behind a tree were torn apart and tumbled down the hillside. They are until the second before they die. Neither understood how they were discovered. The sudden explosion halted the enemy's attack for a few seconds, a rare window of opportunity to fire. The perfect timing is right in front of us. How could you miss it? Shinfei half-kneeled on the ground, relying on the tailgate of the truck car as a cover, and quickly took a roll call of the enemies that were exposed to his field of vision. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Shots were fired and the enemy fell to the ground, almost in the blink of an eye. The raiding squad was all but scrapped. Asterisk 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 ing beautiful. Change ammo. Razor, I knew you wouldn't be crushed. Take the left flank. Damn it Bear, get the captain's gun. A family, you should keep them neat and tidy. 7 o'clock, take him out. Sweeping away the gloom of the previous raid, Team 7 exploded into the Caucasus Mountains in the dead of night with the fighting power they deserved. The enemy is no soft touch, either. After they knew that there was a marksman in their camp, they immediately drew a dozen or so people to suppress fire on the area where Shinfei was. Da, da da, da da da. Bullets whizzed by Shinfei's side, splashing sparks so densely that it was like a show of ironsmithing. He doesn't have a counter for now, but, because a precision shooter of legendary level had appeared on the battlefield, the enemy didn't dare to charge as desperately as before. They quickly changed tactics, holding Team 7 at bay while splitting their forces to prepare for a joint encirclement from the other side. Because of the relationship between the truck and the shoulder of the road, Shinfei and the others only needed to consider the frontal enemy. Once the encirclement is formed, they will surely die. Shinfei switched to a new magazine and tried to gather information from the battlefield. This is crucial, although the gold coins they didn't say. It's clear to anyone that if Righteous Eye hadn't been injured, They wouldn't have been in such a mess even without the sniper. Shen Fei, who had calmed down, quickly realized that many things were wrong. In the very beginning, they suffered an RPG attack before the truck had to stop. So, there's only one rocket in the bunch? It can't be, can it? If Shen Fei was allowed to act as the enemy's commander, he would definitely choose an artillery wash. A few rounds of RPGs thrown at them, and Shen Fei and the others would have to risk fleeing down the hillside near the cliff on the left side of the road. But the enemy didn't. Even the initial shot of the RPG was aimed at their cockpit, rather than just a few rounds in unison, attacking the weakest point like the tires. Why? Evil to the house must have a ghost. Shen Fei frowned and yelled lowly, "You guys cover fire? I'm going to go to the carriage to see what the hell we're pulling." Roger that. Roger that. Go on. We're here. After getting an answer from his teammates, Shen Fei shot and crumbled the lock on the tailgate, quickly pulled open the door and jumped in. At eye level, it's all wild black tea, and it doesn't look any stranger. But Shen Fei noticed that there was surprisingly not a single bullet hole in the carriage. Is that right? It's very wrong. Often, the carriages are just a few millimeters of sheet iron, which bullets can penetrate with no effort at all. The density of the gunfire outside was diminishing. It's not good that. It means that the enemy is moving fast and will soon have them completely surrounded. Shen Fei touched the partition of the compartment. Surprisingly, it was a composite panel of lead glass partition and tungsten alloy plate. His face changed dramatically, and he hastily took out the DP5V radiation meter from his combat protection and turned it on. The pointer is jumping wildly and finally rests at 3, 5, asterisk 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 and 3, 5 Roentgens? What the hell is that forced-raised woman making us transport? Shen Fei could no longer care about the danger outside and quickly threw out all the black tea. And finally, among the piles of tea leaves, he saw a scene that was enough to make him remember his whole life. Under the dark green tarpaulin, light yellow crystals were piled up like some kind of alienated salt grains into mounds half a man high. The angular grains refracted a cold sheen under the light, and the edges were vaguely marked with traces of the factory's mechanical press fit. This ING is it CL-20 explosives? In Shen Fei's mind, data related to it immediately surfaced. At the same time, he finally understood why the enemy didn't target the trucks with firebombing, but wanted to surround and annihilate them. Shen Fei still can't figure it out. The whole thing's coming together. But he could probably guess that the enemy should be preparing to take them out during the handover of the goods. Only the goddess of fortune favored Shen Fei, allowing him to see his former enemy. Nope. Shen Fei realized that he had overlooked a problem. CL-20 explosives are non-radioactive. So, something that can make a DP5V radiometer jump to 3, 5. What was it again? Shen Fei continued to lift the dark green tarpaulin, and soon found 3 lead gray cylindrical canisters lying horizontally next to the pile of crystals, which were written on them in rough Russian. CS-137 oxide, total weight, 542 grams. See this thing? Shen Fei didn't even think about it, even couldn't care about the stray bullets outside, quickly covered the tarpaulin and jumped out of the carriage in one leap, backhandedly closing the box door. It's so exciting. Who would have dared to think that on their first mission? Just play so big? Shen Fei's face turned pale as he looked toward the several teammates lying on the shoulder of the road and roared, "I don't have time to say any nonsense. Polando, go to the cockpit and get the gas masks out. Gold, go check the van for damage. Bear, I want you to hold off the enemy alone. I need at least 2 minutes. And, I need someone to die now. Otherwise, all of us must die." 44, the old man has to live for the dead. No one knows exactly what Shen Fei saw, and there's no need to know. Although everyone's expressions appeared stunned for a moment when they heard that they were going to let a person die, they were still the first to carry out Shen Fei's order. The importance of the captain. It's on display in this moment. The enemy is drawing up a long line of battle, and the firing is not very frequent. Bear loaded the grenade launcher of the assault rifle at his side with M433 armor-breaking rounds, and then used the other gun to fire point-blank at enemies close to the 50-meter absolute danger zone. It's almost like a positional play already. Very dangerous. But there's no way around it. To prolong the block, you have to selectively spare the enemy at a distance and focus on the battle at hand. Shoo! There was a cracking sound in Bear's ear, and a hot tungsten core suddenly poured into his left ear canal, the shrill whine of metal rubbing against his periosteum like an electric drill stabbing through his skull. He even heard it, the muffled sound of a pulse bursting similar to tearing through wet cotton cloth. No pain. There was only semi-coagulated plasma running down the cervical spine. Bear knows he's been hit in the ear. He was glad it was only his ear that was hit, because he had a mission to fulfill. Without looking at the wound, no bandages, there wasn't even any change in expression. Bear dropped the assault rifle in his hand and replaced it with the grenade launcher-equipped M4 carbine at his side. Aiming, pull the trigger. Shoo! The grenade's muzzle blossomed into an orange petal fireball, and 40mm fragmentation rounds flew at breakneck speed towards the location where the shots had just been fired. An explosion went off. The shockwave precedes the sound and lifts the body into a bloody sieve. Like a sophisticated war machine, Bear changed his gun again without any expression and suppressed fire on the enemy. No pain. Not feeling it. Not to any scene that creates even half a ripple. Like his idol Martin Luther King, Jr., when he stood at the lectern with that grace and confidence. The rest of us haven't been idle, either. Polando brought in what he thought was a gas mask he'd never use in his life. Goldcoin finished checking the van. The RPG buster cut off the front axle air pressure line to the van. But it's still drivable if you can grab a gear. What do you want me to do? I'll go. Shinfei was busy connecting the detonator in his hand to the cockpit, and was just about to speak when he heard a weak voice ring out. Razor, I'll go. Shinfei raised his head and realized that the one who spoke was Righteous Eye. No one knows if the tough guy passed out or stayed conscious after losing his eye, because he hadn't made a sound from the beginning to the end. Not dragging his teammates down after losing the ability to fight is the last professionalism the captain, shows. Shinfei looked at this and, the first man he had trusted since he crossed over flashed a flash of intolerance in his expression, but it quickly returned to normal. The situation is here. If you can't get it done in 2 minutes, everyone's dead, Shinfei said in a deep voice. The compartment is loaded with at least 3 tons of CL-20 explosives and several hundred grams of CS-137 oxide. The radiation value is now 3.5 Roentgens. I need someone to drive and go with the enemy in front of me to buy time for my teammates to retreat backward. The prosthetic eyes, which had just been blinded, were not yet accustomed to the darkness. He struggled to get up, but the pain in his body made him nearly fall. But in the end, the hardened captain, nonetheless, stood up, although he was bent over. Righteous Eye murmured, "Gold coin, take me to the cockpit." His tone was weak, old, and determined. Gold coin wanted to say something. They have spent more time with each other and have a deeper bond. Shinfei yelled lowly, "Go!" Gold coin's expression became even crazier than Shinfei's before. The corners of his mouth twitched crazily and his fingers trembled slightly, which was a symptom of a PTSD attack. Shinfei's voice, icy cold as if it came from hell. "Gold coin, if you dare to have an attack here, I'll shoot you right away, without hesitation. The old man has to live, and live for the dead." Gold coin's breathing became ragged, and without a word, he assisted Righteous Eye and slowly moved towards the cockpit. Shinfei turned his head violently, without any aiming process at all, and pulled the trigger at the dense jungle not far away. Bang! Bang! A burst of point-blank shooting ended with 2 or 3 bodies rolling off. If the enemy was not worried about the CS-137 oxide explosion on the truck, Shinfei and they would not have lasted until now. But I'm sorry, Shinfei is one of those. The more you're afraid of something, the more I'm going to give you something, man. Escorting Righteous Eye into the cockpit, Shinfei handed him the modified old-fashioned cigarette lighter and said in a deep voice, "Just drive forward. I'll direct you in the right direction, and when I tell you to detonate, you'll insert the cigarette lighter with the detonator attached." According to my calculations, the 137 powder in the compartment with CL-20 explosives exploded at a range of 150 meters, and the radioactive fallout spread to 1 kilometer. If it explodes early, we won't be able to run. Your death will have no meaning. Sitting in the driver's seat, Righteous Eyes took the cigarette lighter, a bitter smile sketching the corners of his mouth. "And to think that not being scared silly is already your limit. You know what? We were actually talking privately, especially looking forward to seeing you scared on the battlefield." Shinfei's eyes gradually turned red, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't talk about this. Any last words?" Polando, Gold, and Big Bear, each of the 3 was responsible for a different firing site on the enemy. They've forgotten about munitions management, just want to give the prosthetic eye, fighting for the last time. Righteous Eyes gently shook his head. His face, already stained with blood, looked a bit grim. "There's nothing I want to say. Light me a cigarette." Shinfei took out 2 creased cigarettes from Righteous Eye's bloodstained pants leg. "Ignite. 1 for each." Righteous Eyes inhaled deeply. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, conjuring up a miserable smile. "This is probably the most enjoyable cigarette I've ever smoked in my entire life. Razor, remember, we're mercenaries. We don't take revenge. I'll go to hell, and there, too, I'll be the best mercenary." Shinfei didn't say anything, his eyes choking on his cigarette. Boom! The van started. Shinfei hid behind a tree, pressed the Motorola Sabre 3 intercom, and commanded the blinded prosthetic eye to adjust the angle of the van. They didn't have throat mics in this day and age, but bone conduction headphones are already very advanced. After the enemy heard the sound of the truck starting, they quickly understood what Shinfei and the others wanted to do. Dozens of men emerged from the jungle and began strafing the front of the van. They don't dare shoot the wagons, for all of them knew just how terrifying a presence the compartment contained. Sons of ES. Your righteous grandpa is here. Righteous. I slammed the gas pedal to the floor and let out a roar, his expression becoming incomparably hideous and terrifying at this moment. Ula! He cried out and made a brazen charge in a direction that was nowhere to be seen. Shinfei and the others took this opportunity to quickly put on their gas masks. When everything was ready, Shinfei shouted, "Human exposure to 5 Roentgens unprotected has a 99% mortality rate. Within 200 meters is an instant kill zone, and all within 1 kilometer is an absolute danger zone. 3-meter deep snow water attenuates 76% of gamma radiation, and gas masks absorb residual radiation. We'll just have to run down and take advantage of the air altitude drop and the favorable headwinds, as best we can. The farther the better." The crowd retreated to the steep descent beyond the shoulder of the road, donning gas masks, and no one said a word. At this point, the lorry had already traveled a distance of nearly 100 meters and was ablaze with black smoke. Shinfei's expression was bleak as he softly said, "Right now, brake, detonate, the prosthetic eye, have a good trip." No sound came back. All they could see was the van slamming to a halt in the middle of the road. The roaring flames were reflected in the jungle, on the expression of an enemy fleeing for his life in a hurry. No one is not afraid. People don't want to die. After a few seconds, explosions loud enough to shake the heavens and the earth went off. Mountains within 150 meters in diameter were torn to powder. Pine forests carbonized into vertically erected black spines within 1,000th of a second, and a shower of glass formed by the vaporization of rocks backfired into the sky like an inverted meteorite belt. Dozens of kilometers away, the flames from the explosion could be seen, as well as the sound of the blast. Countless frightened animals run wild through the jungle, throughout the Caucasus, as if doomsday is upon us. A second before death came, Righteous I calmly smoked the last puff of his life. He had envisioned his death countless times, but never thought it would come so suddenly. What he didn't expect was that it wasn't his family, it wasn't his comrades, it wasn't Wagner who surfaced in his mind as his consciousness was about to dissipate, much less any moment in life worth his bragging rights. He remembered. It was some fine afternoon, recently discharged from the military. He sat on the street, half a bottle of Firefly Pale Ale in his hand, contemplating a lost future. He's been to Chernobyl. He has also served this country, and done countless feats of service, but when discharged from the army, not only did all the honors go up in smoke, but even the country to which he had sworn allegiance was swept into the dustbin of history. Prosthetic Eye is desperate. He didn't know what the future held for a loser like himself. He tilted his head back and finished the beer in his hand, and just as he was about to get up and try again in the labor market, a little girl in a plaid skirt with a white blouse walked up to him. She's adorable. Her 2 pigtails bounce around and she's very playful, just like a little elf. The little girl looked at the book in her hand, looked up at him again, pointed to the map in her history book, and asked, puzzled, "Hi, Devaris, do you know where Stalingrad is? I'm on the map and can't find it." 45. A woman who reads a lot of books still has to live by her womb. Late night, Caucasus, Tea Mountain. Katerina stood at the edge of the bluff in a tweed coat with a silver fox fur collar, the chilly Caucasian wind curling the hemline to reveal chrome-tan leather pants that were open right up to the base of her thighs. By the light of the moon, she was noble like a goddess in anime, sexy, flirty and evocative. Katerina looked out to the northwest and spoke slowly. "Nefertus, you're from the Middle East, aren't you? Why did you choose to become a mercenary? Can you tell me your story?" Wrapped in an off-white snow camouflage ballistic fiber jumpsuit, Nefertus stood fully armed behind her, like a shadow, hidden in the darkness. Upon hearing the question, Nefertus was deep in thought, and after a few moments answered, "My father is a freight driver, and my mother peels saffron at the spice market, and I came home from school that day to find the house piled high with dowry. You know, in the Middle East, women are money losers, and if they want to marry, they have to give the man a sufficient dowry. And the person they picked for me was my cousin who was a compulsive gambler. They told me that it's useless for a woman to read more books. She still has to live from her womb and have more children." Katerina lamented. "What a sad story. And then what? You ran away and became a mercenary?" Nefertus shook her head and said in a quiet tone, "I gave myself a cut in the small of my back." Katerina's expression faltered as she looked back at the small of Neptune's back and asked in surprise, "You cut out your uterus?" Nefertus shook her head again. "No, I was too young to realize that the uterus is located deep in the pelvis, and I cut my bowels and stabbed my bladder, and then they left me at the hospital. When I was about to die, I met a soldier who had escaped from the emirate of Kashania, and he saved me. I followed him back to Port Zubair and onto the battlefield." Katerina knew that she was talking about the period when the Republic of Salam invaded the emirate of Kashania. It wasn't long there. The Republic of Salam has been subjected to a multinational crusade. History calls that war the Gulf War. Katerina's frosty eyelashes fluttered twice as she sighed. "He's such a nice guy. Is he on your team?" but you seem to be the only Middle Easterner in your squad. He's dead, Nefertus murmured as she looked up at the starry sky. I killed him with my own hands. The atmosphere has fallen into silence. The only sound left was the rustling of the cold wind blowing through the jungle. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the vibration of a cell phone sounded. Katerina picked up the phone. The sound is very small. Nefertus couldn't hear what was being said on the phone, but she could feel that almost instantly, Katerina's aura became unusually cold. It was as if it was a saber with an open blade, inexplicably giving her a feeling of deadly danger. Nephthys' pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a half step backward, his scarred and calloused hand resting inadvertently on his Glock 19 pistol. She doesn't know what she's so nervous about, but as a battle-hardened mercenary, she knew exactly what it meant every time that feeling came. War is the greatest exercise of all. She remembered the man's last words to himself before he died. In the refinery fire at Port Zubair, the only ones who survived were monsters who lost semen when they smelled jet fuel. You're alert, that's good. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in Nefertus's ears, followed by a pungent scent. She doesn't know what's going on, but if she didn't do something now, there was a good chance that she herself would die. Nefertus quickly pulled back, body ahead of consciousness from among the quick-draw holsters, drew his Glock 19 pistol, and completed the sheathing and safety cocking process in 0.8 seconds. No hesitation, not thinking about anything, dry fire, bang, loud gunshots rang out. Too slow, Katerina dodged to the side before she could fire, and came charging up just as she took aim. Immediately following, the jade leg was lightly lifted. The chrome-tan leather pants tensed up at breakneck speed and slammed with tremendous force into the small of Nefertus' back. The pain was so fierce that it even gave Nefertus the illusion of being hit by a car. Vertigo strikes. Nephthys was too late for a second shot, and could only attempt to slam the hilt of his gun. Katerina preempted her prediction, birding Nefertus's white bowl with one hand, and in the other, at some point, gripping a chilly glowing dagger. This is a very special dagger. It was longer than any normal saber, but slim, even like an elongated hairpin. Nefertus felt a stabbing pain in her abdomen. One didn't have to look down to know that that particular dagger was aimed right at the small of her back. Katerina had an elegant smile on her face, as if her serpentine voice rang out. It's a shame I didn't know you in the first place, or I would have told you. You should stab diagonally upward from here and you can avoid the ribs and go straight to the diaphragm and give up on motherhood forever. MS. Nefertus, do as you're told and drop your weapon. Nefertus flicked his wrist and dropped the Glock 19. Because of the camp, she didn't bring the rest of her gear except for a pistol and a saber. Smart choice. Katerina released her, not caring in the slightest if Nefertus would fight back, only to ask, suddenly and without warning, Miss Nefertus, do you think your little gang will come to your rescue? Help must be saved. I can tolerate sacrifice if necessary, and I can even accept that sacrifice will be me. But there was absolutely no way I was going to give up on saving the lives of my teammates who could have survived. The cave. Polando, who had stripped down to a speedo, said so as he treated Bear's wounds. The firelight wavered, reflecting the trio's enlarged and distorted figures on the cold walls. They were soaked to the skin after their difficult escape and could not have crossed the frigid Caucasus Mountains in these conditions. Plus, their teammates are injured and have physical exhaustion issues, so they have no choice but to find a place to hide first. Bear took out a pack of compressed cookies from the duffel bag that Nefertus had given them and threw it to Shinfei, saying, Polando, take it easy for a moment. It's not like Razor said he wouldn't save anyone. Shinfei took the cookies and pressed the intercom to inquire. Gold coin. What's the situation? Safe. Gold coin's voice rang out. Those mother ******************* ing Caucasian Freedom Army, already scared out of their wits by your dirty bombs, didn't realize anyone was coming after them. Also, I agree with Polando, but I will abide by the orders given by the captain. Oh, provided it's during a period when I'm not having an attack. Roger. Shinfei turned off the walkie-talkie and raised his head before realizing that the two people, Polando and Big Bear, were both watching him. It's a little weird. Shinfei spread his hands and said helplessly, No, brothers, am I the kind of asshole in your minds who only recognizes money, who tries to greed even the pension, and who has no regard for the lives of his teammates? The two didn't speak. The atmosphere in the cave became extremely awkward. Silence. It's tonight in Cambridge. 46. So how much is the captain's pension? Seeing that the two had strange expressions and didn't speak, Shinfei asked curiously, So, how much is the pension for the prosthetic eye? Bear. Polando. Gold coins alerted 100 meters away. Just start thinking about the pension? And you say you're not greedy for money? Ahem. Shinfei coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere, and then said seriously, saving or not saving people is not a hot-headed decision. We need to figure out what the hell is going on first. What do you have in mind? Polando didn't say a word. Bear didn't say anything, either. Even the noise from the intercom seemed to be less. People are not good at thinking. That's the biggest problem with the 7 teams. The only one of them in charge of decision-making is probably in hell, picking through the metals of the Sioux Grand Metal wholesalers, enough to open a couple of hardware stores. You're dropping smoke on my vinegar. Hoon Jiang, the bowl is broken. Okay. Shinfei helplessly shrugged and said, you guys rest for a while, and when it's time, go and switch shifts with Gold Coin to give me a little space to think alone. The 2 men nodded and, clutching their respective assault rifles, lay down next to the fire and quickly fell asleep. Shinfei couldn't help but lament that. It's true that people who are heartless sleep well. Of course it's a result of training. On the battlefield where crisis is everywhere, cherishing every second of rest is supposed to be a must for soldiers. Snoring sounds were heard. Shinfei was so noisy that he couldn't think at ease, so he had to put on a combat suit and walk out of the warm cave. A cold wind is blowing. Not far away is a flock of Caucasian black chinchillas. They weren't afraid of Shinfei either. Sizing him up from afar, Shinfei took out a creased cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, but did not light it. In his hand, he was also holding an army green lacquered Zippo, a relic left behind by the prosthetic eye. He toyed with the lighter and found the system interface in his mind, trying to see if there was anything he could use. When he was ambushed earlier, he had been drawing, only he hadn't paid attention to what all he had drawn. There was a lot of clutter in the storage bar, none of it of much use to the situation at hand. Only one item, that red intelligence USB flash drive, caught Shinfei's attention. He vaguely remembers that. It seems like the raffle has drawn intelligence. The system had given hints of intelligence before, but it was just a sentence and nothing physical. What would be the intelligence? Shinfei manipulated the system interface and found that it had the option of whether to play or not. This meant that he could view the contents of the flash drive without the aid of a device. Items from the system only. Playing. With Shinfei's choice, the system interface flashed for a moment, followed closely by the start of the video. In the background is an upscale, opulently decorated study. The main image is of 2 people who are talking to each other. Coincidence. 2 people Shinfei knows. One is Igor Valentinovich, one of the 7 oligarchs. The other is Katerina. Katerina, grandfather. If we do that, we'll be at war with the king for good. Igor, a 48-year-old brat who doesn't even leave us alive. And we're afraid to go to war with him? Granddaughter. There's nothing to be afraid of. What big storms haven't Grandpa seen in all these years? There's plenty of support for us on the military side. And the only thing that Brat has to fall back on is Wagner's bunch of losers. As long as we stigmatize their reputation, our family will survive this. As for the public, it's nothing more than a bunch of dumb pigs who just chase hot buttons and believe whatever I feed them. Katerina nodded softly. I know what to do, Grandpa. The video is short, playing in about 10 seconds. Shinfei combined the information he had previously obtained and finally understood what this mission was all about. In a nutshell, the king is going after the oligarchs. The oligarchs smelled a crisis and decided to use underhanded tactics to throw some dirt on the king's close guard. For example, the NEOs hid from the king and gave absolutely restricted biological and chemical weapons to extremist organizations. When the time comes, it will then use its media empire to build momentum and force the king to make a choice. Is to give up his biggest card, or shaking hands with their family. So it is. As for our squad, we are nothing more than the dust and ashes that are casually brushed off when the big man lands his layout. It's really thanks to the Neva Brotherhood. Otherwise, this trip across the country should have come to an end for me as well. Click. Shinfei scratched open his Zippo lighter, lit the blood-stained pleated cigarette, and muttered, "You big shots seem to have forgotten that in the boot prints of the soldiers lie the cracks of the empire tipping over. Even a small man can change his fate against the heavens." Phew. Taking a deep drag on the cigarette, the pungent smell choked Shinfei so much that he wanted to vomit in disgust. Asterisk. I was so focused on pretending, I forgot I didn't know how to smoke. Shinfei pressed the intercom button and said in a deep voice, "Gold coin. Catch me a Caucasian black violin chicken, an uninjured one, I want to use it." Having said that, he walked straight into the cave, found the already disassembled satellite phone from his backpack, and put it back together. After all this, Gold Coin walked in carrying a live Caucasian black chinchilla and asked in wonder, "Razor, what do you need this for?" "Rescue." Shinfei found Nefertiti's number on the satellite phone and dialed it. Da. After a short wait tone, the call was connected. Katerina's lazy voice rang out. "Let me guess, you're supposed to be Razor?" Shinfei smiled. "MS. Katerina, you and your grandfather, you are really sophisticated." There was instant silence on the other end of the line. Even without any movement, Shinfei could guess how surprised Katerina was right now. After all, the subtext of Shinfei's words was tantamount to knowing their family's plan. But, how is that possible? Katerina's tone became serious and she said coldly, "Mr. Razor, I don't know what you're talking about, and the initiative, right now, is in my hands." Shinfei laughed. laughing very hard. A full 10 seconds passed before he suddenly spoke. Yes, of course it's in your hands. Like your grandfather said, we, the public, are just a bunch of dumb pigs chasing hot buttons. We'll believe whatever you put in our heads. Once again, there was silence on the other end of the line. Shinfei could clearly hear that Katarina's breathing gradually became ragged. She couldn't figure out how Shinfei could possibly know the conversation between her and her grandfather no matter what. Scare her? Oh, so it turns out that you big shots, you also feel fear. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose, and he said in a frivolous tone, "That's good. If not for that, I would have thought that you had evolved into another kind of creature. Listen up." Shinfei chose to play the video in the system and chose to have the phone pick up the sound. There are a lot of people supporting us on the military side, and the only thing that Brat can rely on is just Wagner's bunch of losers. Igor Valentinovich's condescending voice exploded in Katarina's ears. She snapped to her feet, furious. "Why do you have this thing? You spying on my grandfather? Whose people are you really? You, what the hell are you doing?" Of course Shinfei wouldn't answer her question. He just calmly replied, "I will give you a coordinate, and after 3 days, go to the place I specified and trade my team members. Listen to me very carefully. In these 3 days, any of my team members who are injured even a little bit, even if it's just a hair that falls out, I will also do everything I can to make your family, chicken and dog, do." Shinfei hung up the call, casually tossed the satellite phone to Gold Coin, and pointed at the Caucasian black jean chicken in his hand. Katarina's face flushed red, her chest heaving violently as she stared in annoyance at the tech next to her and asked, "Answer me, have you located them yet?" The technician stared warily at the computer in front of him, and his voice was tinged with a sob as he replied, "Report, positioned, located, they, flying in the sky, 47, what the do you call this, the weakest squad? You're fired, boss, I'm not lying to you, look for yourself, they're just in the sky, roll." 2 security officers dragged the technician and left the room. Katarina pondered Shinfei's identity. Having the strength to spy on my grandfather. There aren't many people like that in the entire world. KGB? If Razor was one of the king's men and had the video of the conspiracy to discredit Wagner in his hands, he would have gone after our family long ago. It won't be the KGB. Wachovia Special Branch? Our country has occupied 1.5 million square kilometers of territory in territorial waters of Dongda since 1945 until now. Kai Island, Kazakhstan, Bangbut, Kuril Islands, Tangnuliang Sea. They didn't have the power before, and the Red Alliance was too powerful. Now this is a good thing. They're getting stronger and stronger, and the Uralic Federation is again in a state of flux. It may not be unmoved. After thinking about it, Katarina felt wrong again. If it's someone from the Huaxia Special Branch, there's no reason for him to expose himself. It's impossible to get an answer to that question for the moment. The priority is what to do next. Katarina didn't believe, at all, Shinfei's words about a deal in 3 days. She's 100% sure. Razor, who could come up with the kinky dreams play monkey game, would not be sitting on his hands. She just couldn't figure it out. What exactly the other party wanted. How did a Razor come out halfway through when everything was going so well? Wasn't the investigation clear? Team 7 is the weakest of all of Wagner's elite squads? Assholes. You guys call a squad that can't even be killed like this the weakest squad? Goldcoin curiously surveyed Shinfei and asked, "Razor, what exactly did you say to her that could scare the granddaughter of an oligarch? Like this?" He had just heard clearly that the woman was already furious. Even his voice was shaking. Shinfei thought for a moment and said, "Call everyone up and have a meeting." The gold coins nodded. After the crowd woke up, Bear was in charge of the perimeter guard. Shinfei recounted what had happened. Originally, upon hearing that he even had such a video in his hands, Gold exclaimed, "Razor, that's so cool, how did you do that? You're from the Wachovia Special Branch? Wachotsko?" Shinfei heard this name for the first time. It's normal to think about it. Other countries have them, and it's strange that China doesn't have them. Shinfei shook his head. I'm just an ordinary person. The only reason I'm throwing out this video is to ensure the absolute safety of Nefertus. But all the same, once the Marinkas knew we had the video, as far as they were concerned, we had to die. Can understand that, can't you? Gold Coin nodded. Polando shook his head and asked, "Why? They could totally buy us off with money." Shinfei sighed and said, "Polando, you're overthinking the problem. There comes a time when the money runs out, and only the dead shut up forever. As long as you live, you will always be the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the Molinki family." Polando lamented, "The world of you smart people is too complicated. Razor, you make the decisions and we obey unconditionally." Gold offered, "Can't we give the video to someone else, like the colonel of our Wagner branch?" Shinfei shook his head dryly. "No, I can't trust anyone, And the fact that the video is now spreading means that they will kill Nephthys. Gold frowned. So what do? They have more men and more guns, and we're no match for them in a hard fight. If they put out a bounty, maybe all the terrorist organizations in the entire Caucasus will come after us. Shinfei, looking for a friend. Palando, you have friends in the Caucasus? Shinfei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. He realized that the men were all strong enough, but none of them were too smart. Also, who's smart enough to be a mercenary? The business is generally characterized by being able to fight, kill, and have excellent technical and tactical skills, but not enough brains. Goldcoin took out a map of the Caucasus region from his backpack and pointed to an area. If there's an enemy of the Caucasus Freedom Army, it's the Mountain Eagle Jihad Alliance. I heard a saying when I first got into the business that every feather in a mountain hawk's cap is tainted with the blood of the FSA. There's no better place to find them. But, why should people help us? Shinfei smiled. In our China, the best way to ask for help is to give gifts. And as soon as we get Nefertus out, we can spread the video. And then the Malankas will be dead. The Caucasian Freedom Army, which is allied with them, will definitely be focused on by the king. Mountain Hawk would have loved to see that. Goldcoin looked at the equipment on the ground and asked, we don't have any valuable gifts to give to people, do we? Shinfei slowly got up, stretched his back, and said with a cold face, when you see a cockroach, it means that the shadows can no longer be squeezed. I just can't believe that it's the first time the Marankas have traded CS-137 oxide with the Caucasian FSA. The FSA must still have stocks. This is the best radioactive isotope for making dirty bombs. It's perfect for selling to the Mountain Hawk Jihad League. The pupils of the two men contracted slightly, and the knots of their throats rolled up and down as they made the sound of sucking in cold air. Palando exclaimed, that's bold. Razor, I'd love to peel back your head and see how it really grows inside. Gold followed suit. Damn, I love crazy. Razor, I love you. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cruel smile. It's now 12 p.m. Let's take turns resting, and in 3 hours, go out and capture the Caucasian Freedom Army's tongue. Inquiring about the location where they are hiding the CS-137 oxide, or the location of their base, this is half the battle. Since they say we sell dirty bombs, we can't let them down by taking this false name in vain. Big man. Ha, I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. 48, Triple Blind Trial. Razor's Devil's Maneuver. Late night, cold winds, wrapped in the sweet, metallic stench of the CS-137 oxide explosion, wandered through the Caucasus snow-covered dense forests. 6 columns of light from the tactical flashlights traveled back and forth. The squad leader wiped his gas mask and couldn't help but curse. Where the hell have those bastards been hiding? If I catch them, I'll make sure they get a good taste of FSA torture. The few remaining squad members, too, couldn't help but start complaining. For s sake, those guys during the day were losers. They couldn't even handle a squad of 6, and they let them get away? Oh, those losers do. To say that people are also a bit strong. I heard that there was a sharpshooter who directly reimbursed the entire C-team with 2 grenades plus a point-blank shot of more than 5 seconds. That C-team trash. Try letting them run into me? The 6 men were in vertical formation, about 5 meters apart, advancing quickly through the jungle. What happened to bumping into you? An eerie voice rang out. The captain reacted quickly ducking behind a tree and shouting, receive the enemy. The rest of the group did the same, ducking while pointing their guns in the direction of the sound. The Caucasus is always covered in mist at night and visibility is very poor. Plus they couldn't see anything without high-tech equipment like night vision. Really, you're not happy again? Another voice, from behind them. Surrounded? The squad leader's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and he was just about to give the order to retreat when he heard the sound of pistol shots with silencers added. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A round of point-blank shots rang out. Before the squad leader could adjust his firing range, he felt his arms being hit by a huge force and slammed heavily into a tree along with his body. Numbness and tingling followed. He knew he'd been shot, and it was a full break in both arms. It's too late to think about anything. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to run. The thought had just occurred to him when the eerie sound of gunfire rang out once more, this time hitting his legs. The rest of the men had completely panicked, subconsciously engaging in futile fire suppression in the direction of the gunshots. The squad leader lay on the ground in despair and hurriedly shouted, run, all run, legendary archer. He's a legendary archer. The surrounding gunfire was so loud that the team couldn't hear what he was yelling. For the next minute, the sound of silencer-equipped pistols eerily rang out in all directions, and after each shot, a squad member fell to the ground. Without exception, all of them were shot in the limbs. They didn't participate in the daytime battle, they just heard about a result. Until now they hadn't realized that. What kind of existence had one encountered? It simply wasn't that those people during the day were too good, but the strength of their opponents was far beyond their imagination. What a great gun! Shinfei put away the tactical ghost pistol and slowly walked out of the darkness. Looking at the 6 people struggling in pain on the ground, he smiled and asked, "What kind of torture did you guys just say you were going to use on me?" He wore a gas mask on his face, and his voice was a little muffled, with an extremely oppressive tone. The squad leader was also a tough guy and cursed angrily, "Kill me, mercenary, kill me if you have the guts. I don't know anything." Phew! Gunshots were fired. The squad leader was shot in the crotch and exploded into a mist of blood in the light of the lamp. Ah! A mournful cry rang through the jungle, startling the birds in every direction. Shoo! The gunshots rang out again. This one hit him in the mouth. The bullet went through his side with precision and out the other side, bringing out a dozen blood-stained teeth. The squad leader could not make any sound, and could only look at Shinfei with a gaze that was almost pleading. He doesn't want to live. He just wants to die now. But it's a luxury to want to die painfully on the battlefield. Shinfei pressed the intercom. "Report the situation. Bearing 1 secure. Bearing 2 is clear. Bearing 3 is clear. Bearing 4 is clear." Gold coin and their voices, in turn, rang out in the middle of their ears, determining that the surrounding area was safe. Shinfei came to a Caucasian Freedom Army, kicked the gas mask off his head with his foot, and dragged him into the jungle. Shinfei played with his sharp saber and asked in a cold voice, "First question, where is your base? Second question, where is your head?" This Caucasian Freedom Army's body continued to bleed outwards. His face was pale, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and he was already in a state where he was getting more air in and less air out. He clenched his teeth and said nothing, obviously, and a master trained in counter-interrogation. "Tough guys are good. I just love tough guys. Let's see how hard you tread." A cold aura flashed in Shinfei's eyes as he lifted his foot and stepped on his mouth, and while bending down, he stabbed a knife along the gap of the bulletproof undershirt. Oh, ooh-hoo. The Caucasian Freedom Army's limbs had been broken, and all they could do was shake their heads frantically, but they couldn't make any noise. Jab! The sharp saber cut through the innermost layer of the speedo, and blood flowed out along the gradually expanding wound, quickly joining with other blood to form a puddle of blood on the snowy surface. Ooh-hoo! 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 The Caucasian Freedom Army's eyes bulged and bloodshot all over. Their expressions twisted to a point where they were too hideous. Shinfei little by little increased the power of the top of his foot, and had almost collapsed his face into it. Next, the tip of the knife cut across one of the Caucasian freelancer's eyes, followed by a hard stir. The pupil resembled broken glass, and dark red liquid slowly oozed along the metal surface, forming intermittent beads of liquid in the folds of eyelid skin. The whole process is accompanied by a slight cracking sound similar to that of a hard object penetrating a water membrane. Much like the prosthetic eye is initially injured. Shinfei slightly relaxed his heels and asked in a cold voice, "For the last time, where is your base? Where are your heads? Don't try to show off in front of the old man. There's enough adrenaline in the backpack to support enough to take all the flesh off your body, piece by piece." Lingering, ever heard of it? The Caucasian soldier on his hand could no longer scream, and the eyes of the only one left carried as much fear as if he had seen a demon. His breathing became rapid and he broke off. Base, in, on. Before the words were finished, the light in his eyes quickly dissipated, and his body shook violently for 2 seconds before finally going still. Shinfei really didn't have much experience in torturing people for the first time, but that's okay. It's just skilled labor, and there are plenty of lab supplies. May Allah be with you. Shinfei used the saber with no expression of emotion, slashing his throat until he could see a throat made up of cartilage, ligaments, muscles as well as mucous membranes, before finally giving up. Drop the body. Shinfei walked toward the small group not far away. They didn't know what had just happened, and they couldn't even hear the sound. The fear of the unknown oppresses everyone. Shinfei randomly chose a person and dragged him to the jungle in the other direction, still stepping hard on his mouth with his foot, while then playing with the saber that had been dyed red with blood and said, "First question, where is your base? Second question, where is your head?" Warmly, "Your teammates have already told me the answer. I'm just coming to you to make sure." 49, son, you're not the only one with family. Razor, enemy squad in bearing 2, distance 260 meters, number 10 to 15. Expect to arrive at your bearing in about 3 minutes. Polando's voice rang out. 3 minutes, that's enough. Shinfei's saber was pressed against the seam position of the bulletproof vest and slightly exerted force. Woo woo woo, woo woo. The panicked face of this Freedom Army soldier carried a strong fear of death. Thankfully, not everyone is a tough guy. Shinfei let go of his foot and looked at him condescendingly. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The soldier looked to be only in his 20s, with fair skin, and in Shinfei's aesthetic opinion, was quite handsome. He panicked. "My daughter was just born. I still have my mother. I can't die. I don't want to die here. Our base is behind the southern cliffs of Wolfsbane Peak. which used to be a Red Star Alliance anti-nuclear bunker that was converted into a 3-story 3-dimensional fortification. The coordinates. The coordinates are 42 degrees 44 minutes 23 seconds north, 45 degrees 18 minutes 57 seconds east. Our head went to the village of Varzai, 15 kilometers northwest of here. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Shinfei didn't doubt the soldier's words because he had seen that a picture had fallen out of his helmet. The photo is of a family of 3. The wife was beautiful. The daughter was adorable. And all 3 had happy smiles on their faces. Shinfei slowly got up and put away his saber. The soldier heaved a sigh of relief at the sight, and a look of relief flashed across his face. He swore, "Go back and get out of whatever the hell the Caucasus Freedom Army is. Go back home, and be a good father." Just as he was envisioning the future, the man with his back to him, with a flick of his fingertips, a matte graphite gray-coated Glock pistol, gripped in his hand. No, no, no. The soldier shook his head frantically, but a fleeting light continued to erupt from the blackened barrel. He had lost all consciousness without even hearing the gunshot. Shinfei looked at the happy family of 3 in the photo and muttered, "Child, you're not the only one with a family." After that, Shinfei interrogated another soldier and finally came to the exact same conclusion. Aha! It basically guarantees the authenticity of the intelligence. Shinfei looked at the remaining 2 and smiled. "You guys are really lucky because I no longer have time to torture you. A gift for each of you. Aiming. Pull the trigger." Shoo, shoo. After 2 shots, one of the 2 soldiers had a bloody hole in his forehead. Footsteps sounded on bearing 2. Shinfei's hearing was enhanced, and he was able to roughly judge the precise distance. Another minute at the most and they would be in view. Shinfei still didn't choose to escape. He did some maneuvering on top of the body and didn't start running until he saw flashlight lights flashing in the jungle. Withdraw. The remaining 4 were ordered to retreat as well, following a predetermined route. The leader of the Freedom Army was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a strong body and a face covered with scars of all kinds, a veteran of many battles at first glance. But, when he saw the corpses on the ground that had been tortured by Shinfei, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. "It's brutal. And how long has it been since we heard the shots? How on earth did the enemy manage to kill one of their special training squads as easily as crushing an ant?" The veteran leaned down and tried to examine the wounds on the body. The team member next to me warned, "Be careful. There might be trick mines." The veteran's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "He ran for less than 2 minutes at most. How could he possibly have had time to make a trick mine? And I don't even have that much common sense in your eyes?" The player next to him stopped talking. The veteran carefully examined the bodies, including all the places that could be seen, and finally said, "All were shot in the limbs, and the opponent's marksmanship." Before he could finish his words, his body tightened violently, the oppressive feeling from death prompting him to subconsciously leave the body. "But, it's clear that there aren't any trick mines to be found." Boom! Before he could understand what was happening, the sound of a violent explosion rang out. The corpse's stomach was instantly blown apart, sharp shrapnel easily piercing through the skin and splashing in all directions. "Trick thunder! Watch out! Get down now! Asterisk 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 asterisk." That shoved the trick ray into the corpse's stomach. "Run! It's a timed trick mine." They were also considered to be battle-hardened and had seen countless brutal enemies, but they had never seen anyone who would actually take a timed trick mine and shove it right into an enemy's corpse. That's terrible. What kind of demon could come up with such an idea? Without waiting for them to react, the corpses of their comrades around them exploded one after another, and countless flying shrapnel directly caused a strangulation zone to form in a 50-meter radius. The veteran's legs were penetrated by shrapnel and he fell to the ground, a crazy smile flashing across his face. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, a master. This really is a ing master. Ha ha." Even those seemingly random corpses were carefully placed by him. To lose in the hands of such a person, my old life. It's worth it. He was like a madman, completely disregarding his bleeding legs, and not even looking at his struggling teammates. Instead, he fished out a silver gray bottle of wine from his body and drank it all in one go. Followed by, he shouted excitedly, "Ha ha." He was still negligent. Maybe it's because it's too late. If I were him, would definitely be in the northwest. Put 1. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye into the jungle next to him, and there was what looked like a wine jug, a green device, with writing on it in English. "Front toward enemy. This faces the enemy." "Great. It's a broadsword mine. We're hopeless." The veteran closed his eyes in despair, and a single, unwilling tear trickled down his clouded eyes. Everyone copes with death differently, but death, another process that every soldier is likely to go through. Snap! An explosion that didn't sound very loud went off. When the 700 steel balls burst out of the fan, they sprayed forward in a 60-degree fan shape at a speed of 1,200 meters per second, as if the gods had wielded an invisible scythe. The air let out a sharp whistle that tore through silk. The veteran's head instantly caved in. Exploding skull fragments mixed with brain matter splashed in a radial pattern, spraying evenly across the white snow. In the blink of an eye, there was no more movement in a radius of 10 meters, only those broken pieces of corpses, as well as the blood on the ground. Silently recorded this from the beginning to the end of only a dozen seconds. Precisely calculated. One-sided massacre. This is Shinfei's revenge on the Caucasian FSA. And just started. 50 that the gods devour the world and annihilate everything before it is born. When the battlefield fell into dead silence, Shinfei and the others were heavily armed and walked out from different positions. According to the normal process, you should refill your gun on the enemy at this point. Gold Coin and the others had switched to their respective pistols a long time ago, but the muscles at the corners of their mouths trembled slightly when they saw the condition of the scene. That set up, piece by piece, east by west, broken meat everywhere. Even the trees had asses hanging from them. Not a single intact body could be found. Hell, there is nothing more to be feared. Goldcoin suddenly thought of what Shinfei had said during the interview and lamented. Indeed, even if they turn into zombies, they won't be able to stand up. Shinfei did not have any expression on his face, progressing faster than he thought. Perhaps it was because the death of Righteous Eye had sparked the anger in his heart. Or maybe that's just the way he was meant to be. Shinfei said in a cold voice, quickly replenish the ammunition. The enemy will surround them at any time. The four men nodded heavily and all began to get busy. The previous 6 plus the subsequent 10 or so people had all sorts of equipment scattered all over the place, but not much of it was usable. Shinfei and his squad's main weapons were basically M4 carbines. A 5.56 by 45mm NATO standard round was used. Almost all of those guns on the floor were several grades worse. Zastava M70 assault rifles. This is an uncommon model. It can be understood as a Yugoslavian version of the magically modified AKM with the bullet model 7.62. Oh, nope. Since Old Iron fell ill and died a few years ago, that country can no longer be found on the map. 11 million people went to see him off on his last journey, half the country's population at the time. Old Iron's life has not been in vain. When in Rome, Shinfei could only collect the M4 carbines of the whole team, throw them to the ground, and install the trick mines. This time the trick mines were buried in the ground, one layer set on top of this one, and then interconnected with those body parts. Shinfei buried a total of 7 layers. This way either the FSA wanting to transport the bodies of their comrades or their greed for M4 carbines will have to pay a price. And there's no need to worry about being detected by a booby-trapped mine. Oh, with annihilation-level blasting technology, I'm afraid there really aren't many in the world that can get out in one piece. Pistol rounds have been replenished, because a number of people in the room were using Bulgarian Arcus 94 pistols with fully compatible 9x19mm Glock magazines. Just enough. Shinfei checked the magazines and realized that people thoughtfully loaded the third round of each magazine with the most penetrating all-metal armor-piercing rounds. This bullet, within 10 meters, must break Class IIA Police Kevlar, military-grade IIA Kevlar, and it only takes 2 shots to hit the same spot within 10 meters. In conjunction with Shinfei's shooting skills, equivalent to a double tap, it will do almost instantaneous seconds on enemies wearing military Kevlar body armor. The enemy's breakers were like brittle skin in front of him, just as they were each refilling their ammunition. Bear's excited voice rang out, "Hey guys, look what I found." Shinfei looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. Surprisingly scattered on the ground, 5 or 6 Chinese Type 56 bullet drums. Ha, Chinese weapons? This isn't Southeast Asia, so what's with the 56 series gear? It was only after Shinfei looked at the Moldovan RPK-74 light machine gun in Bear's hand that he realized. Odds are that the Caucasian FSA took a 5.45 by 39mm caliber light machine gun and converted it to a caliber that fires 7.62 by 39mm ammunition to save money. It's no surprise then that a Type 56 drum appears. Cheap and good. A little soldering adds 40 rounds to the capacity, taking it straight from 75 to 120 rounds, making it a must-have for the home. Bear said excitedly after checking the machine gun with one hand and replacing it with a brand new magazine. Screw assault rifles, light machine guns are the man stimulant. Palando disliked back. I hope you use up all the drums. This barrel won't hold your hokey pokey. Bear exclaimed. If we could have barrels that don't burn up with continuous fire, that firepower would be the soul of the team. Shinfei suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard of it in his later life, and the experts were engaged in some kind of plasma-sprayed tungsten carbide graphene composite coating. If the system could reward me with one of these drawings, I'd be really rich. Shinfei shrugged, realizing that he was being a bit whimsical. Better to get out of the Caucasus alive first. Goldcoin finished dressing the fastest and inquired, Razor, did you ask the location of their base? Shinfei nodded and replied, asked it out. Behind the cliffs on the south side of Wolf's Tooth Peak, but their leader is currently in the village of Varzai, 15 kilometers from here. Not together? Polando said excitedly. That's good. We're looking for radioactive material anyway, and with their boss gone, most of them must be roaming the mountains looking for us, so wouldn't that be just perfect? Gold Coin nodded along. Shinfei said with a slight frown, not how to analyze. Have you heard of the saying that those who fight well, cause others to suffer, but not others? The three men shook their heads. Shinfei thought for a moment, changed something to fit the English context, and resumed, you can understand it as, the gods devour the world, annihilating everything before it is born. The three men's expressions became even more confused. Bear simply had given up on understanding Shinfei's words and seriously wiped the light machine gun. Just like groping a young girl's body. Do what you're told and leave the brainwork to others. Hey, and I'm going to make sure you understand. Shinfei continued. Their leader wouldn't have dreamed that we, who were being chased, would turn around and kill him. It's called taking advantage of his illness. Do you hear me? Now, it dawned on Gold Coin and Palando. Bear asked excitedly, when do we leave? Of course now. Shinfei looked down at the compass on his military watch, looked up with a smile and said, let's go. Make a big deal out of it. Let these Caucasian Freedom Army guys know that we, for S sake, are no pushovers. The expressions of the three became more excited, especially Gold Coin. The hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. Tough guys are like that. The medical term for this is that the stress response leads to a high production of adrenaline in the body, which in turn causes muscle tension and microtremors. When you see this kind of person in a fight in reality, don't hesitate to run and it's over. The squad made quick work of it in the middle of the Caucasus in the dead of night. The entire distance of 15 kilometers had taken them less than 2 hours to reach the village of Varzai. It's 4 a.m., the darkest hour of the day. Just as they were moving quickly, Shinfei suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, take cover. There are people in front. The remaining few didn't hear any movement, but that didn't stop them from following orders and blinking as they took cover in the thick undergrowth. Just hit it. A young woman stumbled over. She stepped barefoot on the muddy path, her blood-stained, blue on blue, white-flowered bandana slung over her shoulder, her knees muddied with mud and dark red scabs of blood. The whole thing looked hollow, as if it had lost its soul. Shinfei frowned slightly and listened carefully to make sure that there was no movement around him before walking out. Palando followed him. The two of them, Gold Coin and Big Bear, remained hidden in the jungle and were in charge of guarding. It was obvious that there were two more heavily armed strange men in front of her, but the woman walked forward as if she didn't see them. Still mumbling, Palando looked at the woman's pupils and said, it's an acute dissociative state of rigor mortis, which can only occur in someone who has just experienced a major shock. She's supposed to be from the village of Warzai. Maybe the terrorist organization did something to the village. Shinfei inquired, can you wake up? Palando explains, it's possible to force a wake-up call, but it could have a significant impact on her psyche. Shinfei nodded slightly and walked to the woman, saying softly, girl, I don't know what happened to you, but I sympathize with you. The woman had physiologically shielded her hearing, completely as if she hadn't heard Shinfei speak. Shinfei continued to say to himself, I will avenge you, but you need to pay a small price in this process, and I believe you are willing to do so. Having said that, Shinfei raised his hand and slapped it. Snap! An ear-piercing slap rang out, and the woman staggered and fell to the ground, her expression gradually changing from bewilderment to panic, and by the time she saw the three people in front of her, her body began to tremble violently. No, don't kill me, don't, please. Before she could make more noise, her mouth was forcefully covered by Shinfei, who then whispered in her ear, you'd better be quiet, or I'll kill you immediately. Tears flashed from the woman's eyes and she nodded heavily. Shinfei saw that she was a little quieter before he let go and inquired, tell me what happened in your village and how many people were on the other side. 51. Like a hellish village. Shinfei shook his head when he looked at it. The woman's thoughts are confused and her speech is broken. People. So many people. Dad. Mom. Brother. Dead. All dead. They killed my parents. They were demons sent by Iblis. Shinfei's hand rested on the tactical ghost pistol. He won't allow any extra factors that lead to the whole team being in danger. Like before, if he had been able to check the contents of the van after it drove out of the camp, righteous I would not have died, though not a word has been said on the lips, but anyone could see that this matter had touched Shinfei greatly. Palando voiced, Captain, let me ask. Shinfei nodded slightly. Palando gently held the woman's hand, gazed into her eyes, and whispered, you should be steadfast for the sake of Allah, just as Allah is steadfast for the sake of his believers. Girl, we were sent by Allah to save you. Religion? Shinfei froze and really didn't think it could be of any use. He was, like most Chinese, a staunch atheist, or preferred to believe that man would triumph over heaven. What Shinfei did not expect was that the woman actually gradually calmed down. Her eyes revealed a trace of desire for survival, and she murmured, are you really sent by Allah? Palando nodded slowly and said in a soft tone, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, forgive your wounds. Come on, tell me what's going on. The woman was stunned and subconsciously said, but isn't the Father and the Son Christian? Palando, Moncler Outlet Store, learn to mingle. Shinfei added next to him, Allah created everything on the earth for you, and everything in the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah. Blessed life infinite heavenly Father. Palando, you're ing Taoist, aren't you? The woman froze as well, seemingly confused about the connection for a moment. However, she did calm down quite a bit, and intermittently told Shinfei and the others what happened in the village. She is indeed a villager from the village of Warzai. Since 6 months ago, the Caucasian FSA has been recruiting laborers in the village, offering such good benefits that many men chose to go with them at first. But when he left, he never came back. Then they came back one after another to recruit people, offering generous pay. Many people thought it was strange, but they couldn't help the fact that the money was really given. Plus those who left the village did send money to their families on time every month. There are still bold ones who will go with them. After a few months, the villagers began to notice something was wrong and tried to get the men back. In exchange for a severe beating, forced to do so, they had to wait for the Caucasian FSA to come recruiting, and hide the few men, and the children. It's been 2 months of peace and quiet, but last night, the leader of the Caucasian FSA suddenly rushed to the village to take all the men by force, even children as young as 7 or 8 years old. They won't. A bitter conflict erupted between the two sides. Oh, nope, it should be a one-sided slaughter. The woman was lucky enough to escape down the path after witnessing the murder of her entire family. 6 months? Shinfei's face became grave when he heard this key piece of information and inquired, do you know if you know where all the men in the village were taken? The woman shook her head. Coin inquired over the headset. Razor, anything new? Shinfei walked a little to the side and pressed his headset. I suspect that the man in the village is near the T Mountain. T Hill? A few people didn't understand what it meant. Shinfei knew that he couldn't spare any communication with them, not at all. So he simply said, the story should be like this. The Marinko family discovered that there was CS-137 oxide in the Caucasus 6 months ago, so they hired the Caucasus Free Army to mine it. Only recently the king wanted to move them, so they decided to use the Free Army to do something. Smear Wagner on the one hand and create a terrorist attack to put pressure on the king on the other. Can you hear me now? Shinfei could all clearly feel that things were getting more and more complicated. Palando exclaimed, then aren't we, the little people, inadvertently caught up in an event big enough to affect the entire Ural Federation? Shinfei said in a deep voice. Palando, convince that woman to lead us into the village. Perform a decapitation operation and figure out where CS-137 oxide is being dug up or hidden in the meantime. Palando nodded. No problem, watch me. After 5 minutes, the woman's emotions stabilized completely. Before setting out, Shinfei made a mouthball with weeds and broken wood, and said to the woman, take it with you, this is Allah's will. This mission team was not carrying scopolamine, which suppresses the vocal cords. This traditional method can only be used to prevent being accompanied by non-combatants from making excess noise in inappropriate situations. The woman looked at Shinfei. I don't know if it was because I remembered my earlier fear of death or if I really believed him, but I dutifully put on the gag ball anyway. Shinfei tied the muzzle ball tightly with a hard pull, and then on her body, she hung 2 small homemade remote control bombs. It's shaped like a rechargeable battery. It's the trophies that were just touched up on the bodies of the enemy. The woman made a puzzled sound, looking at him in confusion. Shinfei smiled. This is the Allah summoner, protecting you from pain. The squad departed, with the woman pointing the way. The rest of the process went very smoothly. It took less than 20 minutes for them to cross the blockade of the Free Caucasus Army and arrive at a residence near the village's central square. Instead of entering the village, Palando was on a rise north of the village, providing battlefield information. It's a sniper's job. It just doesn't provide, well, accurate long-range strike capability. Along the way, even Shinfei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This village is indeed miserable enough. The road was strewn with corpses, and there were many heads hanging from the trees that hadn't even closed their eyes. Some have become food for animals. The lip was cut off and the 2 rows of milk teeth were blindingly white in the bloodstain. Others stared with eyes of despair, their entrails dripping out of the corpse, and it was very unpleasant to step on the oily and greasy band of adhering fascia. There are even heartless FSAs who take turns violating the women of the village. The woman's expression was completely numb, and she didn't look any different from a corpse. It's the kind of look that makes you not want to save her. Just want her to hurry up and die and get away from this inhuman torture. War, ever so cruel. Room. Goldcoin carefully observed the surroundings and voiced out. Razor, there are about 80 or so Caucasian Freedom Army on the periphery, and dozens of patrols in the village, totaling more than 100. Not so much. Shinfei took off all the equipment on his body, leaving only his pitch-black speedo to ensure that he could completely blend in with the darkness. while then picking up the modified tactical ghost pistol, as well as a sharp saber. He said, "We can't beat so many people. So, tackle." Gold Coin frowned. "But, we don't know where the king is." Shinfei pointed to the Caucasian soldiers outside who were busy sweeping the houses for loot and said, "They know the usual rules. Sneak in silently, grab the tongue, and ask for a confession." Shinfei spoke lightly, but Gold Coin's brows had unconsciously wrinkled. This isn't the misty jungles of the Caucasus. If they made the slightest sound in the village, and the enemy detected the abnormality, they would only be left to die. Risks? That's a little high. Shinfei patted Gold Coin's shoulder and smiled. "Little Davaris, don't be afraid of difficulties. The more extreme we operate, the less the enemy can imagine. In the words of one of our Chinese fish sellers, it is called, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish." 52 in front of other people's husbands and letting them watch? Shinfei pressed his headset and said in a deep voice, "Polando, report the position." The killing intent resonance skill would only take effect when the opponent developed a killing intent towards him. Fortunately, before entering the village, Shinfei had let Polando occupy a high ground in advance, which could provide general information about the village. Roger, observation point elevation plus 62, pitch angle 15 degrees. The interiors of the houses on both sides are unexplored areas. 30-meter perimeter streets are secure. Advised to maintain a low profile. 2 armed men with RPG-7s moving toward the main building with an elevation angle of 30 degrees at the gap in the fortifications on the east side of the square. Shinfei and Gold Coin exchanged glances and felt their way out of the room. The time was 4:30 a.m. It was dark, and visibility for the average person was only about 10 meters. Under the system's enhancement, Shinfei could see about 50 meters to the limit of his position. They had the thrill of silently searching for their target in a village full of Caucasian FSA. Just as he passed a 2-story house, a voice came from inside. Shinfei pressed close to the wall and slowly crouched down. "Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited master gets. Phew, cool, fake." The sound of ragged panting was accompanied by a shout of excitement. Shinfei pointed at the gold coins, and then pointed at the smooth wall next to him that was more than 2 meters high. Gold nodded, put the pistol in his mouth and bit down, bending backward. Shinfei crossed his hands at the knee position to make a supporting tripod. When he backed up about 5 meters or so, Gold Coin accelerated fiercely, stepped on Shinfei's hands, and leaped up, steadily picking up the edge of the wall. Quietly, he probed and watched the yard, making sure there was no movement before bringing his hand down. Shinfei did the same with a boost and grabbed Gold Coin's hand to the wall. In front of you is a yard of about 20 square feet or so, and along the wall is a circle of flower beds with flowers common to the Caucasus. The yard was clean and cozy, and it looked like a family that loved life. The main structure was a 2-story house with 2 blood-covered bodies collapsed in front of the door. Visually a man in his 30s and a young boy of 4 or 5. The lights were on in the room. The bright light casts the silhouettes inside onto the walls, forming T's. That's probably the shape. Gold Coin stretched out his leg, and Shinfei lent his leg to slide into the flower garden. And the whole process did not make any sound. Gold Coin, with the help of Shinfei's shoulder, also entered the courtyard smoothly. The 2 men followed the wall, a little closer to the window, looking in through the glass. 2 Caucasian FSA men wearing black hoods were violating a woman. Next to him was a man who was tied up in 5 pieces, his eyes closed tightly, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Gold Coin cursed in a low voice, letting someone look in front of their husband. Yuck, it's so damn disgusting. Razor, what to do? Shinfei observed the situation in the room and determined that there were only 2 targeted enemy units. If conditions permit, 2 point-blank shots can easily end the fight. But now that the goal was to capture the tongue, it was important to make sure that the infiltration was silent and foolproof. He pointed to the door of the room and whispered, "Hide in the doorway and, wait." Gold Coin froze. "Wait?" Shinfei said softly, "When they get to their most enjoyable time, that will also be the time when their vigilance is at its lowest." Gold Coin nodded, a bad smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 2 men gripped their sabers tightly and leaned left and right against the half-open door of the room, watching for movement. The Caucasian Freedom Army played it fancy, and every few minutes, they would use their sabers to make a cut on the woman's smooth body. The intense pain spurred the woman to tense up and twitch. Every now and then, the faces of those 2 Caucasian freedom troopers would emerge with enjoyment as if they were ascending to the clouds, and so on 3 times. Their breathing became more and more ragged, and their expressions changed from enjoyment to grimace. Just when they were about to truly reach the peak of their lives, Shinfei and Gold Coin both rushed in at an extremely fast speed. The distance would not have been far. Shinfei was the first to rush to a Caucasian Freedom Army and coldly grunted, "Grandson, you're playing quite fancy." Snap. While speaking, Shinfei rose his right foot to hook kick the root of his legs, while his right palm slashed his neck to the right. Black Dragon 18 hands gold and silver double hook, or it's called the strike belly hook chop. The Caucasian Freedom Army instantly felt a sharp pain, but before they could make any noise, their bodies went limp and they collapsed. Gold Coin's side has also been successful in its sneak attack. Compared to Shinfei, his moves were less fancy. Come up here and slap me in the face. And then that Caucasian freelancer fell into a baby-like sleep. The woman looked at the two men who had barged in panic, and although she was afraid, she forced herself not to make a sound. It's a smart guy. Shinfei lowered his voice and said, find a place to hide, and don't make any noise. The woman nodded in bewilderment, unable to care for her unclothed self, and strained to drag the already unconscious man and hide him under the bedpan. It's the common people, after all. When something big comes up, often the first hiding place you can think of is under the bed. Shinfei piled the clothes next to him and kicked them to the bedside. Then he no longer cared about the two of them and turned his head to cooperate with the gold coins, tying up the two Caucasian Freedom Army, especially the mouth, which was stuffed tightly. After doing so, Shinfei pulled out his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed into the thigh of one of the Caucasian Freedom Army. Woo! The soldier woke up instantly, the intense pain making his expression grim, but he couldn't even make half a sound. One could only panic, looking at the man in front of her that she didn't even recognize. Shinfei's cold voice rang out, your artery has been scratched. If you don't stop the bleeding, you will die within 3 minutes. I'll ask you right, answer to my satisfaction and I'll let you go. The soldier nodded frantically. In the end, they were ordinary soldiers, pressed to talk about resistance. The weapon they used, Shinfei couldn't even tell the model, looked a lot like an AKM, but had a stirrup-type single-leg stock, and a movable stock, with a wooden vertical grip added, and even a high-capacity ammunition drum. This thing, being able to shoot the bullets in the drum without jamming is a favor from Allah. I can only lament the fact that a small workshop uses materials that are just fierce. Shinfei inquired in a cold voice, where is your leader? The soldier looked at him quizzically, attempting to inquire how he was going to answer the question with his own mouth gagged. Shinfei said in a deep voice, use your blood and write it on the ground. Let me remind you that your time is running out. The soldier panicked and hurriedly ran his hand over the wound before writing on the ground. Church. There is only one church in the village, the 5-story building in the center of the village square. Shinfei had suspected before that their leader should be in the church, but he just wanted to arrest 2 people and confirm it. Followed by, he started asking other questions again. The soldier was cooperative and said what he was asked. Shinfei also kept his promise and used a dagger to make a hole in his neck, releasing him from this world. And then, Shinfei used a dagger and gently woke up the second soldier, asking the same question. The answer is exactly the same. Aha! This makes it absolutely certain that their confessions are correct. Shinfei and Gold Coin were ready to leave. Just then, Polando's slightly anxious voice rang out. Razor, there are 5 Caucasian freelancers, ready to enter your yard. Click. Almost as soon as Polando's voice fell, the door to the courtyard room opened and the light of a flashlight shone in. Gold Coin and Shinfei glanced at each other, their expressions all becoming grave. It's over. This is going to be a real problem. With just 5 of them, and in a terrain like the village, how could they possibly beat a couple hundred extremist terrorists? 53, come on, get me killed. I can't wait. It's all coming together so fast, but this is the battlefield. It's instantaneous and treacherous. It's like walking a tightrope at a high altitude, where the slightest misstep could be the end of everything. Shinfei drew his tactical ghost pistol and whispered, prepare to receive the enemy. Gold Coin hides the 2 bodies in the room and prepares to take his opponent by surprise. While the 2 were busy, the sound of a woman's scream suddenly rang out. Not a panicked cry for help. Rather, it's a sound that comes out at certain special times. Shinfei frowned slightly and looked back at the place where the 2 villagers were hiding. He saw the woman crawl out from under the bed, screaming as she did so. What do you mean? Shinfei and Gold Coin were both stunned. The Caucasian soldiers outside froze for a moment as well, and when they heard the shouting in the room, one of them chortled. Hey man, you're a real man. Ha, there's a turnaround? Shinfei looked at the gold coins. Gold Coin willed it, mimicking the Caucasian soldier who had just let out a ragged gasp. The woman's screams became more intense. A few Caucasian soldiers outside let out a loud laugh and followed the banter again. Well guys, this one is already taken. Asterisk 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 ing fierce. It's a pace that I'd like to get in there and learn from. Forget it, your little toothpick is more than any technology can make up for. Damn it, shut the up and get a woman now. I'll fight you. Several Caucasian soldiers turned around and left the courtyard while discussing excitedly. The corners of Shinfei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What is this? Good things happen to good people? Maybe, but Shinfei didn't believe in these things. He was just worried about the woman making extra noise earlier. That's why he told her to hide first. Nor did time permit him to subdue the soldiers while, and to care about a woman. But now, her performance earned her the chance to live. The woman didn't say anything, and after seeing the Caucasian FSA leave, she went back under the bed. Shinfei noticed that the man had also woken up. He whispered a reminder. Stay under the bed and don't move until it's light out. Do you hear me? The two nodded in panic. Shinfei stopped paying attention to them and changed into the clothes that the Caucasian Freedom Army next to him had taken off. The reason for wearing a Speedo out is for the same purpose. In addition to their gear, many Caucasian soldiers choose to wear a scarf and mask. On the one hand, it's to hide your face and make yourself look more mysterious. And then there's the fact that their weapons are really crap. Empty shell casings thrown out during continuous firing can easily fall in along the seams of your clothing. Anyone who's ever been burned by a cigarette probably knows what that's like. When fully armed, they were no different, at least in appearance, from the Caucasian Freedom Army outside. Out the door, Goldcoin asked in a low voice, "What next?" It's almost 5 in the morning. It was still dark, but there was already a faint glow on the horizon in the extreme distance. Once it was light, their situation would only become more dangerous, and they could only even retreat first and wait until night. Shinfei raised his head to look at the church not far away and said in a deep voice, "Straight up." Goldcoin gripped the assault rifle in his hand and nodded slowly. The two walked down the graveled dirt path, passing soldiers of the Caucasian Free Army every now and then. The feeling is just too exciting. What about stealing a sunny day when the other husband suddenly comes back and is forced to hide under the bed and feel the vibrations of the bed? Compared to now, it's nothing. Goldcoin felt that his heart had, almost, jumped into his throat. However, Shinfei, who was walking next to him, did not have any abnormality, and even if there were more Caucasian soldiers passing by, he turned a blind eye to them. He wondered, "Razor, aren't you afraid?" Shinfei shook his head. "Not afraid." Goldcoin frowned and asked, "Why aren't you afraid?" Shinfei smiled and replied, "Not afraid means not afraid. Gold, dude, you win." Goldcoin realized that he could not understand Shinfei's mental state at all and simply stopped talking. The two walked to the door of the church and abruptly a bright light was aimed at them. The heavy machine gun set up on the second floor platform was also aiming at the same time with a tricky muzzle, ready to beat the two into cinders. The soldier standing in the doorway murmured, "Password." Goldcoin replied calmly, "From the Caspian Sea to the Black Sea, the Caucasus will finally wake up. It's risky to take prisoners, but the confessions they provided were really helpful." The soldier, hearing the password, opened the door of the church and stood aside without further word. Shinfei and Goldcoin exchanged glances and passed through the towering gate, and a stench of sweat mixed with the smell of gunpowder hit their faces. Looking up, 15 rows of benches crooked with turbaned soldiers. All kinds of weapons and ammunition were piled up around them. The 2B14 82mm mortar has nearly 100 rounds of ammunition. PM43 high-explosive rounds are not uncommon. It's almost enough to organize a small war. Goldcoin stared at the room full of ammunition and lamented in a low voice. So much equipment. If this were to blow up, half the village would have to be leveled, right? Hearing this, Shinfei was stunned for a moment, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because of the mask covering them, Goldcoin didn't notice this detail. The two went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. No one stopped them the whole time. Most of the soldiers were resting, and it was obviously impossible for anyone to imagine that Shinfei and the others dared to kill here. The 3rd floor is greeted by long corridors flanked by one confessional after another. They hadn't gotten very far when the two men heard the angry roar of a man from the confessional. "Fake. Are you guys telling me that Wagner's asshole mercenaries, who took out almost 20 of us, but you've been capturing them all night and haven't even found a hair? What are you guys doing for food? Is this how you want me to answer to the Marinkas? Find them, crush them like an ant, crush them." 20 people? Goldcoin remembered that Shinfei didn't kill that many, right? Shinfei could probably guess that it should have been the subsequent explosion of the trick mine that killed a few more Caucasian mercenaries, and listening to his dialogue, it's almost certain. The man in the room is the head of the Caucasian FSA. The two men stood in the doorway of the room, listening for movement inside. The leader seemed to have gone to Zwan for further training, and cursed for a full 10 minutes without a single repetitive sentence. For foreigners, it's already considered a very rich store of knowledge. Meanwhile, after listening in for so long, he had basically been able to determine that he was the only one in the room. So what are you waiting for? The corner of Shinfei's mouth rose in an icy arc, and he raised his hand to knock on the door of the room. Snap, snap, crisp sounds echoed down the long corridors. "What for?" The chief's angry voice came from the door. Shinfei twisted the door handle and realized that it was not locked. He slowly opened the door. The gold coin next to him said, "Boss, we have important news to report to you." "Important news?" The chief frowned. "You have 10 seconds. And you'd better pray that your message satisfies me." With a smile on his face, Goldcoin took 2 steps forward. Shinfei closed the door of the room with his backhand, gently locked it, and followed behind Goldcoin. The chief sensed something and his expression grew serious. Goldcoin spoke up. "Boss, we found that mercenary squad." The chief was startled, and with a face of ecstasy, asked anxiously, "Where are they?" Gold Coin pointed at Shinfei beside him and said, "It's not right in front of you." "What?" The chief snapped, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He subconsciously wanted to go to the drawer to get the gun, but Shinfei didn't give him that chance. He drew the dagger he had already prepared and stabbed it down at the chief's neck. The blade of the knife formed a 12-degree angle with the tracheal incision, and air, wrapped in blood foam, spilled out of the 4.5 incision. Such a wound, a moment is not fatal. The chief tried to call for help, but with all the blood in his throat, all he could do was whimper. He covered the wound on his neck with a dead hand, but blood was still spilling outward between his fingers, and he would soon die if he didn't stop the bleeding urgently in this situation. The chief just can't figure it out. How could a squad of mercenaries who had obviously been in the jungle a dozen kilometers away just a few hours ago be in front of him, wearing their uniforms? Is this a ING man or a ghost? Although he couldn't think of any of these details, the chief was also a master of giving and taking. He covered his wound and plopped to his knees, looking desperately at the two men in front of him, hoping they would step in to help stop the bleeding. Shinfei squatted in front of him, looked straight into his eyes and said playfully, "Come on, get me killed. Trample me like an ant. Hurry up. Grandpa can't wait." 54. You're not mercenaries. You are the king's men. The chief thought of what he had just said and subconsciously avoided Shinfei's gaze. Fear, panic, groundless. Shinfei stroked the golden-colored stray hairs on his head and smiled. "Fighting with me? You don't have the ING strength. Gold, stop the bleeding." Stop the bleeding? Gold Coin froze for a moment, wanting to remind Razor that they were still in someone's headquarters, and that the downstairs was full of enemies, and that any unusual noise would be very dangerous. But then again, he felt that if his mind could think of something, Razor wouldn't be able to think of it. Struggling for a few seconds, Gold Coin still took out his cat combat tourniquet and threatened while bandaging it, "You better not make any extra noise, or else your men aren't as fast as my old man's gun." The chief nodded frantically. Shinfei picked up the red wine on the table and surveyed it. "There's no need to scare him. I'm actually more afraid of the group of bottom soldiers downstairs who have nothing than goods like him." He poured 2 glasses of wine, tasted one of them, and lamented. "Razor, any idea what kind of wine this is?" "A bottle of Petrus red wine, produced in 1990, is $2.800. Even the wake on the side is a Riedel swan neck, the same model as the Michelin restaurant. Yo, look at this. Davidoff Millennium cigars. Gold coins. Want to get on one?" Gold Coin was busy bandaging the chief, but nodded. "Why not? I've never smoked such an expensive cigar." The chief was filled with confusion, wondering what the mercenary in front of him meant by all this. Shinfei roasted his own cigars, and after roasting them, he lit them, one of which was handed to Gold Coin, and the other was held in his own mouth. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. The pikers dare to be angry because they have nothing, and that's what makes them the scariest people. Shinfei walked to the kneeling leader and looked at him condescendingly, not hiding the contempt in his eyes at all. "How could a top-class person like this whose watches are Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse be willing to die with us mercenaries, who have a lousy life? Am I right, Mr. David Bagrationi?" Shinfei had just avoided the carotid artery or vein when he laid down the knife, only cutting part of the vocal cords. After stopping the bleeding, the chief was able to make slurred sounds. "It sounds exaggerated, but it's not difficult to operate. This is achieved by cutting diagonally into the skin at an angle of 15 to 20 degrees and controlling the depth to within 3 centimeters. David nods his head laboriously, making a sound similar to a broken bellows. "Who? Ha? Who? You want? What?" Gold Coin secretly gave Shinfei a thumbs up. He had seen many strong mercenaries, or special forces. All of them are arrogant, cold and rejecting. In layman's terms it is called low emotional intelligence. He had also met many military executives and commanders, and possessed an uncanny affinity for the human condition, as well as a grasp of human nature. It was the first time that Gold Coin had seen one that could perfectly blend the two. Shinfei rummaged through the drawers of his desk, wanting to see if there were more valuable things, and without lifting his head, he asked, "Tell me, where did the Malenko family find the CS-137 oxide?" David's pupils contracted violently. An unbelievable shock surfaced on his face. "How is that possible? How would he know?" David shook his head hastily. I don't know. What are you talking about?" "Ka." Shinfei casually threw out his saber, and the sharp tip of the saber was inserted on the wooden floor with a bang, less than 2 centimeters away from David's crotch. David trembled and subconsciously tried to dodge. Gold Coin had long ago tied his arms backward and stomped on his back with his foot so that he couldn't move a muscle. Shinfei continued to rummage around and found that the drawer was quite full of goodies. He grinned. "I have little patience, and you'd better be able to answer my questions before I find everything of value." David was deep in thought and quickly shook his head. No, I can't tell you. If I offend the Malenko family, my parents and family will have to die. Anything beyond that, I can promise you. I have almost 100 million rubles to my name. I can give it all to you. All of it to you. Shinfei shook his head. I only want CS-137 oxide to mine the location. David gritted his teeth and said, no way. You guys kill me. That being said, he clearly didn't want to die that badly. Otherwise it would have been ready to yell. The purpose of Goldcoin standing by his side was to prevent such an accident. Shinfei looked at David's eyes and knew that this must be his bottom line, and that interrogation torture was not very effective against people like him. They don't have that either. So, there was only one other way to break his psyche. Shinfei opened the laptop on the table and asked in a cold voice, password. There's nothing in there. David added, 543422323. Shinfei entered the password and successfully entered the computer interface. The computer should be a dual system, entering different passwords and accessing different screens. There was this possibility, but Shinfei didn't have time to look deeper. He doesn't have the hacker's 2 cents either. Shinfei entered the system interface and found the USB flash drive, which then materialized into his hand. His hand was blocked by the table and the two couldn't see anything. Insert the USB flash drive and play the video. An expression like seeing an alien gradually appeared on the faces of Goldcoin and David. When the video finished playing, David said in surprise, how is this possible? How could you possibly spy on Igor? He's an oligarch. Don't say you're a mercenary. Wagner doesn't have that kind of strength either. Because of his overexcitement, he spoke very fast, and after pulling his wound, he began to cough violently again. He could no longer care about the pain in his neck and suddenly said, I see. You are not mercenaries at all. You guys, you are the King's men. Directorate 7. You're the 7th Operations Bureau, right? He's talking, naturally, about the KGB's 7th Bureau. KGB is an umbrella term that contains a dozen or so bureaus underneath. Foreign intelligence work, counter-espionage work, domestic security work, border defense, communication security, everything. It's much more bullish than the ancient genie way of Huaxia. It is not too much to say that it is a super institution above the king, regardless of the bureau. It's usually the 7th Bureau that steps in when something is going to be done. One of the first things the new king did when he came to power was to shrink the power of this institution. It's something no other king has done. But when people do this, it's a breeze. After all, no one knows how to screw up a company better than a former employee. Shinfei looked at David, who was already terrified, with a mysterious smile unique to the KGB on his face, and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, dude, you didn't figure that out. You're just getting a little more diabolical in your thinking. 55. I can talk about it too. And I can be patriotic. David gasped and asked in a low voice, are we really going to do this to the Malenkos? Shinfei asked rhetorically, you want to know? David shook his head frantically. No, I don't want to know. Stop it. If you offend the Malenko family, at most your whole family will be executed. But if one offends the KGB, definitely would have stayed alive. But alive is worse than dead. Just thinking about that life is enough to send shivers down your spine. David gritted his teeth and said, sir, please believe that the Caucasian FSA is patriotic. We have come together to resist the Chechen rebels and to make the Caucasus, at an early date, truly embrace the Urals Federation. Long live King Volokin. Shinfei was sitting by the window on the 3rd floor, and through the window he could still hear the screams coming from the village from time to time. A flash of embarrassment flashed across David's face. You know, sir, we don't have funding, and to survive, sometimes you have to go to extremes. Shinfei asked rhetorically, including the slaughter of villages? David, like a criminal on trial, bowed his head and dared not speak again. All right. Shinfei dropped the cigar in his hand and said in a deep voice, answer my previous question. David gritted his teeth and voiced, you reboot your computer. Password, Mountain Eagle Wings. He speaks the language of the Urals. Shinfei entered the corresponding letters and successfully entered the new computer interface. Sure enough, it's a dual system. There is a folder on the desktop, and when you click on it, it is a lot of underground facilities, as well as photos of CS-137 oxide. Shinfei quickly browsed and knew the source of CS-137 oxide. Aha! The legacy of the Red Alliance. Not surprisingly, if it had not been published in later years, who would have thought that China had dug more than 5,000 kilometers of underground cavernous storage systems under the ground, digging holes in the ground to bury nuclear weapons? The big powers are very keen to do this. That deserted nuclear site is expected to contain nearly 300 kilograms of CS-137 oxide. The Malenkos dug up less than 100 kilograms. There were detailed coordinates on the photos, and based on some of the external photos, Shinfei had actually recognized what that place was. About 10 kilometers away from the barren mountain where they grow black tea. A small, unremarkable-looking hill. Shinfei imported the information into the USB flash drive and got up. David, congratulations on making the right choice. David tried to rise, but was again silenced by the gold coin, and could only say excitedly, Sir, patriotism is duty-bound. From this point on, we should be Devaris. Shinfei extended his hand and smiled. Of course, Devaris. Remember what Elder Chika taught us? David froze. Shinfei's toes lightly picked the saber on the ground. Click! The saber flew straight up, and when it was flush with David's neck, Shinfei grabbed the hilt and easily sent it into the other party's neck. Pust. Blood spurted out. Shinfei ducked to the side to avoid getting blood stuck to his body and smiled. What he said was, the KGB's red blade should be wrapped in a shroud after wiping the blood. This is our true tradition. David struggled to make a sound, trying desperately to struggle, but it was all in vain, because this time, the saber had gone through almost his entire neck, and struggling hard would only lead to a quicker death. Gold Coin walked to the door of the room, listened to the movement outside, and inquired, Razor, what should we do next? Notify Big Bear and the others to retreat? According to the original plan, it was time to retreat, but after entering the church and seeing the weapons and equipment ammunition all over the floor, Shinfei had changed his mind. He looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky and said, I remember there's a lot of kerosene stacked on the second floor, bring it up and spread a little in each room. Setting fires? Gold flashed the thought, but then thought what's the point? The Caucasian Freedom Army were all asleep in the halls on the first floor, and it was impossible to set fire to them on the third floor, much less burn weapons and ammunition. After all, there were so many of them, it wouldn't be hard to carry the ammo out, or to put out the fire. And what is this intended to do? Goldcoin had already appreciated Razor's brainchild countless times, so although he couldn't figure it out, he didn't even think of asking, and just started doing things. The two men worked in tandem with each other, and in no time at all they had every confessional on the third floor, sprinkled with kerosene. The two then prepared to leave, and when they got to the first floor, they saw more and more Caucasian freedom troops coming back to rest, heading out. Just as he reached the door, a voice rang out, wait. The two men stopped and looked at each other without turning around. The voice said excitedly, you young people restrain yourselves a little, and give this poor village, leave a way to live. Oh, that's a good man. Shinfei and Goldcoin both breathed a sigh of relief and ignored him, leaving the church straight away and returning to the residential house where they had hidden before. The woman huddled in the corner, shivering. Shinfei walked up to her, removed his mouth ball, and inquired in a low voice, what's your name? The woman stammered, A.I. R.A. Shinfei nodded and asked again, Elmira, what do you plan to do in the future? The woman shook her head, full of confusion. Her whole family is dead. There's no time to think about that. Shinfei asked in a different way, do you want to take revenge for them? Elmira stared at Shinfei in a daze, seemingly not understanding why he suddenly said this. At the same time, it was impossible to imagine how she, a weak woman, could possibly beat those inhuman terrorists out there. But in the end, she nodded heavily. I want to. I dream about it. Shinfei knew that she would answer this way and continued, I'll give you this chance. I don't dare to say that I'll kill all of them, but there's still no problem in taking out 70 or 80 of them. Listen to me. Shinfei recounted his plan. To Elmira, her expression gradually changed from surprise to shock, and then from shock to ecstasy and excitement. It's a done deal. Shinfei turned his head to Goldcoin and said, leave the clothes you're wearing with her, and give her a communicator. We should go. Goldcoin changed into his original equipment, and left the uniform of the Caucasian Free Army with his mask for Elmira. The three left the village under the last cover of night and met up with Palando. They lay on their backs in the undergrowth of an elevated area, looking down on the village as if it were an inferno. It was also at that moment that the dark blue vault of the sky faded from east to west, and the sun's rays shone back on the earth. Shinfei raised his hand, looked at the early morning shimmering light through the slit in his fingertips, and muttered, Gold coin. Why do I feel that today's sunlight is particularly blinding? Goldcoin looked up at the warm sun at the edge of the sky and replied, Razor, the sun hasn't changed. You're the one who's gone dark. Is that so? Shinfei didn't say anything else and pressed the remote control in his hand with a calm expression. Fire and smoke rose from the third floor of the church, quickly covering the entire roof. The entire Caucasian FSA of the village saw this scene and all of them quickly rushed towards the location of the church. It was too far away to hear what they were shouting. As Goldcoin expected, they were numerous, organizing the firefighting and carrying the equipment at the same time. Panicked but half unruffled, Shinfei pressed the communicator and said in a soft tone, Elmira, do what I taught you. May your fasting and prayers be pleasing to Allah, and you reap in the hereafter endless bounty and well-being. Allah be with you. Shinfei doesn't believe in God, but at this moment, he was more devout than any believer ever could be. 56. A star can start a prairie fire. Elmira straightened her clothes, put on her mask, and walked out of the room. The streets were filled with panicked Caucasian FSA. They carried all kinds of water implements, filled them with water from all directions, and returned to the church to extinguish the fire. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, Elmira was slightly lost in thought. Oh, turns out they do panic and get scared. They were not demons sent by Iblis, but people like her. Live and let live. Obviously we're all human. Why can they be that bad? Elmira couldn't figure it out, and don't want to think about them anymore. All she knew was that among those bodies lying on the ground were her neighbors, her friends, her loved ones. I'm not afraid of you, because I now have the power to sanction you all. It wasn't the gods who gave me my powers, but that mysterious Oriental man. Elmira walked steadfastly down the path of certain death, brushing shoulders with one Caucasian freelancer after another, and finally coming to the clearing outside the church. The place was filled with weapons and ammunition that had been removed from the church, and there was a steady stream of ammunition being transported out. Hey, you idiot, what are you doing? Don't go put out the fire yet. Spiteful curses rang out. Ignoring him, Elmira stood in the middle of the shells and pressed the remote control in her hand as the Oriental man had taught her. Dropping, drip, a clear, subtle sound rang out. It was clearly a precursor to imminent destruction, but listening to such a voice, Elmira felt more at ease than ever before. She couldn't help but wonder, if people really do have souls after death, then she can be reunited with her family. If the world after death is a void, then she can be free from her nightmares. Father, you always say that those who are not even afraid of death, why should they be afraid of living? But my daughter realized today that death is actually very simple. It's living that requires great courage. I'm sorry, Father, I don't have the courage to do this. No swearing, no yelling. The woman remained absolutely quiet until the last second before she died. Even if one were to look into her eyes up close, one would realize that even the hatred in her eyes had dissipated. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Elmira's body instantly turned into a mist of blood and burst apart. The firelight rose to the sky, reflecting the panicked and shocked expressions on the faces of the Caucasian Freedom Army. Such an expression, such a state, like those villagers last night, the way it flowed out in front of them. Only the identity has changed. They went from being predators to being preyed upon, and Shen Fei, it doesn't give them a chance to repent. The first round of explosions took 3 or 4 Caucasian FSA troops that were close by. Their bodies were instantly lifted off by the airwaves and cut by countless shrapnel in midair. The broken human tissue mixed with thick mucus falling rapidly under the pull of gravity. Fake. Run. It's going to explode. Run for it. Despair spread quickly through the Caucasian Freedom Army, and many froze in place at the suddenness of the scene. Sure, there is no escape from death, either by running away or by frothing, because here comes the second explosion. The 7.62mm bullets were martyred at high temperatures, and the warheads pierced through the chambers of the guns to form a storm of metal, and many people were blown to pieces before they had time to react. Followed by, the pressure of those shells reached a critical level and were detonated. Moreover, this death orgy was directly pushed to the climax. The outer walls of the church were stained red with blood, and the sky rained blood mixed with human tissue. Everything was reflected in the eyes of the Caucasian Freedom Army, who were not yet dead, but only half of their bodies were left. Desperation. Deep despair. By the time the 3 rounds of explosions were over, fewer than 30 Caucasian FSA men remained alive in the village. Goldcoin looked at the scene that was like an inferno and inquired, Razor, going to take care of the rest of them? The survivors have been scared out of their wits. Now go down there and kill them with little effort. With the Caucasian FSA, it's already a no-win situation anyway. It's the honorable tradition of mercenaries to kill him while he's sick. Shen Fei slowly shook his head. There's no need. Someone will take care of them for us. Who? Wagner gave a puzzled look. Goldcoin also couldn't figure out who the person Shen Fei was talking about was. Bear, on the other hand, was leisurely munching on an energy bar, not the least bit interested in the exchange between the three. Shen Fei smiled and said, haven't you guys heard of a saying? A star can start a prairie fire. The 2 men's expressions became even more puzzled. Instead, Shen Fei pointed to a house in the village and said, look, they're here. The 3 of them looked toward Shen Fei's finger. It was the same house they'd been in before, the one where the mistress had been violated. At this point, the 2 surviving members of the family, blood-stained weapons in hand, cautiously felt their way out of the yard. They didn't know what was happening, but the violent explosions made them afraid to hide in their homes anymore. The number of villagers who chose to do the same as them was very large. It was only then that Goldcoin and the others noticed that even after a full night of bloodshed, there were still many survivors in the village. Soon, there are survivors who understand exactly what is happening and make choices. Pick up your weapons and attack the remaining Caucasian FSA. Bang! The gun went off, but missed. No way. Even if she wanted to kill someone in her heart, the use of weapons was not something that could be learned overnight. The Caucasian soldier, who had been attacked, subconsciously looked for a place to take cover before turning back and taking out the villager who was about to shoot him again with a single shot. He thought he was safe, but before he could return to his senses, he saw a lot of villagers appearing at the corner of the street. Since one gun won't kill you, 10 shots, then 50 shots, 100 rods. The villagers didn't have the courage to fight back last night, nor did they have the strength and weaponry to do so. But at the moment, the ground is littered with weapons and equipment scattered after the explosion. And again, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, even though the vast majority of them are women. But their guns, too, can kill. Interesting scene. And so it played out in the small village that had been turned into a hell on earth. The three of them watched the scene dumbfounded, finally understanding the sentence that Shinfei had just said. Starburst. It can really start a fire. Shinfei patted the shoulders of several people and said in a deep voice, "It's time to go. Find a place to have a good discussion on how to rescue Nefutis. What follows is our, with that woman. The moment of showdown. 57. No way. What is Razor capable of killing that many people? Caucasus. T-Mountain. Command room. Bunch of losers." Katerina's face flushed red with anger. Her pitch-black leather jacket straining out the amazing curves of her waist and hips, her voluptuous chest rising and falling violently with her panting breaths. "Get out, all of you." The staff member ran out of the room as if in a panic. Katerina picked up the phone and called her grandfather. Toot, toot. The phone picked up and Igor's voice rang out. "My dear granddaughter, what is it?" "Katerina, Grandpa, just got word that David is dead." She recounted the news she had just gotten, in full. At this time, she did not know that Shinfei and the others were also involved in the action. A bunch of assholes who only think with their lower bodies. Igor cursed in annoyance, then asked, "How many people are left in the Freedom Army?" Katerina replied, "Over 200 people died in the village, and there are still about 300 left." "Grandfather, I suspect that Wagner's squad was involved in the villagers' retaliation against the Caucasian FSA. That Razor guy is capable of such things." Igor asked, "Any proof?" Katerina shook her head. "No. Just my guess." Silence on the other end of the line again. Igor really didn't expect that the original well-thought-out plan would be ruined in the hands of a few mercenaries. More importantly, he also learned from his granddaughter that the guy named Razor had a video of himself intending to smear the king, along with framing Wagner. Such a person should never be kept. Igor pondered for a long time before saying, "How much longer are those loads going to be dug up?" Katerina replied, "We'll probably be able to put together another 20 kilos or so tomorrow." "Good," Igor murmured as if he had made some decision. "Sell these to Chechnya. They'll be interested. I'll make the contact. Make the deal first thing in the morning the day after tomorrow. And then you take the female mercenary and come back to Moscow." Moscow is the imperial capital of the Urals Federation. Selling to Chechnya. "Grandpa, that would mean a complete break with the king," Katerina asked with a frown. "And just letting those mercenaries from Wagner go, in case they leak the video." Igor's smug laughter came from the phone. How could the Malenko family's 10 years of operation be destroyed by a 10-second video that destroyed its roots? "Grandpa just got word that Abu Murad Gilzayev is preparing a massive military operation against Chechnya with the king. This hungry wolf, exiled by the Red Alliance, will not willingly accept the rule of the king. We've entered into a partnership where I provide him with what he wants and he provides us with a perfect back road. And once this battle is fought, the king can't care about us." Although Grandpa spoke confidently, but Katerina knew that it was a choice that bet on the lives of all the Malenkos. And there is no other choice. From the moment Igor targeted the new king in the first place, they were destined to be with King Sergei Ivanovich Volodin. Immortal. "I know what to do." "Grandpa, hang up." Katerina walked over to the window and looked out over the early morning Caucasus and muttered, "Razor, it has to be said, you're still a lucky guy." Caucasus, Mountain Hawk Jihad League, headquarters. There was a knock on the door of the chief's office. Umarov, sitting at his desk, tapped the blonde sprawled out under the desk before saying, "Enter." The door to the room opened. A heavily armed man walked in, saluted and reported, "Chief, the cause of the explosion has been found." At the sound of her husband's voice, the beautiful woman under the table was startled and her teeth chattered involuntarily. Umarov, slightly pained, frowned. "Say, what happened?" The man said excitedly, "Last night those bastards from the Freedom Army attacked the village of Varzai. According to the news I just got, there was an explosion at their weapons depot, and there were so many deaths and injuries that the surviving villagers killed all the remaining Freedom Army. It is certain that David is also dead." "What?" Upon hearing the news from the front, Umarov hadn't had much of a reaction, but when he heard the news of David's death, his face wore a masked excitement as he rose violently and asked rhetorically, "Are you sure?" The atmosphere in the office became incredibly awkward. Umarov looked down only to realize that he wasn't wearing any pants, and where his thighs were, he still had red lipstick. Man. Umarov. Woman. Cough. Cough. The man coughed twice, forcing a chuckle from his heart and said, "Yes, chief, it is certain that David is dead." Umarov resumed his seat, his joy not diminished by the embarrassment of what had just happened, and said with a wave of his hand, "Have the quartermaster get some women, and tell the brothers on the base that tonight is the Mountain Eagle Jihad League's most celebrated day." Yes, the man straightened up and saluted, turned and walked out. On his way out the door, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. The lipstick on the chief's body, how come it's exactly the same color as his wife's? Exactly? That evening, the Mountain Eagle Holy War Alliance headquarters was as lively as if it was New Year's Eve. Countless women have been sent to the base, and the most primitive of human sports can be seen everywhere. Umarov, as the chief, was more than happy to liven up with the soldiers until the early hours of the morning, before returning to his room with 3 or 4 satisfied beauties in his arms. Excited, happy, unexpected joy. Having fought the Caucasian FSA for nearly a decade, Umarov never expected to win in such an almost unbelievable way. Starting today, his Mountain Eagle Jihad League is the Northern Caucasus, the largest private armed force. Umarov was asleep with a beautiful dream. I don't know how much time has passed. Just as he was half asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of food coming from the living room. Despite all the drinking, Umarov's guard was still up. Who is it? Umarov slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman on the bed. Lebedev's sister. Amit's wife. Lebedev's sister. Lebedev's wife. Not a single one. Who would that be? In the middle of the night, sneaking into his room to steal something to eat? Thief? No, absolutely not. There were soldiers guarding the outside of his room, and a special post outside the building, as well as patrols. The average person can't even get in. Who could that be? Standing sentinel? Umarov rose slowly at the thought of this possibility, determined to teach his men a lesson. He can give, but you must never steal, because it's a provocation to the OP. Umarov tiptoed to the bedroom door and listened carefully. The people eating outside were still there. He slowly reached out and turned on the living room lights. At the same time he kicked open the door to the room and cursed, "Sokabul, show me who's stealing my food?" The harsh lights came on and Umarov squinted slightly. When his vision gradually returned, he was shocked to find 3 strangers he didn't recognize at all sitting at the living room table. One of the Asian-looking men had a chicken leg in his hand and looked up at him with an expressionless face. Moment. A sense of crisis that death was imminent caused a cold sweat to involuntarily break out on Umarov's back, to show up in his room unnoticed. This group, the Khmer, is not good. 58. Those who like human wives are really no easy characters. Umarov doesn't try to fight back or call for help. Since he dared to come, there must be a capital that is not afraid of him. If we really wanted to kill him, we'd have done it while he was asleep. Umarov asked tentatively, 3 friends, looking for me? Shinfei secretly nodded his head. Having met another smart person, he opened his mouth and said, "Do a little business with you. Sit down and chat." Goldcoin and Bear kept their heads down and ate the food on the table. In the spotting scope, Palando was drooling at the sight and couldn't help but scold over the calms. "Cut it out. You guys haven't seen any food, have you? Save some for the old man." "Damn, snipers are not a human job." Umarov frowned, moved a chair, and sat across from Shinfei. He hadn't thought of that. The most ordinary-looking Asian kid is the boss of 3? Shinfei drew a paper towel and wiped the grease from his hands and said, "We did what we did in Velze village. Came to see you to ask you a question. Do you want to take out the rest of the Caucasian FSA?" Umarov instantly widened his eyes and looked at Shinfei in disbelief. From the moment he heard the news, he didn't feel right. When did the village folk become so ballsy? David wasn't such a loser that he couldn't even beat up some old and weak women and children. But it wouldn't be surprising if someone was helping behind the scenes. Although he didn't know the identities of the 3 people in front of him, the fact that they could appear in his room silently already proved their own strength. Only, benefits and risks always go hand in hand. Things that seem to have benefits often also have huge risks hidden behind them. You can lose your life if you're not careful. Umarov pondered for a moment, but decided to refuse. It's true that we're enemies with the Caucasian Freedom Army, but since their leader, Shinfei picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go, got up and said, "Let's go. People don't have the intention to talk about it." Goldcoin followed and got up. With his only remaining hand, Bear loaded the food into his backpack. "Ha, that's it?" Umarov's expression became more puzzled. As if Shinfei suddenly thought of something, he stopped and said, "By the way, what's your name?" Umarov subconsciously replied, "Umarov, codename Caucasian Mountain Eagle." "Oh, I remember you. Umarov, guess when we got here?" Shinfei pointed in the direction of the bedroom and added, "Lebedev's sister, his wife, his sister. You're trying to make someone's family neat and tidy? Bear, finish him off and let's go talk to Lebedev." Bear drew his pistol from his belt and made a show of being ready to pull the trigger. Don't. Umarov did not expect the other party to be so decisive. People were stunned. Hastily waved his hand and said, Sir, we can talk about anything. Anything can be discussed. Shenfei looked up at Umarov, who was nearly 2 meters tall, waved his hand and said, You're too tall. I can't see you. Get on your knees and say it. Strong pride raised a ball of anger in Umarov's heart, but when he thought that the other party didn't even take the Caucasian Freedom Army, which was much stronger than him, seriously, what was the point of killing him? Gritting his teeth, Umarov fell to his knees. Shenfei looked down into his eyes and questioned, Not convinced? Umarov shook his head vigorously. It's really a self-esteem rebuilding process and the fastest way to domesticate. The villain uses it often. After the intimidation, of course, it's time to give the benefit of the doubt. Shenfei waved his hand. Gold Coin understood, and took the computer out of his backpack, showing the information on it about the radioactive material in the abandoned base. Umarov's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock to dawning realization. No wonder the Caucasus Freedom Army had developed so quickly in the past 6 months or so. So you found an oligarch to lean on. He wondered even more. What were the identities of these people in front of him? Even the oligarchs? Shenfei asked. Do you know what the price of CS-137 is on the black market now? Umarov replied. Industrial grade, $10,000 a gram. Weapons grade, $50,000 a gram. If it's left over from the Red Alliance, it's slightly cheaper, at over $7,000 a gram. No one in the room was surprised to hear this price. It's not cheap from the regular channels, let alone the black market. If you don't make money, who dares to risk offending the 5 good men by supplying you with goods? Shenfei added. This place has about nearly 300 kilograms in stock, and although some of it has been taken away, at least 20 to 30 kilograms are in stock. Well, is it worth the risk? 20 or 30 kilos? Astronomical figures. This is definitely an astronomical amount that an ordinary person can hardly imagine in their lifetime. A flash of greed and struggle surfaced in Umarov's eyes, but in the end, reason prevailed. Sir, you should know the strength of the mountain eagle. There are at least a couple hundred armed men in the abandoned base. We can't fight them off. And once the war starts, both Chechnya and the neighboring countries will get the news. And even if I could take it away, I wouldn't survive. Shenfei was, on the contrary, a bit impressed with this Umarov. Sure enough, there's nothing simple about those who like to sleep with people's wives. Shenfei offered him a third thought. What if you're not thinking of taking the radioactive material? For example, give it to Moscow as a pitch. Or Chechnya. It can still be played like this? Umarov's face flashed with a touch of surprise, followed by a strong excitement. Good idea. This idea is fantastic. No matter who I give it to, I will be able to get their blessing. And we can also use this opportunity to completely eliminate the Caucasus Freedom Army. That's a wonderful solution. Sir, Shenfei didn't say anything. After Umarov's excitement, a hard look once again appeared on his face, adding, But sir, we can't beat those defenders in the base. It would be nice to get the message directly to Chechnya or Moscow. Of course, you wouldn't have come to me if you really could do that. No wonder you can't beat the Caucasian FSA. Grinding. Enough smarts, not enough ruthlessness. Shenfei said expressionlessly. Those villagers couldn't beat the Caucasian Freedom Army either, but the end result was that they won. Understanding what the subtext was, Umarov gritted his teeth and said, What is your name? Sir, Shenfei, Razor. What a catchy code name. Umarov clapped his hands together and continued. Mountain Eagle is willing to provide you with all the help you need. What do we do next? It's a done deal. Gold Coin and Bear both had a happy face. There were too many defenders in the abandoned base for the 4 of them alone to save Nefertus. But with the help of the Mountain Hawk organization, the effect is completely different. They were technically and tactically incapable, but they were well equipped with enough weaponry to hold a large force at the front. Shenfei glanced at the time on his military watch and said in a deep voice, I'll give you 30 minutes to gather everyone together, bring weapons and equipment, and set off for the Krasnodar 7 collective farm. I'll tell you exactly what to do on the way. 59. Top IQ crush from Shenfei. Caucasus, Krasnodar, Red Alliance abandoned base. Today Katerina was wearing a snowy combat suit, long legs wrapped in matte soft armor taut with smooth curves, mechanical clasps strangling the full bus line. Everywhere she passed, she gave those Caucasian Freedom Forces a look of greed and awe. Following her was a man in his 30s, solidly muscled and burly, who smiled and said, MS, Katerina, please don't worry, we will never let you down. Katerina stopped, gave him a cold look, and grunted, That's what your previous boss assured me. Getting up close and personal with this top-notch beauty, the burly man held back his physiological excitement and once again expressed his loyalty. I've already ordered all the soldiers to go on first-degree alert. If that razor bastard dares to come, I'll chop him up in front of you, I swear. Ignoring him, Katerina turned to the other man beside her and asked, how is the mining progressing? Next to him was a svelte man with gold-rimmed glasses who replied, not too optimistic. Many of the villagers are unable to continue working due to prolonged exposure to radioactive materials. If we must raise the number the boss wants by tomorrow morning, there's only one way to do it. He had an umbrella in his hand, but it wasn't raining today. After seeing him, many people wondered why he was carrying an umbrella on a sunny day. Katerina, speak, the man with the golden glasses said in a gloomy tone. Those people on T Mountain, arrest them and put them into base production together. Katerina frowned slightly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the idea, but it was too risky. If their true intentions are discovered by the local authorities and then reported to Moscow's top brass, the 58th Army Group, stationed north of the Caucasus, could blast them to cinders with long-range fire. No way. Katerina refused very dryly. Think of something else. The man with the gold glasses didn't say anything and turned his head to the burly man. The burly man frowned and said angrily, no, everyone on my team is my family, and I will never let them. Katerina looked at him with an expressionless face and did not speak. The burly man's throat rolled and his tone softened. MS, Katerina, I only have 300 men, and they also have to protect the security of the base, so I really can't spare any. Katerina murmured, draw out 100 men. The burly man also wanted to make some conditions. Katerina dryly drew her pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the mine and everyone was startled. The burly man's brain crumbled and blood splattered everywhere. The man with the gold glasses opened his umbrella at the perfect time, shielding Katerina from the splattering blood. Katerina crooked her finger at a Caucasian freelancer not far away. The young soldier came forward warily. Katerina said coldly, from now on, you're the boss of this unit. Do as I say. Do you hear me? The young soldier was stunned. Then uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. Snapping a salute, please rest assured, I promise to complete the mission. The Mountain Eagle headquarters was not far from Chashan, but the troops were traveling slowly. No way. It is difficult to ask a private armed force, which is similar in nature to bandits, to have the same marching speed as the regular army. The fact that they could assemble in half an hour was already beyond Shinfei's expectations. Shinfei and the others drove a military vehicle at the front of the group. Polando inquired, Razor, a team like that wouldn't be able to beat those defenders at the base, would it? And we can't fight a protracted war. Or Chechnya, along with the 58th Army Group, might be able to fire on us from a distance. Neither one of them is a reasonable man. It's okay to make moves on their turf and have a small fight. A war of hundreds of people? That's pure death. The military vehicles were inspected in advance and there was no listening device. Shinfei played with his lighter and said in a deep voice, that's not something we should consider, because I don't intend to wait for them to go to war before I go to the rescue. A flash of doubt appeared on the faces of the three men. Gold Coin wondered, Razor, what are you going to do? Infiltrate the base and create chaos. Shinfei said in a calm tone, most of the laborers in there are villagers from Valze village. We just need to let them know what is happening in their village and they will naturally start a riot. Then we take advantage of the chaos to hijack Katerina, and we'll get Nefertus back. Only after that is done will I give the Mountain Hawk Alliance the order to attack. After listening to Shinfei's plan, even the three of them, who were already almost accustomed to his style of doing things, still felt a strong sense of shock. The plan was not only subtle, it was ruthless. The villagers who started the riots in the first place would undoubtedly be suppressed by force. The odds are that there will be a lot of deaths and injuries. When the Mountain Eagles and the others got into a firefight with the Caucasian Freedom Army in the base, without Shinfei's help, the Mountain Eagles would most likely be wiped out. That's harsh. Whether it is the Mountain Eagle, the Caucasus Free Army, or Katerina, all are Shinfei's pawns, and he wouldn't even consider those pawns dead or alive. But it has to be said that this series of arrangements had the highest margin of safety for their squad. There is basically no risk involved. The squad spent the entire day in the car. By the time they arrived at their reserved location, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. It's a nice night for it. A full moon hung in the sky, as well as a few stars. Umarov came to Shinfei's side and said as if he was courteous, Razor, my troops have all been arranged according to your request. When do we start the offense? Shinfei smiled and said, of course you can't attack directly. Otherwise your casualties will be too great. I can't bear it. Umarov was stunned. Shinfei patted his shoulder and said, the matter of sending people to their deaths. Of course it is our elite squad that goes first. You wait here with your men, and when I tell you to attack, you must fire all your shells within a minute. Is that clear? Umarov's eyes reddened and he showed a flash of reluctance. Razor, it's too dangerous. Why don't you let my crew? Shinfei pointed to his heart and said righteously, at the level of sacrificing for our country, we have priority. so don't argue, and fire with confidence later. The 58th Army Group, along with the Chechens, know what we're doing tonight, and they won't give you a hard time. Umarov wore an expression that said it all. He knew Razor's identity was definitely not simple. At least it had to be KGB to start with. The whole bad thing could be the king's close guard. Ha ha, doesn't that mean that in the future, one's backer will be the king? The whole Caucasus Mountains. That's what he said to forget about Dad, Mom, I've made it. With a look of excitement and reluctance on his face, Umarov said with tears in his eyes, Tavares, you go, the country and the people will always remember you. Snap. As he spoke, he stood up straight and saluted. It's just not very standard. When the few people from Gold Coin saw such a scene, the people were almost dumbfounded. If they didn't know Razor's true plan, they'd be wondering who they were. Have to say, this Razor guy's level of intelligence is completely crushing their existence. Playing with the head of a so-called extremist organization is like playing with a dog. It's not even close. 60. If we all die in there, there's always someone else who has to go to Wagner to collect the pension. Early morning, temperatures are plummeting. Snow suddenly fell from the sky in large flakes. Shen Fei, who was heavily armed and wearing a white combat uniform, led a 3-member squad and touched the abandoned Red Alliance base a little bit. The soles of his military boots crushed the frozen dead branches with a crunching sound. Nearly out of the jungle, the harsh glow of a searchlight lit up not far away. Shen Fei stretched out his fist and signaled the squad to take cover, and he himself hid behind a tree and took out his observation mirror to check the situation. In front of them was an open space about the size of a soccer field, and at the 4 corners were watchtowers that were more than 10 meters high. On top of each tower stood 2 or 3 soldiers, all armed with heavy machine guns and searchlights. No matter what direction there is danger, you can be the first to provide fire support. 50 BMG caliber rounds are good enough to blow people up like watermelons with a single shot at a distance of 300 meters. Beyond that, in the corner of the clearing, there were also 3 Ka-50 Black Shark helicopter gunships. Although its navigation and sightseeing fire control systems are very outdated and it relies heavily on ground scouts to provide guidance, it's still a nightmare for all armies. Gold Coin couldn't help but curse. Asterisk. That S equipment is even more exaggerated than we thought. How does this fight? The appearance of the armed helicopters was indeed out of Shen Fei's expectation. But there's only one chance. There was no way he was going to wait until tomorrow to deal with Nefutis as agreed on the phone. That would be too risky. Shen Fei continued to observe the terrain, trying to find loopholes that could be exploited from the target area that had no dead ends. But he failed. This time the enemy was no longer the idiot gangsters or the defenseless extremist groups, but the elite troops who were prepared for all defenses. Just from the way their teams patrolled, you could see the huge disparity. That's the way it is in war. Opportunities are fleeting. It is never possible to be 100% sure or to anticipate every detail. The elite squads called war artists are known for having survived one unexpected battle after another, as well as accomplishing one mission after another, which others have called impossible. Randomization is the greatest fascination of war. Shen Fei put down the observation mirror and said in a deep voice, there's only one main door. We can't possibly enter noiselessly, so we can only catch the tongue. Polando, use thermal imaging to find out if there are any enemy outposts nearby. They're so heavily guarded, it's impossible. His words were just in mid-sentence when he suddenly heard the roar of a truck coming from the road not far away. As the 4 of them watched, 4 or 5 trucks appeared on the trail not far away, traveling very slowly because it was unpaved and the road was slippery. What a coincidence. A truck's tires were stuck in the mud, and the driver was vigorously blasting the gas, but still couldn't get out. A dozen men jumped down from the wagon. They were dressed in the clothes of the Caucasian Free Army, but were not armed. Instead they had a gas mask in hand. They started pushing the cart. Looking at their appearance and equipment, Shen Fei quickly understood their purpose. Is this a case of not having enough mining personnel to send in even one of their own? Good chance. Shen Fei lowered his voice and said, Big Bear, you stay outside. Gold Coin, Polando, let's mix into the caravan and follow them in. Good idea. Copy that. Bear subconsciously wanted to ask why he didn't bring himself, but when he saw one of his empty arms, he instantly understood everything. His features are too obvious. Bear looked at the 3 men who had taken off their combat uniforms and whispered, I'm sorry. Shen Fei patted him with a kind smile. There's nothing to apologize for. If we all die in there, there's always someone else who has to go to Wagner to collect the pension. You bet. Bear's expression was grim and he didn't say anything. It's all men. There's nothing to dilly-dally about. The convoy won't wait for them either. Shen Fei led the gold coins with Polando and quickly approached the truck. Bear looked at their gradually disappearing figure. The heart once again sprouted a sense of withdrawal. Perhaps this is my last mission. He loves this job, because only by being a mercenary could he make a decent living in the Urals Federation. a country which severely discriminated against blacks. But, even if his personal willpower was strong, the defects from his body still greatly limited his strength. He knows he could no longer keep up with Razor and the others, and forcing them to walk together again would just be a burden. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Big Bear's mouth, and he muttered, "Gold coin, Razor, Polando, you guys must come back alive." The truck was sunk deep and more people were coming down. Some people stood on the side of the road smoking cigarettes. Others ran a little farther away to urinate. Shinfei easily slit a soldier's throat with his dagger, covered his mouth, and held his body a little bit on the ground. The system's lottery beep sounded in his head. Shinfei changed his clothes and chose the lottery. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacking, elementary, skill. In a split second, countless hacker-related knowledge flooded into Shinfei's mind. Exactly the same as before. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had grown from a cyberwhite to an expert hacker. Not to the extent of casually hacking into the KGB, the Pentagon, but if it's hacking into a municipal government department, it'll probably only take 20 minutes. Such hacking skills are already in reality among the top 100 in the country. But in the system, only worthy of making primary skills appear. Shinfei carefully looked around and realized that Gold Coin and Polando had also finished dressing up. The three nodded to each other, snapped on their gas masks, and walked back to the group as if nothing had happened to help them push the cart along. It took nearly 20 minutes for the truck to finally get out. Shinfei followed them and sat in the carriage. The dense space is crammed with many people, and combined with the foreigners' genetics, it is filled with all sorts of odors. They were obviously used to it, but for Shinfei, it was just a little bit like throwing up. You can tell from that, too. The gas masks that Katerina had provided were total lookalikes, not even insulating them from body odor, let alone radioactive material. Purely add some psychological effects. These capitalists, more than anyone else, don't care if the poor live or die. After the truck pulled into the clearing, everyone got out, went through the spray of water gates, and were led through the heavy metal doors and down the mine shaft all the way to the west. The cave was filled with a pungent odor. Shinfei looked down at the DP5V radiation meter, which showed 2.1 Röntgens. It's such an exaggeration just at the door. I shudder to think how high the radiation levels are inside. Beyond the deep mine, you are greeted by a huge operating platform on which 200 or 300 men are hard at work. All of them, without exception, had no hair. Not just no hair. To be more precise, it should be all the places you can see. Not a single hair. They were hunched over, their irises cloudy like beads of burnt glass. A closer look reveals that their mouths are sunken in, indicating that teeth should have fallen out as well. Even more oozing. Many were thickly bandaged, while at the edges were skin that had festered and runny, and sarcomas the size of grapes. They don't look human. More like, it's only in the movies. Zombies. 61. It's been a long time, MS. Katerina. Seeing such a scene, many of the Caucasian Freedom Army, who were sent in, couldn't help but dry heave. Someone soon shouted, "Fake, we refuse to work in this environment." When someone starts, someone follows in protest. Right, we're not here to die. Let's not become such monsters. Are these people even human? In a split second, the whole mine was a mess. Only those villagers who were already inhuman and unlike ghosts were still doing the work in their hands like a machine. Moment by moment, even when he was called a monster, he was indifferent. Those of them who dared to resist were all killed long ago. The rest of these, nothing more than still having the luxury of being able to leave this place and return to the village to be with his family in his lifetime. Unfortunately, they don't realize that their village was destroyed last night. Quiet, loud voices rang out from the trebuchets hanging around the mine. Shinfei's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the megaphones. At this point, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding an umbrella appeared on a raised platform about 3 meters above his head. Shinfei recognized him. Katerina's assistant. A few days ago, that is, he had Shinfei and the others driving a van to deliver the tea. Shinfei whispered as he moved to the command room next to him. Keep an eye on the man on the high platform. He definitely knows where Katerina is hiding. Crowd. Gold Coin tapped his fingers against the gas mask with Polando. A thud sounded in the headset, signifying that they had received it. The man with the gold glasses tried to placate the Caucasian FSA. Listen carefully. You don't need to stay here too long. Just 1 day of work. You will not become monsters like them, but if you disobey. Shinfei didn't bother to listen to what he was narrating, but moved a little bit towards the control room not far away. Before he could get to the door, a gun was pointed at him and he snapped. Get back. Shinfei raised his head, and in front of him were 2 gun-toting Caucasian Freedom Army. And at this point he was less than 5 meters from the command room, able to be seen through the dusty windows. There was a beat-up computer inside, along with rudimentary controls for the stereo. Shinfei took out a pile of rubles from his body and said with a smile on his face covered by the gas mask, I have no intention of running. Do you have a cigarette? Have a cigarette. The two men looked greedily at the ruble in his hand. Everyone was originally from the same organization, and they weren't very wary of Shinfei. One of the men took the ruble without moving, waved his hand and said, "Go smoke it in the control room and stay out of sight. That's what I'm talking about." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth. In fact, it wasn't too difficult to silently take out the two people in front of him, but naturally, there was no need to risk it since he could go in. Shinfei walked into the room, turned his back to the two people outside, undid his gas mask, and began to operate the computer. He recorded a voice in a whisper while setting it to play in 1 minute. It took just under 3 minutes to do this. By the time Shinfei walked back to the crowd, the man with the gold glasses had already left, and the more than 100 Caucasian Freedom Army, too, began to work one after another. It's not a complicated thing to do. It's all about rummaging for radioactive material from the various things sent up from below. It's similar to picking up scraps from a jade quarry. Gold Coin pretended to work and whispered, "I've just observed it. There's a small door next to it, and the man with the gold glasses should be inside." "What next?" Shinfei replied in a low voice. "Wait for them to make a scene." The minute passed quickly. Without warning, the loudspeaker in the mine went off again. "Villagers of Varzai, I regret to inform you of the fact that your village was occupied yesterday by the Caucasian FSA. Your families have been killed and the village has been blown to rubble." Two very blunt sentences without any emotion. But, just two simple words like that. But it made the villagers in the mine cave, who were already no different from the zombies, put down the work in their hands unanimously. The guards are panicking, hurriedly rushed into the control room, but there was no one inside. Bang! A junior leader of the Caucasian FSA pulled the trigger and yelled, "What are you looking at? Get to work! Anyone who dares to stop again, I'll shoot him right away." Seeing the way he handled it, Shinfei secretly shook his head and cursed his brainlessness. "Silly boy, do you really think that the villagers, who have to suffer the pain of body decay all the time, are still afraid of death? Perhaps you should have told them that it was fake news just now to be a little more useful." The villagers really didn't listen to them, but fled around like crazy, and in the process, I don't know who shouted, "Fight them!" The zombie-like villagers began to attack the Caucasian soldiers around them. Hundreds of people mingled together, causing the surrounding watchmen to be afraid to shoot at all. More importantly, the Caucasian soldiers who were being used as laborers had no weapons on them at all and were not willing to have any physical contact with these people, because no one knows if the mucus coming out of those people's festering wounds is infectious or not. All of a sudden, there was chaos. Of course, Shinfei knew what they were thinking, kicked away the villagers who were rushing towards him, and yelled, "Chao Nima, stay away from me. I don't want to get infected with your radiation and turn into a monster just like you." It's a rumor that, with rumors of fear, and in this environment, nothing spreads faster than rumors. Hundreds of people became even more confused, and already some villagers were attacking the gun-toting Caucasian soldiers with stones on the ground. The soldiers, on the other hand, are just running for their lives. Click! Just then, the door located on the platform above the heads of the crowd opened again and a heavy machine gun was pushed out, followed by a trigger pulled on the crowd. Bang! Bang bang bang! The bullets tilted out, and in an instant a dozen or so bodies were blown apart, blood accompanied by mucus flying up into the air and falling back down again. The crowd went quiet for a moment. The man with the gold glasses appeared and snapped, "Don't believe those bull ***** rumors. Your families are still alive and well." Shinfei shouted as he walked away, "Put your mother's ass on the line. If you're capable, you'll let me make a call home. I don't believe that you dare to kill all of us." The scene became chaotic once again. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses tried to find the person who had just made the noise, but everyone was dressed similarly and it was hard to recognize them at all. The man in charge of the heavy machine gun looked to him and inquired, "Boss, still shooting?" Snap! The man with the gold glasses slapped him across the face and cursed angrily. Off. It must have been one of Wagner's men who got mixed up in this. Gather everyone and find them. Hurry! The leader next to him quickly did what he was told. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses took out his walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. "MS, Katerina, his voice crunched to a halt, as a pistol had been placed against his head. The man behind him reached for the walkie-talkie and took a deep breath. "It's been a long time, MS, Katerina, 62, Razor, send my regards." The intercom went silent, with only the sound of a slight electric current ringing out. "It's getting messier and messier in the mines." Those villagers grabbed guns and fierce fighting broke out with the Caucasian FSA. The Caucasian Freedom Army on the periphery heard the commotion and were all massing towards the hollow, but they didn't dare to start the massacre straight away until they got the order to do so. It's still up to these villagers to unearth the radioactive material. If the villagers are all dead, it's up to the Caucasian FSA to fill in. Finally, Katerina's emotionless voice rang out. Mr. Razor, reconcile, take your teammates, and leave the Caucasus. The Marinkas, still your friends. For her, the priority was to deliver the Chechen Union on time. In case of default, one never knows what those lunatics will do, Shinfei said with a smile on his face. What a sensible choice. The trading place is in the mountains 500 meters to the west of T Mountain. Ms. Katerina, I would like you to take my crew and show up with them. Shinfei didn't talk any more nonsense with her and pointed his gun at the man with the gold glasses and said, have the car parked at the entrance of the mine and send us out. Don't make any small moves. Do you hear me? The man with the glasses nodded slowly. Under his leadership, the group followed another passageway and quickly walked towards the exit of the mine. Shinfei really liked these rich people more and more. They have a lot of worries. They can't afford to gamble. They look incomparably strong on the surface, and when they really encounter those who don't want to die, they will be abashed. Unlike the poor, who really dare to fight for their lives. An SUV was parked right at the main entrance of the mine. Shinfei let the man with glasses drive, while he himself sat in the passenger side. Gold Coin and Palando mingled with the fleeing crowd, but didn't choose to get on the bus. When the SUV drove away from the abandoned base, several helicopter gunships lifted off at the same time, not far behind their heads. The man with the glasses glanced at the helicopter gunship in midair and voiced, Mr. Razor, you know. Snap. Shinfei smashed the butt of his gun on his head. The glasses instantly crumbled and blood trickled down his forehead. Shinfei said in a deep voice, don't give me this ing. Are you trying to say that I messed with someone I shouldn't have? I'm telling you, whoever wants me dead, I'll let him die first. Hear me? The man with glasses hurriedly put on his glasses, without the slightest bit of his previous calmness and composure, and hurriedly nodded his head and said, listen, understood. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully, lousy likes to see you so-called superior people reveal your current appearance, pretend again and you to death. The man with the glasses clenched his teeth and didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with a touch of sinister venom. You think I can't see? Shinfei steadied the steering wheel with one hand and pulled the trigger at his head without hesitation. Bang! The glasses guy's head burst open like a watermelon, spilling yellow and white all over the compartment in one fell swoop. Shinfei kicked open the main driver's door and threw him out, not caring if he was dirty or not. He himself sat on the main driver. At that moment, Katerina's exasperated voice rang out over the car's intercom. Asshole, what did you do? Why did you kill him? There was no surveillance in the car, but the helicopter gunships in midair had a clear view of everything. Shinfei drove forward unhurriedly and pressed the intercom to scold. This is what happens when you pretend to be a bully in front of me. Ms. Katerina, you could have had those helicopters attack me if you were offended. Do you have the guts? Since I know where your CS-137 oxide base is located, I have ways to make you not be able to dig out a single gram. Go ahead. Get me. Silence on the other end of the intercom again. Although there was no sound, Shinfei could imagine how furious the opposite side was if he wanted to. There were a total of 6 people in the 7th team, excluding 1 dead and 1 captured. There should be 4 more people, but now only Shinfei appeared. Katerina really didn't dare to bet, because any one of those 3 guys could have called the 58th group and told them that someone was digging up radioactive material in the Caucasus. The consequences are unimaginable. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was still no sound from the opposite side, Shinfei continued to curse. If you don't dare to bet, let those damn helicopter gunships disappear from my eyes. There was still no sound on the intercom, but soon, the helicopter gunship disappeared from Shinfei's field of vision. After driving for about 7 or 8 minutes, Shinfei stopped the car, stood in the front of the car with a big grin, and lit a cigarette. Not for long, Katerina approached with a squad of 20 to 30 heavily armed elites, as well as Nefertus. The parties were about 20 meters apart. Shinfei looked at Nefertus' state. Not bad, at least from the looks of it. There wasn't much of a grueling interrogation. It's not like she's being asked for any statements or clues, so there's little point in making things difficult for her. According to Katerina's original plan, a single bullet would have killed the last sniper after Squad 7 was taken out by the Caucasian FSA. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that things would come to this. Katerina stared at Shinfei, her eyes still carrying a strong sense of doubt to this day, as well as having too many things she couldn't figure out. Why does he have surveillance video of his grandfather? How did he find the abandoned base where he was digging for radioactive material? There are so many mysteries surrounding this man. Shinfei looked at Katerina's pretty figure and said playfully, Miss Katerina, pondering what? Katerina said coldly, Mr. Razor, you're really impressing me. I'm curious, why did you, once or twice, turn down an invitation from the Malenko family that we weren't sincere enough? Of course it's because you're almost done playing. Shinfei smiled. People have their own aspirations. There is no way to force them. Ms. Katerina, You are beautiful and the sexiest of all the women I have ever met. Even if we don't join you, we can actually be friends. But you killed my captain. Click. Hearing Shin Fei's words, the 24 heavily armed elites behind Katerina all raised their guns and aimed at him. Katerina said with a cruel smile on her face, "So what? The weak come into this world and are meant to be toyed with by the strong. Like you are now. I can let you go, or I can kill you right now." Mr. Razor, don't challenge my patience again and again, Shin Fei asked rhetorically. On what grounds? Just because you're outnumbered? Katerina nodded rightfully. Yeah, just by the fact that I'm outnumbered. And you do have the Narankas in your possession. And know about the abandoned base where we dig for radioactive material. These are the capitals that allow you to stand here and communicate with me. But don't ever think that having these things makes you worthy of conversing with me as an equal. You are nothing but a war hyena, nothing more. The corners of Shin Fei's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but reach out and applaud. Ms. Katerina, I understand your logic. The remaining Caucasian FSA, all of them are at the base subduing those villagers, and you only have about 24 people right now. Which, according to your logic, means that as long as I outnumber you, I can kill you? As if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, Katerina sneered. Kill me? I'm sorry, but the Ural Federation hasn't. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he saw Shin Fei pull the trigger at the sky. A loud sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers appeared in the surrounding grass. Hundreds of blackened guns were aimed at Katerina and her entourage. For a moment, those elite members who were originally full of aura and thought they had an absolute advantage all panicked. Shin Fei didn't give them time to react and pressed his headset. Finish them off and leave Katerina behind. Ta-da, da-da-da-da. Hundreds of people fired at the same time, instantly knocking the 24 elite squad members, all of them, into a sieve. The only ones still standing were two. Katerina rushed to hold the bound Nefertus at gunpoint, a look of utter confusion on her face. Not buddy, you, is it the Monkey King? Being hunted for 2 whole days. Where did so many people change from? 63. Surprise, surprise, surprise? The intense gunfire drew the attention of the Caucasian soldiers at the base. Looking down from Shin Fei's heights, there was already a squad touching over, numbering around 70 to 80. The helicopter gunships lifted off again. Unfortunately, before they could get close, several RPGs were fired into the sky. One of them hit the helicopter gunship with precision, bursting into a brilliant spark in the sky instantly. Umarov knew it was time for him to perform and said solicitously, Mr. Razor, I will hold off the Freedom Army scumbags for you, so please feel free to do your work. Shin Fei nodded slowly. As long as you're not attacking the base and setting the battlefield in the jungle, then the two sides are about the same. And, the Mountain Hawk Jihad Union is now on the defense, and the Caucasian Freedom Army is on the offensive side instead. As for the remaining 2 helicopter gunships, if they wanted to attack directly without ground markings, they would need to lower their altitude and get into the range of the RPGs and Stinger manpads. For a while, they didn't dare to act rashly. It was also at this time of confusion that Big Bear, Gold Coin, and Palando appeared behind Shin Fei, staring at Katerina expressionlessly. Shin Fei said playfully, Ms. Katerina, the situation seems to be not quite the same as what you imagined. Now, what are you going to do? Katerina gritted her teeth, her face reddening, and cursed in a low voice. Damn hyena. What the hell do you want? Shin Fei, who was scolded, did not have half a change of expression on his face, and said softly, Before, I wanted to take on a mission, earn some money, and live a dashing life, but now, I want to kill you. Katerina hid behind Nefertus, pointing the gun at her head, and lost her voice as she laughed. Razor, you're too much of a joker. Do you know what happens when you kill an oligarch's granddaughter? I tell you, either you, or your teammates hiding somewhere, will be found and killed by Marinko's assassins. That's right, even in today's situation, Katerina still didn't feel that Shin Fei dared to kill herself, because behind her stood the entire Malenko family. Looking at the entire Ural Federation, no one would dare to lay a finger on her. Even if the king wanted to deal with their family, he would have to think long and hard about whether or not he could afford the cost before he could make a move. This, then, is the confidence of the oligarchs. Bang! Shin Fei pulled the trigger at the sky. The loud sound of the gunshot startled Katerina's body, which tightened violently and shook twice. Her body was truly perfect, especially in the light of the moon. It was as holy as a work of art. Shin Fei playfully pointed his gun at Nefertus, who was in her way, and suddenly said, Nefertus, I'm going to shoot through your lungs, and you'll probably die in the process. Can we accept the result? Nefertus nodded vigorously as she was stunned. Katerina sneered, Don't scare me with these things. Razor, you're just the most common mercenary. A hyena raised by a king. How dare you? Bang! Shin Fei pulled the trigger again. this time firing the most penetrating all-metal armored rounds in the magazine. The bullet passed easily through Nefertis' lungs and followed into Katerina, who was pressed against her back. The gun went off at the same time. Baron Palando quickly rushed up to catch the staggering Nefertis and quickly began to stop her bleeding. Katerina fell to the ground, never dreaming that Shinfei dared to shoot and was so dry. Isn't he afraid of reprisals? Doesn't he realize that? Herself as the eldest princess of the Marenko family? Why is he so bold? Asshole. Katerina fought through the excruciating pain and raised her hand, ready to pull the trigger. Unfortunately, standing in front of her was a mercenary with legendary archery skills. Shinfei fired before her, the bullet hitting Katerina's wrist with precision. Bang! The bullet passed through the slender white bowl of the white, and then the whole hand holding the gun fell to the snow. Katerina's mournful scream rang out. Shinfei walked to her side and curiously surveyed the diamond ring carried on the broken hand, followed by a slight change in his face. From his close-fitting training uniform, he took out the diamond ring he had been given earlier and compared it to it, realizing that it was exactly the same. Shinfei clearly remembered that Katerina had once told him that this diamond ring was very expensive, a unique existence in the world, and that it cost 700,000 rubles to buy it in the first place. He's really pissed off, even angrier than when Righteous Eye was sacrificed. Shinfei took off the diamond ring from his severed hand and put two of them in front of Katerina, questioning in a cold voice. Explain? I'll damn well let you explain what's going on here. Katerina clenched her teeth and didn't say anything, and rightly so. Shinfei viciously threw the diamond ring into the snow, raised his gun and said, "Rich people like you, even if you bring something even cheaper, people will think it's real. Miss Katerina, you have deceived me. You have deceived the pure nature of an innocent teenager willing to trust others." Katerina covered the wound of her broken hand and endured the excruciating pain. "Oh, Razor, you'll soon realize just what kind of crazy thing you've done. I'll be waiting for you in hell. I'm sure you'll come to me soon." Having said that, Katerina clenched her teeth violently, and soon a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Shinfei frowned slightly and broke open her mouth to take a look, finding that one of the teeth was movable, which should have poison hidden inside. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* head to prevent her from dying incompletely. Then from her body, he found the satellite phone. When that was done, Shinfei looked not far away and asked, "What's the situation with Nefertus?" Palando shook his head and said, "It's bad. We need to get to the nearest hospital quickly for treatment." Shinfei looked at the Freedom Army and Mountain Eagle Alliance that had exchanged fire in the distance and said, "Go, retreat." The group got into the SUV and traveled quickly through the jungle. The gunshots were getting farther and farther away from them, but the expressions on the faces of several of the men did not relax in the slightest. Katerina is absolutely right. By offending the Malenko family, their lives are the same as if the countdown has already begun. As for running, oh, if they can run, can their wives and families run? Gold Coin, who was in charge of driving the car, annoyingly lit a cigarette and said to Shinfei, who was on the passenger side, "Razor, thank you for avenging Righteous Eye. I'll get you to the border later. You run. There's no need to be buried with us." The rest of them didn't say anything. Shinfei took out his satellite phone and said with a smile, "It's not my character to run away after pretending and throw away your wives and families to die. And, who says we killed Katerina? We're here to protect her." Shinfei dialed the 102 alarm number under the puzzled gazes of several people. Toot. Soon, the phone was answered and a woman's professionalized voice rang out. "This is the alarm desk. May I ask you?" Shinfei didn't let her finish her sentence and said in a deep voice, "Listen carefully, I'm not joking with you. Immediately tell the 58th Group Army that in their jurisdiction, there's an abandoned Red Star Alliance nuclear test base, which contains at least 500 kilograms of radioactive material. Right now the Caucasus Freedom Army is at war with the Mountain Eagle Jihad Union at the coordinates." The responding officer originally thought it was a nuisance call, but when she subconsciously entered the coordinates provided by Shinfei into the computer, after looking at the address on it, she violently stood up and anxiously shouted, "Team leader, there is an important situation to report to you." 64. The lieutenant general came out and Shinfei was noticed by the really big people for the first time. The originally lively answering hall was instantly silent, and the team leader ran all the way to the computer. Many gazes from the neighborhood also looked over. The responding officer pointed to the coordinates above and said, "Team leader, someone just reported that large-scale fighting has broken out in the area. The two sides fighting are the Caucasian Freedom Army and the Mountain Eagle Jihad Union. I suspect it has something to do with the explosion 2 days ago. 2 days ago there was an unusual explosion in the Caucasus, where more than 3.5 Roentgens of radioactive material were detected at the site. Once something like this appears, whatever country it is will be on high alert. It's just that after 2 whole days of investigation, apart from knowing that it's related to the Caucasus Freedom Army, they didn't find out much useful information. The Caucasus is too big. Trying to catch a group of roving terrorists in a vast mountain forest is undoubtedly a fool's errand. The team leader asked anxiously. Did the phone hang up? The receiver nodded. The other party told us to contact the 58th Group Army immediately, and then hung up. Call back and lock onto his location. The team leader finished his explanation and rushed to his front, picking up the phone and starting to report upwards. Northern Caucasus, 58th Army Group, 42nd Motorized Infantry Division Command. In the office, the room was filled with the top brass of the 58th Army, and sitting at the main seat of the conference table was the current commander of the 58th Army, Lieutenant General Alexei Vladimirovich Petrov. The rest of the people who get to sit at the conference table start at the rank of lieutenant colonel at the smallest. Petrov gazed around the room and said in a deep voice, 48 hours? Exactly 48 hours have passed, and you still haven't investigated what really happened. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped everyone's head. Ordinary skirmishes wouldn't have alerted so many higher-ups, but CS-137 oxide is different. No exaggeration. All it takes is 10 kilograms of CS-137 oxide, exploding in certain sensitive places, to cause a war directly within the Federation. Dirty bomb, the treasure that countless terrorist organizations have dreamed of, is likewise the most sensitive biochemical weapon among various federations. Petrov murmured, Speak, and tell me what new developments you've made in the last 2 days. Brigade Commander Dmitry gritted his teeth and spoke up. Commander, all we can find out so far is that it was Wagner's mercenary squad that supplied the Caucasus Freedom Army with the biochemical weapons, and that a fight broke out halfway through for some reason. I think that would be the truth. Petrov glared at him and chortled. Where did a few mercenaries get that much radioactive material from? Or do you think this whole thing was done by the Wagner hierarchy? Brigadier Dmitry shook his head hastily. Commander, I didn't mean it that way, but other than that, I can't find any other more reasonable explanation. Their mission this time is to protect Ms. Katerina of the Marenko family. We can't suspect that it's a bunch of media guys working on nuclear weapons, can we? The conference room fell silent. Actually, we all understand how the commander thinks. The fire can burn on anyone, but it just can't burn on Wagner, because the king wouldn't want to see that. If the evidence is solid, so be it. If they do report up the chain of command on the current progress, the end result will not be Wagner, and no one will be able to afford the consequences. Snap, snap. Just as everyone was thinking about the next direction of the investigation, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Lieutenant General Petrov murmured, Enter. It was unlikely that a meeting at their level would be disturbed if it wasn't something heavenly. The door to the office was pushed open, and the major guard came up next to Petrov, saluted, and said, Reporting to the commander, I've just received a message from the police, who say that a report has been made that large-scale fighting has broken out in the vicinity of the Krasnodar 7 kibbutz. The combatants are the Caucasian Freedom Army and the Mountain Eagle Jihad Union. What? Upon hearing this news, a rare look of shock appeared on Petrov's face. I'm looking for you all over the mountain. How dare you cause trouble? The eyes of the rest of the senior officers flashed with a fierce color. I've been holding my breath for 2 whole days, and I'm worried that I won't be able to find a chance to take it out. The guard continued. According to the caller, the two sides are fighting over the Red Star Alliance's abandoned base, which contains at least 500 kilograms of radioactive material. A recording of the caller's phone call was brought in. Swish! The instant he heard about the 500 kilograms of radioactive material, Petrov jerked out of his chair and without the slightest bit of nonsense, said dryly, the 42nd Motorized Infantry Division, the 20th Motorized Infantry Division, all of them, move out immediately. The 943rd Multiple Launch Rocket Regiment gives me immediate area targeting. Within 2 hours, I want to see them on their knees in front of me. Good man. 2 extremist groups in the district, 2 divisions and a rocket artillery regiment. With that kind of firepower, you could take down several countries in the Middle East or Africa. But no one will think it's an exaggeration that, because as long as radioactive substances are involved, not to mention a few hundred kilograms, even a few dozen kilograms, it is possible to get into big trouble. Yes, promise to finish the job. Yes, the senior generals present rose, saluted, and scrambled out of the conference room. There's only so many of them. If you don't grab it, you really won't be able to. Soon, the only people left in the conference room were a few chiefs of staff from the group's military staff, as well as a few civilians. LT, General Petrov murmured, play the recording of the alarm. Yes, the guard led, plugged the flash drive into the computer, and began to select it for playback. Shinfei's voice rang out. It's short, no unnecessary nonsense. When it finished playing, LT, Gen. Petrov looked to the chief of staff next to him and said, it doesn't sound like the Urals Federation. It sounds like a foreigner speaking Russian. What do you think? The chief of staff picked up the pile of information on his desk and rummaged through it to find one of them, laying it on his desk. That should be him. LT. General Petrov looked at the profile, which showed an Asian face in his mid-20s with the name Shinfei, new to Wagner not long ago, codename Razor. On top of that, there is a detailed profile of Shinfei. No way. Before Shinfei obtained the system, he was an ordinary young man, without the ability to disguise themselves. Of course there was no need for that, and anyway, being alone and having grown up in an orphanage, there was nothing to fear from an investigation. Petrov had only scanned Shinfei's profile earlier, and when he saw the chief of staff bring it up again, he asked in a puzzled voice, "What's so strange about him?" "Just a Wagner recruit." The chief of staff pointed to the recent report on the file and said, "But you mustn't forget that this young man exterminated an entire gang with a Glock pistol, killing nearly 50 people in all, and he joined Wagner less than a week ago, and he's already a member of the elite squad. Now, he was the one who initiated the call. I don't know what he's trying to do or what's going on in the Caucasus in the last 2 days, but I assure you, finding him will tell us everything, and the fastest way to get to him is for you to contact Mr. Volkov, the founder of Wagner." Petrov's brow furrowed slightly as he asked rhetorically, "Chief of staff, you should know, the king does not allow us to have any private contact with Wagner. They're just a bunch of hyenas. We're the fist that protects this country." The chief of staff nodded and said, "Then we'll just have to contact the king and admit that there's no way for you to figure out what's going on in the Caucasus, in the time frame he's set." Petrov was silent for a moment, looked to his guard and said, "Contact Volkov and tell him that 58th Army Group wants to talk to him." 65. I'm a Wagnerian mercenary, codename Razor. The buggy raced through the mountains of the Caucasus. Nephthys was unconscious, and although the bleeding had stopped, her face was pale, her pupils slightly dilated, and she was in very bad shape. Polando ripped open the first aid kit, pulled out the rubber tubing it contained, quickly fitted the needle, and said in a hushed voice, "Bear." Bear had already stripped off his clothes and without any nonsense, simply raised his arms. Polando inserted the needle into the crook of his elbow, clutched the transfusion hose in his left hand and began squeezing it regularly, waiting until everything was ready and then jabbing the other end of the needle into the middle of Nefertis' artery. The blood slowly began to flow towards Nefertis' body because of the pressure. Goldcoin saw this scene through the rearview mirror and hurriedly asked, "How much longer?" "Half an hour at the most." Polando gave his judgment. Half an hour. Goldcoin glanced at the car's navigation. Even the nearest hospital would take at least 3 hours. It's too late. What to do? Everyone's expression became anxious, but no one bothered to blame Shinfei. In the situation just now, the slightest hesitation would be the end of death. No one does it better than Shinfei. Shinfei looked at the satellite phone in his hand and inquired, "Wagner doesn't have emergency assistance?" Goldcoin replied, "Yes, but the Caucasus region belongs to the territory of the 58th Group Army, and our planes can't just come in. Even if we contact the colonel now, it will take at least 2 hours. Buzz, buzz." Just at this time, the satellite phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number on it. Shinfei picked up the phone, but didn't speak. A middle-aged man's voice slowly rang out. "Someone from the 58th Group Army wants to see you." No heads or tails, no introductions, but when Goldcoin and the others heard this voice, the expressions on their faces instantly became grave. Polando whispered, "Razor, it's Volkov, our boss." Volkov? Shinfei hadn't seen each other much in the news. He just didn't expect to be able to communicate with each other so soon. He said in a hushed voice, "Yes, but one of my team members is injured and needs to be within half an hour." The voice sounded again. "They'll take care of everything. You just need to find an open spot to park." Goldcoin parked the SUV in a clearing. After the phone hung up, Shinfei reminded, "We can't fool the 58th Group Army. Just answer whatever they ask about these 2 days and tell the truth. But remember, we haven't seen Ms. Katerina since the battle began, much less killed her. All we're doing is preventing the radioactive material from getting into the hands of terrorists. Understand?" The three nodded heavily. Buzz. There was a roar in the sky as two Mi-26 transport helicopters pulled up next to them, rolling in gusts of wind. One of the helicopters rushed down with several military doctors carrying stretchers and wearing white coats, and without saying anything, they opened the doors and began to transfer and treat Nefertis. Shinfei turned his head and said, "Polando, you're with them." Polando nodded and followed the doctors to the transport helicopter. On top of the other helicopter, a group of soldiers came down to surround the SUV, led by a major. The major asked in a cold voice, "Who is Shinfei?" Instead of a codename, he was called by his name directly, and his attitude was nonchalant. It's pretty much an industry consensus that the regular army looks down on mercenaries. Shinfei stepped forward. The two soldiers took all the weapons he had on him and the major pointed to the transport helicopter and said, "You're coming with us." the two transport helicopters lifted off again. When he flew to an altitude of about 500 meters, Shinfei saw dozens of helicopter gunships hovering over the abandoned Red Alliance base. With hundreds of powerful lights shining on the area, it almost turned that area into daylight. The two extremist groups are no longer interested in fighting and are attempting to break out from all directions and leave the battlefield. Unfortunately, they didn't have God's perspective and didn't know that 7 or 8 encircling circles had formed outside, so even if they could fly, it was impossible for them to escape. Shinfei withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes, thinking about how to deal with the people from the 58th Group Army later. What he's doing is actually dangerous, and basically falls into the category of jumping back and forth on red herrings. It's okay to deal with him, it's okay not to deal with him. It all depends on the other person's heart. After a flight of more than 10 minutes, the transportation helicopter landed in the middle of the barracks. Under the major's leadership, Shinfei separated from Gold Coin and the others and was brought to an empty room on the 7th floor. Wait here. The major left those words and turned to leave. Shinfei walked to the window and looked at the military camp at night. Let's just say that it was worthy of being an ace unit, with all kinds of new equipment, and several levels above Wagner's branch in Petersburg. Click. The sound of a door opening sounded behind him. Shinfei turned around and realized that there was a middle-aged man standing at the doorway who was about 50 years old, with a head of white hair and a slim figure, and the rank on his shoulder is Major General. For the current Shinfei, battalion commanders were already considered big shots, and big people like that, they have a bunch of people under them. It was just that Shinfei couldn't figure it out. So you're such a big shot right off the bat? It seems that radioactive substances have a much greater impact than one might think. The Major General pushed up his glasses with a kind smile on his face. Introduce yourself. I'm the Chief of Staff of the 58th Group Army. You can call me Snow Eagle. It's obviously a code word. Moreover, this big man should be working as a politician. Very kind, and there is no frame on him at all. Without looking at the rank, even the major from earlier was more oppressive than him. Shinfei saluted and said, "Good day, Chief. I'm Wagner's mercenary, codename Razor." Snowhawk pointed to the chair and said, "Sit down and talk." The two men took their seats. Snowhawk asked seemingly casually, "Razor, you may not be too aware that the eyes of almost the entire Urals Federation have been watching the Caucasus for the past 2 days. I need to know what happened. You're a smart man, don't lie. There's no point." Yes, Shinfei took his seat and then began to recount everything that had happened since arriving in the Caucasus region. There's basically nothing to hide, except the real cause of Katerina's death. The Marenko family is so powerful that even in the 58th Group Army, the king's most trusted army, there may not be no one from them, maybe even say, the Snowhawk in front of me is related to them. The narration was long, but because the events of the past few days were so dramatic, Snow Eagle listened with interest, nodding his head every now and then. When Shinfei finished speaking, Snow Eagle lamented, "What a trip full of danger." Shinfei didn't say anything. Snowhawk looked into his eyes and slowly spoke out inquiringly. "What you just said was very helpful to us, and thank you for alarming us with the coordinates. One last question. Mr. Razor, did you kill Katerina?" Shinfei shook his head. "Of course not. How could I, a mercenary, kill off my own employer? Even if she tried to kill me, I would choose to forgive her." 4 eyes. After a full 10 seconds or so, Snowhawk nodded slowly and said, "You can go check on your teammate. I think you'd like to know how she's doing." "Thanks." Shinfei got up, opened the door to the room, and followed the 2 soldiers out. Room. Snowhawk pressed his headset and said in a deep voice, "Commander, it's basically certain that it's the Malenko family that's digging up the radioactive material, but unfortunately it's hard to directly identify the Malenko family since he killed Katerina. To be able to kill his way out of a desperate situation, this little guy called Razor is quite something." 66. Razor, will you be an honest mercenary? Hanging up, Rear Admiral Snowhawk took off his glasses and rubbed his nose wearily. Got the general direction figured out, but there are still a lot of details to work out. For example, on what basis could Shinfei, an ordinary mercenary from Wagner, persuade the head of the Holy War Alliance to provide him with help? Another example, by what means did Shinfei investigate the address where the Marenko family mined radioactive materials? But that's okay. These suspicions have been investigated by specialized personnel, and counting the time, the confession should be interrogated almost. Major General Snow Eagle was just about to go out the door when a major walked in and saluted before saying, "Chief, the leader of the Soaring Eagle Holy War Alliance just explained that he would help Shinfei because he had a USB flash drive in his hand." "A flash drive?" Snowhawk asked rhetorically. "What kind of flash drive and what's on it?" The major reported truthfully. According to his confession, it's a video of Igor talking to Katerina in his study, and what they were discussing was how to smear the Wagnerian mercenaries. "What? He still has this stuff?" Major General Snowhawk frowned slightly. He was an ordinary mercenary who couldn't even touch Igor. let alone install surveillance in the other side's study. And, if he already had such surveillance in advance, wouldn't it mean that all the accidents on this trip to the Caucasus were things that Shinfei had already anticipated? This guy's identity, it's not simple. Major General Snowhawk spoke up. Who else knows about this? The Major reported. There are 3 of them, including me, and I've already explained to them that the matter is encrypted at level 1. You did a good job. Major General Snow Eagle nodded and said, protect the leader of the Eagle Holy War Alliance, and don't let any accidents happen to him. Yes. The Major saluted and turned to leave the room. Snowhawk picked up the phone and called the commander again. When the call was answered, he repeated in detail what he had just grasped. After a moment of silence, the Lieutenant General Commander asked, that is to say, Shinfei may be one of the king's men or have received authorization from the Wagner hierarchy? Ostensibly just a protection operation, but actually utilizing this opportunity to expose the Marinkas? Rear Admiral Snowhawk thought for a moment and replied, Commander, maybe neither. And he could also be with the KGB, but whoever he is with, from the looks of things, he's going to be doing the same thing as the king. It's all about taking down the Marinkas. The Lieutenant General Commander asked again, what about the flash drive? Are we going to ask him about it? Ask or don't ask. There's a good chance there's another level of struggle involved behind the scenes. The bigger they are, the more they think sometimes. Can't really stop thinking about it. Those little darlings who don't want to use their brains, only to be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. It's not good enough not to ask. Now that we know, it's still necessary to ask. Major General Snowhawk sighed and said, but it can't be in the form of an interrogation. I'll go and sidestep it later. When you report the situation to the king, you can also subtly ask about Shinfei's identity, as well as the matter of the USB flash drive. Toot, toot. The phone hung up again. Major General Snowhawk stepped out of the room, looked at the guard at the door and said, go to the Caucasus Military Hospital and ask Dr. Constantine to rush over here. Tell him to be quick. Shinfei left the office building and, led by the soldiers, went straight to the field hospital. Nefertus had already been taken to the operating room, and the rest of the group, without even changing their clothes, sat on either side of the corridor waiting for the results. Seeing Shinfei, they all rose, although there was no clear order given. After this Caucasus mission, Shinfei was undoubtedly already the spiritual pillar of this squad. Shinfei inquired, how is the situation? Polando replied, 2 nurses just came out and I asked around. It's not looking too good. Nefertus is bleeding heavily. Lives will be saved, but it will be difficult to pursue a career as a mercenary in the future. An ordinary security mission, the death of a captain and the serious injury of a team member, which actually had a certain blow to Shinfei. More than once on his way to the hospital, he mentally reviewed the whole thing, striving to do better in the future. Goldcoin wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled. Razor, you've done a great job. If you hadn't been there for this operation, a few of us would have died. You saved us, no doubt. Polando nodded along and said, yeah, Razor, even as a veteran mercenary, I have to admit I'm not as good as you. And not being a mercenary isn't that scary. Bear was just talking to us, and when we get back, he's going to resign from Wagner and open a tavern down the street. Shinfei looked to Bear. Bear's ears had been rebandaged once more, and his face was wrapped in thick bandages, along with an empty arm that, with his strong body, gave him a strong cyberpunk vestigial feeling. He smiled and said, Razor, these last few days have been really exciting, and I'd love to keep the excitement going, but, I can't be a burden to you guys. I thought one arm would be fine, but as you can see, I can't even switch up the drums sometimes. All people who become mercenaries eventually want to leave the profession. Shinfei forgot who said this sentence, but at this time he felt that it was incomparably reasonable. He nodded slowly and said, well, I'll be frequenting your tavern when it opens. Of course. A relieved smile appeared at the corners of Bear's mouth as he said excitedly, I'll brew a beer with each of your names on it, a testament to our friendship. Gold Coin, who was standing by the window, took the flask from his person, poured a glass for each man, and toasted, to friendship, to every day of living. Several people raised their glasses at the same time and said in unison, to friendship, to living every day. After about an hour or so, a neat footstep sounded at the end of the corridor. The crowd looked up and saw that at the front of the line was Major General Snowhawk, followed by a doctor in a white coat and a dozen or so heavily armed guards behind him. Each of the guards carries a sense of oppression that makes you afraid to look at them. Even Shinfei and the others couldn't help but frown slightly. When he got closer, Major General Snowhawk turned his head and said, Dr. Constantine, please, duty calls. The medic saluted, pushed open the door to the operating room and stepped inside. Major General Snow Eagle turned his head to Shinfei and explained, the one just now is the Caucasus region, the best military doctor. Shinfei nodded, thank you, I don't like verbal thanks. Rear Admiral Snowhawk wagged his finger and murmured, I like honest friends. Razor, will you be an honest mercenary? Shinfei frowned slightly and did not speak. He could probably guess why the other man had come, and with so many guardsmen. Too bad. Umarov had too many men around him at the time to find a chance to assassinate him. It looks like the flash drive thing. It's going to be exposed? Major General Snow Eagle waited for a while, did not wait for Shinfei's answer, and without any nonsense, asked directly, Mr. Razor, I need the USB flash drive in your hand. For the love of Allah and your teammates, you should give it to me. Threats, naked threats, but it is biased that this is said in the person's position, so that no one can refute it. 67. The king is confused. Ha? What mercenaries? What's he talking about? The atmosphere in the corridor gradually became oppressive and heavy. Gold Coin and the others sensed the danger but couldn't do anything about it. This is the territory of the 58th Group Army, and the person is a Major General's chief of staff, so it's easy to want a few of them dead. In the presence of such a great man, Wagner's status could give them no help. From the moment he took out the flash drive, Shinfei knew that today's scene would occur. You have to turn it in. Shinfei spoke. Major General Snow Eagle, I'm not a member of the 58th Group Army. It's fine for you to want the USB flash drive, but I have a condition. Snowhawk nodded his head and said elegantly and confidently, no matter who is standing behind you, but please believe that in the Caucasus, trusting the 58th Army Group is your best bet. Say, what do you want? Shinfei pointed to the several team members behind him and said, I hope that you can send someone to protect the safety of their families, including our already sacrificed captain. Gold Coin and the rest of them all revealed surprised expressions, followed closely by strong gratitude. Whatever, it's all true that they offended the Marinkas. Even if people's families fought with the top brass as brutally as possible, there was still no shortage of ways to deal with them, or even just say the word and a lot of people will come after them. Since they had become mercenaries, they certainly weren't afraid of death. But not everyone is like Shinfei, without a soft spot. Major General Snow Eagle also did not expect Shinfei to make this offer, because based on their analysis, it seemed that this guy should be a cold-blooded and ruthless master who recognized money but not people. A teammate he worked with just once could make him pass up an opportunity to blackmail the top brass of the group? Or is it the power behind him that also wants the group to get this flash drive? Either way, Major General Snowhawk had no reason to refuse and nodded. Yes, 58th Group Army is happy to make that commitment. Within 10 years, no matter what happens to their families because of anything, the 58th Group will make the other side pay a heavy price. And that's a soldier's promise to you. Hearing this, Gold Coin and the rest of them all secretly sighed in relief. If the safety of the family can be guaranteed, then the rest doesn't matter. What about this family and that family? I'm afraid of you. Republic of No, Che, H, Chen, Chien. Border. In the jungle, less than 2 kilometers from the country of Gistan, thousands of Chechen soldiers from separatist organizations are hidden. In one of the command rooms, a man in his early 50s, with a thick beard and a black military cap, was listening to the report of his men. He is Gilzev, once the vice king of Nokian, now the leader of the Splinter Group. After listening to his men, he grimaced and said, asterisk 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 like the Malenko family, making us happy for nothing. Damn Wagner. Sooner or later I'm going to strap all their heads on top of RPG rockets and launch them into the king's palace in Moscow. He'd been waiting for tomorrow's deal to get the dirty bomb, and then he could attack the Gistani nation directly, opening up a second Uralic Confederation battle with Nokian. Even as early as half a month ago, he had pulled all his troops together. Never expected such a mess at this critical moment. The chief of staff standing next to him said tentatively, Boss, I suggest withdrawing our troops for the time being and wait for some time before we start our operation. How much longer do I have to wait? Gilzev glared at him, disgruntled. You told me to wait when I was vice king, and you told me to wait longer when I confronted Mastya. Now those assholes from the Ural Federation are offering a $10 million bounty to hunt me down. And you're making me wait? The chief of staff frowned. Boss, but if we go out now, we'll be treated as terrorists, and it's hard to win this war without a weapon to check the king. Gilzev snapped to his feet and said in a deep voice, when did I say I wasn't a terrorist? Since they are terrorists, they should do what terrorists do. No weapon to check the king? Tell those warriors in the Urals Federation to use blood and explosions to make those people realize that once a war starts, no one is ever left alone. Pass on my order to begin the attack on Gistan in 3 hours. Moscow, headquarters of the Marenko family. In the conference room, the large room was filled with the top brass of the Marenko family. The old man sitting at the main seat of the conference table is none other than Igor Valentinovich Marenko, now at the helm of Marenko and one of the 7 oligarchs of the Urals Federation. Toot. The waiting tone of the phone rang through the silent conference room. No answer. I called several more times. I couldn't get through. The middle-aged man put down his cell phone and frowned. Father, Your granddaughter Katerina has been confirmed dead, and none of those people in the Caucasus can be contacted. Hearing this, a look of despair flashed across the expression of the other middle-aged man in the room. There was no expression on Igor's face, but his increasingly icy eyes managed to give off an extremely oppressive feeling. After a moment's pause, Igor asked in a hushed voice, "Where is the hyena called Razor?" "Now," the middle-aged man replied, "taken away by the 58th Group Army. More information can't be found out for the time being. It should have been protected." "Father, what do we do next? If we don't do something, I'm afraid our family." Igor glared at him, and the middle-aged man didn't dare say the latter. The atmosphere in the conference room was subdued. No one had expected that the once so brilliant family, in just a few years, had been reduced to the point of being forced to the brink of extinction by a mercenary. Just as Igor was about to speak, the cell phone set before him suddenly rang. Seeing the number on it, Igor's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up the phone and chose to connect. "Igor, are you okay?" A man's hard voice rang out from the phone. Igor took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine, Your Majesty." "Oh." The man on the other end of the line responded casually and added, "I have something interesting here that I thought I should show you." "Well, how about a trip to the palace sometime?" "Done." Igor knew that what the king was referring to must be the flash drive that had mysteriously appeared. What to do? Before he had a chance to speak, the middle-aged man sitting next to him whispered, "Father, all outside are the king's close guards, forbidding all entry and exit. It's still come to this." Igor took a deep breath with a cold smile on his face and muttered, "Mr. King, you can do so much with just a small mercenary. I admit that it was the Malenko family that underestimated you. You're right, it's time for us to talk." "Ha? What mercenary? What is he talking about?" The king was filled with confusion, but still kept his voice absolutely calm and said, "I'm sure this will be a pleasant conversation. I'll meet you at the palace." Toot, toot. The phone hung up. Igor rose from his chair, straightened his clothes and exhaled a soft cloudy breath and said, "I'm going to the palace now. You guys do what I arranged earlier. Remember, I can't die as long as the hearts of those media people are still with the Marenkas." The crowd in the conference room nodded slowly. Igor didn't finish the second half of his sentence. "Death may or may not be possible, but I'm afraid the media empire he's been running for so many years is about to go up in flames with tonight's conversation." 68. Terrorist attack? "I haven't killed anyone in 3 days. Nefertis's surgery lasted a total of 4 hours and was still unconscious when he was wheeled out. As with Palando's earlier judgment, his life was saved, but because of the severe damage to his lungs, he will definitely not be able to work as a mercenary in the future." "ICU Intensive Care Unit entrance," Goldcoin said in a hushed voice. "Nephthys doesn't need us to worry about it. I think we should discuss what to do next." "Razor, the 58th Army Group is supposed to give the king the flash drive. Do you think that's what he'll do with the Igors?" The rest of them also looked at Shinfei. Although they were safe for the time being, the thought of the Marenko family's terrifying background was enough to make them sleepless. Shinfei replied, "The Marenko family has offended not only the king, they have also falsely accused Wagner. Without accidents, they should have a hard time surviving this. Rats scatter from a sinking ship. Even if they still have the power to deal with us, the level shouldn't be too high." The crowd nodded silently. Goldcoin was just about to say something when suddenly a violent explosion was heard. The ground began to shake as if it were an earthquake. The four men looked at each other and quickly ran to the safe passage, looking through the glass to the direction where the explosion had gone off. Under the darkness of the night, tens of kilometers away from the violent continuous explosions, fire and light in the sky, looks like a fierce war broke out. "What's the situation?" Polando frowned. "Northwest. Where is Gistan? Someone attacking Gistan?" Not to mention him. The others were all filled with shock, looking at the movement and scale of the explosion. "The other side has at least a division's worth of troops." "Caucasus, a full division? Attacking Gistan?" When these three conditions are linked together, the same two words appear in almost everyone's head. Chechnya. They are the only ones who have the guts and the strength to do so. Goldcoin couldn't help but curse. These Chechen people are still really dead set on starting a war again. Emperor Russia Yang is still too weak. Shinfei counted the time, and it was indeed almost time for the second war, and lamented, "Don't worry for others. The accident really came, and God stood on the side of the Malenko family." That night, the 58th Army Group was lit up and put into a state of first-class combat readiness, with all soldiers ready to fight. At first light, the commander received orders to lead his troops and began to march toward Gistan. They didn't go on the offense first. The Urals is a federal state, kind of like the Warring States period in China. Ural calls himself the Prince of Zhou, with a group of small states below him. When a small country goes to war with each other, the Son of Heaven needs to mediate, but to actually intervene in the war, you have to wait for the outcome at the negotiation table. For the next few days, Shinfei had been collecting news about Moscow. It's pretty much what he thought it would be. The Marenko family has voluntarily sold all of its television stations and news companies to the Urals. Igor was deported for life. There's been a lot of speculation as to why the Marenkos did what they did, but even with the most outrageous guesses, no one would have thought that this matter would be related to a Chinese who was new to the mercenary industry. Beyond that, after the war began, the number of terrorist attacks in cities such as Moscow and Petersburg increased exponentially. The population was on edge and many wealthy people chose to seek refuge abroad. Real chaos descends. The war had nothing to do with Shinfei and the others. After 5 days of rest and recuperation in the hospital, they returned to Petersburg in a military airplane. Baron Nefutis were taken to the hospital while the remaining 3 drove to Wagner's base. The streets were very crowded with police, and squads on duty could be seen at almost every intersection, but there were very few pedestrians on the roads. It was able to be seen that the entire city had been put on a state of first-degree combat readiness. Goldcoin drove and looked at the bombed-out mall not far away and couldn't help but curse. These guys should really be sewn into pigskin and sent to a processing plant to be made into food. When you can't fight on the front lines, you like to stage terrorist attacks that only kids love. Polando laughed and teased. Thanks to them, otherwise I didn't realize that there were so many cops in Petersburg. Shinfei sat in the co-pilot and checked the systems page. He had gained so many skills at the moment that he should already be able to fight against an elite squad of Wagner's Petersburg if it was at the level of individual combat alone. But exactly how strong it is needs further testing. This war couldn't have come at a better time for the Malinki family. Just because the patriarch was kicked out of the country and the estates he relied on were sold to the king doesn't mean they're sitting ducks. I have to get stronger. Get stronger. Shinfei looked at the scenery that quickly swept by outside the car window, his mind calculating the next plan. When other people wanted to become stronger, it was nothing more than talent coupled with hard training. But not him, as long as he can kill. That's why Shinfei had been applying to join the war party for the past few days. That's right. Wagner was also in the war and pretty much ported on. The colonel denied his application to fight in the war on the grounds that Team 7, with only 3 combat units left and no captains, did not meet the requirements. If you must go to war, you can only do so as an ordinary soldier. There's no point, then. In reality, except for rare cases, the vast majority of troops at war are not much different from going to work. Fire at enemy positions when you're on point, not caring at all if you can hit anyone. When they were off duty, soldiers from both sides changed into ordinary people's clothes and would even chat with each other in some neutral city bars. There's no point in going to a fight like that, Shinfei secretly lamented. The one who has murderous intent towards me. It's just the Malenko family. I hope they can send more people to take revenge on me. Or, could I try going to them on my own accord? Thinking of this possibility, Shinfei shook his head. With the biggest properties of the Marenko family gone and their members concentrated in Moscow, it's still pretty hard to reach them. Polando glanced at Shinfei, who hadn't spoken since getting off the plane, and asked, Razor, are you thinking about the Marenkos? Shinfei nodded. Well, pretty much. It's not that I'm worried about revenge. It's mainly because I'm afraid they won't come. Goldcoin smiled and said, I reckon they can't care about us for the time being, and even if they would do it, odds are it wouldn't be in Petersburg. This is the territory of Lieutenant General Golovko, commander of the Petersburg garrison, and our colonel is on good terms with Lieutenant General Golovko. Shinfei knew that when he said colonel, he didn't mean the rank, but the head of the Petersburg branch of Wagner. Colonel is just a code name. Shinfei was just about to speak when he suddenly noticed that 3 or 4 SUVs appeared on the street corner and stopped at the entrance of a supermarket at a very fast speed, followed by a dozen or so heavily armed, burly men wearing black masks rushed into the middle of the supermarket. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion rang out and fire lit up the night sky of Petersburg. Both Goldcoin and Polando froze. Before they could make any reaction, they saw Shinfei open the car door and rush down, quickly loading the magazine for the tactical ghost pistol. With an excited smile on his face, and without looking back, he shouted, You guys go back to the base first. I'm going to run some personal errands. Sextuine, can someone explain to me how he spun it? When Polando and Goldcoin came back to their senses, Shinfei had already rushed across the road. Originally, the atmosphere in the car was quite low, but no one expected that Shinfei, who saw the terrorist attack, was like a chicken blood. Polando couldn't help but exclaim, A born mercenary. Go after them. Goldcoin grabbed the assault rifle in the car and kicked open the door and rushed down. Polando was a close second. The two rushed and finally caught up with Shinfei in front of the supermarket. The police patrolling nearby all rushed over, a dozen guns aimed at them, alert to their every move. After all, 3 people looked more like terrorists than the terrorists inside. Goldcoin pulled out his credentials and shouted, Wagner's, one of our own. Because of the lack of manpower, there has been some cooperation between the police department and Wagner, and the relationship is pretty good. There are also a number of members of Wagner's regular force currently patrolling the streets of Petersburg. The police officers breathed a sigh of relief as one of the leading captains inquired, "What are you going to do?" Shinfei pointed at the supermarket and said, "Go in and save people." "Or what?" The captain's men froze. "Good man, the sun came out of the west? Are all mercenaries so kind as to want to save lives?" He obviously didn't quite believe such a claim, and the police around him didn't exactly lower their weapons. Shinfei knew that if he didn't convince them, it would be difficult for him to enter the supermarket to finish off those terrorists and get the chance to win the lottery. He thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "There's nothing strange about it. You see a common man being bullied. Don't you stand up for him? Is it still human to see a common man being bullied and not stand up for him?" "Police captain, there's nothing wrong with the words, but isn't it a little strange coming from you?" At this point, the sound of gunfire in the supermarket became more intense as more and more customers ran out in panic and the scene became more and more out of control. The biased police were so poorly equipped that not many had the intention of offering themselves up, and simply stood guard at the entrance to the supermarket with their guns. "It's like you can wait out the terrorists. Cut the crap. Do you want to see them all dead?" Shinfei quickly ran forward. The police tried to stop it, but were stopped by the captain. Seeing this, Goldcoin and Palando did not hesitate for a moment and followed Shinfei, rushing into the supermarket against the crowd. A police officer whispered, "Captain, don't we care? Are you out of your mind? Their equipment isn't much better than yours." The captain glared at him and said in a deep voice, "Evacuate the crowd. Wait for the SWAT team to follow the army. Our firepower can't do it." Hearing such an order, the crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. Hooray, no need to go in there and fight for your life. Before he even entered the supermarket, Shinfei saw two terrorists standing on the stairs not far away, constantly strafing the crowd. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen men fell before them. These assholes don't go for the kill. They almost always aim for the crotch and thighs. There was a lot of wailing and screaming. Shinfei did not hesitate, raised the tactical ghost pistol, and dryly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, followed by the 2 terrorists standing on the steps, all of whom fell to the ground with bullets in their eyebrows. At this time, 3 more terrorists rushed out of the supermarket. Palando, who arrived later, raised his carbine and was ready to pull the trigger. Goldcoin warned loudly, "Don't shoot the vitals, leave it to Razor." "Ha? What the hell?" Palando didn't know why Goldcoin had said that, but the previous half-month of spending time together had indeed greatly increased the tacit understanding between them. He quickly pressed down on the muzzle of the gun, moving what had been the firing area of his chest down about 20 centimeters, and then pulled the trigger. Piu, piu. The sound of the silenced shots was so good that the 3 terrorists fell to the ground. Shinfei, almost at the same time, had also found the firing site, and after seeing where the terrorists had been shot, he also understood that this must have been Goldcoin's arrangement. It's a resourceful guy. Shinfei didn't hesitate and shot to get the kill. The system's beautiful beep sounded in Shinfei's mind. The trio rushed into the shopping section of the supermarket. There were no more customers here, only scattered bodies on the ground. The terrorists seemed to understand that a marksman had appeared in the supermarket, so they changed their tactics. Basically, you don't show your head and you don't make as much noise as possible. The large supermarket shopping area became silent all of a sudden. Trying to fight a long war? Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to play with you guys. Shinfei observed the environment and pressed his headset. Palando, go up to the 5th floor. Goldcoin, cover him. Yes, copy that. The 2 men's voices sounded almost simultaneously, and then together they began to climb the stairs along the safe passage. Suddenly, Shinfei felt a great danger coming from the top of his head. The kill resonance skill took effect. He snapped his head up, aiming directly at the location of the system Q while pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive shots were fired, and the terrorist, who was located behind a pillar on the 2nd floor, fell down the stairs. However, Shinfei's killing intent resonance skill didn't stop, but continued to show that the place where the terrorists fell was in danger. What's the situation? Shinfei couldn't figure out what was happening, but he wouldn't question the system, and without the slightest hesitation, he quickly ran in the opposite direction. Boom! It was also less than 5 seconds after he left that the area where the killing intent resonance prompted exploded violently. A huge wave of air washed over the airwaves while spilling what was on top of them into mid-air. Shinfei hid behind the load-bearing wall and sat on the ground with a touch of post-robbery celebration on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These guys are all dead soldiers. They're all carrying explosives. That's not right. Killing intent resonance. Isn't it only effective on people? Shinfei changed into a new magazine and wondered in his heart, subconsciously checking the system. Then he realized that his skills had been upgraded. According to the profile above, a new addition is mind perception, as well as a more comprehensive sense of killing intent. That meant that as long as someone within 30 meters generated killing intent, even if it wasn't directed at him, Shinfei could clearly feel it. the ones aimed at him were red, and the ones not aimed at him were other colors. As an example, if someone within 30 meters had murderous intent towards the gold coins, then the same color as the gold coins would emanate from the other person. This is awesome. Not only can it be applied on the battlefield, even other occasions are good, especially for catching spies or undercover agents. Just as Shinfei was studying the system's newly upgraded skills, Palando's voice sounded in his earphone. Razor, there are 4 men on the second floor running toward your location, ready to surround you. Meanwhile, within Shinfei's killing intent resonance interface, the positions of 4 people also appeared. No hesitation. Without hesitation. When the 4 people were about to approach the load-bearing wall where Shinfei was hiding, and they all revealed their shooting horizons, Shinfei decisively probed and continuously pulled the trigger, because the enemy is in a different location. Shinfei looked as fast and precise as a pointer when he was shooting rapidly. The gun went off. People pour. The police captain who rushed in saw the scene and couldn't help but curse. Suka don't list. Can someone explain to me how he spun up? 70 that mercenaries are becoming so righteous? In less than 15 minutes, the supermarket was cleared of all terrorists. The army and the SWAT team that arrived later were all confused. What's going on? Didn't they say the terrorists were numerous and well-armed? Ordinary patrol cops are this good? After they realized that it was Wagner's elite squad that had struck, each expression turned even stranger. Have mercenaries become so righteous these days? Willing to do a job without paying? After a brief hesitation, they began to enter the supermarket to clear the battlefield and rescue the people. The police captain walked up to Shinfei's trio and saluted solemnly. Thank you. If you hadn't stepped in today, the casualties would definitely have been more severe. Please don't worry. I will apply for the bonus from above. Shinfei shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Comrade Captain, you haven't sent me the bonus from the last bank robbery. The captain cop and the few cops standing next to him all froze for a moment before realization dawned on them. It's him? The Chinese guy who took out all the robbers with a Glock over half a month ago? In the eyes of foreigners, Chinese people all look alike, and it's normal that they can't recognize them for a while. The captain police officer said excitedly, It's you. This society really lacks men rich in justice like you too much. On behalf of the police department, I would like to express my gratitude to you once again. Snap. This time, it was all the cops saluting at the same time. Seeing justice twice in a row. Such a spirit is too rare in today's Ural Federation. Even the surrounding populace who had survived the calamity looked at Shinfei with grateful gazes. They had all seen the battle just now, and knew that if it wasn't for the presence of the 3 of them, there was a high probability that they would have died. Palando lamented. Razor, it feels good to be the good guy once in a while. Is that why you chose to step in? Shinfei smiled and shook his head without explaining too much and walked straight out. Gold Coin and Palando followed him. Wherever they went, both the police and the military, as well as the people, would actively retreat to the sides, giving them a passage. Just as he was about to leave the supermarket, an icy voice rang out, Stop. The 3 stopped and Shinfei looked back. The speaker was a man carrying the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder. In his early 30s, wearing a straight police uniform and sunglasses. At his side stood a young lieutenant colonel in uniform. The Ural Federation is different from China. The police and the army use a set of military ranks. Seeing this scene, the police captain frowned slightly and hurriedly ran to the major officer, explaining, Commissioner Norwich, they are Wagner's mercenaries. They were the ones who struck just now. Norwich glared at him, and the captain dutifully kept his mouth shut. Shinfei looked at Norwich. It was true that he did not know the other party, but the killing intent resonance showed that he had killing intent towards himself. Revenge so soon? It's kind of fun. Norwich waved his hand and said, Take these suspects back to the station. The cops following him were stupid. The captain took 2 quick steps, stopped everyone with open arms and said in a hushed voice, Chief Norwich, they're not suspects. They're. Norwich grimaced and said coldly, You're teaching me something? The captain was stunned. Norwich continued, How can you be sure that they're not here to silence them? Impossible. Captain said in a firm tone, The bank robbery case half a month ago. It was also that Chinese gentleman. Without waiting for Norwich to speak, a police officer in a well-pressed suit behind him said in a cold voice, Ivanov, when do we need to explain our work to you in the criminal division? I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my way. A flash of hesitation flashed across the captain's face, but in the end, he moved to stand in front of them, including the rest of the police who had gathered around. One of the young policemen looked at Shinfei and warned in a low voice, Hurry up. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Anyone can see that Norwich is simply targeting Shinfei. Although they didn't know why, none of them wanted the hero to shed both blood and tears and not get any bonus. Norwich's face went completely cold. The nearby criminal police all gathered around, and there were already people with pistols drawn, waiting for orders from their superiors at any time. The Rangers dared to call the shots of the criminal division. The lieutenant colonel officer next to him watched coldly, seemingly with no intention of getting involved. Goldcoin asked in a low voice, Razor, what to do? Don't panic. Shenfei looked at Norwich and asked playfully, what if I don't go with you? Norwich grunted coldly. Don't think that just because you're a Wagnerian mercenary that you have any privilege to disobey a police officer's orders. I could shoot you right now. Shenfei weighed the tactical ghost pistol in his hand and said, you can try it. Click. Goldcoin and Palando also had their guns up in an instant, and at the slightest breeze, they would pull the trigger. The atmosphere became more tense and depressing. It's as if it's a pile of dry wood that needs only a single flame to ignite. Norwich knew that Shenfei and the others were excellent shots, and the bodies of the terrorists on the ground who had been shot in the head were the best proof of that. If they are really pushed, they may not dare to shoot him. Norwich didn't want to take the risk, but Shenfei and the others had to be taken back to the station. Here's the order from above. Norwich was silent for a moment and spoke out. Razor, right? I know you're a legendary archer, and even if we're all together, we might not be able to beat you, but don't forget, your families are still living in Peterborough. Can you afford to shoot? Goldcoin frowned slightly with Palando. That's what they feared the most, and it would be too easy for the police, as an official force, to come after their families. Shenfei, however, couldn't help but burst out laughing because he was waiting for these words. He asked rhetorically, Norwich, are you trying to threaten us with your family? Norwich murmured, I know I'm telling you the consequences of offending the police, and I urge you to cooperate or I can't guarantee anyone's safety. It's done. Shenfei didn't pay any more attention to him and turned his head to the lieutenant colonel officer next to him and asked, You're from the 58th Group Army? The lieutenant colonel officer ignored him, with the disdain characteristic of the regular army in his eyes, as if silently saying, You're a mercenary and you deserve to talk to me? Shenfei didn't care about his expression and walked over to the lieutenant colonel officer and said, The Snow Eagle of your group army has just assured me that he will protect the safety of our families. I think at this time, you should do something about it, right? Snowhawk? Hearing this code name, the lieutenant colonel officer's face changed dramatically, but then he thought it was impossible. You're kidding. He was only able to meet that Major General's chief of staff during the military region's General Assembly, and on what basis could Razor, an ordinary mercenary, be guaranteed by that one? That's bull *******, isn't it? The policeman next to him had a look of doubt and disbelief in their eyes. They didn't know what Shenfei had said that could make a lieutenant colonel senior officer show such an expression. 71. Why do you think you messed with him? He's addicted to killing. The lieutenant colonel officer looked at Shenfei indifferently and questioned, Do you know what the cost of fabricating this lie is? Shenfei replied blandly, Yes or no. You can ask the military district for confirmation. I can provide you with a phone if you don't have one. While handing over the flash drive, Shenfei was about to receive a call from Major General Snowhawk. Just kidding. This level of big shot, just a little bit of residual power could help Shenfei solve a lot of trouble. Just take a look at the history of Gao Qiqian's fortune. The lieutenant colonel officer originally did not believe Shenfei's words in the slightest, but looking at his words, he could not make up his mind for a while. In case it was true and he didn't deal with it in time, it certainly wouldn't end too well. Hesitating for a few seconds, the lieutenant colonel officer looked to Norwich and said, Norwich, don't take this one yet. When the crowd heard this, they were all taken aback. What's the situation? Aren't mercenaries on bad terms with the regular army? Razor didn't look like he knew the lieutenant colonel's officer either, and he had such a big effect with just 2 words like that. A flicker of hesitation flashed across Novich's face, but eventually he spoke. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, this is a matter for our criminal division. It doesn't seem right for your military to. I told you to wait. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei glared at him, and the latter immediately shut up obediently. Don't look at it as only 1 rank difference from the rank, but when a policeman meets someone from the military, he is inherently half a rank shorter and doesn't speak as strongly as the other person. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei stepped to the side, took out his cell phone and began to make a call. Goldcoin smiled. Razor, or you have a good memory. I'd almost forgotten that a major general promised us protection for our families. Now that'll give that criminal division chief, whatever he is, some color. Color? Shenfei shook his head and said, If you want to protect your family's safety once and for all, just giving some color is not enough. We'll use his life to make a statement. Murder? Killing a chief of the criminal division? Palando felt that such an idea was too much and said after some thought, Razor, perhaps you don't know the Ural Federation very well. Even Major General Snowhawk wouldn't easily kill a criminal division chief with a background. Just teach him a lesson. Goldcoin didn't say anything, but was actually thinking the same thing. Shenfei glanced at the jittery Norwich not far away and said in a deep voice, It's true that I don't know much about the Ural Federation, but I know too well what those higher-ups want. While they were chatting, a major criminal division chief and a lieutenant colonel officer were both on the phone, Trying to reach the Major General is not an easy task. It was only after a full 10 minutes that Lieutenant Colonel Alexei managed to contact Major General Snowhawk and inform the other party of the situation after going through the hierarchy. Give him the phone. Major General Snowhawk's voice rang out. Is that true? Did the Major General really promise to protect the families of a few common mercenaries? What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that these guys saved the Major General's life? No way. Absolutely not. The Major General was surrounded by guards 24 hours a day, where it was the turn of a few mercenaries to strike. What was that for? It suddenly occurred to Lieutenant Colonel Alexei that Major General Snow Eagle seemed to have a young daughter, similar in age to the Chinese mercenary in front of him. Hardly? Regardless of that possibility, doing what the Major General said now would be the right thing to do. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei came to Shin Fei's side. His attitude and tone were all of a sudden very different from before, and he politely said, "Chief of Staff, please answer the phone." Shin Fei didn't bother with him and picked up the phone. "Hello, Major General Snow Eagle." "Aha." Snowhawk's slightly tired voice rang out and said bluntly, "I know all about it, and I'll teach that cop a lesson. Simple, crisp and direct. Not far away. Chief Norwich," and a group of Interpol people were dumbfounded. "What's going on? What exactly is the background?" Shin Fei shook his head and said in a firm tone, "Major General Snow Eagle, that's not what our original agreement said. I want him dead." The other end of the phone went silent, and it took a full 10 seconds before he spoke out again. "That's impossible. He only made verbal threats and didn't actually do anything. There's no way Impossible? Is there anything impossible in this world?" Shin Fei said again in a voice that only two people could hear. "Major General Snowhawk, are you so sure that there is only one USB flash drive in my hand?" Silence again. But this time Shin Fei could clearly hear that Snow Eagle's breathing gradually became ragged. The incident in Caucasus could be said to have played a decisive factor in the king's ability to bring down the Malenko family this time. Especially the USB flash drive at the end was a fatal blow to them. Although the king was now busy with the Second War and had not given any specific rewards, Snow Eagle knew that there would definitely be great benefits for them in the near future. The credit for bringing down an oligarch is too great. Even if it's just a little bit, it's still definitely a feat from the dragon. Don't forget, there are 7 other similar oligarchs in the Urals Federation. If one can power through the subsequent struggles, it is enough to ensure that one's family remains intact for 100 years. The temptation to do so is too great. Nearly half a minute passed before Major General Snowhawk's voice sounded again. "Give the phone to that Lieutenant Colonel." Shin Fei handed the phone to LT. "Colonel." Lieutenant Colonel Alexei took the call, his expression gradually changing from puzzled to shocked, and in the end had even become stupefied. He really couldn't figure out that even if the Chinese mercenary in front of him was Major General Snow Eagle's own grandson, the other party couldn't possibly be so biased in his favor, right? You're going to take out a criminal division chief just because of a threat? But anyway, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. LT. Colonel. Alexei beckoned and said, "Norwich, come here for a minute." As if he had realized something, Norwich's body trembled slightly and didn't move. The gang of criminal police behind him were even more frightened and did not dare to breathe. Coming out is all about background and strength. Although they didn't know who Shin Fei had called, but to be able to make a lieutenant colonel officer obedient, one could imagine how intimidating the other party's background was. But how could such a big shot come to be a mercenary? What a thought! LT. Colonel. Alexei, with everyone watching, walked up to Norwich and waved his hand. "Give me your pistol." Norwich subconsciously glanced at the MP443 Raven semi-automatic pistol in his hand and frowned. "Why? You want to disarm me? I'm warning you, our deputy director will be here soon, regardless of that guy's background." LT. Colonel. Alexei dryly drew his own sidearm, aimed at Norwich's head, and pulled the trigger right after. Bang! The gun went off and the brain exploded. With a look of disbelief, Norwich fell straight backward to the ground. Everyone present was instantly confused. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei looked at the overwhelmed criminal police officers and said in a cold voice, "Your chief of division, who colluded with the terrorists with the intention of attacking an active duty officer, has been killed by me. You guys, what do you have to say?" 72. Give him a pension. You make a report. I'll authorize a note. Brother, the truth and the interpretation of the law are in your hands, so who dares to say anything? Criminal division of those criminal police. One by one all lowered their heads, just want to hurry to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Several of the patrolmen all froze when they saw the situation as well. What's going on? What the hell is his status? Suka don't list. What kind of big shot could have given the order on that phone to make a lieutenant colonel officer so obedient? Must be a brigadier general at least? Oh, brigadier general is not enough. I'm afraid, it should be a real Soviet general. Listening to his men's discussion, the patrol captain's face paled and he said nervously, "It's bad. We've even extorted 20 000 rubles from people during a bank robbery. Ha! Hearing this, the crowd instantly felt a cold sweat on their backs. Yeah, at that time, they were also ready to confiscate Shinfei's Glock pistol, and the other party handed over a 20,000 ruble bond before they released him and gave a certificate of gun ownership. What to do? The chief of the criminal division kills as he pleases. What are we then? That's not right. More than half a month ago he was just an ordinary foreign student. How come he's transformed into such a big figure now? Cut the crap and hurry up and raise the money to pay them back. Several people took out all the money they had, but they could not get together 20,000 rubles. A month's salary is only 3,000 rubles. So who the hell has nothing to do with carrying several months' worth of cash out on duty? Everyone wasn't far away, and Gold Coin and the others noticed this small detail. They had also heard Shinfei talk about what happened during the bank robbery. Polando poked Shinfei. Razor, look where. Shinfei looked at the few patrolmen and quickly understood what they were going to do, waving his hand and giving them a smile. Just now they had reminded themselves to hurry up and leave, and Shinfei was not so vindictive. Not to mention that 20,000 rubles for a license to carry a gun was not that expensive. Several patrolmen froze in place, their expressions as excited as if they had seen the sun. Shinfei looked at Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. I guess we can go? Of course. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei nodded. Shinfei and the others put away their guns and were just about to leave when they saw several bomb-proof vehicles driving over at a very high speed, followed by the bloated, 50-ish years old, cross-faced colonel police officer, escorted by a group of SWAT officers, walked over in a flurry. Before the person arrived, the voice of heckling had already sounded. Sukuber, you fools left behind by the Varangians. What exactly is it that I can't handle? And I had to make a special trip over here. Where's the Norwich man? Better get him within a minute. A criminal police officer pointed at the body on the ground and said, Bureau, Director, Chief Norwich is lying here. He was going to say dead, but he was afraid the chief would press him on who killed Norwich. Is it better to answer or not to answer yourself then? Once he said the wrong thing to offend Shinfei, the end should not be better than his own director. The police chief stumbled to his feet, looked at the body on the ground in wonder, and cursed, damn it, this isn't my Chief Norwich. He didn't have a hole this big in his. Ha! Everyone in the room was stunned. A female police officer caught up and respectfully handed the glasses in her hand to the chief. Chief, you forgot your glasses in the car. The director put on his glasses and the world became clear again. Frowned and cursed angrily. Tell me, how did Chief Norwich die? Now no one dared to speak. Alexei dared to act and didn't concede. Chief Harv, I killed him because after my investigation, I had evidence that Chief Novichi was colluding with the terrorists. Chief Harv gave him a look and grunted. Are you kidding me? Since when does the 58th group still handle cases? Men, take him down for me. Behind them, the SWAT team rushed up in force, a dozen guns aimed at LT. Colonel Alec, in the Urals Federation, the police are generally inferior to the military. However, the two sides are not affiliated with each other, and when things come up, it's usually a matter of whoever has the biggest fist. Chief Harf didn't know why Alec had shot and killed the head of his criminal division, but if the matter was left alone, how would he convince his men in the future? And as far as he knew, Alec had risen through the ranks, with no connections or background. Not coincidentally, he, on the other hand, had just found a new backer, and the other party was still a high-ranking member of the 58th Group Army. Not in the least bit flustered, Alec pointed to his cell phone and said, Chief Half, I suggest you first learn about the evidence I have in my possession. Keep your evidence and show it to your mom when she visits the prison. Chief Huff looked around, his eyes finally locking onto Shinfei as he questioned, Your razor? Shinfei ignored him. Ha, Chief Harf loves tough-talking assholes. Chief Harf snapped, and the three of them, take them away together. The situation became tense. Alec took 2 steps forward, held up the phone and said, Chief Harv, you have one last chance to answer the phone. If you don't want to go be a protocol cop and open doors for foreign pussies every day. Behind him stood Major General Snowhawk. That's the Chief of Staff of the 58th Army Group, the Lieutenant General Commander's think tank, a being who can talk directly to Moscow's palace. Seriously, all Alec wants to do now is yell. All those present, except Razor, all the officials of the whole Petersburg, all of them are garbage. It's that dominant. Chief Harf, how come I've never heard of it? There's a chief by that name in Petersburg. Major General Snowhawk's magnetic voice came out of the phone. The voice? Chief Harf's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly took 2 steps to the phone, saying solicitously, You are General Zenov? Snowhawk inquired. You recognize me by my voice. You've seen me before? General. Chief Harf jerked his body straight and said with a respectful face, reporting to the general, I used to be a 58th Group Army commander. I returned to serve in the Petersburg Police Department after my transfer. and I was just promoted to the position of deputy chief a few days ago. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. Yes. After a few seconds had passed, Chief Harf hung up, handed the phone back to LT. Colonel Alec straightened his clothes, spat on Norwich's body on the ground, and cursed, "Damn thing. I've known for a long time that you're colluding with the terrorists, and I wanted to use you to get some information, but I didn't realize that you're a piece of." Having said that, he turned his head to a nearby criminal division detective and said, "Give him a pension. You make the report and I'll approve the note. Hear me?" The detective nodded his head blankly, not daring to say anything more. Goldcoin stretched and said, "It's finally over, so it's time for us to go back to the base, take a shower, and then go to the club to find those girls and enjoy ourselves." The corner of Shinfei's mouth hung a cold smile and said, "You think too much of them. It's only the beginning now that is the most troublesome." Goldcoin and Palando were both stunned. Chief Half turned his head to the three of them and snapped, "Take them away and remember to never threaten their families. We're just investigating the case. Suka is not listed? What's the situation? Major General 58th Group doesn't even work anymore?" Goldcoin and Palando were completely unaware of what else had happened in the last 10 seconds or so that they didn't know about. The SWAT team gathered around. Lieutenant Colonel Alec also walked over at this time and handed his cell phone to Shinfei. Major General Snowhawk's voice rang out, "Razor, I only promised to protect your families, but apparently you're in bigger trouble now. Interested in making a deal? You provide the new stuff and I'll help you with the trouble at hand." Oh, Shinfei was very clear in his previous life that there is no such thing as high class in this world. It is all ing nasty. Transactions follow benefits. A constant theme. These big shots, their brains are spinning faster than one another. Shinfei smiled and said, "I think I should be able to solve these troubles on my own. If I need to use you, I will contact you. Goodbye, Major General Snowhawk." Toot, toot. Shinfei hung up without hesitation and threw the phone to Lieutenant Colonel Alec. 73. "No, buddy, are you the director?" LT. Colonel Alec took a half step back, signaling that what happened after that had nothing to do with him. Chief Half waved his hand, "Take it away." The SWAT team gathered around. Palando subconsciously gripped the carbine in his hand with murderous intent in his eyes. Goldcoin was likewise waiting for Shinfei's order. "Go with them." There's no point in resisting. Shinfei took the initiative to retire the Tactical Ghosts magazine. The SWAT officer didn't dare to make things difficult for Shinfei, and politely took the gun and said heartily, "What a beautiful pistol. Please rest assured that I will keep it safe for you." Just kidding. The only cutie present, Chief Norwich, whose body was still cold, who would not risk offending the Asian mercenary in front of him. The big guys fight and the little guys do their jobs and that's it. Shinfei nodded. Thanks. It's pretty much the same on both the Gold and Palando sides." The three were invited into the blast van without even a ring bearer, and there was a tacit agreement not to mention this. Chief Half also just looked at it, a flash of displeasure on his face, but didn't say anything more. He couldn't figure out what kind of relationship Shinfei had with Major General Snowhawk. He actually didn't want to run out and cause this mess at all if someone hadn't given him a death warrant. We all have our own ideas. Inside the car, Palando wondered, "Razor, I don't quite understand what exactly is going on. Is the Major General not willing to provide us with protection anymore?" Shinfei laughed. "He can be too willing, only wanting to create some trouble for us so that he can get more flash drives." Shocked, Gold asked, "You mean you have other people to monitor?" Razor, "You really aren't from the Huaxia Special Branch?" Shinfei shook his head and said, "Of course not. I don't have those identities that you guys think of. The more you explain this kind of thing, the less you can actually explain it." Palando glanced out the car window at the rapidly sweeping streets and said worriedly, "Razor, they're not giving us a hard time right now, but by the time we get to the police station, things are sure to change. How are we going to deal with this?" Gold, "I think you should find a way to contact the colonel." "There's no need to contact." Shinfei took the initiative to say, "If the colonel and the others are there, it's impossible for the police department to make a move against us in broad daylight. Don't worry about it, we're the meat and potatoes, and there are plenty of people waiting to save us. Nothing but." Before Shinfei finished his words, the explosion-proof car braked violently, and several people nearly fell down to the position of the front of the car because of inertia. Palando cursed at the cops in the cockpit. "Fake. Your driving skills, did you learn them from your teacher's mother?" The SWAT officer in the front row ignored him, but gripped the assault rifle in his hand. "They don't know what's going on, either. It was because the vehicle in front of them stopped sharply, so they followed." Usually when you encounter a similar situation, it means that there is an unexpected situation. Shinfei sat and stabilized his body and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, the person who saved us has already come. I don't know who it is, but they're pretty fast." The convoy braked hard enough to throw Chief Huff for a loop, and when he came back to his senses he questioned, "Damn it, what the hell are you guys doing?" the driver said hurriedly. Chief, the lead car was stopped by a black sedan, and two people came out of the car. Chief Huff held up his glasses and looked to the front of the car and saw two young men in their 20s. The man wore a straight suit and had a good figure, but had a popular face, the type that would disappear quickly if thrown into a crowd. The female is very good looking, dressed in a sexy black leather jacket that outlined a near-perfect figure. A white fur was draped over her shoulders. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really anything to bully me. It's fine for me to be bullied by the Major General, but how can I be bullied by you? Get out of the car. Chief half drew the sidearm at his waist and pushed the door open. Upon receiving the order, the SWAT officers got out of their vehicles and completed the defense formation with great speed. Being able to see that the tactical skills of these SWAT guys are still up to snuff. After all, they have to deal with all kinds of gangs and terrorists all the time, and those who are not overly tough have long been transferred or retired on disability. Chief Half, with a couple of SWAT officers, walked over to where the front of the car was and snapped, "I'm Chief Half, what do you do?" The leather-clad woman didn't speak, didn't even pay attention to him. The mask-faced man pointed to the police car behind him and said, "Give us those mercenaries, there's nothing more for you to do here." Yelling, Chief Half, nearly laughing out loud at the exasperation, raised his pistol and said, "Who the are you? Any idea what the consequences of threatening a police chief in the street are?" The mask-faced man took his papers out of his pocket and threw them in front of everyone, asking after him, "Can you release them?" Deputy Director Ha subconsciously took the document, just opened it and glanced at it, then closed it again at nearly 10 times the speed, and without hesitation turned his head and said, "Release him." The assistant next to him whispered a reminder, "Chief, don't forget, Razor." Chief Half glared at him and chortled, "I told you let go." The assistants are confused. What the hell? His own chief hadn't wimped out so quickly just now even when he faced the Major General, had he? What is the origin of these two young men in front of us? The assistant was full of questions, but he also knew that now was not the time to ask them, and jogged all the way to the blast van where the prisoners were being held and opened the door. He looked at the three people inside with a complicated expression and waved his hand breathlessly. "Get out of the car. You're free." Goldcoin and Polando looked at Shinfei at the same time, as if silently saying, "No buddy, are you the director? Why is it that what you say? Reality goes wherever you say it goes." 74, good man. "It's you kid?" Shinfei was the first to get out of the car. The trooper waited at the door and handed her back the tactical ghost that belonged to him, unable to hold back his feelings. "Mr. Razor, you're the most special mercenary I've ever met. Good luck." Shinfei took the gun and dryly put it into the quick holster. Goldcoin and Polando followed suit and got out of the car. As if fleeing, the police convoy quickly left the scene, leaving only the people hiding on street corners, curiously surveying the scene. The mask-faced man pointed to the black sedan next to him and said, "Razor, please come with us." Shinfei could roughly guess their identities. It's either the NKVD or the KGB. He walked straight to the limo. Goldcoin and Polando had wanted to follow, but the woman reached out and stopped them. The mask-faced man pointed to the parked SUV not far away. "Where are your cars parked? You can go back to your base." Goldcoin looked in the direction of his finger and realized that it was the same SUV they had driven out of the airport. This meant that the two had appeared just now in the square outside the supermarket. Polando frowned and asked, "Who are you and where are you taking our captain?" The fur woman raised an eyebrow and replied, "French boy, I don't think you want to know who we are." Polando was about to speak when Gold stopped him, shaking his head slowly. The two men looked at each other and turned their heads toward the SUV parked on the side of the road, while the fur woman and Volkswagen Face got into the black sedan. Volkswagen Face was in charge of driving, and the fur woman sat in the back seat next to Shinfei. The vehicle moved smoothly on the road. The fur woman sized up Shinfei with interest and asked playfully, "Razor, you don't seem to be curious about our identities." Shinfei replied, "I'm more curious as to what you want from me. Can you answer me?" The fur woman shook her head and replied dryly, "I can't." Then what's there to talk about? Although the woman beside him was very beautiful, Shinfei was very clear that neither the KGB nor the women of the Internal Affairs Department could ever be touched. It's highly toxic. The car became quiet again, and after traveling for about half an hour or so, it stopped at the edge of the moat. It already belonged to as the rich district of Petersburg, and the pedestrians on the road were neatly and exquisitely dressed, with the peculiar condescension of the Uralic Confederation on their faces almost always. It was as if he was still living in the time of the Tsars. The fur woman pointed to an old man in a seat by the river and said, "Go on, he's been waiting for you for a long time." Shinfei got out of the car, and the cold temperature made him subconsciously tighten the clothes on his body and walk towards the back of the seat. The old man was wearing a cheap suit. His hair was already gray, his body was slightly fat, his face was wrinkled and stacked, and he had a sense of peace and kindness. "Razor, good to see you." The old man's voice rang out in a slow tone. as casual as a neighbor's oldest greeting. "Have a seat." Shenfei sat beside him and did not speak, waiting for the other party to state his purpose. The old man pointed across the river to a series of buildings and said, "Constantine's palace, the palace of the Tsarist kings, once a lighthouse of the world, but now on the verge of collapse due to age and disrepair. Razor, don't you think that's a shame? What's there to be sorry about? In a few years, when your king has fought his second war and settled the remaining oligarchs, he will rebuild this palace." Shenfei knew these things in his head, but of course he couldn't answer like that, and just shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your country's buildings. In fact, you could rebuild all of Petersburg by demolishing buildings in other countries combined." The old man looked at Shenfei with surprise, as if he did not expect him to give such an answer. "You are indeed an interesting mercenary, more so than the stories I've heard." A smile appeared on the old man's face and he changed his communication strategy and said bluntly, "I want all the information you're holding, about all the oligarchic parts of the Uralic Federation. Name your price." Shenfei refused very dryly, "No, I'm not for sale." The point is that he really doesn't have one for a while. No one can refuse the KGB. There was majesty and irresistibility in the old man's tone. Drop. Almost at the same time, a crisp beep sounded, and if it wasn't for Shenfei's outstanding hearing, he wouldn't even be able to hear such a volume. Everyone on the street all stopped their steps and looked at Shenfei on the seat without moving. Countless killing intent accompanied by a powerful sense of oppression came to the surface. Shenfei looked back. There were at least hundreds of framed pedestrians on the street. Anyone who saw such a scene would feel great fear. The old Uralic Confederation's favorite tactic to show muscle. From military parades to negotiations, nothing could be further from the truth. Unfortunately, these things did not scare Shenfei, and he also saw a green light among the hundreds of red killing intent. It was a woman around 50 years old, wearing a white down jacket, with a thin figure, able to tell that she should have been beautiful when she was young. Also emanating a green light was the old man who was following him. As could be judged from this, the woman in the white down jacket seemed to be more interested in taking out the KGB senior officer of unknown origin in front of Shenfei. Shenfei spoke out. "Negotiation is negotiation. There's no point in engaging in these things. There are so many of you. It's true that I can't run away, but I can still die with you. Do you want me to?" Shenfei's hand was already on top of his tactical ghost pistol. The old man sized up Shenfei's eyes, seemingly pondering the gold content of his words. Finally he wimped out and pressed the pocket prompter. Drops. The voice sounded again, as if God had repressed the play button. The pedestrians on the road became exactly the same as usual again. It's almost like a real-life version of Truman's World. The older man held out his hand, mentioning his name for the first time. "To reacquaint myself, my name is Viktor Ivanovich Volkov. You may call me Grey Wolf." Shenfei's expression was stunned, and his expression revealed a shocked and surprised expression. "Good man, it's you kid? This is a look. The KGB's patriarchal bigwig. The existence that the king has to shout senior when he sees it." Shenfei alone remembered. The other side at least participated in and led the Baltic Mist operation, through the dissemination of false information, leading to NATO misjudgment of the Soviet submarine movements. And after the Chernobyl accident in 1986, he entered West Germany as a nuclear energy expert and stole Western nuclear contamination treatment technology. Even the Amber Archives program after the breakup of the Red Alliance had a presence on the other side. And the other side is also one of the few top KGB executives who openly expressed their disloyalty to the other side after Emperor Yang of Russia came to power. There are rumors that, when the king walked into the KGB building, it was the old man in front of him who had the discerning eye to leave the other behind. Grey Wolf looked at Shenfei's expression with satisfaction and smiled. "So, Mr. Shenfei, can we have a good talk now? About the price of the information in your hand?" Shenfei shook his head firmly. "I'm sorry, even if I know who you are. But I do have another piece of information that I think will interest you." 75. Make trouble, enjoy trouble, solve trouble, Grey Wolf asked rhetorically. "Shenfei, do you have a clear understanding of your situation?" Shenfei looked at the agents disguised as pedestrians on the road. "If you're referring to the fact that you can kill me at any time, I have no doubt about that." The Grey Wolf shook his head. "No, that's not the thing I'm talking about." Shenfei didn't say anything. Grey Wolf took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and continued. "We investigated your detailed background and basically determined that you are unlikely to be a member of the Huaxia Special Section, or maybe you're not affiliated with any of the country's intelligence agencies, and of course, you have nothing to do with us in the KGB, but the fact that you have surveillance video of the oligarchs in your possession is very puzzling to us, and you've accomplished a great deal by taking advantage of our felicity. But Mr. Shenfei, this behavior is actually playing with fire, and you don't have the ability to extinguish it. Unless you can come up with what we want in a steady stream, you're going to end up very badly. If you want to survive, you need to find a force, or department, willing to help you as a matter of urgency. What do you think? Shenfei sighed in his heart. The old guys who had experienced the Cold War were really thoughtful. On the premise that it was impossible to guess the existence of a system like this, the Grey Wolf could be said to have analyzed his situation very accurately. There was only one point that Shenfei disagreed with. Mr. Grey Wolf, since I dare to light a fire, I have the certainty that I can ensure that I don't injure myself while keeping warm. Perhaps this thought will seem childish, even foolish, to you, but it is my truest thought. Grey Wolf dropped his cigarette butt and looked Shenfei in the eye. He tried to analyze the man's true thoughts from every tiny movement and look in his eyes. The Grey Wolf failed. He didn't see anything, but he really felt a powerful, unexplained confidence from Shenfei's body, eliminating all the impossibilities. Then only two possibilities remain. Shenfei is unabashedly crazy. 2. He possesses an undercurrent that even the KGB needs to be afraid of. Well, Mr. Shenfei, talk about your intelligence. Grey Wolf gave up trying to continue. Shenfei pointed at the woman in the street wearing a white down jacket. I don't know what the reason is, but that woman wants to kill you. The Grey Wolf followed Shenfei's eyes, a touch of sarcasm in his eyes, and muttered, Shenfei, are you saying that my only daughter wants to kill me? It's his daughter? Shenfei did not expect that they had this layer of relationship, but he trusted the system's judgment. You can choose not to believe what I say. That's your freedom. I'll ask for confirmation. Showing the calmness unique to a top agent, Grey Wolf rose from his chair and looked out across the road to the palace and said, I can likewise send you a piece of information. There's a high-ranking person in Petersburg who wants to kill you, for reasons that should be clear to you. If your intel is true, I'll tell you who the other side is, but the KGB won't help you until you show more use for it. And you don't have to count on Wagner. Understand? Wagner is sort of the king's private armed group, and they're afraid they want to know, more than anyone else, what the oligarchs have on them. They certainly won't help themselves. This was something Shenfei knew by heart. He smiled and held out his hand and said, Nice to meet you. See you later. I'm not that happy about it, because you give me the feeling that I should have retired long ago. Grey Wolf held out his hand and shook it. The contrast between an old man and a young man, a fat man and a thin man, at the river's edge appeared to be striking as the early morning sun shone. The gazes of many nearby agents all looked over at this moment. Gold returns to Wagner's base with Palando. Unlike the previous bustle, there were hardly a few combat units to be found in the huge base, except for those logistics personnel. The two men went to the warehouse first and put their sidearms back in their original positions. Still not holding back, Palando inquired, Gold, what kind of fellows were those that took the Razor? Is Razor going to be okay? In less than 15 seconds, Gold disassembled the carbine and said as he wiped the barrel, It should be the KGB. Razor will be fine. The KGB? Palando trailed off with a frown. We don't seem to have anything to do with them, do we? It used to be like this. Gold Coin was also one who didn't like to use his brain, but now in this situation, there was no way for him not to think about something more. Someone is trying to target us, and both the 58th Group Army and the KGB want to get more information from Razor. Other departments, I'm afraid, have been on to us for a long time. Palando lamented. The days aren't what they used to be. What do we do next? Gold Coin stretched and said, Let a smart guy like Razor think about it. We just need to obey his orders. Hurry up and maintain those carbines. All I want to do now is take a shower and find a place to enjoy some rare leisure time. The two had just finished organizing their equipment when Shenfei walked in. Palando inquired, How's it going, Razor? Any trouble? Shenfei said as he stripped off his equipment. Life is always big trouble over small trouble, and it's now certain that there's a high-ranking person in Petersburg who wants us dead. Something to do with the Marinkas? Gold asked. Any idea who it is? Shenfei shook his head and said, I don't know, but I think I'll find out soon. He still had more faith in the KGB's credibility. These guys don't have a lower limit on what they can do, but they take commitment very seriously. When Grey Wolf investigated why his daughter had killed him, he would definitely share the information with Shenfei. After all, he still had a use for him. Shenfei finished maintaining the pistol, replaced a new barrel, loaded the magazine and said, Let's go. To the strip club, my treat. It's time for us to relax and unwind. An easy smile appeared at the corners of the two men's mouths. Palando said excitedly, Razor, have you ever heard of Russian roulette? I guarantee you'll love this game. Gold Coin also lamented, To hell with tomorrow's troubles, I just need to have a pleasant day. Evening. An SUV carrying 3 excited mercenaries headed straight for the biggest club in the area. Shenfei sat in the car, opened the system interface, and checked that there were currently 9 more chances to draw. He said in a deep voice in his head, System, draw. There's gonna be more and more trouble ahead. A new and incomparably exciting life was slowly opening up to Shenfei. Make trouble, enjoy trouble, solve trouble. Wanting to have fun in this life, Wanting to have fun with characters that are written in secret agent textbooks, world history books, not without strength. 76. Congrats to the winner of the 1-to-1 hot rod silicone pouring mold. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing agility +1. Drawing begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing power +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning DirectX 12 in the lottery. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, transfiguration, specialization. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to host for winning the 1-to-1 Hotspur silicone inverted mold X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the drawing of durability +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the Gumball C4 Bomb X2. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the lodger for winning the special fighting skill mega technique, specialization, along with the system's beeps. The countless unknown knowledge and skills poured into Shinfei's mind, in the blink of an eye. He has gone from a straight man of steel who couldn't even tell the color of his lipstick to a master of makeup and disguise. Straight punch to the lip and nose, push palm to the jaw, slap block to the head and crotch. By the time he had just finished mastering the knowledge of transfiguration, the vast knowledge of fighting techniques came back. Fighting has always been Shinfei's weak point. In a one-on-one situation, he could maneuver around the enemy with the Black Dragon 18 hands, but when the number of enemies was large, Shinfei actually didn't have too good a way to deal with them. Of course, he was a man who knew how to build on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. At least in this almost month's time, Shinfei never put himself in a situation where he had to fight one-on-one close combat. Everything that can be solved with a gun is solved with a gun. If you can't solve it with a gun, you'll solve it with a gun after you've pulled away. Cool. Shinfei felt the excitement of his body becoming stronger while opening the system page to check the physical rewards obtained. What intrigued him the most was the Gumball C4 bomb. I thought it was an adjective, but I didn't realize that the items in the warehouse looked, on the outside, exactly like chewing gum, without any difference. Looking at this thing, Shinfei's thoughts were immediately pulled to the Dishonored movie he had seen in his previous life. In the first movie, Tom was able to get out of danger twice with the help of chewing gum C4 plastic explosives, and survived. Something's not right. The system's previous rewards, even if they were powerful, were based on the course of real history, like it won't reward me with anything about the future weaponry. But, is it already possible to take C4 plastic explosives and make them look like chewing gum in this current timeline? This matter is very important to Shinfei. As a traveler, his biggest reliance besides the system was the memories of his previous life in his mind. If the current world deviates too much from the previous one, you'll have to pay more attention in that regard in the future. If you don't, your judgment be clouded, and you may be in danger. Shinfei looked at the other reward items again, and finally fixed his gaze on the 1-to-1 hotbar silicone inverted mold. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's pretty much done like that. Sure enough, it's the thing that's the #1 driver of humanity. With a critical eye, Shinfei admired the inverted model in the system's warehouse and compared it to the hotba in his memory. Found out there really wasn't a discrepancy at all. Of course, looking at it is looking at it. Shinfei is not yet going to use this thing. Give him 2 or 3 more years of development at the most, and it may not be impossible for a real person to come and see him. Well, set a small goal. Make money, play with women. Make more money, play with better women. Make tons of money playing. Shinfei planned his exciting life in the future while the SUV was parked in front of the strip club. 3 people get out of the car. A few hot girls waiting at the door immediately greeted them as soon as they saw their car. In these down years, there are only a handful of people who can afford to drive a foreign off-road vehicle. The hotties wasted no time in taking off their heavy down jackets, revealing their flat stomachs and jutting peaches with big thunders as they shimmied over. Many of the drunks sitting on the side of the road, who couldn't afford to go in and play, and still wanted to have a good time, whistled. There were also some hands in pockets that went up and down. Welcome, sir. Need a service? Either S or M? I'm available. Good evening, sir. A total of 5 women came over. 4 of them running to Polando's side with gold. Though the Euro Federation does not have a hierarchy like India, the popular circles have their own chain of contempt. White men over locals, local than Asian, Asians are higher than blacks. Goldcoin said in dissatisfaction. Hey girls, this is our boss. You've got the wrong person. Several girls unanimously sized up Shinfei. Aha, pretty good looking and young, but it doesn't look like a boss in any way. Shinfei was indifferent to this, and he could not change racial discrimination abroad on his own, much less the need to pussyfoot around with a bunch of whores. Shinfei pulled out his tactical ghost pistol and threw it to Goldcoin, saying, I'm going to the restroom, so help me hand the gun over to the custodial office. Yes, sir. Gold took the gun and gave a wry salute. Shinfei was led by one of the waitresses towards the clubhouse's restroom. Gold Coin and Palando walked towards the custodial office with 2 chicks in each of their arms. The blonde's body was almost all resting on Gold Coin's, not caring about his salty hand on his peach, and asked with a smile, "Sir, was that really your boss just now? He looks like just an ordinary foreign student, right?" Gold Coin played with the tactical ghost pistol and smiled. "Ordinary international students can't afford to use this pistol. The price of this gun is enough to buy your life. Girl, you better be able to watch your mouth as well as your crotch." The blonde sized up the gun in Gold Coin's hand and just thought it looked pretty good, but she didn't know enough to say anything about it. Gold Coin, as required, returned the magazine and handed the gun to the custodian. The custodian didn't pick it up right away, but hurriedly put on his white gloves and respectfully took the gun and said, "It's the first time I've seen a Glock pistol that's been modified this well. I'm sure its owner must be a gentleman." The blonde woman had a hint of disdain in her expression just now, but when she heard the custodian even give such a high rating, a flash of chagrin flashed across her face. She was well aware of how discerning the club's custodian was, and in all the time she'd brought guests, it was the first time she'd heard him take such a keen interest in a gun. "It's over. Letting go of a big fish. There should be a chance to make up for it later." The blonde nodded darkly, mentally reassuring herself. The custodian meticulously placed the tactical ghost pistol amongst the finest wooden cases and was just about to lock it when a drunken voice rang out, "Wait a minute." As the crowd watched, a man around 30 years old, dressed in a shiny suit with an exaggerated haircut, approached. He looked at the tactical ghost pistol as greedily as if he were surveying a woman's naked body, and couldn't help but reach out to play with the work of art. Mercenaries may not use the best stuff for gun alterations, but they know the most about guns, not to mention the fact that this is a celluloid pistol that took an elite squad leader a long time to tune up. The man reached for it. Gold Coin's face instantly grimaced as he reached out and grabbed his wrist, shaking his head. "Sir, it's not a good habit to just touch other people's things." The 2 bodyguards following the man gathered around, glaring angrily at Gold. The man stopped them with a wave of his hand, straightened the suit he was wearing and smiled. "You can call me Olga. Nice gun. Make me an offer. I want this one." Gold Coin and Palando looked at each other with a playful smile on their faces. They were just about to speak when they heard Shinfei's voice ringing out not far away. "I'm not interested in knowing who you are, but you should know that this gun is not for sale." 77. The law? My bullets are the law. Olga is an authentic native of the Urals Federation. Well-developed body hair, narrow nose, thin lips, straight jaw, well-defined face, strong build. He sized up the oncoming Shinfei, his expression carrying the characteristic condescension of the good Roth people. "Asian boy, everything in this world has a price. How about selling me this gun for $8,000? Gold Coin and Palando couldn't help but let out a laugh. Even the custodian shook his head helplessly. Shinfei laughed and said, "I thought you were so good that it's only $8,000 per exit? How about I give you $10,000 and you let your mom sleep with me?" Olga's face clouded over and she said in a deep voice, "Asian boy, are you trying to get all over the place?" The 2 bodyguards next to him stared intently at Shinfei. Snap. Palando patted the haggardness of the woman next to him and smiled. "Girls, would you please step back and give us some privacy? The strip club is owned by a very powerful man, and no guns are allowed on the club grounds. No one can be killed, but the club won't interfere if guests want to add a little entertainment. Just pay the price of the damaged item in the end." Gold Coin walked over to Shinfei and shook his neck in preparation to make a move. He knew Shinfei wasn't good at fighting. "I'm fine on my own." Shinfei's voice rang out. Gold Coin froze for a moment. Shinfei smiled and said, "I just learned fighting arts, so it's a good time to practice with them." Palando asked with concern, "Are you sure? These 2 bodyguards look like they should have some strength." Neither of the 2 bodyguards were very strong, but it was obvious from the calluses on their hands that they had been trained for a long time to stay. On the contrary, Shinfei, not only was her skin fair, but her hands were even more slippery, and there was no sign of dance practice at all. "Try it." Shinfei took a deep breath and directly rushed up to meet the 2 bodyguards. "A fight is a fight. Don't bother saying that much." His speed was very fast. The 2 bodyguards were all taken aback, but their strength was not bad, and they quickly backed off wanting to distance themselves and find another opportunity to counterattack. "Ha!" A cold smile appeared on Shinfei's face, decisively abandoning the 2 bodyguards and rushing towards Olga, followed by a punch on his mouth. "Ah! Buy one. Oh my god. So cool." The girl's screams rang out and a number of people in the neighborhood gathered around. Struck Olga fell straight down, several bloodied teeth spraying from her mouth. A beautiful move of sound and fury that drew a lot of shouts of approval from the nearby guests and girls. It's a very different feeling from being on the battlefield. Olga's entire body was dumbfounded, and it took several seconds before she reacted, pointing at Shinfei and saying, Asterisk 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 him to death. Him to death. Go! The two bodyguards quickly rushed up. Many people present felt that Shinfei might have to suffer a defeat. Gold Coin and Palando are also ready to strike at any time. What everyone did not expect was that Shinfei's moves were very vicious and his body was very flexible. After a few moves, one of the two bodyguards was blinded and fell to the ground wailing, and the other, with a broken board stuck in his leg, had likewise fallen to the ground. Hey, can someone tell me who this guy is? Chinese? Kung Fu. This must be Chinese Kung Fu. Oh, didn't see that coming. People use mega, the Kung Fu of the Israeli Special Forces. So, a Chinese guy uses Israeli Kung Fu to beat up two foreigners in a strip club in the Urals Federation. Ha ha, I like your analogy. The crowd began to go wild, screaming and pleasing, as if they were watching a rabid audience in the ring. Shinfei expressionlessly retrieved his tactical ghost from the custodian, dryly loaded it, and raised his hand to aim at Olga. What are you doing? No, don't kill me. No, you can't shoot here. He had already been scared pale and quickly moved his body backward. Right at this moment, an old man around 50 years old walked out and blocked in front of Shinfei, saying, "Sir, killing is not allowed here." Shinfei looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" The old man said politely, "I am the owner of this store." Gold Coin walked to Shinfei's side and reminded, "Razor, this store is covered by the police department." The police department? Hearing these two words, the corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a crazy smile. Without half a word of nonsense, he simply pulled the trigger. Bang! The boss was shot in the calf, and his entire body fell to his knees, his face in pain as he cursed, "Bastard! What do you want?" The people in the neighborhood were terrified, and ran for their lives, but they didn't run far, basically hiding behind a table and quietly watching what would happen next. Anyone who dares to shoot up this club is not going to end well. What they don't understand even more is that, what was this young Chinese guy about that he didn't even follow the club's rules? Doesn't he realize that this is a place covered by the police department? Shinfei raised his gun again and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The bodyguard leapt up and blocked Olga's face, not caring about the pain of being shot, and shouted, "Olga, young master, run!" Olga hadn't expected things to go this far at all, but a strong survival instinct still made him turn and pull open the glass door and run out. The last bodyguard blocked in front of Shinfei, who was too late to fire the second shot. Shinfei looked at the bodyguard in wonder and asked, "How much do you guys earn a month, playing so hard to get?" Good man. Just now, the first bodyguard had taken his life to protect Olga, and this spirit made Shinfei, who was a mercenary, feel sweaty. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and said, "It has nothing to do with money, so if you want to kill me. It's really a look of death." Shinfei asked again, "The one called Olga just now, what's his origin?" The bouncer didn't say anything. Shinfei guessed that it shouldn't have too much origin either, or else he wouldn't have offered $8,000 to try to buy his tactical ghost pistol. Get lost. Shinfei waved his hand. The bouncer, like an amnesty, dragged the dead bouncer on the floor and quickly left the strip club. Shinfei turned his head and said, "Palando, follow up and take a look. Investigate what that Olga is from." Palando nodded slowly and left the club quickly. Shinfei overlooked the wailing and screaming boss on the ground and said expressionlessly, "My old name is Razor. I offended the Neva Brotherhood, offended the Caucasian terrorist organization, and just killed the head of the criminal division of the police department. I've offended more people than I can count. They all tried to kill me, and I'm still alive. Do you hear me? I don't care about one more of your enemies in whatever bull asterisk 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 police department you have behind you, and don't even talk to me about the law. My bullets are the law." Razor? Hearing the name, the owner's face turned pale and desperate, as if he had heard of this killing star that had just emerged from Peterborough. He gritted his teeth, endured the intense pain, and nodded heavily. Ming, understood. It's good to understand. Shinfei put away the tactical ghost pistol and took out a gold bar of about 200 grams from his backpack and threw it on the ground. "This is compensation for your club's expenses, as well as my spending tonight. Get me the best room and call the best girl. I want to play that." Shinfei turned his head and looked at the gold coins and asked, "What was the name you guys were talking about last time?" Gold Coin laughed. "Russian spin." Shinfei nodded and added, "Old me wants to play Russian carousel." The boss nodded again and instructed his men to make the arrangements. Soon, Shinfei and the others were taken to the best box in the club. As soon as he entered the door, the huge space as well as the luxurious decoration gave Shinfei the illusion of walking into an otherworldly world. What surprised him even more was that a dozen girls knelt on the floor, forming a circle, blindfolded, heads rushing in, holding up their peaches. The attendant smiled. "Sir, the items you requested are ready. Have fun with your friends." Oh, only then did Shinfei react. So this is the legendary, the Russian wheel. Don't say. It's kinda funny. 78. 3 rounds. You played 3 full rounds. Powerful music plays. The textured icy blue color is reflected by the obsidian tabletop, making the whole box like a dream. The girls were arranged like Revolver magazines, twisting and turning, waiting for unknown cowboys to fill them with ammunition of varying calibers. After fighting for so long, I can finally enjoy myself. Gold Coin led the charge, hissing, "Come on, Razor, let's see which one of us is the real strongman." Chief Harf was on his way back to the station when he received a call from his superiors and rushed to the Petersburg police headquarters in a hurry. The police system in the Urals Federation is similar to that of China. Take Petersburg, for example. The highest-ranking general director was usually a lieutenant general, who was responsible for the entire Petersburg and Grad Oblast General Directorate of Internal Affairs. Further down the line is the deputy position of the Departmental Bureau, which is the position of Chi Tongwei, the half-son of Sheng Tian. After that it is assigned to the head of a subordinate department, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, the Counterterrorism and Extremism Prevention and Control Bureau, and so on. And Chief Huff belongs to as the deputy chief of the division, which is considered an absolute big shot in the jurisdiction, but not in a high position when he walks into the main office. He waited in the lobby for nearly half an hour before finally walking into the room of Vanya, the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Chief Half saluted respectfully. "Colonel Vanya, Half reporting for duty." Vanya has a thick, bushy beard and a full face, but has long, narrow eyes. This eye shape is relatively narrow and long, with a small slant between the inner and outer corners of the eye, and usually gives a mysterious look. Maggie Chung belongs to this eye type, but growing on a face full of horizontal flesh gives an unorthodox and not very intelligent-looking outlook. Vanya closed her pen, looked up and asked, "Shin Fei is in custody? Why didn't Chief Norwich come with you? If he can come, you'll be the first to be scared to death." Chief Half wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and respectfully replied, "Chief, I'm sorry, we failed?" Vanya's eyes lit up and a smile played at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean? Shin Fei resisted capture and ran away? Tell me how many people he's killed." If Shin Fei really ran away, he wouldn't have to bother with weaving a crime. He could just place a wanted notice, find him, and then shoot him to death. Chief Harf replied, "Chief Novicki was killed in the line of duty, but it wasn't Shin Fei who killed him. It was Lieutenant Colonel Alexei who killed him for him." Vanya's expression froze. Chief Harf hastily recounted what had happened earlier. As it happened, Vanya's face trembled with anger as he got up and pointed at him, cursing, "Wastes, what does the country and the people feed you for? Even if the KGB guys stopped you, why did you stop? Why don't you just bring Shin Fei to the main office? How dare I? Don't say it's me. Do you dare?" Director Half nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of smiles. "Yes, yes, yes, you are right to criticize, Director. I indeed didn't realize that Shin Fei had not only the 58th Group Army behind him, but even the KGB. Chief, isn't he just a new mercenary from Wagner? So even the army and the KGB's arch-rivals are trying to recruit him?" Vanya glared at him, her tone unkind. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Tell me where Shin Fei is now." Chief Harv was just about to speak when the phone rang from the drawer. Hearing the special voice, Vanya waved her hand. "You wait by the door." "Yes." Chief Huff rushed to salute and turned to walk out of the room. When the door to the room was closed, Vanya answered the phone. A middle-aged man's anxious voice came over the phone. "Hello, Mr. Colonel Vanya. There's a disturbance at your club." Vanya is really pissed off. "What the hell? So much for official henchmen not working. How is it that even the blackmailer's heartthrob chose this time to give himself a hard time?" Vanya scolded. "Can't you handle this little thing? Did you use your gun? If you do, get a hit man to take him out." "Club rules, do I have to teach you again?" "Moved the gun." The club owner replied shakily. "He shot a bouncer in the store and is still spending money in the box. He's a Wagner mercenary. We don't know what to do." "Wagner's mercenaries? Haven't those troublemaking assholes been sent to the battlefields of the Caucasus?" "Nope." As if snapping to attention, Vanya asked hastily, "Wasn't there an Asian kid, code name Razor?" The boss hurriedly replied, Yes, it's that Razor who exterminated the Neva Brotherhood, and he also said he killed the head of the criminal division." 3 hours later, Goldcoin left the box with Shin Fei. Goldcoin smoked a cigarette and looked at Shin Fei with incredulous eyes, and in the end, he really couldn't hold back and asked, "Razor, what kind of medicine did you use?" Shin Fei asked rhetorically in wonder. "Medicine? What medicine?" Goldcoin's expression became even more shocked as he said incredulously, "Don't tell me you didn't use the medicine?" Shin Fei shrugged. "Sure, you used it?" Gold shook her head quickly. "Of course not. I'm so good with that kind of stuff. I'm just curious. You Asians, are all of you so powerful? 3 rounds? You played 3 whole rounds." There were many pedestrians in the corridor, and when they heard Goldcoin's words, many of them looked at Shin Fei in surprise. especially some of the bloated, richly dressed women were looking him up and down with invasive eyes. It was like surveying a commodity that was good enough for their sexual pleasure. Gold coins? This is just the standard level of our Chinese people. Everyone can do it. Shinfei glanced at the rich women and reminded in a low voice. Also, we Chinese don't discuss these things outside. Goldcoin smoked silently and took out his cell phone to try to contact Palando. The two walked out of the club. It was late at night and the road was covered with a thick layer of snow. There were no pedestrians to be seen, except for a few scattered drunks who had collapsed on either side of the street. Palando stepped out of the dark alley next to them and joined the two men. Gold asked, "What's the catch?" Palando shook his head and said, "Not at the moment. The body of the bodyguard was taken to the funeral home and the guy named Olga is being treated at the Petersburg State Hospital. Stayed in a regular single room." Goldcoin dropped the cigarette butt and stomped it out with his foot. "If you can live in an ordinary single room, you shouldn't have much of a background either." Shinfei agrees with this point of view. Hospitals are the places where the gap between the rich and the poor is most visible. That kid had a flamboyant personality, and if he really had any deep background, he would at least be in the hospital's VIP ward. After all, even when Palando lived with Bear and the others, it was an exclusive Wagner hospitalization building. Shinfei stretched his waist. "Well, today's entertainment ends here. We have to go back to the base. There's still a whole lot of troubles waiting for us to deal with." The two men nodded. Palando went ahead and drove. Just at this time, Shinfei suddenly noticed that fully 100 meters away by the side of the street, a homeless man drew a carbine from a nearby pile of debris. If not for the fact that his eyesight had been strengthened several times, Shinfei would not have been able to discover this detail. Not good. Shinfei frowned, pulling Palando with his left hand and Goldcoin with his right hand, and quickly hid in the stylized alcove of the building next to him. Bang! Bang bang! Before he could yell out "watch out!" loud gunshots were already ringing through the empty streets. 79. It's easy to get stupid when you play with women too much. KGB office building, top floor, in an old office with Red League elements everywhere. Sitting behind his desk, Grey Wolf looked at the woman standing in front of him and asked in disbelief, "Lenina, my daughter, what made you turn your back on the KGB? On your father?" Lenina was beautiful to look at, a round face not often seen in the Ural Federation, and with the little hot pants wrapped around her peach, and the tank top binding the pavilion's big thunder, she gave the viewer the impression of a hot girl. The outfit was out of character with the traditional image of a secret agent. It was the looks that favored Lenica in the midst of many actions. Without fail, even without her father's title, she was considered an elite agent of the Petersburg division. Lenina didn't refute her father's words. No expression on her face. She knew her father well enough not to confront her face to face if she wasn't absolutely sure. To be able to say what he just said was proof that he knew everything. "Lenina, don't you have anything to say to me?" The Grey Wolf seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and the sharpness in his eyes that belonged solely to a top agent was replaced by a thick fatigue. It never occurred to him that his daughter, who he had always been proud of, was really a traitor to the KGB. After waiting a good 3 or 4 minutes, Lenina still hadn't spoken. Grey Wolf's trembling hand pressed the red button on the table and said wearily, "You may come in." The door to the room opened, and 4 or 5 men in suits, murderous, walked into the room. The leader said in a deep voice, "Ms. Lenina, you are under arrest for treason. Please be so kind as to come with us." Lenina did not resist and allowed the staff to search her for equipment and handcuff her. On her way out the door, Lenina turned her back on the desk and asked, "How was I exposed?" Grey Wolf's eyes were red, his body like a statue in the palace of Morin, and he tried to restrain himself from tears. "Razor, the mercenary today, he was the one who told me." "Thanks." Lenina walked out of the office as if she were saying goodbye to a stranger. Without further hesitation, in a few moments, the director of the KGB walks in with the deputy director. They didn't speak, just stood quietly at their desks, waiting for the old man, who had guarded the Red Alliance for decades and was still guarding the new dynasty, to awaken from his grief. They knew the Grey Wolf would not be defeated, just like those actions he had, countless times, performed. The Grey Wolf put his eyes back on, and when he looked up again, he was in a very different state than before. "If there's anything you want to ask, ask." He no longer has any real power in the KGB, nor does he hold any position. The role is similar to that of an advisor. The commissioner inquired, "What do you think Razor means by this?" That's how he found out that Ms. Kanina was undercover. The question plagued not just him, but everyone in the KGB. Even they had never suspected Kanina internally, that such a small mercenary would know so much. No, he shouldn't know. Grey Wolf carefully recalled every detail from his exchange with Shinfei and added, "We had always thought before that Razor should be a Huaxia Kote or Indian Raw." He turned in the flash drive, probably as a gesture of goodwill to our country. But through today's exchanges, I'm leaning more toward the idea that Razor has, in all likelihood, his own unique way of looking at people. A unique way of looking at people? The director and the deputy director didn't quite understand what this meant. In fact, the Grey Wolf couldn't fully understand what he was saying, as it was only a vague guess. I need more information on him. With no thoughts of continuing the exchange, the Grey Wolf rubbed his nose and said, "You guys go inform Razor who's trying to hurt him. Also try to ask him out to dinner. I need to have more interaction with him." Club entrance. Shinfei dodged the gun line in the street, and before he had time to catch his breath, the stone wall beside him suddenly made a loud noise. The large caliber bullet made a dent in the wall, and the flying debris scraped Shinfei's face. Sniper. 9 o'clock. Run. Polando, get the car. In a situation where the enemy's situation is unknown, direct engagement is most avoided. This is the smartest time to run away. Polando nodded heavily and moved quickly toward the SUV not far away. Shinfei changed his hiding position and dodged into the side alley while pulling the trigger on the homeless man on the street. Bang. Bang bang. A point-blank shot lands but it doesn't hit the bum. No way. Even with a modified pistol, the accuracy is around 50 meters, and it's hard to hit at any further distance. This is determined by the barrel, but luckily a round of point-blank fire suppression caused the hobo to duck, leaving a valuable window of shooting open. Shinfei and Gold Coin rushed into the dark alley, avoiding the sniper's shooting field of view while waiting for Polando to bring the car over. Buzz. The engine hummed as the SUV took off and then jerked its tail, coming to a stop with its front end rushing down the alley. Bang. Bang. The sniper rifles kept firing, and the dense bullets all hit the car body and tires. Polando shouted, "Quick, get in the car is going to top out." Gold Coin ran off-road with Shinfei. Just at the moment when he was 30 meters away from the SUV, a red danger alert appeared in Shinfei's mind without warning. He subconsciously stopped and looked at Polando with a face full of shock. What's the situation? Polando was the only one within 30 meters of him. He's going to kill himself? No way. Shinfei suddenly remembered that the killing intent resonance skill had just been upgraded, and in addition to being able to sense people, it could also sense explosives. Damn. It's so easy to get stupid when you play with women too much. Shinfei cursed and shouted, "Polando, get out of the car. Quick." Polando didn't understand what was going on, but this time of contact had made him trust Shinfei 100%. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened the driver's door and rushed down. "There's a bomb in the car. Run." Shinfei turned around and ran furiously all the way in the opposite direction. The remaining two followed him. Just as they ran out less than 100 meters away, the sound of a violent explosion came from behind them, and waves of air swept over them, causing all three to subconsciously stop in their tracks. Looking back, the original SUV exploded, and a roaring fire lit up the night sky and ignited the residential buildings on either side of the alley. All three were in a cold sweat. Good man. If this ran a few seconds late, or if they chose to drive away, then they really would be doing the game with Missy for the last time tonight. Under the reflection of the firelight, Shinfei's bleeding cheeks carried a bloodthirsty killing intent. Gold Coin and Polando exchanged glances and quickly checked their body's ammo readiness, followed by separate ammo reports. They all knew Shinfei's temper very well. This guy can never be a master of revenge that doesn't last overnight. Gold coins, a block, 3 magazines, 51 rounds. Polando, 2 blocks, 6 magazines, 102 rounds. 80, this pussy is talking. Big breath. Shinfei held the gun in his right hand. His wrist lashed out, followed by a forceful fling. The sleeve slid back in inertia. The throwing window cracked a morose slit, and the brass casing was flung into midair. Without waiting for the shells to fall to the ground, Shinfei had already completed the entire process of inspecting the gun. Can you still check a gun like that? Gold Coin and Polando were both stunned. Polando couldn't help himself. Razor, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn this. Tell me, what's the name of this? It's so handsome. He didn't even dare to think about how many beautiful women's eyes he could attract if he used such a gun-checking maneuver at the shooting range. Press check. Shinfei reported the specialized terminology, adding, learned it from a guy named John Wick. It's simple. I'll teach you later. Now give me 3 mags. You guys keep running forward and I'll take care of the sniper. Without hesitation, Polando handed Shinfei 3 magazines. Gold Coin reminded. The sound of the sniper rifle just now was far away. At least 200 meters. By the time you get there, he might have long since run away. Then we have to try. Shinfei switched to a new magazine and said in a deep voice, we need to know who is trying to take us out, and you guys try to catch as many of them alive as you can when you're running away. Since they were out for a good time and the SUV had been blown up, they had no communication tools. Need to get the back arrangements in place and make it clear all at once. By the time they finished their exchange, 4 or 5 heavily armed pursuers in black combat fatigues appeared at the mouth of the alley. The 3 men looked at each other and each nodded. Polando and Gold Coin quickly began to escape, while Shinfei entered a dark residential building next to him. Because of the explosions earlier, many homes had lights on. The good thing is that this is the Urals Federation, and the people have experienced countless shootings and bombings, and no one chooses to look the other way. At best, you can hide on the balcony and sneak a peek at what's going on outside. Shinfei came all the way to the corridor on the 9th floor and pushed open the window to look outside. No pursuers had entered his floor, and if he wanted to get to the top floor, he would have to climb up the sewage pipes outside the windows. The old pipes were covered in rust and didn't look sturdy. Phew! Shinfei put the tactical ghost back into its holster, took a deep breath, and climbed out of the window. The gusts of wind mixed with the salty smell of the Baltic Sea blew on his body, and he was somewhat unable to open his eyes, and his clothes were also blown in a hunting manner. Shinfei carefully climbed up the already rusty, rickety sewage pipe. He had to find a high ground to be able to find where the sniper was hiding based on the trajectory of the sniper rifle. With just 2 meters to go to the top, the overburdened sewer connection fixture came off and the whole thing plummeted straight down. Weightlessness strikes. Shinfei's body followed the crazy fall. The unusual sound quickly attracted the attention of the pursuers that followed. Where is he? I don't know who shouted. And instantly all the pursuers raised their heads and pulled the triggers at Shinfei's location. Bang! Bang bang! A series of bullets came flying in, and the chilling sound of air braking kept ringing in his ears. Can't wait any longer. Otherwise, even if the sewage pipe wouldn't completely disintegrate, Shinfei would most likely be hit by a stray bullet. He gritted his teeth and, using tension all over his body, climbed to the top of the sewage pipe, followed by a leap like a deft cat in the darkness of the night, making a crescent moon arc in the moonlight. Snap! Shinfei's body hit the old wall hard, and the impact made his brain dizzy. Luckily, his right hand grabbed the eaves of the top floor, and with all his strength, he finally climbed up. Shinfei lay on the roof of the room, breathing in the cold air after the robbery. Realized that he was a man who had just finished 3 laps and was not at the peak of his fitness himself. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot rang out, and the eaves of the house less than 2 centimeters from Shinfei's head exploded into a crater. Not gone. That sniper. He didn't leave. Shinfei couldn't care about the pain in his body and quickly got up and hid behind a bunker, taking out his sunglasses to try to observe the location of the sniper's shot. Within 30 meters, Shinfei, who possessed the killing intent resonance skill, was an absolute king. But further out, especially in the hundreds of meters, the showdown belongs to the sniper's showmanship. Bang! Shinfei's sunglasses had just stretched out. The sniper shot sounded again. The lenses were instantly in pieces, and the huge impact made Shinfei subconsciously let go of his hand. Although he hadn't observed the sniper's exact position, had been able to roughly predict his opponent's field of view through the 2 shots he had just fired. The other guy's in a much higher position than he is. Frontage from 10 to 90 degrees, all within the opponent's control. Other angles are safe for now. Tada! Tada! Da 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 da! Without waiting for Shinfei to catch his breath, he had already keenly heard the sound of dense footsteps resounding in the hallway. By the time they reached 30 meters in a straight line from Shinfei, the exact location of the enemy appeared in his mind. The number was about 7 or 8 or so, and it was fast. These people didn't try to go Shinfei's way, but after walking to the top floor, they began to forcefully break down the security doors on both sides. Usually, in this type of neighborhood, there are access ports. Through the stairs in the room, one could come to the location where Shinfei was hiding. Snipers in the distance. There's a pursuer down there. The situation is very dangerous, and the slightest misstep could result in injury or even death. Buzz. Buzzing. The phone is ringing. Shinfei originally did not intend to pay any attention to it, but he did not expect the phone to connect automatically and a stranger's voice rang out. Razor, your current situation. It seems that there are some bad If you can control your own cell phone, the other person can't be any lesser person. Shinfei pondered the escape route while asking in a cold voice, who are you? You may call me the Siberian Wolf. The man's voice sounded again. The KGB will be happy to help you, but it will cost you something. Buzz. As his voice fell, Shinfei heard the roar of an engine resonating in midair. Looking up, 2 single-rotor Mi-28N helicopter gunships with tail rotors were swimming in midair in the darkness of the night. Is there anything else? Shinfei was ready to drop his cell phone and start fighting. It seems that Mr. Razor is very confident in his own strength. Siberian Wolf's tone was calm, as if he was describing a trivial matter. Well then, I'm here to deliver a letter from Grey Wolf to you. He's going to tell you 2 things. First, the man who's going to kill you is Deputy Director Vanya of the CID, a traitor to the Malenko family. Secondly, Grey Wolf would like to buy you a meal when you have the time. The maintenance window on the roof made a sound, and Shinfei saw from the killing intent resonance skill that the pursuers were less than 5 meters away from him. As soon as they opened the access window, both sides are exposed to each other's firing line of sight. Shinfei was ready to risk a change of scenery. He was just about to move when Siberian Wolf smiled. Mr. Razor, I have another private gift of information that you would like to hear? Shinfei couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. This pussy's talking. Big breath. It's similar to those web novels you read in your ing previous life. The chapter Breakdog authors. 81. Melee Prince vs. Ranged Queen. The two access windows opened at the same time, and the three enemies poked their heads out, raising their guns to aim at the corner where Shinfei was hiding and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Deadly bullets. Whistling. They had the sniper's reporting point, and in a way, it was almost comparable to Shinfei, who had the kill resonance skill. Shinfei got up violently and aimed at the enemy for a counterattack while dodging the gun line to the right. He fired 2 shots. The enemy in the left service window was shot in the head, and the window that had been open was closed again. In the process, the sniper fired 2 shots. One shot grazed Shinfei's arm and hit the top of the concrete siding, and the other narrowly missed his head. Nice. Precise transfer. Razor, you are worthy of your reputation in Petersburg. Siberian Wolf's excited voice rang out from the phone, as if he were standing in God's viewpoint, enjoying an exciting and thrilling gunfight movie. If you don't want to talk, shut the up. Shinfei didn't have time to check the wound on his arm and quickly switched the tactical ghost to his other hand, probing the gun and pulling the trigger. Thump! A few more shots rang out, and not far away from him, the enemy trying to surround him, located in the shooting view, fell to the ground. Siberian Wolf exclaimed, Razor, how did you do that? You obviously weren't observing, so how did you know where someone was? Damn, how the hell did you do that? The scene just now was indeed too much. Obviously the people didn't move massively, and Shinfei was hiding behind cover the entire time, but he just managed to shoot directly without aiming. No one in the entire KGB division could have such a shooting instinct. Bang! The sniper fired again, and Shinfei could feel the bunker being violently hit, and his body shook slightly with it. He wasn't worried about snipers getting through cover, though, because at 1,200 meters, even if a barrack came along with a 50 BMG full metal armor piercing round, there was no way it could penetrate 24 inches of concrete with a single shot. But Shinfei couldn't hide here either, as the enemies might keep coming. Hell, if they had something like a man-portable bazooka in their hands. If they did, they would have to risk changing points again. Shinfei's aim was not to escape in a mess either, but to find the sniper and try to catch him alive. General, a sniper will know more intel than the average frontline soldier. Will know more intel. Siberian Wolf is a talker, and with his voice constantly coming out of the phone, it's hard not to get distracted. Shinfei grabbed his cell phone and prepared to throw it out. It'll be quieter on the one hand, and on the other hand, we'll see if we can trick the sniper into shooting. Long-range sniping coupled with close and personal combat. It's an old-fashioned way to make an arrest, but I have to say, it works very well. No, 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 Razor, I don't want to get shot in the head by that woman. Don't throw me out. Siberian Wolf shouted through his cell phone. That woman is crazy. Her code name is Wildcat. We've been capturing her for a long time. Also, I'd like to advise you to never think that hiding behind cover is safe. That woman can definitely shoot better than you can imagine. A Wildcat? Another female sniper? The sniper itself is very rare. The comprehensive ability requirements are very high. Even if the excellent special soldiers, it is difficult to come out a sniper. Shinfei had joined Wagner for more than a month and had actually only met one sniper. It was his teammate, Nefertus. He hadn't thought that even the KGB had such a high opinion of this sniper called Wildcat, and she is going to be so at 1,200 meters. Suddenly, an image came to Shinfei's mind, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Bang! As if to verify his guess, the sound of gunfire rang out again, and the bunker Shinfei was hiding in was hit by a large caliber sniper bullet, shaking slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Female cold front. U. 1. 200 meters. Precisely controlled bullet drop. Hitting in the same crater? Sister, are you spacing out to shoot the war wolves? Shinfei couldn't help but spit in his heart, but when he realized the strength of his opponent, he didn't hesitate for a second and quickly took off his top and threw it out. Bang! Gunshots rang out, but it wasn't Shinfei's clothes that were hit, it was still the concrete where he was hiding, and because the 3 shots hit the same place, the kinetic energy Shinfei felt was getting stronger and stronger, and the next shot would definitely be able to penetrate the cover and hit him. Siberian Wolf shouted excitedly, how about it, Razor? You're the prince of melee, but unfortunately today you're up against the queen of long range. I suggest you go with the KGB rescue package. One word from you, and our helicopter gunships can take the roof of the building where the Wildcat is hiding and blow it into a hornet's nest. Indeed, as KGB said, Shinfei was the absolute king of melee combat, but he's not going to admit defeat that easily. More importantly, he couldn't come up with intel that he could trade with the KGB. Can't hide anymore. Shinfei took a deep breath and used the killing intent resonance skill to check that another wave of enemies had rushed up. Since we can't break through frontal, We'll have to play gorilla. Shinfei gritted his teeth and violently rushed out of the cover, running wildly in the opposite direction of the sniper. Bang! Almost as soon as he jumped out, the bullet hit him where he would have been. Shinfei leaped up, jumped over the rooftop that was 6 or 7 meters wide, and came to the roof of another building, and after observing the surrounding location, he chose to start parkour on the roof of the building. It's a good thing that this is a rich neighborhood with narrow building spacing, and the roofs of the buildings have a lot of decorative molding for the sake of aesthetics and good looks. These bumpy places just gave Shinfei the possibility to hide in advance. 1100 meters and the Wildcat hasn't run yet. Razor, it seems that she feels that she is sure that she can finish you off before you get any closer. I bet you can't stand it. After all, you just joined an elite Wagnerian squad. The Siberian Wolf was like watching a giant screen movie, telling Shinfei about his current situation with great interest. Shinfei felt that this guy must be a guy who couldn't resist spoilers even when he watched a movie. I can't believe this. Does the KGB even want such people? But it had to be said that with this information from him, one could be more precise when choosing a location. The only thing he had to watch out for were the sniper bullets that kept coming at him. Even at over 1,000 meters, each one was still enough to kill him. 800 meters. Razor, you're a parkour artist. Come on. 500 meters. Halfway through the race, and our Wildcat lady doesn't seem to be pulling out. 300 meters. Razor, you ran almost 800 straight meters on the roof in less than 10 minutes. That's an exaggeration. Better than an athlete. But unfortunately, from what I can see, MS, Wildcat is already packing her sniper rifle. 82. It's not that easy to run away after shooting me. Shinfei had tested his eyesight before. Dynamic daytime visual acuity is roughly able to see silhouettes moving 1.6 kilometers away. It's not an exaggeration. It's basically the Maasai medium. Of course, in a few years the Maasai tribe's eyesight will be plummeting, for no particular reason. It's only because tourists bring them a lot of wealth and the tribe can afford TVs and smartphones. If you're addicted to the internet every day, it's a wonder your eyesight doesn't go down. At night when visibility is good, Shinfei's dynamic vision can reach about 500 meters, so there's no need to remind the Siberian Wolf. Shinfei had already seen a black figure methodically disassembling the sniper rifle on a high building 300 meters away. What a coincidence. Wildcat raised his head at this time and looked at Shinfei. 4 eyes. It was obviously at night, but each was pretty sure that the other could see them. Wildcat's embroidered brows furrowed slightly as her hands became faster. She didn't expect Shinfei's eyesight to be so good that it could even be compared to her as a sniper. Shinfei stared at her, his feet faster than before, and moved his lips wordlessly. Wildcat read Shinfei's words. Trying to run away after shooting me isn't that easy. Run. A hint of panic sprang up in Wildcat's mind. Abandoning his sniper rifle, which was already half dismantled, and turning to enter the building, she quickly descended the stairs while removing the black leather jacket she was wearing. Snow-white skin exposed in the dark stairwell, snow-white hair trembled violently as the body of the ran. Wildcat changed into an evening gown, the satin of the deep V gown folding out into a liquid sheen at the bust. The coefficient of friction of the fabric against her skin between walks precisely controlled at the critical point of desire and rejection. In the blink of an eye, she had then gone from a professional hitwoman to a socialite who traveled in high society. But that's not all. After changing into high heels, Wildcat ripped off the disguise headgear from her head and made the leap from being a 7 out of 10 beauty to being a top-notch celebrity with at least a 9 out of 10. Wildcat stopped in front of the security gate, her black turtleneck drenched in sweat, outlining the curve of her startling waist and hips. She casually wiped the beads of sweat from her neck and reached out to push open the steel door in front of her. In a flash, ear-piercing heavy metal music played, and a dreamlike corridor of lights appeared in front of them. Wildcat stepped onto the promenade, and the men and women kissing against the wall suddenly stopped moving, the men's throats rolling, their eyes glued to her big thunder that trembled softly with her stride. She ignored the drunken men's invasive stares and raised her head slightly, exuding a powerful aura of rejection. After passing through the corridor, they were greeted by a huge dance floor of hundreds of square feet, where the snowy waves strung out by the sexy babes' halter skirts crashed into the laser lights, where their peaches crashed into the neon rainbow, and where their water snake waists were wrapped around the vibrations of the subwoofer. Wildcat came to the bar and sat down, looked at the bartender and said, "A shot of birch velvet vodka." One moment. The bartender owed a salute and turned to start mixing drinks. Wildcat elegantly took out a lady's cigarette and placed it on her fragrant red lips, gently containing it. Click, click. In the blink of an eye, a dozen different styles of lighters reached as far as her cigarette could hook. Without bothering to look at the men's expressions, Wildcat took out his own lighter and lit his cigarette to a chorus of sighs. Shinfei rushed to the building where Wildcat was hiding and realized that it was the Hilton Hotel. And in the doorway, a man in a black leather jacket, standing at a height of 2 meters, looked at him with a grin and shook his cell phone. "Razor, Although your performance has been excellent, it seems like you've lost sight of your goal, though. Siberian Wolf's flirtatious voice came over the phone. Shinfei hung up the phone and walked head-on. Siberian Wolf politely extended his hand. Hello, I'm Siberian Wolf. How about a taste of the KGB search service? Of course, we don't need that level of information from you on the level of an oligarch. Just a very small one. Tell me. Shinfei extended his hand. The building was more than 10 meters high, and there had to be more than one exit in a place like this. Trying to find the sniper on his own would be very difficult. Unless one can get close enough to be within 30 meters and the sniper still has kill intent on him. Siberian Wolf asked. We want to know. How did you know Lenina was undercover? Lenina? Shinfei didn't recognize who this was, but judging from his question, it was obviously the female KGB who had murderous intentions towards the Grey Wolf. He knew that whatever he lied about would be investigated by the KGB. This organization was so powerful that what he had really seen was just the tip of the iceberg of the other side. Might as well be honest. Shinfei replied. Because I sensed the killing intent in her. Not against me, but against your Grey Wolf officer. The Siberian Wolf's brow furrowed slightly. Shinfei shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't help it if you don't believe me, but I've answered your question, and you're now going to tell me where that sniper is. Of course you can break the contract, but from now on the KGB won't be able to get any information from me, whatsoever. The Siberian Wolf arched his head slightly, his aura becoming harsh. You're threatening the KGB? Shinfei nodded his head calmly. Yes, I am threatening the KGB. What are you going to do with me? Don't talk to me with that attitude. The 58th group and the king, including the oligarchs, want to know what's in my head. So you think, I don't have the capital to threaten you? Siberian Wolf grimaced and after a slight silence pointed to the 9th floor. Wildcat is in the bar on the 9th floor. I should warn you that she's a very good woman at disguising herself, and no one knows what she really looks like yet. Thanks. Shinfei did not talk nonsense and prepared to enter the building. Just after taking 2 steps, Shinfei stopped, turned his back to the Siberian Wolf and said, although I don't know if it's a test or not, I can be sure that the killing intent you just emitted wasn't directed at me, but the security personnel standing at the door. The Siberian Wolf instantly froze in place, his face full of surprise and incredulity. I'm sorry sir, but this is a poorly dressed place to entertain. Shinfei was stopped by the security personnel at the entrance. He glanced through the glass door, and he did seem a bit of a mess now. His cheeks bore bruises, and his left arm, though the bleeding had stopped, had a battered sleeve, and he looked like a street hobo. Shinfei drew a few rubles from his pocket and said in a deep voice, Can this get in? The security officer shook his head with a grimace. Sorry, I can't. Ugh. Shinfei's face sank. He was just about to force his way in when he heard Siberian Wolf's voice ring out. What about this? Shinfei turned around and saw that this guy was holding a document with a sickle and a hammer printed on the cover and written in golden letters at the bottom. The 2 security officers were instantly scared and turned blue. Siberian Wolf pointed at a security officer who was about Shinfei's height and said, Your clothes have been requisitioned. Please take them off. None of the security personnel dared to resist and immediately and obediently began to undress. When he finished taking off his jacket, he looked at Shinfei pitifully and said, Sir, underwear too? Shinfei ignored him and picked up the suit on the ground. Siberian Wolf stood in the doorway, made a gesture of invitation, and smiled. Razor, this is a personal gift. No need for you to equivocate. Have a good hunt. 83. Answer my questions or say your last words. Shinfei smoothly entered the building, and instead of going directly to the bar, he first went to the restroom to change his clothes, and at the same time called Gold Coin and the others. The call was quickly answered. Gold Coin's voice rang out, We've escaped without incident. Where are you? Shinfei changed his clothes and washed his face. Hilton Hotel. The sniper is in the bar of the building. I'm going up to him. You and Palando get over here and wait at the back door of the building. Copy that. Gold Coin hung up. Shinfei, who had tidied up, followed the elevator all the way to the floor of the bar. Just out of the elevator, ear-piercing heavy metal music played, and the dreamlike corridor was all filled with drunks in 2s and 3s. Petersburg is a touristy city that reveals its own unique charm at night. Shinfei walked through the crowd and into the bar, carefully observing the killing intent resonance skill. The dance floor in front of them instantly became more colorful, exploding with all sorts of colors linking different groups of people. Good man, what a ing mess. Shinfei couldn't tell for a moment just how many people were trying to kill their partners who were also on the dance floor. Let's just say that this kind of place is often the best breeding ground for darkness and violence. Sure, the vast majority of people in here are probably just thinking about it in their heads as well, and will never commit a criminal offense like murder in their lives. It just doesn't hurt that they are pleasing others while loathing those around them. All good actors. Shinfei cruised around the bar a little bit with a range of 30 meters, but in the end, he didn't find any killing intent against him. Already gone? Shinfei frowned slightly, and just when he wanted to take a look at the other areas, he heard a few men around him discussing something enthusiastically. Damn, that chick is so tempting. If I could sleep with her, I'd let me die. Go on, back you up. Suck it, don't list, don't talk in your sleep. That woman has already rejected 17 men, and that includes the son of the police chief, and even the manager of the oligarch company. Oh, what are those people? You guys have no idea how miserable that woman is in my fantasy world. Or you're good. Shinfei followed their gazes and looked at a woman sitting at the bar. She wore a deep V evening dress, slender palms holding a wine glass, leaving only one for the crowd. White as snow, delicate as if you can pinch out the water, with a faint luster, as if a fine porcelain back. With a back like that, it's a shame you don't get a cupping. Shinfei secretly shook his head. Just as he was about to go upstairs to take a look, the woman at the bar turned her head sideways, revealing the side of her face, the high, red lips, the slightly curved tip of the nose, and the just right vermilion mole at the end of the eye, all sucked in the attention of most of the men present. Shinfei's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the bar. Before he could get close to the woman, two men, built as strong as hills, stopped in front of him. Next to him stood a man with blonde hair, white skin like a woman's, and a fawning smile. He looked at the woman and said, "Please don't worry, young lady, no one will bother you with your drink while I'm here. And of course, I won't bother you when you don't need it." The woman gave no indication. The man turned his head to Shinfei again and changed his expression. "No alcohol sales at the bar today. Get lost." "Hey, I'm a little grumpy." Shinfei didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and fiercely struck out, smashing his fist on the jaw of the left bodyguard, directly causing the other party to enter a baby-like sleep. The other bodyguard jerked his throwing stick out of his backside and, unfortunately, before he could make a move, Shinfei slapped him on the face, and after the snapping sound, the second bodyguard also fell straight to the ground. A gasp erupted from the bar. Quite a lot of dumbfounded look at Shinfei, at the same time on the woman's killing intent, and then thick to a lot. Men are attracted to you. It's a wonder they're not jealous. What are you going to do? I'm telling you. The yellow-haired man screamed in panic. Ignoring him, Shinfei walked over to the bar and lowered his voice. "Answer my question or say your last words." A flash of surprise surfaced on the wildcat's nearly flawless pretty face. She'd thought Razor was here to flirt with her like all the other men, but she'd never dreamed that the other man would recognize her straight away. No, how is that possible? He's trying to scam me. Right, that must be it. The wildcat didn't look at Shinfei, and a cold voice rang out. "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh." A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth, slowly reaching out his hand, on the wildcat's cheek, removing a piece of skin the size of an ant. "Your disguise is very good. The bionic cell membrane's disguise mask. It's a pity to lose it, isn't it?" He really didn't find the wildcat from the kill resonance, but as a wall hanger, how can you have only one skill? He had just received a specialization in transfiguration from the system not too long ago, which, combined with his out-of-this-world eyesight, was enough for him to spot the transfiguration material on a woman's face. The wildcat's eyes narrowed slightly, and he drew a dagger from an unknown location and stabbed it towards Shinfei. "If I can let you sneak up on me, then I've learned the 18 hands of the Black Dragon for nothing." Shinfei took a step toward her, clamped her white bowl with one hand, his body pressed against her ear, and whispered, "Wildcat, you don't want to die here either, right?" The wildcat's body shook slightly. Shinfei stared at the beads of sweat that slid from his collarbone into the shadows, and could even hear the crunch of his heels crushing the cracks in the floor tiles. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had just witnessed all kinds of pickup lines. "There's a treat for you. There's elegance. There's the dominatrix style. And show-offs, too." But no matter what, that iceberg beauty had remained unmoved, making it impossible for people to guess her true thoughts and identity. "Now that you see that Asian kid, straight up, the Yukai didn't even resist? I get it. I see. So she likes to come on hard. Told you so. Too bad. I love to beat people up. Do you guys think I have a chance if I go up there now? Oh, first you have to beat people first. Learned. Find a pretty girl to try it on later." The crowd was talking and saying all sorts of things. Wildcat's red lips stopped 2 centimeters from her earlobe, spitting out words with a citrusy wine smell and murmuring, "Change it up and I'll match you." Shinfei felt the fluffy softness in his ears and the aroma that poured into his nostrils, and took half a step back, making a gesture of invitation. "This is best. Beautiful young lady. 84? What? Shinfei is the 749th bureau?" The two stuck close together and walked out of the bar under the envious eyes of many men. After entering the elevator, Shinfei stared at her and asked, "Who asked you to kill me?" "I don't know," Wildcat answered dryly. Shinfei raised his right hand, the gun hidden in his suit aiming at her head. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Wildcat slightly raised his hands to indicate Shinfei's calmness, and replied, I really don't know. We contacted each other through the dark net. I don't even know who you are. If you don't believe me, you can check my cell phone. Shinfei scanned up and down Wildcat's deep evening gown and didn't notice where he could put his cell phone. Wildcat signaled with her eyes that the cell phone was on the outside of her thigh covered by the gown. She was smart enough not to act irrationally. Don't move. Shinfei's right hand moved away from her attack range and reached out his left hand for his cell phone. The maneuver is safe, but it's also awkward. Wildcat frowned and grumbled. Hey, you're looking in the wrong place. Shinfei adjusted the angle and finally found something similar to a cell phone on the outside of his white and slippery thighs, then pulled it out. At this instant, the Wildcat's eyes became stern and fiercely struck Shinfei's head with a high raised leg. If it's in an unguarded situation, this move is almost 100 times more effective. But unfortunately, even if the Wildcat, who was a sniper, knew very well that there was hidden killing intent, it was still captured by Shinfei's killing intent resonance skill the moment he made his move. Almost before the brain could react, Shinfei let go of the cell phone and blocked the Wildcat's long legs with his left palm. The right hand let go of the pistol and grabbed the Wildcat's long hair with precision while jerking it downward. No, no, no. Wildcat realized what was going on and hastily begged for mercy. Shinfei didn't give her a chance to explain. While pulling down his hair, Shinfei's knee had lifted and collided heavily with the Wildcat's face. The Wildcat only felt a huge force coming from his head and completely fainted. Shinfei loosened his hand, picked up and re-picked up the pistol with the Wildcat's cell phone, looked at the Wildcat with blood coming out of its nose, and murmured, "It's not even deformed. It looks like it's original." No, the originals are all so pretty. Guilty of being killers? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Goldcoin and Palando looked at the unconscious stunning beauty on the ground in surprise, and then looked up at Shinfei. What's the situation? Aren't we catching snipers? What's with the pretty girl? The wound on Shinfei's arm crumbled open and blood seeped out. He pointed to the woman on the ground and said, "She's the sniper that's going to kill us. Take her and go back to Wagner base. Notify Baron Nefertus who are at the hospital to be safe." KGB, top floor office. There was a knock on the door. Grey Wolf casually closed the file on his desk and said, "Enter." The door to the room was pushed open and the Siberian Wolf walked up to the desk and saluted. The Grey Wolf nodded slightly, leaning his body back and asking, "Tell me about all the interesting things that happened in Petersburg again tonight." Siberian Wolf recounted what had just happened. As it was, when it came to Shinfei actually being able to accurately judge the object that he was targeting with his killing intent, the Grey Wolf's wrinkled face flashed with a touch of surprise. "What do you think?" Grey Wolf asked. The Siberian Wolf shook his head. "If someone told me something like that, I would think he was joking, but when experienced firsthand, I have to suspect that Razor does have some unusual abilities, like the perception of magnetic fields. Being KGB, they have been exposed to far more than ordinary people and know a lot of various anecdotes. The Maasai tribes, for example, generally have a visual acuity of 6.0 or higher, or the Himalayan Sherpa who can work at 5,000 meters above sea level. And Nenets who maintain normal body temperature in -50 degrees Celsius environments with high metabolic heat production. Humans have always been very limited in their understanding of themselves, not to mention in today's day and age, where countries specialize in special abilities, or aliens. After a slight pause, Grey Wolf asked, "Have you ever heard of Bureau 749 in China? Bureau 749? The Siberian Wolf shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't studied much about China. Their writing is too hard to understand." Grey Wolf didn't continue to dwell on this issue and said, "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, I'll treat Shinfei to dinner. You find a suitable Chinese restaurant. Also notify Field Bureau 7 to pack up those bodies and preserve them before the police station. We should, perhaps, treat Shinfei in a different way." The Siberian Wolf wore a puzzled expression. Grey Wolf smiled. "His squad is down to 3, so why can't they go from a Wagner squad to a KGB squad? We're always treated much better here than mercenaries, aren't we?" Siberian Wolf's eyes couldn't help but light up when he thought about Shinfei's performance with his teammates tonight. He was originally attached to the C team of the True Special Group, but all the members of the squad died in Vladivostok last year, and on his shoulders lies the hope of rebuilding the C's. Petersburg, suburban villa, bunch of losers. Vanya, the deputy director of the CID, slammed his cell phone on the floor in anger after hearing the report from his men. What the hell? Dozens of killers were mobilized at the same time, and there was also Wildcat, a top killer, and they still let Shinfei get away? God damn it. Isn't he just a Team 7 mercenary? Phew. Vanya's breathing became ragged and annoyed as she pulled a satellite phone out of a drawer and hit the dial button. Toot, toot. The call was quickly answered. Vanya questioned, "Wildcat, how do you do your job? And why did my men see that damn Razor back at Wagner base alive?" To his surprise, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. "Vanya?" Stunned, Vanya asked rhetorically. Who are you? I have your assassin. And guess who I am? The man's teasing voice. Once again. Shenfei? Vanya cursed. Damn Asians. Sooner or later I'm going to make you realize the price of offending Marenko. You'd better spend the rest of your life hiding in a Wagner base and never let me see you on the streets. Shenfei smiled. Vanya, you look like you're pissed off. Come on, how about a drink of water? Or that bottle of 82 red wine on your table? What? Can he see himself? Vanya instantly felt all the hairs on her back stand up, and subconsciously looked out the window. Bang! Without giving him a chance to react, Shenfei pulled the trigger without mercy. Bang! The gun went off and Vanya was shot in the forehead and collapsed in his desk, covered in blood. That's right. The previous statement about going back to the Wagner base was all a lie by Shenfei, and in fact they had just gone back not long before they quietly ran out with their sniper rifles. Hit the target. Palando lowered his scope and said worriedly, Razor, we just killed the deputy director of the CID. This is big. Probably first thing tomorrow morning. No, in an hour at the most. We'll be wanted all over town. The KGB, Wagner, the police, the mob, everyone will come after us, and the 58th group will no longer offer us shelter. The corners of Shenfei's mouth rose slightly as he patted the still unconscious wildcat by his side and smiled. Who said we killed Lord Director? It was. This female sniper did it. Still, Gold Coin and Palando instantly widened their eyes and looked at Shenfei with a face full of surprise. What a trick to plant the evidence. Shenfei took off the wildcat's delicate deep V-long skirt, admired her beautiful body, and helped her change into a black tight leather jacket, and then took the gold coins and Palando to leave the dark roof. 85. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? The three disappeared into the night with great speed. Palando wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Razor, I thought you were going to make that female sniper a member of our squad. It's not often you see an accurate shooter who can hit the same place with 3 shots at a distance of 200 meters, and prettier looking than Nefertus. Gold Coin spat. That last sentence is what you had in mind, isn't it? Shenfei looked at the police cars that drove by quickly on the street, and then looked at the tall building where the wildcat was hiding, and teasingly said, if she can escape from this kind of environment, it may not be impossible to make her one of us. Escape? Palando shrugged and said, come on, this is the most secure place in Petersburg, and it's filled with high-ranking officials and rich people. Within 5 minutes, word of Vanya's murder will have spread through the police hierarchy, and 10 minutes after that, the area will be surrounded by a large police force with helicopter gunships. Look at all those police cars on the street. In other neighborhoods they don't get out that fast. This was something Shenfei agreed with. The gun hadn't even been fired for 3 minutes before a large number of police had arrived. When he got into that fight at the mob branch, he froze and didn't see a single cop. Let's just say that Petersburg, during this period. Nope, it's not just Petersburg. It should be said that the entire Urals Federation during this period was a place of magic and chaos. The afterglow belonging to the Red Star Alliance is gradually dispersing, and a new order will gradually take shape in this chaotic land. To put it in literary terms, it's the darkness before the dawn. Shenfei loved this period too much. He could do a lot of things safely and boldly without worrying about suffering backlash. Let me see how high I can go at this particular stage of history. The three of them got into the SUV and rushed to the Wagner base. Palando lit a cigarette and asked in a puzzled voice, Gold Coin, what are you thinking about that you haven't said anything all this time? It's not supposed to be a shock, is it? What they did tonight would face the wrath of a superpower if anyone found a ding-dong clue. You can fight. You can argue. You can use all sorts of tactics, but that doesn't mean it's okay to kill a T0 level bigwig from Petersburg, because it would make the other bigwigs sit up and take notice, and more importantly, it would make the king feel like his authority was being challenged, even if the ones who were killed were traitors belonging to the oligarchs. Of course I'm scared, Gold Coin said as he drove, not looking away, but I'm even more curious. Razor, how are you going to make this thing end? Also, what was that thing you left next to that female sniper? Shenfei did not reply. In fact, he was also thinking about the next direction. So far, he hadn't felt the blessing from Wagner, which gave Shenfei the urge to jump ship. Actually, compared to staying in Petersburg, he was more interested in hurrying up the 7 teams to form up and head to the battlefield in the Caucasus to kill the enemies to collect rewards and strengthen himself. As for what's left for the Wildcats, it could be considered revenge for her dishonesty, or a test from the captain of Team 7. Shenfei murmured in his heart, System, lottery, ding. Accompanying the fall of his voice, the system's beautiful beep sounded in Shenfei's mind once again. Sirens howled like wounded beasts, and alternating red, blue and white lights cut through the night sky. The piercing sound woke the unconscious wildcat, out of physical instinct. The moment she regained consciousness, her body quickly stepped backward while trying to draw the dagger hidden on the outside of her thigh to defend herself. But touching a loneliness, Who? Ha! Wildcat gasped violently, his red forehead covered in cold sweat, then was shocked to realize that he had somehow changed back into his combat black leather jacket. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Didn't I get caught by that mercenary? It took a gust of night air to bring the wildcat to its senses at last. She picked up the sniper rifle beside her and disassembled the magazine to find that there were no bullets in it, but the temperature of the muzzle told her that the gun had just been fired. Wildcat frowned and raised his sniper rifle in a half-crouching position, peering through the scope at his surroundings. When the sniper scope swept into a room with the lights on, Wildcat's pupils contracted violently and his heartbeat sped up considerably in an instant. She saw a bottle of red wine on the table, and Vanya, the deputy director of the CID, was shot in the head and collapsed in a pool of blood. After a preliminary ballistics analysis, the bullet that shot the other guy was fired from his own gun. Damn, that mercenary. He's going to set me up. He knows I lied to him, so wanted to use me to kill CID Deputy Director Vanya. Asshole. The wildcat was very smart and quickly realized what was probably happening. No, I can't die. If I die, my mother and sister in the hospital will die too. Run. Wildcat took a deep breath, not caring about the pain on his forehead, quickly disassembled the sniper scope and prepared to find a way to withdraw from the encirclement. Difficulty. The police also analyze ballistics, and there are many police cars that have cordoned off the high rise where she is. This is not a hotel building, but the office building of a media company. There was no one in the building late at night. What to do? Just as Wildcat was planning his escape route, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a 5-inch screen sitting next to him with a phrase written in Russian. If you feel desperate, open it. It's left by that damn mercenary? What does he want? Either way, Wildcat is really desperate now and has no choice but to wake up the screen. As it says there, it was a selfie-like video, and the main character was the target she was going to take out tonight. She remembered that the other's code name was Razor. MS. Wildcat, do you know what mistake you have made? Shinfei's voice rang out. Wildcat frowned and hit fast forward. You tried to kill me. That's 1. And you lied to me about taking orders on the dark web and not knowing who your employer was. That's 2. You tried to attack me. That's 3. You've done 3 wrong things and I only need you to do 1 to make up for it, which I don't think is too much to ask. God damn it. You tell me how to escape. Wildcat fought the urge to shake off the screen, and she could already hear the footsteps of the police getting closer. Okay, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. As for how you should escape, I actually don't know, but I think you should have a way. Oh, right. If you manage to survive, feel free to meet me at Wagner base and I'll be happy to offer you a job. You're playing with my mom. Wildcat's chest rose and fell violently, his face red with anger, but on second thought, that's not true. One could have just handed the screen over to the police and wouldn't that have proved one's innocence? MS. Wildcat, you're really a repeat offender. I've been so sincere with you, and you're still trying to harm me? Well, whatever. Just a quick reminder that the screen you're holding will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Bye. Auto-destruct in 5 seconds? My hair? What do you think you're doing? Wildcat mentally spat, but didn't dare to disbelieve it, so he could only hurriedly throw the screen away. The countdown is over. The explosives hidden within the screen were ignited, and the air was violently squeezed, forming a powerful shockwave. Accompanied by a loud noise, a fireball appeared in midair out of nowhere, and such was the commotion that it instantly attracted more police. Asshole. Scum. ING things. If I can survive, I'll be the first to kill you. Wildcat rage ignited her completely. All the elegance and beauty was swallowed by anger in an instant. Her beautiful eyes were rounded, like a scolding shrew. 86. Ghostly 13 stitches. Late night. Wagner base. Shinfei lay on his bed, organizing the day's harvest. First, there are the system rewards. In addition to the regular agility and physical enhancement, there are 2 more special bonuses. One is the ghostly 13 stitches. This is a special treatment in acupuncture, specialized in the treatment of epilepsy of 100 evils, and used in special cases with very miraculous results. Not only can I treat others, but if I am faced with the special circumstance of being interrogated again in the future, I can also reach the point where hallucinogenic means such as spitting truth agents are rendered ineffective by stimulating acupoints such as the ghost seal, the ghost palace, the ghost cave, the ghost bastion, the ghost path, and so on. Nice. If you want to get stronger, it's still a system. Beyond that, Shinfei also got a piece of intel that had information about wildcats. The woman's name was Victoria, born a nomadic gypsy, a name that has a symbolism of victory in the history of the Urals Federation. Wildcat suffered domestic abuse as a child and had a hard life, and after becoming a killer, most of his money went to treating his sister and his mother. The intel also gives the hospital where Wildcat's sister and mother are. Good lord, is this really the dad who sucks at gambling? The mom who's sick? The sister who goes to school? The broken her? If on other occasions to hear in such a story, Shinfei will only suspect that the other party is not to the footbath store in the East University to further study, but the accuracy of the system's intelligence, Shinfei still believed in. I can only feel that art is really from life and above life, an accurate shooter with a soft spot. It would be worthwhile to do some training, provided she survives tonight. Shinfei stretched his back, no longer thinking about these messy things, and fell into a deep sleep. The ability to fall asleep quickly in any environment is a must for soldiers. When Shinfei opened his eyes again, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. He made himself a cup of black tea and sat comfortably in the couch, then turned on the TV to check the recent news. The biggest news is still, without a doubt, the war between Chechnya and the Urals Federation. The king held a televised speech accusing the Chechen rebels of being terrorists, and was particularly angry about the recent upsurge in terrorist attacks. Directly in his speech, he stated that any citizen is entitled to initiate action against those terrorists. If you catch them at the airport, you kill them at the airport. Caught in the toilet and drowned in the toilet bowl, it is God's business to forgive them, and all the people of Urals have to do is send them to God. Aha! If Shinfei remembered correctly, this should be the first time that the king had positively displayed his iron-fisted means of governance after coming to power. The oligarchs have been honest, none of them have made much of a move recently, and many of them don't even participate in TV programs anymore. Realize that most countries have a voter system, and the first thing you need to do to get the people to vote for you and approve of you is to be visible to them. Simply put, it's a show. But with the Malinki family's long flight overseas and the sale of all domestic media companies to the crown, there are fewer and fewer venues left for other oligarchs to excel. Shinfei knew that these oligarchs would not be so easily resigned to their fate, and they must be preparing all kinds of plans in private. According to later memories, this 9p game between the king and the 8 oligarchs will go on for a long time. Other than the big news, there's basically nothing left to focus on. Shinfei began to check the Petersburg regional news. In his previous life, he had enjoyed watching all kinds of news because he understood one thing very well. The honor and disgrace of the little people must be closely tied to the context of the times, and very few people can create the times. The vast majority of people can only go with the flow and seize the opportunities that are hidden in the midst of change. Flip through all the news in Petersburg and most of it is reporting on the terrorist attacks. As for the case of the death of the deputy director of the CID, it was not even mentioned. There was a lot of discussion on the forums from the public about the sudden extra police cars last night, but no one knew the inside story. Just think of it as catching terrorists. Someone squashed the news. The KGB? Or maybe the police department doesn't want the public to know about this? Shinfei thought that the police department would seal off the city to catch the wildcats, but from the means shown by the officials so far, the matter of the deputy director's murder was not as serious as he thought. Of course, it is also possible that the police department is adopting a policy that is tight on the inside and loose on the outside, which there is no way to know. Snap! There was a knock on the door. Enter. Gold Coin pushed his way in. There's a KGB out there looking for you. Shinfei nodded his head, changed into a clean outfit, and walked out of the room to the training ground. The vast majority of Wagner's men had been transferred to the Caucasus, and the recruitment of new recruits followed suit. The large Wagner base was very empty. The Siberian wolf was wearing a black leather jacket and his eyes were weirdly surveying Shinfei. Next to him stood a very elegant female swallow. Swallows do not need to steal information or set up spy networks, nor do they have to do wet work. They just use their physical capital to trap prey in the most effective way. To put it bluntly, it's all about sleeping with and seducing. This kind of woman has been trained for a long time, and she carries a mysterious and seductive aura, and every tiny move can precisely provoke the man's heart. Shinfei has no feelings about this, because he had seen a lot of declassified KGB documents in his later life, as well as heard a lot of rumors. These swallows are really poisonous. Getting involved with them usually ends very badly. Being able to openly recruit women from society and train them to be pornographic spies, the KGB is naturally no slouch. This was why Shinfei preferred to deal with the 58th Group Army. Troops are black too, but not this bottomless. I have something on my face? Shinfei asked with a smile. Siberian Wolf stared into his eyes and suddenly questioned, "Why did you kill Vanya?" Shinfei shrugged and said, "What are you talking about? After we left the bar yesterday, my crew and I went straight back to Wagner base and slept through the night. Vanya's dead? That's great news." Siberian Wolf changed his expression and smiled. "Yes, that is indeed good news. But Shinfei, deceiving the KGB is not a good habit." Shinfei nodded. "Of course, nothing can be hidden from the KGB. That's the consensus of all the people of the Urals." This statement can be interpreted as praise and equally as mocking. All depends on so interpreted. Siberian Wolf pulled open the car door and said, "Victor wants to take you to dinner. The restaurant has been booked. A traditional Chinese restaurant that you will love. 87. Top IQ Crush Bureau. Shinfei happened to want to talk to Victor the Grey Wolf as well, and nodded his head in agreement. As he was about to get into the car, the KGB swallow stopped him with a seductive smile on his face. Mr. Razor, suggest I fix your clothes? Shinfei knew this was a body search and said graciously, why not? Yanzi's soft body pressed up. A pair of dexterous hands roamed around Shinfei's body. Each touch gave him an inexplicable urge. Shinfei is certainly horny, but the reaction at this time was more because of the ineffable smell of perfume on the swallows of the KGB. Just the ones he could smell were giant citronella, clove, cypress, peppery oak moss, spirit cat incense, musk, benzoin, and more. It's a compound emotional perfume. Shinfei couldn't help but feel that the Red Alliance was really a great country. Not only politics and culture, but many of his crooked skill points are enough to make future generations wonder. Swallow examined it very carefully, not even sparing the private parts. But to an outsider, she really looks like a caring wife, organizing the clothes of her husband who is about to go out. After the inspection, the dagger on Shinfei's body was taken out along with the tactical ghost. Swallow smiled. Mr. Razor, can I borrow these to play with? Shinfei nodded. The Siberian wolf next to him got into the driver's seat and beckoned. Let's go, Shinfei. The road is very congested. We have to hurry. Goldcoin signaled with Palando with his eyes if he needed them to follow. Shinfei shook his head. Since Swallow hadn't searched them, it meant that Victor the Grey Wolf only wanted to see him. There's no need to say these subtexts or they'll be boring. The roads are really congested. Partly because winter is approaching and everyone basically chooses to drive out of the house. More so because there were twice as many police cars on the road and more police officers on duty at intersections than before. From this information, Shinfei could roughly guess one thing. They haven't caught the wildcat yet. That woman. It's quite impressive. Shinfei recalled yesterday's terrain. Seriously, without the help of the killing intent resonance skill, he wasn't even 100% sure of escaping. It's too difficult. Swallow was literally playing with the tactical ghost pistol, and laughed softly. Mr. Razor, if you're bored, I can accompany you for a chat. Shinfei teasingly asked. Just chatting? The others can certainly do the same. Swallow pressed the button in her left hand, and a curtain descended inside the SUV, obscuring the front driver's view. Please rest assured, there are no listening devices here. Yanzi reached out and lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her sexy, white, long legs that looked like works of art. Shinfei was sure that there was no listening device in the car, because all the swallows were the KGB's best monitors. Swallow's hand slid slowly, her seductive voice echoing through the compartment. Please be assured that I am on my first mission, clean and free of any disease. I can play any role if you want. Tempting, indeed. Swallow's body and flirting moves far exceeded those of the top female models in the club. People are the professionals. Shinfei shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. Why don't you tell me how you were trained to become swallows? The woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but in the blink of an eye she regained her composure, and her whole body pounced on him, whispering in his ear, Mr. Razor, are you trying to play the role of instructor? Or, by me? An hour later, Shinfei met Victor the Grey Wolf in the box of the Chinese restaurant. His face was blue and he looked unhappy. Shinfei took his seat, and the waiters from Dongda began to serve the dishes, and each dish was very authentic. If you don't look out the window at the street scene, it gives you the illusion of actually being back at Eastern University. It was only when the meal was served that Victor the Grey Wolf said his first words since meeting. Razor, there's nothing more important than eating. Taste it and see how different it is from where you come from. Shinfei also ate in the morning, and this would have already been starving. He didn't bother to think about what Victor the Grey Wolf was looking for in himself and began to savor the delicacies on the table. Mapo tofu, triple yellow chicken, steamed vegetables, obviously belonging to different regions and different cuisines, but every dish is very authentic. At least with Shinfei's taste buds, he couldn't taste much difference from home. Shinfei lamented. I didn't realize that in Petersburg, there was still a Chinese restaurant like this hidden away. Grey Wolf Victor also enjoyed Chinese food, tasting a few dishes and said, of course, this is a place that specializes in entertaining your country's officials to eat with those poorers who have become established. The dumpers refer to the group of people who bought goods cheaply and resold them into the country's business after the dissolution of the Red Alliance. A man who sells everything for money, a pouring back into the country to make a fortune. One shot. This term is somewhat unfamiliar to Shinfei, and the number of pourers has dropped dramatically since the king came to power. After dinner, Victor the Grey Wolf wiped his mouth. Razor, it's time to talk business. Shinfei nodded. He knew that Victor the Grey Wolf had called him over, and surely it wasn't as simple as a meal. Victor the Grey Wolf, I just told you about Vanya yesterday and today he's dead. Don't you have an explanation for that? Shinfei looked at him and asked rhetorically, isn't that what you want? Victor the Grey Wolf was stunned. The Siberian wolf and swallow beside him all stared wide-eyed. not knowing what Shenfei meant by this. The two old foxes looked at each other, neither of them speaking. Shenfei took the initiative to break the silence. Mr. Victor, I gave you a gun. You watched the show from behind the scenes. Is it not too appropriate to come running to raise hell now? And, you should know, I'm saving face for your KGB. I'd like our conversation to be a little more direct. No one is a cutie. Victor the Grey Wolf tells Shenfei that Vanya must have thought about today's situation when she wanted to target him. The only thing he hadn't thought of was probably that he would move that fast. Oh, something about giving away free intel. Something about drawing close. Really treating Shenfei as a little cute. What? It was only that killing Vanya would be of great benefit to Shenfei himself, and both sides would benefit from each other. As for the face, it's all about planting this whole thing on the Wildcats. It's up to her if she can run. Siberian Wolf and Swallow all felt crushed from the IQ level, especially the Siberian Wolf. He was obviously the one who passed the message in the middle and had the most information, but he didn't realize that there were so many twists and turns in the process. Mr. Razor, you really are the smartest mercenary I've ever seen. Grey Wolf Victor gave up trying and lamented. Maybe I really should retire. Okay, no more chatting about things that are distracting. Mr. Razor, we have a mission right now that requires someone as smart as you. Shenfei interrupted and smiled. Mr. Victor, leave the good words to your men. I'm a mercenary, so if you're looking for me to do something, keep it simple and direct. Tell me what I have to do and how much you can pay me. 88. Eat it all up and turn around and let people die again? Shenfei's way of communicating would always remind Victor the Grey Wolf of the days when he had just joined the KGB. Nobody cared about him back then. Everybody talked to him straight. It even carries the flavor of a command. But gradually, once he had his own moniker, he had forgotten how long it had been since he had interacted so dryly with someone else. Victor the Grey Wolf asked, "You just got back from the Caucasus. You should know your way around there, right?" Shenfei's eyes lit up and he nodded confidently. Of course, no one knows more about Caucasus than I do. He loves crisis situations and battling the enemy. What's more, every kill would make Shenfei stronger. That feeling, it's just fascinating. That's good. Saves me from explaining too much background. Grey Wolf Victor nodded and continued. The king doesn't want to exterminate the whole of Chechnya, but even more so, he doesn't like the idea of a third, fourth war breaking out in the future. So this time, the king is going to beat them into submission once and for all. Shenfei nodded slightly. He understands the king's approach. Alley battles are too brutal. Even as tough as the Ural Federation, it couldn't afford to fight a war of attrition like that. In fact, it was the fact that in the first war the Chechens had the absolute initiative in the street battles that gave them the illusion that they were invincible. It didn't settle down for a couple of years, but it got rowdy again. Victor the Grey Wolf, there are people who don't want to see Chechnya fail miserably, but they can't go down themselves, and those white gloves play an important role in that process. Karakhanistan, have you heard of this country? Shenfei thought for a moment and replied. They retain the Red Alliance's arsenal and have long been shipping AK-series rifles and RPGs to Chechnya through secret passages in the Caucasus Mountains via a loosely controlled underground arms network at the border. It's a known thing. Grey Wolf Victor's eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a powerful aura as he said in a deep voice, "That's already old news. According to the latest information I have, they've already begun shipping night vision and communication equipment to Chechnya, as well as TNT explosives along with surface-to-air missiles." Ha! Shenfei was taken aback. Even with the memories of later life, I have never heard of similar news. It's actually quite normal that this kind of news is impossible to broadcast. And when this war is over, the two countries will be on very good terms. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Victor the Grey Wolf continued. The White Glove of Karakhanistan will be meeting with Gilzev's chief of staff in the evening of 3 days to finalize the time and route of the next shipment of arms. This time, in addition to conventional weapons and ammunition, there will be a large delivery of Louis' agent. This shipment of biochemical weapons, once delivered to Chechen territory, will deal a fatal blow to the Ural soldiers on the front line. Countless people will die in agony. Louis Sin is an arsenic-containing chemical warfare agent, a blistering agent, with a toxicity and mechanism of action similar to that of mustard gas, but with a more rapid onset of action and a risk of systemic toxicity. Hearing the name, Shenfei asked in wonder, how did Karakhanistan get this? If I remember correctly, this would be a gas bomb developed by the Japanese. It has to do with your country. Victor the Grey Wolf's gaze grew deep. Shenfei didn't say anything and waited for his explanation. Victor the Grey Wolf didn't sell himself short. After the end of World War II, many of the scientists who experimented on human beings in your country faced what happened to them when they were put on trial. But in reality, not many of them were sent to jail. But after changing their names, they went on to live the life of a human being. Shenfei frowned. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. In his previous life, He was just a little old man who didn't watch the news much, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Those human experimentation scumbags had a great deal of information that seemed very advanced at the time. The body's water content is 78%. This is a common knowledge that almost everyone in the latter days knows, but few people realize that such a statistic is the conclusion that Unit 731, after roasting the living, breathing people of Eastern University, came to. For the sake of the mongrels' R&D achievements, there are countries willing to provide them with shelter. Karahanistan is clearly one of them. And they got the formula for Louis' agents and now they are ready to sell them to Chechnya for the war with the Urals Federation. Good reward is a fairy tale told to ordinary people. And history has proved time and time again that this world, really, is a straw man. Shinfei lamented in his heart. Victor the Grey Wolf murmured, I'd like you to help us investigate the transportation route of this shipment of Louis' agent. As for compensation, $1 million, what do you think? In the current timeline, $1 million is an absolute fortune. The criterion for the death of a soldier of the Urals Federation was 100,000 to 200,000 rubles. At today's exchange rate of 1 to 28, a human life is worth less than $10,000. But it's never easy to achieve the effect that Victor the Grey Wolf is talking about. Shinfei didn't agree directly and replied, the price is very reasonable, but this is an errand to sell my life, so I need to discuss it with my squad members. Of course, Victor the Grey Wolf nodded graciously, adding, but you need to give me an exact time. Before dawn, Shinfei gave his answer, as if he thought of something, and added, did the police catch the sniper called Wildcat? The Sybil Wolf shook her head. Not yet, she's very cunning. Shinfei looked at the time. The other party had already lasted for at least nearly 10 hours with the entire Petersburg police chasing them. Very good score. And Wildcat has a weakness, her sick sister and mom. Coincidentally, Shinfei just happened to get the Ghost Gate 13 needles rewarded by the system, and was able to provide some help in this regard. And there was not much of a problem in taking down the Wildcats, by the way. It's so important to have a good sniper for similar missions. Shinfei got up from the chair and straightened the clothes on his body. Mr. Victor, I need you to help me with an identity that has no criminal record. It's not difficult for you, right? Victor the Grey Wolf frowned and asked rhetorically. Wildcat, you think she's trustworthy? It's not worth it right now, but maybe that will change soon. Shinfei answered very confidently. All three in the room were deep in thought, not understanding the meaning of his words. However, given Shinfei's previous series of mind-boggling operations, there was no doubt that letting him carry out this mission was the best choice. Victor the Grey Wolf nodded. No problem. I'll take care of this. He turned his head to look at Yen standing next to him and said solemnly, the country needs your contribution. Swallow straightened up and saluted solemnly. Yes, sir, I understand what to do. She returned the dagger and the tactical ghost pistol to Shinfei and left the box with an expressionless face. Shinfei wondered, what is she going to do? Turn herself in? The Siberian wolf was calm as if answering a small matter not worth caring about. She will take all the blame and end the assassination last night. The corners of Shinfei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good man. Eat it all and then turn around and let people die? He admired such patriotic, because the other man had shocked him greatly, if not completely, beyond comprehension. Victor the Grey Wolf stood up and held out his hand. Everyone has their own way of being patriotic. Just like your beloved banknotes are nothing more than scraps of paper used to get the populace to fight for them and find something to do. You tell me. Razor smiled and extended his hand, shaking it with him, murmuring, I agree with you, and would be happy to clean up after the KGB and collect the scraps of paper you regard as garbage along the way. 89. Another impossible task. Shinfei returned to the Wagner mercenary base, the exclusive warehouse of Team 7, with the mission briefing provided by the KGB. Goldcoin and Palando were busy maintaining their weaponry. Shooting a gun is fun for a while, but logistical maintenance is straight up cursing. Now the logistics have all been transferred to the front line of the battle in the Caucasus, so the maintenance of these things can only be done by themselves. Brothers, come alive. Shinfei threw the mission brief onto the table and said excitedly, $1 million for a big job. $1 million? Hearing this figure, both of them all stared in disbelief. Even being a member of an elite squad isn't really a particularly lucrative line of work. The most wealth many mercenaries have ever had in their lives is their pension. There are too many people willing to play hard to get, and the business is imploding. Coin glanced at the dossier bag emblazoned with the shield and sword insignia, and instead of choosing to open it immediately, pursued the question, what the hell? Are those KGB guys going to make you assassinate the king of Chechnya? To his knowledge, the 1996 assassination operation against Dayev cost the Urals Federation a total of $2.6 million, after subtracting the tertiary contractors, and then subtracting the rental fees for the satellite positioning equipment. I'm afraid that in the end, it really doesn't come down to $1 million for the execution team. Palando was also surprised. It's not that dramatic, but it's close. Shinfei unwrapped the dossier bag, took out the photo and pasted it on top of the clue board, and then told the two about the KGB's commission. There are two sets of portraits. One group is a female arms dealer codenamed Iron Lily. She was very active in the Caucasus, and both Gold Coin and Palando had heard of each other's great names. The other set of photos are of men around 40 years of age, with bushy beards, wearing black military uniforms, thin, fair-skinned and wearing glasses. This man Gold Coin and Palando don't recognize. Shinfei introduced himself. This man's name is Vika. There are no details. All the KGB knows is that he was born in the Middle East, came to the Caucasus 3 years ago, and later became Gilsev's chief of staff. Gilsev's great name is not unknown to anyone. Former deputy king of Chechnya, today's head of an extremist organization and the man responsible for starting the Second Ural Federal War. Whenever the king has made a televised speech recently, he has had to mention Gilsev's name at least a dozen times. That's a dirty curse. Yo! When the two of them finished reading the mission briefing, Shinfei reiterated the mission objective. 3 days later, Vika will make a deal with Iron Lily at the Sahir Dome Hotel. We need to figure out the transportation routes for the Louis agent. What do you have in mind? Gold Coin and Palando stared at the photo on the clue board, lost in thought. After a few minutes, Palando shook his head. Razor, I love to be honest. We've never taken on a mission like this before in Team 7. Gold Coin spread his hands as well. The Sahir Dome Hotel is located on the border of Karakhanistan, and the best way I can think of is to infiltrate it, capture Iron Lily, and torture her hard. Palando waved his hand. No, what if what we've captured is Iron Lily's double? Those arms dealers are more cunning than the lone wolf of Siberia. Gold Coin was full of helplessness. So what do you say? What's the best way to carry out this mission? Palando stopped talking. Neither of them were good thinkers by nature, and it did seem a bit difficult for them to think of a solution. Shinfei had a bold idea in his heart. He found a map of Karakhanistan and pointed to the location of where the Dome Hotel was located. We can parachute in, as long as we jump at 10,000 meters and open our parachutes in free fall to within 2,000 meters of low altitude. We can avoid air defense radar and infrared detection. It's also known as Halo, the high jump, low open jump mode commonly used for special infiltration. You've all learned skills like that, right? Gold nodded. That's for sure. Never underestimate a veteran's skill pool. The knot in Palando's throat rolled and he didn't speak. Gold Coin poked him and teased. You do say you once advanced in the special forces, so you don't think you don't know how to jump high and drive low, do you? Come on, we don't practice that. Okay. Palando spread his hands helplessly. It's easy, I'll help you when the time comes. Gold Coin was full of bad jokes. Palando always felt that this guy was holding back a lot of bad blood. The two men looked at Shinfei. I haven't jumped before, but I think I can handle it myself. Shinfei he had knowledge related to skydiving in his mind, and with the advanced equipment, he should be able to barely manage it. Gold Coin raised an eyebrow. Look, our captain isn't afraid. What do you have to be afraid of? $1 million. Aren't you impressed? That's enough money to keep Righteous Eye's daughter and wife happy for the rest of their lives. The mention of the Righteous Eye made the atmosphere in the warehouse depressing. Palando gritted his teeth and said as if he was dying, Gold Coin, I'll leave this life of mine to you. Don't worry, I'll make it a pleasant first time in your life. Gold Coin asked again. Razor, even if we can get in, how do you plan to get the delivery route for the gas bombs? Shinfei replied. Disguise yourself to meet with them. Transfiguration? Indeed it is a way, but on second thought, another impossible task. Palando voiced his thoughts. Disguise as Vika? But how are we going to know where he is? What the KGB doesn't know. We only have 3 days, much less investigate, right? If you want to disguise yourself as the other guy, you have to control him at least until the deal is made. Otherwise the fakes are being traded and I walk in, and then I'm sure I'll be exposed. Right now all the operations in the entire Urals Federation are hunting down everyone connected to Gilsev. The other side will definitely be very careful. The odds of finding him before the trade, low. No, we don't need to kidnap Vika in advance. Shinfei voiced his thoughts. We can disguise ourselves as 2 groups of people and then deal with them separately. Gold Coin and Palando were dumbfounded. Shinfei gave up on explaining too much to them, because some people were really only good for clear-cut missions. I haven't fully thought about the specific series, but we now need a woman who is proficient in disguise, and who is about the same height and weight as Iron Lily. Shinfei proposed a specific goal. Gold Coin and Palando looked at Iron Lily's picture and personal message, froze for a moment, and said in unison, Wildcat, 90, Mr. Razor, please punish me as much as you like. A black-painted SUV pulled out of the Wagner mercenary base and rushed to the Avapet private hospital. Palando asked, Razor, even if we can find Wildcat, how are you sure she'll join our squad? She's always worked solo, and as far as I know, She doesn't have a great reputation in the industry. Goldcoin shared this suspicion and said, "She tried to kill you last night, and has lied to us more than once. A woman's mouth is the last thing you can trust. I have no desire to let her join Team 7. Shinfei replied dryly, "It's just that at this stage, we need her. As for a way to get her to cooperate, I've already figured that out." Goldcoin sighed in relief with Palando. They were really worried that Shinfei would be attracted by the Wildcat's appearance and do something irrational. Although that woman is not only beautiful and sexy, but also can stimulate men's desire to win. It is a mountain that countless men dream of conquering. But picking mercenary squad members, that's not much of a plus. Perhaps because the KGB swallows had turned themselves in, there were nearly half as many police cars on the road. In Petersburg in the afternoon, there are not many pedestrians on the road. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the Avapet private hospital. This is the most luxurious private hospital in Peterborough. The main hospital building stands deep in the birch forest, with 12 Corinthian columns supporting a gilt dome and an onion-shaped vault engraved with golden vines in the Orthodox style. It's costly at first glance. Walking into the clinic, there is no smell of disinfectant, no queuing crowds, and the trance gives you the illusion of walking into the lobby of a 5-star hotel. A female nurse in an ultra-short-skirted white lab coat with an alluring figure and a ribbon, twisting her slender waist and wiggling her peach, walked over and smiled. "3 gentlemen, do you have an appointment?" Shinfei and the others didn't wear training uniforms. They were all very ordinary clothes, and at a glance, they weren't the client population of this hospital. But the nursemaid was still very polite, not half so much as judging by her appearance or being overbearing. "No," Shinfei shook his head and replied, "we are here to see the patients. They are staying in the V1809 ward of the inpatient department. Please take us there. This hospital has its own rules, and you can't get into the wards without an insider. You can only come to the clinic first." "Just a moment, I'll inquire." The female nurse owed a slight bow and walked towards the nearby guide desk. Palando's eyes went straight as he watched. Goldcoin poked Shinfei and lowered his voice. "I've heard that they have a lot of services in the hospital as well. Do you want to try and experiment? It's definitely more exciting than when you had surgery at the state hospital." Shinfei. The words brought him back to not so long ago, the not so good memories. Palando asked excitedly, "Really? How much?" Coin fiddled with his chin, unabashedly surveying the nurse's peach. "At this level, I'd estimate at least 10,000 rubles, and with the addition of the scene, it might have to be double that." Palando lost the light in his eyes. 10,000 rubles. Enough for him to be in a strip club, playing a game of Russian roulette. Just getting a nurse is obviously too much of a loss. The female nurse came over and said with an apology, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but room V1809 is a denied visitation room and you need to contact the handler. If I can find the Wildcat, why waste words with you?" Shinfei smiled and asked, "Isn't it okay to ask the patients directly? You can tell them that I'm their daughter's friend." The female nurse frowned slightly and sized up Shinfei with a strange gaze. "What's that supposed to mean? Something's not right." The female nurse's attitude changed dramatically. "I'm sorry, sir. This is our hospital's rule. If you can't contact the handler, please leave." The three looked at each other, knowing that they must have said the wrong thing. Shinfei and the others didn't insist anymore, excused themselves and left the hospital, returning to the SUV by the roadside. Goldcoin frowned. The nurse was nice at first, so why the big change? Palando shook his head, unable to think straight. Shinfei said after a slight pause, "The patient should be in an unreachable state, possibly a vegetable or something. We don't even know this." Of course the nurses will be suspicious. Although the system gave Wildcat's personal information, it didn't say much about her mother's condition with her sister. "It should be," Goldcoin asked. "So what do we do next?" "I'll make a call." Shinfei took out his satellite phone and called the KGB. "Do." The phone picked up and Grey Wolf Victor's voice rang out. "Razor, have you made your decision?" "Not yet," Shinfei answered truthfully and asked, "We want to enter the Avapet private hospital and visit a patient, but the nurse refused us entry and we need your help. When in trouble look for the organization." Shinfei understood this best. Victor the Grey Wolf asked, "Something to do with the mission?" Shinfei replied, "The stakes are high." "One moment." Victor the Grey Wolf hung up. After waiting for about 5 minutes or so, a dozen people walked out of the hospital at a fast pace. The leader was an elderly man in a white coat, at least 60 years old and in good spirits. Looks exactly like the man on the poster in front of the hospital. Goldcoin was surprised. "Dean, huh?" Palando nodded. "It should be. The average KGB. It doesn't have the ability to make a phone call and have someone's Dean rush out, does it? They just know that Razor is connected to the KGB. I thought it was a general agent, but by the looks of it now, it certainly wasn't something a normal agent could do. Knowing too much may not be a good thing." Shinfei pushed the door and walked down. Goldcoin followed behind with Palando. Dean rushed to the front and said with an apologetic face, "Excuse me, That's Mr. Razor. It's me, Shinfei replied. How young? Dean was also taken aback. He thought that the person who could make Victor call personally should be at least a big shot, but he didn't expect it to be a young man in his early 20s? And, it seems to be Asian? Shinfei saw that he didn't speak for half a day and took the initiative to ask, need to verify your identity? No, 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 no. The dean waved his hand repeatedly. Mr. Razor, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Feel free to order whatever you need. I'll serve you personally. There's no need to be so troublesome. Shinfei swept a glance toward the crowd and saw the female nurse that he had just seen, with her head lowered, not daring to speak and her body trembling slightly. Shinfei pointed at her and said, just let her lead us, to Ward V1809. And by the way, the attending physician in the ward is called. Dean nodded his head and agreed to all of them. The female nurse was taken aback, and when she came back to her senses, she hurriedly led the three towards the hospitalization department. Go through security and enter the elevator. In the confined environment, the female nurse's heart thumped nervously, frequently observing Shinfei through her reflection. Something wrong? Shinfei asked. The female nurse was about to say something, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and said with a red face, Mr. Razor, it was me who offended you just now. Please, punish me. She closed her eyes and bit her lip lightly. A lovely look of abandonment. Cough, cough. Goldcoin coughed with Palando and turned his head awkwardly. 91. And you don't want the dean to know that you don't listen to me, do you? Shinfei calmly replied. You just did what you had to do. No need to blame yourself. The female nurse opened her eyes with a surprised expression. Ding! The elevator door opens and you are greeted by a neat, clean and bright hallway. The attending physician waited outside, held up his glasses, and respectfully asked, which one is Mr. Razor? They're the best private hospital in Peterborough, and the director's connections are hard. It was the first time the attending physician had encountered someone who could make the dean give special instructions to take them seriously. Me. Shinfei stepped out of the elevator and asked bluntly, take me to the ward, and in addition tell me their condition. The female nurse led the way as the attending physician explained. The two patients in room V1809 came to the hospital 3 years ago, and they have some special circumstances. A breakdown in the dynamic balance of gamma-aminobutyric acid and glutamate in the brain caused primarily by heredity. The EEG shows alternating theta and delta wave oscillations and exhibits symptoms similar to a vegetative person who awakens in stages, but the time of each awakening tends to increase, and the time of each awakening tends to decrease. Memory fragmentation during waking hours. Self-reported seeing golden meridians intertwining in the void. Shinfei and the three of them were all confused as they listened. This disease is just a little too weird. Shinfei asked, can't it be cured? The attending physician could see that they didn't seem to understand medicine and explained. Mr. Razor, in fact, there are only less than a dozen diseases such as smallpox, polio, and measles that can be completely cured by Western medicine, but there are a total of nearly 60,000 diseases identified by mankind. Many strange diseases, not to mention the drugs used to treat them, have yet to be clarified in terms of their pathogenesis, like the two patients in Ward V1809, who can only be described as having a confirmed diagnosis of intermittent dissociative consciousness syndrome. The hospital was able to ensure their vital signs, but there was little chance of a cure, and from what I've seen, one of the older patients may not be able to resist for more than 3 months. The female nurse stopped in the hallway and turned her back to the crowd. Shinfei frowned slightly. The attending doctor pointed to the clear glass next to him and said, Mr. Razor, this is Ward V1809. There were 2 women lying in the hospital room, both of them thin and with frighteningly white skin because of their long coma. The female nurse opened the door to the room and stood next to it. Shinfei stepped into the ward and inquired, when was the last time they woke up? The attending physician thought for a moment and replied, it must have been 2 months ago. This coma has lasted twice as long as the last one, and there is no sign of awakening yet. Shinfei walked to the edge of the bed and reached out, ready to pull back the thin quilt covering the aging woman. The female nurse spoke up and reminded, Sir, this is a sterile ward. The attending physician glared back at her, and the female nurse shut her mouth in fear. Shinfei observed the old woman's eyes, then looked at her tongue, and finally put his hand on her pulse. When he obtained the Ghost Gate 13 needle skill, he obtained the corresponding way to take a pulse. Everyone in the room went quiet. Everyone knew that Shinfei was taking his pulse, but from the exchange with the attending physician just now, it seemed that he didn't know how to cure diseases. Did he? What's that supposed to mean? After Shinfei felt the pulse of his left hand, he touched his right hand, and then walked to the other hospital bed. On the bed lay Wildcat's sister, with 3-dimensional, deep features, a broad forehead, clear brow bones, and a strong nose that outlined a perfect profile, combined with a somewhat sickly pale face. It looked like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Shinfei was still in the same checking process as before, and after a few minutes he looked up and said, "Nurse, go get me some sterilizing alcohol, the rest of you go out first." The attending physician couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Razor, what are you doing?" Shinfei ignored him and made a wink at Gold Coin. The two men, Gold Coin and Palando, forced the attending doctor out and drew the curtains of the hospital room. They don't know what Shinfei is going to do, either, but it doesn't matter. Cooperate with the captain and you're done. The nursemaid froze in place, her expression a little tense, as if she was thinking about whether or not she should listen. Shinfei slapped on her peach. The rebound hand hurt a little, smiled. "Go on, you don't want the dean to know that you don't listen to me, do you?" In a short while, the female nurse brought some commonly used sterilizing instruments. At this time, Shinfei had already taken out the silver needle used to reward the Ghost Gate 13 needles from the system space. Looking at the bedside table where, in varying lengths, silver needles lay, the nursemaid couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Razor, what are you going to do?" Shinfei laughed. "Of course it's killing them." The female nurse was taken aback, her face pale and fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. "Just kidding you." Shinfei took the silver needle and sterilized it with alcohol while saying, "Help me strip off her clothes." The female nurse just tried to resist. Shinfei then had interrupted her. "You don't want to, either." The nursemaid obeyed and did as she was told, undressing the woman in the hospital bed with meticulous care. It is indeed beautiful, almost like a work of art. Compared to her, the hot bar inverted model in Shinfei's system warehouse that he hadn't had time to use yet instantly lost all attraction. Shinfei stretched out his hand and touched the location of the 100 points, and the touch was like ice, touching the location of the Yongquan point again. The temperature was again several degrees above body temperature. He nodded slightly and said, "God's soul is unguarded, and the sea of consciousness is floating. It seems to be the departed soul and sea of consciousness syndrome correctly." Shinfei spoke in Chinese, which the female nurse could not understand, but she knew roughly what it meant, and asked in surprise, "Mr. Razor, you would treat such a disease?" "One can only say try." Shinfei smiled. "Otherwise, do you think that I came to the hospital to eat the tofu of a vegetative person? Stop it, they don't even react like normal people." The little nurse's cheeks blushed as she hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Razor, it's me who misunderstood you." Shinfei didn't pay attention to her, stared at the patient with full concentration, took a deep breath, pulled out a silver needle that had been decontaminated, and then inserted it steadily and accurately in the middle of the person's position. This is also known as the Ghost Palace point, and with silver needles followed by manipulation, it stimulates the reticular activating system of the brainstem. The depth and the frequency of the jitter are very delicate, not even a fraction of a second off. And then, Shinfei again on the woman's body. Ghost letter, Ghost base, Ghost heart respectively stabbed needles. As the 5 silver needles shook, the body of the beautiful woman on the hospital bed began to tremble slightly. The female nurse's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. About half an hour or so over, Shinfei flexed his fingers and flicked the silver needle at the Ghost Palace point and gently said, "Wake up." The woman in the hospital bed opened her eyes in an instant like an electric light on command, followed by, she then saw her unclothed self, and the Asian man sitting next to the hospital bed, smiling and surveying her. 92, Dr. Razor, you poked me. The woman's pupils snapped shut, and her eyes were thick with shock. She subconsciously wanted to scream, but felt her mouth being covered by a large, strong hand. The woman tried to struggle, but because of the long period of unconsciousness, her body felt as if it wasn't her own, and she couldn't even move her fingers. The Asian man's sorrowful voice rang in her ears. "Girl, you don't want to yell and scream to attract a crowd of people to visit you now, do you?" Crystallized tears dripped down the corners of her eyes as fear was revealed in every pore of the woman's body. The nursemaid hurriedly explained, "Ms. Dolly, Mr. Razor is here to save you." "Ha?" The woman in the hospital bed pinched and froze, unable to believe the reversal. "Look at him. What part of him looks like a doctor? And, who's a good guy doctor with a name like Razor?" Shinfei saw that she had no intention of struggling, and said in a deep voice, "I'm letting go of you now, so don't yell, got it?" The woman nodded tearfully. Shinfei let go of his hand and inquired, "How does it feel?" "That's rather like a doctor." Perhaps because she sensed the female nurse was nearby, the woman's emotions calmed down considerably, and she uttered in a trembling voice, "Razor, Dr. Razor, you poked me." Female nurse. Shinfei glanced downward at the holster of the tactical ghost pistol that he carried with him. With an apology, he said, "It makes sense for me, a doctor, to carry around a fully altered Glock, doesn't it?" The woman nods, hesitantly, "Reasonable, reasonable. But, Dr. Razor, can you have the nurse lady help me get dressed? It's a little cold." Shinfei shook his head and refused. "No, Your current consciousness is all hanging on the 5 silver needles on your body. Pulling them out will make you pass out again. The woman lifted her head hard, but failed. The nursemaid very thoughtfully held her head so she could see the silver needles sticking out of her upper body. Now Dolly was finally convinced that the man in front of her with the Glock pistol and the name Razor might actually be a doctor. But then she asked, puzzled, can't I wear pants too? Razor shook his head. Of course not. It has to dissipate heat. Dolly, heat dissipation? Shinfei nodded seriously. He certainly wasn't looking at it because he wanted to, but it was a necessary therapeutic process. Aha. It's like this. The nursemaid's cheeks were scarlet, and she didn't know whether she was shy or infuriated. You lie down. I'm going to continue applying needles. It might hurt a little, so bear with it, Shinfei said. Dolly nodded. Shinfei took out the remaining silver needles and accurately inserted them into the other acupoints according to the technique of Ghost Gate 13 needles, and then slightly shook the silver needles to achieve the effect of stimulating the acupoints. He's moving like a pro, even if they couldn't read it. It gave the nursemaid and also Dolly a feeling of greatness. Unknown. Half an hour later, Shinfei pulled out all the silver needles and put them back into the bag. The female nurse attentively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Dolly nervously asked, shaving, doctor, am I cured? Will I still be in a coma? You can only be awake for about 4 hours this time. As for whether you can be cured, I'm not sure, Shinfei replied. Dolly said hastily, what about my mom? Can you cure her? Still a dutiful daughter. Shinfei shook his head and said, as uncertain as it is, maybe it can, maybe it can't, but prolonging her survival time is not a big problem. Dolly struggled to get up and begged, please can you save my mother first? Shinfei looked at the female nurse who was close at hand and attentively wiped her sweat, teasingly said, my appearance fee is very expensive. You can't afford it. You have to discuss this matter with your sister. Sister? Dory frowned, slightly aggravated. But, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. Shinfei held the female nurse's jaw and stared at her large wandering eyes. Wildcat, this is where you're wrong, isn't it? The female nurse's expression stalled. Her delicate body trembled imperceptibly. How is that possible? Recognize yourself? Nope. How is that possible? Want to run? The wildcat was shocked in his heart, completely figuring out what Shinfei's purpose was for appearing here today. Snapped. She recalled the words Shinfei had left on the screen last night. To offer himself a job? Your camouflage is indeed very good, but I'm sorry, my camouflage skill is above yours. Shinfei fumbled with the human skin mask on the wildcat's face, as if he was caressing a work of art. Seriously, even judging by his current level of disguise, Wildcat's disguise didn't have many flaws. She was exposed solely because in some details, less like a female nurse and more like a patient's family member. It can't be helped. If it was Shinfei's family in his previous life that was lying on the hospital bed, and he was being wantonly toyed with by his enemies, he did not dare to guarantee that he could be completely rational and calm. Wildcats do it well enough. The woman in the hospital bed looked at the scene in amazement, not understanding at all what was happening. Freshly awakened, her mind was in a panic. Razor, Dr. Razor, who is Wildcat? Dolly asked in surprise. You mean, this nurse is my sister? No, she isn't. My sister is much prettier than her and my sister works for a company abroad, not in the country. Shinfei could already brainstorm that this was how the Wildcat comforted his family. It's a very heartwarming story, but he had little interest in figuring everything out. For him, the mission came first. Shinfei sniffed the nice perfume flavor of the Wildcat's body, gently kissed her on the cheek and smiled. Wildcat, I'll give you half an hour. I'll wait for you outside. You're a smart man. Don't even think about resisting or I don't guarantee what will happen. These words were said much like a villain in a movie, but this was the position Shinfei had given himself. No family, no soft spots, a system. It's Shabibi who's the good guy. Walking out of the hospital room, the attending physician was waiting at the door with Gold Coin and the others. The room was soundproofed and they didn't know what was going on. Shinfei looked at the attending physician and said, Duo Li has woken up. In half an hour, you have the doctor do a full body checkup on her, focusing on the EEG. What? The attending physician was filled with shock and asked back in shock. What did you say? Even by one? This is incredible. How did you do that? Shinfei shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I wanted to rape her, and before I could get my hands on her, she woke up. The attending physician was stunned and shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shinfei glared at him and said in a grim tone, listen carefully and do as I say. There's no need for any supporting characters responsible for shock here, okay? The attending physician nodded sharply. Shinfei growled lowly, answer me what you should do. The attending physician straightened up and said with a good shudder, in half an hour, a full body checkup for Dolly, with a focus on monitoring the EKG. No, it's an EEG. Shinfei waved his hand. Get lost. The attending physician turned and ran like a death row inmate who had been granted amnesty. Looking at his hastily fleeing back, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Gold Coin asked, Razor, any word on finding Wildcat? Shinfei nodded. Palando pressed, where is she? Shinfei pointed at the ward. Ha, both of them were all flabbergasted. What do you mean? Wildcats. In the ward? 93, 12 p.m. Meet me at Wagner base. Shinfei told the two men what had happened. There really is such a disguise technique? Palando felt like he was listening to a European weird story. Never mind that he was a member of an elite squad and had served in the army. But similar techniques that only agents were good at, he'd only heard occasional rumors about. Technology is evolving. Mankind is progressing. There's nothing strange about it. Shinfei wanted to tell him that it wouldn't take more than 10 years. The women of the mysterious Oriental power. Everyone was good at makeup and disguise, and was even jokingly called the first of the 3 evil arts in Asia. In a mere 20 years, when AI technology comes out, virtual technology will be able to mimic the look and voice of anyone. Well, I'm the one who's fallen behind. Palando suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Razor, so your medical technology, can it be used for Nefertiti's body treatment? If you pick a sniper team member, I still think she's more suitable. Gold nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. Even though Nefertiti doesn't know transfiguration and can't shoot any better than Wildcat, we all trust her, like she trusts us. Shinfei had to admit that Righteous Eye was really a good captain. The 7 teams led by him, everyone might not be the strongest, not even first class, but it is the ability of the players to work together and have absolute trust in each other that gives the 7s a place in Wagner. Nefertiti? A beautiful figure appeared in Shinfei's mind. She's not very present, doesn't say much, and enjoys documenting their daily life together on her cell phone. If she could return to the team, she would certainly be the first choice. But the 13 stitches of the Ghost Gate treats epilepsy, mania and eclampsia. Nefertiti, on the other hand, is in need of an organ transplant. Completely different areas. Shinfei thought for a moment and said, Palando, go to the National Hospital to see them. And by the way, find out about Nefertiti's condition. But don't mention the rejoining of the team, especially not in front of Bear. Although Shinfei didn't think that retired mercenaries could really live a peaceful life, but he would not interfere with Bear's own choices. Palando smiled a childlike smile and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll remember what you said. He's gone. The two watched his back. Shinfei asked in a low voice, does Palando have thoughts about Nefertiti? Without understanding, Gold asked back, what do you mean? Forget it. Shinfei all felt a little funny. How did he think of chatting with a bunch of steel-strayed men about this kind of problem? The two men went to the window, lit cigarettes, and waited slowly. Gold Coin asked, Razor, are you sure you can cure Wildcat's sister and mother? Shinfei nodded and replied, if I wanted to, I could return them to normal people in 3 times at most. The Ghost Gate 13 needles were indeed very powerful, able to stimulate the nerves of the human body directly through silver needles. Diseases similar to the 3 conditions of epilepsy, mania and eclampsia work wonders. Gold Coin was just about to say something when the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and the female nurse who had changed her face appeared at the door of the room and walked over after seeing them. Sucka don't list. That's the damn transfiguration? Gold Coin's eyes widened. He knew a little more comprehensively than Poland, but it was the first time he had seen a level of disguise like Wildcat's in reality. No wonder the police couldn't catch her. Gold Coin looked at Shinfei and asked hesitantly, you shouldn't know these things too, right? A little better than her. Shinfei was smiling. Gold Coin no longer knew what expression to use in response to those words, and hesitated for a long time before muttering, Razor, I want to go to college too. Okay. This guy thought similar skills were only available to those with higher education. The Wildcat walked up to the two men, a pair of good-looking eyes sizing up Shinfei. 4 eyes. After a full 10 seconds, she took a deep breath and took the initiative to break the silence. Razor, can you heal my mother and sister? Shinfei shook his head and answered very dryly, I can't. Once again, Gold Coin froze. Not buddy, didn't you just say you could? The expression on Wildcat's sexy face froze, and then sighed with relief, as if this is supposed to be the reality. No matter how hard she tries, no matter how much she wants to change the reality, a terminal illness is a terminal illness, and the best doctors on the planet don't have a cure, let alone a mercenary. Shinfei knew what she was thinking in her heart, and calmly spoke out, but if you can work for me, I think your sister's life, at least, can be saved. The chips can't be thrown out all at once, much less meet all of a woman's expectations at once. Take your time, that way the benefits are maximized. Sure enough, like a drowning man about to drown, Wildcat grabbed the last straw and asked excitedly, really? Shinfei nodded his head very seriously. What do you need me to do? The Wildcat was very smart and didn't say another word. Shinfei laughed. If you don't mind, Let us see what you actually look like first. Wildcat's pale hand reached into the collar of her coat, while then with a violent effort, she tore off the last layer of camouflage from her face, and her long, fiery red hair flowed down. Her eyes were large and her standard melon face was dotted with bright peach eyes. Sexy, flirty, with a fractured beauty. Shinfei asked, hard or not? Gold nodded and muttered, hard or not? We'll talk about it later. Shinfei admired the Wildcat's beautiful face and said, at 12 o'clock in the evening, come to Wagner base to find me. Now, spend time with your family. Shinfei turned around and walked towards the elevator. Wildcat looked at the backs of the two men and couldn't really figure out what they had just said. But, the man is indeed very charming. Isn't he worried about escaping? Wildcat withdrew her gaze and walked back to the room, pressed the call bell and said, please notify the doctor that the patient needs to be examined. Leaving the hospital, Goldcoin took charge of the car and asked, Razor, are we going to contact the KGB? There is no hurry. Shinfei shook his head and said, now it's them begging us, not us begging them. Let them be in a hurry. The more they rush, the better we can negotiate the price. The commissions for the tasks will basically not change much, but that doesn't mean that other aspects can't be compromised, just like the use of weaponry, and access to satellite communications. These are all negotiable. Goldcoin lamented, Razor, if you go into business, you must be the biggest crook in the Urals Federation. Stop it. Shinfei shook his head and said, I don't like sitting at my desk and wasting my breath with those beautiful publicists. I prefer to use a gun. Gold looked in the rearview mirror and teasingly asked, which gun? I think it might have been a little more convincing to the PR ladies, if it had been the other one. What a bunch of old perverts. Shinfei spat in his heart, then said, there's nothing to do in the afternoon. It's rare to be free. What to do? Got it. Goldcoin slammed on the gas and said excitedly, to Peterborough, of course, the biggest club for fun. 94, oh Razor, always a surprise. KGB, top floor office. Victor the Grey Wolf stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over Petersburg at night. The city is extraordinarily quiet this evening. There were no roaming gangsters on the streets, no terrorist attacks. Everything was as organized as it could be. St. Isaac's Cathedral is mysterious and solemn when lit up at night. It's like the Red Alliance once upon a time. Is it true that that glorious era will never return? Carrying the memories of 2 generations of people, mastering even the successive kings do not have the right to access the important information of the KGB senior agent. Grey Wolf Victor in this moment seems to be so forlorn. It's like the best sailors of the olden times who can't find a big ship of their own in the new age. A subtle knock sounded on the door. Victor rubbed his nose tiredly and sat back down at his desk, his face no longer showing any emotion. Enter. The door to the room opened. Siberian Wolf walked in, saluted, and said, Mr. Victor, Agent Lenina has confessed. Lenina, Victor's only daughter. He remembered vividly now, when he had taken her out of the delivery room. What did she say? Victor's face was unusually calm without any expression belonging to his father. Siberian Wolf handed over the transcript with every word Lenina uttered clearly written. Agent Lenina works for the state of Karakhanistan. According to her confession, Prof. Nidvik, of the Petersburg Polytechnic Institute of Applied Security, was also involved in the refinement of the Louis agent. Victor happened to see Professor Nedvich's profile. Grandfather was a Red League sapper who defused 327 mines at the Battle of Stalingrad. 16-year-old who made his own ammonium nitrate bomb to blow up the frozen Neva River for fishing was sentenced by a juvenile court to community service to learn demolition safety at the fire department. Rebellious from an early age and well-versed in explosives. Affectionately referred to by students at school as the walking time bomb. And he may have the specifics of the deal that Iron Lily made with Vika, the chief of staff of the Chechen extremist group. For the agent Louis, Victor frowned and asked, what was their reason for betraying their country? The Siberian Wolf wanted to speak. Victor frowned, his voice icy. Speak. Siberian Wolf took a deep breath and said slowly, Mr. Victor, they said, this is not the country they chose. An eerie silence fell over the office. Victor's body trembled uncontrollably and slightly, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Bang! Victor slammed his desk and got up cursing. Damn! A bunch of ING scumbags. Don't they ever think about what they're doing? His voice came to a screeching halt, because at the mention of this, Victor's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of his youth, the spirited teenager he was then. And who is Lenina today? Phew! Victor took a deep breath and murmured. Did Razor respond? Not yet. Siberian Wolf replied. Today he went to the Avapet private hospital and used Dongdo's silver needle technique to revive a patient with intermittent dissociative consciousness syndrome. According to our investigation, this patient, named Dory, is Wildcat's sister, in addition to Wildcat's mother, who is also being treated at that hospital for the same condition. Victor was stunned and wondered. He still knows this? How come it's not in your profiles? Siberian Wolf replied. According to our investigations, he has no similar training or relevant skills. He shouldn't know this, but as you know, many of the powerful Chinese medicine practitioners over at East University were not trained in the academy. Many are not even licensed to practice medicine. He should have received similar guidance from a higher power. This guy, he's getting more and more mysterious, always bringing something to the table. Victor thought for a moment and said, I remember that Razor is an international student at the Applied Security Institute of Technology, right? You share this intel with him and see what he does. Shinfei and Goldcoin walked out of the strip club physically and mentally exhausted. Goldcoin cursed, I swear that I will never come to this kind of place again. At my age, how can I just think about playing with women every day? This is not good. Shinfei picked his teeth, smiled, and didn't say anything. No at all. It's same time. Goldcoin got into the driver's seat and looked at the uninterested Shinfei and asked, Razor, won't you feel guilty? Shinfei shook his head and asked rhetorically, why would I feel guilty? It's not like I'm like you. Goldcoin wondered, what's different? Shinfei looked back at the gilded strip club and smiled. You're an animal dominated by your lower body. But I'm different. I look critically and play researchily. Think about it. In this materialistic era, there are a group of girls who don't want your car, don't want your house, don't restrict your personal freedom, and just want to talk to you about a few $100 million of small goals. Shouldn't such a girl be used for love? Gold. You're cheap. Gold. Going to college. Having to go to college. Look at these foreign students. A whore can make him talk. Half an hour later, the SUV pulled up at the gate of the Wagner mercenary base. Two men stood in the doorway. Separately, Polando, who had returned from the hospital, and Wildcat, who had changed to wear a tight black leather suit. Obviously, this woman has made her decision. Shinfei lowered the glass and shouted, Get in. Wildcat glanced at him, just getting into the car, and couldn't help but frown. She smelled many perfumes mixed together. Polando smelled the scent as well and grumbled, Damn, you two went dashing off somewhere. Too much. Without me. Goldcoin and Shinfei smiled at each other, and no one said anything. Park the car. The four entered the exclusive warehouse of Team 7. The Wildcat was a first-time visitor to Wagner base and was very interested in everything around him. She's choosing to go solo because she wants to make more money. This means that it's simply impossible to have any backup force every time you go on a mission, and you can only rely on your own skills to accomplish one mission after another. For lone wolves like them, there is nothing more comforting than sound logistics. Wildcat looked at the gun cabinet that held the sniper rifle and inquired, The sniper for Team 7, a woman? Although the equipment is all very different, some subtleties can still be seen in the difference between men and women. Polando nodded. Yes, she's the best sniper I've ever seen. Wildcat didn't make any comment on that. Buzz. Shinfei was just about to speak when the phone rang. He took it out and looked at it. The caller was KGB. Shinfei spoke. Goldcoin. Polando, you guys tell Wildcat about the situation. I'm going out to take a call. The two men nodded. Wildcat withdrew his gaze and waited for Gold to talk to Polando. With her sister's life and her mother's life at stake, she wanted to know, more than anyone else, exactly what Razor was going to make her do. Shinfei walked out of the warehouse and picked up the phone. Hello, Siberian Wolf's voice rang through the phone. Good evening, Razor. Mr. Victor has an important piece of information he asked me to pass on to you, about the Applied Security Polytechnic, the professor known as the Walking Time Bomb. A walking time bomb? Shinfei frowned and was very puzzled in his heart. Nedvich? That racist? Look down on Asian students, professor? How did he get targeted by the KGB? 95. Shinfei even has nervous moments? Siberian Wolf recounted what had happened. Shinfei hadn't expected that the agent spies that he had casually identified would have such an effect. What is this? Good karma for evil? Shinfei asked. That is to say, I need to use some method to get information about the exact time of the deal out of Nedvich's mouth? That's right. Siberian Wolf gave an affirmative answer, adding, as soon as possible, as it may now be less than 48 hours before they make the deal. What a pain in the ass. Won't you KGB interrogate them yourselves? However, Shinfei thought on second thought that this mission might be the KGB's test for him. If you can get through, you can talk about anything later. If you can't do it, you'll be in for a long haul. The swallows in the police department can always throw dirty water on him, and the KGB doesn't need evidence to go after him. What Shinfei would have to face at that time was a merciless crushing from several behemoths. Shinfei hung up the satellite phone and didn't go back to the warehouse, but went all the way back to his dormitory and found the Nokia 3310 cell phone from before. He was poor before and couldn't afford a good cell phone, but I have to say, 3310 this cell phone is very durable. Shinfei threw in the drawer for nearly half a month, and took it out. Surprisingly, there are still 2 grams of electricity. He opened his address book and rummaged around. but didn't find Professor Nedvik's number. Shinfei's purpose for studying in the Urals was never pure in the first place, and in this particular era today, there are a lot of foreign students who don't even go to school, just to stay legally in the Urals Federation. Schools are not strict about this. There was no phone number for Nedvich in the address book, and Shinfei didn't have any close classmates at school. Thinking about it, he called a schoolmate he knew when he first joined the school. There's no particular relationship that. It is just that the other party is responsible for guiding the new students to report in order to add credits, and in order to facilitate the asking of some questions, Shinfei left the phone number of the other party. The call went through smoothly and the girl slightly puzzled. Nice voice rang out. Hello. Listening to the not-so-familiar voice, Shinfei's image of the other party appeared in his mind. Height of about 1.6 meters. Fair skin. Looks are not considered good-looking. Belong to the type that is very durable. Shinfei cleared his throat and said politely, "Hello sister, I'm this year's new student. My name is Shinfei. We've met before." The other side of the phone was quiet for a few seconds, seemingly pondering who Shinfei was, before hesitantly asking, "Oh, hello Shinfei, what can I do for you?" Obviously, the other guy didn't remember a thing about him. There's nothing strange about that. Shinfei wasn't exactly handsome, and was an ordinary person before he activated the system. Amidst a crowd of glamorous international students, it was unremarkable. It's like this senior sister. "I want to look for Professor Niederwitz's phone number." Shinfei stated the purpose. "You live in that dorm?" the woman asked. "Is this not sure if I am a person from this school?" Shinfei replied, "I don't live in the school. I stayed at Uncle Ivanov's place before, and I got screwed by him for a lot of rubles." Ivanov was well known in the neighborhood where their school was located. It's all out of the pit. When the woman heard that Shinfei could tell such details, she didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, I'll send it to you after I hang up." Trouble. Shinfei hung up the phone and touched his neck uncomfortably. Although he hadn't been a mercenary for long, it was as if he had gone all in on another world. Even if he was interacting with the KGB Victor, Shinfei wouldn't be nervous. Even if one person faced the entire gang, Shinfei would be able to handle it with ease. But he suddenly realized that it was obvious that he was just interacting with a normal college girl, but it would make him somehow a little nervous. The feeling was as if he was in contact with an alien. It didn't take long for the call to be sent. "It's a fixed number." Shinfei replied with a thank you and then followed the call. The phone connected and a woman's beautiful voice rang out. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Shinfei had heard this voice. It was the female assistant who often followed Prof. Niederwitz around. He asked, "Is Professor Niederwitz in?" "My name is Shinfei. I'm this year's freshman, and I'm looking for him for something." "You wait a moment." There was no sound on the other side of the phone, and after a while the woman's voice rang again. "I'm sorry, Professor Niederwies is currently attending an academic exchange at the Elson Hotel and is unable to answer your call. If something comes up, you can make an appointment." Shinfei directly hung up the phone, left the dormitory, and came to the exclusive warehouse of the 7th team. All three sat at the conference table, none of them speaking. There is very little communication as they do not know or trust each other. Shinfei asked, "Did you tell her everything?" The gold coins nodded. Shinfei sat at the main seat of the conference table and told what had just happened. "I received a call from the KGB, and Professor Niederwies has the exact details of their deal. And this professor is currently attending an academic exchange at the Alpine Hotel. We're going to have to find a way to dig the exact details of the deal out of him. What do you guys have in mind?" Goldcoin and Palando were tacitly silent. All they could think of was the easiest and most direct way to find Prof. Niederwitz and interrogate him. They knew very well that there was no need to discuss if Shinfei wanted to adopt this approach. Shinfei, of course, didn't expect the two of them, but instead looked to the Wildcat. Wildcat thought for a moment and gave his own idea. "I can disguise myself as someone close to Professor Nedvich and try to find a way to get useful information out of him." "Not so good." Shinfei shook his head. "We have less than 48 hours left, and with practice for high jumps starting tomorrow morning, there's not that much time to investigate Professor Nedvich's sidekick, and he can't be less vigilant if he dares to do such a head-dropping maneuver. To come up with a plan that will get him quickly, but is secure enough that he won't be exposed." Wildcat was also in deep thought. She had never been on a similar mission before. As a sniper, she usually followed up after taking an order to get a track of the action, and then used her sniper rifle to shoot her from a kilometer away, while escaping to prepare for her next mission. It's hard to come up with foolproof solutions for tasks like both. Shinfei was thinking, too. He wasn't a professional agent in his previous life, so he could only look for inspiration based on the experience in his head, only in historical events. Suddenly, a set of images flashed through Shinfei's mind. It was a CIA interrogation technique that had been seen once, and had since been brought to the screen in homage by major secret agent movies. Just right for the moment. "There's a way." Shinfei got up and said, "Polando, Gold Coin, you guys go drive. Wildcat, find a way to blend in with the inner circle of the academic exchange and keep an eye on Professor Nidwick. I'll have a car ready to knock Nidwick out when he walks out the door of the hotel, so that our plan will work. Ha! They could understand every word Shinfei said, but they were all confused when they connected them together. What's going on? How is it that if you knock someone out, the plan will work? 96. How can you say copying when it's a cultural thing? You guys go ahead and get ready, and start moving in 10 minutes. Shinfei did not explain too much. The better the plan, the more holes there will be. For personalities like Gold and Palando, it works best to just tell them what to do. Wildcats are a little smarter than them, but that's about it. Yes, no problem. The three left the warehouse and each began to prepare. Shinfei took out his cell phone and called Victor of the KGB, telling the other party the detailed plan. This is Papa A. It has to be served. Victor listened and exclaimed, "What a genius idea. Razor, how did you figure it out? Mulling it over? Why would a traveler like me waste his brain to copy the CIA? Of course. Nope. He's a foreign student, a man of culture. You can't say you're plagiarizing what the culturists are doing. You can only say you're borrowing." He still had tons of tawdry maneuvers in his head that he could draw on, and these were his base cards for dealing with the KGB. Shinfei smiled and did not say anything. With a superior posture, Victor pressed, "After the success, mind if I write him up as an agent classic case?" "Of course I mind." Shinfei smiled and said, "Don't mind. It's an honor to serve the KGB, except that in my old country, there are some fees to be paid for using other people's ideas." Victor wondered, "There's such a rule?" "Of course." Shinfei nodded heavily and said seriously, "In my hometown, talking is the same as not having a date, and being engaged is not the same as being married. First kisses for baked brand girls, automatically updated daily at 12 o'clock. What an interesting place." Victor agreed to Shinfei's request. "I'll pay for the royalties, just go ahead and do it, and the wards and ambulances you need will be prepared for you." After a half-hour drive, the four of them arrived at the entrance of the Alson Hotel. The hotel has 31 floors, towering into the clouds. Magnificent. At a glance, you can feel its luxury and honor. Wildcat was wearing a long burgundy jacket that just about covered the hotel uniform inside. After all the disguises along the way, her face had changed considerably. "It's not getting prettier. It's getting more common," Shinfei instructed. "Professor Nidvich is on the 17th floor of the hotel. You just need to keep an eye on when he comes out. Don't worry about anything else." Wildcat nodded, pulled open the car door and stepped out. Gold Coin looked at her enchanting back and lamented, "Whoever can marry this woman is truly blessed." "What do you mean?" Shinfei didn't react. Gold Coin said with a bad smile, "Transfiguration, hey, that's still not who you want to screw." "I can." A flash of excitement flashed in Palando's eyes as he looked at Shinfei and asked, "Razor, don't you know how to disguise yourself as well? Next time, can you help me disguise the girl in the club? As Marina Alexandrova, fresh from starring in the Northern Lights movie, in which she plays Anne, who lacks a father's love. Choo-Choo's attractive appearance, coupled with her exquisite looks and tall figure, she jumped to become a first-tier female star of the Urals Federation." Shinfei didn't answer the two men's questions, but was thinking about a very serious problem. "Oh, I don't think I've ever played an actress, have I? No way. Gotta find a way to make up for that when the mission is over." As far as he knew, Marina Alexandrova was giving concerts all over the world, one of which was at their school. "If you are free, you can go back to school then." Shinfei planned for the future, and Palando chatted with Gold Coin about the top beauties coming in and out of the hotel. Every now and then Wildcat's voice came over the three men's headsets. "Has entered the hotel, goes into the third-floor restroom and changes into an attendant's uniform, arriving on the 17th floor. Suspected mission target detected, confirming. Mission objective confirmed." Have to say, Wildcats are pretty dedicated and highly professional, always reporting ahead of time when they are in a position, or when they are about to make a certain move. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that her three team members were just too unprofessional. If the Wildcat knew the thoughts in Shinfei's in their minds, he might be infuriated. The meeting was a long one, and there had been a wait of nearly 2 hours or more in front of the hotel before Wildcat's voice sounded again. Targets begin descending the stairs. The three people inside the SUV sat up straight, their gazes coincidentally looking toward the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, not far away, in another vehicle, KGB agents were transmitting footage from the scene. In real time, back to headquarters. Victor, along with many of the KGB's management, is also waiting for the final results. 9th floor, 7th floor, 1st floor. The target enters the lobby. Wildcat's voice continues to ring out, and a group of academics in suits appear at the hotel exit, walking and talking to each other. Shinfei instantly recognized Professor Niederwies, who stood in the middle of the crowd, enjoying a starry night. He smiled goodbye to the crowd and got into a commercial vehicle. prepare for action. Shinfei gave the order. Goldcoin maneuvered the SUV and followed the business car, and when it pulled out of the hotel, he found the right moment to crash it hard. Snap! The two cars collided, and the sound of a violent crash rang out. Even if they had prepared for it, Shinfei and the others were shaken to the core. Palando and Shinfei rushed out of the car and checked the condition of the business car, and found that Professor Niederwies had fainted away, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Soon, a KGB-disguised ambulance arrives and takes Prof. Nedvich away. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and many of the nearby passers-by who were watching could not help but be impressed. When did the hospital in Petersburg become so efficient? Traffic police and police officers then arrived to calm the crowd and clear the traffic accident. Who would have thought that? A perfectly ordinary car accident turns out to determine the casualties of the war on the Caucasus front. Shinfei and the others followed the ambulance to an abandoned warehouse. In the middle of the warehouse was a model room that had been prepared long ago, with a layout that replicated one-to-one the wards in Gwoli Hospital. Professor Niederwies was put into a hospital bed. To prevent him from waking up early, the doctor added a shot of tranquilizer. Siberian Wolf asked, "Razor, the stage is set for you. What are you going to do next?" Shinfei looked at the Wildcat and said, "You're now made up as a TD host. Someone will give you the lines. Just read along." Disguised as a host? Wildcat didn't know why he was doing this, but immediately agreed and began to disguise himself. Shinfei turned on the TV in the hospital room to check the progress of Wildcat's disguise in real time. Until this point now, apart from Victor who knew the inside story, there were not many people who could guess what Shinfei was actually going to do. He was like a top-notch director, swimmingly directing everyone. They don't need to know the whole plan, just what they need to do. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Shinfei changed into a uniform often worn by the KGB and said in a deep voice, "The good show is about to begin. Siberian Wolf, you're coming in with me later, and always remember, no matter what I say, you just have to go along with what I say. Do you hear me?" Siberian Wolf nodded slowly and followed him into the camouflaged hospital room to Professor Nedvich. Shinfei took a deep breath, swung his palm round, and ruthlessly hit Nidwick's face. Snap! A loud noise echoed through the hospital room, and Nedvich opened his eyes in bewilderment. 97. Are you Shinfei? What is this place? My face. Why does it hurt so much? Professor Nedvich surveyed his surroundings in surprise. The pungent disinfectant water, the white ceiling, nurses in white coats. This is a hospital? Nedvich snapped back to the fact that he seemed to have been in a car accident and then passed out. According to the latest information received by this station, Chechnya has violated the laws of war by using gas bombs in the Caucasus against the Urals Federation and the occupied territories of Tajikistan, resulting in a large number of casualties among the soldiers. See below the footage transmitted back from the front line. What? Upon hearing the news, Nedvich's breathing became labored and he struggled to look at the TV screen, not caring about the pain in his body. The screen flickered and a view of the Caucasus front appeared before him. The image was taken from high above, and although it was blurry, you could make out the general camp. A puff of smoke drifted through the air, and patches of Ural soldiers fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Chechen soldiers wearing gas masks rushed out of the smoke, easily killing the poisoned soldiers and occupying their positions. Ha ha, ha ha. Nedvich's expression was grim, and his heart had already been happy. Success! It finally worked. Cool. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice rang in his ears. Nedvich turned his head in wonder, only to see two other people sitting on the couch in the hospital room. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a leather jacket with an angry expression on his face. He's got a gun on him. Nedvich knew that he was either a criminal cop or a KGB agent. I asked you. Cool. The middle-aged man rushed forward, grabbed Niederwitz by the collar, and slapped him hard across the other half of his face. Aha! Now that's left and right face symmetry. Nidwick fell back on the hospital bed from the beating, not caring about the blood coming out of his nose, and laughed hideously. I sure do get a kick out of seeing those damn scumbags die in agony. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He laughed a crazy laugh, as if he didn't look like a normal person. Nedvich didn't know how much time had passed, but since the plan had worked and there were two guards with guns in his own hospital room, then there's really no need to ask. You must have exposed yourself. I'm going to make it even better for you. The middle-aged man frantically grabbed the chair next to him and slammed it hard on Nidwicky's body. If you look closely you will see that he smashes non-lethal areas. Ha ha, beat me to death. Come on, beat me to death. Son of a, haven't you eaten? Incompetent rage. You're all a bunch of useless things. It's desperate to watch soldiers who are just as motley as you, dying agonizing deaths on the front lines, isn't it? No need to rush. You guys will die too. Ha ha, the next batch will be you guys. Nedvich kept laughing maniacally, kept cursing, and the more pain he felt in his body, the more soothing his mind became. because he could feel that sense of powerlessness that the entire Ural Federation felt in front of him. It's over. His family has also been sent abroad, long ago. What's the point of dying yourself? The glory belongs to Chechnya. The middle-aged man fought for 3 or 4 minutes, only letting go when Nedvich was covered in blood and on the verge of a second coma. He grabbed the potion on the nightstand, found the right spot, and stabbed it into Nedvich's body. Phew! Nedvich took a deep breath, and his spirit, which had been gradually lax, was forcibly pulled back. The intense excitement almost instantly caused a cold sweat to cover Nedvich's face. The middle-aged man grabbed his hair and stared into his eyes viciously. It's not that easy to die. I'm telling you, the KGB has a million ways to torture you. You think you're safe because your wife and daughter fled abroad? Told you we'd find them and then put them through the same pain you did. The middle-aged man stretched out his fingers and slowly inserted them into the wound in Nidwicki's calf, while increasing his strength little by little, rattling the human tissue inside the wound. Wave after wave of pain hit Nidwick's brain, favoring the adrenaline shot that made even unconsciousness a luxury. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and snapped, Professor Niederwies, you're nothing more than a minor character. What we're trying to find is Iron Lily, who was in charge of delivering the gas bombs, and Vika, the chief of staff of the extremist organization. We can find them without you, but if you are willing to cooperate, I can do the honors and end your suffering now. Answer me when Vika and Iron Lily traded gas bombs. Nedvich's pupils constricted slightly as he fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man didn't give him a chance to think and gently waved his hand. The nursemaid complied, opening the plasma delivery port, and a steady stream of blood passed through the tube into Nedvich's body. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man drew his sharp saber as if it were a small carrot, and his hand rose to cut off one of Nidwick's fingers. The mournful screams, once again, echoed through the hospital room. Siberian wolf controlling Niederwies, preventing him from struggling too much. The middle-aged man put his saber against his eye and said in a cold voice, Nedvich, do not challenge our patience. I repeat, the KGB has 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. If it's a mission that hasn't worked out yet, Nedvich can certainly hold the line, but he'd done everything he wanted to do now, and those damn soldiers of the Ural Federation would surely be in the military hospital this time, undergoing painful treatment. Their families will take to the streets to get a statement for them. The king of the Urals Federation, under pressure, would end this senseless war in short order. This is not a figment of Nedvik's imagination. In the last war, Chechnya was forced to accept a series of unequal treaties by the then king of the Urals, thanks to the ferocious street battles. That time could be. This time it must be possible too. Well, I'll say. Nedvich stared at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, but you have to promise that when I finish, you're going to kill me. Jab. Responding to him was the middle-aged man's bloodied saber. Nedvich screamed again as he lost another finger. Bastard. Succubur. You're as disgusting as your king. He cursed for a while, calmed down, and began to recount their details about the deal. Intelligence arrived. The middle-aged man didn't let his guard down and asked in a cold voice, how can I verify it? Knowing that the KGB wasn't that easy to fool, Nedvich said, breathless, my daughter gave a teddy bear to a female classmate named Class, and there's something in there that you want. Snap. The moment he said that, all 4 wall panels of the room fell to the floor at the same time. Nedvich is shocked this time to realize that he is not in a hospital at all, but in an unknown warehouse. What? After a brief moment of stupefaction, Nedvich quickly realized he had been duped. Hey, Mr. Nedvich, a young man's voice rang out. Nedvich slowly turned his head, followed by the shocking realization that the middle-aged KGB ripped off the disguise from his face and turned into a young Asian. He's. Nedvich snapped to attention. This is not he had taken a foreign student named Shinfei. It's you. You're the KGB? Niederwitz was filled with shock and asked in a pinched daze. So, you KGB were already spying on me months ago? A few months ago, it was the day Shinfei reported to school. Niederwies was clearly overthinking things. Shinfei did not intend to expose this delightful lie, raised his fist and said in a cold voice, remember what you said at the party at the beginning of the school year? You say, it's an awful night to be surrounded by squints. Since you like big eyes so much, I don't suppose you'd mind if a student performed a procedure on you? Shinfei's hand raised his knife and cut off the eyelids above his eyes in Niederwitz's fixed fear, revealing blood-covered eyeballs that were densely packed with blood. Miserable screams. Once again, all those who witnessed this interrogation, including Victor, couldn't help but make up their minds. No matter what, this guy should never be offended. 98. Operation commenced. 10,000 meter parachute jump. Use the coma to create a time lag so that the person on trial can let his guard down before finally delivering the killing blow. Razor, you are simply a genius. I've never seen an interrogation like this before. The Siberian wolf looked Shinfei up and down. as if he had found some marvelous treasure. If you've seen 1,000 movies, you'll find nothing you can't handle. Shenfei shrugged with a casual expression. Arrange for someone to go to the home of that female classmate named Class, and verify the authenticity of the intelligence as soon as possible. It's already being made. Siberian Wolf finished answering the question and then asked curiously, a movie? What kind of movie? How come I don't remember? In what movie? An operation like that? It hasn't been released yet, and I don't know if this world will make a similar movie, or I should try it myself. Shenfei pointed to his head and said, it's the movie stored here. Actually, my greatest ambition is not to be a mercenary, but to be a director. It's a shame that life, the system, doesn't always go the way people want it to. Ha ha. Goldcoin couldn't help but let out a laugh and lamented. This is something I feel very strongly about. In fact, my childhood ambition was to write novels. Goldcoin should be my pen name, not a code name. Siberian Wolf's phone rang, and when it hung up he said to the group, Victor wants us to go to headquarters for a meeting to discuss our next move. After a 10-minute drive, the group arrived at the KGB, Petersburg headquarters. This is an unassuming 7-story building on the street, and at the entrance stands a bronze knight more than 10 meters high, next to the famous statue of Peter the Great. The first floor was the lobby office area. Not much was there, only a lady standing at the reception. Shenfei surveyed the Red Alliance elements that could be seen everywhere and pondered a question in his heart. What was the king thinking when he walked in here in the first place? No one knows why a college student, on the other hand, sprouted the idea of wanting to become an agent. Not just thinking about it, but actually walking into the KGB building, and that college student, who was renewing the life of this faltering nation. Speaking of which, I'm a college student myself. Well, college students save the world. A smile appeared at the corner of Shenfei's mouth as he followed the Siberian Wolf through the hall and into the elevator. Unlike other places, the elevator here retains a dedicated elevator operator. Good morning, Mr. Siberian Wolf. The operator asked politely. How many floors are you going to, please? There were also a lot of elevator operators during the 70s and 80s at Eastern University, but it's clear that the elevator operator at KGB is taking on more of a face verification function. Shenfei noticed that the operator's right hand was empty and his left foot was fitted with a prosthesis. It's not a simple character either. Top floor, Mr. White Fox. Siberian Wolf reported the floor, and again, as if casually, said, the little bird with a mouthful of mud builds a big bird's nest in the tree. White Fox smiles, presses the elevator, and casually says, to serve the great purpose of the age is to be immortal. Needless to ask, this would be the code word between them. 3 minutes later, Shenfei and the others entered the conference room located on the top floor. There were 3 people sitting in the room. Victor sat at the main seat of the conference table, with 2 other middle-aged men in leather coats to his left and right. A not-so-big teddy bear was placed quite abruptly on the conference table. Apparently it's what Nedvich used to hide the intel. Very clever, indeed. Even the most cunning investigator would have a hard time thinking that something so valuable could be hidden in a teddy bear given to a classmate's house. Victor surveyed Shenfei with satisfaction and did not mince his words of praise. Razor, thank you for solving a big problem for us. The intelligence has been verified and can be confirmed to be true. The day after tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. is the time for Vika's deal with Iron Lily at the Sahil Dome Hotel, room 1902. Tell me, what do you want to do next and what do you need to use? Shenfei repeated his thoughts, in detail. The crowd in the conference room grew wide-eyed, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Disguise yourself as Vika and Iron Lily, respectively, and go deal with them? Victor looked deeply at the chief and deputy chief beside him and couldn't help but ask again. Razor, are you really not considering becoming part of the KGB? Shenfei shook his head and refused. No, mercenaries are my ideal, but I don't mind engaging in cooperation with you, provided that we get the benefit of each other. Mr. Victor, you wouldn't want someone who isn't patriotic to become KGB, would you? Shenfei had seen with his own eyes how Victor had mercilessly abandoned a KGB swallow. It's not a good thing to follow these guys, and it's true that he doesn't love the Urals Federation, or any country to be precise. He just wanted to live a good life for himself, and those around him. Well, in the words of your Eastern University, people have their own aspirations and cannot be forced. Victor could only helplessly give up the idea of recruiting Shenfei and said, the plane is ready for you, so you can start practicing to your heart's content. Also I would like Siberian Wolf to join your squad and complete the mission together. Is that okay? Shenfei did not refuse and nodded his head in agreement. Of course, it just so happens that our squad is very short of people. Victor rose and said in a hushed voice, good, then tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, the operation will begin. Razor, the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers on the Caucasus front are in your hands. When the mission is over, I will give you a well-deserved reward. In the day or so that followed, Shinfei led the squad and repeatedly practiced skydiving. Gold and Siberian Wolf are jumping at a very high level. Shinfei, after 2 attempts, gradually also adapted to parachuting at a height of 10,000 meters. The problem was Palando with the Wildcat. They can't do independent jumps after 5 tandem jumps. Wildcat tried it once and fainted just as she exited the pod, and would have been reduced to mush if Siberian Wolf hadn't pulled her parachute bag away from her at the critical moment. 2 hours before the operation, Siberian Wolf shook his head. Razor, Wildcat is not fit for high-altitude jumping. It's her body's decision. Are you sure you don't want to consider a replacement? Shinfei really didn't expect that the Wildcat would drop the ball on this link. It's supposed to be related to a genetic condition that runs in her family. But, now that it was less than 2 hours before the mission started, where was he going to find another woman who was proficient in disguise and had a good figure to disguise as Iron Lily? I can, with a steely expression, Wildcat said in a deep voice. Razor, I won't let you down. She didn't join this mission for the money, but for her sister and her mother. So no matter what, she didn't want to give up. That's it. Shinfei made a decision. Life will always have such and such accidents, and our existence is to solve all kinds of troubles. Take a break and get ready to board. The Siberian Wolf frowned and didn't persist any longer. An hour later, the group boarded the transporter again, and under the cover of night, arrived at the Sahir Dome Hotel on the border of Karakhanistan. Siberian Wolf stared at the GPS locator on his wrist and murmured, 1 minute to prepare. Click. The tailgate on the rear side of the transport slowly opened, and the sonic boom from the hurricane clearly reached everyone's ears. How boldly did Pollen look down, and in the thick dark clouds, electricity churned like a ghostly hell. 30 seconds to prepare. Check electronic communications. Check oxygen masks. Siberian Wolf was the first to walk up to the hatch and kept giving command after command. Shinfei opened the oxygen supply, and the compressed air oxygen supply equipment blew out air with a faint fragrance. I wonder if it's a special oxygen that keeps people calm when inhaled, but the effect varies from person to person. Because Shinfei saw that the Wildcat's slight trembling with Palando had not been reduced by turning on the oxygen supply equipment. 10 seconds to ready. 7, 5, 3, 1, jump, go, go, go. 99, a sudden change of heart and an instantaneous attrition of 2 men. Shinfei walked to the hatchway, and the violent air currents wrapped in ice ballast split his head and smashed in. Even though he was wearing a heavy-duty cold suit and an oxygen mask, he could still clearly feel the pain of the ice hitting his body. Goldcoin's voice rang out from his headset. Razor, why don't I jump the first one? No need. Shinfei took a deep breath and glanced downwards. The dark clouds were as thick as ink, and the whole world seemed to be left with only this one color. The only thing that was left were the thunder dragons created by the lightning that tumbled through the dark clouds. Shinfei said in a cold voice, you jump last. Protect Wildcat, she is the key to this mission. Roger that. Goldcoin didn't insist anymore. What they were equipped with this time was the most advanced throat mic of the Ural Federation plus bone conduction communication, which was able to ensure that the sound could be accurately transmitted into everyone's ears in any noisy environment. Wildcat also heard the exchange between them. Never one to fight alone. A strange look flashed across her face. Shinfei made a long leap and jumped out of the hatch. Down. Frantic descent. Shinfei subconsciously wanted to grab something to stabilize his body. Siberian Wolf snarled. Razor, move, move, watch where you're going. The feeling of weightlessness tormented Shinfei, but fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to rush to use the techniques he had learned 2 days ago to adjust his body. Keep your arms close to your body and bend your legs slightly to reduce air resistance and stabilize your body. The straight bodies of the 5 men were like 5 sharp blades cutting through the night sky, stabbing into the thick ink like dark clouds at a breakneck speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The surroundings turned colorful black, except for the thunder dragons that crossed around every now and then, bringing fleeting silver light. The headset was full of current tones, and you couldn't hear anyone else at all. Shinfei's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, and cold sweat was constantly secreted in his body that was wrapped in insulation. It's so exciting. The feeling that you could die at any moment and there was nothing you could do about it stimulated the brain to secrete dopamine like crazy. 10 seconds or so later, Shinfei was the first to break through the dark clouds, and the ground approached like an open meat grinder. 5,000 meters, 4,500 meters. The numbers on the altimeter were dropping by leaps and bounds. The hoarse voice of the Siberian Wolf sounded once again in the headsets of the crowd. It's hard to hear, but reassuring. Report yourselves. Shinfei gasped and said, Number 1 is normal. Number 2 normal. Number 3 normal. Number 5 normal. The same hoarse voices of the crowd followed in their headsets, but they soon realized that they hadn't heard number 4's voice. Where's Wildcat? Shinfei subconsciously wanted to raise his head to look for the Wildcat, but in such a high-pressure environment, he had to change his body position if he wanted to look upwards. For a novice white guy like him, that would be tantamount to death. Siberian Wolf was also worried about Shinfei and the others making any irrational noises, and growled lowly, "Maintain your stance, and leave the rest to me." 3,000 meters, 2,500 meters. Shinfei didn't know what was going on overhead, and he didn't hear the wildcat's voice, but he could already see the city, with its glittering lights, and the long, golden-colored dragons made up of countless vehicles and streetlights. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, getting closer and closer to the ground. Shinfei's consciousness was on the verge of reaching its limit, and there was a voice in his mind constantly reminding him, "Open the umbrella, open the umbrella, open the umbrella." But he can't do that, because once he opens his parachute at that altitude, he's immediately locked onto air defense radar. The circumstances they would have to face then would only become more treacherous. Maybe as soon as it hits the ground, you'll be arrested by the local army and police. Siberian Wolf's voice came over the headset again. "Razor, Wildcat is off her intended angle and unconscious. I have to get her off the border. She and I are not available for the next mission. Lean." This news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue for Shinfei, but he didn't have time to think about that, and hurriedly asked, "Gold coin, Polando, report on your situation. Number 2 normal. 3 normal. Hooray." Polando withstood the pressure and not only didn't pass out, but did a great job. 1,000 meters, 800 meters. Having already reached the height of the open parachute, Shinfei was able to clearly see the flickering red points of light above the dome of the hotel. That's an indicator light. 4 airplanes. Open the umbrella. Shinfei let out a low growl, followed closely by rushing to pull the parachute as required during training. Swish! Shinfei couldn't see the parachute, and could only feel his body being pulled by a huge force, followed by an upward rush for some distance because of inertia. Before he started falling again, he looked upward, and there in the dark night sky were 2 equally black parachutes. The hardest step taken care of. Gold and Polando both opened their parachutes. Down. Continuing decline. Just at the moment when it was about to touch the glass of the sky dome, Shinfei rolled in his regiment, drew out his dagger, and cut the parachute bag that was connected to it. Quickly balling up the parachute bag, he shoved it into a nearby ventilation duct. He subconsciously glanced downward. Below the glass dome was all the top floor of the hotel, which appeared to be very crowded for some kind of reception. Shinfei rushed to the edge of the dome and used the building to cover his body. Almost at the same time, someone in the prom looked up and glanced in wonder at the glass overhead. Shinfei leaned his back against the building and gasped for the turbid air and a big gulp after the robbery. Ah! Suddenly, hysterical screams rang out. Shinfei subconsciously looked up and saw that Polando was descending at an extremely fast speed, clearly exceeding the speed required for landing. If he went any further then he would miss the dome of the hotel and land in the middle of the traffic below. It would inevitably cause a sensation at that time, leading to the failure of the mission. Trouble so much. Shinfei frowned, couldn't think too much, and didn't care if he would be discovered by the people in the banquet hall on the top floor, and quickly ran forward. By the time he ran to the edge of the floor, Polando had fallen. Hooray! The parachute is very large. Shinfei grabbed the parachute and wrapped it around the bulge of a nearby building. Bang! Polando's descent was abruptly halted as his body slammed uncontrollably into the hard wall. By this time, Gold Coin had landed beside Shinfei and had cleanly packed his parachute bag. "You can always trust Gold Coins," Shinfei called with his contact device. "Polando, Polando, Polando." There was no response, and it was clear that it had fallen into a coma. If someone had looked up at that moment, they would have been shocked to find a man from France dangling from the edge of a building dozens of meters high. 2 other men stood on the top floor, anxiously trying to think of a way out. They tried to yank Polando up, but the rope got stuck in a groove in the building's facade and couldn't be yanked hard enough. Otherwise it is likely to wear off. "Too late to think too much," Shinfei said in a deep voice. "Gold Coin, fix the parachute. I'll go down and wake up Polando." It was the best he could come up with. It was very dangerous, but if they didn't make the attempt, there was a good chance that the 3 of them would not return. Be safe. Without much ado, Gold Coin quickly began wrapping the parachute rope around Polando's head. One of the few things he could do. As it were, Shinfei took another deep breath and began to climb downward with difficulty. 100. Since the text is not good, Shinfei also knows a little bit of boxing and kicking. After wasting 9 oxen and 2 tigers, Shinfei finally crawled to Polando's side, forcibly woke him up, and pointed to the window next to him. "Jump in here and cut the rope." Polando willed it, cut the parachute cord, and followed Shinfei, jumping narrowly into the window. The gold coins on the roof methodically recovered their parachute bags, stuffed them into the lining of the ventilation ducts, and retreated according to their original route. Enter the hotel corridor, take off your protective suit for skydiving, change into a suit prepared in advance, and make your way to your pre-booked room. Phew, Polando let out a deep breath and lamented. It's so damn exciting. The job of an agent is really not for the faint of heart. Can you contact Wildcat and the others? Without the Wildcat and the Siberian Wolf, their original plan could not be implemented at all. Radio calls can't reach them. I'll try another way. Shinfei found the satellite phone and called out. Hooray! The call came through. Shinfei inquired. How is your current situation? Not too bad. Siberian Wolf's voice rang out. We weren't hurt, but we landed in Karakhanistan territory and the border guards found us. Escape is not much of a problem, but it's hard to infiltrate a hotel. Razor, the mission is only up to you. It's over. Thoroughly counting on nothing. Life always had all kinds of accidents, and Shinfei was already used to this kind of life. Hanging up, he told the two men the situation. That means our original plan won't work? Goldcoin looked at the time and said, it's now 15 hours before they make the deal. Only half a day. Where are we going to find another woman? Is it hard to get Palando to disguise himself as Iron Lily? Women's clothes? It's not like it won't work. However, Shinfei quickly shook his head again. No, it's easy to change the appearance, but there's no way to change the height. Palando is too high. Palando breathed a sigh of relief. Shinfei found Victor's number on the satellite phone and called it. Let's be flexible and forget about the original plan. We have to come up with a new approach now, and the first step is to get enough intelligence information. The two men nodded. I don't know when it started, but Shinfei had become the absolute backbone of their squad. As long as he was still around, Palando and Gold felt that there was no trouble that couldn't be solved, even if the current situation was very bad. Phone call connected. Cardinal Chaika. After matching the code words, Victor said with slight regret, Razor, I know all about the situation. If you want to end the mission early, it's fine with me. The mission was already high risk and then such a big mess during the jump phase. Failure is justifiable. We have a saying in Eastern University. If you're here, you have to do something. Shinfei looked out the window at the night scene and spoke the alternate plan. Victor, I need information on Syriot. Syriot is known as the Special Intelligence Directorate of the Desert Watchers, belonging to is the KGB in Karakhanistan. The office building is less than 20 kilometers from the Dome Hotel. What do you mean? Victor asked suspiciously. Shinfei said in a deep voice, it's simple. The agent's method has failed, so it's time to use the mercenaries method. The mercenary approach? Victor wondered. Shinfei said lightly, Iron Lily is the white glove of the Intelligence Bureau, so her plan must have been given by the Intelligence Bureau. Kill the intel, get the intel, retreat. It's that simple. If it's hard to do, don't do it. Reconnaissance, camouflage, code breaking. These are tactics that agents use all the time. Killing people, kidnapping family members of targets, doing whatever it takes. That's the bottom line of the mercenary business. I can't do it. Shinfei also knows a little bit about boxing. Enter the General Intelligence Directorate under the cover of night, catch two big fish, and naturally ask for everything. Then we'll blow up the building, start a riot, and our getaway. Aha. Simple and crude. Okay, I understand. Victor hung up. In a few moments, the information Shinfei needed was transmitted to the computer he carried with him. The first photo is of a 50-year-old middle-aged man with a build similar to Shinfei's, wearing tortoiseshell eyeglasses and a shrapnel wound on his left brow bone. The name is Artyom Sergeyevich, currently Director of Intelligence. Shinfei looked at his picture, froze for a moment, and inquired, Gold coin, Palando, haven't we seen him somewhere before? The two men looked at the screen. Palando shook his head. No, I haven't seen him. Goldcoin thought carefully and said in surprise, I've just seen him. He's in the banquet hall on the top floor of the hotel. The ballroom? Shinfei then remembered that when he parachuted down to the top of the rising dome just now, there was a man on the top floor who raised his head and looked exactly like Artyom in the photo. What a coincidence. Now you don't have to go to their General Intelligence Directorate to catch the big fish. The corner of Shinfei's mouth couldn't help but curl up. You two go to the top floor to see what kind of event is being held there. Can you blend in? I'll make a disguise mask. Be careful, if it just doesn't go even. The two nodded and left the room. Shinfei took out the silicone mask that he had prepared in advance, and began to make the mask according to the photo, as well as the Artyom that he had just seen. Even if the world's top experts in disguise saw this scene, they would definitely feel surprised and unbelievable. After all, in their opinion, the first step in making a mask must be to get a 3D modeling of the other person's face. No one can make a mask that is as good as the real thing just by looking at one side of the face with a flat photo. But for Shinfei, who had the help of the system, these were nothing at all. His eyes are the ruler. His brain is the best 3D sculpting database. In a few moments, the disguise mask in his hand gradually took shape, identical to Artyom's without any difference. The door to the room pushed open and the two men walked in. Palando looked at the mask in Shinfei's hand in shock and exclaimed, It's done so quickly? Saying that a man is fast is not a good word. Shinfei concentrated on carving and did not raise his head. asking, "How is the situation?" Gold Coin replied, "What's going on the top floor is a charity auction, and a lot of socialites are there. Those assholes, busy raising money for an asshole Chechen who invaded someone else's country. Aha, very magical indeed. But this sort of thing is commonplace. Between countries, there is no such thing as a position. It's purely a matter of interest. As far as the people are concerned, they're the best to fool. They may never go to that country or have any contact with people from that country in their lives. All of their sources of information are the news, and in the last couple of years there has been an additional internet. They will believe whatever is instilled in them. The main theme is to be forever young, forever brainlessly vocal, forever hot and bothered, forever being used as a gun, forever stupid and gullible, and never remembering." Shinfei asked the most crucial question, "Can we blend in?" Polando shook his head. "The banquet has already begun. Even if you can get an invitation, it's impossible to blend in. Since we can't get in, we'll have to let him out." Shinfei picked up the satellite phone and called, and soon Siberian Wolf answered the phone. Shinfei said in a deep voice, "I now need you to be captured by the border guards and recognize your KGB identity." Ha! Hearing such strange words, the Siberian Wolf and the Wildcat both froze. 101. A masterfully laid out, step-by-step process. What's the situation? We're busy running away, and you're asking us to turn ourselves in? Razor, if you're threatened, you blink. Siberian Wolf pondered if Shinfei had already fallen into the hands of the enemy and made this call to set them up. Can't be fooled. Unfortunately, before he could speak, he felt the muzzle of a gun against his head. Wildcat's sorrowful voice rang out, "Do what Razor says." Ha! What's the situation? Why do Wildcats listen to Razor so much? This is completely different from her previous persona. Even two extremes. How did the Razor do it? Live well? I see. With that out of the way, Siberian Wolf didn't insist and asked tentatively, "Can you tell me why you did it?" Shinfei's plan wasn't complicated, but it took a lot of time to explain, and he heard the Wildcat's words, and was rather glad that the woman was able to make sensible choices at a critical moment, though knowing that she must be doing it for her sister with her mother. But it doesn't matter. Just do as you're told. Do as I say and you won't be in any danger. Shinfei reminded. After being arrested, they will definitely interrogate you, so be sure to remember that you will only confess to Director Artyom. After explaining some more details, Shinfei hung up the phone and arranged, "Polando, find a place to stay where you can monitor the door of the charity dinner, and once Artyom goes out, you have to notify me at the first time." Polando nodded and turned away. Shinfei looked at the gold coins again and said, "There is a special elevator in the hotel. Find a way to enter the elevator shaft and stay on standby above the elevator. I will tell you exactly how to control the elevator." Good. Goldcoin followed and left the room. When the two left, Shinfei continued to carry out the repair of the disguise mask, and used the computer to connect to the network in the hotel to carry out remote deciphering. None of today's computer systems are advanced. For Shinfei, who had the system's rewarding hacking skills, there were loopholes everywhere. Everything is in order. After about an hour or so, Polando's voice sounded in the headset. "Razor, Artyom is out, accompanied by 2 bodyguards." Roger that. Shinfei quickly stuffed the disguise mask into his shoulder bag and walked out of the room. The room he was in was the 15th floor of the guest house. Shinfei descended 2 flights of stairs and walked to the door of the special elevator on the 13th floor. "The main reason why I'm here is that there's no surveillance on this floor, and the surveillance in the elevator has long since been destroyed by the gold coins." Polando's voice sounded again. "They're in the elevator. A dedicated elevator. Just as you expected," Shinfei said in a deep voice. "Gold coin, make the elevator open on the 13th floor." Roger. Gold coin's subtle voice came through. "He's in an elevator shaft. He can't speak up." After arranging everything, Shinfei saw the numbers of the elevator start to jump and slowly rise. Soon, the numbers are slowly starting to drop again. 18th floor, 15th floor, 13th floor. Ding! The elevator beeped, and then slowly opened. There were 3 men inside, Artyom, and his 2 large bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards didn't care too much when they saw that Shinfei was an Asian. Shinfei walked into the elevator and waited for the doors to slowly close. The elevator goes down. Shinfei turned his head and smiled. "Mr. Artyom?" Artyom was stunned, and his face became instantly grim. Almost instantly, the 2 bodyguards' hands went to their backsides in unison. "Razor sends his regards." Shinfei drew the tactical ghost pistol with a silencer from his pocket and pulled the trigger under the bodyguard's shocked gaze. Shoo! Shoo! Gunshots rang out, and the bodyguard was shot in the center of his eyebrow. His face frozen in expression as he slowly fell down. "Damn! Who are you?" Artyom took 2 steps backward, but very sensibly didn't fight back. The man's movements were too fast, taking out 2 bodyguards without him seeing them at all, and resisting in the face of such an enemy was foolish. "Mr. Artyom, I'm relieved you're a smart man, Shinfei wore a smile on his face and reminded. Now, slowly raise your hands up, making sure to be at an angle I can see. Artyom did as he was told. Shinfei retrieved a very special small pistol from him. At this time, the elevator was about to reach the first floor. Shinfei said in a deep voice, 13th floor. Goldcoin maneuvered the elevator and re-entered the 13th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. Shinfei stood at the door and made a gesture of invitation. Artyom, true to his worldly experience, did not resist. Not even much fear could be seen on his face, and slowly walked out. Goldcoin jumped down the elevator shaft and methodically disposed of the bodies in the car, as well as the spattered blood. Shinfei led Artyom back to the room on the 15th floor, closed the door with his backhand, and smiled. Mr. Artyom, take off your clothes. Artyom did as he was told. It's too cooperative. It went a lot smoother than Shinfei thought it would. Even Shinfei did not feel any killing intent towards himself and his body. That's an amazing agent. When that was done, Artyom, with disgust in his eyes, questioned, your KGB? Right answer, but no reward. Shinfei looked into his eyes and questioned, Mr. Artyom, do you mind telling me the details of Iron Lily's deal with Vika? A smile appeared at the corners of Artyom's mouth as he asked rhetorically. I'd like to say that. Would you dare to believe it? Smart guy. Shinfei covered his mouth, drew his saber, and dryly cut off one of Artyom's fingers. His body tightened violently, and a cold sweat covered his face. Shinfei slightly loosened his hand to make sure he couldn't make too much noise, and asked, Can we talk now? Artyom murmured, I'm willing to say, do you dare to believe it? Shinfei checked his eyes and found that the pupils were already slightly dilated. He was right about that. The other party had already gone through an unknown number of counter-interrogation trainings long ago, and it was difficult to get useful information out of him. And as he keeps repeating, he just dares to say it, and he may not dare to believe it himself. Shinfei knocked Artyom out and helped him stop the bleeding again, and threw it aside without paying any more attention to it. He found Artyom's cell phone and connected it with his computer, scanning it and finding nothing useful. The cell phone also had a very ordinary signal, not even a password. Not bad for a veteran agent who thinks of everything, but that's okay. Shinfei has other breakthroughs. Take for example, Artyom's young wife who is still attending charity receptions and is both sexy and beautiful. 102. Look at those legs. She's long and white. Scooping up a handful of cold water and slapping it on his face, Shinfei surveyed his brand new self in the mirror. The stoic, lean face disappeared and was replaced by a middle-aged white-looking man wearing tortoiseshell glasses and a shrapnel wound on his left brow bone. It still has to be the system. Artyom's own mother is here, and I guess she can't tell who's really her own son. The door to the room was pushed open, and Goldcoin, who had finished disposing of the corpse, appeared in the doorway and subconsciously drew his pistol after seeing Shinfei. Shinfei hurriedly waved his hand. Goldcoin, one of our own. Don't shoot. It's me. It's you, kid? Goldcoin was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such an unbelievable disguise technique in real life. What's the difference between that and a different person? Captain, the Imperial Army said that if you surrender. Bah! Skewering the stage. Shinfei cupped his throat and asked in Artyom's voice, are the bodies all taken care of? Ah, deal with it. Goldcoin was on the verge of a PTSD attack, still a little uncomfortable, always feeling like the enemy was standing in front of her. You watch him. Shinfei pointed at himself who was tied up next to him. By the way, clean up the blood in the room. I'm going to make a trip to the top floor to investigate some intelligence. Goldcoin looked at the tied-up Artyom, then at Shinfei standing in front of him, glowing, rubbed his burning head, and lost his voice. Razor, I can't tell. I really can't tell the difference. I'll be damned. Shinfei pointed at Artyom's finger and said, he's the one who's missing a finger. Understand? Goldcoin nodded. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the table rang. Shinfei picked it up and looked at it. It was a garbled short number. He had checked Artyom's cell phone earlier and there was no record of any calls, so he figured this would be their intelligence agency's tactic. But Shinfei could guess who was calling. Answering the phone, Shinfei asked bluntly, the KGB people, where have they arrived? There's one advantage to opening the door. It saves you from having to match the code words. It's already in the city, coming to our station right away. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Guess right. It's transporting wildcats with Siberian wolf agents. Countries treat their agents ambiguously, never killing them outright, hoping to get some useful information from each other's mouths. Even the most useless agents can be centralized. Wait for a special point in time, send it to a hostile country, and exchange it for an agent of your own. Even the agents of many countries, there will be explicit cooperation, and both countries know that the other is an undercover agent sent by the enemy. This specialty is called white agent. Those who really disguise their identities and are unknown are black agents. Shinfei followed his previous plan and gave a new order. Send the people to the Dome Hotel. room 1509. I'll interrogate them here. Without giving the other party a chance to talk nonsense, Shinfei directly hung up the phone. Goldcoin looked at Shinfei and said in astonishment, "So your plan is not only to transfer Artyom out, but also to use their people to send our own people back? Saka, don't list. How the hell did your head grow? I call this taking the identity of foreigners. Better for the KGB to do things." Shinfei straightened his suit and his expression was calm. "Key groove do not 6. You wait in the room. I will go to the top floor first. When the intelligence agency comes, let me know first, and remember not to act without authorization." The gold coins nodded. Shinfei left the room and went straight to the top floor, and just as he got out of the elevator, he saw Palando sitting not far away. The other man was looking at him too, full of surprise. It seemed to wonder why Artyom, who had just left, had come back. However, Palando was worthy of being a doctor, and his observation was much more delicate than that of a reckless person like Goldcoin, and he soon discovered the ear returns that Shinfei was carrying in his ears. He pressed the calm button and asked tentatively, "Razor, I was going to tease you, but I didn't expect to be so smart." Shinfei nodded. "Well, it's me. Go to the back door of the hotel and keep an eye on it, and notify me immediately after you see the Wildcat." They'd studied the layout of the Dome Hotel before, a front door and a back door. There is no other access. The Intelligence Bureau, even if they were more flamboyant, would not escort someone through the front door, and sitting in the lounge area at the back door, you are able to see the hotel lobby and all the elevators. Copy that. Palando extinguished the cigarette in his hand and resisted the urge to uncover his face for a look as he passed by Shinfei. It's amazing. It's like magic. Shinfei watched him enter the elevator before walking towards the charity banquet hall. The security personnel at the door just froze for a moment after seeing him and did not stop him, perhaps wondering why he had gone and returned, or curious as to where the 2 personal bodyguards who had followed him had gone. The charity room is huge, thousands of square feet, and the richly dressed men and women wander among the ornate columns and champagne towers, creating a different kind of hauteur. Just a scene like this, with a random cell phone camera raised, would be a top-notch scene for a dominatrix skit. "Mr. Artyom?" A puzzled voice rang out. Shinfei turned his head to look, and he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a bloated body and a head of white hair. "Who's this?" Shinfei didn't know what the relationship with him was, so he just stood still and looked at him, but didn't speak. "Mr. Artyom, how have you considered what we talked about last time?" The middle-aged white man looked at him with a smile. "How would I know what things to talk to you about?" Shinfei reported a smile and replied seriously, "I still need to think about it, and as you know, it's not an easy thing to do." The middle-aged man nodded his head and continued, "Indeed it is not too easy. After all, this Ural's king seems to be young, but he has a lot of experience as an agent. And a windfall?" Shinfei could probably see that the white-haired middle-aged man in front of him was not a person from this country, like the European and American side, speaking with an American accent, most likely from the United States of America. A white-haired, middle-aged man from the United States of America discusses the king of the Urals Federation with the intelligence chief of another country. This is not the same as the village boss talking about the international situation. Shinfei did not say anything, hoping that he would reveal more useful information to supply his own guesses. Unfortunately, before getting to the point, a young woman with a very beautiful appearance, wearing a long white dress adorned with crushed diamonds, who was nearly 30 years old, walked over and gently wrapped her arms around Shinfei's arm and asked, "My dear, why are you back again?" Shinfei felt the gentle touch coming from his arm, subconsciously looked down, and couldn't help but think of the rap lyrics of a famous singer who entered the prison department. "Aha! Look at those legs. She's long and white. Look at this crabapple. She's big and round. That's great. Don't be vain. Don't talk yet. Try to dislike it when you find an opportunity. 103. We'll let your wife go if you cooperate." Shinfei first apologized to the white-haired middle-aged man before saying, "Things have been taken care of. I'm a little tired. Let's go rest for a while." The young woman's cheeks flashed a scarlet red and she shyly nodded her head, giving a light This moment, Shinfei finally understood why someone would say that a young woman's blush was better than anything else. "Good man. What kind of chaff did you used to eat?" "What's superb?" "This is superb." Just as Shinfei was preparing to leave with the young woman on his arm, the white-haired middle-aged man whispered in his ear, "Mr. Artyom, I hope you can reconsider our proposal. You know, the CIA has better options than you guys." "CIA? The CIA?" Hearing this word, Shinfei's brows wrinkled uncontrollably, and his heartbeat was slowly accelerating. This is an intelligence organization that is enough to match the peak of the KGB, spreading all over the world, and there is nothing wrong with calling it the King of Blue Star Intelligence. More importantly, they are backed up by military bases that are hidden from the world and can mobilize a very powerful force. So here's the question, What does the CIA want with Artyom? It's a total mismatch between the two. Reference was also made to the Urals Federal. What am I thinking about this for? Might as well wait for the mission to end. Sell the intel to Victor the Grey Wolf, and give the KGB a headache. With this thought, Shinfei replied calmly, I will consider it. Watching his back as he left, a young man next to him said in a puzzled voice, Mr. Quinn, do you have the feeling that Artyom is a bit different from just now? Quinn narrowed his eyes, looked at Shinfei's back, and said in a cold voice, giving him too much face, letting him mistakenly think that without their help, we won't be able to contact Chechnya. People from small countries are all so unappealing. The youth inquired, so what do we do next? Wait. Quinn shook his goblet and said in a cold voice, the Iron Lily and Vika will be here tomorrow to make a deal, and as long as we get that shipment of gas bombs, not to mention Artyom, their entire country will have to listen to us. Keep an eye out for those KGB assholes. They're likely to come and make trouble. Corridor. The young woman said with a scornful look on her face, honey, is Quinn trying to push you again? Quinn? Is that the name of the CIA that was just there? Shinfei wasn't too sure and casually replied, they've always been like this. I'm used to it, but they've gone too far this time. The young woman said angrily, trying to make our entire intelligence agency work for them as a dog, contacting Chechen rebel organizations on their behalf, and asking the state to step in and fund Chechnya. Oh, if we did, the king of the Ural Federation would immediately turn his guns on our borders. Ha! Shinfei froze for a moment, rather than being surprised by the young woman's words. The CIA has always been so shameless and not very tactful. They'll always have the same old three things to do with their enemies, messing with the borders, stirring up ethnic hatred, supporting the ruling party in the open and financing the rebels in the dark. One storm, two gains. Winning hemp is simply, and these are getting close to being phallic, and on the contrary, they work every time. After all, no matter what country it is, there is always someone who wants to reach the pinnacle of power and become the king of all. If you have the desire, you can control it. CIA quote. What really made Shinfei feel surprised was that he did not expect that the young woman was obviously not a simple vase, and she knew very much in her stomach. The two entered the elevator and Shinfei pressed the 15th floor. The young woman asked curiously, honey, aren't we going to our room? Shinfei decided to take a risk and shook his head. Don't go back yet. I've already had the KGB agents sent to the hotel, so I'll interrogate them here. He wondered if Artyom, in the past, would have talked to his wife about these things. If one never talked about work, then with such a simple sentence, Shinfei would definitely reveal himself. But if the young woman's identity wasn't that simple, and she even talked to Artyom about work a lot, then this was a good break. Shinfei observed every subtle expression on the young woman's face through the metal reflections in the elevator. But if there was the slightest hint of something wrong, he would fix it at the first opportunity. At the hotel? Fortunately, the young woman's expression didn't change and everything seemed normal. What can I ask here, dear? Ding. The elevator door opens. Shinfei smiled. You'll know later. The young woman put her arm around him and didn't say another word. Shinfei's communication was always on, and what he said could be transmitted in real time to Gold Coin and Palando. By the time the two had reached the door to the room, Gold's voice rang out. Razor, the blood has been cleaned up, and Artyom is hiding in the restroom, so don't go into the bathroom. Shinfei was expressionless, swiped his card, and entered. The lights in the room came on. The young woman headed straight for the adjacent restroom. Gold Coin, hiding in the cubicle, had his heart in his throat. Shinfei also did not expect her to go directly to the restroom, and with a bright idea, he forced her to princess carry her. The young woman's face became even more scarlet, and her small fist hit Shinfei's chest, pouting, hate it, put me down, I need to go to the toilet. A bad smile surfaced at the corner of Shinfei's mouth, and he walked towards the bedroom regardless. Put me down, I can't hold it in. The young woman resisted with her mouth, but her body was very honest and didn't move a muscle. What she doesn't realize is that, after hearing her voice, a wall away from her, the real Artyom had awakened. The room is a sweet layout that, outside is the living room, inside is the bedroom. Shinfei dropped the young woman onto the soft bed and smoothly lay down next to her. Artyom stared, gasping for air, his face reddening, but he couldn't make any sound. Gold Coin whispered in his ear, Mr. Artyom, we didn't want it to happen the way it did. We'll let your wife go if you cooperate. What do you think? Artyom clenched his teeth and said nothing. Sir, you're making this very difficult for me. Gold Coin opened the laptop in his backpack and woke up the screen, on which appeared a surveillance image from the bedroom. He said in a cold voice, since you won't cooperate, we can't guarantee what will happen next. By the way, just to remind you, we're not the KGB bunch of agents. We're more bottomless. Artyom glared angrily at the gold coins. If eyes could kill, Gold Coin had no doubt that he had died 10,000 times. But even in the face of this situation, Artyom still didn't have the slightest intention of choosing to cooperate. To be the director of intelligence, the man really is a bit of a statement, literally more tolerable than a 1,000-year-old king. 104. Young women have 3 good qualities: gentleness, kindness, and feeding. In the bedroom, the atmosphere became charming, as if the air was filled with the smell of hormones. The young woman flopped down on the bed, wiggling her large white legs that didn't see a single blemish under the hem of her skirt, and pouted in a slightly mischievous manner. "Let's go take a shower, darling. In the restroom you'll find out." "Wow, my husband can do shadow doppelganger magic." Lin Mo half leaned against the bed, finally understanding why a lord like Chow Chow would also be keen on private vehicles. She does tempt people with this stuff. Shen Fei didn't mind carrying out the mission, and in the meantime, he gave himself a certain little perk, experiencing the experience of other people's private cars. But the point is, he can imitate someone's face, but he can't imitate someone's car keys. There's all sorts of things going on in this thing. The taste is totally different. It's easy to tell the difference, and then you'll be exposed. Shen Fei tried his best to make a tired state with his disguise mask and spoke out. "I'm a bit tired. I just want to take a rest in my room." "If it works, it doesn't work. What does it mean to take a break?" The young woman turned over, climbed to Shen Fei's side, murmured softly in his ear, "Automatic?" "Shen Fei, stop it, big sister. Is that what you're testing the cadres with?" Seeing that her husband was really out of shape, the young woman removed her long skirt and entered the state of cloak and dagger, charmingly put her hands on Shen Fei's shoulders and exhaled in his ear, saying, "Honey, I'll help you massage. Step on the back." Shen Fei blocked her unfaithful snow-white tender hands and rolled over. He believed in his level of disguise, and he couldn't see anything even at close range. But there was a layer of bionic skin where the neck joined the shoulders. One touch is all it takes. Good. The young woman stood up and lightly removed the static prone socks from her legs, revealing ankles that glowed with a pearly luster and slender toes that were carefully cared for like delicate works of art. "Is the intensity okay?" Shen Fei felt the touch coming from his back and almost couldn't help making a sound. It's getting quiet in the bedroom. He's trying to figure out how to steer the conversation to tomorrow's deal. From the contact just now, it was obvious that this woman knew more about the inner workings of the world than she had imagined. "What's on your mind, dear?" The young woman took the initiative to break the silence. Shen Fei gave an ambiguous answer. "Tomorrow." The young woman's light pause, moving downward a little, said proudly, "Surely, my dear, there will be no problem. Even if the CIA and the KGB were smart, they would never imagine that tomorrow's deal is just." Snap. The sound of items falling suddenly came from outside the door, and the young woman's narration came to a grinding halt as she asked suspiciously, "What sound?" Shen Fei patted the long legs on his back. "I'll go out and take a look." The young woman rose. Shen Fei walked out of the room and gave her a smile as he closed the door before closing it and coming to the restroom. Artyom fainted again and fell to the ground. Gold Coin explained, "This guy is too cunning. Just now let him seize the opportunity to make a sound. Something's not right." Shen Fei leaned against the door of the restroom to make sure he could see the bedroom door at all times and frowned. "Gold Coin, you heard what was said just now, didn't you?" He nodded. Artyom just suddenly became agitated when he heard the young woman speak of tomorrow's deal. The two looked at each other and instantly came up with the same answer. Tomorrow's deal. There's a big problem. Gold Coin couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The world of agents is too complicated. One pit after another. Vika and Iron Lily might not even show up at the hotel tomorrow. It's all a trap. Shen Fei had the same idea. Just one thing I can't figure out. If the deal is fake, then, where are the gas bombs that were hidden? His mission wasn't supposed to be about the deal. The focus was on the transportation routes for the gas bombs. "Keep an eye on him, and I'll go set that woman's words again," Shen Fei said. At that moment, Palando's voice came from the headset. "Razor, the intelligence bureau is here. Siberian Wolf and Wildcat are both there. Copy that. Keep an eye on them." Shen Fei returned to the bedroom. The young woman was lying on her side on the bed, her tight clothes outlining lines like mountain peaks. "Honey, what was that sound just now?" "Nothing. The vibration of the washing machine is just that." Shen Fei casually made up a lie and lay down on the bed again, thinking about how to continue the topic just now. The young woman put her foot on Shen Fei's leg and said shyly, "People's feet are so sore from stepping on you. Can you rub them for me?" Shen Fei obediently took over the slender legs and said as he pressed, "What did you want to say just now?" "Oops. People don't want to talk about work anymore." The woman obediently got up and sat in his arms, while a look of doubt flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. "Dear, you're usually so busy. It's been a long time since you've accompanied someone." Shen Fei keenly captured the change in the young woman's expression. He knows. Exposed himself. This is also something that can't be helped. Who made little Shen Fei naturally more excellent and stronger than others? "Honey, I just can't help it. I'm going to the restroom." The young woman made a move to get up. Good. Right at the same time when the young woman got up, Shinfei instantly struck out and grabbed her throat with one hand, while the other hand simultaneously grabbed both of her wrists, followed by pressing downward with force. The young woman's reaction was also quick, and she fell smoothly onto the bed, her knees hard and powerful, shining down on his lower body. Shinfei couldn't get his two hands free, but the good thing is that his reflexes are systematically enhanced. The moment the young woman was about to hurt her second brother, her legs clamped down hard, taking control of her knees and pressing down on top of her. Save. Realizing that her strength was no match for his, the young woman subconsciously tried to call for help, but because her throat was pinched, she could only let out a hoarse, low voice. Shinfei increased the strength in his hands. A wave of dizziness hit the young woman's body like a fish leaving the water, and she kept struggling. Shinfei reminded softly in her ear, "Ma'am, you don't want your husband, to be hurt, do you?" 105. "I'm an old man, and I'd become a part of your play?" From all the details you can feel that the young woman still loves her husband. She gradually stopped struggling. Shinfei loosened his left hand to make sure she could breathe normally and opened the door to ask, "Tell me, what are your plans for tomorrow?" The young woman stared at him viciously, biting her silver teeth. "Impossible, you don't want to." Shinfei increased the strength in his hands. The choking sensation struck again, and the young woman's face turned crimson as her body struggled violently. In about a minute or so, her face turned from red to white, cyanotic discoloration surfaced, and finally she jerked her legs and passed out. Shinfei, without the slightest bit of pity, dragged her body all the way to the restroom. Gold was taken aback. "You killed her?" "Not yet. Step on her." Shinfei stomped the young woman under his feet, spread the disposable tampon for makeup on her face, and sprayed water on it with the shower head. Phew! The young woman snapped awake, her body struggling violently, but her hands and feet had already been stepped on, and using all her strength was just futile. Shinfei's face was expressionless as he increased the amount of paper to the young woman's face one by one. This young woman was indeed Shinfei's favorite type, but he did not have any hesitation or intolerance in laying his hands on her. Nearly 10 minutes of torture and the young woman fainted several more times. Every time she was on the verge of death, Shinfei would give her a chance to catch her breath and then continue the torture. The clothes on the young woman's body had long been completely wet, revealing a half-hidden, half-embodied, stunning figure, which caused the gold coins to slightly harden as they watched. Almost. Shinfei removed all the makeup wipes from the young woman's face and asked in a cold voice, "For the last time, tell me, what exactly are your plans for tomorrow?" The young woman's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, her eyes were lax, and her pupils were slightly dilated. Gold frowned. "It's not working. She's also been subjected to anti-captive interrogation. She should be an agent as well." "Pity." Shinfei raised his foot and placed it on the young woman's slender neck and asked, "Do you want to play around? This is the wife of the director of intelligence." Goldcoin looked at the young woman's face. A flash of hesitation flashed through his heart, and he finally shook his head. "Women can play anytime, but not at the expense of the mission. Although, possibly, for once in your life, you'll have a chance to run into the wife of the director of intelligence." What's even more exciting is that her husband was there. Shinfei's foot exerted force and stepped on the young woman's throat, this time not letting go again. The young woman was already powerless to struggle, and her desperate and spiteful eyes glared viciously at Shinfei. That look alone was proof enough that she would never confess easily. Click! Shinfei increased his strength and easily stepped on the young woman's throat. She turned her head sideways and stared, completely lifeless. Gold pointed to the unconscious Artyom next to him and asked, "What about him?" "He's waiting for a while. An intelligence director as a hostage might be useful." Shinfei took off his wet clothes, changed into a delicate robe, and walked out of the restroom. There was a knock on the door. Shinfei checked the disguise in the mirror without any problems and said in a cold voice, "Enter." The door to the room was pushed open and 4 or 5 heavily armed agents stood in the doorway. Wildcat and Siberian Wolf were handcuffed and surrounded. The lead man straightened his body and saluted. "Chief, the man is here," Shinfei said in a deep voice. "People stay, you guys wait outside." The lead man said worriedly, "Chief, they're from the KGB, you really don't need to." Shinfei glared at him. The lead man hurriedly shut up and waved his hand for his men to push the two into the room, respectfully closing the door behind them. Shinfei sized up the Wildcat and the Siberian Wolf. The two men were sizing him up as well. They didn't know about Shinfei's disguise as the director, nor did they know why they were suddenly brought to the hotel. Shinfei smiled. "Welcome back to the team." What? The two were baffled for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Shinfei made a silent gesture and walked over to the two men, finding lock-picking tools from the system storage and easily unlocking the handcuffs of the two men. You're, Siberian Wolf asked with a face full of shock. "You're Razor." The answer is correct. but there is no reward. Shinfei told them all about everything that had just happened. The Siberian wolf's eyes were wide with disbelief. The wildcat opened its mouth slightly, similarly unable to believe that Shinfei had done so many things in such a short period of time. What surprised her even more was that even at such a close distance, but she still could not see any flaws in the disguise mask on Shinfei's face. This also suggests that Shinfei's skill in disguise was far above hers. But he was still so young. Not only did he have achievements in marksmanship and medical skills, but he was also so proficient in things like disguise, which was hard to learn and hard to master. How? The three of them came to the door of the restroom, and Shinfei pressed the communication device to make sure that Palando could also hear what they were talking about before saying, "Palando, report the situation at the door. There are 5 agents in all with firearms, and they seem to have noticed me." Palando's voice rang out. "Take care of yourself," Shinfei reminded, then looked at the few people in the room and asked, "What do you have in mind? Don't be afraid to be outrageous, just say whatever comes to mind. It's a bit of a mess." Shinfei could vaguely feel that he could catch some of the key points, but it was difficult to connect all the clues. Gold looked at the director of intelligence and said, "He's got full anti-interrogation training. There's no way we're going to get a lead out of him, but as far as we can tell, the intelligence is false, and it's a setup. We can only retreat or we will be very passive." Shinfei looked at the remaining 2. Wildcat looked pensive for a moment before saying, "Do you think there's a possibility that the gas bombs were actually shipped into Chechnya a long time ago?" Several people all frowned slightly at the mention of this possibility. "This is the worst possible outcome." Siberian Wolf shook his head. "Unlikely. Chechnya is very passive right now, completely pressed by the 58th Group Army. If they have a big killing weapon like a gas bomb, there's no reason not to use it." Shinfei didn't know much about real battlefields and asked, "Then is there a possibility that the Chechens want to wait until the alleyway battle before using gas bombs?" "Impossible," the Siberian Wolf replied very dryly. "Most of Chechnya's borders are in the Caucasus passes, and using gas bombs in that environment would be a pure example of killing one. Razor, I'm sorry, we probably can't give you any good advice. You might want to ask Victor the Grey Wolf. He always has a way." How could I forget about that old guy? The mission was for them, the KGB, and when they ran into any trouble they couldn't solve, of course they went to the organization. Shinfei picked up the satellite phone and called out, while reminding in a low voice, "You guys have to make some noise, or at least don't make the people outside suspicious." The Siberian Wolf willed it and let out a desperate scream. Don't say. It's quite a learning experience. The wildcat bit his lip and tried to let out a scream as well, but the attempt was unsuccessful. She blushed slightly and tensed her body, whimpering in embarrassment. I can't scream. I'll help you." Shinfei reached to the wildcat's armpit, found the softest flesh, and pinched it fiercely. Wildcat's face instantly reddened, his features becoming distorted from the pain, and he screamed uncontrollably. As it happens. Phone call connected. Hearing such a voice, Grey Wolf Victor first froze, then smiled and said, "Young people nowadays are really energetic. Mr. Razor, an old man, have become a part of your play?" 106. "King, I'm not as good as Shinfei? Little old man, you're still weirdly fashionable." Shinfei didn't have time to tease, and originally informed Victor of what had happened after arriving at the Dome Hotel. "This mission sucks. It's even more chaotic than the last time we were in the Caucasus, escorting an oligarch's daughter." Shinfei had a strong sense of crisis that they are in the middle of a huge conspiracy and danger can strike at any time. "Quinn?" Victor's voice became grave. "He's the deputy director of the CIA, and isn't he in the country of Avalon, discussing giving up nuclear weapons with the king? What brings you to the Dome Hotel? Deputy director of the CIA?" Shinfei could guess that Quinn's level was high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. This is the biggest of the big boys. If there's a character influence chart on Blue Star, the deputy director of the CIA is definitely in the top 100. The state of Avalon renounces nuclear weapons? Shinfei's mind surfaced a lot, the memories related to it in his later life. After the dissolution of the Red Alliance, the Ural Federation, as the eldest son, received the largest legacy without question. It even managed to support it in a war with Avalon until more than 2 decades later. The Yavarin country has actually inherited a lot of heritage, including a large number of nuclear weapons, originally with such a big killer. Not to say invade others, but absolutely no one dares to bully him. Unfortunately, the current king of this country is even more enamored of the United States of America along with the mighty European nations than the king of the Urals Federation. "You're like a big, bad son of a." Frozen voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons at the behest of others. Exactly the same as the scumbag woman who had her boyfriend sterilized to get more pleasure and then ended up kicking the other guy out for not being able to have children. The one called Quinn appears to be the top CIA executive who led the operation that was big enough to be written in human history. What kind of temptation could make Quinn put on hold negotiations with the nation of Avalon to rush to a charity dinner at a dome hotel in another country? As if he were talking to himself, Victor said, just to capture a few KGB agents isn't that tempting. Old man, I came to you for counseling, not to ask you to give me questions. Shinfei originally wanted to spit at Victor, but when he heard the words charity dinner, he suddenly had a flash of light, as if he had figured something out. Crossing the river in white. Thinking of this idiom, Shinfei said in a deep voice, the CIA is attending a charity dinner hosted by a United Nations human rights organization at the same time as the Deputy Director of Intelligence of 2 countries in Karakhanistan. Victor, do you think they are good-hearted? Victor's voice lurched as he snapped. Razor, you mean to say, they're trying to transport gas bombs with the help of human rights transports? Fake. Those asshole guys, aren't they afraid of the condemnation of the United States? In this time period, the United States still had that much authority, unlike a decade or so later, when it degenerated into a traffic code for becoming a Netflix hit. Speaking of which, it seems like it's not too far away from the day when the old card will tear up the charter in the auditorium and call the P5 all the names in the world. The old card is at its peak, and it won't be long before it's time to go to the University of the East with great fanfare and strutting around asking to buy nuclear weapons. Shinfei recalled what the young woman had said and wore a cold smile on his face. If I'm not wrong, they've already done so. I suggest you notify the Caucasus frontline to inventory the supplies rescued by human rights organizations. There might be a surprise. Offending a human rights organization is not a trivial matter, and if you guess wrong, the consequences will be serious. Victor's expression and tone were both grave. You guys wait in the hotel for a while. I need to ask for instructions and call you back. KGB headquarters, top floor. Victor picked up the red special phone on his desk and called Moscow's White Palace. The call was answered and Victor didn't wait for the other person to speak, urging, "This is Victor. Please pick up the phone. King, it's late at night. Mr. King is asleep. If there's anything you can do first." The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly disgruntled. Victor's tone became icy. I say again, this is Victor. Ask the king to pick up the phone. One moment. The operator didn't dare to persist, for he had seen this gray wolf of the Red Alliance. In a rage, after about 10 minutes or so, Victor heard the slightly tired, but magnetic voice of a middle-aged man. Mr. Grey Wolf, what's got you in such a hurry? Grey Wolf Victor reported the results of Shinfei's investigation as fast as he could. There was silence on the phone. Victor could imagine the look that would be on the face of the 39-year-old, bloodthirsty young man at this point. Instead of giving an immediate order, the king asked, who is the leader of the action squad this time? Shinfei, Wagner's mercenary. Victor gave the answer. Shinfei? The king repeated the name, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, asked, is that the mercenary from the Caucasus not long ago? Victor nodded and replied, yes, the mercenary Razor who killed Katerina. The king asked, he joined the KGB? Victor said with slight regret, he's a top agent talent, but hasn't joined the KGB yet. The king asked again, better than me? Victor replied very bluntly, could you have made it back to Petersburg alive at 18 or 19 years of age in an environment like the Caucasus? There was silence on the other end of the line. Again, the king felt his pride had taken a hit. Offhand, Victor was sort of his teacher in the secret agent business. His words, one is powerless to refute it. Victor added, but his heart is not as strong as yours, and you know his reasons for rejecting the KGB. He is not keen on the Urals Federation. To be precise, he doesn't love any country. No borders? The king felt the pride he had just lost return to his body. You tell Shinfei to bring Quinn back. Be alive. Victor was taken aback. King, you don't want to join NATO if you catch. Ha! A cold smile appeared on the king's face as he asked rhetorically. I care more about the Caucasus than NATO. To gain more influence internationally, all domestic forces must be twisted together. I'm not Emperor Yang of the previous dynasty, but you are more superstitious than that old man. More superstitious about the US West in Europe. Victor remembered Shinfei's character and pursued. King, it's easy to let Razor do something. Just need to give enough payment. That's a very difficult mission to capture the deputy director of the CIA alive. And he's in a border city of an enemy country. What are you willing to do for this operation? 107. Long live the king of the Urals. Dome Hotel. Shinfei hung up the phone and asked about the situation in the corridors of Palando. The 5 agents are still there. Not eavesdropping. Shinfei gathered the rest of the people into the living room and told the others what happened on the phone. Sucka don't list. Those sons of ES. Siberian Wolf. Considered the nicest one in the room. Couldn't help but crack up. Didn't they ever think about the consequences of doing that? The consequences of using a human rights organization's vehicle to deliver a gas bomb are actually quite serious. The plan was successful, and the Ural federal soldiers suffered heavy casualties. So in the next battles, The lives of civilians and Chechen prisoners will not be taken into account. They're gonna go crazy with revenge. Break a city, slaughter it, and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Don't think that just because we're civilized now, the brutality of war has declined. It's only going to get more brutal. Even a decade or so later, the little Middle Eastern bullies are not the same in wars with killing contests, firebombing of civilians, and a host of other anti-human three-light policies. Does anyone care? The answer is known to all. That's not something we should consider. Shinfei stretched and reminded. Check your equipment. We'll follow the agents outside and set off. Wait until we're halfway to finish them off. Grab the car and run. Wildcat bites her lip lightly and asks, Razor, our reservation, still count? No one expected the mission to go so awry. Apart from Shinfei, Polando and Gold Coin, the rest of the people present didn't contribute at all. Shinfei knew what the Wildcat was worried about and nodded. Of course it counts. Go back and I'll help treat your mom. Certainly not a one-time cure. Wildcat looked at him gratefully, her vermilion lips parting as she whispered, Thank you. Gold checks the equipment on his body. The Siberian Wolf and Wildcat's equipment were in the agent's car. But there was also a pistol in the room that had originally belonged to the Deputy Director of Intelligence. Shinfei gave the gun to Siberian Wolf. Just as they were about to discuss their next plan, a vibration came from the satellite phone. Victor's voice rang out, Razor, we need you to bring Quinn back. What are you kidding? Shinfei's face was full of incredulity. That's the Deputy Director of the CIA, the big man in the center of power in the United States of America, casually going to a small country. It's a supreme emperor-like existence. Even the kings of the Japanese and the stick countries have to call their dads when they see him. You told me to get him. Victor rubbed his nose. I know it's hard, but now is the best chance. Do you mean to refuse this mission? I can understand you. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose, and a hint of madness came out of his eyes as he smiled. No, I mean, got to add money. $500 million so far. The Deputy Director of the CIA is worth that. $500 million. Why don't you just go ahead and grab it? Nope. Victor couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Razor, all the intel in Quinn's head combined might be worth that. But you know, we're just not going to be able to pry much intel out of him if we just get him back. The mission was given by the king, and he asked me to pass on a message to you. Taijun let you say what? Shinfei, tell me. The king says bring back Quinn and the gates of Moscow will be open to you. Victor's voice held a pride unique to a great nation. You are the king's ass open to me cannot Shinfei's head shook fast. Say something substantial and favorable. 1 base in Wagner. Completely under your management. 1 regiment in strength. Victor gave the obvious favor. A regiment? I'm going to be a captain? Or is it a Wagnerian base? Have to say, this condition is given. Really just right to scratch Shinfei's most itchy place. He stood up straight and whispered from the bottom of his heart. You drop salt. I drop vinegar. King of the Urals Federation. Hail. Victor. Bastard boy. You're too realistic, aren't you? However, Victor was getting the feeling that it was actually very safe to deal with someone like Shinfei. Benefits given in place. He's more loyal than anyone. Far better than those so-called progressives who talk about patriotism and are a mess in practice. Hanging up the phone, Shinfei looked at Gold Coin. Deputy Chief, how do you feel? Gold, how can you become a deputy chief just by answering a phone call? What the hell? The remaining 2 men eyed him suspiciously. Shinfei told the crowd what he was going to do next, and said in a deep voice, this benefit is affordable for the risk we're going to take. Gold coins, Polish more. I think you guys are okay with that, right? Polando's voice came over the headset. Of course it's fine. It's like you said. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. That's not what I said. Shinfei looked at Wildcat. After this is done, I will heal your sister. It's a complete cure to make her act like a normal person. As for your mom, wait for the next mission. I promise. Wildcat was also a bold thinker. Siberian Wolf spread his hands and said, what about me? Don't I have anything to offer? Shinfei patted his shoulder and laughed. You're patriotic. When the mission is over, you'll definitely be able to get a summons from the king. Isn't that enough? If it were before, such a benefit would definitely be worth costing the Siberian Wolf his life. But after spending a lot of time with these guys, the thoughts became less and less pure. I'm not clean anymore. The Siberian Wolf shook his head, banishing the superfluous thoughts from his mind, and snapped. I'm in. For the Ural Federation. The firmer his expression was now, the more it spoke of his inner turmoil. This guy must have gone back for another long patriotic education before he could get back on the job. These were not issues that Shinfei should consider, and he walked to the window to take a look. The 15th floor is so high that the cars and pedestrians on the ground seem to have turned into tiny ants. However, with his excellent eyesight, Shinfei quickly found several agent vehicles with flashing lights parked on the side of the road. Shinfei pointed to the alcove on the wall and asked, Wildcat, can you get down there? Wildcat took a closer look and nodded. Not much of a problem. You go down from here first, get your equipment, and then find a high point to support us. Shinfei asked her to do the safest thing. Without a word, the wildcat rolled over and leapt out the window, slowly crawling downward. The body is athletic and fast. Having a sniper is good. Shinfei turned his head towards the door of the room, thinking about how to detach the 5 agents outside. Suddenly, without warning, Artyom, who had been in a coma, snapped his eyes open and leaned back with great speed. Catch him, Shinfei hurriedly reminded. Unfortunately, they're still one step too late. Artyom's head hit the hard marble wall hard and the sound of a broken collarbone rang out. Blood accompanied by brain matter splattered in a fan-shaped direction, and Artyom instantly lost all vitality. Then his blood-covered face was wearing a hideous and horrible exaggerated smile. Meanwhile, in the Karakhanistan Intelligence Center, the life detector representing Artyom went out instantly, and the room blazed with red light as a piercing alarm sounded. Alarm! 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 Deputy Director Artyom is dead. Repeat, Deputy Director Artyom is dead. 108. When the guns go off, the whole regiment has to listen to me. The chief is dead? What? How is this possible? Isn't the chief at the Dome Hotel for a dinner party? Locate the chief's position. Locking on. Report, the chief is still at the Dome Hotel. All the agents in the intelligence center were pumped up, and although they were all panicked, the various procedures were not messed up. Intelligence services globally have response procedures for all types of incidents. Even if aliens were to descend on Earth, the people here would be able to analyze all the information as fast as possible. That is the value of the existence of the intelligence service. 3 minutes later, all the information came into the deputy director's office like snowflakes. He quickly flipped through the organized contents and decisively gave the order. Notify all police, SWAT to rush to the Dome Hotel, and notify the border guards to step up their patrols. Notify the city council and declare a state of first-degree readiness immediately. All but the on-duty essential agents and logistics personnel are headed to the Dome Hotel. Order after order was given with precision. The whole city moved. The deputy director rubbed his contempt wearily, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, questioned. You say that half an hour ago, the director had the KGB agent brought to the hotel? The house officer nodded heavily. Yes. Is that right? This is very wrong. The deputy director frowned and asked, who was the escort? The house officer flipped open his logbook and replied, the lead captain is Captain Walker of Team 3. Get him on the phone. The deputy director gave the order decisively. He had almost been able to conclude that the chief's death had to be connected to those damn KGB agents. Dome Hotel. Goldcoin checked Artyom first and shook his head. Dead. Shinfei frowned as a violent feeling of uneasiness struck him, and his heart tightened violently, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Artyom is tied up. It takes a tremendous amount of force to do something like this confined position to hit the head and die outright. This guy is either out to make a scene or he's running to die. Why? Shinfei had interrogated quite a few captives, and it was the first time he had seen a big person seeking death. So dry. Buzz. Buzz. The vibrating sound of the cell phone rang. Shinfei listened carefully, not inside the room, but outside. Shinfei looked at Siberian Wolf and asked, you're a professional agent. Do you know, why did he die so cleanly? The Siberian Wolf shook his head. I haven't been in the KGB very long. I don't know. The agent outside the door picked up the phone and spoke in a small, inaudible voice. But just then, contact Victor and ask him what's going on. This chief's death, definitely not simple. Halfway through his words, Shinfei violently felt his heart palpitate and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. 5 killing intent, almost thick to the extreme, emerged from the door. I don't know what happened, but Shinfei was able to judge by the color. The killing intent of the 5 people outside was not aimed at Shinfei, because the color was not red. Their killing intent was directed at Artyom. How did this happen? Unless, Shinfei thought of some kind of possibility and, too late to explain, drew his tactical ghost pistol and pulled the trigger at the door of the room. The bullets tilted out, instantly shooting a dozen small holes in the door panel. Shinfei shouted, exposed, quick, Polando, take out those agents outside. Polando heard the order and, without any hesitation, drew his pistol and fired. The 2 men, with completely different firing horizons and the advantage of sneak attacks, easily took out the 2 agents. The remaining 3 were shot in the body, but they were wearing body armor and were not incapacitated. The 3 agents quickly backed up, looking for cover, ready to counterattack. The gold coins responded quickly. 2. Using the furniture in the room as cover, he went to his position around the corner of the room door and dry-fired a complimentary shot at the bodies of the 2 agents. Polando shouted, Razor, take out 2. There's 3 more in the hallway. The whole ambush took less than a minute. It wasn't because of how strong Polando was with gold coin. but they were able to do so with 100% trust in Shinfei. On the battlefield, even if Shinfei asked them to shoot themselves in the head, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. 3 more? Shinfei turned on the killing intent resonance scan and did not find the enemy's location. This means that they went backwards, a very long way. What do you mean? No offense. Main control? Ugh. Oh, the ear-piercing sound of the alarm bell rang, and Shinfei walked to the window to take a look. Police cars and SWAT vehicles were coming from all directions, and had surrounded them in the hotel. Wildcats are trapped on an 8th floor balcony. She's faced with a choice. Now, by entering the 8th floor at this time, he could still avoid the enemy and keep himself safe for the time being. But if you force your way down the stairs, there's a good chance you'll be surrounded by police before you even get your sniper rifle. Her earphone communication devices were also in the car, and Shinfei had no way to contact her now. Run! Whatever the next step was, the priority now was to get out of this hotel and figure out the next step. But there were 3 agents at the door with their guns set up, and once they got out they were shot to hell. What to do? Shinfei looked back. In the living room were the gold coins that cut the corner in the doorway to keep watch, the Siberian wolf, and 2 corpses respectively. It can only be forced to break through. Shinfei pointed at Artyom's corpse and ordered, "Siberian wolf, you carry him on your back and rush out." "Ha?" The Siberian wolf froze and retorted, "No, I'm not going. What's the difference between that and getting killed? I'm a KGB agent. You don't command my dash." Shinfei frowned and glared viciously at him, interrupting, "Once the guns go off, all of them have to listen to me, and you're the king. You can either carry the body and storm out, or I'm kicking you out right now. You find yourself a choice. The selling of lives is definitely for outsiders to do." Powerful killing intent came, and the Siberian wolf knew that Shinfei was not playing a joke on him. Moreover, through these several times of contact, he knew that Shinfei was really the kind of character that killed when he said he would, and would not care about the other party's status at all. Suka doesn't list. Siberian wolf cursed twice and could only obey as he shouldered Artyom's body, letting the blood trickle down his face as he questioned, "What do I do next?" "Charge in the direction of the enemy. We'll cover you from behind." Shinfei gave the answer. Siberian wolf. "Stopping bullets is stopping bullets. Let's make you talk so high and mighty. Can I ask, why me?" The Siberian wolf glanced at the powerfully built gold coin in the doorway, clearly better suited to act as a breacher. Shinfei smiled. "You have a pension. We don't. Is that answer satisfactory to you?" 109. There is no way to heaven, no door to enter the earth. The situation of certain death? Right. I have a pension. I'm KGB elite, not at all on the same level as these sultry mercenaries they have out there. The old man was a regular. But, when I was first inducted, no one informed little old me that the regular army was going to block the gun. On the count of 3, you charge to the left and we'll try to keep you safe. Shinfei made a wink with gold coin and said in a cold voice, 1. The Siberian wolf took a deep breath and pushed his arms hard, jamming the level 4 armor on his shoulders in a death grip. 2. 3. Shinfei let out a low growl. Charge. Ula. The Siberian wolf let out the biggest growl of his life and charged out carrying the level 4 armor. The entire hallway echoed with the sound of his shouts. The 3 surviving agents in the safe passage at the end of the corridor were all confused when they saw this scene. What's the situation? Is hurrah for the charge popular in the Urals Federation? 2. Sukuber. Finish him off. Fire. The 3 agents had received dead orders not to retreat. Make sure the KGB agents are still on the 15th floor before the main force arrives. Gold. Cover fire. Just as they were about to extend their guns for an attack, Shinfei spotted them one step earlier above the killing intent resonance and said in a deep voice, "Polando, alternate firing." Copy that. Yes, gold coin and Polando worked very well together, one on the left and one on the right, and suppressed fire with their pistols against the empty building. Anyone? No one in sight. Nothing in the empty hallway. But what the hell? When Razor tells them to shoot, they shoot. The regimental commander must have his reasons, and one need not ask more questions. At the cost of emptying 5 pistol magazines, the 4 men, plus 1 body, advanced nearly 40 meters. It was less than 10 meters from the safe passage where the agents were hiding. It had entered Shinfei's invincible realm. "Give me the body." Shinfei grabbed the corpse on the Siberian wolf, lifted it with one hand like a shield, and quickly surged forward. Bang! Bang! As the 3 agents watched in shock, Shinfei easily killed them in seconds with an almost unbelievable shooting angle. The Siberian wolf stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. It's too much. In the past, although he knew that Shinfei's strength was very strong, it was only from a distance sitting in a helicopter. Not like now it's hands-on. This guy, still human? Siberian wolf was originally still a bit upset about Shinfei letting him block the bullets, but after personally feeling the horrible strength of the other party, the little thought in his heart had long since dissipated into the clouds. He knows very well that, with Shinfei's strength, as long as he didn't die, he was bound to be a rising bright star of the Euro Federation in the future. What he could achieve was far beyond what he could imagine. What are you thinking about? Shinfei handed Siberian Wolf a HKMP-7A1 submachine gun seized from the agent. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield and discuss what to do next. Siberian Wolf gratefully took the submachine gun and asked, Razor, give me this. What are you using? I'm casual. After all, you got the most credit just now. On Shinfei's face, there was a kind smile. It's so touching. How could he not be moved by the fact that all the people present used pistols and the only submachine gun was given to him? An outsider. Shinfei looked at each other with Gold Coin and Palando, and no one said anything. This stupid kid, who I could tell was a ground agent at first glance, certainly hadn't been in many real battles. You have the most firepower on the team. So here's the question. Enemies as long as they're not cuties. Guess who they prioritize for elimination? Palando whispered. Isn't this a bad idea for us? Golden Coin, that said. He has Razor to thank for that. Before the words left his mouth, the Siberian Wolf's resonant voice was heard. Razor. Thanks ha. After cleaning up the loot and changing into flak jackets, the four of them made their way up the safe passage. What should we do next? Gold Coin asked. Anyone could have imagined that the next thing they would face would be all the armed forces of the entire city. With the five of them, it was very difficult to break out. The 21st floor of the hotel is the equipment floor. Let's take control of wherever. Look at the surveillance, and then decide what to do. Shinfei actually didn't have much to offer. This wasn't a mountain range like the Caucasus, so a random bush lying down would be hard to spot except for a police dog with thermal imaging. Something like urban special operations, not at all their main battlefield for mercenaries. All the way to the 21st floor without incident. Taking out all the security personnel, Shinfei and the others entered the equipment room without incident. Shinfei utilized the hacking skills rewarded by the system and quickly took control of the surveillance of the entire hotel. From one screen to another, it could be seen that there were at least dozens of SWAT vehicles deployed outside the door, as well as hundreds of heavily armed police officers. They are responsible for controlling the scene. Plainclothes agents from the intelligence agency, on the other hand, went through the hotel floor by floor, evacuate the crowd while searching for Shinfei and the others. They seemed to have known that there were masters of disguise among the criminal gangs, so they would scrutinize the face of every civilian. This also meant that the disguise could not have any effect at all in this situation. Shinfei walked to the window and looked up. As it happens, a dozen helicopter gunships roamed in mid-air, and a single ultra-high wattage searchlight illuminated almost the entire hotel as if it were daytime. There's no way to get to heaven. There's no way to get to Earth. An absolutely certain death has been created. What to do? Siberian Wolf said nervously. It'll only be 10 minutes at most before they check the floor we're on. Razor, you must have an idea, right? As opposed to outlaws like mercenaries, an agent of the system like him is obviously much more precious about his life. No way. Shinfei unloaded the magazine, looked at the spare rounds inside, and said in a deep voice, I still have 2 pistol magazines. What about you guys? 9. Just picked up a few magazines. Goldcoin took the magazines on his body and took them all out. Palando did the same, 2 9mm pistols, 9 magazines. The 3 were as calm as if they were on an excursion, much to the shock of Siberian Wolf, who unloaded the drum and looked at it and said, I only have this one drum and 41 rounds of ammo. Aha! This was the second reason why Shinfei had given him the submachine gun. Just as the 4 were preparing to fight to the death, in Shinfei's earphone, a woman's urgent voice rang out. Razor, come in when you hear me. 110. Wildcat, can you jerk off? Wildcats? The sudden voice startled Shinfei. What's the situation? How? Is it hard to believe that she really is a genius? After the mission changed, Shinfei subconsciously ignored the role of the Wildcat. Didn't expect to surprise yourself at a critical moment? Roger, this is Razor, Shinfei said. Who? A sharp wheezing sound came from the headset, like he was running in a hurry. When I was on the 8th floor just now, I saw Quinn, the deputy director of the CIA of the United States of America, and he was running upstairs. In 5 minutes, I'll be able to reach the sniper position and provide you with cover. Quinn's running upstairs? Is this an escape in a helicopter gunship? No way. Never let him run that easy. Shinfei didn't find Quinn's figure in the surveillance, but he could see that the police and SWAT had already arrived at the 5th floor. They were steady, not slow and rhythmic, pushing upward, obviously trying to catch them alive. What to do? Shinfei subconsciously opened the system interface and searched for things he could use among the props in the warehouse, as well as the skills he had acquired. The gold-colored words caught his eye. Annihilation-level blasting technology. Too nervous, almost forgot that he is still a Daedara. Shinfei said in a deep voice. Gold coin. Palando, Siberian Wolf. The 3 of you go to the safe passage and make sure to stop Quinn from going upstairs. Got it? The three men nodded heavily and left the equipment room. Shinfei asked again through the headset. Wildcat, do you know how to jerk off? Wildcat froze, wondering. What? Hit the helicopter gunships. Shinfei reinforced 2 words. When people are on a mission, they use English, and it's easy for orders to be delivered inaccurately. Shinfei secretly vowed that he would have to further study foreign languages in the future. Good foreign language. You have to learn a foreign language. The large caliber anti-material sniper rifle I didn't bring, Wildcat said as he ran. You can't hit a helicopter gunship, and even if you could, you wouldn't be able to penetrate the helicopter's fenders. Big sister, can you stop gasping? Strange, let a person embarrassed. Shinfei asked again. What about hovering, or landing helicopter gunships? I take it you have armor-piercing incendiary bombs in your mission list? No problem then. Wildcat gave an affirmative answer. Good. Shinfei gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, find a high ground and aim for the top floor of the Dome Hotel. No matter what, you can't let Quinn leave. As long as he's still in the hotel, the enemy will throw in the towel. Understand? Taking out the deputy director of the CIA is something that whoever it is will have to think twice about. Even small countries are no exception. After giving all the orders, Shinfei was alone in the equipment room, thinking about how to make the explosion. Explosion 3 elements, combustible material plus oxygen plus ignition source. In Shinfei's mind, countless knowledge and theories about explosions surfaced. Gas boilers, ventilation systems, circuit control boxes, cleaning chemicals, alcohol/solvents, metal plumbing tools. These are the most common things found in hotels that can be utilized to make explosions. But the range of all these explosions is too small. Is there anything that can produce an explosion as fast as possible? Preferably or wherever it makes itself explode. How is that possible? Shinfei even felt that this idea was too whimsical. This is a hotel, not an arsenal. Shinfei paced back and forth in the equipment room, staring at a piece of equipment that was functioning properly and thinking about what to do. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye he glimpsed 2 words: pure oxygen. Oxygen purification equipment? How does a hotel have pure oxygen equipment? Shinfei was stunned for a moment, and after scrutinizing the details of the equipment, an excited expression appeared on his face. The Caucasus region is very high and the landscape is beautiful, attracting tourists from all over the world for sightseeing and skiing all year round. To better help them acclimatize to the high-altitude climate, each room is equipped with oxygen-generating equipment. As for the pure oxygen pipeline connection, it is the casino in the hotel. Aha! Just keeping the casino's oxygen at a high level can make gamblers more refreshed, emotional and forget about sleep. The usual global casino routine. As far as Shinfei knew, some casinos in Southeast Asia even directly added euphoric substances into the ventilation system. Not marijuana. That stuff wouldn't stay on for a second if a non-smoker smelled it. There's a way. Shinfei connected the computer to the control equipment, connected the pure oxygen equipment to the pipes in all the rooms, and then turned it on to the maximum. Thorn. All room ducts are fully open and the concentration of pure oxygen in the confined space is rising. 5 more minutes. Tops. This one room is then transformed into a pure oxygen bomb. Razor, Quinn's here. He's followed by a dozen bodyguards, and they're in a secure corridor on the 15th floor. The voice of the gold coin sounded in Shinfei's mind. Force them out of the safe passage. Shinfei aimed the camera at the corridor on the 15th floor. Can't see into the security corridor. All that could be seen was the Siberian wolf standing in the doorway left and right with the gold coins. As for Palando, he was on standby in the upstairs passage. Copy that. Goldcoin fished an offensive grenade from his body, pulled the safety off, and listened carefully for the sound of footsteps downstairs. Although it didn't have Shinfei's perverted hearing, it was better because the surrounding area was quiet enough. The footsteps of those bodyguards fleeing for their lives were loud enough again. By the time they were about to reach the safe passage, the corner of the 15th floor, Goldcoin threw a grenade in the process. Tada! Tada! The metal grenade collided with the stairs and rolled rapidly downward. What a sound! Stop! Stop it all! Fake! Grenade! The bodyguards who can be chosen to protect the CIA's deputy director have a long history of service. After they heard the strange noise in the building, before their brains could react, their bodies had already begun to subconsciously search for cover. Unfortunately, they were still a step behind. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a cloud of smoke and dust spread out from the building, as if the entire ground was shaking. Ulula! Siberian Wolf yelled, and was ready to go down the stairs with his submachine gun. As soon as Goldcoin stopped him, he shook his groggy head and shouted, "Are you crazy? There's at least a dozen of them. One grenade won't solve them." The Siberian Wolf's throat knots rolled, and he actually froze, unable to speak after being lectured by a mercenary. No way. The difference between a mercenary and an agent and the nature of the job is still too great. Gold pressed the comm device and said in a hushed voice, "Razor, Quinn and the others have been repelled, and by the sound of it they're headed for the corridor on the 14th floor. I've already seen them. Shinfei stared at the corridor on the 14th floor and asked with a smile. Gold coins. Do you know what art is? 111. Art is an explosion. The whole hotel is Shinfei's stage. Quinn was escorted by 7 or 8 bodyguards as he moved quickly through the corridors of the 14th floor. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Can someone tell me what's going on? Until now, Quinn was all confused. He couldn't understand why the hotel was suddenly in chaos, as well as who, exactly, had attacked them on the 15th floor. Chief, no matter what happens, we give to leave in a hurry. The middle-aged man following him said in a deep voice. The roof can't be walked on, so we'll have to risk taking the first floor. Take the first floor? Quinn glared at him and cursed angrily. Go out and see how many reporters are out there? Do you want the whole world to know only that the CIA intelligence agency of the United States of America intervened in the Second Chechen War? His every move represents the position of the entire United States of America. If it did get caught on camera today and spread on the international news, the consequences are unimaginable. Without further ado, suffice it to say that whatever weapons appear in the future battlefield that should not belong to Chechnya, the King of the Urals Federation will direct his wrath at them. The international situation now is delicate. Secretly, the United States of America hopes that the Uralic Confederation will be divided again so that they can claim global domination in a dignified manner. But the surface work still needs to be done. At least on the surface, the United States of America and the Uralic Federation are in a honeymoon period right now. Damn, is there any other safe passage in this hotel? Quinn questioned. The middle-aged man shook his head. Chief, there's no more. If we have to force our way upstairs to leave in a helicopter gunship, then we'll have to raid. The good thing is that through the firefight just now, one can roughly tell that the enemy's numbers aren't too large. Quinn stopped and said viciously, then break out to the roof at any cost. Anyway, remember this, Quinn, even if I die, even if I'm martyred, even if I kill myself, I'm not going to go downstairs and face those damn reporters. Remember? The middle-aged man nodded. The group turned their heads and hurried at a quick pace to the safe passage at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, it was at this time that a subtle voice rang out from the room next to him. Ding! The sudden voice made the people present subconsciously alert. Someone? Fake. Who's in there? Come out. There's someone in the next room. That seems to be the sound of a toaster? Asshole. This is dying and you still have the heart to warm bread? The bodyguards cursed. Quinn was just about to tell them to move on when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis that caused a cold sweat to form on his back. What's the situation? Before he could react, a puff of black smoke drifted out from the left and right rooms, accompanied by the smell of something being roasted. Run! A competent agent never puts himself in unresolved, inexplicable danger. Quinn got rid of everyone and frantically fled forward. Boom! It was also when he ran out less than 10 meters away that a tragic explosion occurred without warning at the location he had just been at. The special security door was blown away, and the flames, along with the shockwave from the explosion, caused the entire floor to start shaking. Quinn ran until he reached the door to the safe passage and looked back, shocked to find at least half of his men blown up and collapsed on the ground without moving. Downstairs! Quinn didn't have time to mourn for the bodyguards and frantically ran downstairs, shouting as he did so, Quick! Notify the local authorities so they can shelter us. I am a citizen of the United States of America and I am the director of the CIA. Life and death at the moment. Just now the so-called dare not see the reporter. Instantly thrown into the clouds by him. Shinfei listened to the sound of explosions coming from downstairs and smiled. This is art. Art is explosions. Gold coins, Polando, Siberian wolves. Go get Quinn all you want, and I'll give you technical support. The explosion just now. Was it Razor who made it? Even after seeing Razor's various anticlimactic skills over and over again. Still, the sudden explosion sent Gold Coin and Polando into a thick cloud of self-doubt. Not buddy. We didn't bring much explosives with us on this jump, did we? Siberian Wolf couldn't help but ask. How did Razor do that? This is not something we should consider. Gold Coin changed into a new magazine and laughed bitterly. A supporting role. You have to have the awareness of a supporting role. Polando, move. The three gathered together and began to advance quickly down the stairs in formation. Shinfei sat in the equipment room, adjusting the area of the explosion with the room according to the surveillance in the hotel. Based on his previous tests, if all pure oxygen lines would be shut off and only one house filled, it would only take a minute to reach the concentration needed for an explosion. Oh, this time was enough to make the entire hotel a stage for Shinfei to show his art. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. And those SWAT officers and police officers who had been steadily advancing upwards were instantly killed or injured. They are human. Of course they are afraid of death. And the maximum salary is only 2 or 3,000 rubles a month. That's all the money. Trying to get them to play hard to get is obviously impossible. Although orders to attack were constantly given by their superiors, the police and SWAT officers, who were in a panic, would not listen. A swarm of people running down the road. Stumps can be seen on the surveillance. Hotel entrance. The entire area had been surrounded by SWAT, but there was no shortage of onlookers, one after another. Media people and news organizations from various countries came to record the explosion at the Dome Hotel with various kinds of filming equipment. After the start of the Second Chechen War, the eyes of the world were focused on the Caucasus. Any news from here will travel around the world as fast as possible. In a command car, the lieutenant colonel of the SWAT unit questioned in a cold voice, "What do you guys in the intelligence bureau do? And why are there so many explosives in the hotel?" He had the most men and the heaviest casualties, so of course he was even angrier now. "You're kidding. If they had known there was that much explosives in the Dome Hotel, they would never have resorted to a forced attack. This is a big shame. I repeat, no explosives, no explosives." The deputy director of the intelligence bureau did not expect that things would come to this, and snapped, "Have your men rush inside and end the riot as soon as possible. Why don't you agents rush?" The lieutenant colonel armed police officer pointed at the SWAT team that had been carried out of the hotel and questioned, "There are no explosives. Explain that. What the is going on here? If you ask me, who am I asking?" The deputy director of intelligence was equally dumbfounded and just couldn't figure out the explosives in the Dome Hotel. 112. The police will never compromise with any terrorist. The SWAT lieutenant colonel roared with a red face, "Look, none of my men are going in there until I take care of those damn bombs. Listen carefully, it's that none of them will go in." The atmosphere became tense. Under normal circumstances, the SWAT lieutenant colonel is certainly not qualified to say this in front of the deputy director of the General Intelligence Directorate. Karakhanistan is a very small country, with a population of more than 30 million and an area of 0.6 tonlio. For this type of country, the king is just a put-up job, and the various sectors of the functioning of the society have long been divided among several families. Miniature version of the Uralic Confederation. That's kind of what happened to the individual member countries after the breakup of the Red Alliance. Then you tell me what to do. The deputy director of intelligence, knowing that the other party also had a background, conceded. Negotiate. The SWAT lieutenant colonel offered his thoughts. Whatever those damn terrorists in there are up to, let's trick them out first and then we'll figure out what to do. No way. Touching the bottom line, the deputy director of intelligence was very insistent. Karakhanistan will never compromise with any criminal. If the refusal to attack persists, then I will contact the border guards. The two fell silent at the same time as if they had agreed to do so. The atmosphere was instantly frozen, the only sound being the occasional gunshot from the domed hotel not far away. Just then, one of the agents rushed over and gasped, Director, it's not good. Mr. Quinn didn't escape and is still in the hotel. The situation is very dangerous." The deputy director of intelligence cursed angrily. Wasn't the helicopter gunship already waiting on the top floor? Why didn't they bring him out? The agent kept his head down, afraid to speak. Phew. The deputy director of intelligence took a deep breath and said with resignation, "Negotiate." The corner of the SWAT lieutenant colonel's mouth sketched out a mocking sneer, full of contempt. These agents. It's the duplicity that is the undercurrent of their character. Quinn had been cornered in a guest room on the 14th floor. There's no surveillance there. Shinfei couldn't really blow up this, the fat sheep that could make himself the head of the group, leave the equipment room and make a mad dash down the security corridor to the 14th floor. Gold, Polando, and Siberian Wolf stood on either side of the door to the room, ready and waiting for the order to assault. The smaller the CQB, the more dangerous it is. Trying to force your way into the room would surely produce casualties. Shinfei came to the three and asked, "Are there any injuries?" Siberian Wolf shook his head with Polando. Gold Coin's left arm was still bleeding. He looked at it and said, "Bitten by a mosquito. Not a big problem. Polando, treat the wound." Shinfei gave the order, and then called out against the door of the room, "Deputy Quinn, I think we should talk." Shinfei was able to see through the wall, and was able to clearly see the standing position of the bodyguards in the room. But he's not impulsive, because he wasn't sure if Quinn's teeth would be hiding lethal drugs like that Katerina woman. He could probably guess that. The reason why Artyom died so cleanly was most likely because of the life detection system. The deputy director of intelligence in a small country gets this kind of treatment. The deputy director of the CIA in the United States of America will only be more advanced than they are. The living Quinn has value. If he died, Shinfei did not have the confidence to leave the city alive with his teammates under the massive enemies. No special squad, ever, has that kind of confidence. Who are you? Quinn's voice was laced with uncontrollable anger. KGB? What the hell do you guys want? The way this is said, those who don't know will think that I am a villain. Shinfei smiled. Before answering your question, I would rather ask, how did you come back here when you were supposed to be in another country discussing the destruction of nuclear weapons? Mr. Quinn, you and your country really like to get involved in all kinds of wars. There was no movement in the room. Shinfei was able to see through the killing intent resonance skill that Quinn was pacing back and forth in the living room. The only 4 remaining bodyguards occupied the 4 corners of the guest room. They wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger should there be any movement at the door. Sharp-tongued brat. Quinn could hear that Shinfei wasn't very old, and scolded without mercy. Don't think you have the upper hand. I'm telling you, the police in Karakanistan will tear your mouth apart later. What you should do now is to enjoy the world a little more before you die. I'm not going to do this the hard way. There seems to be no value in negotiating. Shinfei pressed his headset and asked, Wildcat, is there a firing angle? No, Wildcat answered dryly. The curtains are drawn, so you can't see inside. That's kind of bad. Goldcoin pointed to the bulletproof vest on his body. Razor, I'll go in first to draw fire, and you fill in behind me. Shinfei slowly shook his head. No, there are still 5 people in the room. Whoever is the first to go in will surely die, and I'm worried that Quinn will commit suicide. I can't give him this chance. Just when the others wanted to say something else, the cell phone Shinfei carried with him rang. It's Artyom's phone. Caller docket name, idiot. Shinfei picked up the phone without speaking. A middle-aged man's voice filled with a sense of oppression came from the other end of the phone. Listen, I'm the Deputy Director of the General Intelligence Directorate, and no matter who you are or what you're trying to accomplish, I think we should have a chat. How to talk? Shinfei didn't mind negotiating. His aim was to leave the country safely. The Deputy Director murmured, Release Deputy Quinn and the rest is negotiable. What a idiot. Shinfei was about to be exasperated and laughed, and said in a deep voice, Listen clearly, the initiative is now in my hands, and it's fine to negotiate. Prepare a helicopter gunship. I'm taking Quinn with me. I'll put him back after we leave your borders. The Deputy Director of Intelligence snorted coldly. You think I'm an idiot? Shinfei lost the desire to communicate and simply hung up. Quinn was the best security for them anyway. Cootie. Only then will you turn him in. Only now. Looking at this security, it does seem to be a bit of a non-starter. Shinfei used the killing intent resonance skill to take a look, and the situation in the room had not changed. Even if he rushed in as fast as he could, there was still a good chance that he would be in danger. It can't be put off any longer. When more and more armed forces arrived, the likelihood of them leaving the hotel would diminish. When the time comes, people really come to a fish out of water. Everyone will be finished. It'll just have to be something wicked. Shinfei wholeheartedly devoted himself to the skill of killing intent resonance, pressed the contact earpiece, and said in a deep voice, Wildcat, I'll count to 3. You shoot at the window. 1, 2, 3, bang. The Wildcat, lying on her back on a high building, dryly pulled the trigger, her pair of big thunders followed by her arse shaking under the powerful recoil. 113, top zero-sum game. Snap. The large-caliber sniper bullets shattered the windows, and the 5 people in the room subconsciously took cover while looking in the direction of the gunshots. Good chance. Breaking, Shinfei shouted, and the gold coins were the first to come back to their senses, using all their strength, ruthlessly slamming into the wooden room door. At 110 kilograms, it's like a human tank. Click. The door of the room was instantly slammed open, and before Shinfei, who was right behind him, entered the room, his gun was already aimed at the enemy inside. Pull the trigger. Shifting the goalposts. Pull the trigger again. Bang. Bang bang. After a few gunshots, the 4 bodyguards who hadn't recovered from the shock were all shot in the eyebrows and fell to the ground. Palando. Shinfei shouted, and then Palando, who rushed in, understood, and his body leapt up, pouncing on Quinn and controlling his limbs. Spinning up? The Quarrants were dumbfounded. Not a body. How do you shoot without aiming and still hit the target? Not to mention small countries. The top special forces in the United States of America don't have this kind of strength. Carrying the traveling bag. As Shinfei completed a series of operations, it was as if a BGM sounded in his head. He broke open Quinn's mouth and examined his teeth one by one. Aha! No activity. Shinfei didn't let his guard down, and dryly stripped the clothes off Quinn's body. It's kinda white. With this group of agents, there's no such thing as an easy one. It's good to be careful. Tie him up. Shinfei gave the order, and Goldcoin and Palando quickly tied Quinn up. Last time I was inexperienced. This time they made a point of tying a pillow to the back of Quinn's head. Previously, he had dealt with mercenaries or soldiers from other countries, but he had never seen a suicide at the drop of a hat. Opening the door to a new world belongs to yes. After doing this, Shinfei breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Quinn, what do you say now? You're the wall. You call the shots all over the world. Quinn glared at him and didn't say anything. Not that he was worried about being killed. Just kidding. This was the deputy director of the CIA, and no matter whose hands it fell into, being alive was worth far more than a cold corpse, unless the other guy's a cart major, or a psychopath like Amin in Africa. Otherwise, even if Lao Deng came, it would be impossible to kill him. It suddenly occurred to Shinfei that, it seems that the day is not far away from the day when Lao Deng gave the United States of America, the big brother of Pengwan, a plane. Watch him. Shinfei knew that people were emboldened, but there was nothing he could do. People have the power to do that. Not to mention him, Shinfei. Even if he sent Quinn to the Ural Federation, the king would have to receive him warmly and see if he could reach some kind of cooperation with the United States of America in the meantime. This thing is the same as the East Great Han Dynasty envoys of the same urine, cannot wait for the opposite side to cut him, his own name in history, his children and grandchildren to be rewarded. The Han army has a reason to go out to the army, hooking up with the emperor's mom, molesting the emperor's daughter-in-law, helping his subjects rebel. This is all basic operation. More than 1,000 years have passed, but it's really true. Nothing new under the sun. Shinfei didn't bother to say anything more to Quinn, walked into a house next door and called Victor through the satellite phone. The call was answered almost instantly. Hey, how's it going? Did Quinn get him? Victor's anxious voice rang out. You office workers only care about KPIs. Shinfei rubbed his disdain, and just when he wanted to speak, he heard Wildcat's voice ringing in his headset. Razor, they've got a lock on my position. I've got to get out of sniper position 1. Shinfei said in a deep voice. Quinn has arrived. You find a place to hide first. There is nothing that needs a sniper next. Roger that. Wildcat cut the communication. Shinfei picked up the satellite phone. Quinn has been captured, but the outside is full of Karakanistani SWAT. We can't leave. Zero-sum game? Victor said. Pretty much the same thing. Shinfei replied. Only it's a little more dangerous than the usual zero-sum game. The situation now was that Shinfei couldn't kill Quinn. Karakanistan couldn't let Quinn die within its own borders either, and knew that the terrorists wouldn't go easy on Quinn, and then they'd have to die too. The conditions of the game between the two sides were not completely equal, and Shinfei's side fell into a disadvantage. Shinfei recalled the terrain area he had viewed before the mission began and said in a deep voice, I need to evacuate as soon as possible, but they definitely won't provide armed helicopters, so help me plan a road. Just a moment. There was no sound from Victor's side. Communicating with intelligent people is very simple and doesn't require too many complicated explanations. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Victor's voice sounded again. You are almost 70 kilometers from the border in a straight line. It is dangerous to force your way across. My advice is to take the engagement zone. A war zone? Shinfei frowned slightly and cursed. Old fox. Are you planning to let us take the deputy director of the CIA of the United States of America and forcefully cross the borderline of Chechnya? It will indeed be closer there. Only 30 kilometers from the border. That's the area under Chechnya's de facto control now. Going to get yourself killed? Let me explain. Victor didn't care about being scolded for such a detail and explained. Our 211th Division of the 58th Army Group is deployed over there, and they can pick you up. And by taking this route, you won't have to worry about the Karakanistanis attacking you when you're halfway there. Shinfei found military maps from the equipment he was carrying. These maps are absolutely classified, and the accuracy of the mountainous terrain is not at all comparable to civilian maps. Leave the hotel and drive north. After 15 kilometers you will enter the Caucasus Mountains. If I were the commander of Karakanistan, I wouldn't have chosen to block the road, but would have surrounded it in the jungle. That way even if Quinn dies, he can still blame it on Chechnya. After Shinfei studied the map in detail, he had to admit that this route given by Victor best fit their current situation. I know what to do. Shinfei was ready to hang up. Wait, what else? Come back alive. This old fox, he's even playing sensationalist. Shinfei had just hung up the satellite phone when Artyom's phone rang again. It's still the deputy director of the docket, idiot, calling. Shinfei picked up the phone. The voice of the idiot deputy director. Look, there's no way we're going to provide you with helicopter gunships, but we don't want to keep things festering, either, and we can give you a bomb-proof vehicle to help you. Shinfei replied dryly. Deal. That's not too much to ask, because you and I both know that you wouldn't dare. The idiot deputy director's voice came to a screeching halt as he asked incredulously. You, agreed? Sucker. He promised so painfully. His own just a good half a day of words and techniques, not for nothing to study. 114. Surprise, 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 surprised or not, unexpected or not. Shinfei could hear the surprise in the other party's tone and smiled. Yes, that's right, promise. You have 10 minutes to remove all helicopters and prepare a blast van. Remember, don't play any tricks. Silence fell in the command car. No one expected that the originally difficult negotiations would end in such a smooth manner. The deputy director of intelligence couldn't help but ask, what the hell does he want? Doesn't matter. It's not something we should be thinking about. The deputy mayor, also sitting in the command car, said in a deep voice, "Whatever he wants, hurry up and get the damn Quinn, and those terrorists, out of the city. Otherwise, tomorrow's angry citizens will storm our office building." As an administrative official, he is most concerned about what the people think. If we just let them go, our SWAT, along with the intelligence agency, will be nailed to the country's pillar of shame. The SWAT lieutenant colonel's face was grim as he retorted, "I suggest that we have the agents form a raid team to snuff out the threat in the hotel. They may not dare hurt Quinn of the CIA. Why did you not rush yourself?" "No, you rushed, and the casualties were heavy." The deputy director of intelligence glared at him with an unkind look in his eyes and spoke out, "The entire Dome Hotel doesn't know how many explosives have been buried, and rushing hard will only cause more casualties. I'll second the motion to just do what he said and provide them with blast-proof vehicles." But Shen Fei, who hung up the phone, returned to the next room. The body of the CIA bodyguard lay on the floor, Quinn tied up in knots, a sock in his mouth at some point. Polando was treating gold coins wounds. The Siberian wolves were using their free time to scavenge and maintain their weapons and equipment. Weapons of this era are not particularly reliable, especially the miniature submachine guns. It's easy to jam, or overheat, because of the speed of the shot. It is this type of weapon that is favored by agents on the side. Shen Fei and their original implementation of this time is a camouflaged reconnaissance mission. In addition to the Wildcat with a sniper rifle, the rest of the people only wear a paratrooper knife with a 9mm pistol. Seeing Shen Fei enter, Siberian Wolf handed Shen Fei an HKMP-7A1 submachine gun. Razor, just captured. A total of 7 drums. Don't say. There's a loan and there's a return. It's kinda touching. The next task was to run. And at this time of year whatever firearms were available were certainly more reliable than handguns. Shen Fei took the HKMP-7A1 submachine gun and waited, then smashed the butt of the gun on Quinn's head. Fake. Before Quinn could finish his half-sentence of cursing, his eyes rolled back in his head, his body went limp, and he fainted. Shen Fei checked his pupils to make sure that he was already unconscious, and spoke out, "The strength is just right. The riposte doesn't hurt his brain. Everyone cheer up." He spread out the military map and pointed to the engagement area. "I asked the police for a bomb-proof car, and we're retreating through this route, but we have to do something before we evacuate. Gold, Polando, you guys go grab 3 survivors from the hotel. I'll be useful." Both sides were discussing their respective plans, and 10 minutes passed quickly. The helicopter gunships roaming the skies disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of countless reporters and onlookers, the blackened explosion-proof car slowly drove into the lobby of the Dome Hotel. Ding! The elevator on the first floor of the hotel lobby opened slowly under the watchful eyes of the police, SWAT, and intelligence. Everyone was pumped up. Speaking of which, until now, they didn't know what the terrorists they were fighting with looked like. And then, as their eyes watched, CIA Deputy Director Quinn, escorted by 2 masked terrorists, walked slowly out of the elevator. "Report, it's Chief Quinn. It's just Quinn. He's the only one. No terrorists in sight. Range 50 meters. Ready to move. Sniper on target." The terrorists appeared at the same time as Director Quinn, and the reports from the various departments were pouring into the command car like rain. "Good chance." With an agitated expression, the SWAT lieutenant colonel spoke out. "They've been locked on by snipers, so as long as they shoot, they'll definitely be able to finish them off in the first place." "Do it." The deputy mayor frowned, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. These terrorists, judging from the previous dealings, don't seem to be cuties, right? How can you be so easily exposed? At gunpoint, to the police. Action. The deputy director of intelligence gave the order decisively. The sniper who got the order pulled the trigger crisply, and the 2 terrorists' heads exploded into a cloud of bloodstains and fell straight to the ground. The rest of the team is progressing equally fast. Dozens of SWAT officers corralled Quinn, while the rest of them fanned out, alert to all firing horizons around them. Soon, they exited the hotel in an orderly fashion, an endless stream of flashing lights capturing their magnificent figures. "Great job. Good will triumph over evil. Ula, the country is proud of you. Phew, it's finally over. It was so scary." The crowd erupted into a burst of applause, and the several senior leaders in the command car all heaved a sigh of relief. "I didn't realize that. It's amazing how easily it all worked out in the end." The corners of the SWAT lieutenant colonel's mouth rose up and he sketched out a smile. "I've already said that taking them out while they're evacuating must be foolproof. This is not the Urals Federation. This is Karakhanistan. The SWAT team here, they don't give in to any criminals. Mr. Mayor, I think you should be able to have your staff prepare your next statement." Everyone in the car looked at the deputy mayor. The deputy mayor didn't say anything, just stared at the rescued CIA director Quinn, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Too smooth. Totally two very different extremes from the terrorists who fought with their wits before. What's the situation? Suddenly you've lost your wits? Before he could say anything, an agent's nervous voice suddenly sounded over the intercom. Report, explosives have been found on Director Quinn. No, he's not Director Quinn. There's a disguise on his face. The camera focuses on Quinn's face as the agent rips the camouflage off his face with great force, revealing a very normal middle-aged, panicked face. His mouth was all bloody and half of his tongue had been cut out. Traps. It's all a trap. The so-called terrorists and Quinn were all disguised by those damn guys in the hotel. The deputy mayor pressed his communicator and hurriedly said, "Quickly, evacuate the crowd. Get away from that Quinn." Boom. There was a loud explosion. Director Quinn was instantly blown into a cloud of blood mist, along with a dozen or so SWAT officers and agents in the surrounding area, all of whom flew out. Moment. A deathly silence fell over the command car. 115. Who's a fan coming to see Oba with a gun? The entrance to the Dome Hotel was an instant mess. Someone's calling for help. Someone screamed. Someone escaped. Those international journalists were like sharks that smelled blood, desperately trying to squeeze in and record more images. In the command car. The SWAT lieutenant colonel grabbed the assault rifle sitting next to him, clicked it into place, and said angrily, "This is just riding our heads and ting on us. Never mind Quinn. I'm going to take him out now." He made a show of getting ready to open the door and storm out, but was embarrassed to find that no one was paying attention to him. The deputy director of intelligence, along with the mayor, and some of the agents, looked at him with expressionless faces, as if silently saying, "Go ahead, you take out Quinn. The charges are on you, and we don't have to be afraid anymore. Win-win. Besides, now the whole Dome Hotel is a giant bomb. How many people do you have to sacrifice to accomplish the stated goal? Dozens, if not hundreds, of casualties to capture a few terrorists? Oh, I'm afraid the whole country can't afford to lose such a big man." Oomph. The SWAT lieutenant colonel snapped back from his outburst, grunted, and sat down in the chair next to him. The atmosphere remained awkward. Cough, cough. The SWAT colonel coughed twice, and said in a bad mood, "Say something. What's next? I can tell you that the king is watching us right now. If this thing doesn't go well, no one will have a good time." Oh, it's a wonder the king doesn't keep an eye on something this big. In the Dome Hotel, Goldcoin looked at the explosions in the square and said in hindsight, "It's so suspenseful. If it wasn't for Razor and I being smart, everyone would have turned into corpses by now. Damn, these guys are so sneaky." "You and Razor?" Polando froze. Goldcoin laughed. "Don't care about these details. Razor, what do you think we should do next? If they can ambush us once, they can probably ambush us a second time." Shinfei looked at the reporters holding flashbulbs and smiled. "Once is enough to make them remember. This time we should go." He picked up the phone and called. Soon, the call was answered, but the person on the other end didn't speak. Shinfei took the initiative to break the silence. "Mr. Director, as I said before, don't make any small moves. I can see that. Unfortunately, you guys are too naughty and don't listen too well." The sound of teeth clenching came over the phone. Even if they couldn't see each other, Shinfei could feel how angry they were right now, being teased over and over again by a bunch of mercenaries who had killed them out of nowhere. It would really be a ghost if they weren't angry. After a full nearly a minute, the deputy director gritted his teeth and said, "The new blast van is ready. We won't have any extra trouble, and I hope you'll keep your word as well." Shinfei wanted to laugh. These guys really have more cheek than a male model has calluses on his lips. If he hadn't taken precautions in advance, he would have gone to meet the king of hell by now. And who could he reason with at that time? Keeping promises? Funny. Shinfei didn't hide his mockery of their entire country in the slightest. "Mr. Director, that depends on my mood. Otherwise, not to mention you, even the king of your country would be nothing more than a piece of meat on my chopping board." The phone was hung up again. After about 10 minutes or so, the new bomb truck pulled up in the lobby of the hotel. Polando asked, "Want to try again?" Shinfei shook his head. "No need. They don't have the guts. Just like earlier, we're masked, and Siberian Wolf you hold up Quinn at the front. For whatever reason, Shinfei would only let the Siberian Wolf rush to the most dangerous place, not his own crew. Siberian wolves can feel this, but he admired one of Shinfei's strengths. He could always bring those things that were originally unseen to the forefront. Instead, it looks bright. Only the Siberian Wolf remembers that the kind and hard-working Lord East, his character is not like this. How did this outlier come out? The group entered the elevator, descended the stairs, and then made their way to the lobby, exposed to countless enemies. The flash was on them in an instant, but they were all wearing very thick hoods, so they weren't worried about being photographed looking like that. Shinfei walked to a distance of 30 meters from the bomb-proof car and stopped. and used the killing intent resonance skill to check that there were no explosives installed in the car. Did learn to be honest. Gold Coin was originally prepared to sit in the driver's seat, but was stopped by Shinfei. Well, I'll do it. Siberian Wolf had the good sense to leave the unconscious Quinn to Palando, and sit in the driver's seat himself. The rest of the group got into separate cars and drove out of the hotel, surrounded by countless people. Gold Coin lit a cigarette, stared at the smoke ring that came out of the exhale, and said elegantly, "Razor, don't you think that we're all big stars, and those are our fans out there?" Shinfei smiled and shook his head. "Who's a fan who comes to see Oba and brings a gun? Fantasy is not guilty." Gold Coin looked out the car window at the crowd, his mind wondering what he was thinking. Siberian Wolf asked, "Razor, which way?" Shinfei handed him the well-marked map and pointed to the route on it. The car was able to be sure that there was no surveillance equipment, but with or without radio equipment, not sure. The vehicle turned left and then traveled all the way south. The entire road had been blocked off and there wasn't a single car in sight, so he was driving fast. Whoever it is, both just want to get the hell out of this kneeling ground. The whole process did not have any accidents, and after about 10 minutes, the bomb-proof car drove into the Caucasus Mountains according to Shinfei's request. Have to say, the high-horsepower car just has his benefits. Even when driving on unpaved roads, it still maintains a certain degree of passability. Shinfei didn't rush to get out of the car, but observed the surroundings. The biggest benefit of the jungle can be the ability to counter enemy helicopters while also limiting the speed of the enemy's pursuit. At least they wouldn't dare follow them in the same car. Bright and early, after traveling for about 5 kilometers, a swamp appeared in front of them, filled with rotting trees and weeds, as well as the corpses of some unknown animals. It's a little after 5 a.m. At this point, it was already light outside, but visibility was still very low in the jungle because of the trees that covered it. Shinfei lowered his voice and said, "Now all we have to do is jump into the mud puddle and take a bath, and then next we have to face the real danger." 116 That the king is powerful, breaking the bones of hostile nations one at a time. The 4 men fought against the stench emanating from the swampy pools and coated their bodies in sludge mixed with dead animal carcasses. There are a number of benefits to this. The first is the ability to insulate itself from heat and evade detection of thermal radiation. Of course it doesn't work all the time, because the moisture in the sludge gradually evaporates, at which point the body's temperature is exposed to the enemy's thermal imaging again. But being able to stall for some time has been invaluable to them now. Not to mention that coating your body with silt invariably adds a layer of armor, which works wonders especially against Caucasian black bees. After the 4 of them were evenly coated, Shinfei kicked Quinn, who was in the middle of unconsciousness, down. A little bit of the other side sank to the bottom in the silt, a series of small bubbles rising from the surface that was muddy as a fluid. Palando staggered. If I had told someone in the past that I could tease the deputy director of the CIA in the United States of America, like a monkey, they would have thought I was crazy. It's not just him. Gold Coins and Siberian Wolves, both of which are also an unreal feeling. The difference in strength between them and the other party was simply too great. As an example, the colonel who used to be in charge of Wagner's base was already a first-class big shot in their eyes. But a big man like that is placed in the United States of America, and Quinn has a whole bunch of them under him. Or the kind of horrible existence where Quinn wanted his opponent dead and the king of the United States of America couldn't stay 5 shifts, not to mention them. In fact, Shinfei, who was the originator, felt even more unreal than they did. Only his feeling did not come from the strength gap between the two sides, but rather Shinfei would always subconsciously treat the world after rebirth as a game where God rewards. Since it's a game, there's nothing that can't happen. What about the deputy director of the CIA? Wait until Shinfei unlocked the 1,000-people chopper, the 10,000-people chopper, and got enough system rewards. Even the king of the United States of America. Hey, Shinfei thought of the current King George of the United States of America, and his beautiful blonde wife, and his 2 eudaimonic daughters couldn't help but come to mind. That's the best thing on earth. What's on your mind? You haven't even warmed up yet, and you're starting to think about lust. Shinfei, who came back to his senses, flew up and kicked the Siberian Wolf into the swamp pool, and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, quickly save the people. Don't drown our Lord Director." Siberian Wolf, why is it always me who gets hurt? For the next week, Shinfei led the squad and fought a guerrilla war with the pursuers in the jungle. I have to say this tactic is really good. The enemy is retreating and I'm advancing. The enemy is tired and I am disturbed. Hit and run and never take responsibility. And Shinfei utilized it to the fullest, repeatedly gaming his pursuers around a large river. Not only had the enemy been dumbfounded, even the gold coins and the others were full of mush. Giving up thinking and carrying out this task explained by Shinfei with unparalleled determination. 1 week later, the Wolfulfew finally arrived at the area where Chechnya was at war with the Ural Federation. It was a long, narrow city with only remnants of walls and fires of war burning everywhere for dozens of kilometers. It's like a long, narrow wall that used to be a city built by Giztan for defense against Chechnya, and it did have the desired effect. While Gistan's soldiers were routed in clusters and beaten by Chechen extremists who didn't even know their own mothers. The most exaggerated, 4 or 5 Chechen terrorists and Land Rovers can capture a battalion of soldiers attached to Giztan. It is a wonder that such a country is not defeated, and it's Wagner's mercenaries, along with the main body of the 58th Army Group, who are now engaged in a street battle with the Chechens in this abandoned city. Shinfei and the others hid in the jungle looking out over the city where gunshots and explosions came from time to time. Polando frowned. How did it still get to the point of an alley fight? That's all this king is good for. In the last war with Chechnya, it was because the Ural Federation suffered a big loss in the street battle that it developed such a big hidden problem. No, this is precisely where he excels. Shinfei gave his thoughts. Gold Coin and Polando looked at him strangely, waiting for an explanation. Shinfei heartily lamented, the best way to psychologically defeat a person, or a country, is to knock down their pride. The pride of Chechnya is derived from, brazenly, street fighting. If the king had resorted to bomb washing, not to mention the international sanctions that would have been imposed on him, even if they win, the Chechens won't be convinced, and sooner or later they'll make a comeback. But if we can turn them over once and for all in the area they do best, do you think Chechnya will dare to make a move in the king's lifetime? Both of them who heard this view for the first time felt very surprised. Polando couldn't help but say, but doesn't the king think about how many soldiers this will make? Shinfei interrupted him. Soldiers are supposed to be bargaining chips. It's true that more people are dying right now, but have you ever thought that if you can solve this big trouble, there will be fewer deaths of more soldiers in the future? This account, it's not hard to calculate. Trade the present for the future. Time for space. Razor, you should really go be a politician. Goldcoin had already lost count of how many times, uttered the same words, followed by him freezing for a moment, and asked in a puzzled manner, Siberian Wolf, why are you so quiet today? The trio's eyes went to the Siberian Wolf. The other man's face was all covered in sludge, and it was impossible to make out any expression, but it was noticeable that his eyes were gazing in a certain direction. The three looked over curiously. It was a beach full of all kinds of garbage, with meat that was indistinguishable from animals, or whatever, scattered everywhere. It was as if you could smell the stench emanating from wherever you were just by seeing the scene. At this point, a withered boy, with limbs that looked like slender twigs and a disproportionately large head, who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old, was struggling to chew on the carrion on the beach that even the hyenas wouldn't eat. Not far from him stood a red-topped vulture. He wants to live, but it was waiting for him to die. And not far from them, a photographer dressed with pockets all over his body, holding up what looked like a lot of valuable camera equipment, was recording the scene. The little boy eventually collapsed helplessly and the vulture paced closer without haste, consuming his body gracefully. The photographer's shutter kept flashing, creating photo after photo that would soon shock the entire world. The Siberian Wolf averted his gaze, turned his head to look at Shinfei, and muttered, Razor, human beings, is there really no possibility of peaceful coexistence? 117. What are you messing with him for? Their whole country is superhung. Shinfei thought for a moment and replied, of course not. If a powerful enemy appears, humans will learn to hug each other. That can only be aliens. Gold tried to joke. No one's laughing. Although they were all mercenaries living on the edge of a knife, the scene on the beach still touched them very much. It's human to empathize. Actually, I think there's another possibility, such as a great unity of the world's people. Shinfei did not intend to delve into this issue that belonged to all of humanity. He was more concerned about his current situation, and asked, Siberian Wolf, your undercover KGB agent, is it reliable or not? 2 days ago, Victor told him, when they arrive in the war zone, KGB undercover agents in Chechnya will be sent to escort them through the danger zone. And right now, they're waiting for that so-called undercover agent. Shinfei was too lazy to care. Why would Victor suddenly want to bypass the 58th, when all he wanted to do was hurry home and take a good shower? Aliens well. The Siberian Wolf, obviously still reeling from what he just said, muttered again before saying, it'll be fine, I'm sure. I trust Victor. As soon as his words fell, a convoy with Chechen symbols appeared in their view. Goldcoin subconsciously raised his gun and took aim. Polando gritted his teeth and cursed, Siberian Wolf, is this the reinforcements you called in? Siberian Wolf, the location they were in, the outskirts of the engagement zone, belonged to as a wasteland without any strategic value. Neither Chechen nor Ural federal soldiers should ever be here, but now that it's here, then there could only be one explanation. It was running towards them. Prepare for battle. Shinfei drew out the assault rifle that he had captured in the past 2 days, but did not rush to shoot. just told everyone to get ready. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, but because Shinfei and the others were well hidden, they were not discovered. When the other party arrived at a distance of 30 meters, Shinfei sighed in relief. Don't worry, there's no danger, Siberian Wolf asked in a low voice. How do you judge? Shinfei smiled. I can tell their killing intent. If they are really here to search for us, it is impossible for them to not have half a bit of killing intent on them. Killing intent? Why don't you say you have supernormal capabilities? The Siberian Wolf whispered in an ungraceful voice. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Shinfei spread his hands helplessly. That's just the way it is. Often it's not that he doesn't tell the truth, but that even if he did, people wouldn't believe him. Buzz, buzz. Shinfei's satellite phone, which emitted a slight vibration, was an unknown number. It was most likely a member of the Chechen squad in front of us, making the connecting call. Being careful is a good thing. Shinfei didn't connect, but said in a low voice, I need someone to go out and test the waters. You guys. Before he could finish his sentence, the Siberian Wolf had crawled out some distance, then got up and walked towards the Chechen squad not far away. Goldcoin looked at his back and said, Razor, I'm liking this guy more and more now. Polando followed suit. Have you thought about developing him into our squad? Shinfei shook his head. It's impossible. You guys put that idea to rest. The two were puzzled, but did not ask. If Shinfei wanted to explain, then there was no need for them to open their mouths, and there had already been such a tacit understanding between the three of them. The reason is not really complicated. Shinfei and the others were a mercenary squad, pursuing all in the midst of chaos and using the chaos for their own benefit. He refused to join the KGB because he was unpatriotic. However, through this period of contact, Shinfei understood that the Siberian Wolf looked a bit mute, but in his bones, his greatest belief was actually the liberation of all mankind. The way is different. It's better not to mess around together. It's easy to get into trouble. Siberian Wolf exchanged something with the Chechen soldiers, then pressed the headset and said, Razor, you got it right. It's to pick us up. Shinfei said in a low voice, don't turn off the safety. Stay alert and keep an eye on my movements. The two men nodded heavily. The three walk out of the jungle and meet with the Chechen soldiers before Siberian Wolf tells him that the undercover agent didn't come. That good? Looks like a high-ranking Chechen, or one of his own. Both sides were doing what they were ordered to do, plus they were still enemies on the surface, so there wasn't much communication. Shinfei and the others changed into the clothes of Chechen soldiers in a dignified manner and sat in the car. The convoy was launched again and entered the engagement area. If the previous scene on the beach was enough to challenge the bottom line of humanity, it was the real infernal hell in the city that had been reduced to ruins. Everywhere there were traces of the aftermath of violent explosions. Broken human bodies were everywhere, and even at intervals of less than 500 meters, there were open spaces dedicated to the disposal of corpses. The roaring fire kept burning, and those layers and layers of corpses, like firewood, were gradually burned to ashes. It's still a battlefield. Shinfei felt that compared to the scene in front of him, the things he had done in the past were all great kindnesses. That's the real soldier crusher. There were a large number of casualties every day during the alleyway battles, and even those who had survived had long since become numb. Eat without a face, fight without a face, die without a face. Such a horrifying sense of oppression was really very hard to imagine unless one saw it with one's own eyes. What Shinfei didn't expect even more was that they encountered no checks in the belligerent zone and had a very smooth ride across the border. The convoy stopped in front of a barbed wire fence, and the soldier driving said, "There's a minefield up ahead, and this is as far as we can get you." And with that, they're gone. There was no asking Shinfei what their status was, nor did he care what they were going to do. These soldiers, they're very different from those Chechen soldiers we've seen before. Goldcoin muttered as he looked at their departing backs. Shinfei asked, "What's different?" "Temperament." Goldcoin gave a reminiscent look. "I've dealt with them many times. Chechens are generally psychotic. How should I describe it to you?" "Well, yeah, it's like that superhero syndrome your country always talks about. Chechnya per capita superhero. In fact, Shinfei also has such a view, but it's true that escorting them to the Chechen squad, as Goldcoin said, really isn't quite the same. It always felt like they were more composed." Shinfei thought for a moment and spoke out. "There is only one possibility that this can happen. Someone armed them with knowledge and faith." Shinfei felt that he had already roughly guessed what that so-called Chechen undercover agent was. 118. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and the old friend has two minds on his feet. The image of a 2-meter tall, round-faced, bearded Chechen came to Shinfei's mind. "I'm afraid the only person who can change the Chechen soldiers is that Adam. I thought it was after this war that Adam came to his senses, but I didn't realize that he was already in contact with the KGB by this time." Thinking of this man, Shinfei's deepest impression was his son's former oath. Allegiance is only to the king, not to the Urals Federation. one can even give up the whole of Chechnya for the king. Aha! It's also kind of the king's biggest fan. A group of 4 men, with Quinn in a coma, began to traverse kilometers of minefields. For Shin Fei, who possessed the upgraded killing intent resonance, the minefield that others talked about was nothing to him. Just as they reached the edge of the other side of the minefield, Shin Fei made a stop sign and whispered, "Someone is there." Each of the 3 quickly found cover for concealment, confirming that everyone was hidden. Shin Fei slowly moved forward and soon saw 4 or 5 heavily armed soldiers crouching not far away. Judging by the gear they were wearing along with their markings, they were Wagner's men. It was only because everyone's face was camouflaged with thick oil paint that it was impossible to see exactly what they looked like. Shin Fei lowered his voice and said, "Gold Coin, come over to my place." Roger. Gold Coin followed the path that Shin Fei had taken and quickly came to the location where he was hiding, and also discovered the men and said in surprise, "It's the gambler in them." A gambler? Shin Fei recalled for a moment, and only then did he remember that it was the 5 teams that he had dealt with in the training ground before. Curious, he asked, "How did you recognize them all with their disguises?" "Look at his left thumb and the tattoo on the back of his hand." Gold Coin pointed. Shin Fei followed his gaze and found that the gambler was missing a little thumb on his left hand, part of the dodo pattern on the back of his hand. So it is. Although it was one of their own, Shin Fei didn't completely let his guard down. After all, they had just been sent back by Chechen soldiers, and the other side was an absolute enemy to them. You can't be too careful when the battlefield is changing so rapidly. Shin Fei lowered his voice and said, "Go and make contact with them and find out why they appeared in the minefield." Gold Coin nodded heavily before standing up and walking slowly towards Team 5. "What a guy! Hands up! Stand still and do not move again or be shot immediately." Just as the Gold Coin appeared, the 5 teams immediately aimed their guns at him. Shin Fei and their faces were not camouflaged with oil paint, but don't forget that their bodies were covered with silt that had already dried up. The image is almost like a wild man in the mountains. Gold Coin was really worried that he hadn't died at the hands of the enemy, but had been shot down by his own people instead. He held up his hands and said with a teasing smile on his face, "Gamblers, are you guys ting yourselves? Gold coins?" Hearing the familiar voice, several people all froze. Gold Coin cursed, "Damn, your muzzles, are they designed to hit your own people?" After his reminder, a few people put down their guns, then turned their heads and continued to busy themselves with what they were doing, and no one even asked a single question as to why Gold Coin had come here. Gold Coin was filled with embarrassment and asked, "What are you guys doing? It's not really pooping, is it?" The gambler kept his head down, fiddled with the dirt under the lieutenant's feet, and said in a nonchalant voice, "Don't move. We've got enough of a mess in here." Gold Coin approached and realized that it was the vice-captain of Team 5 who had stepped on a landmine at his feet, and 2 of them at that. He had 2 feet one in front of the other in a very strange position. "Ha ha!" Gold Coin couldn't help but burst out laughing, mocking, "Grey Wolf, that's quite a chic pose you have." Ever since he met Victor, Gold Coin had found the codename Grey Wolf, the vice-captain of Team 5, very awkward, and always couldn't help but think that "What are you, a Grey Wolf?" But it was normal. Similar to the codenames Grey Wolf and Siberian Wolf, there were not 500, but 1,000. The codename version of Zihan had belonged to Iz. "Get lost if you're fine," Grey Wolf cursed in a bad mood, "or else I'll be the first to take you away when I'm about to blow up later." Gold Coin wanted to dislike them back, but when he saw the mines that were already half dug out, he subconsciously took 2 steps back and said in surprise, "PFM-1 high-explosive anti-infantry mines? If this is not a mine from the country of Yaverwheel, how did it get buried here? Too many strange things have been happening lately." Doesn't Gold Coin remember that the Yaverwheel state declared its support for the Ural Federation to teach Chechnya a lesson? How come they're being supplied with weaponry? After all, such a standardized equipment was not something that could be bought on the black market, and since one appeared, it meant that there was absolutely no way that there was only one. How the should I know? Grey Wolf couldn't help but start cursing again. "If you're okay, get the hell out of here. These high-explosive anti-infantry mines have a pressure change of only 5 kilograms, which makes them very difficult to clear, and the slightest mishap may cause them to detonate prematurely." But Gold Coin saw that the gambler had already dug out half of the mines, completing the most difficult maneuver. What follows is relatively simple. He did not leave, but waited by the side for Shin Fei's next command. Just as the gambler was about to clear the mine, Shin Fei's voice sounded quietly, "Gambler, if you don't want to get everyone killed, don't move." Once again, the crowd froze and looked in the direction of the voice. Another savage, and they froze. Who was the voice this time? On the contrary, the 2 mercenaries who had fought with Shin Fei before heard Shin Fei's voice. Trigger whispered a warning, "Captain, it's the mercenary named Razor." Razor? The gambler thought of his opponent's out-of-this-world CQB skills, which reminded him of who Razor was. Before inquiring, Aren't you guys in the Caucasus, protecting the oligarch's granddaughter as a sweet nanny? There's a lag in news from army soldiers. All they know is that Team 7 is in the Caucasus, protecting the oligarch's granddaughter. And then the Second Chechen War broke out, and they were drawn into battle, and have no idea about what happened after that. Grey Wolf, perhaps talking a lot because of the stress, couldn't help but curse again. Damn, is it because the oligarch's granddaughter likes wildlings that you guys play on playing? I have to say, then, you guys are acting like it. The gambler stopped his hands and looked at Shinfei and asked, Razor, tell me what you found out? Because of his previous CQB skills, no one would treat him like a normal recruit. Shinfei took 2 steps closer and reminded, underneath this landmine, there are still 3 trick mines buried, which can't be dismantled, and a broken leg is the best option. The moment these words came out, all the people present, all of them were turning blue. 119, we're here to pick up for the KGB. The Grey Wolf's throat knots rolled rapidly as he said with difficulty, Razor, you're not trying to scare me, are you? Shinfei stepped back a dozen meters and waved at Gold Coin. Come over here, don't spray yourself with blood. Gold Coin very obediently walked over to Shinfei's side, and shouted at them, Gambler, I have to remind you that it took Razor less than 2 hours in total to lead us through the minefield. What? 2 hours? Through miles of minefields? Are you kidding me? Even if you planted all these mines the day before yesterday, you couldn't have done it so quickly. That's impossible. Trigger frowned. Even the world's top demoning experts would need at least a day to safely get out across this area. Gold Coin didn't say another word. In fact, the reminder just now was already benevolent and affordable to colleagues. As to whether or not they'll turn to Razor, as well as whether Razor will help them or not, that's up to them. The Grey Wolf also gave up and growled lowly, Captain, don't listen to them. You guys fall back. I'll clear the mines myself. Say you don't believe it. But he also didn't want to put the captain in danger because of himself. The gambler looked at the mines that had already been half dug out, turned his head to stare at Shinfei, and after pondering for a few moments, he asked out loud, is there no other way? Of course there is. I can dig it up if I come digging. Shinfei thought so in his heart. It wasn't that his demoning skills were so high, it was mainly because he had the killing intent resonance skill as an aid, and could clearly determine the location of the trick mines below, as well as how they were triggered. But even if he were to take the field himself, the stakes would be high. The slightest miscalculation could involve you. If the ones stepping on the mine were Gold or Palando and the others, Shinfei would choose to take the risk. But if it was just other mercenaries that they had met once before, there was obviously no need for that. Shinfei shook his head and said, there are only 3 results. You help him dig, you both die together. He digs himself up and he dies. Or do as I say and break your legs to save your life. Once again, the 5 teams were in a state of hesitation and silence, and they knew that there wasn't much time left for them to make a judgment call. The longer he held on, the more unsteady the Grey Wolf's body became. In case the pressure changed later, then they would indeed all be blown up. The gambler stared at Shinfei, sensing from the latter a calm and powerful self-confidence, as well as an even stronger sense of oppression than the first time he saw him. Progress is so fast, the gambler couldn't help but feel in his heart, and at the same time made a decision. Grey Wolf, break your leg. The Grey Wolf blanched and tried to speak, but in the end, he just nodded heavily. The process of demoning a broken leg is very simple. Find a large tree to tie a rope to, make a good bulletproof sheet above your legs, and dig a deep enough hole at your feet. With the gambler's maneuvering, these were done quickly. 3, 2, 1, pull. The gambler gave his orders dryly, and the rest of the group cooperated. The Grey Wolf's entire body was pulled up, and the mine in the deep pit exploded the moment it lost pressure. The first explosion was followed by 2 more loud mine explosions in quick succession. Countless pieces of shrapnel were shot out, breaking the surrounding trees and weeds, and the huge noise scared the animals in the jungle, scattering them in all directions. Everything was exactly as Shinfei had expected. Everyone in Team 5 knew very well that if they still followed the previous demoning method and didn't choose to believe Shinfei, then they would only be a pile of scattered corpses now. The Grey Wolf with a broken leg wailed in pain on the ground. A few people were grimacing as they methodically stopped the bleeding and bandaged his wounds. Gold Coin called Palando over and helped heal him piece by piece. Once the situation was stabilized, Border asked, Captain, what do we do next? Should we continue the mission or send the lieutenant back for treatment? The gambler frowned, pondering this as well. For the average expedition, a casualty in the group might be a big problem. But for mercenaries who trade their lives for money, casualties are just routine. It's a big no-no for mercenaries to abandon a mission without the consent of their superiors when their team's casualty rate hasn't exceeded half. The point is that they had problems with their communication equipment and now they have no way to contact their superiors. Seeing that the gambler didn't say anything, Slate lowered his voice and said, Captain, we can actually seek help from Gold Coin and the others. They're all from the same base. they'll definitely help. Let them escort the lieutenant back so we can't continue the mission. The gambler was not a character who liked to beg, but when it came down to it, he had no choice but to bow his head. The gambler walked over to Gold Coin, rubbed his nose and said, "Gold Coin, take Grey Wolf to the hospital outside the minefield." Gold Coin put his left hand to his ear and blurted out, "What did you say?" "I said you're a." The gambler took a deep breath and spoke again, "Degree Golden Coin, I ask you to do me a favor and bring the Grey Wolf. Call me Master Gold Coin." Gold Coin crossed his legs. "You." The gambler's face became gloomy. Gold Coin lit a cigarette and looked at the sky, saying nothing in triumph. The gambler's face was red with anger, but when he thought of the Grey Wolf's current situation, he couldn't say any harsh words. He gritted his teeth and blurted out, "Gold coins are big. Forget it, I can't afford to be." Gold Coin interrupted and said truthfully, "Gambler, we're all from the same base, so we can't talk about helping or not helping. It's just that I don't get to say anything about Team 7 right now." The gambler then reacted as if he hadn't seen Righteous Eye and asked, "Where's your captain?" Gold Coin shook his head. "What he says doesn't count. Right now Team 7 listens to Razor." "What?" The gambler couldn't help but stare. "You're kidding. Team 7, even if it wasn't the strongest squad in the division, wouldn't listen to a newbie, would they? Not even if his CQB skills are good." Gold Coin knew what he was going to say and took the initiative to speak. "I'm not kidding you. Seriously. We are all on average terms, but we have known each other long enough to know something about each other's personalities." Although Gold Coin was not serious on weekdays, if he said he wasn't joking, then he must be serious, which makes the gambler even more confused. He couldn't for the life of him figure out how Razor had done all this. The gambler came to Shinfei and inquired, "Razor, can I entrust your Team 7 to do me a favor and help me send the Grey Wolf back to the hospital in the rear?" Shinfei nodded his head painfully, "No problem." "Ha? Not even a condition?" Palando and Gold Coin all stared wide-eyed. Neither of them believed that Shinfei still had such a good time talking. "You guys have this eye." Shinfei is full of speechlessness, and in his heart, he is spitting. The old man is at least going to be the head of the group, and if he does not do the persona, who is going to defect to the old man? Shinfei ignored the two men and looked at the gambler and asked, "What mission are you going to carry out?" "Pick up." It wasn't supposed to be a classified mission, and the gambler didn't hold back, saying truthfully, "Picking up an important squad for the KGB. As far as I can guess, it might have something to do with the Dome Hotel the other day. Did you know, Razor? That squad captured CIA's deputy director alive." 120. "No, man, are you serious?" Hearing the gambler's words, the expressions on the faces of Shinfei's few people became strange. Gold Coin really couldn't hold back his laughter and flirted. "Then you guys are really great, picking up people and almost hitching your own squad." The gambler couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "He knows. When we get back, Gold Coin, with this broken mouth, will surely tell everyone he knows. This is something that will never pass in this lifetime. Shame on you. The 5th team has disgraced him." Shinfei smiled and said, "Then there's no need to bother. Let's go back together." "What?" The gambler frowned and asked, "Razor, what do you mean by that?" Palando injected the Grey Wolf with adrenaline, found 2 more logs to make a stretcher, and wiped the sweat from his face, meaning, "The squad you're going to pick up, that's us." "Ha? How is that possible?" The gambler grimaced and sulked. "Palando, this is no time for jokes." He really didn't believe that with the strength of the 7 teams, they could kill 7 in 7 in a place like the Dome Hotel. Not to mention capturing the deputy director of CIA alive. It's as much of a bull as a friend who was very average looking and from a very average family suddenly saying that Hot Fuzz is one of his girlfriends. Shinfei didn't bother to explain too much and pressed the headset. "Siberian Wolf, bring the people here." "Who is the Siberian Wolf? A new member of the 7th team?" The gambler couldn't help but frown for a moment as he looked at the members of the old Team 7. "What's the matter? It's really them, isn't it?" The crowd lapsed into silence and no one spoke. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, 2 men came out of the jungle. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a bloated body and a colorless dress. Shinfei waved his hand and smiled. "Gambler, want to touch it? Just give me 3,000 rubles. This is the deputy director of the CIA, rarer than our country's pandas." "Gambler, Team 7 crowd, not buddy. Are you serious?" The gambler willed his way over to the middle-aged man, took out the water bag he had with him, poured water onto his head and helped him wipe his face. The appearance of a middle-aged man appeared before everyone. Red Rose exclaimed, "It's true. It's really the deputy director of CIA. I've seen him on the news. His name is Quinn." "Ha? Not. Gold Coins, how did you guys do it? Is this really the mission you went on? You're not growing black tea in the Caucasus?" The members of the 5th team, one wide-eyed, all gathered around. Even the Grey Wolf, who had fallen into a coma, couldn't care less. "Catching up ends here. Hurry back." Shinfei stretched his waist and muttered, "There's nothing to talk about, but it's just a matter of getting past some wind and frost." This clouded look, if you ignored the sludge on his body, really had the manner of a high-ranking person. This really isn't the time to talk about those issues either. Returning to his senses, the gambler nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back. It's about a kilometer or so from the end of the minefield. We've walked it, marked it, and we can cross it in about 5 hours. We'll scout ahead. The KGB men, and our colonel, are waiting over there." 5 hours? Goldcoin bristled in disdain. "We traversed several kilometers of minefields in front of us, and it only took us a little over 2 hours in total. It's still for having to take turns carrying Quinn. You guys have to walk 5 hours for 1 kilometer? You walk for 5 hours. You have no business scouting ahead. Be honest and follow behind." Gambler, what's the best way to take out a mercenary silently? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Border reminded, "Captain, it should be the one called Siberian Wolf that's strong. Let's just listen to them." Aha. The gambler was thinking the same thing. He couldn't accept the fact that one of the weakest squads on the base had suddenly risen to prominence. The mercenary version and afraid of brother suffering, and afraid of brother driving a Land Rover belongs to his. In the end, Shinfei opened the way in front of him, and the rest of the people followed him. The whole process was exceptionally smooth, not like crossing a minefield, but like a hasty march. The gambler couldn't help but find Shinfei and lowered his voice. "Razor, you guys at Eastern University have a saying, those who know food are Sister June." Shinfei froze the first time and didn't hear that he was speaking Chinese. It took 2 more careful listens to understand it. "It's a good thing to know what's going on," Shinfei asked back. "What do you mean?" The gambler glanced at the eyeing gold coins and sped up a bit, saying, "Last time I told you, there wasn't much of a future for Team 7. Any interest in coming to Team 5? I'll make you co-captain." Palando poked him with his arm and teased, "Digging, ha?" The gambler bristled. "Don't say it like that. I'm playing fair with you, Captain Righteous Eyes." Palando had a bad smile on his lips. "It's fine. Just dig in and use all the means you can get to. Go for it." "Oh, he's not a captain. He's a lieutenant for you? Why do you have such a big face?" For the umpteenth time, the gambler felt speechless. Something's wrong with Team 7. There's something wrong everywhere. And, always seems like he's as cute as a button. Something must have happened in Team 7 that I don't know about. And it's something big. And it must have something to do with razors. The gambler gritted his teeth and put forth his best sincerity. "Razor, how's the captain? As long as you're here, I'll make you captain of Team 5, and all of us will listen to you. You don't have to worry about the colonel's side. I'll convince him." The gambler, who had been chattering on, made it so that even the Siberian Wolf couldn't listen to him anymore. He said quietly, "Save your breath. We in the KGB are making an offer so lucrative you can't even imagine it. Running off to be your squad leader. You mercenaries have a real imagination." He had wanted to be sarcastic about mercenaries, but suddenly thought that Shinfei was also a mercenary and hurriedly shut his mouth. "No way. Under normal circumstances, mercenaries are the lowest level of the military, an existence that is looked down upon by everyone, not to mention a KGB agent at the top of the contempt chain. They can't even look at a signal flag. It's just that Shinfei is so special. No one could have imagined that such a talent would grow out of the ranks of crude mercenaries. The KGB are trying to dig up Razor? And with a generous offer?" The gambler gritted his teeth and stopped talking, determined to figure out what the hell this guy had done first. The 2 squads lapsed into silence and finally left the minefield after about 10 minutes of traveling. Facing you was the very large military camp, full of tents hidden in the jungle. As soon as they got close enough, 2 squads rushed out. Both sides identified themselves and took the wounded to the field hospital for treatment. Siberian Wolf takes Quinn and goes to make the handoff to the KGB. Shinfei and the others took off their dirty clothes and finally walked into the bathroom as they wished. 121. Isn't that a good thing to say? After the gambler had settled the Grey Wolf, he went straight to the colonel's office. The colonel was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, wearing training uniforms with no rank and a long scar on his face. Upon seeing the gambler, the colonel froze and asked with a grimace, "What happened? Why did you abandon the mission without applying for it? Team 5 left half a day ago." According to the colonel's projections, it should take them 2 days to cross the minefield. After picking up that squad, it would take another 2 days to come back. Now that he had left for half a day and rushed back, that must mean the mission had failed. The gambler looked at the colonel with a complicated expression and replied, "The man has been picked up." "What?" The colonel's eyes widened. The gambler recounted what had just happened in the jungle as it happened. The expression on the colonel's face, likewise, became very complicated. The gambler was flabbergasted and subconsciously questioned, "Colonel, wasn't it you who put Team 7 on the mission?" The colonel glared at him. The gambler looked back and said with an apology, "I'm sorry, I got carried away. Wagner isn't as disciplined as the military, but that doesn't mean either that subordinates can contradict or question their superiors. It's a red line, the colonel said in a deep voice. You go get gold and the others. He was actually confused. All he knew was that Righteous Eye had been sacrificed and that everyone in Team 7 was in the hospital recovering from their injuries. What happened after that, he knew nothing about. Yes, the gambler left the office, asked around, and finally found the members of Team 7 in the dormitory. They had already showered and fallen into a deep sleep. Shinfei didn't sleep and asked after seeing the gambler, "Something wrong?" The gambler said, "The colonel wants to see you." Colonel? Shinfei remembered. It was that Wagner Petersburg head. Colonel is his code name. Shinfei got up and said, "Let them rest. I'll go with you." The gambler reminded. "Razor, you haven't met the colonel yet. I should warn you, he's got quite a temper. Even if you're better than the other mercenaries, let's just do what he wants and take the whole squad over there." Bad temper? Shinfei laughed. "It's okay, I'm best at dealing with people with bad tempers." The gambler still wanted to say something, but when he saw Shinfei's confident look, he didn't know what to say for a moment. The two men walked out of the tent and made their way to the colonel's office. The colonel looked Shinfei up and down and questioned, "You're Razor?" It's the first time they've met. Shinfei nodded. "Yes, Mr. Colonel." The colonel asked again, coldly, "Who told you to go to the Dome Hotel? On a mission? Which agent was it called Siberian Wolf?" Shinfei replied, "Mr. Colonel, this needs to be kept confidential. You can ask the KGB directly." "Nonsense. Why do I need you when I can just ask them?" The colonel's face became more somber. Like the gambler said, he really doesn't have a good temper. "Answer my question." The colonel felt his rights were being challenged. The gambler hastened to explain, "Colonel, as you know, the KGB has the right." "Without asked you?" The colonel glared at the gambler without expression. The gambler hurriedly bowed his head slightly, irritated, but did not retort. Shinfei cocked his head at the colonel and asked in a puzzled manner, "Hey, what the? Are you incapable of speaking properly?" Moment. The atmosphere in the entire office became incredibly silent. "Is it that hard?" Gambler hurriedly tried to offer an explanation. Shinfei stopped him and said without any good humor, "Gambler, you've become a mercenary for us sake. Can't you be a little bit tougher?" Having said that, he turned his head to the colonel and questioned, "I'm here to be a mercenary. Don't give me that leader's smelly face. I don't eat that. You pay me. I'll do the job for you. I do tasks for others when they pay me. Do you hear me, idiot?" Shinfei turned around and prepared to leave. His bottom line did not come from the fact that the king had promised him a regimental complement and a Wagnerian base. Are you kidding me? His strength is his greatest strength, let alone the head of a region of Wagner. Even if the king of Taming came, he wouldn't be able to make him grovel. Why kneel when I can eat standing up? Even if there was nothing, with Shinfei's current strength, change a chaotic country and rise just the same. It had been less than 2 months, but he really wasn't the same person he had been. Still, the gamblers were dumbfounded, feeling bad, but envying Razor from the bottom of their hearts. "I'm not going to say anything about it. That's what life is all about." "Stop!" The colonel, his face white with anger, sprang to his feet and chided, "Razor, are you trying to rebel?" Shinfei stopped, turned his back to him, and said coldly, "I'll give you a suggestion. Take your hand out of the drawer. Otherwise, you'll regret it in your next life." The colonel's entire body froze, and subconsciously lowered his head, when his hand was in the drawer, holding a pistol. But that's how he saw it. Just as the atmosphere of the room fell into awkwardness, an old voice rang out, "It seems that I came, not at the right time." As the voice fell, a man in a black leather jacket and bowler hat walked in. He came to Shinfei's side first, took off his bowler hat and said, "Razor, hard work, is there anything I can do for you?" Shinfei couldn't even help but lament in his heart. Look at that, look at that, look at the KGB, look at People Victor. It's so different from the crass mercenaries, so completely different. Shinfei's first choice really would have been to join the KGB had he not been unpatriotic. The colonel was originally grimacing, but after seeing the old man's face, he instantly stood up with a curt smile. "Mr. Grey Wolf, what brings you here?" Victor ignored him. Shinfei pointed at his face, which was uglier than a chrysanthemum, and said to the gambler, "Is this tamale bad-tempered? Wouldn't that be ing nice?" "Gambler, not buddy. Forget about that for a second and explain it to me. Why is the Grey Wolf so nice to you?" This is the king's former secret agent teacher, the legend of Ural's shoulder." Victor smiled and asked, "Razor, what happened?" "Nothing. The colonel asked me who I was helping with the mission, and I told him to ask the KGB, and he got angry." Shinfei spread his hands and answered truthfully. The smile that was on Victor's face faded and he turned his head to look at the colonel, asking expressionlessly, "Mr. Colonel, is that so?" 120. "I won't raise your tariffs as long as you don't play with the University of the East." The colonel's face was ugly, like pork that had been rotting in the heat for half a month, and he hastily shook his head. Mr. Victor, let me explain. Victor ignored him and turned to Shinfei. Razor, what do you want to do about it? The old fox was very smart and didn't want to know what was really going on. The station is done. The colonel likewise sensed Victor's attitude and hurriedly turned his head to Shinfei and said, Razor, I can assure you that this is really a beautiful misunderstanding. As of today, you are the captain of Team 7. Oh, by the way, the Righteous Eye's pension must be paid according to the highest specifications. Righteous Eye is dead? The gambler was stunned for a moment, the one-eyed figure coming to mind. Although in their line of work, dealing with death is a common occurrence, it's still an unpleasant feeling every time I hear of the death of a familiar comrade. Shinfei looked at the colonel with an iron face and really had little interest in talking nonsense with him. This guy looks mean, but it was really affecting Shinfei's opinion of the head of the Wagner base. He'd expected at least a tough guy to be right. Let's go. There's nothing to say. Shinfei turned around and slowly left the office under the gaze of several people. Victor followed him. The two men followed suit. Walking through the makeshift barracks, Shinfei asked in wonder, You don't have to interrogate Quinn? That's the deputy director of the CIA. Just revealing any useful information is at least a KPI for the KGB for a whole year. Victor shook his head and replied, I'm just a retired old man. This kind of thing is no longer in my heart. As a matter of fact, Quinn is on a special flight to Moscow right now. Shinfei was right when he thought about it. It really doesn't do any good to keep a big shot of this caliber who can't be tortured. Better to leave it to Moscow's think tanks to get their heads around it. But one thing is beyond doubt. The Uralic Confederation will surely be able to use this opportunity to trumpet the power of their country, as well as trade enough favors with the United States of America. Between countries, it's actually quite subtle. Sometimes it's like a child's quarrel. You raise my tariffs, I'll raise yours in turn. Or, I won't raise your tariffs as long as you don't play with the University of the East. Shinfei, unconcerned about these international situations for the time being, asked curiously, Victor, do you see that I have that one regiment in strength? Victor looked at Shinfei with complicated eyes. This guy is so over the top that with a few common mercenaries, he was able to bring back the deputy director of the CIA in the United States of America. If we really put him in charge of a regiment of men, this kid, maybe even Washington won't put it in perspective. When Shinfei saw that he didn't say anything, his face instantly pulled down and questioned, You're not going to play with me and go back on your word that way, are you? Why yes, the KGB is most trustworthy. Victor smiled, but in this case, it's not my call. The king wants to see you, so you'd better talk about this matter yourselves in person. What? Shinfei couldn't help but stare. That's the king of the Ural Federation, a superpower that can only be seen on news channels and TV. He wants to see me? At this moment, the sense of unreality in Shinfei's mind instantly reached its peak. Victor finally felt nervousness in Shinfei, which made him happy. There's no need to be so nervous. The king is also a human being. Of course I know he's human. The key is that he is not an ordinary person. Shinfei licked his chin and asked curiously, When are we going? Victor, I can't wait to progress. Not lately. Victor shook his head. The king is too busy. And you know, Chechnya isn't that easy to deal with. It's a good thing that with your help, the king successfully took out an oligarch and took control of the media in the country. Otherwise, there's no telling what public opinion in the country will turn out to be. It really is a credit to myself. Although the very beginning of the event, Shinfei just wanted to earn more money through the mission, but in the process, it did participate in major historical events. There's really a sense of honor with it. The two had already walked out of the distance of hundreds of meters, and in front of them was the dormitory where Shinfei and the others were resting. Victor stopped and looked at Shinfei and asked, Did you know that Wagner would be asked to pick you up this time instead of the 58th group? Shinfei pointed at himself and flirted. Do you think I'm a god? Got to know everything. Ha ha. Victor was stunned for a moment, then let out a subdued laugh. Razor, did it ever get said that talking to you is a breeze? That's because your identity is too special. No one dares to be reckless in front of you. Shinfei shrugged and asked, So, what happened to the 58th Group Army? There are traitors among them. Victor's expression turned serious. According to the information we have received, there are people among them who are quietly sending weapons and ammunition to Chechnya. Shinfei forced himself not to let out a laugh. He was tempted to say, Isn't this stuff an old tradition in your country? After the Red Alliance dissipates, what else are you afraid to sell? If it weren't for the United States of America, you'd be selling nuclear weapons to third world countries, Shinfei pursued. And then, I sent a senior KGB agent to investigate the matter. With sadness in his expression, Victor sighed and said, he came back with information that Petrov may have been involved in weapons trafficking, but there was no concrete evidence. The agent, too, is dead. Petrov? Shinfei recalled the name and then remembered that the other party was the commander of the 58th Group Army. Are you kidding me? Is he involved in this? Unlikely. Shinfei frowned and snapped. Petrov isn't the king's hand-picked commander of the 58th Army Group? That old boy wants people, money, and status, and is fed up with financing Chechnya. Only God knows. Victor looked up at the cloudy sky and continued. This is wartime, and it would be unwise to go and investigate a commander of a major army under these circumstances. But if we don't get to the bottom of this matter, I don't know how many soldiers will die in vain, so who is going to investigate becomes a top priority. Shinfei nodded with deep empathy. Well, it's best to find someone who doesn't have a direct conflict of interest with both sides, or even has a good relationship with both sides to investigate. But that's impossible. Any country. Shinfei froze for a moment and suddenly thought that it ticks all the boxes and it's not going to be offensive to the 58th group. Not yourself? He immediately shook his head and said, don't dig a hole for me, you old boy. I won't do it. This kind of thing takes too much brain. 121. Large regiments. Military discipline. Well, then, let's pretend I didn't say anything about it. Victor didn't insist, glancing at the time on his wristwatch. Get some rest, and we'll give you a satisfactory answer about the colonel in charge of the Wagner branch in Petersburg. Shinfei could leave it alone, but they couldn't. It's a matter of attitude. Shinfei watched Victor disappear into the barracks before returning to his tent. Gold Coin and Palando slept soundly, snoring. Temporary barracks like this one are not in good condition. It's very nice to have a tent. Those Wagnerian soldiers, who basically live in the jungle, police the surrounding area. Shinfei wasn't a particular person, stretched out and lay down on the military bed that belonged to him, and first opened the satellite phone to take a look at it. Wildcat hadn't contacted him yet, and didn't know the other side of the story for a while, but Shinfei felt that, since she was able to escape in the layered Petersburg, the Dome Hotel wouldn't be hard for her to get out of. After all, they've taken Quinn away with them. That's like drawing away, for the most part, the attention for the Wildcat. When we get back to Peterborough, we'll have to help her mother with her treatment, and we'll also have to get the benefit of the prosthetic eye and send it to his family. And then there's waiting for the king's call. Shinfei rested on his arms, slowly conceptualizing his future plans. A wave of sleepiness came over me as I thought about it. Phew. He stretched and opened the system's interface before going to sleep. He had also taken out quite a few enemies along the way to escape. None of the system rewards have been claimed yet. When I clicked on it, there were 17 options to be drawn. So what's the point? Raffle them all. Ding. Along with the fall of Shinfei's voice, the system's beautiful voice sounded in his head. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine singing skill. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining adrenaline potion X4. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning intelligence X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the body repair draw. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill movie star level acting skills. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill expert pharmacology proficiency. Looking at the dazzling variety of rewards in front of him, how can the heart be described as a word of pleasure? Shinfei knows very well that being strong enough on his own was what he would always rely on, and the feeling of strength that brought about a surge every time it was accompanied by a skill being incorporated into one's body was enough to make one incredibly mesmerized. What a blast! If I can find the opportunity to kill the enemy head-on on the battlefield, I'm afraid I'll soon be able to grow to a state of, well, inhumanity, right? Shinfei checked the parameters of the data panel, which was basically already 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. In a sense, he had become the top group of humans on this blue planet, and it actually took less than 3 months for him to grow from an ordinary international student to where he is now. There's no way anyone would believe such a thing if it got out. Let's see what information has been given. Shinfei finished comprehending the skill and found the intelligence interface, checking the contents on it. Intelligence is kind of a big part of the sweepstakes, too. Almost every time, it could help Shinfei do the role of undiscovering and checking for flaws. Intelligence. In the field hospitals of the Southern Theater, there are a large number of illegal medical kits, and as of this moment, 312 soldiers have had their limbs amputated because of them. The Euro Federation's war with Chechnya was divided into 3 theaters, south, center, and north. The southern part of the battlefield advanced most smoothly and met with little resistance. The central battlefield, though the largest, is currently in a phase of attrition between the two sides with distant fires. It's like going to work. When you go to work, you fire your guns, and when you finish hitting the required equivalents for the day, you go off duty, and soldiers from both sides will even have a drink together in some of the city's bars that are not part of the engagement zone. It's magical, but that's the real norm. The real fight is more intense, and has even reached the stage of alleyway warfare. It is the northern war zone where Shinfei is. There's a problem with the first aid kit? Asterisk. This is too pitiful, isn't it? Shinfei did know that the Ural Federation was a country with a very flexible bottom line. There's nothing surprising about what happened, but something like a first aid kit, especially in wartime, should never be a problem. Unless there's something behind this, it's a good idea to check it out. Otherwise, there's no telling how many people who will die because of poor quality first aid kits. If I can really start a regiment of my own in the future, then this is definitely the best chance for me to make a name for myself. Shinfei thought about these things in his mind and gradually fell asleep. The reason why I didn't go there overnight was because it would have been a strange thing to go to a field hospital in the middle of the night. When the time comes, if he really finds out something, he won't be able to explain himself. Not to mention, it wasn't as if he knew anyone who died, and the more that died, the more the soldiers in the hospital panicked, and the more he could achieve after his own strike. It's simple logic. Caucasus, Central Theater, 58th Army Group, Military Region Command Center. The room was filled with top executives from Group 58, and the pungent smoke made the entire conference room look like a wonderland. Lieutenant General Petrov, who hadn't rested for 3 whole days and 3 nights, pinched the cigarette but that was about to burn out in his hand, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the electronic sand table in front of him. The Chief of Staff reminded, "Commander, you'd better go get some sleep. If you fall down." "Ha," Lieutenant General Petrov said with a sneer, "there are many people in Moscow who can't wait for me to fall in a hurry. Will I let them laugh? And when a large army fights, military discipline comes first. Our soldiers aren't sleeping, so who are we to rest on our laurels?" The Chief of Staff didn't say another word. An intelligence officer raised his head and reported, "Commander, we've just gotten word that Quinn has been sent to Moscow, and the squad that was responsible for carrying out the mission has been investigated. They're Wagner's men. The captain was killed in action a while ago, and the one currently in command of the squad is a mercenary named Razor." Razor? Upon hearing this name, many people in the room all stared in disbelief. What a familiar name. 122. A veritable graveyard of empires. The Chief of Staff lowered his voice and reminded, "Commander, Razor is the Chinese man who brought down the Marinkas." "It's him? LT. Gen." Petrov was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Hasn't he just returned to Petersburg? So soon? You're off on another mission?" At that time, it was the 58th Group Army that sent Shinfei and the others back to Petersburg, and he still had some memory of that. There were many other executives in the conference room, and they were all taken aback. If it was a fluke to bring down the Malenko family last time, then it was really not something a normal squad could do to come back alive from the Dome Hotel this time. LT. General Petrov looked around the room and questioned in a cold voice, "Which of our 58th Group Army's special operations teams, under the same conditions, could have accomplished this mission?" No one's talking. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. It's not hard to sneak in secretly. Escaping in secret wasn't particularly difficult, but to be able to sneak in secretly, but also in the premise of making such a big noise, with the United States of America CIA Deputy Director escaped, even if it is the most bullish team, also have to weigh their own strength. "Are we going to let mercenaries tell us how to be soldiers?" Lieutenant General Petrov looked furious and said in a deep voice, "Tell all the special squads that after the war is over, all of them get the hell out of here and go to hunter school for further training. You don't have to come back if you don't achieve an A+ exit grade." The major officer in charge of the special forces straightened his body and said, "Yes, promise to complete the mission. It's a ING thing. It's all unmitigated disaster." LT. Gen. Petrov, having lost some of his temper, asked again, "What's the situation at the Southern Field Hospital?" The major military doctor in a white coat, looking at the medical report in his hand with a grimace, reported, "It's bad. 151 more lightly wounded were amputated yesterday." Almost the instant the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room became deathly silent. The powerful sense of oppression caused everyone's breath to stutter. LT. Gen. Petrov asked coldly, "Word for word, still haven't found out why?" Massive amputations of the wounded are a very demoralizing thing. If it is not handled well, it will definitely affect the morale of the front line. Alley fighting pushes the limits of humanity all the time, and whoever's morale is the first to fall in such a situation is going to suffer greatly. Cold sweat was visible on the major doctor's forehead. The knot in his throat rolled and he said with difficulty, "Report. Still checking. Should." Lieutenant General Petrov frowned slightly and asked rhetorically, "Should?" The major medic's body was trembling slightly. The military chief in time of war has absolute power of disposal. Not to mention the fact that Lieutenant General Petrov is the king's confidant. It was just a matter of words for him to enforce battlefield discipline, at least on the battlefield front. It's not good enough for the 7 oligarchs to come in. Humph. A bunch of drunken assholes who only know how to worm their way through the women of Moscow's brothels. LT. General Petrov cursed dirty and said in a cold voice, "Notify the guard company to prepare the helicopter. I'm going to check out the situation at the Southern Field Hospital myself." The next day, early morning, by the time Shen Fei woke up, Wagner's mercenaries had already begun to pack up their campsite and prepare to retreat. They were supposed to pick up the deputy director of the CIA this time, and once the person was received, it was natural for them to leave. Siberian Wolf walked over with a couple breakfasts and asked with a smile, "Razor, would you like to try some Ural Federation military rations?" He was holding all the silver-white plastic bags that had been opened and smelled tantalizingly good. Shen Fei was really a bit hungry and nodded. The two entered the tent. The room was not equipped to boil water, and it was a good thing that these military rations themselves did not have to be soaked in hot water in order to be consumed. Open a couple of cans, another instant coffee, dried fruits, instant soups, compressed cookies, powdered milk, condensed milk and other instant foods were brought out and arranged all over the table. It looks rather full and very rich. At this time, Gold Coin and Palando also woke up, and after briefly washing up, the few people sat at the dining table. Siberian Wolf took a bite of the pea beef sauce and inquired, "Razor, where are you guys planning on going next?" Their mission has been accomplished and there are no exclusive combat missions. Shen Fei felt that guy, the colonel, figured that he certainly didn't have the heart or the guts to give them a mission for the 7th team. Shen Fei, on the contrary, did not make a decision right away and turned his head to look at the two of them and inquired, "How do you feel about your physical condition?" Gold Coin smashed his chest with his fist and said excitedly, "No problem, 100% battle power." Palando lifted up his pants leg and pointed to the wound on it. "I'm slightly injured, not a serious problem. If it's a battlefield, I should be able to hold my own." There was already a certain understanding between the three. Now that Shen Fei has spoken, they could also probably guess what he wanted. Shen Fei looked at the bandaged wound on Palando's leg. It really wasn't too serious, and after thinking about it, he said, "Then we'll make a trip to the Southern Field Hospital later, and then go to the battlefield to exercise." Just kidding. Is there any easier way to get a chance to kill someone than on the battlefield? And what's the point of being a mercenary and never having been to war? I'm here. Can the three of us join in? Just then, a voice sounded from the doorway. The crowd turned their heads to look and realized that the visitors were the captain of Team 5, Gambler, and Red Rose, who had been in contact with Trigger before. The Gambler smiled. "We were just evacuated from the battlefield a while ago. We should make good guides." Ever since he had seen, yesterday, how the KGB top brass, as well as the colonel treated Shen Fei, the Gambler had sworn in his heart, "This friend, it has to be paid." "Why not?" Shen Fei agreed painfully and added, "But I have one request. When you go into battle, whatever I ask you to do, you must all do it without hesitation." So crazy? The Gambler was a squad leader himself, and had seen many captains with flamboyant personalities, but it was the first time to see one with such a big mouth like Shen Fei. But on second thought, people did have the capital to be crazy, and he was also curious to know if Shen Fei was really as godly as the legends. More and more videos are being posted of the Dome Hotel. Shen Fei's divine operation was also all in their eyes, but before witnessing it with their own eyes, they would still find it unbelievable. The Gambler nodded and replied, "No problem, I can do it. What about you guys?" Red Rose and Trigger both nodded along. Siberian Wolf finished his can of meat and smiled as he asked, "Razor, count me in. I haven't been in battle in years, and the last time was in Afghanistan, where we lost completely." Yo, and this is a veteran of the Afghan war? Shen Fei actually kinda admires this country. Starting with the Tang Dynasty 2,000 years ago, and continuing through the Song Dynasty, to Great Britain, to the Red Alliance, to the United States of America. Everyone wants a piece of the action, and all of them are world beaters. Unfortunately, in the end, all of them returned in low spirits. No one has ever really slaved and occupied Afghanistan. A veritable graveyard of empires now belongs to IS. 123 that the politicians shook hands and made peace and the capitalists made a fortune. Shen Fei promised the Siberian Wolf. The 7 ate a hearty, but very mediocre tasting breakfast, and then made their way to the logistics warehouse to pick up their equipment. They don't have a combat mission and originally couldn't get weapons, but unfortunately, the principle is in Shen Fei's hands. When the colonel found out that it was him who wanted the weapons, he gave them direct supreme permission to use whatever they wanted, as long as it was in the warehouse. It even says that if there are special needs, they can be deployed with them nearby. Because you're going to the battlefield, The weaponry doesn't need to be too specific or it'll be hard to replenish the ammo. The 7 paired out with the simplest and most common weapons. At the same time, in order to better divide the labor, they made a simple formation with the division of responsibility. The Siberian Wolf is the number 1 pointer. Gamblers assumed the position of number 2 firebreakers. Shinfei's 3rd captain seat. Red Rose took the position of the 4th communicator with the blaster. Gold 5 Freeman. No. 6 Palando medical guard plus spotter. Trigger 7 serves as a precision shooter. After completing the formation, and after the initial bonding, everyone was still getting along with each other, and the results were beyond anyone's expectations. In fact, this was mainly because Shinfei, who held the number 3 position, was able to view everyone's position in real time through the killing intent resonance skill and then fine-tune them. For others, the ground war was 2-dimensional, but for him it was 3-dimensional and transparent. With such an anticlimactic command, even an ordinary squad was able to play an unimaginable role in Shinfei's hands. When that was done, the 7 split into 2 military vehicles and rushed to the Southern Field Hospital. Palando's in a separate car from the Trigger, the remaining 5 in one car. The road wasn't too far, and in about an hour or so they arrived in front of the hospital. After being questioned and identified, the 7 men entered the hospital. There were tents with Red Cross signs everywhere, and military doctors in white coats were very busy going back and forth from tent to tent. Every now and then a military vehicle would pull up in the yard, and the medic, expressionless, would then carry the wounded from the vehicle. Many of the soldiers were already corpses, and there was no value in salvaging them. The medics would put them in body bags and place them next to them in a shady spot shaded by a large tree. The EMTs will take the remaining living wounded and split them into 2 groups. The main treatment was to save the wounded who didn't say a word and whose eyes were slack. But as for those with broken arms and legs and screams, there was not so much of a hurry. It certainly wasn't Shinfei's first time at the hospital, but it's the first time I've seen a scene like today's. Goldcoin saw the doubt in his eyes and whispered, "Those that don't speak are the most dangerous. As for those that still have the strength to shout, they can most likely hold out for a little while longer. This place is just a staging area. It's only for saving lives, not healing." Shinfei nodded, and a flash of intolerance did flash through his heart. So many people, and whose children are they and whose fathers? And what did they go to war for? When the war is over, the politicians shake hands and make peace. The capitalists make a lot of money, and only the ordinary but great mothers bury their children with tears in their eyes. "Hey," Shinfei sighed and muttered, "Siberian Wolf, how did you participate in the Afghan war in the first place?" The Siberian Wolf had a knowing look on his face and said in a relaxed tone, "You wouldn't be disappointed if I answered no? In fact, before we left, we had no idea where we were going or what we were going to do. We were just taken on a plane after our daily training. As for why I became a soldier, you know, back then the military was revered, not like it is now." Shinfei nodded. He hadn't lived through that era, but had seen many documentaries. Whether it's a parade or a battle scene captured by a photographer, you can feel the essence of the soldiers of that era. The political commissars, in particular, were the most moving. It was also a time when there were literally countless people who believed that the country was worth guarding with everything they had. "What happened afterward?" Shinfei asked as he walked. The rest of them looked at the Siberian Wolf. After all, even for them, that war was far away. Later on the airplane, the political commissar told us that our destination was the Middle East, and that we were there to defeat the hypocritical regime established by the capitalists and liberate our proletarian brothers there. A bitter smile surfaced at the corner of Siberian Wolf's mouth. All of us are working toward that goal. When you actually go to the battlefield and watch the comrades you've spent so much time with around you fall and die one by one, gradually all that's left in your heart is anger. Kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Only by watching the bodies of our enemies fall one by one can we wash away this anger. And then later on it's just numbness, living every day like the Walking Dead. The Siberian Wolf's expression flashed with pain. Gold, who suffers from severe PTSD, understands this feeling best. He gently patted the Siberian Wolf on the back. "Phew." Siberian Wolf took a deep breath and muttered, "One day we captured a position. There was no cheering, no celebrating, only numbly laying out the enemy's corpses in preparation for the enemy's fiercest counterattack. It was in the trenches that I saw a living enemy. He was a fat guy, and it scared me at the time. We aimed our guns at him, and the fat man slowly turned his head. A strange-looking man with awkward features, a kindly smile on his face, and a rose in his hand. He had a laugh that I still remember to this day. Do you know what was written on his clothes? He sold it," and the crowd slowly shook their heads. The fact that the surviving enemy in the position was holding a rose instead of a gun in his hand was enough in itself to make one feel curious. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Siberian Wolf's mouth as he said, there was a sentence written on his body in crooked English, which probably consisted of a reminder that the soldier was a child with Down syndrome. "It's what you Chinese often call a cutie." His comrades begged us not to kill him, to let him live. It was able to be seen that he was well taken care of by his comrades. After hearing this, the atmosphere between the people became silent, especially in a place like a war hospital. It gives the crowd a depressing feeling that they don't know what to say. Shinfei asked, "What happened afterward? You guys dealt with him like this?" The Siberian wolf looked at the ceiling with a bit of trepidation and didn't say another word. No one pursued the matter further. Oh, at a time when both sides are strapped for war resources, how could they possibly waste resources for an enemy with no intelligence value? War has always been so brutal. Only a fairy tale with a happy ending. The group of 7 walked through the tents of the field hospital, and just as they were about to reach the tents where the doctors were resting, there was a sudden roar of helicopters overhead. The 7 looked up and the 5 helicopters came in a pin combat formation over the field hospital and then slowly landed. What a big show! Shinfei and the others glanced at each other, all wondering what kind of big shot would be sent this time. 124. Shinfei, have you ever doubted medical devices? Goldcoin looked at the helicopter gunships gradually landing above his head and asked curiously, Sakabulai, such a big battle. Is this damn 58th Army Group commander injured? It's impossible for a big shot like that to be injured. Siberian Wolf shook his head. Even if they did get injured, people would be sent straight back to the rear instead of coming to the field hospital. That's a good point. After all, this place can't cure anything. Shinfei was probably able to guess that the probability that the ones sitting on the helicopter were the top brass of the 58th Group Army, but certainly not to see a doctor. It should also be related to the fact that the number of amputations has climbed in recent times. The helicopter is parked in the designated area. The hospital director and 7 or 8 staff members who had already waited by the side all greeted them. The hatch opens. 2 familiar figures stepped out of the helicopter. Yo, this isn't the chief of staff of the 58th Army Group. Which other Lieutenant General Petrov? Shinfei recognized them. After the chief of staff stepped off the airplane, he also noticed Shinfei standing not far away, with the squad he led. Although it was a temporary squad, the equipment was all standardized equipment, but the essence of a person is completely different from a person. Discounting Shinfei, a Chinese, not counting even the physically thinnest Balando, the aura on his body was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary soldier. Not to mention, then there are the gambler, the gold coin, and the Siberian wolf. 3 hardened men built as strong as hills and carrying a murderous aura inside and out. One by one, they look just like Stallone. It's a wonder it doesn't attract attention. The chief of staff whispered something to the guard at his side. Soon, the major guard came to the 7 men and inquired, "Which one is Mr. Razor?" Ha! Seeing this scene, the Siberian wolf and the gambler were all taken aback. Not buddy. It's okay that you're connected to the KGB. How come the top brass of the 58th Army knows you too? You're a foreign student? Can you be a new recruit who just joined Wagner? Let's. Shinfei nodded slowly. I am. Mr. Razor, the chief of staff wants to see you. Please come with me. The major guard was very polite, with none of the disdain and superiority that regular soldiers feel when they see mercenaries. It made a few people comfortable. Shinfei nodded slowly. Several guardsmen standing nearby collected all the weapons they were carrying, including military daggers. That's normal. After all, it was the Lieutenant General of the Ural Federation who was to be met. If you count official power, this dude is at least in the top 10. In the ancient times of the East University, it was a proper vassal. After turning in their weapons and equipment, Shinfei and the others came to the helicopter. The chief of staff offered a greeting and smiled. Razor, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I heard about your operation at the Dome Hotel. You always bring a little surprise. Razor, a Dome Hotel? Most of the people in the room didn't know what this meant. After all, Warzone news naturally lagged. But for a Major General Chief of Staff to be so polite to a Wagnerian mercenary did surprise them greatly. Although they all wore uniforms, the identification system on their arms varied from the logo. It was easy to recognize each other. Shinfei replied in an unassuming manner. It was just a fluke. Just lucky to have survived. Walk and talk. The Chief of Staff waved his hand. The director of the field hospital led the crowd to start inspecting one tent at a time. You could tell he was nervous, constantly wiping the sweat from his face. After all, in just one day yesterday, they had performed as many as 100 amputations, which was a major medical incident that would never be tolerated by their superiors. It's not just about soldiers being disabled. It also involves a series of subsequent treatment, post-war compensation, work arrangements, and a host of other issues. On a very selfish note, from the country's perspective, it is far more costly to bear the losses incurred by a disabled soldier than it is to die outright, with a one-time pension, and also taking into account negative international impacts, and the effect of these disabled soldiers on the domestic population when they return home, etc. If the people don't want to go to war, It's really hard to keep a war going if you're even incited to take to the streets and make all sorts of incidents. It will also fuel Chechnya's momentum. Instead of listening to Dean's report, or knowing the data already, the chief of staff asked curiously, Razor, what brings you here? Did anyone get hurt in the middle of the operation at the Dome Hotel? Shinfei shook his head and replied, no, although the operation was dangerous, no one was seriously injured. They just came to visit their comrades in the hospital. He's actually here to deal with the first aid kit issue, but you can't just say that kind of thing. Otherwise he would have been hounded for the source of his information. When the time came, it was inevitable that more trouble would be needed, just like the last time the oligarch's surveillance was taken out. And so far Shinfei had not been able to give a reasonable explanation. It's a good thing that surveillance was noticed by the king, the 58th Army Group, and the KGB at the same time. It's because of the number of people who pay attention. Shinfei had only been able to maneuver around each other between the three forces and hadn't rolled over until now. But it's also temporary. Sooner or later, he'd have to come up with a reason that would convince the others. But there's no rush for now. After visiting the field hospital and meeting the wounded soldiers, the group ended up in the conference room. The whole time, Lt. Gen. Petrov didn't say a word. This silence from the beginning to the end of the day made everyone in the entourage feel a great deal of pressure. Shinfei followed the chief of staff into the conference room while the rest of the people waited at the door. The crowd took their seats. Lt. General Petrov's gaze swept deep over the management of the field hospital. No one dared to meet his eyes or even breathe when he noticed himself. The sense of oppression is indeed powerful. Lt. General Petrov said coldly, can someone tell me what the problem is? Why is it that our soldiers, who are obviously slightly wounded, are so badly injured that they have to have their limbs amputated after being brought to your field hospital? Here comes the main event. It is possible to lose your life by answering these questions poorly. The dean stammered in reply. Lieutenant General Petrov, all that can be ascertained at this time is that the soldier's wounds will show unstable gram staining within 6 hours, and that decomposition of the muscle fascia occurs within the following 12 hours, as well as the triggering of a cytokine storm. The exact reason, we haven't investigated it yet. A series of specialized terms that were incomprehensible to almost the vast majority of the people in the room. The chief of staff spoke up. Tell us in the simplest terms what happened. Yes. The dean continued to reply. The short answer is that everything is fine after the wounded are treated, but within 10 hours, the wounds will suddenly deteriorate, and it is currently suspected that it has something to do with the terrain of the Caucasus. But we set up a sterile room, but the wound is still necrotic. Further medical analysis to be sent to Moscow. Another long list of explanations that were only half understood by those present, but it's clear to everyone that this problem has to be solved quickly. Otherwise hundreds of soldiers will have their limbs amputated every day. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shinfei inquired out loud, Dean, have you ever suspected that the medical equipment was infected? 125. Shoot the arrow first and paint the target later. That's certainly accurate. The sudden sound caught everyone's attention at once. When the dean saw that the one who spoke was actually a mercenary, he froze for a moment before replying. After the accident, the first thing we checked was the various medical equipment and performed a control group treatment. But in the end the results didn't change anything. Oh, that weird? Shinfei was unconditionally trusting the information given by the system. Since he says it's the first aid kit, there's certainly nothing wrong with it. In fact, on the way to the hospital, Shinfei was also wondering why so many days had already passed. How could the hospital not check the medical equipment in detail? In hindsight, they looked into it, but it didn't turn out to be a problem. That's where things get interesting. Then, either the dean himself has a problem, or there is a variety of germs that go beyond what is known in the current era. Shinfei put forward his idea. Can you show us around? You are a mercenary. What do you know about medical equipment? The director of the battlefield hospital didn't answer directly, but turned his head to look at the chief of staff with the lieutenant general. He could see that the young Wagnerian mercenary in front of him was of a very high status. At least it's respectable at the top of the 58th Army Group. The chief of staff held up his glasses and looked at Shinfei strangely and asked, Razor, do you still know about medicine? Shinfei calmly replied, know some Chinese medicine, afraid that those in the room wouldn't understand. He added, the medical skills of the University of the East. Chinese medicine is controversial even at home, and its reputation abroad is not much better. However, the people present were all well informed and had heard of the great name of Chinese medicine, and had also learned about some special treatments. The dean inquired in surprise, it's that kind of treatment of sticking people with needles? Shinfei explained, what you're talking about is called acupuncture. It is difficult to explain the professional terminology, and Shinfei simply uses the East University language directly. It doesn't really matter as to whether or not you can hear it. The chief of staff signaled Lieutenant General Petrov with his eyes. Getting the other party's approval, he spoke out. Dean, arrange all the medical equipment. We'll go over and take a look now. Yes, Dean saluted, motioning for the medic at his side to make arrangements. After about 5 minutes, the group left the conference room. Gold Coin and the others were waiting at the door. Siberian Wolf greeted him and asked curiously, Razor, how's the investigation going? As an agent, he was naturally curious, and as a former soldier, he was even more heartfelt in his desire to solve the troubles in the hospital. One less soldier who can amputate a limb is one less family to break up. There's nothing to see for now. Shinfei shook his head and didn't fill his mouth with words. The Siberian Wolf nodded slowly, not asking any more questions. The hospital is huge. It was about a nearly 10-minute walk before they arrived at one of the largest tents located in the central location of the field hospital. The temperature in the tent was low because of the cooling on. As far as the eye could see, the tent, which was hundreds of square feet in size, was filled with shelves, and on top of the shelves were all kinds of medicines used for first aid. Anesthesia products are the most popular, followed by pain relief and anti-inflammatory drugs. Being able to see that, the king approached this war with a determination to win. Otherwise, in the Urals, where light industry and medical production lagged behind, it wasn't easy to gather enough medicines for a major war. The person in charge of management introduced, what is stored here is all the current medical equipment and utensils. We sanitize daily along with sampling and testing. As he spoke, his gaze was on Shenfei the entire time. It was this mercenary, after all, who had offered to come and check these things, and everyone in the room felt that how could a mercenary possibly know first aid in a field hospital? Shenfei scanned the shelves, the vast majority of which were first aid kits purchased from abroad and written in foreign languages. A good portion of them are from Eastern University. He searched through several random medical kits before finally turning his attention to the first aid kit offered by Avalon. According to the information given by the system, the first aid kits that went wrong all came from Avalon. This was clearly no accident, but a conspiracy against the Urals Federation. Shenfei opened each first aid kit altogether and sniffed them one by one. He only knows acupuncture, not first aid, and not much about modern medicine, simply just for show, looking for questions with answers. Anyway, it's simple. However, after seeing that he even directly sniffed the first aid kit, many of the military doctors present showed disdain. I thought it was some kind of master, but this? But in the way of so many big names being present, they certainly couldn't say much. Gold Coin wondered, Polando, what's Razor doing in their squad? Polando, as the hygienist, was already the most medically savvy being. He shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never seen this kind of operation. Maybe it's that the Razor is sensitive to the smell of alcohol. Sensitive? Polando really can't think of any more possibilities. After Shenfei finished sniffing all the first aid kits, his expression changed violently and he said in a cold voice, Chief of Staff, Mr. Lieutenant General, I think the root of the problem has been found. Ha! Everyone's eyes widened. What's going on? You just sniffed the first aid kit and the problem is solved? If it wasn't for the fact that the one who said this was Razor, who had been performing miracles continuously lately, the Lieutenant General and the Chief of Staff would have thought it was a joke. The Chief of Staff held up his glasses, frowned, and asked, You're telling me that the problem is with the first aid kit? Shenfei nodded. To be precise, it's a first aid kit produced and provided from the country of Avalon. The country of Avalon is known as the womb of Europe, the second largest country after the dissolution of the Red Alliance, though the time afterward was characterized by poor relations with the Ural Federation, and a geo-war broke out between the two sides. But at this stage, Big Brother and Second Brother are still pretty close. Dean immediately shook his head. No, that's not possible. Avalon supplies us with the highest quality first aid kits and hasn't had a problem in at least 10 years. Razor, right, you're responsible for saying those things. He's really pissed off. The mercenary in front of him was a complete insult to his years of experience in medicine. Whether or not there's a problem, we'll know after the experiment. Shenfei didn't bother to say anything more to him, and looked at the Chief of Staff and said, I need a microscope, bile salts, 1 millimole per liter iron citrate, and blue-green colonies. He doesn't know anything about medicine, but the very advanced API 20NE medical testing system in the latter days, he still knows. This system should be available at least 20 years from now, and will work wonders for detecting all kinds of viruses and harmful substances. Many of the viruses that are currently undetectable in the timeline will be revealed in front of the API 20NE system. The Chief of Staff nodded and turned to the War Hospital Director and said, Does the lab have any of this? Dean frowned and nodded slowly. Both. If it was an ordinary field hospital, it naturally didn't have any of these things. But recently, because of the unusual number of amputations, the hospital had urgently deployed a lot of experimental supplies. It is the hope of finding the hidden causative agent. It's just that he can't figure it out. All of these things Shenfei asked for don't seem to add up to much of a virus detection effect. do they? 126. Studying medicine won't save Lord East. The chief of staff didn't know where Shinfei got his confidence from, but he's aware that this guy is no cutie pie. On the contrary, far more savvy. People like him. You definitely won't do anything you're not sure of. The chief of staff asked the commander with his eyes, and then spoke out. Whatever he needs, go get it for him. Yes, Dean led the way and left the warehouse with a few military doctors. Shinfei searched through the crowd and finally his eyes fell on Palando. Go get ready. We're going to do an experiment later. Me? Palando froze. I don't know about experiments. At most, you can be on the battlefield, injecting your teammates with medication, stopping the bleeding in an emergency, or whatever. However, since Shinfei had said it and there were so many people present, he definitely couldn't lose face. Palando nodded and turned to the medic next to him. Prepare my sterile gear, please. 15 minutes later, the items Shinfei needed were all laid out on the table in the medical warehouse. The chief of staff asked, are we going to recuse ourselves? Although they don't know anything about medicine, the common sense of medical experimentation is known to everyone. Sterility is the most basic requirement. Shinfei shook his head. The experiment I'm going to do doesn't need to be so troublesome. You guys can stay here. At his words, Dean nearly burst out laughing. The heart was even more filled with mockery. Good man, do you know what you're doing? There were so many people present that there were thousands of sources of infection on their bodies alone. How are you going to ensure the purity of the experiment in this situation? It's hard not to. Is it really just a liar who only brags and doesn't know what he's doing to gain the trust of the group's top brass? Shinfei noticed the change in his expression and spoke out. You will be in charge of doing the experiment. Dean froze and shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know how to test a medical kit. With these things, I can teach you if you don't know. Shinfei didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and said bluntly, first go and sample the wound. Remember, it needs to be 5 millimeters deep into the necrotic tissue and choose a wound that hasn't been debrided. The reason why they let others do these things was because Shinfei himself wouldn't be able to. The reality is this. A lot of things, even if you know the process, but the actual operation is another matter. It's like there are a lot of web novels written about crossovers where the first thing you do after being reborn is copy the web novel from your previous life. Stop it. Let's take the example of doujinshi. Even if you know people's plots and can remember the characters with the twists, it's almost impossible to write with the same flavor. It's the kind of thing that can't be imitated. The dean wanted to retort, but after he saw the look in the chief of staff's eyes, he could only nod obediently and change into his experimental clothes. Shinfei looked at Palando and said, you go with them. It took about another 10 minutes for the wound sampling to be completed, and for the sake of the precision of the experiment, the dean purposely took a dozen samples of all kinds of wound reagents. Most of it was dug up from corpses, and some of it used wounds from living people. A dozen or so slightly decayed slices, with shoots growing at the edges, were laid out on the table for the experiment. Shinfei looked at it briefly and couldn't tell. Recalling the process from his previous life, he commanded, first, activate the Vibrio traumaticus gene with TSB medium containing 10% bile salts, CHRO color development medium with 1 millimole per liter ferric ammonium citrate again. It's really convenient to not have to actually do anything. Shinfei only needed to move his mouth, and those first-class medical experts, as if they were precision together, methodically operated according to his requirements. At first people didn't take it too seriously, but doing it, they were shocked to discover that these processes Shinfei had described were completely an up-to-date testing method. It's even very different from what it used to be. Doctors in this day and age checking for viruses most often use step resuscitation, dual toxin detection, or more simply use gas chromatography mass spectrometry. But Shinfei's methods were fundamentally different from these methods. But more importantly, although the methods are not the same, they all accomplish the same thing. That is, using various substances to stimulate pathogenic bacteria, or viruses, latent in the sample. Just by the first few steps of the operation alone, they are the ones who have already discovered many currently known species of bacteria to mankind. For example, 3-hydroxydecanoic acid and dimethyl sulfide. These alone were enough to show that Shinfei's detection method was useful, and the level of sophistication and ease of use far exceeds that of previous testing methods. I just don't know how accurate it is. If the accuracy is also high, then this test alone is enough to take the Nobel Prize in medicine. The dean wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked incredulously at Shinfei, who kept issuing instructions. He just couldn't figure it out. Why would a young mercenary know so much about biology? Not big brother. If you have the strength, why don't you just be a doctor? Why are you fighting in the battlefield? Inexplicably, Dean remembered something a famous person at Eastern University once said. Oh, is this the legend that studying medicine can't save Lord East? The rest of them couldn't understand what Shinfei was actually saying. But, who here is not a human being? They were able to tell just from the increasingly serious attitude of those doctors, and their increasingly grave expressions. This guy Shinfei, it really wasn't a crock of. Unable to help it, their eyes also became extraordinarily grave. After all, the results of today's experiment will affect the lives of thousands of soldiers out there, and subsequently the direction of the entire war. It's no exaggeration to say that. Now the fate of the Urals and Chechnya were all in Shinfei's hands. The clock is ticking a little bit. After nearly an hour or so, Dean's tired eyes were thick with excitement, and he couldn't help but shout out, Mr. Razor, Mr. Razor, I discovered a brand new virus. You come over here and take a look. Everyone's gazes, all of them, looked to the side of the microscope where the Dean was. On top of the connected computer, what appeared was a brand new ramp that had hundreds and hundreds of wriggling, worm-shaped creatures on it. What is it? My God, we really did it. It's a medical miracle. We performed a miracle. All the military doctors present followed the excitement, even did not understand anything Palando. The expression is extraordinarily excited. Not far away, the chief of staff and the lieutenant general exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief to each other. Whoever it is, anyone who can solve the big problem at hand, where soldiers keep getting their limbs amputated, is definitely a first-class meritocracy. 127. To His Excellency the Chief of Staff, salute. Dean asked excitedly, Mr. Razor, do you recognize this germ? I know a 6. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that I had a medical student girlfriend in a previous life, accompanied her to grad school, and was hardwired to study for a few days apiece, I wouldn't even know how to detect it. Although the heart thinks this way, but the surface naturally cannot show it. Shinfei slowly nodded and said, in our Chinese medicine, this type of virus is called blood blip vampire wind. According to the War Injury and Epidemic Source Test, this poison enters the complex from Jinshuang, and first ambushes the Taiyin to raise the original, and when the Ying and Wei fight with each other, heat is transformed into wind. Wind and fire incite each other, eroding the veins and corrupting the blood, and eventually becoming a dangerous condition of reverse pericardium transmission. Shinfei spoke a large portion of Chinese, but no one in the room understood it. But the word Chinese medicine is heard very clearly by all. Surely it's Chinese medicine? I knew it. How could the medical technology of a country with 5,000 years of culture be so simple? Mr. Razor, is Chinese medicine hard to learn? Mr. Razor, what should we do now? Including the Dean, all the military doctors looked at Shinfei as if they were looking at a god. For them now, it didn't matter what was wrong with them, nor did it matter about those injured people out there. The important thing is that they discovered a brand new germ, which is a very, very important moment that will, in all likelihood, be documented for generations to come, although they weren't the inventors. But if it's even remotely related to this event, then it will go down in history, for all eternity. This is not a romance reserved for Lord East. Shinfei looked at the hungry looks of each of them and was a little frightened in his heart. He had no doubt that he himself was now asking them to strip down and have a naked run, and they would all do it without hesitation. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Such a situation is particularly evident in the medical profession. The point is, he just made up his own set. How could he possibly know how to cure this germ? He didn't even know what the germ was called. Pure and simple is to shoot the arrow first and then paint the target. A means of detection that was first known to be a problem with the first aid kit and then only thought of. Cough. Shinfei lightly coughed twice. The room was instantly quiet, and everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Shinfei looked around, displaying his high-class demeanor. The treatment of diseases is not a problem that can be solved overnight, and I don't have that much time. Having said that, ignoring the disappointed expressions of the military doctors in the room, he turned his head to the top brass of the 58th Group Army and spoke out. If I'm not mistaken, the soldiers will have their limbs amputated solely because of the first aid kits from the Yavalin Kingdom. And this pathogenic bacteria? It couldn't have come out of nowhere. It would have been carefully cultivated. Before Shinfei finished his words, it was as if the temperature in the entire warehouse had dropped several degrees along with him. The Chief of Staff and Lt. General Petrov both had faces that were thick to the point of murderous intent. Shinfei carefully observed their expressions, thinking about another thing in his heart. Victor the Grey Wolf told him yesterday, the KGB has a dead secret agent and there is evidence that the secret agent was killed in connection with the 58th Army Group's arms trafficking to Chechnya. At the time, Shinfei thought that, the odds are that this is Lt. Gen. Petrov feeding the enemy. But now look at his expression. It's not quite like that. Phew. Lieutenant General Petrov took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, destroy all medical equipment concerning the Avalonian state. Now. His voice was so cold that it gave those present the illusion that they didn't even dare to breathe. Yes, Promise to finish the job. Come on. Everyone in the warehouse followed suit. When a general is angry, blood is spilled. No one would dare to touch him at a time like this. After giving the order, Lieutenant General Petrov said nothing more and walked straight out of the warehouse towards the helicopters not far away. It's time to go. And it was clear to anyone that what was sure to follow would be a bloodbath against the country of Avalon. Everyone associated with this batch of first aid kits is hardly immune. The chief of staff walked up to Shinfei and said with a smile, Mr. Razor, we, the 58th Group Army, owe you a big favor. On behalf of all the soldiers in the group, I want to thank you for stepping up today. Shinfei smiled and asked rhetorically, is there any point of tangible reward? The chief of staff replied with a heavy nod. Of course I have. How about the guard battalion commander, with the rank of lieutenant colonel? You can enlist today. Ha! The guard battalion commander next to him froze. Good man. So I'm leaving? However, he would be well aware that if Shinfei was really willing to come, he would have no choice but to give way. He might even be able to try if the Dome Hotel encounter. Even if they couldn't bring back a live Quinn, the possibility of bringing back a corpse was still there. But today, he definitely can't come a little. It's totally out of line with the major. Shinfei shook his head. It's better to forget about it. This level is too low. Our squad would like to visit the battlefield. Do you have any missions for the 58th Group Army? The guard battalion commander sighed in relief. Hooray! Position saved. The chief of staff looked at the several mercenaries standing behind Shinfei and asked, you guys together? Shinfei nodded. The chief of staff was able to see that Gold Coin and the others were all good mercenaries as well. And of course it's only good. On the contrary, this one called Siberian Wolf was no better than even the best special squad members of their 58th Group Army. The chief of staff lowered his voice and said in a volume the two could hear, Razor, with all due respect, this squad is a bit unworthy of you. If you like an exciting and thrilling life, I can just take the reins and start a separate special squad for you. Personnel as you choose. Obviously, the chief of staff thought that Shinfei's reason for refusing was that he didn't like to lead a dull life. What he doesn't realize is that Shinfei would prefer to be a, well, Wagnerian leader with enough independence. He smiled and replied, I'm used to having them. Do you have any suitable assignments on your end? The chief of staff thought for a moment and replied, there's really one. Last night 3 of our fighters were destroyed and 5 pilots landed in the engagement area. 8 squads have been sent to rescue them, but life and death are uncertain. You can try it too if you're interested. If it's you, bring back alive 500,000 for 1 person, and an extra 500,000 for 5, for a total of 3 million. Only 3 million? Wasn't it agreed that it takes the same amount of gold as the body to train a pilot as a price? That's a little cheap, isn't it? Shinfei couldn't help but skim his lips. The chief of staff smiled. Dollars? $3 million? Shinfei's brain has not yet reacted. The body has snapped the standing posture. From the heart of the salute ground roar. All salute. To His Excellency the Chief of Staff. Salute. Snap. The 6 people behind him didn't know what Shinfei was going to do, and they all followed and stood up straight to salute. Shinfei's expression was serious, every pore exuding a desire for the mission as he shouted, Loyalty. The 6 followed by yelling, Loyalty. The Chief of Staff couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. Good man. It's so easy to deal with you. You should have said so. It's just money. I have yes. 128. How bad could a money-hungry mercenary be? The chief of staff boarded the helicopter as Shinfei's squad looked on. LT. General Petrov asked in wonder. What happened? Razor's attitude towards you seems to have changed dramatically. The chief of staff shrugged and said helplessly. He wanted to go to war, and I gave him the task of rescuing the pilots, with a payoff of $3 million if he could get them all back. And then, you saw it. The helicopter slowly lifted off. Lieutenant General Petrov looked at Shinfei and the others below and couldn't help but sigh. Born mercenaries. Everyone in the cabin was filled with speechlessness, and only the roar of the engines echoed. Soon, the helicopter disappeared into the end of the sky. It wasn't until he couldn't see the field hospital in the jungle below that a staff officer accompanying him said, Chief of Staff, Mr. Lieutenant General, isn't it a bit of a waste to let someone of Razor's caliber go into battle? Still, they don't know medicine, but they know people. Just now, the way those military doctors looked, especially the way the director of the field hospital looked at Razor, it was almost as if they were on their knees worshipping the master. He's a bit special, so we have to respect people's own choices. The chief of staff gave an ambiguous answer, and then, as if he had thought of something, said, Commander, before coming to the hospital, I received some news about Moscow's side. Lieutenant General Petrov sat up straight and said in a cold voice, Speak. The chief of staff cleared his throat and spoke up. The king is still unsure of us, especially with the increasing number of our weapons appearing on the Chechen side, which is upsetting to many. A task force has been set up. only it's being held down by the king, so it hasn't gotten off the ground yet. LT. Gen. Petrov, not surprised by this, inquired, who is the leader? The office? The KGB? Or the Department of Defense? When it comes to issues concerning the military, only the top brass of these three departments have the right to intervene. Not coincidentally, the military has a poor relationship with all three branches, especially the KGB. Both sides were in a state of mutual disdain, or else the KGB wouldn't have had to set up a separate 7th Operations Directorate. The army feels that KGB agents are all paid to investigate everything. It's only going to be an internal reorganization, and in the eyes of the KGB, all the powers that be that are a threat to the state act as if they are going to rebel in the morning. The other two departments are pretty much the same. Everyone knows that the country must have soldiers, but they are treated as military generals, each with contempt, civilian and military incongruity. Kind of a big mess in the history of all mankind. The chief of staff shook his head and said, I think it was to take care of us, so it wasn't the manpower drawn from those three departments. As far as I can guess, the leader may be the king's eldest daughter. The king's eldest daughter? Lieutenant General Petrov was stunned for a moment, and a figure with a sinister, clear-cut appearance came to mind. Karina? Lieutenant General Petrov showed a look of reminiscence and muttered, I even hugged her when I was a child, and counting the time. She's a big girl now. He had already been working with the king and knew his children well, especially Karina. He even studied military with him for a while when he was a kid. The chief of staff nodded and smiled. Having your former student investigate you is a kindness released by the king. Ha! Lieutenant General Petrov sneered twice and said disdainfully, this king of ours can be far more frightening than you think. All of us are just pawns in his eyes. What good intentions? If it turns out that I really do have something to do with weapons dumping, he's not going to think about connections or lack thereof when he takes me out. No one in the helicopter is talking like that. Only LT. Gen. Petrov would dare to say it. The rest, even the chief of staff, did not dare to casually interject too much on top of such issues. Just, Lieutenant General Petrov rubbed his eyes, a flash of exhaustion in his expression. Let them investigate if they want to. Tell Moscow's side that if a task force must be formed, I demand that Razor be a member as well. I can't trust the rest. Ha! You can't even trust your own former students, but you trust a mercenary you haven't seen a few times. LT. General Petrov saw the chief of staff's confusion and muttered, after all, how bad can a mercenary with a taste for money be? The other side. After seeing the chief of staff leave, a lieutenant colonel officer said politely, Mr. Razor, please follow me. I'll be on my way, telling you the details of the mission. Shinfei nodded his head and led the squad members to retrieve their equipment, then rode on the troop carriers in the field hospital. The car was traveling in an unknown direction. Inside the car, the lieutenant colonel officer took out the file bag and handed it to Shinfei. Mr. Razor, this is the information of the 5 pilots. Shinfei unwrapped the dossier bag and took a copy for himself, handing the rest to Gold Coin and the others. The lieutenant colonel officer began to recount the details of the mission. The 5 pilots were on a reconnaissance mission last night when they were detected by enemy radar and the plane was destroyed. They chose to parachute. A full 24 hours have passed as of now. Gold Coin looked at the pilot's picture in his hand and asked in wonder, I don't quite understand. It's been a full day. What makes you think that they have not yet been captured by the enemy? The lieutenant colonel officer explained, on each pilot, they carry state-of-the-art positioning equipment, and although there is no way to communicate because of the battlefield shielding, there is no problem with positioning. And to prevent the enemy from tracking the signal, the locator sends its position to the tower every 5 hours. As of now, 5 signals have been transmitted, each one moving slowly, so according to our guess, they should still be alive. Send the location every so often? When Shinfei heard these words, his mind inexplicably thought of that firefight with the gang when he first joined Wagner. Gold Coin nodded, having no other questions. Siberian Wolf asked, so where was the last time their signal disappeared? Where was it? The lieutenant colonel officer pointed to the military map on the table and said, in the mall in the center of the engagement zone, where they appeared before, respectively. He marked the place where each signal appeared. In turn, with the help of these points, you can basically outline the pilot's movements. Shinfei looked at the dots on the military map, pondering, and finally said, so there are currently 3 pilots who are together. As for the remaining 2, the signal has been corrupted and the exact location cannot be found. Or is it possible that all 5 of them are together? The lieutenant colonel officer nodded. That's right, it is. Shinfei frowned and ran his finger over the sinuous and rugged track, then asked, but how do you explain it? Why aren't they fleeing from the northern side of the battlefield, instead of planning to cross the entire battlefield? 129. With both eyes open as dry belongs to yes. The crowd looked at the area where Shinfei's finger was moving, and their brows all frowned along with it. Something's not right. The location where the 5 signals appeared after the jump was basically on the north side of the battlefield, and another 10 kilometers or so to the north would take us out of the engagement area. But the 5 pilots who were captured unanimously chose to move south, and by the time the signal reappeared 5 hours later, there were 2 red dots missing. What happened in between? Doubts filled the minds of the crowd, but unfortunately because there was no way to make a call, they were doomed to not get any answers. The lieutenant colonel officer spoke up. Mr. Razor, your question has been raised by 3 other special teams. The speculation that they are more in agreement with at this point is that one of the 5 pilots may have been injured, so they had to venture into the engagement zone in search of a cure. Rather a statement. After all, to the north is the endless Caucasus Mountains, and visibility and temperature at night are very low. Professional special teams want to cross, but they also have to come with good equipment. Although the pilots were also soldiers, they certainly did not have enough experience in either wilderness survival or the equipment they carried themselves to cross the Caucasus. Going straight in would be a death sentence. No doubt. Someone getting hurt is a good explanation, but Shinfei still shook his head. No, there's still a problem in between. More questions? Everyone's gazes were focused on Shinfei's body. Even the lieutenant colonel officer was curious. Shinfei had discovered any blind spots. After all, since the pilot's accident, a lot of people have been working on the rescue. All sorts of things were discussed, including the questions raised by Shinfei, but basically it was just a judgment that someone among the pilots was injured. There are no other more possibilities. Shinfei pondered slightly and looked at his team member and asked, Gold coin, if it was us who encountered this situation, what would we do? Gold was deep in thought for a long time before he said, looking for drugs, same choice as those pilots. Shinfei asked the others again. The answers they gave were all similar to the gold coins. Curious, the lieutenant colonel officer asked, what about you, Mr. Razor? What would you do if it were you in this situation? Shinfei replied, the wounded will definitely be saved, but you must not forget that the pilots should know very well that they carry, on their person, equipment that can convey a signal every 5 hours. In this case, shouldn't we split into 2 teams? One team retreats north with the wounded, while the remaining team enters the engagement zone in search of medicine? That's the highest survival rate. Everyone in the car was struck by a thunderbolt and showed a look of sudden realization. Yeah, the scenarios they had just envisioned were all options that would only be chosen if they were isolated and helpless on the battlefield. But as a golden pilot, there is bound to be someone to save. It wasn't really smart to have the whole group venture into the engagement area at this time. Siberian Wolf thought for a moment and said, Razor, do you think there's another possibility that there are more injured? For example, 3 out of 5 are injured. In that case, there's no point in separating, only staying together and maybe surviving. Shinfei slowly nodded. The possibility you mentioned also exists, but we absolutely cannot ignore another possibility. That means all 5 pilots may have been captured. And as for those signals that appeared, the purpose was to try to trap more special teams. As of now, Shinfei hadn't carried out several missions, but he had already discovered that no mission was ever accomplished with ease, and there were almost always surprises. It's clear from this that the Ural Federation's intelligence work, it's done so poorly, and maybe it's because of their personality, too straightforward to consider any kind of intrigue. Both eyes are just dry belonging to yes. Shinfei looked at the lieutenant colonel officer and reminded, you need to tell your superiors about this possibility, so that he can consider a good response strategy. We're not the only squad on this mission, are we? They had stumbled upon the top brass of the 58th Army Group at the field hospital, and the rescue against the pilots must have begun long ago. It's just a matter of rushing into this mission. The lieutenant colonel officer nodded. That's right, there are 3 squads on search and rescue missions, the 4th with the addition of you. I'll take your idea now, and tell it to the higher-ups. He picked up the satellite phone and began to contact his superiors. The rest of the group lapsed into silence. Polando frowned. Razor, why am I getting the feeling that this mission is a trap? 2, he's really scared of the whole thing. The first escort mission. At the end of the day it was the oligarchs trying to frame Wagner and they were the chosen scapegoats. For the second time in what was originally thought to be a simple intelligence exploration mission, it turned out to be a hardcore urban exodus. Oh, now the third search and rescue mission. Originally thought to be uncomplicated. Did not expect after Shinfei's analysis. It's not easy either. It was as if it was after Shinfei joined Team 7 that the world added several difficulties to them. Levels matched up belonging to his. It's likely to be a trap at this point. Shinfei slowly nodded his head and looked at the crowd. But even if it is a trap, we still have to jump in. Otherwise, we simply don't have any other leads that will lead us to the pilot. What do you think? Goldcoin had given up thinking and voiced, all yours. Me too. Listen to you. Interesting. It seems to be more interesting than any of the missions that our 5 teams have been on before. Razor, You're really better suited to be a captain than Righteous Eye. I hear you too. 6 people expressed their own views. All listened to Shinfei. After all, present only his brain is the most useful. And after what happened at the field hospital today, anyone knows that. Razor the old boy. What an all-around talent. Their side of the deliberation had just ended when the lieutenant colonel officer's side also hung up the phone and said in a deep voice, "The chief of staff said that everything is at your disposal. 3 squads are already at the front line command, waiting for you. Gave supreme authority? That's good." Shinfei slowly nodded his head and said in a cold voice, "Brothers, the opportunity to get rich is right in front of you. After this mission, $3 million will be equally divided. All you have to do is simple, obey. Got it?" The crowd nodded again. When the lieutenant colonel officer heard this, a flash of concern flashed across his expression, and he reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Razor, when we get to the forward command headquarters later, could we trouble you to speak a little more politely? You know, the special forces have more of a temper." Shinfei nearly burst out laughing. "It's a little crazy, isn't it? Coincidence. I just love pricks. Old favorite. 130. Razor? Who? Caucasus. A military base that doesn't exist on the map. 3 pitch-black painted armed helicopters, parked in the center of the training ground, were like 3 fierce beasts, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Next to the helicopter stood a dozen or so heavily armed special forces soldiers with thick camouflage on their faces and cold eyes. They all belonged to the 58th Army Group. They are the Terex Blade, the Caucasian Falcon, and the Elbrus Guard. The member of the special squad, codenamed Golden Eagle, looked down at the military watch on his wrist and frowned. "It's been 21 minutes overtime. What the hell are those damn guys doing?" His question was also the question of all the rest of the special forces present. It was clear that the mission was to start at 9 o'clock, but they hadn't been notified of the boarding until now. Is this taking the lives of 5 pilots and making fun of them? Hey, Avalanche and Peregrine Falcon, do you two have any inside information? Golden Eagle looked to the remaining 2 squad leaders. Avalanche, a man who was only 170 tall and had a long scar over his left eye, shrugged and said, "Who knows, maybe our officer forgot about us." Peregrine Falcon's character was the most direct and lazy, taking out his communicator. He called, "This is the Earl's Brush Guard Squad. This is Captain Peregrine Falcon. May I ask how much longer before we leave? Do you want our pilots, surrounded by the enemy, to continue to be frightened?" A man's voice rang out over the communicator. "Captain Peregrine Falcon, according to orders from the higher-ups, the battle planning has to be readjusted, and it will require you to wait a little longer." Adjustment of mission planning? Wasn't the mission's execution plan discussed during the day? All 3 captains frowned slightly. After all, going deep into an enemy engagement area to rescue someone was not an easy task. If there wasn't something special going on, it wouldn't have happened at all. Peregrine pursued. "What happened?" "I'm sorry, Captain Peregrine. We don't know much more on our end. All we can tell you at the moment is that the order came directly from the Chief of Staff." The man's voice sounded again. The communication hangs up. The 3 captains glanced at each other, curious in their hearts, but none of them asked anything more. Instead, the players next to them were chatting enthusiastically among themselves. "Have you guys heard? 2 days ago, a small team infiltrated a neighboring country's Dome Hotel and brought back the deputy director of the CIA." "What? Really? How is this possible? Haven't you guys seen the news? Quinn has been escorted to Moscow and the king will hold a press conference tomorrow." "That's so cool. Who dared? A signal flag?" "It wasn't them. According to a friend of mine, it was Wagner's mercenary squad that did this." Is it so possible that a mercenary squad has this kind of strength? Special forces soldiers are different from ordinary soldiers. As professional soldiers, they have more autonomy in the barracks, such as separate dormitories and TV sets. As opposed to soldiers, their information is not as lagging. The capture of CIA Deputy Director Quinn has been the biggest news in the world for the past 2 days, and as time passes, more and more details are being picked up, causing the news to heat up. That is to say, this world does not have tubes for the time being, as well as personal social platforms like Twitter. Otherwise, the world's hot search list for the next 2 days will be dominated by this matter. The 3 captains were also listening to the team's discussion. Golden Eagle inquired, "Have you guys heard about this? Is it really the work of mercenaries?" As professionals, they put themselves in their shoes when they see similar news. If they were the ones leading the team facing this situation, could they get out in one piece? The final answer is obvious. Surrounded by so many enemy troops, it would be hard to get out 1 or 2 alive. Not to mention the fact that the person is an entire squad that successfully retreated and took with them the deputy director of intelligence of the most powerful country in the world. It's true, but it's not clear which squad it is. Avalanche analyzed. As you know, Signal Flag and Alpha sometimes claim to be mercenary squads to the public when they go on missions. I think in our country, only Alpha's A-team, along with signal flags 1 team and 2 team, are capable of accomplishing such a task. The Golden Eagle nodded slowly, agreeing with this sentiment. You guys underestimate mercenaries too much. The Peregrine Falcon's eyes held gravity as he slowly spoke. I know some insider information. The other party is indeed Wagner's squad. Their captain's code name is Razor. Razor? The crowd looked at each other with puzzlement in their expressions. Obviously none of them had heard of this code name. Just as someone tried to speak, the roar of an engine sounded in the camp. Someone's coming. All of them stood up straight and looked in the direction of the camp gate. As they watched, a troop carrier was inspected and pulled into the camp and parked in the center of the training field. The door opens. A lieutenant colonel officer, whom they all recognized, came down with a force of Wagner's mercenaries. The shoulder patches are very recognizable and can be seen from a distance. What's the situation? Wagner's mercenaries? Wasn't there just 3 squads on this mission? Why did you add another team? It can't be that we have to wait for them. That's why we've been made to wait here for such a long time. Can it? Could it be Wagner HQ's top 3 squads? No way. It's definitely not them. If it was, they wouldn't even be using standardized equipment. That's Wagner's lifeblood. Small murmurs rang out. The Golden Eagle frowned, also feeling very strange, and lowered his voice to ask, Peregrine Falcon, this squad, could it be the one you mentioned? Razor Squad? The Peregrine Falcon shook his head dryly. Impossible, not possible at all. That squad, even if it's powerful, is at most just arriving at its own base now, so how can it be that fast and be able to retake the mission? His idea is actually quite reasonable. After all, no one could imagine that Shinfei had only used less than 3 hours to cross several kilometers of minefields, and saved a squad in the middle of it. As they watched, the lieutenant colonel officer walked over, saluted, and said, 3 captains, there has been a change of plans, and the original rescue program has been cancelled in its entirety. Our new plan is to wait for the 33rd Independent Motorized Infantry Regiment to assemble and follow them deeper into the engagement zone. Then we'll find another opportunity to look for the missing pilots. What? Hearing this scenario, the 3 special squad leaders all stared wide-eyed. The Peregrine Falcon straight away couldn't help but curse. Sukuber, this is what that amateur came up with? Making so much noise, is it too much for those pilots? To die too slowly? 131, mounted belonging to Is. The lieutenant colonel officer glanced at Shinfei and said in a deep voice, Peregrine Falcon, watch how you speak. This order is the highest directive issued jointly by the group chief of staff and the commander. Are you trying to disobey the order? The Peregrine Falcon snorted coldly with a disdainful attitude. Carrying out orders is a soldier's vocation. But all the same, soldiers have the right to raise their own questions, and this is the same thing the commander told us along with the chief of staff. If I'm going to be sent to my death with my soldiers, I need a clear reason. Why did you do that? Sure enough, these special forces are pretty arrogant. The lieutenant colonel officer wanted to say something else, but Shinfei stopped him, looked straight into the Peregrine Falcon's eyes, and spoke out. The reason is simple. According to my judgment, the 5 pilots have been captured by the enemy, or at least 3 pilots, now in enemy hands. The signals they released were nothing more than a trap to lure us to our deaths. The pilot has been arrested? All of them revealed a surprised expression, and the Golden Eagle inquired, is there any proof? Shinfei replied dryly, it's just my personal speculation without any evidence. With these words, the atmosphere around them became even more gloomy. Good man, you're just a mercenary. You want us to change our plans based on your guess? Isn't this a joke? The 3 captains glanced at each other, and Avalanche, who hadn't said anything, said with an unkind expression, do you realize what such speculation costs? The plane being crashed was something everyone knew about, and the enemy must have been racking their brains to find those 5 pilots as well. If we go over there with a lot of fanfare and your judgment is off, it's the same as telling the world where those poor pilots are. Mercenary, are you trying to get our comrades killed? The lieutenant colonel officer frowned, wanting to retort, but not knowing what to say. And seriously, he was also curious to know how Razor would react if a situation like the one Avalanche was talking about occurred. Shinfei's expression remained calm, as if he had already chatted about the fact that someone would ask this, and he replied dryly, the risk you mentioned certainly exists, but even if the pilot falls into the hands of the enemy, it's no big deal. Just get them out of the hands of the enemy. Again, Suka is not listed? Ha! The room was instantly silent after these words. Everyone's gazes, almost at the same time, fell on Shinfei's face. That's crazy. What kind of strength does one have to be able to say something like that? This guy, do you really think the enemy's prison is your backyard? Saving lives is that simple? Shinfei knew what they were thinking, but didn't give them a chance to speak again, and said in a cold voice, the plan has been finalized, and I've finished explaining what should be explained. You can opt out of the mission. That's your freedom, but if you choose to continue the mission, you must obey my orders unconditionally. and that will never change, no matter who you are. Oh, the three captains were on the verge of laughing. Not buddy, even if you were a signal flag, or from the KGB's 7th Operations Directorate, you wouldn't be able to be this crazy in front of their 58th Group Army elite, would you? Not to mention, you're nothing but a Wagnerian mercenary. Peregrine Falcon clenched his fists, already unable to resist the urge to try out this so-called mercenary squad's accomplishments. Barracks. At the end of the day, it's all about strength. The rest of the Special Forces soldiers, too, were staring at Shinfei with a gawking look. In him they felt humiliation. The Golden Eagle was considered the calmest of the three, reaching out to stop the Peregrine Falcon and Avalanche, looking Shinfei up and down, inquiring, "Who are you, and why should we trust you?" Shinfei gave his codename, Razor, Wagner Petersburg Division, captain of Team 7. Razor? Razor? Upon hearing this code name, all three captains were stunned. As for those special forces behind him, there wasn't much of a reaction. Peregrine Falcon frowned and asked, You're the one who captured CIA Deputy Director Quinn, Razor?" Shinfei nodded slowly, his face expressionless. Instead, it was Gold Coin and Palando, and the Siberian wolf's head, which was slightly erected, mounted belongs to is, and behind the group of special forces, but also finally is aware of. In front of this squad in the end, what is the way? What? He's the mercenary squad leader who captured Quinn? How can that be? The news broke just a few days ago. Counting the time, they should have just come back. On another mission? My god, no wonder he's so wild. So young? Or Asian? How the hell did he do that? If it's him, I think he has a program that should be worth thinking about. The role of strength was on full display at this moment. Because Shinfei had done things that no one else could do, he became more authoritative, at least in the military field. Even his previous seemingly outrageous offer seemed to make sense. The Peregrine Falcon's attitude was instantly amicable as he inquired, "Mr. Razor, even if the pilots fall into the hands of the enemy, you're sure you can get them back?" Shinfei nodded slowly. "I believe you." The Peregrine Falcon gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Caucasian Falcon." A few snapped behind them, all standing up straight. Peregrine Falcon looked into Shinfei's eyes and continued, "From now on, including me, everyone listens to Razor's orders." Yes, the rest of them straightened up and answered together, with a great deal of energy. Seeing this, the remaining two Special Forces captains both made the same choice as Peregrine Falcon. The lieutenant colonel officer heaved a sigh of relief, and inwardly felt amused. It used to be the worst dealing with Special Forces. These guys were like Siberian wolves, always baring their teeth and high-minded. But take a look today. It's easy to get along with. It's no trouble at all. Sure, he also knew very well that it was because Shinfei had already shown his strength. Otherwise it was actually quite a struggle to simply want to press them with orders. Hooray! There was no fight. The lieutenant colonel officer cleared his throat and began to give orders. In 3 hours, the Caucasian Falcons, Terex Blade, and the Elbrus Guards plus Wagner 7, following the main force, will be on a rescue mission. Razor Davares, you will be the overall commander of this operation with the chief captain. Hard work. Davares? Shinfei froze for a moment when he heard this appellation. Then a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he returned a military salute. "Let your chief of staff and commander rest assured. For the love of money and Allah, I'll bring you back the pilot." 132. The real war has begun. 2 hours later, the moon was high in the sky. 219 heights. It was the highest peak near the belligerent city, under the de facto control of the Ural Federation. The vast majority of the artillery positions were all deployed on this peak. At this point, 33rd Independent Motorized Infantry Regiment, all assembled. Nearly 2,000 heavily armed soldiers stood silently in the middle of the jungle, giving a very strong sense of oppression. It was the first time Shinfei had seen so many regular soldiers. Have to say, the military deserves to be the pinnacle of violent institutions created by man. Even if so many people didn't speak, just standing there with expressionless faces was enough to make the vast majority of people feel chilled. Siberian Wolf lamented, "Razor, after this mission, I wonder how many of them will come back alive. It's all on you." What a heavy burden. Shinfei used to be a loner, and even if he encountered the most dangerous situation, he only had to be responsible for a few people. But today, an entire regiment of the 58th Group, the most elite army of the Ural Federation, fainted for him. It would be impossible to say that there wasn't a little bit of stress. Shinfei looked at the soldiers in the distance, and also couldn't help but lament. "Before, I hadn't felt that those chiefs of staff, or commanders were anything great. It's only now that I realize that it's really no ordinary person who can command so many people in combat. Give the order to go." Siberian Wolf nodded his head and told Shinfei's order to the head of the Independent Motorized Infantry Regiment. The regimental commander gave the official order. The nearly 2 000 soldiers were like a huge war machine that began to function in an organized manner. In the meantime, the artillery battalion, distant fire battalion, helicopter formation, and fighter formation in charge of support all began to move as well. Before Shinfei and the others could enter the engaged city, the artillery fire had already begun to wash the ground in advance. Boom, 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 boom. Under the shroud of night, the city in the belligerent zone erupted with the sound of one intense explosion after another, and a ball of flames created by the explosions. The far fire is not over yet. 18 TUS 19 152mm self-propelled howitzers and 18 BM 27 Grad 122mm multiple rocket launchers formed a fire network and started another round of bombardment. It was just an explosion. Now it's precision demolition by blasting. A skyscraper that was already crumbling and full of holes came crashing down, sending up a cloud of dust. In a split second, the entire city seemed to be covered in a thick fog created by the explosion. Shinfei's first feeling was that, the power of man. Has it gotten so horrible that it's like this? I used to watch TV shows, or see explosions in some movies, and didn't feel much at all. But today, when he really experienced, firsthand, what it meant to be washed by artillery fire, smelling the burning, charred odor in the air, and feeling the slight trembling of the ground, all gave him the illusion that the end of the world was imminent. And that's just the rockets and howitzers. What is the extent of the terror of the ICBMs and nuclear bombs, the real weapons of the countries? And Shinfei was really skeptical that, after all this time, bombing day and night, is there really any enemy left in the engagement zone? With Shinfei's rambling thoughts, the entire large army smoothly entered the middle of the city. At the forefront of the advance were 1592 main battle tanks. They were like beasts of steel, easily crushing obstacles and debris on the ground, including the bodies of those enemy troops that they couldn't take away in time. As if whatever it is that, under the wheels of a tank, it all goes from 3 dimensions to 2. Infantry tank coordination was very advanced in this era, but they didn't have that many tanks. So following the tanks, responsible for covering the large force, dozens of Tiger armored vehicles fitted with thick reflective armor. There were no extra soldiers on the vehicle except for 3 posts manning heavy machine guns. It's not the load-bearing capacity. Rather, it was clear to everyone that these cars would be prime targets for the enemy, and sitting on them was not a good thing. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The hordes kept pushing forward for a distance of almost 5 kilometers, but did not encounter any resistance. Nope, I should say that I haven't encountered any. Something alive, neither animals nor enemies. Under the shroud of night plus thick fog, Shinfei and the others were like walking on a silent mountain in the middle of nowhere. Only the corpses of their enemies that appeared at their feet from time to time were a silent reminder that this place wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. Shinfei became more and more nervous the further he walked. His heartbeat was accelerating, but the skill of killing intent resonance, which only has a very small area, is simply a magic bullet to use to beat CQB. But on a real battlefield, it's simply not enough. Gold Coin was closest to Shinfei and saw his unnaturalness and said with a smile, "Razor, do you know how I felt when I first saw you?" Shinfei shook his head. "From you, I felt the most primal human desire to kill." Gold Coin face reminisced and said, "That was when I told them that the most would grow into the top mercenary. I just didn't expect. Even if I already thought highly of you, I still underestimated you in the end. Speaking of which, I think it's your first time on the battlefield, right?" Is Shinfei's first time on the battlefield? The surrounding special forces who heard this, including Siberian Wolf, all froze. They all know just a little bit about Razor's experience. In their opinion, to be able to lead a squad out of a place like the Dome Hotel alive, you should have a lot of battlefield experience, right? Shinfei slowly nodded his head and didn't hide anything. "Yes, the first time I went to the battlefield. I'm still a bit nervous. The first time I went into battle, I was with Righteous Eye," Gold Coin said with a bitter smile. "I even nearly peed my pants at that time. Righteous Eyes told me that there are only 2 kinds of people who go to war and survive: fools who are favored by fate." Speaking here, Gold Coin stopped and looked straight into Shinfei's eyes. His fingertip lingered at the heart position, and said in a cold voice, "There is another kind, the wolves that always remain hungry. They are the dominant players on the battlefield, the augurs that soar above the smoke." "Razor, I'm not the augur that Righteous Eyes says I am, but I've always believed that you must be. We all trust you, unconditionally. Fate has favored the stupid, or the wolf who is always hungry? It's what the prosthetic eye can say." The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a miserable talkative smile as he muttered, "Gold Coin, has anyone ever said that you're suitable to be a political commissar?" Gold shrugged and retorted, "No, I think I'm better suited to be a writer." Here we go again. Polando couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Gold Coin, I advise you to give up this unrealistic dream." Gold Coin was just about to dislike them back when suddenly there was a violent explosion in front of them, followed by Soldiers' screams rang out. 12 o'clock. Receive the enemy. Unlimited number of men. With one-man bazooka. The real war. It's coming. Click. Shinfei dryly pulled the bolt and yelled lowly. Avalanche squad on the left. Golden Eagle squad on the right. Peregrine Falcon, lead the team to follow me. As fast as you can. Break through. 133. That's what's ING called a battlefield micromanagement master. Hearing Shinfei's order, the three squads quickly began to move. The main battlefield wasn't really the main stage for the special squads, but in the case of meeting the enemy head-on, they still showed strength that far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. The squad led by Avalanche moved quickly toward the left-hand side, in a one-word column formation, using the cover on the battlefield to move forward quickly. The Golden Eagle squad on the right, on the other hand, fanned out. There are no advantages or disadvantages to the two formations. It's purely a way of picking the players based on their characteristics. There is a better understanding of each other, and the fan shape works best. If the team members have excellent shooting skills, then a single column is more likely to increase the speed of the advance. Shinfei borrowed the armored car as a cover and said as he advanced, "We'll be in a group of 3, and Gold Coin and Trigger will be in a group with me. Red Rose, Siberian Wolf, Trigger Group, Gambler. You pick 2 of the smooth ones in the Peregrine Falcon squad." The Gambler nodded heavily and looked back at the Peregrine Falcon squad, pointing to the 2 more compliant ones and said, "You too, follow me. Peregrine Falcon, you take the rest of the men for backup support. I'm a regular special forces soldier, serving as support for a bunch of you mercenaries." If it was any other time, the Peregrine Falcon would have protested, but since the one leading the team was Shinfei, he was eager to see what kind of magic this guy had. The detachment is complete, and, breaking away from the main body, the squad begins to advance rapidly. If one looked down from a high altitude, the 4 squads formed an inverted V formation, like a sharp knife, plunging straight into the battlefield. The Siberian Wolf led the way at the front of the pack. At first no enemies were encountered. Once they outpaced the large group, their surroundings suddenly became unusually menacing. Bang, bang, bullets whizzed past their ears. But because of the fog, both sides probably had to be within 10 meters of each other before they could see each other. The surrounding debris, any location, any unassuming corner could be poking out a deadly gun. Look out! Shinfei pulled the gold coins with one hand, raised the assault rifle with one hand, and pulled the trigger at the wall of a ruined building. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired in the same area with precision and continuity, followed by an enemy, shot in the head, dropping out of a nearby window. Gold Coin and Palando had seen it all before and pushed forward normally, but for the rest of the special forces who saw this scene, they were all wide-eyed. They swore. He himself had not been in the position of the bunker just now and had seen any enemy, and no sound was heard. None of the enemies seemed to have any intention of firing, but in this situation, how did Shinfei see the other party? Hazard perception? Sixth sense? They did hear of similar instincts, and some veteran special forces would conclude whether or not their surroundings were dangerous based on their body's reactions. However, it was the first time to see one as precise as Shinfei. However, this is not the time to discuss that. The squad advanced quickly and soon came to the edge of an abandoned square. There were ruins all around, and the enemy was very numerous. In the darkness, those that are not fitted with a muzzle deflagrator are extra conspicuous when fired. Siberian Wolf found cover and hid. Turning back, Razor, there's heavy enemy fire in the square, an unknown number of enemies, and it's impossible to get around the side. What do we do? The rest of the men found places to hide, now and then firing back in the direction of the gunshots that rang out. In this case, accuracy is not even considered, and it's the same reason why modified assault rifles aren't used on the battlefield. This environment, a so-called good gun is never as practical as a standardized piece of equipment that can be replenished with ammunition in the first place. You wait here, Gold, Palando, follow me. Shinfei gave the order, and then slowly moved towards the square under the cover of the night. This place used to be supposed to be a large superstore, with tall buildings and all kinds of billboards hanging on the walls. You can tell that it should have been very prosperous before the war. Shinfei lowered his voice and said, "Gold coins, Palando, don't shoot yet. Follow me around the circle slowly." The 2 men nodded heavily. Shinfei advanced along the broken walls of the remnants of the eaves, and at this time, the killing intent resonance skill, once again, played a very good effect. The enemies within the walls around him all appeared in his mind. While Shinfei recorded the location himself, he would also tell the location of the enemy's heavy fire point to Gold Coin and Palando. While they were conducting battlefield probes, a large force of regiments had arrived. Thousands of fights broke out. The entire square was filled with gunfire and explosions. The burning fires, coupled with the rising flares, made the whole area as bright as day. After about half an hour, Shinfei had basically finished detecting the surrounding fire points. When word of such speed gets out, it will definitely be called a military miracle, by military scientists all over the world. But here in the system, it's nothing more than basic operations. Shinfei found a place to hide, pressed the communication headset, and said in a deep voice, "I'm Razor. The entire regiment is now under my command. Everyone in 1st Battalion attack the building at 9 o'clock with full force. Everyone in the 2nd Battalion will meander and outflank the rear door of the building. And when the rest of the 2 battalions have rushed in, the 3rd Battalion will give me a riveting charge forward, aiming for the building at your 12 o'clock. Don't worry, there aren't many enemies. I'll be making micro-maneuvers and adjustments next, and any troops that hear my orders must carry them out immediately." An order was given, with precision, to the regimental command post. Seriously, Shinfei's command was so amateurish that it even gave the regimental commander and the regimental chief of staff the feeling that they were playing a game. But they don't have the condescension that comes with special forces. For them who had received dead orders, Shinfei's order was equivalent to the commander's order, not to mention letting them attack in batches. Even if they were told to kill themselves, it wouldn't be much of a crapshoot. After the order was given, all 3 battalions of soldiers moved. After less than 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion smoothly rushed into the building Shinfei had mentioned. The 3rd Battalion followed suit and began to charge. Then everyone was shocked to find out, surprisingly, everything is exactly as Shinfei said it would be. Enemy locations, enemy heavy fire points, and enemy numbers. It's alright, good man. This is a dynamic battlefield, and the enemies are all living, moving people. In this situation, even if the enemy commander is your own son, he's not so cooperative, is he? It went so well, it almost completely overturned their imagination of alleyway warfare. It wasn't a deal. What about the highest death rate and most brutal of the alley battles? It's a complete one-sided hanging. What's it called? That's what you call a master of battlefield micromanagement. 134. Come back alive. Thanks to Shinfei's excellent battlefield control, the entire encounter had taken less than 2 hours to declare. While there were casualties in the larger force, the enemies suffered more. Most importantly, originally, many of the soldiers who fought in the war were naturally intimidated when faced with fighting Chechnya in a street battle. After all, in previous encounters, the Chechens were notorious for their madness, desperation and cruelty. Captured alive by them, they usually end up being made into swine. Even to achieve the effect of deterring their enemies, they would kill living people for their meat and also record it on camera for wide publicity. But today, they overcame them in a devastating manner when it was obvious that the enemy had prepared well in advance. No exaggeration. This encounter, if filmed, would definitely serve as the pinnacle template for urban combat. Golden Eagle couldn't help but say in his headset, "Razor, forgive us for being rude to you before." Convinced, really convinced, you're practically a battlefield artist. The rest of the group's voices of heartfelt admiration also rang out over the crowd's contact channels. Razor, how on earth did you manage to gather the entire war's information in less than 20 minutes? This is too much. Seriously, you really shouldn't be a mercenary. Razor, interested in coming to our 58th group? You're always welcome in our squad, and you'll be the captain when you come. Oh, you guys don't fool yourselves. With the level of people Razor, I'm afraid that the people who have invited him are existences we can't even imagine. And since they're still working as mercenaries, that means there's a reason of their own. After a brief respite, the army was able to continue on its way. After advancing for about 4 or 5 more hours and experiencing 3 encounters, they finally arrived at the hinterland of the belligerent city. That's where the surviving pilot's signal appeared. At this point, the sky had gradually brightened up, but because of the thick fog in the ruined city, visibility was still very low. Shinfei took a deep breath, stopped, and inquired through his headset, "Chief, how are the casualties on your side?" A night's hasty march. It's nothing for the special forces, but it's really not easy for those ordinary regular army units. And they had to take care of the wounded, and they had to keep up the pace of the march, and it was very testing. The slightly tired voice of the regimental commander rang out. "Razor, I've just finished counting. 219 wounded, 418 killed in action, and those who are still fighting, around 1,100, but rest assured, we're still hanging in there." Typically, a unit with a casualty rate of more than 30% that didn't flee is considered elite. Instead, not being an elite unit, they now have a casualty rate of over 45%, but have not yet appeared to be routed. Perhaps because he knew what Shinfei was thinking, the headmaster's voice sounded once again. "Razor, the brothers have been holding back for too long. Our casualties tonight have been high, but what we have accomplished is just as unprecedented. Just don't worry, we won't let you down." Indeed, this was something that Shinfei could see when he looked at those soldiers. Though equally weary, but being scared out of your wits by the enemy and chasing after them are two completely different concepts. I believe you, but now that visibility is increasing, so is the level of danger for the brigade. Shinfei glanced at the gradually dissipating fog and checked the military map on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, "You guys will station yourselves in the tall building 500 meters in front of you, and we'll walk the rest of the way there ourselves. Remember, never strike without my orders. Save your strength, it may come in handy." After giving the order to the large troop, Shinfei also called the captains of the 3 special forces squads to come together. "The next 5 kilometers, we need to walk over by ourselves." After this night's tossing and turning, and the feints of the other troops, there is now fighting everywhere throughout the belligerent cities. The more chaos, the better for us. We need to get to the pilot's hideout as fast as we can. Can you do that? The Golden Eagle wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, Razor. Although you're very powerful, we're not made of clay either." The remaining 2 captains, nodded heavily. "Well, I'll cut the crap. We have to scramble now. Depart." Shinfei changed into a new magazine and commanded the 4 squads to once again make a hasty march across the battlefield. Because of getting rid of the large troop, this time their speed, faster than before, took less than half an hour before they had reached the area where the pilot was hiding. Shinfei and the others hid in an abandoned building that could collapse at any time. He took out his binoculars and pointed to a few hundred meters away, an office building with more than 30 floors, and said, "There's a good chance that's where the 3 pilots are hiding. Sure, it's also possible that the building is full of soldiers hiding in enemy ambushes. What do you have to say?" Peregrine Falcon took a bite of his compressed dry rations and said in a cold voice, "Razor, just give the order. We'll do whatever you say." The rest of them were of the same opinion. Barak's strength is king. Shinfei had already used his strength to prove that he was the king here. He thought for a moment and said, "The first order of business is to figure out what's going on in the building. There's too much visibility right now for a large force to move in." "So be it." Siberian Wolf and the 3 special forces captains followed me, and together we went in to explore the situation. If the pilots are in there, we'll get them out. But if it's all ambush inside, then at least there's someone on the outside to look out for them. If that's okay with you guys, then we'll take a 15-minute break and get started. The crowd was fine with that, and after nodding their heads, they began to rest utilizing their own ways. Some people eat compressed military rations, someone's bagging guns, others closed their eyes in fake sleep. But no matter what everyone did, it was very quiet, and none of them made any unnecessary noise, because it's clear to everyone that this next battle is the key to the mission, success or failure. It's all about the moment. Shinfei didn't rest, but was studying the structural diagram of the building. The chart was given to him by the 58th Army Group, and it wasn't too accurate, but it was better than nothing. Soon, the 15-minute break is over. Shinfei collected all his things and took the lead to get up, and the rest of the people followed him. Gold handed over the assault rifle he was using. "Razor, 9 magazines total, plus I got you an extra barrel. Come back alive." Shinfei took the gun and nodded slowly, turning his head to look at the 3 captains and the Siberian Wolf. "Are you all ready?" The 3 nodded. "Then let's go." Shinfei didn't say anything, quickly descended the stairs, walked through the burning alley, and entered the target building very smoothly all the way. The first floor is where the lobby is located, and on the floor are scattered all kinds of documents, furniture, and some luggage and clothes that were too late to take away. Being able to see that the people who were in the city in the first place should have evacuated the city in a very urgent situation as well. Shinfei took a calm and steady step, raising his gun and moving a little bit towards the upper floors, while whispering, "The distance should be enough for communication." Siberian Wolf. Attempt to establish communications with the pilot. Roger. Siberian Wolf quickly adjusted his carry-on radio to the classified radio reserved for pilots of the Urals Federation. Such stations have a very small transmission range of less than 1 kilometer. The advantage is that it is very stealthy because of the small distance. The radio had just been tuned in, and before they had a chance to call in, they heard a faint voice on the radio. "This is Ural Federation Pilot 11293. Do you read me? Do you read me? We are in a very dangerous situation. Help! Help! 135. I knew there was a trap." Hearing the voice coming from the radio, Shinfei's brows unconsciously wrinkled. "That smooth? No ambush? Was it all in my head? That's a possibility. After all, the previous missions were all too uneventful. Also, how can people be unlucky all their lives?" Shinfei took a deep breath and whispered, "Siberian Wolf, determine the pilot's position." Siberian Wolf nodded, pressed the intercom button, and took a deep breath. "Red Alliance." The radio station went silent, only the sound of electricity echoing. It was now a little after 7 in the morning, and the sun was rising, dappling the sunlight into the rotten building and leaving a streak of light on the floor. After about 5 or 6 seconds, a faint voice once again sounded on the radio. "A great and ardent time of fiery red. Davaris, where are you? Please help us. Siberian Wolf nodded. Razor, the code word is correct. Since the code word was correct, there was nothing more to say. Shinfei signaled him to ask the other party's detailed location. The answer was, they are currently trapped in room 1829 on the 18th floor and there are currently 3 of them. This was the same as what Shinfei had thought before. 5 pilots, not together. Hanging up the communication, Shinfei said in a low voice, although the identity of the pilot has been confirmed, we can't be careless yet. I always felt something wasn't quite right. Too smooth? Peregrine asked rhetorically. Shinfei nodded. Golden Eagle, Razor, I don't know what kind of accidents you've had on your previous missions, but the truth is that a lot of the time, things aren't as complicated as you think. Maybe. Shinfei picked up his assault rifle and waved his hand. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to jump in first. It's just a matter of everyone playing their hearts out. A few people nodded slowly, not lingering too long, and started up the stairs. Along the way, Shinfei was all focused on the killing intent resonance skill, preventing any tricky mines or ambushes that might appear halfway down the road. But there was no danger until they reached the 18th floor. Shinfei peered out through the window at the end of the corridor. There was a lot of fighting going on in the area of the engagement, with gunshots ringing out from all directions as the two sides were grabbing building after building. The battle was very close, but in the streets beyond the bunker, it was very quiet. The armored cars and tanks and other large machinery that roared in the night seemed to have disappeared en masse. Shinfei knows that. Those devices didn't disappear, but both sides had a good understanding to hide them. It's daytime. After all, those battlefield sharpshooters are as fragile as a piece of paper in front of an anti-material sniper rifle. The slightest misstep could result in a roll call. The layout of the 18th floor is very much like a hotel, with one house next to another. The Golden Eagle inquired. Razor, want to clean up first? Because of Shinfei's attitude, everyone was nervous, and even though they didn't see any danger on the surface, they didn't let their guard down. No need. Shinfei shook his head dryly. My hearing is very good. As long as I pass by the doorway of the room, if there is anyone inside, I can probably hear it. Still, if anyone else had said such a thing, the crowd would have been unimpressed. But on the contrary, the one who said this was Shinfei, and the credibility became high. After all, in those previous encounters, everyone had seen Shinfei's ability to collect battlefield information. The crowd stopped at the door of room 1829, and Shinfei used the killing intent resonance skill to check that there were indeed only 3 people in the room. He whispered, Siberian Wolf, knock. It's better if I do it. How can we let our guest do something so dangerous? Peregrine Falcon wanted to do it for him. The Siberian Wolf, half of his body pressed against the wall to make sure he was in the dead center of the room's view, muttered, forget it, I'll do it. Who made my pension higher than yours? Snap, snap. He knocked on the door of the room. The remaining 3 captains were stunned, not understanding what Siberian Wolf meant by that. You're a mercenary and your pension will be higher than our special forces? Unfortunately, what they don't realize is that what stood before them was no ordinary mercenary, but a member of the most mysterious organization in the Urals Federation. Cluck! The door to the room was slowly opened, and a ragged pilot, dressed in a pilot's uniform, with a pistol in his hand, appeared before their eyes. Shinfei had seen the other party's information in the mission briefing. That's right, it's a pilot from the Ural Federation. Is it really going that well? Siberian Wolf took the initiative and spoke. Davaris, we're here to rescue you. How are you doing? The pilot was obviously terrified and still had a panic look on his face. 2 people are injured. The situation is bad. You guys come in first. The door to the room opened. In the messy living room lay the 2 pilots, all covered in blood that had dried. One is awake. The other has his eyes closed and doesn't know if he's alive or dead. The pilot looked at the squad in the doorway with relief. You guys can count on it. If it had been a little later, it could have been both of them. Do you carry drugs? None of the 4 of them were sanitarians, and they only had first aid kits with them. A little, but not much. I'll check their injuries first. Shinfei walked to the side of the 2 injured, squatted down, and carefully examined the wounds on their bodies. There's nothing wrong with it. It was indeed a fresh wound, and there was no disguise on the face. The coma was a little more serious because of the loss of blood and the inflammation of the wound, which led to a high fever. The awake one is not a big problem, just a sprained ankle. Siberian Wolf inquired. Razor, should we call Palando and the others? The 3 special squad leaders, who were checking in with the surviving pilots, were about 5 or 6 meters away. Talking in a low voice will make sure they can't hear you. Shinfei said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. You go and meet up with our people and tell them not to show themselves yet. Remember, never show up without my orders, dangerous or not. The minimum precautions are still necessary. Siberian Wolf nodded slowly and pressed his radio to try and contact the people outside, but realized that he couldn't get any signal at all. He whispered, Razor, no signal. No signal? Shinfei frowned and tried with his own walkie-talkie, and sure enough, he was unable to make contact. It was fine just now. Nope. 3 pilots have problems. Just at the moment Shinfei was certain of this, 20 to 30 killing intent targeting them suddenly surged nearby, instantly causing the sweaty hairs on his back to stand up. Asterisk. In. Careless, there's an ambush. And, the opponents are by no means ordinary soldiers, because they know how to hide their killing intent. Shinfei turned around without hesitation and pulled the trigger on the pilot who was communicating with the peregrine falcon. Bang! His head suddenly burst without warning and blood popped all over the room. 136. Death to the Taoist, not to the poor. Although Shinfei possessed the killing intent resonance skill, he didn't know how to hide his killing aura. And, all the enemies he had encountered in the battlefield during this period of time, there wasn't a single one that knew how to hide their killing intent either. The only person he can't see through may be the KGB legend, Victor the Grey Wolf. It was also because of his existence that Shinfei had always firmly believed that he could not completely rely on the killing intent resonance, because the probability was that he would definitely be able to run into top-notch mercenaries, or special forces in the future. Hiding a kill might not be that difficult for that gang, but he never dreamed that the crossover would be so quick and come so many at once. Something's wrong. 12 out of 10,000 is not right. Saying that Chechnya was ruthless and heartless enough, that Shinfei recognized, but to say that they possessed so many top-notch special forces, this was something Shinfei held skepticism about. If that's the case, the outcome of the First Chechen War should have been even more tragic. Then say, those guys out there aren't Chechen special forces? And who are they? Razor, what are you doing? Why did you kill the pilot? Peregrine Falcon questioned angrily, not bothering to wipe the blood from his face. Shinfei's thoughts were pulled back to reality, and then he saw that the red dots on the killing intent resonance had all disappeared. But, with his hearing enhanced by the system, he was able to hear very subtle footsteps. They're coming. There's no time to explain. There's no time to say so much. If you want to live, someone has to die. Shinfei gritted his teeth, raised his head violently, and said in a low voice, Peregrine Falcon, Golden Eagle, Avalanche, there's an enemy coming from outside. You guys go and check the situation. Be careful. Everyone in the room, their brows were tightly furrowed, and no one knew what was wrong with Shinfei. Suddenly, he's up and killing people, and all of a sudden you're saying something about being in danger? Siberian Wolf was just about to say, why don't we just follow the usual practice of letting himself check out the situation? But just as he was about to speak, his afterglow saw Shinfei's eyes instantly become dark and deep, a strong sense of oppression, hard to let him out of the half-said words, and swallowed back. The 3 captains looked at each other with puzzled expressions, but still chose to carry out the order. Good. Razor, you guys be safe. Go. The 3 captains, heavily armed and alert, walked toward the door of the room. Wait a minute. Shinfei couldn't help but speak out. The 3 stopped, but no one turned back, leaving Shinfei with only 3 resolute backs. Be careful, Shinfei reminded. The people outside should be a top-tier special. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, loud gunshots suddenly came from the corridor. Countless bullets easily pierced through the wooden boards and shot into the room. While colliding with the walls, they began to rebound rapidly. Good thing, with Shinfei's advance reminder, the 3 squad leaders quickly dispersed, hiding in the wall positions on both sides of the room door at the first opportunity. This is the hourglass area of death in CQB, but again, the best area to defend for the defense. The Siberian Wolf originally subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide as well, but before he could make a move, he felt his body being pulled by a huge force and crashed hard through the glass. It was only after he turned his head back that he realized that it was Shinfei who was dragging him. So strong. He really couldn't figure out how Shinfei's skinny body like that could have so much strength. The 2 men were at this point in time, outside the wall, at the outside of the air conditioner, dozens of meters from the ground. A gust of wind blew. The air conditioning unit shook, at any time the possibility of collapse. Meanwhile, the gunshots rang out once more. Fighting had already begun in the room, and the enemy seemed intent on making quick work of it, with a very high density of gunfire. Masters. Top-notch masters. Shinfei now had no doubt that what they had encountered must be the world's top-ranked special forces. But why? Why would you encounter this level of special forces in the mediocre battlefield of Chechnya, which is not yet the main battlefield? No one could answer Shinfei's question. In fact, he didn't even have a chance to ask it. Siberian Wolf, jump down and don't look back. Hurry! Shinfei felt unprecedentedly tense. Obviously there was no strenuous activity, but his breathing had become ragged and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. It's a good thing Siberian wolves are pretty reliable when it counts. He nodded heavily while he began to jump to the next outside air conditioning unit. Shinfei followed him. The 2 moved quickly down one of the outside air conditioning units as if they were acrobats. having just jumped 3 air conditioner outboards. A brilliant red dot flashed in Shinfei's mind. Here comes the kill. Over his head, Shinfei grasped the air conditioner's external unit with one hand. The lower half of his body was all hanging in mid-air, relying on the entire external unit as a cover, and then raised his head, aiming at the direction where the red dot was, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Shots rang out on both sides almost simultaneously. The enemy bullets all hit the top of the air conditioning unit, and 2 of them even flew past Shinfei's ear. Both sides were hundreds of meters away in a straight line at this point. It follows that, not only does the opponent know how to hide his killing intent, but his marksmanship is also top-notch. Fortunately, even for people like them, the moment they fired the gun, they would reveal a brief moment of killing intent that would be captured by the system. More fortunately, Shinfei possessed shooting skills that surpassed the world's best. So, the other guy missed him. But a precise hit on the enemy's brow. The body poured out of the window opening and flew downward. There was a moment when Shinfei saw the enemy's face, the expression of doubt and shock. Perhaps he couldn't figure out why just a small team of mercenaries would possess such strength. Meanwhile, Shinfei also noticed the logo on the other party's shoulder and the striking star-spangled banner pattern. America. They are the Special Forces of the United States of America. The sign. In the center of the U-shaped black ribbon was a victory dagger, and in front of it, 2 sharp arrows crossed each other in an X pattern. Before Shinfei had time to speak, Siberian Wolf's shocked voice rang out. Green Beret. Razor, they are the United States of America. Green Beret Special Forces. Damn, we're in big trouble. 137. The real game between the great powers. Green Beret Special Forces. United States of America. They didn't even change the logo on them. Still wearing the coat of arms. And that's how you got involved in the Second Chechen War? If this had happened in a previous life as well, there's absolutely no way it wouldn't have been reported. That is to say, it's because of Intelligence Director Quinn coming at me? But one has only captured Quinn a few days in the past and has just decided to enter the war. And they can target and set traps for themselves? Shinfei figured out some of the problems, but more mysteries came to him. But these are things that can't be figured out in the heat of the moment. Run away first. With this thought, Shinfei quickly released his hand and precisely picked the next air conditioner outside unit. Run! It's our only chance, Shinfei yelled at the Siberian Wolf, and the other party gritted its teeth and quickly began to continue fleeing. The high floors are equipped with external air conditioning units, but by the time you get to about the 5th floor, the walls become empty, with no lending hand. The point was that the enemies overhead all poked their heads out and swept wildly at their position. Bullets whistled in their ears and several times they came close to hitting them. One can only bet on it. Shinfei stepped on the glass of the 5th floor window and jumped in with a long leap. Siberian Wolf followed close behind, following to the 5th floor corridor. Run downstairs and take the elevator shaft. Shinfei didn't explain the reason for doing so, and after finding the elevator, he pried open the door and looked up. The elevator car was on the 10th floor, with the blackened shaft hole below, and the stairs used for maintenance. Shinfei climbed down the stairs. The Siberian Wolf was a close second. Not daring to lose time, the two fled all the way to the basement parking lot before burrowing out. The underground parking lot was dark and shadowy because of the lack of lighting. Instead, there were a lot of parked cars, but because of the war, the roads have all been badly damaged and are in no condition for driving. The two of them crept along, walking alone in an environment where they couldn't see a thing. Although he had tried to soften the sound of his footsteps and breathing, it was still very harsh in this environment. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any enemies in the underground parking lot, but, through the ventilation fan the two noticed that there were many heavily armed soldiers standing at the entrance position of the underground parking lot. 2 more locations were changed for observation and it was found to be similar everywhere else. They're surrounded. Razor. Siberian Wolf frowned tightly. Shut up. Shinfei scolded him and pried open the door of a nearby SUV while sitting in it. Siberian Wolf followed into the car. After waiting to close the car door, Shinfei fiddled with the car's power supply with the radio and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say? Say it." Siberian Wolf frowned and asked, "What should we do? Can we still escape?" "Why? Green Beret Special Forces Squad will appear on the battlefield of Chechnya. Is it difficult to be the United States of America entered the war? This can't be right. The international community will not allow the United States of America to do this, and our king will not allow this to happen." Shinfei could understand his thoughts. As much as the Ural Federation fights Chechnya and the neighboring countries, it is still a fight between two sovereign states. A third country that gets involved in a war is a completely different story. If the Uralic Confederation is pushed to the brink, it may not be afraid to go to war with the United States of America. Even if the king didn't want it, the people wouldn't agree. This battle, then, could be the beginning of World War III. Even the United States of America, the current world hegemon, doesn't want to see that happen. because once there's a full-scale war with the Ural Federation, they can win, but they'll also set the country back decades. It's not certain who the world dominator will be by then. The United States of America just wants to use its hegemony to make money around the world. Playing with their lives is not something they want to do. Not to mention, everyone had the great killing weapon of heaven and earth in their hands, and it was even more unlikely that they would tear their faces off and engage in a war. Shinfei wiped the sweat stains on his face with the back of his hand. The movement in his hand didn't stop, and said in a deep voice, "The United States of America will not enter the war. They should be searching the battlefield with the intent of rescuing Deputy Quinn. Now I even suspect that Quinn was intentionally captured by us in order to send troops to the United States of America. Find a proper reason. He doesn't want to complicate things, but the situation that had now arisen left him no choice but to think deeply. And if it's a full set to begin with, then the United States of America is so aware that he will be involved in the pilot rescue mission. After all, he's improvising. The problem wouldn't be with Gold Coin and the others, so the only place they could get this information would be when Shinfei accepted the mission. Not many people were there. Chief of Staff of the 58th Army Group, Commander, a few senior leaders, a few military doctors, and the Lieutenant Colonel? If there are undercover agents in the United States of America, they must be among these people. Nope. Suddenly, Shinfei's brain thought that the mission to investigate the 58th Group Army's undercover agent that Victor had mentioned to him before. The undercover. Obviously between those two birds with one stone? You can stop me from investigating the undercover agent of the 58th Army Group, but you can also just take me out and make the Special Forces of the United States of America, once again, famous all over the world? That's a win-win for you guys. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The Siberian wolf stared blankly into the darkness before him, not making another sound. Shinfei had already connected the power supply in the car, intending to use the radio as a signal source to contact Gold Coin and the others. Although there was no possibility of keeping such a communication secret, Shinfei had to make arrangements. Otherwise he and the Siberian wolf must die. Jabla. The busy tone of the radio echoed through the car. The ghostly green indicator light reflected on the stony, grease-painted faces of the two men. Shinfei began to debug the radio station and was just about to try to use it to establish communication when he heard a middle-aged man's voice ringing in his headset. Mr. Razor, down the elevator shaft to the underground parking lot? That's a really good plan. Speaking English, and with a very strong flavor of American English. Almost certainly, he is a member of the Green Beret Special Forces. Almost simultaneously, several lights lit up in the dimly lit underground parking lot, followed closely by the sound of noisy footsteps. Who are you? Razor? What happened to you there? Razor? Can you hear us? The headset became lively, and Shinfei was able to hear that the ones who spoke were Gold Coin, Polando, and the remaining members of the three squads. He wants to respond, but just then, the light of a flashlight shone through the glass of the car. Into the car. 138. Last words of the Siberian wolf. Shinfei forcibly pressed the Siberian wolf's head down the moment he noticed the light. The light swept over and the compartment was once again dark. Shinfei quietly poked his head out and noticed that there were more and more soldiers in the garage. They were checking cars one by one, leaving no dead space untouched. It's only a matter of time before it's discovered. Shinfei silently opened the door on the other side of the car and slowly climbed out, saying in a low voice, "Follow me, and be light on your feet." The Siberian wolf nodded softly. The two left the car and moved slowly a little by using the wall as a dead end. With flashlights glowing in every direction, they were surrounded, and if they couldn't find an escape route, it would be just as much a matter of time before they were caught. The voice in the headset. Again, you don't need to know who I am, but there is one thing that I would like to tell you. Just 5 minutes ago, your Razor abandoned the captains of your 3 squads and escaped unnoticed on his own. Want to hear your captain's voice? A sound of screams and yells rang out in the headset. Anyone could hear it. It was the sound of an avalanche. Impossible. How is this possible? Who the hell are you guys? Razor, can you hear us? Damn. Americans, are you Americans trying to get involved in this war? Have you thought about the consequences? The voices of the 3 special squads followed suit, and their panic could be heard. Neither Gold Coin nor Polando said anything. Shinfei gritted his teeth and did not say a word. Using his vision that had been enhanced by the system, he searched for a place where he could hide in the underground parking lot where he couldn't reach out. There. His afterglow saw not far away, about 4 meters or so from the ground, the ventilation ducts of the underground parking lot. Judging by the size, there's not much of a problem with hiding. Before he could be happy, Shinfei's brows followed. Too high. Neither he nor the Siberian wolf could jump that high in a single leap. Not to mention that it takes some finesse to open the snaps on the vent pipe. What to do? Shinfei's brain was racing, but it didn't come up with a clue. It's not completely out of the question. It's just a little cruel. What he didn't notice was the Siberian wolf in the darkness, a ghastly smile on his lips, muttering, "Razor, abandon me. Just remember to avenge me." Shinfei stopped violently and looked back at the Siberian wolf. "Don't look at me like that. I'll be shy." The Siberian wolf's expression was calm, not the slightest bit of panic in the face of death. "I'll crouch on the ground and you climb up. It's the only way, isn't it?" The lights are getting closer and closer to them. There were already pillars of light, from time to time, shining into the area they were in. Shinfei knew that this was not the time to be melodramatic and slowly nodded his head. The Siberian wolf quickly ran to the corner and crouched on the ground. Shinfei stepped on his shoulder and began to break the screws of the ventilation duct. Very smooth. Shinfei climbed into the pipe and looked down. The pursuers had already arrived. It was too late to pull the Siberian wolf up. In fact, Siberian wolf was also well aware of this, and he looked up at Shinfei in the darkness and muttered, "Razor, actually, our pension, it's not that high, but, I love the Ural Federation. I love my country, and my country, it needs you alive." Shinfei's face turned slightly white as an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surrounded him deeply. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Siberian wolf, on my command, do not resist, surrender. They won't kill you, I promise. We'll get you out and bring you home." Siberian wolf giggled and scratched his messy hair before nodding heavily. "Okay, Siberian wolf, obey the order." Shinfei no longer stayed and quickly closed the cover of the safe passage before moving quickly in the cramped environment. He heard chaos in the underground parking lot. Lots of shouting, but no shots were fired. Hooray! Siberian wolves should not be in fear of their lives for the time being. And at this point, in Shinfei's earpiece, the voice of the United States of America Special Forces sounded. "Razor is a meddlesome villain, but we in the United States of America are very generous. And now I'm giving you a chance. Bring him to me, and I will release 2 of your captains, and the body of one of your captains. Oh, I'm sorry to tell you that we just captured another person. If I remember correctly, his code name should be Siberian Wolf. I really didn't realize that the KGB guys were hanging out with you guys too. Make a decision, my dear recruits." This guy was a master at attacking the heart, wanting to take the opportunity of having a hostage to capture Shinfei alive. It's not a bad idea. What surprised Shinfei even more was that they knew too much information. It was as if the world was transparent before their eyes, and they could know whatever they wanted to know. Is this what world domination is all about? That's the capabilities of the CIA, the world's #1 intelligence agency? Squeeze STH. That's pretty strong. Shinfei breathed the dusty air in the ventilation ducts and coldly voiced, "Green Beret Special Forces? Don't bother. I'll be there for you soon. And then, kill you. Everyone on my command. Go into Channel 2. After saying this, Shinfei didn't have time to listen to his nonsense and quickly adjusted the contact channel to the second encrypted contact channel according to the previous pre-plan. It was just tuned in, and there was a sound. "Razor, where are you? Razor, what's the situation now? Our captain. Are they really caught by them? You really?" The first 2 lines are the voices of Gold and Palando, followed by some special forces. Shinfei gritted his teeth and snapped, "Shut up all of you. They will definitely block the contact signal again. We only have a minute. Listen carefully. I'm the one who got your captain killed, and the situation was such that if they didn't die, everyone did. If you're still a competent soldier, you'll distinguish who the real enemy is now. Inform the hordes to surround them at all costs. I'm going to take care of those in this building, once and for all. American Green Beret Special Forces. If you don't have the guts to come, find a place to hide. Gold coin. Take the guys who made it and meet them at the Kev store on the east side of the building. Buzz." Shinfei's words had just been finished when the current tone resounded in the headset once again, which meant that the signal had been blocked once again. He didn't know just how much word had gotten out, but even if none of them came, he would still carry out his plan. Shinfei climbed out of the ventilation ducts and, like a street rat, followed the sewage pipes out of the building and poked his head out on the street. Visibility on the street was good. Good thing there wasn't much. He quickly climbed out, not caring about the mud on his body, and dove headfirst into a store by the side of the road called Kev's, yelling lowly, "System, drawings, draw. All of them draw rewards for the old man." 139. Epic skill enhancement. Killing intent surged Shinfei. The moment Shinfei's voice fell, the system's beautiful electronic tone immediately sounded in his head. "Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill draw patriarchal CQB tactics. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining adrenaline potion X4. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining physical enhancement potion X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill enhancement card X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full set of bulletproof equipment X7. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining group game potion X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the power +1 draw. Along with the system's reward, a flash of light appeared in the originally empty system warehouse. Meanwhile, Shinfei's body was also quietly changing. This feeling of getting stronger is intoxicating. Cool. Now I'd like to see if your special forces from the United States of America have 3 heads and 6 arms. System, visualize the body armor for me. Swish. After a ray of light that only Shinfei could see, 7 sets of body black, different from the bulletproof vests of any country in the world, were neatly laid out on the ground. According to the system, this body armor is capable of blocking the penetration of 7.62 bullets at a range of about 20 meters, can carry a 9mm pistol round within 10 meters. Not only that, wearing this outfit increases both movement speed and energy. It is a body armor that is far beyond the world standard. What else? All that is useful must be taken out. Shinfei's eyes looked towards the group gain potion, and by the time he finished reading the introduction on it, the corners of his mouth had become harder to press than AK. Nice guy. A 50% increase in all combat qualities for anyone I designate? This is too much, isn't it? Although the number of people is limited to 20 or less and there is a 1-hour time limit, it's really appropriate for the current situation. After Shinfei had fought with those special forces in the United States of America, he found that the other side was indeed very strong. It's almost possible to kill them in seconds with gold coins, but that's not necessarily true if the gold coins can be increased by 50% in each value. Use it. Shinfei did not hesitate to take the group gain potion and put it into his mouth. After a wave of warmth, the system's beep sounded again. The group gain potion has been used successfully. Please determine the candidate for the increase as soon as possible. The countdown will begin after the first candidate is determined. The people hadn't come yet. Shinfei wasn't in a hurry to use it, but rummaged for other skills and equipment. I don't know if it was because of the urgency of the situation. Shinfei felt that the richness of the rewards this time was far more than the previous draws. What else? This skill enhancement card? Looking at the synopsis, using this card, you can enhance any of the skills, and it's a lifetime enhancement. Good stuff. This thing alone is more than enough to surpass all the previous rewards. Shinfei growled lowly in his heart. Use card. Enhanced Killing Intent Resonance skill. Killing Intent Resonance was the skill that Shinfei used the most, and together with the master-level shooting technique, it could almost achieve the point of being unbeatable in CQB battles. It's just that it's obviously not quite enough when facing top-notch mercenaries who can hide their breath. When there was an opportunity, of course, the Killing Intent Resonance was enhanced first. Ding! Skill enhancement card used successfully. Increasing. Congratulations to the host. Killing Intent Resonance has been upgraded to God's View, 100-meter range. God's Perspective? Shinfei was stunned for a moment, not understanding what had happened. But when the skill increase effect ended, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have grown another eye. Utilizing this eye, he was able to observe his surroundings from a third-party perspective as if he were playing a game, and was able to do so by stretching and zooming in. It's awesome. Before, it was just various color dots, but I couldn't see the details. But with this enhancement, any disguise will be a child's play before me. Doesn't it hide? Now, I'll see how you can hide. Shinfei's eyes were staring at the building not far away, and his killing intent could not be suppressed as it spread outward madly. He hadn't been so aggrieved since he obtained the system. Just then, Shinfei heard a movement on the street. Immediately utilizing the God's Eye that he had just acquired, he observed and realized that the visitors were Gold Coin and the others. Counting the number of people, basically all of them are here. Under Shinfei's gaze, they gently pushed open the door of the room and the two sides met again. Gold Coin asked nervously, "Razor, are you okay?" Shinfei shook his head. "I'm fine." Having said that, he looked at the special forces that entered behind him and said in a cold voice, "You all know the matter. If you want to seek revenge on me, you can do it now." Gold and Palando exchanged glances, their hands already silently on the trigger. If someone really wanted to be unfavorable to Shinfei, they would be the first to refuse. The special forces looked at each other. One of the special forces soldiers said in a deep voice, "Razor, don't say such things. We know that the situation must have been impossible for you to make that choice. After all, a man who loves money as much as you do can't be bad." The rest of them nodded. "Razor, take us to revenge." "Yes, revenge. Can you guys calm down a little bit? The building is the top special forces of the United States of America. We're no match for them. We should retreat first as a matter of urgency. Revenge will only get us all in trouble." No one blamed Shinfei. They were divided into two views. One sensible wanting to retreat, the other impulsive, wanting to take revenge. Shinfei raised his hand and everyone shut up. The cramped store fell into silence. Shinfei said in a cold voice, "Those who want to retreat can leave now, and those who want to take revenge stay. For those who stay, please don't worry. I'm sure I can take you guys and wipe out all those top special forces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all 2 shoulders and 1 head. They don't have more hooks and eights than we do." 140. Let Director Quinn experience the passion of the KGB. Theater Command. There were thousands of square feet of underground fortress, filled with all kinds of sophisticated contact equipment and communication tools. Hundreds of staff members stared intently at the computers in front of them, methodically collecting all the data from the battlefield. If you compare war to 2 warring giants, so, command represents the giant's brain, responsible for calculating the way the opponent is going to make a move, and what way to counter it. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a liaison officer stood up nervously and shouted to the lieutenant colonel in the distance, "We just received word from the front line that the plan to rescue the pilot failed." What? The lieutenant colonel ran to his computer at a furious pace, put on his headset, and listened to the news coming back from the front lines. The pilot is a fake. American Special Forces on the battlefield? Razorback Squad has been completely surrounded? The brigade is working on a rescue and trying to find a way to retreat? Almost every word was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the lieutenant colonel officer. When he had finished comprehending all the information, he took off his heavy headset and without a word rushed to the commander's conference room and knocked on the door. "Enter." A slightly tired voice rang out. The lieutenant colonel officer took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the room, and the thick fog from the cigarette hit his face. As far as the eye can see, all of the top commanders, almost all of them were smoking, and everyone's eyes were covered with blood, able to see that they were already exhausted to the extreme. They can't rest, not even by taking turns, because now the front is in the middle of a battle. There are new orders for them to approve at any time at any moment, and any qualified commander knows that tens of thousands of soldiers are on the front lines fighting for their lives, with casualties occurring every hour and every second. Who can sleep under such circumstances? "Chiefs, we've just received a level 1 emergency message from," the lieutenant colonel officer notified the body, and repeated quickly, by dictation, the intelligence he had just finished organizing. The conference room became even more silent. The powerful sense of oppression seemed to stop the flow of time. "Get out!" Lieutenant General Petrov's voice rang out. "Yes." The lieutenant colonel officer turned to leave the conference room and closed the door behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell does that bunch of want? Lieutenant General Petrov grabbed the ashtray on the conference table and smashed it hard on the floor. He crossed his arms and hissed, "Get the Scout Battalion to find out how many American soldiers are still on the battlefield. Chief of Staff, you will take this message immediately. LT, Gen." Petrov's voice rattled as he spoke, frowning at the Chief of Staff and questioning, "Chief of Staff, it was an impromptu decision to send Razor to rescue the pilot, wasn't it?" The Chief of Staff nodded and replied, "That's right, in the field hospital. They were the ones who suggested they wanted to go to war, so I suggested," and his voice came to a screeching halt and, because he had understood why Lieutenant General Petrov had asked him that question, the Chief of Staff hurriedly explained, "Commander, you don't suspect that I'm an undercover agent in the group army?" Lieutenant General Petrov looked at him coldly, without affirmation or denial. The staff officer next to him said with a red face, "Commander, that's impossible. Our Chief of Staff hasn't left since the war started." Lieutenant General Petrov's voice grew colder. "Who are you to speak here? Get out of here, all of you." With a command, the people in the conference room looked at each other. No one dared to offend a lion that was raging. They packed up the materials on the table and left the conference room as if they were fleeing. There were only 2 people left in the large room. LT, Gen. Petrov sat back in his chair, casually picked up a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Chief of Staff, you told me before the war started that with Chechnya in place, I'd be able to remain commander. With Chechnya gone, my military career is over? I remember you quoting an Eastern University saying, what was it called?" The Chief of Staff stumbled over the answer. "When a cunning rabbit dies, a good dog cooks. When a tall bird dies, a good bow hides. When an enemy country breaks, the strategy." Lieutenant General Petrov stared him in the eye and asked, "Plotting what?" "Scheming." The strategist died. On the Chief of Staff's forehead, thin beads of sweat were already seeping out, and he couldn't be bothered to wipe them off as he hurriedly said, "Commander, I'm just making a suggestion. I don't really want to do it that way. Not to mention that my family has been in the military for 3 generations. I'm patriotic." LT, Gen. Petrov asked again, "What is loved is that country? The Urals Federation, or the Red Union?" The Chief of Staff's expression stuttered. Speechless. "You'd better not let anyone catch you in the act." Lieutenant General Petrov sighed and turned his head to stare at the electronic sand table on the wall. Go, pass on my order to notify the nearby units that they are all rushing to the rescue of the unit led by Razor. Remember, those Americans, take them alive. The chief of staff, as if relieved, nodded, and suddenly, as if thinking of something, asked, Commander, why do you think those Americans, why did they come so fast, escorting Deputy Director Quinn's special plane to Moscow? At these words, the expression on Lieutenant General Petrov's face was instantly grave. 10,000 meters high, and an An-22 transport plane, following a set course, was headed for Moscow, the imperial capital of the Urals Federation. Cabin. Quinn, who had changed into a clean outfit, sat at the porthole of the plane, gracefully observing the view that was uniquely high in the sky. Sitting across from him was Victor the Grey Wolf, dressed in an already yellowed black leather jacket and a black bowler hat. Victor crossed his arms, both thumbs floating alternately, and asked with a smile on his face, Mr. Quinn, until now you have not been willing to cooperate? The corners of Quinn's mouth turned up slightly, curling into a smile. Victor, unless you kill me now, you're not going to get any information out of me. Oh, by the way, not to mention you, perhaps even your king, don't have the courage to kill me. There's still a bit of time before Moscow, so why don't you let me try one of those KGB torture devices you have for kids? Victor, expressionless, picked up the red wine on the table, took a gentle sip, and murmured, Mr. Quinn, the KGB will be happy to comply with your request. Setting down his glass, he waved his hand slowly. The hatch was opened, and several men, also dressed in black leather and burly, walked quickly over. Victor gently waved his hand. Let Director Quinn experience the warmth of the KGB. However, the few black-clothed men stood still without moving, as if they hadn't heard anything. The air seemed, in an instant, to fall into a freeze. 141. No one can walk away from me in my full fury. In the craft store, after stabilizing the military, Shinfei pointed at the 7 sets of bulletproof vests on the ground and said in a deep voice, Here are 7 sets of the best equipment in the world. I need 7 men to wear it at the cost of being at the front of the line. There is a good chance that you will be captured by the enemy just as your captain was. What choice to make is up to you. Without wimping out or even thinking, the special forces scrambled to get their body armor on. I'm a veteran. I have priority when it comes to sacrifice. Forget it. Things like charging should be left to us sharpshooters. That's right. Charge at the front to avenge the captain and the others faster. Looking at them, Palando lamented. Mercenaries and special forces, there really is still a difference. If it's a group of mercenaries, I'm afraid there won't be anyone who will grab the job of getting killed. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Goldcoin's mouth as he spoke. People are people. There's no difference. You'd think so just because the one who was captured was their captain. If it's Razor who gets caught, do you wear body armor and rush to the front? Palando covered half of his face, his voice full of helplessness. Well, Kim the great philosopher, you win again. You really should have been born in France. Maurice Merleau-Ponty is as childish as a schoolboy in front of you. 3 minutes later, the 7 Special Forces soldiers put on their bulletproof vests, and in their resolute expressions, all of them were belligerent as if they were dying. And none of them believed Shinfei's claim that this bulletproof vest was some kind of the best bulletproof vest in the world. It's too soft. There were neither steel plates nor Kevlar interlayers. Not even ceramic plates were fitted. It didn't look much different from an everyday training suit. This suit is bulletproof? Ghosts don't believe it. None of that mattered though. What really mattered was saving his captain, or kill a few more enemies before you die. While they were organizing their equipment, the larger force had arrived and engaged the enemy in the building. People from both sides stirred together, and the battle instantly became very miserable. Alley fighting is the most brutal form of warfare. No one could be sure that the gap in the bunker in which he was hiding did not conceal the barrel of an enemy's gun. Goldcoin used his binoculars to look at the large force in the distance and frowned. Razor, the building's surroundings have been blown up into an open field, so the large force can't rush through at all. If you just shoot at each other from such a distance, it won't serve to hold the enemy at bay. Palando frowned. What's the point of telling Razor when such things are a given? Is it hard to believe that he has some way of creating cover in the open? Don't think about it. We just need to storm the building and grab those American special forces as fast as we can to take control of the battle. That being said, but it is indeed too dangerous. What's the best way to get the troops closer? Shinfei racked his brain, and his mind suddenly recalled a name he had heard in his previous life. Su Jin. I really do have an idea. Help the brigade move forward by sending up a barrage of bullets. The instant Shinfei thought of this solution, he quickly picked up his communicator and searched for the channel to contact the large troop. Pop-ups? The people in the room could understand the word, but none of them understood what it meant. After all, in this day and age, there aren't the kind of fluid comment sections that are common when watching videos, and Shinfei wasn't talking about that way, either. Instead, Seojin pop up. The calms were quickly picked up and the leader's voice rang out. Razor, I'm sorry, this is as far as we can go. There's no way to advance any further. Otherwise my soldiers will all be wiped out. Shinfei took a deep breath and spoke out. I understand you. Now there is a way to help you guys move forward with very little casualties. Have you ever heard of the Sujin pop-up? If the other person has heard of it, then it's easier to explain. The regimental commander's puzzled voice asked back. What pop-up? Damn. How arrogant are you? Uralic Federation? Don't you study the classic battles of neighboring countries in modern history? Shinfei could guarantee that he was going to ask about a classic battle in the Americas or Europe, and the chief must have at least heard of it. No way. This neighbor is arrogant and pompous. Let's just say, the half-dead Uralic Confederation is what tops the Devaris. Shinfei had no time to explain too much and directly began practical exercises. Listen, now concentrate all the artillery in your hand and fire at the position 100 meters in front of the large troop. I don't care if you're a mortar, or a man-portable rocket launcher or a 125 howitzer. Just aim and hit. It's not just the open space, it's the buildings on either side that can be targets. After the fight, when Shinfei said this, the head of the regiment came to a realization and lost his voice. The mobile blocking fire cover from the Soviet-Finnish War? Ha! Mobile interdiction firing during the Soviet-Finnish War? Shinfei froze for a moment. Has this tactic been around since 1939? I don't know the kind you're talking about. Let me finish. Shinfei interrupted him and continued to explain the key points of Sujin's bullet screen. 2 groups of artillery fire on 2 areas at the same time. The first group fires on all the main areas and intermediate areas one by one, and the second group fires on only the main areas starting from the second main area. When he's finished, the regimental commander exclaimed, Nope, that's not mobile interdiction fire. Razor, you actually improved such a complicated tactic in a short period of time? And improved it so perfectly? It's too much. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If you can think of it, God should let you cross over. Shinfei spat in his heart and hurriedly urged. If you understand, hurry up and do it, don't dawdle. Roger that. The regimental commander ended the communication and the gunfire on the battlefield diminished. The Chechen side has no intention of attacking at all. Anyway, their troops will arrive soon, and by then all the soldiers of the Urals Federation will be their prisoners. So, when they heard the other side's gunfire diminish, they simply stopped shooting straight away. They are inside the building. If they didn't use heavy artillery and bombers, they would be the absolute superior party. As for heavy firepower, oh, it's just as well to use it on the edge of the battlefield. There's no way it can be launched into the center of the engagement zone. Don't forget, what they use in Chechnya is the anti-missile equipment and radar of the Urals Federation. All of them were the legacy of a teacher from the Red Alliance. And knowing their roots, the two sides simply couldn't break their moves. 142. Ola. The area around the building suddenly became silent. But in this case, no one is taking it lightly, either as an offense or a defense. The experienced soldiers were well aware that it was now just a brief calm before the storm. Swish! Suddenly, a mortar with flames leapt up, and when it reached a height of about 100 meters, it came down again in a standard parabola. An explosion went off. The ground was blown out in craters about half a meter in diameter and about 20 centimeters deep. At the same time, under the double effect of the shockwave and the burning gunpowder in the shells, dust with a strong smell of nitrate smoke rose up. The blast was like a fuse that had been lit, and right behind it were hundreds of howitzers and self-propelled guns. The thunderous explosions were continuous, and the entire building was instantly covered in smoke and dust. Visibility became very low. Stop the shelling! The regimental commander rose from the rubble, looked at the soldiers, armed and ready, and cried out, Devaris, the battle that was not fought years ago has broken out once more today. A lot of our fathers, a lot of our uncles, died in that war. Perhaps, where you stand now is where they once stood. The truth is simple and brutal. If they don't finish the fight, we have to. And if we don't finish the fight again, then our sons, our grandchildren will be sent to war. For the sake of the Ural Federation. For our children and grandchildren not to be sent to war. For the sake of Moscow behind us, we have to fight to the end. Charge! Ula! The regimental commander turned violently, manned his well-maintained assault rifle, and charged the building with brazen determination. Ula! To his left and right, the political commissars, whose faces were covered in dust and so wretched that they could no longer see the color of their original uniforms, followed suit and launched a charge. Brothers! Ula! Finish them off! What Chechens! I don't believe they have 3 heads and 6 arms. The old men came from hell to drag them in. The charge of thousands of men was a spectacular sight. When the head of the regiment rushed through the thick smoke and appeared at the entrance to the building, the Chechen troops inside finally realized why they were firing shells into the open space. Damn! Those Ural Federation guys are charging. Shoot! Shooting! In bunch of sly things. The Chechen soldiers also reacted quickly, and immediately began firing into the fog when they were instructed to do so, but because they were here to support the United States of America's special forces and were operating undercover, they didn't carry much heavy firepower. The battle between the two sides is officially on. Every second a soldier falls. Every minute a soldier rushes into the building. The most brutal alley battles of mankind were presented in the midst of a city that had been completely destroyed by war. Shinfei's eyes turned crimson as he tightly clutched the assault rifle in his hand and said in a cold voice, "It worked! The chief and the others can help us slow down the large force in the building, but it's up to us to really try to settle this fight. Understand?" All the special forces soldiers straightened their bodies and replied neatly, "Understood." Have to say, if we're only evaluating the morale aspect, then the special forces are definitely going to crush the mercenaries. Polando, you take Red Rose and find 2 more snipers to look for sniper positions on the heights outside and wait for my order. Shinfei gave the order. Yes, Polando straightened up and led the way before asking, "Razor, the signal from the building." Shinfei interrupted. "I'll find the signal shield and destroy it. You only need to carry out my orders." If it was before, Shinfei certainly didn't have that kind of confidence. After all, the building was so big that trying to find shielding equipment was no doubt a fool's errand. But, after having God's perspective, things that seemed impossible before are now a breeze. That's the power of the system. Let's go. We'll get it done sooner, and the soldiers will sacrifice less. There's no communication equipment once we're in the building, so everyone should stay at a safe distance. Go! After explaining the last thing, Shinfei didn't dawdle any longer and turned back to push open the door of Kev's store. Not far away, the sound of gunfire was loud, and every now and then you could see soldiers getting shot and falling to the ground, letting out wailing sounds of pain. Likewise, more soldiers, like a tidal wave, would continue to make a humongous charge toward the building, and that's just 2 people fighting on a scale of about 1,000. Shinfei didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be if it was really that kind of Armageddon with tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. Maybe it's true what they say, tens of thousands of lives, mowing the lawn. It's all gone. Just to get what you want, you have to live on the battlefield by strength. In front of them were 3 special forces soldiers in body armor, while the remaining 4 body armor were at the end of the line, assuming a vigilant role. Likewise, if the special forces in body armor in front of them are killed in action, they need to fill in. Shinfei did not choose to lead them to charge like a large army. That would not bring out the advantages of the special forces. How did it come out? Just go back how you can. Shinfei led them to once again drill into the foul-smelling sewer pipes, and then followed the ventilation ducts to reach the location on the 2nd floor of the building. Glancing out through the gap, the 2nd floor was all filled with Chechen soldiers, but they were all standing by the windows, shooting at them, and there weren't too many people in the center area. Shinfei lowered his voice and said, "No, 1, no, 2, go out and take out the Chechen soldiers at the stairway, and we'll continue up the safe passage." A special forces soldier frowned. "Razor, what if there are still Chechens inside the safe passage?" "There won't be," Shinfei answered decisively. The god's perspective of 100 meters was enough for Shinfei to clearly see all the surrounding dynamics. No one could see more clearly than he could whether there were soldiers guarding it or not. "Yes, roger that." With trepidation, the 2 special forces soldiers pried open the baffles of the ventilation ducts and slowly climbed out, coming up behind the 2 Chechen soldiers and silently finishing them off with their daggers. And then, the 2 men pushed open the iron door to the safe passage with a sense of certain death. Originally thought that what was waiting for him would be an enemy, but the result was really exactly as Shinfei expected. There was nothing but dark corridors behind them, and nothing beyond that. 143, you mean that Shinfei guy? Don't make me laugh. The 2 special forces soldiers made sure no one was behind the door and had wanted to signal the others to come, but before they could make a move, the rest of the group had rushed over. One of the special forces soldiers whispered, "You guys took such liberties? I made it." Shinfei's voice rang out and whispered, "You 2 scout upwards. Make sure you are within 100 meters of me." The back squads pulled back in order, 7 steps each. At this time, the advantages of the special forces squad were displayed, and without Shinfei saying anything more, he immediately began to do things according to the orders. 7th floor, 9th floor, 11th floor. They went up the darkened building, floor by floor, and throughout the process, Shinfei did not issue any more orders. The distance of 100 meters was enough for him to see roughly what was going on in the room next to him. These floors are all empty. When it had been about to reach the 20th floor, Shinfei stopped and whispered, "Stop advancing." His voice was low, just enough to ensure that the 2 people in front and behind him could hear him clearly. So, after he gave the order, the squad behind him would repeat Shinfei's order. It's like troops marching almost, without the added benefit of modern communications. This is the only way to go. The line quickly stopped, and all the special forces leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down and using the darkness to hide their silhouettes. Shinfei moved forward alone, stopping at the location of the safe passage and checking out the rest of the room with God's perspective. The layout of this floor is similar to that of a hotel, with a carpeted corridor and guest rooms one next to the other. In the room third from the left, Shinfei saw the Siberian wolf, as well as the 2 American special forces who were interrogating him. The shield is not in this room. Shinfei pulled his view closer and scrutinized the lips of the 3 men. Although they could not speak lips, it was good to see that, perhaps for the sake of interrogation, the 2 American soldiers spoke the language of the Urals Federation. For the familiar language, Shinfei was able to guess a generalization. Siberian wolf, we know everything about you. We'll give you one last chance to tell us what we have on Shinfei. The Siberian wolf was badly beaten, his face all bloody and one of his ears cut off and left bloody on the ground. These interrogations weren't fatal, though, and they didn't lead to blood loss. So the Siberian wolf's spirits were barely up to snuff at the moment. With a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, he asked coldly in return, "Have you ever seen a confessed KGB?" The Siberian wolf was actually shocked in his mind. He didn't know why the other man even knew his codename and that he was part of the KGB. This thing, except for Shinfei with the gold coins and Palando, not many people in the 58th Group Army knew about it. But after all, the other party was a special forces soldier sent out by the superpower CIA, so it was understandable that he had this strength. Maybe they have their people in the KGB. The time that belonged to your KGB has passed. The American Special Forces took out a tablet from his backpack and said with a smile on his face, "If you don't want him to die, you'd better cooperate with us." Siberian Wolf glanced at the screen and instantly widened his eyes in disbelief. Victor the Grey Wolf? Wasn't he escorting CIA Deputy Director Quinn on a special flight to Moscow? What a way to kidnap too? The smile on the face of the American Special Forces became even wider, and he said in a cold voice, "Siberian Wolf, you have to understand that this is the era that belongs to the United States of America. As an agent, I admire you, but I have to advise you to behave yourself. Our patience, which is not much." A hint of hesitation finally appeared on the Siberian Wolf's expression. He's not afraid of interrogation, not afraid of torture. Naturally, they're also less afraid of death. But Victor the Grey Wolf had done him a great favor, and he could never watch him die in front of him. Dogs, the whole thing is quite professional. Shinfei sneered, exited God's view, and said in a deep voice, "Gold coins follow me." Yes, the gold coin responded in a low voice. Waiting for gold coin to come to his side, Shinfei pointed at the 2 special soldiers wearing bulletproof vests and said, "In the 3rd house in the corridor, there are 3 people. I need you guys to draw fire." A flash of surprise flashed across the faces of the 2 special forces soldiers, but in the end, they nodded heavily. Shinfei was actually very clear that such a commanding style would easily be suspected by the big shots, or rather, he had long been the object of suspicion by others. Can't tell where it's coming from in terms of surveillance video and an overly keen sense of touch on the battlefield and in the middle of a mission. These are doubtful, but he couldn't care about that much right now. He had to live first. Live. It's the only way to be qualified to think about what to lie about back there. Splitting into 2 groups, the 4 slowly pushed open the door to the safe passage and tiptoed on the soft carpet. That's what's so great about carpet. Even slightly heavier footsteps don't make a sound. Shinfei walked while scanning the surrounding situation with God's perspective. With the exception of a few houses at the end of the corridor, which were in the blind spot of the view, the rest of the location was basically possible to determine that there was no danger. Soon, they arrived at the door of the room where Siberian Wolf was being interrogated. "Oh, you don't have the luxury of hoping that someone will save you at this point, do you? He'll come." "Him? You mean that Shinfei guy? Don't make me laugh. He abandoned the 3 captains, and then again, and now I'm afraid the door to the room isn't very soundproof." Standing in the doorway without using God's view, you can hear the conversation in the room. Shinfei slung his assault rifle behind his back and replaced it with his most familiar tactical ghost pistol, pointing at the 2 special forces soldiers and then at the door of the room. The 2 special forces soldiers nodded and took a few steps backward before making a dash and slamming right through the door of the room. Snap! The door to the room slammed against the wall with a loud noise. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, he or she would certainly experience a brief freeze in consciousness, but there was no simple man present. The Siberian Wolf kicked the ground so hard that his body, along with the bound chair, fell to the ground. The 2 American Special Forces reacted even faster. Their hands had already pulled the trigger before their bodies had even turned around. Bang! Bang! A series of bullets came toward the position of the door of the room. Meanwhile, Shinfei and Gold Coin had already aimed at the 2 special forces and followed suit by pulling the trigger. Bang! Shinfei's pistol rang out, accurately hitting the nose position of an American Special Forces soldier. The reason for this position was to avoid the bulletproof helmet he was wearing on his head. Although this thing couldn't protect against bullets at all at close range, even a little miss was not something Shinfei wanted to take on. But accidents happen. Although Gold Coin also fired as fast as he could, the bullet missed and grazed the cheek of the American Special Forces soldier, only knocking off his left ear. What a coincidence. It landed right in the same spot as the Siberian wolf's ear. 144. I'll let you pick up your ears. Danger. At the critical moment, a Special Forces soldier wearing a bulletproof vest was the first to react, leaping up and darting into the enemy's body. Bang, bang, bang. Shots rang out, and the bullets from the assault rifle hit the wall with a secondary bounce. Shinfei couldn't care less about the danger of ricocheting bullets and simply pulled the trigger, hitting the enemy's arm and instantly incapacitating him. The screams rang out. The whole thing took no more than 10 seconds from the break-in, but even the battle-hardened ones couldn't help but have their breathing become ragged now, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Shinfei said to the Special Forces soldier beside him, "You go check his injuries. Gold Coin. Go tell the squad outside to stay put and not to act without my orders. The range of 100 meters is limited." As for the situation in the doors of those rooms at the end of the corridor, Shinfei did not know for the time being, and with the guns going off over here, enemy reinforcements will be here any minute. These are to be guarded against. Gold Coin nodded heavily and exited the room. The Special Forces soldier picked up his teammate's body and just turned to look at it, his face sinking instantly. His body armor had been punctured. There were at least 4 or 5 bullet holes in his chest, and he had begun to bleed from the corners of his mouth and ears. This is a situation that the gods can't save. No way. Even if the body armor provided by Shinfei was great, there was no way that 7.62 bullets could be fired in close proximity. Phew. Shinfei exhaled deeply, and his gaze went to the American Special Forces soldier whose arm was injured. The other man, though wounded in the arm, was still struggling to draw the pistol at his waist. Bang! Shinfei pulled the trigger again. His right arm was also penetrated and he collapsed helplessly. Shinfei walked to his side, stepped on the United States of America insignia on his chest, and condescendingly said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location of your teammates, as well as the location of the shield." The American Special Forces soldier looked at him angrily, with undisguised contempt in his eyes, and asked rhetorically, "Your razor? Ha? Do you really think that after offending the United States of America, you can still live for a long time?" Shinfei slowly lifted his foot and moved it to his face, while the heel of his shoe then exerted force and stepped down according to the location of his mouth. They wore stab-proof military boots, which were very hard, especially in the heel position, and almost indistinguishable from iron. Jab, ka, with a foot stomping down, Shinfei could clearly hear the sound of teeth breaking, as well as the tissues around the mouth being stomped off. The face of the American Special Forces soldier instantly turned red, and his wide eyes were all bloodshot. Shinfei crushed it 2 more times with force and said in a deep voice, "Siberian wolf, use your KGB ways and ask what I want." The Siberian wolf never dreamed that Shinfei had actually rushed in and saved him at the most critical time. He wondered how on earth the other side had managed to kill back so well, but alas, now is not the time to ask these questions. He nodded heavily. "I know what to do." Shinfei loosened his feet, and without even looking at the American Special Forces again, he turned around and left the room as well. On his way out the door, he heard the Siberian wolf snarl at the American soldier, "Take your ears and hold them in your mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can barely tell the difference between that ear and mine. This guy, kinda the one who can keep his cool the best besides him." After Shinfei left the room, he quickly came to the safe passage and called on 2 special soldiers wearing bulletproof vests to search the rest of the room. The method is simple. It's not like he needs to go into the house. He just needs to get within 100 meters of it. Not only that, because the 100-meter range was a 3-dimensional concept, he was able to go along with several floors upstairs and downstairs, exploring them all at once. The end result is that there are no other enemies hiding in the room. No luck finding the location of the shield either. By the time he passed by Siberian Wolf's room again, the American Special Forces soldier had been tortured beyond recognition. All the parts that could be removed from his body were taken off by the Siberian Wolf and neatly placed on the ground like a stall. "It's kinda oozy at first glance," Shinfei asked. "Did you find out anything?" The Siberian Wolf shook his head. "Hard mouth. Didn't say anything. Give him a pain in the ass." Shinfei. The Siberian Wolf nodded gently and drew his military dagger, placing it against the neck of the American Special Forces soldier and said teasingly, "Say goodbye to every day of your freedom." Having said that, his hand holding the military dagger slowly exerted force and easily slit his throat. Blood did not spurt, because this Special Forces soldier's body, long ago, was riddled with holes. The blood pressure that converged on his neck wasn't that high. and he was also already in a state of fuzzy consciousness. There were only 2 token struggles as he was about to die, and then his body went limp. Shinfei looked at this scene and sincerely lamented. The gap between man and man is really bigger than the gap between man and dog. The ones I've met so recently, they've all been brainwashed by extremist organizations and aren't afraid to die. He was already beginning to wonder about what had once been his days in the Caucasus. In those days, if you took a random captive and used a little bit of torture equipment, the other person would hate to give up even the color of his wife's underwear. Whereas now, it's impossible to know anything at all from the enemy's mouth. It's normal, we're all used to it. Siberian Wolf wiped the bloodstains from his military dagger and inquired, Razor, what should we do next? Go to the safe passage and discuss it together. Shinfei walked towards the iron door not far away. In the dimly lit hallway, a dozen or so special forces gathered. The gunfire downstairs was getting more and more intense, and every now and then a strong explosion could be heard and would cause the whole building to shake. It was as if it was like an earthquake. Shinfei looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, this building has a total of 21 floors. The enemy isn't downstairs, and they didn't rush over when they heard the gunshots, so that means that they should at least be above the 19th floor. There's nothing left to do but confront it head-on. As before, you must make sure that you are within 100 meters of me. Is that clear? The crowd nodded heavily. Depart. Shinfei didn't waste any time, leading the team along the safe passage, continuing upwards, and this time increasing the speed of going up the stairs. He doesn't know how the battle is going downstairs. If the large force attack doesn't go well and can't hold the Chechen soldiers, then they risk going belly up. This is the biggest CQB taboo. Even if the special forces were great, they were still not enough in front of a regular army made up of hundreds of people. Just taking lives would pile you up. 19th floor, 20th floor, 21st floor. Shinfei came all the way to the top floor, intending to check down from here layer by layer to ensure relative safety. But before he reached the safe passage on the 21st floor, God's view suddenly noticed a dozen trick mines hidden at the corner of the stairs. These trick mines were connected to each other with very thin, transparent wires, creating a network of fire in the building's hallways, not to mention running over. As long as they touched those thin lines, they were all absolutely certain to die. 145 and only one order follows. Kill them all. Since trick mines can appear in front of them, it means that the probability is that the enemy is in one of the houses on the 21st floor. But, how do I get up there? Shinfei used God's eye to check the thickness of the building. There weren't many tofu dreg projects in this day and age, especially with a building this tall that used to be considered a landmark in this city. It's thick, not to mention those trick mines. I'm afraid that even if a mortar was martyred in the building, it wouldn't cause too many casualties to the subject. Then there's a good way to throw a grenade straight up and detonate those trick mines, and that will clear the way. The only bad thing about it is that it would definitely surprise the enemy above. Is there any other way? Shinfei frowned and continued to check with God's view. It's like playing a game where countless puzzles are laid out in front of you, and then using the skills at your disposal to solve them one by one. And that's a million times more immersive and fulfilling than a game. There it is. Suddenly, Shinfei's eyes noticed the outside of the wall, the pipes used for drainage. It's a bit rickety and rusty in many places, but if you're working your way up one by one, it's not too much of a problem. And there was a war going on right downstairs, so even making a little noise was not a big problem. Shinfei thought of this and walked straight to the window and looked out. Looking at the ground at this height, the vehicles became like toys, and as for the soldiers fighting through them, they were not much bigger than ants. Overlooking the battlefield gives a better sense of the real brutality. That's it. Shinfei called all the people over and pointed at the rickety pipes outside. Leave 5 people in the corridor, and the rest will climb up with me. I'll go up first, and when I get into the 21st floor, you guys can go up. No way. Gold Coin refused very dryly. If we're going to go on, I'll go on first. You're our backbone. If anything goes wrong with you, none of us can guarantee the safety of the soldiers down there and whether or not they'll be able to complete their mission successfully. Shinfei patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, obey the order. I am not going to die. Gold Coin wanted to say something, his expression hesitant, but in the end, he nodded heavily. Shinfei didn't dawdle, took off his assault rifle and tactical gloves, and leaped to the top of the window in the corridor. Overhead is the intense sun, and underfoot is the burning battlefield. Half his body probed out the window as if he were a snow leopard about to leap. The window is about 2 meters away from the pipe. Trying to accomplish such a jump at a height of dozens of meters and in a semi-crouching position was still difficult, especially not with too much force. Otherwise, there's a good chance the pipe will just fall off. Then, at that time, no matter what skill Shinfei had, as long as he couldn't fly, he was bound to die. Phew! Shinfei closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly opened them and wiped the sweat stains from the corners of his eyes. Followed by, he no longer hesitated. and under the watchful eyes of Gold Coin and the others, he leapt up and his body flew towards the pipe not far away. In order to ensure absolute safety, Shinfei rested one hand on the groove used for modeling on the outer wall, then climbed on top of the pipe with the other hand. It shook and was fairly stable. Shinfei gritted his teeth, like a nimble ape, and climbed upward on his hands and knees. The distance isn't that far. Moreover, Shinfei was also able to judge whether there were any enemies in advance through his skills, so the whole process was quite smooth. When he came to the room, Shinfei instantly had a huge gain when he checked the range of 100 meters again. Peregrine Falcon was lying flat on the ground with Avalanche, with all his clothes off, currently in an unconscious state, but his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Not dead. In charge of guarding them were 7 soldiers from the United States of America. Beyond that, signal shielding equipment. Also in this room, Shinfei looked in the other direction again and noticed that there were 3 to 5 American special forces in the rooms on the left and right sides. These guys are worthy of being the world's top special forces. They were very deliberate in both their choice of station and their choice of hidden rooms. In this case, whether either room is in danger, the remaining 2 rooms can provide support as quickly as possible. Shinfei pondered the solution to the problem, and just at this time, Gold Coin climbed up smoothly with Siberian Wolf, and 5 or 6 special forces. Shinfei told them to keep absolutely quiet, and no one spoke. One after another, 2 more special forces climbed up, but Shinfei hadn't thought of a good crack yet. It seemed like the only way to go was to wait for everyone to arrive and then launch a strong attack, despite the dangers. But it would all be worth it if we could capture a few of the United States of America's special forces alive. Now just wait for everyone to arrive and then launch a strong attack. Although the casualties would be severe, it would all be worth it, etc. It can only wait. Shinfei pressed close to the wall, and God's perspective stared dead at the United States of America special forces in the remaining several rooms. However, the change came anyway. Not far away, in a house, an American Special Forces soldier slowly got up and walked towards the window. From that position of his, odds are that he would be able to see the special forces that are working their way up the ladder. Shinfei body sweat hairs are upside down. Tiptoe ran to the window. Hastily with the special forces are climbing. Played a gesture. The other guy's pretty resourceful, too. Quickly clinging to the wall, he relied on the molding of the facade to hide the body. Meanwhile, the special forces of the United States of America also poked their heads out. The 2 sides almost brushed shoulders. Phew, Shinfei heaved a sigh of relief. Now it was a matter of waiting for that American Special Forces soldier to shrink back so that his men could come up the stairs in a steady stream. However, just in the nick of time, the Special Forces soldier's feet slipped, and he actually fell directly from the high building. Shinfei almost subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to tug on the other party, but he forgot that there were at least a few dozen meters between them. The Special Forces soldier who went down was also a tough guy, and instead of saving himself, he covered his mouth tightly, hoping not to make any noise. Unfortunately, his body hit the top of the glass of the facade with a loud noise. As it happens, the American Special Forces soldier, who was standing by the window, noticed the scene. Fake, there is an enemy. They're climbing up. He figured out what was going on almost instantly and told his teammates out loud. A dozen American Special Forces, all standing up with their guns. Shinfei glanced back. There were only 7 or 8 people around him. Not as strong as the other side. There are not as many people as others. But, I don't care about that right now. There is only one way to fight, and perhaps one way to live. Shinfei drew his tactical ghost pistol and growled lowly. 5 people in the 3rd room on the left hand. 4 people in the 6th room on the right hand. The 7th house on the right hand. 7 enemies, and your captain is there. Next, there is only one order. Kill them all. 146. Mr. Razor, Wildcat reporting for duty. Orders given too clearly are bound to be suspected, but Shinfei didn't matter. The situation was such that if it was necessary, Shinfei could abandon anyone without any psychological burden. But he definitely wasn't the type of character that, when he clearly had information, hid it and let others go and die for nothing. And the chances of them surviving without a little clarity are only going to get lower. Action is on. Shinfei gave an order, and all the special forces wearing bulletproof vests were at the forefront, pushing open the door of the room and walking out. Gold Coin and the others followed, advancing in a double formation, except for the muzzles of the last 2 members of the team, which were aimed at the blind spot in the field of vision behind them. The rest of the team made sure that their field of vision for shooting was directly in front of them. They were not advancing very fast, and Shinfei was staring at the American Special Forces in the room through God's perspective. Dead on. The door to one of the rooms was pushed open a crack in the left room door. Shoot! Shinfei decisively gave the order. Tada! Tada! The 2 Special Forces soldiers at the front of the room received the order to pull the trigger at the position of the room's door. Meanwhile, shots started being fired in the room as well. Thunderous sounds echoed down the corridor as the first round of firefight between the two sides lasted less than 10 seconds. Shinfei saw through God's view that the several special forces soldiers who wanted to forcefully attack had once again retreated back into the room and stood in the dead center position against the wall. Their expressions were all grave. Signal shielding has one of the biggest downsides too. That is, it will not only block out the enemy's signal, but also the signal of your own people along with it. So, they are also unable to communicate effectively with each other. The two sides entered a stalemate, with everyone trying to figure out how to deal with the issues at hand. This won't take long. And, Shinfei also pressed on without giving them time to think. He noticed that the wooden door had a hole through it from a bullet, and while he couldn't make a shot, if he was utilizing the bounce of the grenade, he could teach the room a small lesson. Say it and do it. Shinfei took out 2 offensive grenades from his traveling bag, patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, and pointed to the ground. This is the hand signal for changing to a crouching shooting position. The special forces passed their orders forward in turn, and soon several of the special forces in front of them slowly lowered themselves in a silent exchange. Shinfei pulled the pull ring of the grenade, aimed at the wall, and threw the offensive grenade out with a fierce force, followed by, the second grenade was delayed for 3 seconds before it was thrown again after it. The 2 grenades, according to the shooting in Shinfei's mind, first hit the wall and then flew to the door of the room, but because of the angle, they did not enter the door of the room. That's enough. Boom! The attack grenade exploded violently and the door to the room was instantly and completely destroyed. The special forces in the room, all of them withdrew from the first defensive position and moved back some distance to stand at the second ambush point. They've chosen their positions so carefully that anyone who tries to attack, no matter what way he does it, is absolutely certain to die. Moreover, Shinfei and the others did not have the advantage of numbers and could not rely on human lives to win. The key is the second attack grenade. Under Shinfei's God's perspective, the grenade smoothly flew in through the large hole created by the explosion and landed on the floor, bouncing gently. The few special forces soldiers in the room were all wide-eyed and filled with horror. Careful. They subconsciously tried to evade, but there was no longer enough time. The offensive grenade exploded in the center of the living room, a strong shockwave instantly spreading in all directions. Moment. Almost all of the special forces, all of them fell to the ground, their mouths open in pain, covering their ears. Some have been injured, but some are just bombed out of their minds and have the ability to fight. Meanwhile, upon hearing the sound of the explosion, the special forces in one of the room doors hurriedly turned off the signal shielding equipment. He was trying to confirm the casualties of his teammates, as well as discuss the next step, but unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Shinfei had seen his moves. Clearly, talk and shoot. Don't worry about accuracy, just suppress them out of the way. Shinfei decisively gave the order. Upon receiving the order, the special forces quickly began firing and suppressed the enemy at a frequency of 1 grenade per 10 seconds. That's the beauty of having intelligence. Otherwise, they'd have to be alert to all the locations where people might be hiding, and that would be too much energy to spread out. As his teammates were busy with suppression, Shinfei pressed the contact system and was just about to contact Polando when he heard a familiar voice ring out. Mr. Razor, Wildcat reporting for duty. I have the enemy in sight. Please proceed to fire. Aha, Wildcat? She escaped? But how did she end up on the battlefield? And how did she know that the shielding device was deactivated at this time? None of these questions were likely to be answered now. Shinfei said in a deep voice, permission to fire freely. You'll be in charge of contacting Polando and have them cover you. Copy that. The moment the Wildcat's voice sounded, Shinfei did not hear the gunshot, but observing from God's perspective, the special forces soldier standing next to the shield, his head burst open without warning. Blood splattered and everyone in the entire room was confused. Bang! Wildcat fired a second shot, but by this time, the special forces of the United States of America had come around and avoided all the angles from which the windows could fire. Meanwhile, Shinfei is also on the move. He broke away from the main group and quickly made his way to the room where he had just thrown 2 grenades, leaned against the door, and threw them all in. Boom! Boom boom! A full 5 instant explosive offensive grenades exploded across the room. Even through the thick walls, Shinfei could clearly feel the vibrations coming from the room. Just at the moment when the shockwave spread, Shinfei poked his head out. 5 rounds took away all the surviving special forces, and replaced it with a new magazine, replenishing the gun one by one on the corpses. Finishing this, Shinfei yelled lowly, stick all your C4 explosives to the walls of the remaining 2 rooms. Hurry! Gold Coin and the others led the order and did things as fast as they could according to Shinfei's request. In the blink of an eye, with 0 casualties, their squad had cleared a room of American special forces, and controlled the special forces in the north side of the room. There was no way they could have gotten out safely along the window with a sniper. Even as soon as they poked their heads out, they were shot down by wildcats. The only ones still in danger are the special forces in the south room. Who can escape by the window and have the two surviving captains in their hands? Mr. Razor, I think we should talk. In the door to the south side of the room, the voice of the American Special Forces rang out. After all, you don't want to, don't you ing? Shinfei scolded in a stern and angry voice. There is absolutely no way that I will take any soldier's life to trade with you for any wounded. Bomb! Blow them all to hell. 147. No, I'm not going to have him. The order was given. But the Special Forces soldiers who were holding the detonators in their hands froze instantly. In the room was their captain, their comrade. It was their brother for many years. They couldn't get off this at all, although they knew very well that Shinfei's choice was correct. Wanting to take down the enemy at the lowest possible cost, the C4 bombardment building was the best choice. But none of them could be that ruthless. Previously, they still felt that Shinfei was too young, although his escape from the Dome Hotel was a very dazzling experience. But after all, the looks are there and it always puts them in a trance. But now, it was only after listening to the orders given by Shinfei that they finally understood exactly why people could come this far. Shinfei yelled lowly, "Gold coin! You do it!" Yes. Gold coin leapt forward and ran, snatching the detonator from the frozen Special Forces soldier's hand, and just as he was about to press it, a man's voice once again sounded in the hallway. Mr. Razor, you're as ruthless as ever. Special Forces captain, you could care less. The lives of those two remaining pilots, you don't care either? And Victor the Grey Wolf, don't you care either? The sound. This time, the ones who froze were not the Special Forces, but Gold Coin and Shinfei. CIA Deputy Director Quinn? How is that possible? Isn't he on a special plane, being escorted to Moscow to meet the king? Razor, leave me alone. Do what you want. Shut up. This time it was the voice of Victor the Grey Wolf, and the chortling voice of an American soldier. Shinfei didn't know what happened in the process, but judging from the results now, Quinn escaped and captured Victor the Grey Wolf in reverse. What the? These agents. It's so hard to kill. Goldcoin held the detonator and looked at Shinfei and asked, Razor, what to do? Give me the detonator. Shinfei stretched out his hand, took the detonator, and said in a cold voice, what do you want to do? Quinn's laugh rang out over the loudspeaker. Right, that's the kind of choice a normal person should have. Mr. Razor, you know, the time it took to fall into your hands made me feel death for the first time. After knowing that Shinfei was willing to communicate, the American Special Forces in the room were also relieved. In all the years of playing CQB, just today was the most wimpy. It's like people know everything, targeted at every turn. Quite a number of American Special Forces even secretly swore that as long as they found an opportunity later, they would definitely take out Shinfei. Leaving him behind is too much of a threat to the future of the United States of America. Ha! That means your senses are sharp. Shinfei slowly increased the force on his hands and suddenly roared loudly. Mr. Quinn, please rest assured, this life of yours, sooner or later, I will go and collect it. Attack! Boom! Shinfei pressed the detonator, and the C4 explosives affixed to the wall burst in response, and the entire corridor was instantly covered with thick dust. He stormed in first, naming each of the blasted American Special Forces in the room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do it! Gold Coin reacted right after him, leading the charge into the other house. Another burst of gunfire rang out, but this time it didn't last too long, and when Shinfei examined the bodies, he found that the two special captains had already sacrificed themselves. Their eyes were open and their expressions were not pained. On the contrary, all with a touch of relief. Shinfei squatted on the ground, slowly closed their eyes, and said in a deep voice, Go, please don't worry. Whether it's the two remaining pilots or some bull asterisk 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 CIA Deputy Director Quinn, I'm going to give you an explanation. Get up, put on a new mag and came into the last house. The living room was a mess, and the floor was covered in a mixture of blood and dust. A smell of burnt meat filled the room. Gold Coin walked up to him and said regretfully, We sacrificed 4 men and captured 3 special forces from the United States of America alive, and we don't know their identities yet. Shinfei glanced at the 4 special forces soldiers who had also made no sound. Notify the Siberian wolves to clear the mines and let them come up. After giving the order, Shinfei pressed down the communication device. Wildcat, tell the Lando to contact the head of the regiment. Tell them that the American Special Forces have been completely annihilated, and ask them to withdraw from the battle as soon as possible. Copy that. Wildcat's voice rang out. When this was done, Shinfei leaned against the wall and sat down tiredly. Too tired. He hadn't been this tired since acquiring the system and becoming a mercenary. This tiredness comes not only from the body, but more from the soul. How many people have died? 5? 7? 8? Shinfei could no longer remember the exact number. All he could think about just now was how to finish off the enemy. Razor, you'll pay for what you've done. For what you've done. It was about this time that Quinn's vicious voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Shinfei raised his head, looked at the corpse of the American Special Forces soldier with a megaphone on his body, walked over, took off his communicator and put it on his ear. Don't talk so much nonsense. I still have 3 hostages here. Do you want them or not? There was silence on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds, Quinn said viciously, "What do you want me to trade for it? Victor?" Shinfei shook his head. "No, I'm not going to have him. He's a top agent like you, and should have been ready to die for his country long ago. I want you to tell me who was selling weapons to Chechnya." This was a task that Victor had once entrusted to him before, and Shinfei had not accepted it. Now if he could take this opportunity to bring out the traitor, it would be a fulfillment of Victor's last mission. As for whether or not to rescue Victor, that's not for you to worry about. Just as the Uralic Federation wouldn't take out Quinn, the United States of America would have to think twice about taking out a former top KGB officer. 3 lives are not enough. Quinn's reply was even drier than Shinfei thought, and heard of his answer. Shinfei looked at the 3 special forces not far away and found that they actually did not have any lost expression on their faces, and so it was abandoned. But they all seem to think, as if it's normal, they're all tough guys. However, I'm willing to trade the whereabouts of the remaining 2 pilots for the lives of 3 special forces soldiers. Quinn said, word for word, of the 5 pilots, only 2 were actually turned by us. Now that 3 are dead at your hands, don't you want to save the 2 pilots still loyal to the Ural Federation? 2 pilots for 3 special forces. A very good deal. 148. It's the razor that swears. What's it got to do with me, Shinfei? If we go by economic value, it costs about $1 million to train a top special forces soldier, while it costs about $6 million to train an F-16 fighter pilot, and upwards of $10 million to train an F-22 pilot. Not only is there a financial cost, but the training of pilots is something that takes quite a long time as well as a great deal of talent. This is why there is little precedent for countries to brutally murder pilots after they have been captured, because there's so much that can be traded back. Soldiers are captured and absolutely ignored by their superiors, much less rescued at great expense. As for what's Saving Private Ryan, it can only exist in a movie. Oh, even on the battlefield, where human life is like grass, different types of soldiers are marked up. It's heartbreaking to say the least. Shinfei agreed painfully. Good, exchange now. Where are you? I'll go find you. That cool? Quinn froze, and subconsciously began to wonder if Shinfei had some kind of conspiracy. He's dealt with intelligence agencies all over the world, and the most cunning hunter is as docile as a schoolboy in front of him. Only Razor, he is truly impervious. The other man was lawless and dared to do anything, as if there was nothing at all that could restrain him. Those few days at Razor's hands were also one of the few times Quinn had ever developed fear. Shinfei said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, disdainfully, "Nu-ah, look, I really promised, and you don't believe it again. We simply can't establish effective communication with each other. So what a deal. Let someone else negotiate it for you." Shinfei didn't give Quinn another chance to speak and directly hung up the communication. In order to ensure absolute safety, he turned back on the shielding equipment used by the Special Forces of the United States of America. This stuff does work. Moreover, just now Shinfei also noticed that after turning on the shielding equipment, the United States of America's Special Forces were also blocked from communicating with each other, indicating that they were also unable to bypass the shielding device. Shinfei surveyed the 3 American Special Forces who were tied up. The 3 also looked at him defiantly. Shinfei cocked his head and asked playfully, "You guys don't seem to be afraid of me at all?" One of the oldest Special Forces soldiers with a full beard laughed lightly and disliked back. "What's there to be afraid of? You dare to kill me? Don't forget, your pilots, we still have them. The deputy director of your intelligence agency, also in." Shinfei raised his hand, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the American Special Forces soldier was shot in the forehead, blood bursting out as his head lolled to the ground, until the moment of death. His face wore a pride unique to the United States of America. "Razor, can't kill them. Mr. Razor, you're too punchy. Mr. Razor." The Special Forces soldiers next to him froze, followed by hurrying to gather around, talking and persuading Shinfei. Gold Coin didn't move, hugging his shoulders and watching it all from the sidelines. He supported all decisions made by Shinfei. Shinfei looked at the Special Forces soldiers around him expressionlessly and inquired, "They killed your captain. Don't you hate them?" "How could I not hate?" A Special Forces soldier clenched his teeth and said in a single word, "I can't wait to eat them alive." Shinfei pointed at the remaining 2 American Special Forces. "Then the opportunity is in front of you. Go and eat." Special Forces, brother, can you follow the routine? Shinfei sighed and said helplessly, "Does the big picture have a dime to do with you?" The Chechens invaded the neighboring countries. They were cruel. there is no doubt about that. But is it really so just for the Ural Federation to intervene in this war? Who dares to answer that? Don't say answer. As special forces of the Ural Federation, they would be scrutinized by the military for even showing thoughts of this. Shen Fei continued. You guys always say something about committing yourselves for the greater good, but I want to tell you that this world is a straw man. They killed your captain. They killed my crew. Why wouldn't I get revenge? Why should I hold back? And the guilt is all on me alone. So what do you have to fear? This. The special forces looked at each other, inexplicably feeling that Shen Fei's words made sense. But isn't that what movies and TV shows? Is that not what villains say in movies and TV shows? They're some of the most patriotic soldiers around. I never said that I was decent. Shen Fei raised his gun again and aimed at the next enemy. You have 5 seconds to say your last words. An expression of fear finally surfaced on the face of the American Special Forces, who hadn't been afraid since the beginning. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, 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 Mr. Razor, don't be so impulsive. Don't you want to save those imprisoned flight? Bang! Shen Fei triggered again. Guns go off. People die. One and done. That's a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Shen Fei moved the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at the last American Special Forces soldier. I'm sorry that he took up the time for you to say your last words, but I can give you a chance to talk. For example, tell me where those pilots are being held. The American Special Forces soldier breathed heavily and began to tremble as he answered the question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Shen Fei nodded. Of course I can. The American Special Forces glared at him and said, You swear? Shen Fei, I, Razor, swear that if you tell me the information I want and I don't spare you, the king I serve will be hit by a car on his way out the door tomorrow. Come on, my eagle-like friend. What's the point of such childish tricks? If you don't say it, I'll kill you. If you do, I'll let you go. If you want to live, you fight. If you don't want to live, just say it. It's very simple. My dropping friend. The expression on the face of the American Special Forces became hesitant. Though he hadn't explained the situation yet, everyone knew that he was definitely going to say something. It's just a matter of time. Sure enough, after waiting a few seconds, the Special Forces soldier gritted his teeth and said, I said, those 2 pilots, they're in a field hospital in Chechnya. Okay, I'll let you go. Shen Fei waved his hand. Gold coins. You're really going to let yourself go? The American Special Forces heaved a sigh of relief. 2. Gold Coin stepped forward, pulled out his pistol, and squeezed the trigger dry. Bang! The Special Forces soldier was shot in the forehead and turned into a corpse. Everyone's confused. Ah, don't put ah? Shen Fei shrugged and said, I promised to release you, but I can't do anything if people don't. Besides, the oath Razor took. What does it have to do with me? Shen Fei? 149. Let Gold Coin repay you as an ox in his next life. Shen Fei's set of operations directly made as more than a dozen special forces all looked stunned. Still? You can still play like that? Genius. When they came back to their senses, the gazes they looked at Shen Fei. Amidst the gravity, there were even more points of admiration. Good man. This is not at all the same thing as the mercenaries we used to know. It's really condescending for someone like that to be a mercenary. Don't even be so surprised. Shen Fei laughed and said, as far as the credibility of the CIA gang is concerned, it's a struggle to sweep a shared bicycle. Expecting them to abide by the rules is harder than climbing up to heaven. Bike sharing? All of the people present were hearing this term for the first time. Bicycles. It can also be shared. Shen Fei also realized that he seemed to have said an advanced concept, but it didn't matter. There were many doubts on him. There's no worrying about debt. Gold Coin inquired. Razor, what should we do next? Going straight to rescue those pilots? The 2 pilots, if they get there late, could be transferred by Chechnya. Shen Fei looked at the last American Special Forces soldier who was killed and said with a cold smile, Gold Coin, do you really think those people from the Green Beret Special Forces will confess so easily? If he was really that greedy, he wouldn't have passed SEER anti-capture training. Gold Coin was stunned and asked in a puzzled voice, what do you mean? Shen Fei walked to the corpse of the Special Forces soldier, slowly squatted down, held his chin in his hand, stared straight into the eyes of the corpse and said, this dog just wants to use his own death to dig a hole for us. A place like a field hospital is the most heavily defended. If we rush over there, we're bound to have casualties, or even be wiped out, and even if we manage to come out alive, we'll never be able to find the pilot's location. Dogs, why are you guys so bad? Ha? The people present were all taken aback again. They really didn't expect such a reversal? Right. Why didn't I think of that? If you think about it, aren't you Razor? Makes sense. I was just wondering how he could have confessed so painfully, which is absolutely impossible for special forces. Learned, Mr. Razor. If we make it back alive, can we ask you to be our instructor? The special forces soldiers' pairs of hot gazes all fell on Shen Fei. Being an instructor? Shinfei shook his head. It's better to forget about it. You are all good patriotic soldiers. Don't mix with me for a period of time. All of you are just mindful. Then I'll be too sorry to the king. And there are specialties in the arts. And there are things about me that you will not be able to learn. It's not that you're stupid. It's that you're not tough enough. It's much less likely that you're going to be able to look at what's going on with the mindset of a gamer. Shinfei didn't bother to look at the expressions of those special forces after saying these words, but instead closed the communication shield once again. The matter of killing 3 American special forces without authorization. Shinfei still did not want too many people to know. Seriously. Shinfei was still a bit overwhelmed now when facing the powerful strength of the United States of America. It's true what they said in a previous life. You can say eagle sauce is bad, but don't ever think people are vegetables. And that's just the Green Berets, Black Beret, Navy SEALs, Delta Force. And how strong should those guys be? There's also the CIA, which is clearly more powerful than the KGB, and not so easy to deal with. Come on, it doesn't matter if you take the medicine or not. You still have to kill people. You can't stop the raffle. After Shinfei closed the communication, he first asked about Wildcat and their situation, and then asked about the situation of the large troops. Perhaps knowing that the special forces of the United States of America are dead, Chechnya has begun to retreat in panic. This building was never meant to be contested. Chechnya is again absolutely outnumbered relative to the Urals Federation. The soldiers of the Uralic Confederation can afford to die. They can't afford to die. Now seeing that the protecting American special forces are dead, there is naturally no need to stay any longer. Tinker for 2 hours and eat something. Shinfei led the crowd, came to the side of a slightly cleaner room, casually sat on the ground and said, "You should treat the treatment. There are snipers outside to observe the situation. It won't be too dangerous. In 2 hours, we'll first follow the army off the battlefield. Whatever the next step is, retreating first is the right thing to do. That's for sure." The special forces didn't say anything more, and they all started checking their injuries, healing for those who have wounds. Those that weren't too much of a problem were searching the corridors for the bodies of their comrades. The battlefield has a specialized body collection team, but they now belonged deep in the enemy's hinterland, and the casualties of the large force were very heavy, and there would be danger on the way back. There's no way to get the body out of here. The only thing that could be done was to bring the dog tags back, as a way to give the troops and their families something to answer for. In a few moments, a fairly sumptuous lunch was delivered to Shinfei. Shinfei didn't push back, and while eating, he conducted a lottery in the system. The number of raffle prizes this time, a full 30. It was almost considered to be the most draws he had ever had since he got the system. Moreover, through this period of communication, Shinfei gradually discovered some of the system's lottery laws. The higher the skill and tactical level of the kill, the higher the reward for the draw. Perhaps it also had something to do with the other party's status, which had not been verified. And it was also the reason why Shinfei had to kill the 3 American special forces with his own hands. With huge rewards in front of us, who could not be tempted? Ding, ding dong. Various kinds of rewarding voices sounded in Shinfei's mind. The first ones are pretty much the usual +1 to each value. It's in every drawing and is almost close to being the equivalent of a consolation prize. But don't look at the reward as unobtrusive, but it's a definite boost to physical fitness. Shinfei was able to feel that his night vision ability and reaction ability were almost on the verge of surpassing the limits of human beings. There's still a lot of shortcomings too, just like endurance versus absolute power. No way. The system's rewards regarding physical enhancement are, truthfully, not too much. I'm such a reckless person. System, you have to make me use my brain. Is this appropriate? Shinfei sighed helplessly and continued to check the system's rewards. Suddenly, a reward with information attracted Shinfei's attention. He quickly opened it up and looked at the description on it, then couldn't help but stare. What's the situation? The intel says, the 2 Uralic pilots are in a field hospital in Chechnya? What the hell? Is it hard to believe that the only Green Beret Special Forces member who was afraid of death has let himself get caught in the crossfire? What the? Tough guys have seen so much that there's no trust between people. Shinfei folded his hands, looked at the sky outside the window, and said helplessly, brother wronged you, and in my next life, I will let gold coin be a cow to repay you. I can't help it, so don't blame me.